In the village of Konoha, on the playground of the Ninja Academy, the instructor announced, "The final combat exercise commences now, with Kakashi facing Uchiha Chuan." Under the watchful eyes of teachers and classmates, two young children emerged from the crowd and took their positions. Both boys appeared to be around 6 or 7 years old, their faces brimming with youthful innocence. One, with a mane of silver hair, possessed a strikingly handsome visage, though his eyes bore the look of a dead fish, seemingly inherited. The other, with raven hair and brown eyes, exuded an air of aloofness, his expression radiating an arrogance, as if he believed himself to be superior to all. As the teacher gave the signal, Uchiha Chuan did not immediately strike. Instead, he mockingly taunted Kakashi, "Kakashi, I will not suffer defeat this time. I wager the honor of the Uchiha clan. I shall leave you searching for your teeth on the ground, oh dear." Witness this melodramatic proclamation. I shall certainly deliver a sound kick to his behind later. Fuck, do the Uchihas have a screw loose? Are they masochists? Kakashi slapped his forehead, internally sighing, thoroughly disinterested in engaging with this troublesome fool. In truth, the animosity between Kakashi and Uchiha Chuan was quite straightforward. The Uchiha clan was renowned for their exceptional ninja talents, allowing them to grasp the nuances of the academy's teachings with remarkable speed. Uchiha Chuan, already dubbed a genius within his clan, found himself consistently overshadowed by Kakashi upon entering the academy. During their inaugural combat class, Uchiha Chuan was bested by Kakashi. Thereafter, Kakashi became the benchmark for Uchiha Chuan's endeavors in practical lessons. Each time before a combat session, Uchiha Chuan would inexplicably utter grandiose statements filled with melodrama, such as "the pride of the Uchiha," or "I bear the honor of the Uchiha clan." Such declarations left Kakashi feeling embarrassed, wishing he could simply dig a hole and hide away. That moment on the playground, Uchiha Chuan dashed toward Kakashi, thrusting his small fist toward Kakashi's face. Kakashi slightly sidestepped, grasped Uchiha Chuan's fist with one hand, and with the other, seized his hair, pulling him down while simultaneously driving his knee upward. Thud, thud, thud. After 3 resounding impacts, Kakashi released Uchiha Chuan. The forceful strikes left Uchiha Chuan swaying, stars dancing before his eyes, his head spinning. Seizing the opportunity, Kakashi delivered a swift kick, sending Uchiha Chuan sprawling to the ground in an undignified heap. The victor is Kakashi, the instructor declared promptly upon witnessing Uchiha Chuan lying prostrate on the ground. "Curse be you, Kakashi. I will surely defeat you," Uchiha Chuan exclaimed before plunging into the crowd, his head bowed in defeat. Kakashi's triumph sparked animated discussions among the remaining students on the playground. On the girls' side, whispers emerged. "Wow, Kakashi is truly impressive. He even bested an Uchiha. Indeed, and he is quite handsome as well. Strong and good-looking. Oh." On the boys' side, "Has that guy Chuan also failed? How infuriating. Who can defeat this white-haired demon, Hatake Kid? Umph, what's so handsome about Hatake Kid? Just a pair of dead fish eyes." Exactly, exactly. These girls are truly incomprehensible. Amidst their discussions, this practical training session came to an end. The students returned to the classroom, and after a few words from the teacher, they began to disperse, heading home in small groups. Huff, standing by the riverbank, Hatake Kid exhaled deeply and stepped onto the gently flowing water. He concentrated on controlling his chakra to maintain his balance on the surface. Drawing from memories of his past life, he had begun to practice walking on water. Assessing his chakra reserves, he allocated just enough to facilitate the act of walking on water and commenced training in the hand seals for ninjutsu. "Let me practice some hand seals." Hatake Kid stood on the water, forming seals with his hands while channeling chakra within. With a firm shout, he declared, "Water style, water chaos wave." He opened his mouth and expelled a torrent of water, which surged toward the riverbank. The current crashed against the shore, causing the trees to sway vigorously. After calming his breath, Hatake Kid noticed a slight depletion in his chakra. Based on his chakra levels, he calculated that he could execute the crank ninjutsu, water style, water chaos wave, a dozen times. Not bad. Now let me test my abilities. He extended his palm, and suddenly, sparks of electricity began to dance around it. The lightning flickered around him, yet his expression remained composed. This electrical energy did not stem from chakra, but originated from a power of another world, a devil fruit, from the realm of One Piece. The natural type, thunder fruit. This ability had accompanied him during his transmigration. Upon his birth, he had acquired the thunder fruit, though its powers required personal development and training. In the world of Naruto, no substance existed to counteract the effects of a devil fruit. Thus, while he possessed the capabilities of the thunder fruit, he had not become a landlocked swimmer. He could swim however he pleased, be it backstroke, butterfly, freestyle, or dog paddle. That as he opened his palm, the electric energy gradually morphed into a swirling sphere. Hokage Kid directed the electric orb toward the river and pressed down. Z-boom. The lightning collided with the water, causing an explosion that sent droplets cascading down, quickly soaking his clothes. Upon arriving in the Naruto world, the activation of the thunder fruit shifted from physical stamina to reliance on his chakra. Since gaining consciousness, Hokage Kid had actively sought to develop the thunder fruit. After years of cultivation, coupled with the fruit's influence, his chakra grew at a rate surpassing that of his peers, even exceeding some Chunin. After surveying his surroundings and confirming that no one was nearby, Hokage Kid enveloped himself in a surge of lightning, swiftly drying his drenched garments. That in the present year of Konoha, 34. There remained 3 to 4 years until the onset of the Second Great Ninja War. My father, Hitoki Tsukumo, has yet to achieve the illustrious title of Konoha's White Fang, nor has he garnered the trepidation of the village's higher-ups. It is imperative that I accumulate strength swiftly, acquiring the power to overturn the table of fate. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, still reigns as the true ninja hero, capable of suppressing Danzo's burgeoning ambitions. In a few years, the root organization will be established, and Danzo's aspirations will become uncontrollable. To navigate this world, one must wield both strength and influence. Beyond possessing the ability to overturn the table, I must also achieve significant military merit on the battlefield. The battlefield is fraught with peril. Survival is paramount. Only by enduring can one seize the opportunity to earn renown throughout the ninja world. The natural element thunder fruit will allow Hokage Kid to become elemental. This transformation, akin to the ethereal prowess of the Sharingan's Kamui, enables one to disregard physical assaults from foes. However, prolonged engagement in battle, coupled with insufficient chakra reserves, would render the body incapable of maintaining its elemental state. Although the thunder fruit has enhanced Kid's constitution, his chakra quantity remains a limitation at this stage. It is prudent to prioritize the development of my fruit's abilities. Cultivating these powers will indirectly refine my physique. With a fortified body, my chakra reserves will expand. Kid possesses a distinct advantage. He can draw inspiration from the abilities of future protagonists to cultivate his own. The recently harnessed Thunderball technique was conceived from the fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato's Rasengan. This jutsu is designated as Lightning Release, Thunder Spiral Ball, classified as an A-rank technique. Kid intends to utilize the elemental transformation of the thunder fruit as a passive skill while developing its additional capabilities into his own formless ninjutsu. After experimenting with the various abilities, Kid replenished his chakra and tidied up before making his way to the Hitoki family estate. Chapter 1. A triumphant journey in Konoha. In the village of Konoha, within the confines of the ninja school's playground, the final practical combat session commenced. The instructor, clutching a roster, proclaimed the beginning of the climactic showdown between Kakashi and Uchiha Chuan. Under the watchful eyes of teachers and fellow students, two youthful figures emerged from the crowd, standing face to face. Both were merely 6 or 7 years of age, their innocent faces betraying their tender years. One boasted a shock of silver hair, radiating a sunny handsomeness, although his eyes bore the peculiar trait of resembling lifeless fish eyes. The other, with raven locks and deep brown irises, exuded an air of aloof superiority, as if he believed himself to be the epitome of existence. At the instructor's command, Uchiha Chuan refrained from immediate action, instead mocking Kakashi with a taunt. Kakashi, this time I shall not falter. I stake the honor of the Uchiha clan on this battle, and I will leave you searching for your teeth. Oh dear, listen to this melodramatic proclamation. I shall certainly repay him with a swift kick. Kakashi thought to himself, bemused by the eccentricities of Uchiha's clan. The conflict between Kakashi and Uchiha Chuan was straightforward. The Uchiha clan was renowned for their exceptional ninja talents, capable of grasping the intricacies of the Ninja Academy's teachings with remarkable speed. Uchiha Chuan, having earned the title of prodigy within his clan, found himself consistently overshadowed by Kakashi since their first combat class, where Kakashi had decisively defeated him. From that moment on, Kakashi became the target of Uchiha Chuan's relentless ambition. Yet, Prior to each practical session, Uchiha Chuan would invariably spout a series of pretentious declarations about Uchiha pride and the honor of his lineage, much to Kakashi's embarrassment, who often wished to retreat into a hole. As the confrontation unfolded, Uchiha Chuan dashed towards Kakashi, launching a small fist aimed squarely at Kakashi's face. Kakashi deftly sidestepped, capturing Uchiha Chuan's fist with one hand while grasping his hair with the other, yanking it downwards while simultaneously driving his knee upward. The sound of 3 resounding strikes echoed through the air, after which Kakashi released Uchiha Chuan, who stumbled, dazed and disoriented. Seizing the opportunity, Kakashi executed a swift kick, sending Uchiha Chuan sprawling onto the ground in a rather undignified manner. The victor, Kakashi, witnessing Uchiha Chuan prostrate on the ground. The instructor hastily declared Kakashi the champion of this practical exercise. "Curse you, Kakashi. I will surely defeat you," Uchiha Chuan exclaimed, head down as he charged out of the crowd. Kakashi's victory sparked a flurry of discussion among the remaining students on the playground. From the girls' side, wow, Kakashi is truly impressive. Even someone from the Uchiha clan couldn't best him. Indeed, and Kakashi is quite handsome too. Strong and good-looking. From the boys' side, so? Chuan has faced defeat as well. Damn it, who will vanquish the white-haired fiend, Hatake Kakashi? What is so charming about Kakashi? Those lifeless eyes. Indeed, the preferences of these girls are utterly perplexing. Amidst the discussions, this practical training session came to a close. The students returned to the classroom, and after a few words of advice from the teacher, they gradually prepared to head home. Sighing deeply, Kakashi stood by the riverbank and stepped onto the gently flowing water's surface. He exerted control over his chakra, striving to maintain his balance atop the liquid expanse. Drawing from memories of his past life, he began to practice water treading. Assessing his chakra levels, Kakashi allocated just enough chakra to support his endeavor. Initiating his ninjutsu hand seals. "Let me give this a try," he thought, as he stood upon the water, forming hand seals and channeling chakra within his body, before exclaiming, "Water release, water chaos wave." A torrent of water erupted from his mouth, surging toward the riverbank. The current crashed against the trees lining the shore, causing them to sway violently. Taking a moment to catch his breath, Kakashi noted a slight depletion of chakra. Based on his current reserves, he calculated he could perform the water chaos wave several times. Not too shabby. Now, let us test my capabilities. Extending his palm, he summoned crackling electricity that danced around him. Despite the flashes of lightning, his expression remained unperturbed. This electricity was not derived from chakra, but rather an ability from another world, the power of the thunder fruit from the realm of One Piece. This ability accompanied Kakashi during his transmigration. Upon his birth, he had been bestowed with the thunder fruit, yet its powers required personal development and training. In the world of Naruto, there existed no substances capable of countering the powers of the devil fruit. Thus, although Kakashi possessed the thunder fruit's abilities, he had not become a landlocked duck. He could swim in any style, backstroke, butterfly, freestyle, or dog paddle. He swam as he pleased. As Kakashi opened his hand, the lightning coalesced into a swirling sphere. He directed the electric ball toward the river and pressed down. Boom! The clash of lightning and water caused an explosion, showering droplets that quickly soaked his garments. Upon entering the Naruto world, the activation of the thunder fruit shifted from physical strength to chakra. Since gaining awareness, Kakashi had diligently developed the thunder fruit. And after years of effort, combined with its nature, his chakra had increased at a pace surpassing that of his peers, even exceeding some Chunin. After surveying his surroundings and confirming that no one was watching, Kakashi enveloped himself in lightning, swiftly drying his damp attire. It was now the 34th year of Konoha, and in 3 to 4 years, the Second Shinobi World War would commence. His father, Hatake Tsukumo, had yet to earn his legendary reputation as the White Fang of Konoha, nor had he drawn the wary attention of the village's higher-ups. "I must amass strength swiftly, cultivating the power to turn the tables." The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, remains a formidable figure, adept at suppressing Danzo's ambitions. In a few years, the root organization will be founded, and Danzo's aspirations will become uncontrollable. In this world, one must possess both strength and influence. Beyond the ability to overturn tables, I must also achieve significant military accomplishments on the battlefield. It is fraught with peril, and survival is paramount. Only by enduring can one attain renown in the ninja realm. The natural element of the rumble fruit will allow Kakashi to elementalize. This elementalization akin to the ocular prowess of the Sharingan's Kimui, enables one to disregard physical assaults from adversaries. However, prolonged combat without sufficient chakra will hinder the ability to maintain this elemental form. Although the Rumble fruit has altered Kakashi's physique, his chakra reserves remain a limitation at this stage. Thus, it is prudent to first develop the fruit's abilities. Honing these capabilities will inadvertently enhance my physique, consequently increasing my chakra levels. Kakashi possesses a distinct advantage. He can draw inspiration from the future protagonists to cultivate his own powers. The lightning sphere I just conjured was inspired by the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze's Rasengan. I have named this Ninjutsu Lightning Release, Thunder Spiral Bomb, classified as a B-rank technique. Kakashi intends to treat the elementalization from the Rumble fruit as a passive skill while developing its other abilities into his own non-hand seal ninjutsu. After experimenting with the other capabilities, Kakashi replenished his chakra and tidied up before heading toward the Hitaki residence. Chapter 2. The Battle in the Cherry Blossom Grove. On his way home, Kakashi passed through a grove of cherry blossoms. A gentle breeze stirred the petals, which delicately descended, dancing in the air like confetti. Amidst the fluttering blossoms, Kakashi ambled along. Suddenly, he heard the raucous voices of children nearby. "Big brother, that red-haired little firecracker from our class is sure to pass this way. You must help me teach her a lesson." Yes. Big brother, you're a ninja. You must assist me. Rest assured, as long as your classmate comes this way, I will certainly discipline her. But are you sure she will take this route? I have sacrificed my training time to help you. Do not let my effort be in vain. Red-haired firecracker? Could it be Kushina Uzumaki? How audacious of these rascals to target her. I must see how this unfolds. With that thought, Kakashi swiftly concealed himself among the branches of a nearby tree. Before long, he observed a group of 4 children, 1 older and 3 younger, entering the cherry blossom grove. The older child, adorned with a Konoha forehead protector, was evidently a graduate now undertaking missions as a genin. How foolish to provoke the fiery red-haired dynamo. They must be courting disaster. Kushina Uzumaki, despite her seemingly gentle appearance, was anything but a soft target. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, known for their fiery tempers, she could unleash her true nature if provoked. Those who dared to incite her would soon learn what it truly meant to face the wrath of a red-hot firecracker. Soon, Kakashi Haruno spotted a little girl with fiery red hair approaching, her head bowed in sorrow. Uzumaki Kushina, the princess of the land of whirlpools and the hidden whirlpool village, had arrived in the village hidden in the leaves. In this unfamiliar place, she felt a profound sense of insecurity. To her dismay, upon entering the ninja academy, she was met with a barrage of nicknames from her classmates. Initially, Kushina had no intention of engaging with these children, opting instead to endure their taunts in silence. However, as their mockery escalated, her patience wore thin, and her crimson locks seemed to stir with an unseen wind. In an instant, she toppled all those who had dared to nickname her. One after another, those who laughed at her were brought to the ground. By the time the teacher arrived in the classroom, the faces of the taunting children were bruised and battered, their cries echoing in disarray. Consequently, the teacher administered punishment to both parties involved in the altercation and demanded that the parents of all students be present the following day. Having left her home behind, Kushina's only options for parental contact were either Minato Namikaze or Tsunade Senju. What a bunch of rascals to have dubbed me with a nickname. And that blonde, effeminate boy is no saint either. If I see him smirking at me again, I shall surely knock his teeth out. Humph. But tomorrow, the parents must come to school. Who am I to tell? Kushina muttered to herself as she traversed the cherry blossom grove. Hey, stop right there, red-haired witch. This is my older brother, an exceptional genin. He will teach you a lesson shortly, declared a child wearing a headband. So you're the one who beat up my brother? Redhead, you're asking for it. Humph. Your brother started it by mocking me with a nickname. He got what he deserved. How pitiful that a boy cannot defeat a girl and needs a ninja like you to intervene. Just as 3 children were about to retort, the headband-wearing boy interjected. Enough. Redhead, you're about to take a beating. Prove you can handle me first, or I might just have to take you down as well. Foolish red-haired brat. I am a ninja, and I'll show you the might of a ninja. As the child with the headband prepared to strike, Kakashi Haruno mocked from the sidelines. TSK. A genin from years past bullying a student from the ninja academy. How utterly shameless. Who are you? The headband-wearing boy turned swiftly to see Kakashi perched on a tree branch. This is none of your business, little brat. If you meddle, I'll make sure to deal with you too. Humph. You, A ninja bullying a student from the academy? As a fellow academy student, I cannot abide by this. I shall intervene. Arrogant white-haired brat. You're just a student who hasn't even graduated. How dare you speak so boldly before me? With that, the headband-wearing boy lunged at Kakashi. As he approached, he aimed a kick, but Kakashi stepped back just in time, causing the boy's kick to miss and land in empty air. Seizing the opportunity, Hitaki forcefully placed his foot on the child's knee, compelling him to kneel. Following this, Kid executed a spinning kick, landing squarely on the face of the young ninja. The child endured the blow and promptly fell unconscious. Witnessing their elder brother's collapse, the three younger boys trembled in fear. Meanwhile, Kushina's eyes sparkled with determination, as if she had unlocked the door to a new world. Kid grinned menacingly at the trio, declaring, I have a riddle for you. Answer correctly, and you may leave. What is the question? They stammered. What is 100 minus 1? The three boys, eyes brimming with tears, replied, 99. Correct, Kid affirmed, delivering a swift kick to each of their behinds. I am Kid Hitaki from Class 1, Year 2. If you wish to retaliate, feel free. Now, take your brother and depart swiftly. Why you are that violent, Kid from Year 2? We will never dare again. They whimpered, quickly dragging their unconscious comrade away. Thank you. Thank you for your assistance, Kushina timidly expressed from the sidelines. It is my pleasure. I am also a student at the Ninja Academy, your senior. I am familiar with those boys. They are quite bothersome. However, even without my intervention, you would not have been in any danger, Kid remarked, glancing at the cherry blossom tree where a figure was hidden. Oh, I didn't expect to be found out by a senior, Minato laughed sheepishly, emerging from behind the tree, scratching the back of his head. It is you, the cowardly blonde? Were you hiding there to witness my humiliation? Kushina's demeanor shifted dramatically, her hair flaring wildly as an aura of fury enveloped her. And no, I had no intention of watching you fail. I merely sought to assist you, Minato stammered, waving his hands in denial. Assist me by lurking in the shadows? She retorted. And no, I just believed someone as strong as you, Kushina, would be perfectly fine. Furthermore, I wholeheartedly support your dream of becoming Hokage, as I aspire to be one as well. I wish to work alongside you towards that goal. Chapter 3. Tsunade, who is troubling me? Is this Minato truly so skilled at charming others? He possesses an innate charm. Humph. Do not think that your words will earn my forgiveness, Kushina said. Turning her face away, her cheeks flushed. Despite her impression of Minato as somewhat effeminate, his acknowledgement stirred something within her. Minato's earlier bravado instantly deflated. Humph. While I may not favor your demeanor, you are not entirely insufferable. So, are we friends now, Kushina? He inquired. Well, I suppose so, she replied, somewhat bashfully. As the atmosphere between them grew increasingly peculiar, Kid interjected, All right, you two. Since the matter is resolved, it is time for you both to head home. Thank you for your assistance, senior. I am Kushina Uzumaki, a first-year student at the Ninja Academy. My name is Namikaze Minato, and I share a class with Kushina. It is now quite late, so you all should hurry home. I, too, shall be on my way. Very well, Senior Kid. See you tomorrow. Thus, you were nicknamed and ridiculed at school, only to retaliate against them all. Now, it seems the parents are being called in, within the Senju residence. Tsunade anxiously tugged at her disheveled golden locks. Anyone roused from their slumber in such a manner is bound to feel irritable. Finally awakening, she learned that Kushina was to have her parents summoned and had been blocked by others. Such trivial matters had disturbed her sweet dreams, igniting Tsunade's fury. Who allowed you to call in the parents? I have fought all my life without anyone calling my parents, she exclaimed. You lost, and still dared to block the way. Just wait, I shall retrieve your dignity. With that, Tsunade stormed out in a fit of rage. Tsunade never believed that Kushina's actions were wrong. Instead, she considered the unruly children at school deserving of a lesson. The misdeeds of these rascals reminded her of a certain incorrigible and lecherous individual who was always asking for trouble. After hastily freshening up, her lingering scent of alcohol still apparent, she charged towards the ninja school with Kushina in tow. Upon arriving at the classroom office, she kicked open the door with force. Kushina's teacher, Yamahara Ichiki, was already grappling with the irate parents of those students who had been beaten. Suddenly, the door burst open with a resounding crash. As Yamahara caught sight of the intruder, he instinctively recoiled, springing from his chair to relinquish his seat to Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, you have arrived. He greeted her with utmost respect. Tsunade took her place at his desk, her icy gaze sweeping over the equally bewildered parents. She slammed her hand on the table. I am here. State your business quickly. Do not waste my time. When conflicts arise among students, it is your responsibility as teachers to involve the parents. There is nothing more to discuss. Yet you parents have allowed your children to brazenly bully my sister, thinking her an easy target as she just entered school. I shall settle this score with you. Mr. Yamahara, you shall handle this. If justice is not served, do not blame me for blocking the door every day. Though Tsunade had yet to earn the title of Sannin, her notorious temper was well known. Tsunade is the beloved granddaughter of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the cherished granddaughter of the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, and a direct disciple of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, as well as the princess of Konoha, appointed by the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Such a noble lineage granted her enough stature to command respect throughout the village. Even as she matured and tempered her temperament, Tsunade was still unafraid to confront Danzo and the other elders of Konoha. Under Tsunade's amiable yet firm discourse, the parents of the unruly children came to a sincere realization of their offspring's misdeeds. They hurriedly ushered their children to apologize to Kushina. You would do well to remember today's events. I have faith in my sister, Kushina. Recall that we do not seek trouble, yet we are not afraid of it. Should anyone dare to bully you, retaliate with all your might. After concluding a day of lessons and training, and bidding farewell to Kushina and Minato, Kakashi swiftly returned to the ancestral home of the Hitaki clan. Upon arriving home, he encountered his father, Tsukumo, who had just returned from a mission. Tsukumo was engaged in a tender conversation with his wife, Hanar, when he heard footsteps approaching the door. Turning to see his son, Tsukumo intended to connect with him, only to be interrupted by Kakashi's remark. Mato, why are you back? The smile that adorned Tsukumo's face instantly faded. You rascal, it seems your mischief has resurfaced. With that, Tsukumo reached for his blade, preparing to unleash it upon his eldest son. Heh, Mato, come at me if you dare. With that, Kakashi transformed into a flash of lightning, darting towards the training grounds in the backyard. Following closely behind, Tsukumo made his way to the same location. Soon, the sounds of their bodies colliding echoed through the training area. Humph, you little scamp, it appears your training has not faltered. Wait, what are you about to do? Mato, take this. This is a technique I painstakingly developed. The Leaf's secret technique. 1,000 years of pain. You wretched child. How could you devise such a shameless technique? You have brought shame upon the Hitaki name. Come here. Mato, you'll have to catch me first. Wait, no? The backyard was soon filled with Kakashi's cries of despair. Meanwhile, in the living room, Hanar remained unfazed, calmly sipping her tea while enjoying the display of paternal affection and filial devotion. When dinner time arrived, both Tsukumo and Kakashi finally settled down. As a traditional samurai ninja, Tsukumo sat rigidly at the dining table, though he occasionally shifted his position, seemingly alleviating some discomfort. Kakashi, sporting dark circles under his eyes, lounged casually on the opposite side of the table, exhibiting little awareness of his samurai ninja heritage. After their meal, Kakashi posed a series of probing questions to his father, Tsukumo. Mato, look into my eyes and answer me truthfully. There is an urgent mission in the village, and you are to form a team and leave the village to complete it. During the mission, your comrades find themselves in peril. Will you save your comrades first, or complete the mission? The second question, if rescuing your comrades results in mission failure, and the villagers chastise you, how will you respond? The third question, if you save your comrades, leading to mission failure, and they stand up to blame you for prioritizing their safety over the mission, what will you do in such a situation? Phone, such circumstances are improbable. Mato, Kakashi interrupted his father's response. Do not evade my inquiries. Please answer directly. All right. I will respond. I would save my comrades first, and then strive to clarify my actions. Zhongding, your response is erroneous. One must strive to enhance their own strength. Those who dare to speak recklessly shall face dire consequences. Reflect upon this, Zhongding. If you possess the prowess of the original generation, even in defeat, who would dare to cast aspersions upon you? Foolish Zhongding, strength is paramount. Fenger, do not be so extreme. You must have faith in your comrades of the village. Zhongding with the ponytail, despite all my words, you remain unyielding. Let us see the true measure of your abilities. Unruly child, do you wish to test if your father's white fangs are sharp? My 1,000 years of kill has never been in vain. I shall not fall for the same trick twice. Prepare to meet your demise, ungrateful child. A chorus of anguished cries echoed throughout the living room. This father-son clash concluded with Chu Feng's posterior significantly broadened. Struggling in his own chamber, Chu Feng muttered, "Ponytail Zhongding, you shall pay for this. I will sever your ponytail one day." Chapter 4. Chu Feng. Upon returning to his bedroom, Chu Feng let out a profound sigh. A hint of helplessness etched upon his face. In his previous life, he was named Chu Feng, a mere orphan. However, after a single slumber, he awakened in the world of Naruto, becoming the eldest son of Kiki Sakumo and the future elder brother of Kiki Kakashi, the sixth Hokage of Konoha. His name transformed into Chu Feng. At the onset of his transmigration, Chu Feng was filled with exhilaration, envisioning a future where he would become renowned throughout the shinobi world, striking down Madara and kicking Otsutsuki. Yet, he was reborn as an infant, his body developing from the very beginning. Due to the limitations of an infant's physique, Chu Feng could only vaguely perceive his surroundings. Although an adult's soul resided within him, it was incapable of controlling such a frail body. His moments of consciousness were exceedingly fleeting. This state of muddled existence persisted until he was over a year old. It was at this juncture that Chu Feng began to unlock the potential of the Thunder Fruit from the One Piece world that had accompanied his birth. He had sensed this power within him since birth, but the constraints of his infant form had hindered any development. For 5 years, Chu Feng focused primarily on physical training, with the development of the Thunder Fruit as a secondary pursuit, while also practicing various ninjutsu. The profession of a ninja is characterized by high offensive capability, yet low defense. A powerful jutsu can obliterate worlds, yet one is vulnerable to the stab of a kunai. Yes, I mean you, Senju Hashirama. The elemental manifestation of the Thunder Fruit alleviated Chu Feng's concerns regarding physical attacks, yet a robust physique remains undeniably advantageous. Through 5 years of rigorous training, Chu Feng's physique grew increasingly formidable, and with the development of the Thunder Fruit, he became ever more attuned to the natural lightning elements, resembling the innate thunder spirit from the immortal novels of his past life. There remains much more to strive for only with strength can one dare to overturn the table. Meanwhile, in the Ninja Academy office, Tsunade, exuding authority, returned home with Kushina to the ancestral residence of the Senju clan. After the earlier commotion, her drowsiness had long since dissipated. Upon arrival, her brother Nawaki was already at home. "Sister, Kushina, you have returned. Let us hasten to grandmother's for a meal. Eat, eat, eat. That's all you ever think about," Tsunade retorted, playfully kicking Nawaki. "Wow, sister, what has happened again? Why did you kick me?" Zuki exclaimed, rubbing the spot where she had been struck, her frustration evident. "What, are you dissatisfied? Do I need a reason or a time to hit you? Just looking at you annoys me." Tsunade swiftly quelled Zuki's rebellious spirit. After kicking her younger brother, Tsunade's irritation from being disturbed in her sweet dreams dissipated entirely. "Come on, Kushina, let's go eat," she declared, leading the way with a radiant smile, guiding Zuki and Kushina toward the courtyard of the Uzumaki estate. With a beaming expression, Kushina followed suit, while Zuki cast a resentful glare at Tsunade's retreating figure. Upon entering a quaint courtyard, they were greeted by the sight of a kind-hearted elderly woman seated at the head of the dining table. Time's relentless passage had not left heavy marks upon her visage. Her red hair was styled into a bun, adorned with a diamond-shaped mark upon her forehead. Her eyes, seasoned by life's experiences, occasionally cast a gentle gaze upon the trio as they entered. "Grandma," Tsunade, Zuki, and Kushina exclaimed in unison. "Come, sit down and eat." The dining table was already laden with a sumptuous array of dishes. Tsunade, Kushina, and Zuki took their seats around the table. During the meal, silence enveloped them. Even Tsunade, who was typically boisterous, and the perpetually lively Zuki fell into a hush. Perhaps this was the custom of a great clan. After the meal, Mito gently patted Kushina's head and inquired, "Kushina, how was your day at school?" "Humph, those classmates mocked the color of my hair. However, I gave them a good beating. This afternoon, when I was on my way to find Sister Tsunade, I was blocked by 3 little rascals accompanied by a ninja. Yet, that ninja was swiftly defeated by Senior Kakashi. And there's also this effeminate blonde in our class named Minato Namikaze. His dream is to become Hokage as well. Although I find him a bit soft, he is, after all, my first friend." Kushina chattered animatedly while sitting beside Mito. "Really, you got blocked by someone? Why didn't you tell me? And who is Kakashi?" Tsunade, sipping her tea, playfully kicked Suki once more. Ouch! Kakashi? Suki winced at the sting. Recalling the boy. Oh, you're talking about him. He's in my grade, but not in my class. He's the son of the White Fang. He has a nickname, Violent Kakashi, and he has beaten up all the troublemakers in every class. Well, it seems the son of SHM is quite violent, unlike his father, Tsunade chuckled. Oh, it's not his fault. It's that Uchiha guy. Why does it always come back to the Uchiha clan? Suki asked. Uchiha Chuan is a prodigy from the Uchiha clan and is in the same class as Kakashi. In our first year, our class and there's practiced combat drills together, focusing on shuriken throwing. As you know, the Uchiha clan excels at shuriken throwing, even developing their own Uchiha shuriken technique. In that shuriken throwing class, Kakashi and Uchiha Chuan ended up in a tie, both achieving the highest scores. If it were anyone else, it would have been a different story. However, Uchiha Chuan believed that only he could secure the top position, thus he petitioned his teacher for a duel with Hitaki Kid. The outcome was swift and decisive. He was thoroughly bested by Hitaki Kid. That afternoon, as school let out, Uchiha Chuan returned home sporting dark circles under his eyes. His defeat catapulted Hitaki Kid to fame, and coupled with his striking good looks, he garnered the admiration of many girls. In our class alone, numerous girls held a fondness for him. Upon hearing the gossip, Tsunade chuckled and playfully teased Kushina with a glance, saying, "Oh dear Kushina, it seems you are under considerable pressure. Handsome boys always attract the attention of girls. Unlike certain individuals." "Tsunade, you speak nonsense," Kushina retorted. Her face flushed a deep crimson as she buried it in the embrace of Uzumaki Mido. Mido gently stroked Kushina's hair, smiling warmly in reassurance. "Sister, if you wish to discuss matters, do so without involving me." SHRU felt a deep sense of malice. "Am I truly as unremarkable as you suggest? I am your own brother, your dear brother. How can an elder sister mock her younger brother's appearance?" "Little G, let SHRU continue," Tsunade interjected. Fine. SHRU, please proceed." "Humph, let me take a sip of water first." Just as SHRU was about to assert himself, he noticed Tsunade's fist extending toward him, prompting him to hastily take a drink. Chapter 5. The initial impression of the big fat sheep. SHRU set down his teacup, gathering his thoughts before hastily stating, due to Hitaki Kid's victory over the renowned Uchiha clan, and with the adoration from the girls at school, some troublemakers from other classes, unable to tolerate Kid's newfound prominence, sought to provoke him. What vile little rascals! Upon hearing SHRU's account, an image of a lecherous white-haired figure unconsciously surfaced in Tsunade's mind. SHRU chuckled and continued in the same vein. "Haha, dear sister, do not be impatient. Initially, 5 individuals attempted to corner Hitaki Kid after school, only to be decisively countered by him. The following day, those 5 appeared at school with dark circles under their eyes." "Wow, SHRU, is that truly the case? Is Senior Hitaki Kid that formidable?" Kushina asked timidly. "That fellow possesses considerable strength." Those 5 were likely convinced but unwilling to admit it. The next day, they rallied their friends, forming a group of over 20 to confront Kid. "While I am unaware of the outcome, I have heard that many requested sick leave." "Wait, SHRU, when did this incident occur?" Tsunade paused for a moment. "It must have been last year, right?" "Why, sister, do you know about this?" Ha, so it was him." "What? Sister, do you know him?" "I do not. But I believe Dr. Hanako would be quite eager to make his acquaintance. Dr. Hanako is responsible for outpatient services, and on that day, just as she was about to finish her shift, over 10 bruised and battered children arrived, compelling her to work overtime and delaying her date with her boyfriend. The following day, Dr. Hanako complained to me about it. However, Hitaki Kid is also someone who bears grudges. In the ensuing days, the initial provocateurs found themselves cornered at the school entrance daily, instilling fear in them to the point that they dared not leave the school premises until they changed classes, which eventually concluded this matter. "Oh, cornered at the entrance? This little imp, Kushina. Remember to deal with those who bully you in this manner from now on. Strike them down so they dare not retaliate or provoke you. Tsunade, do not lead Kushina astray. Kushina, do not heed your sister Tsunade's words." Although Kushina responded affirmatively, a different gleam shone in her eyes. The tales of Kakashi Hitaki extend beyond this, do they not? Once, as I passed by their classroom, I witnessed a girl offering her lunch to Kakashi. To my astonishment, upon hearing his words, she fled in tears. "Oh, what did that little rascal say?" Tsunade inquired with curiosity. SHRU, maintaining a stoic expression, adjusted his tone, and replied, "Apologies, but I do not dine with those of an unappealing visage." Mikoto Uchiha paused, her hand holding the teacup faltering, as a momentary look of bewilderment crossed her usually impassive face. Next to her, Tsunade and Kushina were equally taken aback, particularly Tsunade, who felt her blood pressure surge, instinctively raising her hands to clutch the back of her head. Kushina, too, had her eyes open to the sharpness of Kakashi's tongue. Kakashi's demeanor is of the type that adheres to a principle of non-aggression. As long as others do not provoke him, he remains indifferent to them. To borrow a phrase from my past life, they are merely a bunch of muggles. On the following day, when Kakashi awoke, the pains had dissipated, and his swollen posterior had returned to its natural state. After having breakfast, he tidied up and set off for the Ninja Academy. School, training, developing his abilities. Returning home to confront his father, Tsukumo Hitaki, such was the monotony of life at the Ninja Academy. When the time for a break arrived, Kakashi proceeded to his secret training ground, as per his training regimen. This clandestine locale was situated by a small tributary of the Nakanagawa River, providing a convenient water source. Moreover, its proximity to the Forest of Death ensured a plentiful supply of wildlife for sustenance. In this session, Kakashi aimed to develop his own version of the lightning release technique, Purple Lightning, inspired by the future Raikiri of Kakashi Hitaki. This endeavor was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. Rather, Kakashi had been preparing for years, strengthening his physique and researching lightning release techniques. Years of preparation had instilled in him the confidence to undertake this training. Raikiri is a high-level technique, an evolution of the Chidori. It was developed by Kakashi Hitaki during his youth and combines both chakra nature transformation and shape transformation. When activated, this technique concentrates a high-intensity current of lightning release chakra in his hand, enabling him to pierce his target with extraordinary speed. The advantages of this technique lie in its rapidity and formidable piercing and cutting capabilities. However, it is accompanied by significant sound, lacks dynamic visual clarity, and its speed makes it difficult to perceive an opponent's movements. It was only after Kakashi acquired Obito Uchiha Sharingan that Raikiri truly reached its full potential. Despite possessing certain shortcomings, this technique showcases Kakashi's exceptional talent in ninjutsu. Nevertheless, for Kakashi, these drawbacks are entirely negligible. The objective of the new ninjutsu lies in achieving the utmost precision in thrusting and cutting. However, the speed imparted by the technique can overwhelm the practitioner's ability to react in time. Such rapidity may also obscure the practitioner's perception of the enemy's defensive maneuvers. Nevertheless, these shortcomings pose no significant challenge to me. The Thunder Fruit has induced a remarkable transformation in my reflexes, and my perceptual abilities have undergone substantial enhancement, thus fully accommodating the demands of ninjutsu. At this juncture, the paramount concern is how to maintain the variations in both the form and nature of lightning, with a particular emphasis on amplifying its thrusting and cutting capabilities. Understanding the focal points of my efforts, I commenced my experiments not far from the campsite. Possessing the power of the Thunder Fruit, I share an inherent affinity with lightning. In essence, I embody the very essence of thunder itself. Even with the aid of the Thunder Fruit, and after several years of physical training, I encountered difficulties in developing the ninjutsu. By noon, however, inspired by the lightning cutter, I succeeded in crafting a nascent form of a technique more suited to my unique attributes, Purple Lightning. This technique boasts enhanced thrusting and cutting abilities, with a broader destructive range. Most importantly, Purple Lightning is an unsealing ninjutsu, allowing for spontaneous activation. Pleased with the fruits of my labor, I resolved to indulge in some outdoor cooking in the afternoon to lighten my spirits, for a balance of work and rest would facilitate a smoother training experience. After a modest meal of the bento I had brought, I took a brief respite at my camp before venturing into the forest to hunt. Before long, I emerged with 2 wild rabbits and a small boar. In high spirits, I hummed a tune from my past life while preparing the game by the riverside with my kunai. The aroma of grilled meat soon wafted through the air. Frequenting the wilderness for solitary training, I often found myself unable to return home in time for meals, leading to my outdoor cooking endeavors. Having been raised in the land of flower cultivation, my culinary inclinations remained unchanged even in the ninja realm. My grilling techniques, honed over years of practice, had reached an exceptional level, and the marinade I concocted was truly unparalleled. In crafting this seasoning, I had even visited the barbecue establishment of the Akimichi clan to compare their marinade. The tantalizing scent of grilled meat wafted far and wide, inevitably attracting a few uninvited guests. Chapter 6. The boisterous eating of Tsunade after the tumultuous skirmish at the Ninja Academy and bolstered by Tsunade's formidable presence. Kushina seamlessly integrated into the school environment. However, those unruly children who had suffered her wrath kept their distance from her. Although Kushina had made other friends, her bond with the blonde-haired Minato remained the strongest. Today marked a day of respite at the Ninja Academy, and Kushina had arranged to train alongside Minato. Given the need for guidance during their practice, she sought the company of Tsunade, who was nursing a hangover. "Tsunade-ne, I want to train with my classmates. Please accompany me." "Absolutely not. They're just a bunch of little brats. Let SHJ take you. I want to catch some more sleep." Tsunade decisively refused. "SHJ left early this morning, and isn't home at all. Please, Tsunade-ne, just come with me." Alas, it is quite vexing. During these few days of respite, I yearn for a genuine rest. You may resolutely bury your head beneath the covers and deny any entreaties. After all, I have only a few days to unwind and indulge in a languorous slumber. Moreover, I am still feeling quite disheartened from last night's substantial financial losses. Who has the time to attend to a little child? Upon witnessing Tsunade's firm refusal, Kushina had anticipated this outcome. Calmly rising, she sighed and remarked, "Very well, Sister Tsunade. I shall inform Granny Mito." Consequently, the hungover Tsunade, under Mito's watchful gaze, willingly accompanied Kushina to the rendezvous. As Minato arrived at the school entrance, he spotted the crimson-haired Kushina alongside a golden-haired woman who appeared noticeably impatient. He waved eagerly at Kushina, who reciprocated his gesture. Tsunade, with a lackluster demeanor, shrugged her shoulders, utterly disinterested in attending to the child. However, she felt compelled to comply, as an elder was observing her closely. Soon enough, Tsunade followed Kushina and Minato to their destination. After directing Minato with a few gestures, she found a soft patch of grass, laid down, and succumbed to slumber, leaving the two youngsters to entertain themselves nearby. After a while, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, capturing the attention of Kushina, Minato, and the slumbering Tsunade. They followed the scent to its source. Just as Kakashi was about to relish his meal, he heard the footsteps of others approaching. "What a wonderful fragrance, Kakashi! Are you having a picnic here?" Minato exclaimed, filled with surprise. "What brings you all here, Minato, Kushina, and Lady Tsunade?" Kakashi replied, astonished. "We are here to train. Sister Tsunade has come to guide us." Kushina hurriedly explained. "Oh," Kakashi said, glancing skeptically at the crust in Tsunade's eyes. "What kind of expression is that, you rascal? And did you prepare this?" Tsunade retorted, glaring at Kakashi. "Oh, it's nothing, really. This is all my handiwork, Lady Tsunade. Would you like to sample it?" Kakashi offered. "Well, I suppose I could begrudgingly have a taste," Tsunade responded, motioning for Kushina and Minato to join in. "Well then, we shall not stand on ceremony. Thank you for your hospitality, senior. Such courtesy from the little son. Delicious," Kushina exclaimed, savoring the grilled meat. "Indeed, it is surprising how skilled you are, senior." Minato concurred, nodding in agreement. Tsunade, the most extravagant of the trio, devoured her meal with abandon, her legs spread as she indulged in the roasted fare. She relished her food with great enthusiasm. Observing the two voracious eaters, Minato, who had a smaller appetite, quickly joined the fray. Before long, a wild boar and two hares had all found their way into the bellies of the four friends. Tsunade let out a resounding belch, patting her satisfied stomach. "You, my boy, possess quite the culinary talent. Thank you for the compliment, Lady Tsunade." After enjoying a hearty meal and resting for a while, Kakashi stood up and dusted off his clothes. "Lady Tsunade, Kushina, Minato, I am preparing to return. If you feel bored, you may leave first. This area is near the Forest of Death where wild beasts often appear." Upon seeing Kakashi preparing to depart, Minato hastily interjected, "Wait a moment, senpai. I have a request." Kakashi turned, puzzled. "What is it?" "Please, let us engage in a duel. I wish to challenge you." Minato gazed at Kakashi with a determined expression. Kakashi met Minato's gaze with equal seriousness. "Understood, Minato. Follow me." With that, Kakashi dashed into the depths of the forest. Minato addressed Kushina and Tsunade. "Lady Tsunade, Kushina, please wait here for a moment. I will return shortly." Then, Minato swiftly followed Kakashi's figure. Kushina felt a pang of disappointment. She yearned to join in. Observing Kushina's forlorn demeanor, Tsunade felt both sympathy and amusement. She gently stroked Kushina's red hair. "Kushina, do not rush. Take your time. Isn't your relationship with Minato a good start? Kakashi's battle with that blonde-haired youth will reveal some of their capabilities. While your bond with Minato is strong, it is not as close with Kakashi. Once your connection with Kakashi deepens, you will be able to participate. For now, focus on strengthening your physique. When you are ready to challenge Kakashi, you can give it your all. Please, Sister Tsunade, teach me the ways of training. Oh, little one. The techniques of the Uzumaki clan are more than enough for you to learn. Should you have questions, feel free to ask grandmother. I cannot impart the clan's techniques to you. At most, I can teach you some combat skills. All right, little one, do not overthink. Prepare yourself, and I shall rest for a while. When you wish to leave, call for me, and I will escort you back. Tsunade closed her eyes, savoring the gentle breeze of the forest. Kushina gazed absently at the trees, watching Minato rush into the depths of the woods. After a considerable moment, Kushina seemed to resolve herself. Sister Tsunade, I have made my decision. Please teach me combat skills. I want to grow stronger and become the first female Hokage. Oh, little one, are you serious? Have you truly made up your mind? I have made my resolve. I wish to be recognized by Kakashi-senpai. At that time, I shall challenge him as well. Since you are determined, be prepared to endure hardships. Once training commences, I will not show mercy simply because you are my sister. All right, Kushina declared with unwavering resolve. Chapter 7, The Duel Whoosh. From the moment Minato caught up, the battle had begun. The first competition was a test of speed. Having watched Naruto in his past life, Kakashi was well aware of Minato's exceptional reflexes, making him an ideal candidate for mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. Observing Minato closing in, Kakashi exerted himself further, increasing his speed. Instinctively, Minato also accelerated. However, as time passed, Minato sensed something amiss. No matter how fast he tried to go, the distance between him and Kakashi remained unchanged. Watergate felt a jolt of surprise, urging him to grit his teeth and pursue relentlessly. After a brief moment, both individuals came to a halt. However, while Chu Feng remained composed and unruffled, Watergate was panting heavily. It was evident that in this initial contest of speed, victory belonged to Chu Feng. Watergate, take a 10-minute respite before we proceed with the next challenge. Thank you, Senior. 10 minutes later, the two faced each other, sealing their rivalry with a gesture. With a swift movement, Watergate launched the first assault, hurling several shuriken towards Chu Feng while simultaneously drawing a kunai from his ninja tool pouch and charging forward. Chu Feng leaned slightly to the side, effortlessly evading the incoming shuriken. Since this was merely a private sparring session, he refrained from employing his elemental transformation as a trump card. The shuriken whizzed past him, embedding themselves in a nearby tree with a series of soft thuds. Immediately, Watergate's kunai sliced through the air, aimed threateningly at Chu Feng's neck. Chu Feng took a step back, easily dodging Watergate's sudden strike, then reached out to seize Watergate's arm that held the kunai. Watergate, with remarkable reflexes, instantly relinquished his grip on the captured kunai and swiftly transitioned to grasp the fallen weapon, directing it towards Chu Feng's arm in an attempt to break free from his hold. In response, Chu Feng released Watergate, clenched his fist, and aimed a punch towards Watergate's face. Watergate sensed the force behind Chu Feng's punch and quickly performed a backward somersault to evade the blow. He regained his stance, kunai in hand, ready to confront Chu Feng once more. Watergate, your speed is commendable, yet your strength is lacking and your attacks lack potency. In your future training, focus on enhancing this aspect. Senior, are you suggesting that I should adopt a strength-based approach? Upon hearing Watergate's words, Chu Feng envisioned the brawny Watergate, a chilling thought that sent a shiver down his spine. The next moment, Chu Feng's expression darkened as he pointed at Watergate and exclaimed, "Nonsense. When have I ever suggested you pursue a strength-based style? What I meant was for you to develop a lethal attack that can secure a decisive victory in one strike. A single, powerful move combined with your exceptional agility is the path you should follow. I aim to help you address your weaknesses, not to alter your combat style." Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, Watergate felt as if he had received a profound revelation, instantly comprehending the direction of his future. He promptly straightened up and bowed deeply to Chu Feng, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance, Senior. I shall never forget it. All right, Watergate, let us resume our duel." Soon, Watergate and Chu Feng engaged in battle once more. The two exchanged blows, their kunai clashing against each other, emitting sparks with each collision. With a swift and unexpected motion, Chu Feng struck down a shuriken that had come from his blind spot, then aimed a kick at Watergate. Watergate swiftly pivoted to avoid Chu Feng's attack, rapidly maneuvering to Chu Feng's side, thrusting his kunai towards him. However, Chu Feng's reflexes were even swifter. His standing foot pivoted, allowing his other foot to strike first. Without warning, Minato was struck by a kick from Kakashi, letting out a muffled groan as he was sent flying. Crashing heavily against a large tree, his back sliding slowly down its bark. Clutching his chest and gasping for breath, Minato managed to utter, "Thank you for your guidance, senior. Enough with the thanks. Quickly lie down and don't move. I'll help you recover a bit before we head to the hospital," Kakashi replied, moving to Minato's side and reaching towards the area where he had been kicked. With arcs of electricity dancing on his hand, Kakashi quickly alleviated Minato's pain. "Senior, do you possess medical ninjutsu?" Minato asked, astonished. "What nonsense. This is merely a minor application of lightning release. I've dispersed your internal bruising and temporarily isolated the bioelectric signals in your body to dull the pain. You still need to get a thorough checkup at the hospital," Kakashi retorted. "Can lightning release be used in such a manner?" Minato pondered, somewhat bewildered. "Just a little trick," Kakashi remarked nonchalantly. Before long, Minato regained his ability to move. With Kakashi's assistance, he exited the forest. Upon returning to the picnic site, they discovered Tsunade and Kushina had not yet departed. Seizing the opportunity, Kakashi requested Tsunade to tend to Minato's injuries. With the finest medical ninja in Konoha at hand, there was no need to waste money on a hospital visit. Tsunade, in good spirits, eagerly employed her healing arts on Minato. Quite interesting, young Minato. Who treated your injuries?" she inquired. It was Kakashi-senpai," he replied. "Is there an issue, Lady Tsunade?" "No issues at all. However, Kakashi, you have quite the innovative mind. Utilizing lightning release to sever the bioelectric signals within a living being. Temporarily blocking pain. How intriguing. And dispersing the bruising in the muscles with lightning release. This is a fascinating concept," Tsunade commented while performing her healing technique, evaluating Kakashi's method. Kakashi was not surprised. After all, Tsunade was destined to be one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha and the 5th Hokage, possessing her own exceptional talents in ninjutsu. While demonstrating his abilities, Kakashi had not instructed Minato to keep anything hidden. Even if he had, it would have been futile. Such minor techniques could not be concealed from ninjas of the Sannin's caliber. "Just a small trick," Kakashi said, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Oh, a small trick?" "Using lightning release to sever the bioelectric signals and temporarily dull Minato's pain. This level of precision is merely a small trick to you? If your clan considers such feats trivial, I must seek out Senpai for a proper consultation," Tsunade teased as she finished treating Minato. Kakashi quickly waved his hands. "Haha, Lady Tsunade, please don't jest. To you, my method is merely a minor technique." Tsunade stepped closer to Kakashi, hands on her hips, and said, Kakashi, your ability to control lightning release chakra with such precision indicates a talent for medical ninjutsu. Have you ever considered becoming a medical ninja? If you agree, I could personally teach you the art of healing." Minato was unfazed by Tsunade's words, but Kushina beside them was taken aback by the unexpected proposition. Tsunade is renowned as a distinguished medical ninja, capable of personally inviting and instructing Kakashi, which speaks volumes about Kakashi's inherent talent in medical ninjutsu. Kakashi himself was astonished at the prospect of becoming a medical ninja. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Lady Tsunade. I shall arrange for my father to pay you a visit." Upon hearing Kakashi's enthusiastic acceptance, Tsunade joyfully patted him on the shoulder. "Oh, there's no need for that. This isn't about formal apprenticeship. It's merely a recommendation for you to pursue the study of medical ninjutsu. Since you've agreed, I expect you to come to the hospital after school in the next few days to learn from me. If I'm away on a mission, I shall have Kushina inform you." Chapter 8. Learning Medical Ninjutsu. Seeing Tsunade's hand approaching once more, Kakashi quickly dodged. Tsunade, slightly embarrassed, withdrew her hand and casually remarked to Kakashi, "If you perform well, upon your graduation from the Ninja Academy, I will recommend you to join the medical department, officially making you a medical ninja." At this point, Tsunade had yet to endure the heart-wrenching losses of her brother and beloved, remaining a devoted ninja of Konoha. In the entire ninja world, medical ninjas have always been a rare commodity. Even the esteemed village of Konoha places immense value on them. Tsunade felt a great sense of joy in recognizing Kakashi's medical potential. On their way back, Kushina could be heard humming an unfamiliar tune emanating from Tsunade's lips. As Kakashi walked home, he felt a sense of unreality. He had never anticipated the opportunity to study medical ninjutsu or become a medical ninja. However, the path of a medical ninja carries both advantages and disadvantages. While it allows one to apply for a position at Konoha Hospital, freeing them from undertaking village missions and assignments, it also signifies a high-income profession. It is said that in the years to come, Tsunade would boldly become a lucrative figure in the gambling circles of the ninja world, thanks to her acclaimed medical ninjutsu. By treating a few nobles, she could command exorbitant fees for her services. Conversely, a medical ninja might find it challenging to achieve military accolades on the battlefield, as they predominantly serve in rear medical camps, tending to the wounded. Moreover, unless one's medical skills reach Tsunade's level, it would be difficult to establish a notable reputation. Nonetheless, Kakashi felt no trepidation. He was confident in his ability to attain, if not surpass, Tsunade's level of expertise in medical ninjutsu. Upon returning home, Kakashi approached his father, Kakashi Sh Mitsu, to inform him of his impending studies with Tsunade. Kakashi Sh Mitsu's face lit up with pride as he advised, Kakashi, be sure to learn diligently from Tsunade. Although this is not a formal master-disciple relationship, it is essential to show her respect. His mother, Kakashi Hanar, chimed in. Lady Tsunade is a formidable medical ninja. Kakashi, ensure you dedicate yourself to your studies. Kakashi nodded. Mother, I understand. Lady Tsunade has instructed me to come to the hospital after school, so I may be returning home quite late in the coming days. Please do not prepare dinner for me in the meantime. Kakashi Hanar reassured him, you needn't worry about that. Just be cautious on your way home. Indeed. I shall take care, Kakashi replied. Lying in bed, Kakashi suddenly realized that if he pursued the study of medical ninjutsu, his post-school training regimen would inevitably be disrupted. It seems that mastering the shadow clone technique must be prioritized. The following day at the Ninja Academy unfolded in the monotonous routine of attending classes and studying. Except that the time meant for cultivation was now devoted to learning medical ninjutsu. After school, Kakashi hastily made his way to the Konoha hospital. The medical department of Konoha was seamlessly integrated with the hospital. Following Tsunade's orders, Kakashi entered Tsunade's office without any hindrance. Upon arriving, he found the office devoid of any other presence. Kakashi quietly settled onto the sofa, awaiting Tsunade's instructions. After a while, Tsunade entered, yawning and ruffling her disheveled hair. First, read these books, and then let me know if you have any questions. I will personally clarify them for you. I've performed several surgeries today and am only now able to take a break. For now, you can study on your own, she said, before resting her head on the desk and drifting off to sleep. Kakashi examined the books laid out by Tsunade. They were tailored specifically for novices, perfectly suited for a newcomer like him. It was clear that Tsunade had thoughtfully prepared a substantial amount of material. The future of the legendary three ninjas would not only be formidable warriors, but also distinguished mentors in their own right. Kakashi sat on the sofa, opening the book and immersing himself in its contents. The opening chapters introduced the concept of medical ninjas, followed by several pages detailing various training methods for precise chakra control. Subsequent sections outline the standards and levels associated with these training techniques. It explicitly stated that completing the water walking and tree climbing exercises merely constituted an introductory level. While these skills sufficed for an ordinary ninja, medical ninjas required significantly more meticulous training. As Kakashi perused the detailed entries, he realized he had already met the entry-level criteria for medical ninjas. At that moment, a gentle snoring sound emanated from nearby. Kakashi furrowed his brow, suppressing the urge to awaken Tsunade, and continued reading. Unbeknownst to him, 3 hours had elapsed. The sky outside had turned dark, and the streetlights illuminated the surroundings. Kakashi had been engrossed in his studies for 3 hours, during which Tsunade had also been asleep. Fortunately, there were no critically ill patients in the hospital requiring Tsunade's immediate attention. Otherwise, she would have been deprived of her rest. However, what left a lasting impression on Kakashi was Tsunade's unrestrained sleeping posture. Her face was pressed against the desk, flushed with an uneven complexion. A large puddle of drool had formed on the table, a testament to her unconsciousness. Glancing at the oblivious Tsunade, Kakashi's eyelids twitched slightly. Wow, Tsunade. As the only rose among the future legendary three, where is your decorum? What has become of your image? This somewhat disheveled appearance could easily break the will of those who admire you. Thankfully, This is the ninja world, and I lack a phone. Otherwise, I would capture this as Tsunade's embarrassing history. That would certainly be entertaining. In the office, the bewildered Tsunade and Kakashi exchanged glances, each taken aback by the other's presence. After exchanging glances for a while, Tsunade's thoughts gradually returned to her mind, and her consciousness began to awaken. At that moment, her stomach growled, shattering the tranquil atmosphere. Holding her belly, Tsunade approached Kakashi and pulled him outside. "You little brat, accompany me for a drink." "But Lady Tsunade, I am underage and cannot drink." "Ugh, you're such a nuisance. Just watch me drink then." "But Lady Tsunade, please let go of me. I'll accompany you." Tsunade completely disregarded Kakashi's pleas, gripping the back of his collar as she marched toward the barbecue restaurant. Although Tsunade was carefree, she had not lost her senses to the extent of taking a 7- or 8-year-old child to an izakaya. Along the way, doctors and nurses from the hospital chuckled as they observed Kakashi held by the nape of his neck. Kakashi's face flushed crimson as he looked at Tsunade, who was firmly grasping his collar. He felt an overwhelming urge to give this fierce woman a piece of his mind. Yet, considering the current disparity in strength between them, he restrained this impulse. A gentleman revenges himself. 10 years is not too late. One day, I shall surely pin you down and spank you for the humiliation of tonight. Chapter 9. An encounter with Yellow and Poison. Upon entering the barbecue restaurant, the air was immediately filled with the enticing sounds of sizzling meat. "Hey kid, I hear you can grill too? You'll take over soon." Kakashi looked astonished. "Lady Tsunade, is that really okay? I'm still just a child." Tsunade paid no heed to Kakashi's protests, taking the menu from the staff with a sense of purpose. "I'll have this, and this. And another bottle of sake. Little brat, why don't you order something too? Oh, and get him a glass of juice." No, that's enough. "This is more than sufficient," Kakashi insisted, waving his hands. Before long, the dishes Tsunade ordered began to arrive in a steady stream. After a hard day's work, a glass of shochu is the best reward. "Little brat, do you want one?" Tsunade's cheeks flushed, her demeanor slightly tipsy. "No, Lady Tsunade, I'm still underage and cannot drink." Kakashi felt resigned, merely focusing on grilling meat, transforming into an indifferent barbecue machine. As Kakashi placed the meat slices on the grill, the sizzling sound was intoxicating, whispering temptations into his ears. Under Kakashi's skilled hands, the meat transformed into an exquisite creation, showcasing a gradient of colors from pale to deep, from pink to golden brown, with the aroma of charred meat wafting through the air, illustrating the allure of barbecued delicacies. Though the fragrance of grilled meat permeated the air, the quantity on the grill was limited. Kakashi grilled at a steady pace, yet it could not match Tsunade's voracious appetite. With swift movements, Tsunade devoured the meat. Her cheeks puffed like a hamster, chewing on the offerings Kakashi had prepared. In the wake of Tsunade's whirlwind consumption, every dish was cleared away, and the bottle of sake was nearly empty. "Boss, bring me 5 more plates of each dish I ordered earlier. And another bottle of sake." Kakashi wore a gloomy expression, internally donning a mask of despair. "Oh heavens and earth! Is there no one who can reign in this monster? This is nothing less than the exploitation of child labor." It seems that the heavens have heeded the prayers of the young Konoha ninja, Kakashi. At that moment, the door of the barbecue restaurant swung open, and 2 ninjas entered. One of them had a pale complexion, a slender visage, and a gaunt figure. His long black hair cascaded down his back, and his golden, serpentine eyes glimmered with a venomous allure, accentuated by purple eyeshadow that extended to his nostrils. However, his austere countenance occasionally betrayed a flicker of weary impatience. The second individual was tall, adorned with a forehead protector inscribed with oil-stained characters. His long white hair had yet to reach his waist, and beneath his eyes lay crimson markings. At that moment, he rested a hand casually on the shoulder of his companion, seemingly unfazed by the evident impatience emanating from the first ninja. The figure in front was none other than Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, while the white-haired man behind him was the illustrious Jiraiya. It was evident that Orochimaru had been coaxed out of his laboratory by Jiraiya. As they entered, they happened upon the boisterous Tsunade rising to place her order. Jiraiya exclaimed joyfully, "Tsunade, what a coincidence." With that, he dragged Orochimaru over to Tsunade's table. Upon reaching, they were greeted by the sight of the beleaguered child laborer, Kakashi. "Tsunade, where did this little brat come from? Don't tell me you've started taking on apprentices?" Jiraiya queried, his face a picture of astonishment. Orochimaru, standing beside him, regarded Tsunade with equal curiosity. Tsunade quickly waved her hands, chewing on Kakashi's barbecue as she explained, "This child is the son of SHM Senpai and possesses a commendable talent for medical ninjutsu. He is merely learning from me. We are not in a master-apprentice relationship. Kid, these are my two companions, Orochimaru and Jiraiya." Kakashi promptly rose, giving a slight bow as he addressed them. "Greetings, Lord Orochimaru, Lord Jiraiya." Orochimaru nodded in acknowledgement, while Jiraiya cheerfully patted Kakashi on the shoulder. "Oh, so you are SHM Senpai's child. You're quite handsome, reminiscent of my younger days," Jiraiya remarked unabashedly. At this, Orochimaru averted his gaze in disdain. "What? Am I mistaken, proud Orochimaru?" Jiraiya retorted, noticing Orochimaru's reaction and leaping to his feet in protest. "Fool." Orochimaru had no desire to engage with his rather foolish companion. "What did you say? Proud Orochimaru, I challenge you to a duel," Jiraiya exclaimed in a fit of anger, prepared for a confrontation. Suddenly, a comical bump appeared on Jiraiya's head, causing him to fall silent in an instant. Kakashi, witnessing the entire spectacle of Jiraiya's punishment, felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Though he had known of Jiraiya's exuberant personality from watching the anime in his previous life, he was unprepared for such a vivid display. At that moment, the meat and sake Tsunade had ordered were served. The unfortunate Kakashi once again found himself as the relentless barbecue machine, though Tsunade seemed somewhat sated this time, consuming her meal with less abandon than before. The trio, having not seen each other in quite some time, found themselves fortuitously reunited, clinking their glasses together as they shared grilled delicacies and recounted their recent exploits. Tsunade pointed at Kakashi and remarked, "This lad possesses some medical talent. I am quite intrigued and wish to have him study medical ninjutsu under my guidance. As you all know, the scarcity of medical ninjas is significant. Having one more on the battlefield would provide an additional layer of security for our shinobi." Orochimaru, with a raspy voice, interjected, "Tsunade, do you sense that war is approaching?" "War? What war? Whom shall be at odds with whom?" Jiraiya inquired, chewing on grilled meat. Foolish Jiraiya. Orochimaru seemed to feel his intellect being undermined, muttering a curse at his companion. "What did you say, you arrogant Orochimaru? I am Jiraiya, the Great. Care for a duel?" "Jiraiya, sit down." Tsunade, in a fit of exasperation, delivered a punch to Jiraiya's head. The audacious display of violence startled Kakashi, yet he held a certain admiration for Jiraiya's resilience. What a splendid head. That crisp sound indicates a robust skull. Surely, Jiraiya's head cannot be turned to iron. Jiraiya covered his head, noticing Kakashi's amused expression from the corner of his eye. He then glared menacingly at Kakashi. "What are you laughing at? You brat from the Hokage clan? Was my question inappropriate? Pray, enlighten us on what they mean by war." Kakashi, taken aback by the thought of being engulfed in flames of conflict, wore a perplexed expression. He held no illusions about Jiraiya. Having perused countless Naruto forums in his previous life, he was acutely aware that the Second Shinobi World War would erupt in the coming years. It was during this tumult that the hidden Whirlpool village would be obliterated, leading to the wandering of the Uzumaki clan. Mito Uzumaki would pass away, and Kushina would become the new Jinchuriki. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru would earn the title of the legendary Sannin, garnering fame throughout the shinobi world. The conflict would also claim the lives of SHZ and Cat Dian, their deaths profoundly altering Tsunade's life, particularly SHZ's demise, which would affect Orochimaru's future. Kakashi took a few bites of the grilled meat on his plate, sipped his juice, and, with his ancestral deadpan gaze, addressed Jiraiya. "Lord Jiraiya, may I pose a question? How many years have elapsed since the conclusion of the First Shinobi World War? Is that not simple?" "It has been nearly a decade since the end of the First Shinobi World War," Jiraiya replied, raising his cup with ease. Tsunade and Orochimaru, intrigued, turned their attention to Kakashi, curious about the insights he might provide. Kakashi savored another bite of meat, drained his cup of juice, and requested another. He then stated to Jiraiya, "The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and Madara Uchiha, through their immense power, brought an end to the chaos of the Warring States period and established the system of one nation, one village. Other nations shinobi, inspired by their example, began to establish their own ninja villages. The formation of these villages indeed ushered in a measure of peace to the shinobi world. However, on the other hand, it also escalated the scale of warfare. Lord Jiraiya, during the time when the first Hokage was still alive, the various nations maintained a semblance of peace. deterred by his formidable power. However, upon his passing, the First Shinobi World War erupted. In this conflict, the Second Tsuchikage and the Second Mizukage met their demise in a mutual destruction. As the war progressed, the Second Hokage, Tobirama, and the Second Raikage, were also forced to fall. The Third Hokage stepped up to assume the mantle amidst the chaos. Child, why do you speak of these matters? They bear no relevance to our previous discussion, Jiraiya inquired, his expression one of confusion. Patience, Lord Jiraiya. Kakashi, sipping a freshly squeezed juice, continued. It has nearly been a decade since the First Shinobi World War concluded. During these years, the major ninja villages have recuperated and amassed their strength. The might of the great nation's ninja villages has gradually been restored. Lord Jiraiya, the heart of conflict stirs anew. The current shinobi world is rife with undercurrents. As each village awaits an opportunity, a chance to seize from others. Clap, clap, clap. Orochimaru cast a disdainful glance at Jiraiya, his eyes betraying no subtlety in their contempt. Truly, you are the child of Esma, a marked improvement over certain individuals. Jiraiya, incensed by Orochimaru's sardonic tone, erupted in frustration. You scoundrel, Orochimaru. I have long been aware of this. It is merely a test for him, a trial for the younger generation. Orochimaru, wholly indifferent to Jiraiya's ire, only served to further provoke him. Just as Jiraiya prepared to challenge Orochimaru to a duel, he was cowed by the piercing gaze of Tsunade. Tsunade's eyes twitched as she clenched her fists, the cracking sound resonating ominously. Jiraiya, should you feel restless, I can provide you with a means to unwind. Curious. Orochimaru turned to Kakashi, but, Kakashi, I have a question. How did you come by such information? By my estimation, you should still be a student at the Ninja Academy, beyond the reach of such knowledge. Kakashi met Orochimaru's gaze and suddenly broke into a smile. Naturally, my father imparted this knowledge to me. How could a mere academy student be privy to such matters? Orochimaru paused, his curiosity piqued, and then replied with a smile, Is that so? As Tsunade restrained Jiraiya, who was pleading for mercy with a grin, neither of them noticed the subtle exchange between Orochimaru and Kakashi. This became an unspoken secret between them. Interesting, Kakashi. Have you also sensed the shadows lurking within the village? The impromptu gathering of friends, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, had drawn to a close. Kakashi and Orochimaru each took it upon themselves to escort a drunken companion home. The inebriated Tsunade flailed about, and Kakashi found his small frame utterly inadequate to restrain her wild antics. By the gods, restraining a drunken Tsunade is more challenging than catching a wild boar during the new year. This fierce woman has no tolerance for alcohol. Come, let us continue drinking. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, let us drink on, Tsunade shouted, shaking an empty bottle towards the vacant street. Lady Tsunade, it is time to stop drinking. Lord Orochimaru and Lord Jiraiya have already taken their leave. Taken their leave? Ah, come on, little rascal, let's drink. A real man doesn't shy away from a drink. Suddenly, Tsunade bent over and began to vomit. Kakashi hurriedly stepped forward, gently patting her back to ease her discomfort. After she finished, Tsunade stumbled as she walked, and Kakashi quickly supported her. Her entire weight leaned on his small frame as he slowly guided the inebriated Tsunade toward the Senju ancestral home in Konoha. Assisting an unrefined, irresponsible drunken woman left Kakashi speechless, wishing he could thoroughly reprimand this intoxicated tigress. Upon finally reaching the Senju ancestral home, it was evident that most of the Senju clan had integrated into Konoha as civilians under the arrangement of the second Hokage, Tobirama. However, at this stage, Mito Uzumaki remained vigorous, and many clan members were still present in the ancestral home. Ju greeted them with the family's old servant, who took Tsunade from Kakashi, while Ju ushered Kakashi into the living room. Here, Kakashi encountered Mito Uzumaki, the steadfast pillar of Konoha. He immediately bowed respectfully, saying, Greetings, Lady Mito. Mito looked kindly at Kakashi and replied, You may simply call me grandmother. There's no need for formality. Thank you for taking care of Tsunade today. Kakashi responded, Yes, Lady Mito. I have been learning medical ninjutsu under Lady Tsunade. Although we do not have an official master-student relationship, she has imparted invaluable knowledge to me. It is no trouble at all. Mito gazed at Kakashi thoughtfully before asking, What are your thoughts on Konoha now? Expecting a casual conversation, Kakashi was taken aback by her question. Is this how elders from the Warring States era engage in conversation? He quickly composed himself and responded, Konoha is thriving. full of potential for development and a bright future ahead. At his words, a flicker of surprise crossed Mito's eyes. As the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and a member of the Uzumaki clan, she possessed the ability to discern the truth behind one's words through the chakra of the Nine Tails and her clan's unique perception. Mito easily sensed Kakashi's disappointment mingled with confidence, with the latter prevailing. Disappointment. This child seems troubled by Konoha's future. Confidence. He appears determined to resolve these issues. What on earth have you all done to make this child feel disillusioned? Interesting, this little one, mused Mito, her inner Nine Tails speaking sternly. Indeed, Nine Tails. I also find this child rather peculiar. His eyes resemble those of a human, yet his chakra emanates a tempestuous thunder. Mito chuckled. It seems Konoha has birthed an anomaly. Is this a blessing or a curse? Chapter 11. Konoha. For listening to the Nine Tails' ominous tone, Mito smiled slightly, unconcerned. Surely, it is a good thing. Though this child's chakra is filled with the sharpness and brutality of thunder, it is not dark. On the contrary, there exists within it an extraordinary confidence. Nine Tails. The old woman. I place my faith in the tender sprouts emerging in the village. As Nine Tails listened to Mito's words, she flicked her tail in irritation. Oof, old woman. Do not ruin this. Kakashi understood the terrifying nature of the seemingly youthful old lady before him, yet he had no intention of saying much more. Among the disciples of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, aside from the indifferent Akimichi Torafu and the deceased Uchiha Kagami, the remaining four harbored various ulterior motives. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, still possessed the commanding presence of a shinobi, showcasing exceptional skills. He was entrusted with the heavy burden of Hokage during a time of turmoil. Under his leadership, the strength of Konoha village flourished, gradually leading to its prosperity. He appointed members of the second Hokage's guard as elders of Konoha, consolidating power over numerous shinobi clans, thereby achieving centralization. He nurtured elite disciples such as Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, enriching Konoha's foundation. However, the third Hokage's poor judgment regarding people and his excessive emphasis on relationships with the elders allowed Danzo to gain power, causing calamity to befall Konoha. The elders, Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mido Kato, monopolized the upper echelons, suppressing newcomers. Consequently, in the original timeline, Tsukumo Hatake committed suicide, Tsunade left, Orochimaru defected, and Jiraiya wandered the ninja world, with many formidable figures either perishing or departing. Particularly after the death of the fourth Hokage, Konoha faced a dearth of talent, lacking individuals capable of shouldering great responsibility. At this moment, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had yet to reach the later stages of his life characterized by senility and indecision. The elders, Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mido Kato, were still diligent in their duties. Only Danzo Shimura remained unrelenting in his ambition to become Hokage. Around him gathered a fervent faction of zealots he had manipulated. Although they had not yet explicitly formed the infamous Root organization, its embryonic form was beginning to emerge. Mito Uzumaki gazed at Kakashi and stated calmly, "Is it Danzo?" Though phrased as a question, her tone bore no hint of doubt. Kakashi also regarded this renowned figure from the Warring States era, offering no response, merely observing in silence. Mito, well aware of Danzo Shimura, had encountered him multiple times during the lifetime of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Not to mention her ability to perceive the entire Konoha village with her powerful sensory techniques. In Mito's view, Danzo was ambitious, willing to employ any means necessary to achieve his goals. Yet, his capabilities fell short of matching his aspirations. This discrepancy made it easy for him to undertake actions with unpredictable consequences, which would ultimately burden Konoha as a whole. Furthermore, his obsession with external powers was excessive. To put it plainly, he harbored deep jealousy towards Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, particularly towards Madara. Having witnessed the climactic battle between the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and Madara Uchiha, he was awed by their unparalleled might. Thus, he yearned to obtain the powers of Wood Release and the Sharingan. However, what he fails to comprehend is that it is not the powers of Wood Release and the Sharingan that are formidable, but rather the prowess of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha that elevate them to greatness. In the later stages, Danzo Shimura acquired Hashirama's Wood Release and Madara's Sharingan. Yet he could not harness their true potential. His command of Wood Release was inferior to that of Yamato, and his utilization of the Sharingan paled in comparison to Kakashi's. Ultimately, Danzo himself may not even realize the profound fear of death that resides within him. His mind is perpetually consumed by coercion, manipulation, control, schemes, and calculations. He would never permit his subordinates to surpass him in strength. Thus, he employs insidious methods to control them, ensuring that members of the root organization lack absolute power. Danzo Shimura, living a life of subterfuge, never possessed the vision or demeanor befitting a Hokage. A rat in the sewers cannot bear to see the light above. The sound of footsteps outside interrupted the meaningful exchange between the two. Shinjuro entered with great fervor. "Grandma, I've arranged for someone to prepare a sobering soup for my sister. She is now asleep." After explaining the situation to Uzumaki Sueho, Shinjuro turned and smiled as he approached Kakashi, patting his arm and saying, "Kakashi, I am Shinjuro from the adjacent class. Although we are not in the same grade, I have heard much about you. Thank you today for bringing my inebriated sister back." Kakashi waved his hands dismissively. "It was nothing. Lady Tsunade has guided me on the path to becoming a medical ninja and has personally taught me medical ninjutsu. I am immensely grateful. Looking after a drunken Lady Tsunade was merely a small favor." This was sincerely Kakashi's sentiment, and he chose to disregard any previous disparagement of Tsunade's drunken state, dismissing it entirely. "To have been persuaded by my sister to become a medical ninja. It seems your talent in medical ninjutsu is quite remarkable." Shinjuro laughed. "Who dares to claim high medical talent in front of Lady Tsunade? Don't jest with me, Shinjuro." He extended a finger, waving it in front of Kakashi. "Just yesterday, my sister mentioned to me and my grandmother that she discovered a promising student in medical ninjutsu." "Indeed." Uzumaki Sueho chimed in. "Tsunade has high hopes for your medical abilities." Kakashi humbly smiled, repeatedly declining the praise. "Lady Tsunade is too kind." Glancing at the sky, Kakashi bid farewell and headed home. Shinjuro, ever courteous, personally escorted him to the door. On his way home, Kakashi reflected. Uzumaki Sueho has been renowned in the ninja world since the Warring States period. Danzo's underhanded tactics hold no weight before her. He merely lacks the will to manage due to his age. And then there is Shinjuro, truly the grandson of Hashirama Senju. Humble and polite. He carries himself with grace and decorum. Naturally, being a descendant of the Senju clan, the founders of Konoha, he cannot possibly embody a foolish and brainless demeanor. Shinjuro watched Kakashi until he disappeared from view before turning back to the living room. Seeing his grandmother Sueho still waiting, Shinjuro hurried to her side, saying, "Grandma, it is quite late. Let me assist you to rest." Mito gazed at his grandson, who was supporting him, and reflected on the poised demeanor of Shinshu earlier, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction within. With a benevolent nod, Mito allowed Shinshu to assist him towards his bedroom. Along the way, Uzumaki Mito addressed Shinshu, inquiring about his impressions of Kakashi Hitaki. Shinshu lowered his head in contemplation before raising it to respond. "I have not had prior interactions with him, so I do not know him well. However, based solely on my initial impression today, I find Kakashi to be quite an intriguing individual." "In what way intriguing?" Mito asked, curiosity evident on his face as he awaited Shinshu's insights. His outward humility belies a strong inner resolve. He is not one to easily forge friendships. Yet he values those he holds in esteem. "Ha ha ha, Shinshu, make an effort to engage with Kakashi more often. But do so with sincerity, striving to become his true friend." "Understood, grandfather." In the late hours within the Hokage office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, toiled over village affairs, his lamp casting a solitary glow as he worked late into the night. Sarutobi's ascent to this position was born of necessity rather than through the proper channels. And not all clans within Konoha accepted his leadership, particularly the Uchiha clan. Fortunately, the unwavering support of Uzumaki Mito and the restraint imposed by Uchiha Kagami allowed Sarutobi to maintain his hold on the Hokage title. This occurred during the tumult of the First Shinobi World War, where Sarutobi, along with his comrades Shimura Danzo, Kurenai Yuhi, Minato Namikaze, Akimichi Torafu, and Uchiha Kagami, fought valiantly and achieved remarkable feats. It was through such valor that Sarutobi solidified his position as Hokage. However, among the 6 bodyguards of the second Hokage, Kagami had perished, and Torafu was gravely injured. Sarutobi, Kurenai, and Minato also bore significant wounds. Most peculiarly, Danzo had become an enigmatic figure, his right eye shrouded in a thick bandage, emanating an even darker aura. After Torafu recovered, he withdrew from the front line, paving the way for the next generation to rise to prominence in Konoha. Chapter 12. The Prophecy of Gamamaru. As Sarutobi continued his administrative duties, a masked ninja suddenly appeared before him. He paused his writing, lifting his gaze to the newcomer. Recognizing the ninja as one tasked with operations near the Senju ancestral home, Sarutobi understood that while the official duty was to protect Uzumaki Mido, the underlying mission was to monitor the Nine Tails. Anyone who came into contact with Mido was required to report to the third Hokage. Taking a deep draw from his pipe, Sarutobi addressed the ninja, known by the codename Ox. "What brings you here?" The Umbu ninja, half kneeling, reported, "Lord Third. Today Kakashi Hitaki escorted a drunken Tsunade back to the Senju estate, where he conversed with Lord Mido for a considerable time." Sarutobi exhaled a plume of smoke, his wise eyes gleaming with discernment. "Well done, continue with your duties. There is no need to concern yourself with anything further." "Yes, sir," Ox replied, promptly vanishing with a body flicker technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke to the shadows. "Crane, go to the archives and retrieve the file on Hitaki Kakashi." A voice from the darkness responded affirmatively. "Hitaki Kakashi, the child of Hitaki Tsukumo. Is he currently a student at the Ninja Academy? I wonder how his will of fire is faring." As Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked, he perused Kakashi's file. "Ah, a talent for medical ninjutsu, mentored by Tsunade. Perhaps I should suggest that Tsunade take him on as an apprentice? It's worth considering." Upon returning home, Kakashi found his father, Hitaki Tsukumo, and mother, Hitaki Hanar, waiting for him. Their anxiety dissipated upon seeing their son return. "Mother, I'm back," Kakashi announced. At his words, Tsukumo's expression darkened. In the blink of an eye, he activated the body flicker technique and appeared behind Kakashi. The young ninja was caught off guard and was swiftly lifted by his father. Almost immediately, he felt a sharp pain in his rear, a consequence of his father's playful reprimand. Despite his struggles, Kakashi could not escape Tsukumo's grasp. Hanar observed the father-son antics with a cheerful smile. Tsukumo, feeling a sense of relief, playfully swatted Kakashi's backside. "White-haired brat, one day I'll cut off that ponytail of yours." Kakashi, nursing his sore rear, glared at his father's retreating figure, muttering under his breath. As they entered the living room, one was in high spirits while the other bore an expression of resentment. Hanar inquired, "Kakashi, how was your day?" "It was fine. Just had to take care of a drunkard," he replied. "A drunkard?" Hanar asked, puzzled. However, Tsukumo remained unfazed. Having been a mentor to Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, he had earned their respect, even from a proud ninja like Orochimaru. Tsukumo had partnered with the trio on numerous missions, thus he understood their personalities well. Kakashi recounted the events of the evening to his mother. Although he had gathered some insight into Tsunade's exuberant character from his father, she still worried for her son, only now feeling completely reassured. Kakashi straightened his posture, lifted the teapot from the table, and poured tea for Tsukumo with an air of subservience. "Father, I wish to learn a jutsu from you." Tsukumo, well aware of his son's character, was surprised. Over the years, they had engaged in a battle of wits, and it was rare for Kakashi to ask for anything. The joy of fatherhood was almost palpable. Tsukumo raised his teacup, taking a sip with a theatrical flair, and assumed a paternal demeanor. "Speak. What jutsu do you wish to learn?" "The shadow clone technique?" Upon hearing Kakashi's request, Tsukumo pondered deeply and quickly grasped his son's intentions. He gazed at Kakashi, asking, "Are you certain?" Kakashi met his father's gaze and affirmed, "Father, I need this jutsu. Since you have made your decision, then follow me." With that, Tsukumo set down his teacup and stood, heading toward the backyard. "Mother, it's getting late. You should rest," Kakashi urged as he hastily rose to follow his father's footsteps. The following day, Jiraiya awoke from his drunken stupor. As he opened his eyes, he was greeted by a cerulean sky, with countless toad statues towering beside him. The incessant croaking of frogs resonated in his ears, aggravating his hangover to the point of near explosion. Upon careful examination of his surroundings, Jiraiya recognized that he was in the sacred land of Mount Maiboku. Just then, a somewhat shrill voice pierced through the air. "Little Jiraiya, are you awake? Come and savor a heartfelt breakfast prepared by a devoted housewife." Upon hearing the mention of a housewife's loving breakfast, Jiraiya's complexion turned ashen. Turning his head, he beheld a small green toad with purple hair and lips standing before him. It was the sage Shima. On a nearby patch of ground lay plates adorned with a kaleidoscope of writhing insects, some still squirming. The sight of the wriggling creatures churned Jiraiya's stomach, prompting him to rush aside and vomit. After expelling the contents of his stomach, he felt a slight alleviation from his hangover and weakly uttered, "Sister, I truly have no appetite." Shima's expression darkened. "Little Jiraiya, are you truly going to reject a housewife's loving breakfast?" Jiraiya shivered at her tone, hastily forcing a smile. "How could I dare refuse? Sister, I..." Just then, a larger toad named Fukasaku leaped in from the distance. "Shima, the great sage toad has awakened and wishes to see Jiraiya." "Humph, the foolish old man. Does he not realize how rare a housewife's loving breakfast is?" Fukasaku stood by, silent and sheepishly nodding in agreement. Shima turned back to Jiraiya with a smile. "After your meeting with that foolish old man, you must come here and enjoy the breakfast I have meticulously prepared." Jiraiya nodded vigorously. "Certainly, sister, I will undoubtedly come to savor your loving breakfast." "Excellent." With that, Shima hopped away with delight. Under Fukasaku's guidance, Jiraiya made his way to the palace of the great sage toad. Upon entering, he beheld the great sage seated regally at the center of the hall. The great sage was adorned in orange, with yellow eyes. A string of prayer beads around his neck, featuring a light purple cat's eye stone inscribed with mystical characters, and topped with a scholar's cap. As Jiraiya stepped into the palace, the sage Fukasaku called out loudly, Great Sage Toad, awaken. Little Jiraiya has arrived." The great sage opened his eyes and addressed Jiraiya. "Who are you? What brings you here?" Fukasaku, exasperated, replied, "Great sage, this is little Jiraiya. Is this how you choose to greet him?" Unperturbed, the great sage turned back to Jiraiya. "Oh, you're little Jiraiya. What is it that you seek?" Fukasaku interjected, "Great sage, did you not summon him? Please stop jesting." The great sage placated Fukasaku. "Oh, come now, I was merely joking. No need to be so irritable." With a deep sigh, Fukasaku felt an overwhelming sense of resignation at the great sage's antics. The great toad sage, with a serious expression, addressed the awkward Jiraiya below him. "Young Jiraiya, the lines of destiny have shifted. The future is now entirely obscured." Jiraiya, kneeling beneath him, respectfully inquired, "Great toad sage, what have you seen?" The sage replied languidly, "Thunder. A sky filled with thunder." Chapter 13. Learning to master sage techniques early in the morning. Kakashi had arranged for his shadow clone to attend school, while he himself prepared a lunchbox and made his way to the Konoha hospital. He directly proceeded to Tsunade's office to await her arrival. After a brief wait, Tsunade entered, yawning and rubbing her disheveled hair. "Hey, kid, why aren't you at school? You've come here so early." "Tsunade-sama, I've sent my shadow clone to school." "Oh, you're also using shadow clones to skip classes, huh?" Maybe." Tsunade chuckled awkwardly a few times before changing the subject. "All right then, since you've arranged for your clone to go to school, you can assist me during the day. Continue reading the book I gave you yesterday, and feel free to ask me any questions if you have doubts. By the way, what level of chakra control have you reached now?" "Level 3. Oh, quite impressive." Upon hearing this, Tsunade smiled and raised her hand, pointing to the wardrobe nearby. "Kid, there are new coats in there. Find a fitting one to change into. We'll be busy soon." Kakashi obediently chose a white coat from the wardrobe and, after putting it on, began his arduous journey of interning under Tsunade. As a newcomer, he was prepared to learn from the basics. Although interning with Tsunade primarily meant assisting her, he absorbed a wealth of knowledge and directly experienced the concepts from the previous day's studies. Throughout the day, Kakashi focused on learning how to properly bandage wounds. The chakra and stamina of a medical ninja are finite. They cannot simply use medical ninjutsu on every patient they encounter. Suturing, bandaging, and identifying medications are also crucial knowledge for medical ninjas. The hospital and medical department host many medical ninjas, whose skills do not compare to Tsunade's, but who are nonetheless capable of handling most ordinary injuries. After careful observation, Kakashi noted that many medical ninjas had not mastered sage techniques. By noon, Tsunade handed over her healed patients to the nurses and wiped the sweat from her brow. The two of them retreated to the break room, where Kakashi opened the lunchbox he had brought. In an instant, a delightful aroma filled the air. At that moment, Kakashi noticed Tsunade staring intently at the lunchbox in his hands. "How about we share a meal?" "Huh, that would be wonderful. Thank you so much." Without hesitation, Tsunade snatched the lunchbox from Kakashi's hands and began to devour its contents voraciously, showing no intention of sharing. Kakashi felt a sense of dejection, realizing that his polite offer had met with an unabashedly greedy response from this unrestrained woman. Having swiftly finished her bento, Tsunade contentedly patted her belly and, with a look of sheer bliss, remarked, "Delicious." After wiping her mouth, she shoved the empty bento box back into Kakashi's hands. "I'm going to take a nap. Anything that needs to be discussed can wait until I wake up." With that, she unceremoniously laid down on the bed in the break room and drifted off to sleep. Kakashi, with a furrowed brow, felt an urge to vent his frustration on her. However, recalling Tsunade's current volatility, he prudently suppressed his anger. Upon Tsunade's awakening, she noticed Kakashi's confusion and took the initiative to clarify. Healing techniques are a rare form of medical ninjutsu, and there are only a handful of practitioners in the entire hospital and medical department. This technique requires not only meticulous chakra control, but also a substantial amount of chakra as a foundation. By the way, if you're interested in learning, feel free to rummage through my cabinet. There are scrolls and books related to it inside. Just return them to their rightful place after you're done. With a mischievous glint, Tsunade playfully tucked Kakashi under her arm. Just as he was about to agree to peruse her collection of scrolls and books, he suddenly found himself enveloped in softness. Kakashi struggled to break free from Tsunade's playful grip. "Is this what they call a cleansing foam? I nearly smothered myself." His face flushed crimson. He stammered at Tsunade. "Lady Tsunade, if you have something to say, please say it without resorting to such antics." Oh my, the little lecher is shy," Tsunade teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. What little lecher? "Lady Tsunade, please do not speak nonsense." Kakashi flailed his arms, utterly flustered. All right, I won't tease you anymore. You are welcome to peruse the books and scrolls in my cabinet anytime. But what? But you must bring me a bento whenever you bring one for yourself." The chicken in today's bento was delightful, and those meatballs were splendid. "Remember to bring me an extra portion tomorrow." Kakashi's eye twitched in irritation. He felt like giving this female bandit a piece of his mind. She snatched my bento and now expects me to cater to her whims. As if this were a restaurant. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his rising frustration. With Tsunade's permission, he decisively selected scrolls pertaining to the healing technique. Tsunade watched quietly, showing no concern as Kakashi stealthily studied the ninjutsu. Not to mention that the techniques Tsunade had recorded were among the more challenging ones. If Kakashi were to master them all, she would undoubtedly leap for joy. For if he mastered these medical ninjutsu, she could comfortably pass the responsibility on to him and indulge in her gambling pursuits. In the days that followed, Kakashi settled into a routine. His physical self accompanied Tsunade in her medical ninjutsu training, while his shadow clone attended school. Afterward, he continued to develop his thunder fruit, crafting his own unique ninjutsu. 3 days later, Kakashi gazed calmly at the vibrant green light emanating from his palm. Is this truly a high-level ninjutsu? Though he had brought the scrolls back 3 days ago, his actual practice of the healing technique had been rather brief. During the day, one must shadow Tsunade at the hospital, and after hours, delve into various texts studied previously. The breadth of knowledge required to become a medical ninja is vast. Additionally, time must be allocated to develop one's own thunder fruit, leaving scant moments for learning the art of sage techniques under the tutelage of Tsunade. The following day, Tsunade stared blankly at Kakashi's hands, her mouth slightly agape in disbelief. Suddenly recalling her own learning days, she eagerly inquired, "Young man, recount the process of your sage technique training to me, with no detail omitted." In response to Tsunade's questioning, Kakashi casually shrugged, replying with an air of nonchalance. "It's just the usual, really. I work at the Konoha hospital during the day, and in the evenings, I read books and scrolls. That's how I learned." Observing the infuriating expression on Kakashi's face, Tsunade erupted in expletives. "I can't believe this." Tsunade was fully aware of Kakashi's activities over the past few days. During the day, he shadowed her at the hospital. After work, he would first train before returning home, where he continued to study books and scrolls. And just like that, he claimed to have mastered the techniques? It was incomprehensible. She glanced at Kakashi and then thought of the medical ninjas in her department, who often lamented their struggles. Tsunade's mindset began to unravel. Is this what genius looks like? Initially, I merely believed this kid had some talent. I never anticipated he would be this formidable. Wait a minute, this prodigy is my pupil, after all. Ha ha ha. Only an exceptional teacher can cultivate exceptional students. I truly am remarkable, Tsunade thought proudly. Placing her hand on Kakashi's shoulder, her expression turning serious as she admonished him. However, do not let your pride blind you. There are numerous medical ninjutsu techniques still awaiting your study. Once you have mastered them and can apply them with ease, I will arrange for your examination. Kakashi promptly assured her, "Yes, Lady Tsunade, I will study diligently and not disappoint you. Go ahead and study. From today onward, you need not assist me any longer." After much contemplation, Tsunade allowed Kakashi to remain in the break room to study quietly. After several days of learning, Tsunade discovered that Kakashi had already grasped the fundamentals of medical knowledge. Rather than having him linger at her side, it would be more beneficial to expedite his learning, enabling him to become a formal medical ninja sooner. Tsunade was also curious to ascertain whether Kakashi's prowess stemmed from innate talent or mere fortune. Chapter 14. Are you regretting it? With Tsunade's support, Kakashi no longer needed to assist her and could focus on studying in the break room each day, free from distractions. With ample time and Tsunade available to clarify any doubts, along with occasional hands-on guidance from her, Kakashi mastered the chakra scalpel in just 2 days. In the ensuing days, Kakashi absorbed knowledge and medical ninjutsu from Tsunade like a parched sponge, fervently seeking to learn. Tsunade transitioned from her initial shock to gradually becoming accustomed to the situation, eventually reaching a state of numbness as she realized that all her accumulated knowledge and medical ninjutsu had been thoroughly extracted by Kakashi. 3 months later, Tsunade personally led Kakashi to participate in the assessment for medical ninjas. As anticipated, Kakashi Haruno passed the assessment with flying colors, successfully becoming a medical ninja and securing a position as a doctor at the Konoha hospital, thereby shattering the previous record set by Tsunade. In a quaint tavern adorned with natural beauty, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, 3 old friends, gathered once more. "Tsunade, why do you appear so listless? Is something troubling you? By the way, where is that child from the SHM family who has been accompanying you?" Jiraiya exclaimed, his exuberance evident as he met Tsunade's gaze, his eyebrows playfully dancing. Orochimaru, curious, lifted his glass, directing his attention to Tsunade. Initially, Tsunade shot a fierce glare at Jiraiya, causing him to shudder in response. Afterward, she addressed her companions, "It's nothing significant. I just feel utterly drained. Let us not dwell on that. What have you both been up to lately?" Since the trio had participated in the Jonin exams, they had all successfully ascended to Jonin rank. Each had formed their own teams, engrossed in various tasks. Tsunade busied herself at the Konoha hospital, Orochimaru immersed in his research, while Jiraiya ventured outside the village to undertake missions or clandestinely gather materials. Orochimaru took a sip from his glass and, in a raspy voice, remarked, "I just concluded a rather troublesome mission that consumed quite a bit of time." Jiraiya rubbed his hands together, chuckling sheepishly. "Well, I've been rather occupied." Observing Jiraiya's hesitance, Tsunade and Orochimaru quickly grasped his unspoken intentions. Tsunade, without mincing words, interjected, "Enough of that. You needn't elaborate. Are you once again spying on girls while they bathe? Are you penning those risque novels of yours?" With a thud, Tsunade slammed her glass down and banged the table, fiercely warning Jiraiya, "If I catch you taking SHM to any peculiar places again, or giving him those strange books, I swear I will dismantle your ribs one by one." Jiraiya hastily waved his hands in denial. Misunderstanding. That was SHM's doing. He brought it back on his own. It has nothing to do with me." Despite his fervent defense, a hint of guilt seeped through his words. Orochimaru observed quietly, taking in the fierce Tsunade and the sheepish Jiraiya. Unbeknownst to him, a faint smile crept upon Orochimaru's lips. This moment was one of the rare instances he cherished. Relishing the camaraderie of drinking and dining with Tsunade and Jiraiya, sharing amusing anecdotes from their lives while quietly enjoying their playful banter. Soon, their bellies full and spirits lifted, the trio prepared to depart. Noticing Jiraiya's alertness, Orochimaru cast a disdainful glance at the incessantly grinning Jiraiya before silently rising to leave. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stood by the window, gazing out at the nightscape. He drew contemplative puffs from his pipe, a customary respite for him. A stack of documents lay on the desk, prominently featuring the name Kakashi Haruno. Under the auspices of Tsunade's recommendation, the student Kakashi Hatake swiftly entered the medical department, mastering a plethora of medical ninjutsu in a mere 3 to 4 months. His medical proficiency surpassed that of numerous healers within the Konoha hospital, culminating in his successful passage of the medical ninja examination. Tsunade herself even remarked that Kakashi's medical aptitude rivaled her own. On the very day the examination concluded, Kakashi's extensive dossier found its way to the desk of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Upon reviewing this document, Hiruzen felt a surge of joy. The scarcity of medical ninjas made the addition of an exceptional healer a boon for the village. Gazing at the likeness of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, carved into the Hokage monument, he softly mused, "Teacher, do you see this? The new sprouts of Konoha are beginning to flourish, destined to become the mighty trees that will shelter future generations." At that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, followed by the abrupt entry of the office door. "Hiruzen, I wish to request an individual." The intruder was none other than the cunning and duplicitous one-eyed dragon, Danzo Shimura. At this juncture, Danzo had not yet established his notorious root organization, and his right eye was still bound in bandages, untouched by any physical experiments. "Danzo, you seek someone? Whom do you desire?" The chief who recently passed the medical ninja examination, Danzo replied with a grave demeanor. Hiruzen regarded him with a serious expression. The name of the chief from this medical examination is Kakashi Hitaki, son of Tsukumo Hitaki. "What purpose do you have in requesting him?" Danzo, maintaining his solemnity, responded, "My current subordinates lack proficient medical ninjas. If you assign him to me, he can serve the village more effectively. Moreover, I am certain that both Tsukumo and Kakashi would not refuse such a request." At this stage, Danzo was already laying the groundwork for his own root organization. Yet he found himself lacking capable ninjas to rival Hiruzen's authority. Over the years, Tsukumo Hitaki's reputation had spread throughout the ninja world, his name becoming a nightmare for shinobi from other nations. Danzo aspired to bring Tsukumo under his command, yet he feared the potential of being unable to control such a formidable figure. As previously noted, Danzo harbored a deep-seated fear of being overshadowed by his subordinates, prompting him to employ cursed seals to manipulate them or to threaten them using the funding of the Konoha orphanage. The recent medical ninja examination had unveiled a prodigious talent named Kakashi Hitaki. Soon, Kakashi's dossier was also laid before Danzo. Danzo yearned to acquire Kakashi for two reasons. First, to obtain a medical ninja with talent akin to Tsunade's, whom he could indoctrinate and bind with a cursed seal, ensuring his loyalty. Second, to leverage Kakashi as a pawn against Tsukumo, compelling him to serve Danzo's interests. Hiruzen, well acquainted with Danzo's intentions, resolutely declined, stating, "Impossible. He has already applied to become a doctor at Konoha Hospital. Upon his graduation from the Ninja Academy, he will commence his tenure at Konoha Hospital. You should relinquish any hopes." Shimura Danzo had not anticipated that Sarutobi Hiruzen would decline, and in a fit of rage, he bellowed, "Hiruzen, all my actions are for the village." The third Hokage steadfastly maintained his stance. "Danzo, medical ninjas are not within your purview. You are aware of their scarcity. Having one more exceptional medical ninja ensures greater security on future battlefields. I absolutely cannot condone your actions." "Hiruzen, I am the Hokage," Danzo retorted. "You will come to regret this, Hiruzen." Chapter 15. The furious Tsunade with a bang. The door to the Hokage's office was thrust open, crashing against the wall with a dull thud. Shimura Danzo stormed out in a fit of fury, while the umbu surrounding the office remained as oblivious as ever, accustomed to such scenes. At this moment, Danzo strode with the confidence of a dragon, entirely devoid of the frailty he would later exhibit. "Hiruzen, you are far too weak. Everything I do is for the village. Teacher, I am the one most suited to be Hokage." Kakashi Hitaki successfully passed the examination for medical ninjas, and in the ensuing days, he began to independently manage various patients. Having worked in the hospital for an extended period, he had grown familiar with the doctors and nurses. He was well versed in the procedures for attending to patients, conducting diagnoses, and administering treatments. Although he was accustomed to these processes, handling patients independently required a transition from initial awkwardness to eventual fluency. At Konoha Hospital, in the lounge, Kakashi was leisurely sipping juice while perusing Tsunade's cherished diaries and scrolls. Suddenly, the lounge door was violently flung open, crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. Kakashi startled, nearly instinctively preparing to utilize his abilities. Tsunade stormed in, her face a mask of fury. She snatched the juice from Kakashi's hand, and before he could intervene, she downed it in one gulp. Wait a moment. Kakashi thought it prudent to distance himself from the irate Tsunade. As he gathered his belongings, he muttered, "It's nothing, really. I better not mention it, or I'll be pummeled to death by her. Where do you think you're going?" Tsunade's grip crushed the cup in her hand as she glared at Kakashi. His escape plan was thwarted. Sensing her anger, it was wise to concoct an excuse to slip away. "Ahaha, I just treated 2 patients today. and I intend to check on their recovery in the ward. Kakashi quickly devised a rationale. The fire had already ignited at the city gates. Remaining in the lounge could lead to collateral damage. Sit down. Tsunade paced angrily in the lounge. Do you know? Those old geezers can only bark orders. Utterly clueless, yet incessantly babbling. That old man too, always shielding his comrades. It's infuriating. Kakashi felt a sense of foreboding as he absorbed the words escaping Tsunade's lips. Instantly deducing that the old man she referred to was none other than the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Indeed, that old curmudgeon was one of the members of the council. Are the higher-ups scheming again? In this moment, the only issue capable of provoking such ire from Tsunade must pertain to the reforms in the medical department and among the medical ninjas, right? Kakashi inquired softly. Lady Tsunade, is this about the reforms in the medical department and the medical ninjas? See for yourself. Tsunade sulked, leaning over her desk and sliding the documents toward Kakashi. He accepted the papers, scrutinizing them intently. As he continued to read, his eyes widened in shock at the revelations contained within. What the? I always assumed the third Hokage and his ilk were conservative, but it turns out they are rather radical. Isn't this a rather vast leap? Kakashi was acutely aware of the stringent standards required to become a medical ninja. The major nations and their respective villages lacked a comprehensive training system for medical ninjas, resulting in a sluggish pace of development and a lamentably small number of medical ninjas. The term Konoha 4 primarily referred to the proposals put forth by Shizune. The essence of the reform was to shift from a traditional apprenticeship model, wherein a master instructs a single apprentice, to a more mass education approach, akin to an assembly line. A cohort of gifted ninjas would be gathered and taught by seasoned medical ninjas. The individual most affected by the reforms in the medical department was Tsunade herself. Fortunately, as a recently graduated medical ninja, Kakashi would not be directly involved in such monumental decisions. His role would be limited to providing assistance. In truth, the Konoha 4 had become somewhat overconfident. The previous reforms of the Ninja Academy had been exceedingly successful, granting them considerable assurance. Therefore, the reforms in the medical department carried a certain radicalism. Alas, Tsunade, this fierce woman, is in for a challenging time ahead, with an ignorant leader issuing misguided directives. Isn't this the quintessential case of an outsider attempting to guide an expert? Kakashi regarded Tsunade with sympathy. He promptly set aside the document and picked up a borrowed book and scroll to delve into his studies. Observing Kakashi's reaction, Tsunade was both infuriated and amused. She slammed her hand on the table, glaring at Kakashi. You little brat, do you think you can escape? You're already registered under the old man's name. You know, Danzo and the old man had a spat over your affiliation. Kakashi was taken aback. He had anticipated that the cunning Danzo would notice this matter, but he hadn't expected it to happen so soon. It seems I must intensify my development of the Thunder Fruit. With this thought in mind, Kakashi gathered his belongings and addressed the still fuming Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, it's time. I must clock out. Before Tsunade could respond, Kakashi had readied his bag and attempted to slip out of the break room. However, just as he approached the door, Tsunade seized him by the collar and hissed menacingly. You brat, wait a moment, otherwise you'll regret it. Unable to resist the imposing authority of Tsunade, Kakashi stood obediently at the entrance, awaiting the conclusion of their workday together. Hurry up, it hurts. Those Uchiha scoundrels have dared to harm the villagers. I shall lodge a complaint at the Hokage's office. As Kakashi and Tsunade reached the first floor, they witnessed members of the police department hurriedly carrying several patients into the Konoha hospital. What is going on? Tsunade gestured for Kakashi to examine the patient's injuries while she approached the leading officer, who happened to be Uchiha Fugaku, the current head of the Uchiha clan and the father of the future Uchiha prodigy, Itachi. After a meticulous inspection, Kakashi returned to Tsunade's side and reported multiple fractures and extensive muscle damage. Tsunade furrowed her brow and addressed Fugaku. That was rather excessive. They are our own villagers after all. With sincere regret, Uchiha Fugaku apologized. I am truly sorry, Lady Tsunade. It was our mistake. Just as the injured villagers were about to escalate their complaints against the Uchiha clan upon hearing Fugaku's acknowledgement, one of them let out a pained scream, silencing the room. Tsunade and Fugaku turned their attention to the patient, only to find Kakashi standing beside him, gripping the fractured area with a cold glare. This is Konoha Hospital. Please maintain your composure. If you cannot remain quiet, I shall ensure you are silenced forever. And you all as well. With that, Kakashi's icy gaze swept over the other patients. These individuals were clearly ruffians who, under the instigation and support of certain factions, often tarnished the Uchiha clan's reputation. They were inept in all endeavors, yet insatiable in their greed. Engaging in slanderous gossip came effortlessly to them. The thought of his father, Kakashi Hitaki, potentially succumbing to the vile words of such trash, filled Kakashi's heart with a tempest of wrath. Chapter 16. Is it justifiable? Several patients trembled under Kakashi's frosty glare, hastily lowering their voices to plead with Tsunade. It was those Uchiha rascals who injured us. Please, Lady Tsunade, grant us justice. Upon hearing their accusations, Uchiha Fugaka struggled to maintain his composure. The tension in his clenched fists revealed his inner turmoil. The Uchiha clan, while known for their unconventional behavior, held no disdain for the innocent villagers. They possessed their own pride and treated common villagers with a degree of respect, if not overly gracious. What did you say? Faced with the patient's slanderous claims, Fugaka managed to restrain his temper, refraining from argument. However, his clan members were not so composed. One Uchiha member retorted, "You lot. You were drunk in the tavern, seeking a free meal. Not only did you refuse to pay, but you also assaulted the tavern owner, endangering innocent villagers in the process. When our law enforcement personnel arrived to intervene, not only did you refuse to cooperate, but you also insulted the leader of the Uchiha clan." Tsunade regarded the injured before her with the same disdain one might reserve for refuse. Though her temperament was far from ideal, she would never engage in drunken misconduct. What audacity it is to deride the leader of a clan. A few drinks have caused you to forget yourself entirely. Tsunade, possessing extraordinary talent, held no particular animosity toward the Uchiha clan. She approached matters with a sense of impartiality, treating all parties fairly without bias. As Tsunade's expression darkened, the injured parties hastily began to feign distress. "Oh no, my hand is broken. It must be the Uchiha clan's fault." Before they could finish their lamentations, they were abruptly interrupted by Kakashi. "Lady Tsunade, since patients have arrived at the hospital, how can I, as a medical ninja, stand idly by? I have decided to stay and tend to their injuries." With a wry smile, Kakashi cast a glance at the injured. Upon seeing the expression on Kakashi's face, the injured were about to beg for mercy, but in an instant, he had sealed their chakra points with his Senbon, rendered immobile and unable to utter a sound. They could only cast terrified glances at Tsunade, hoping she would intervene. Tsunade remained stoic, unwilling to shield these villagers simply because they were injured. She addressed Kakashi, "Do not forget to charge their medical expenses to them." Then, turning to Fugaku Uchiha, she added, "Although your grievances are understandable, your response was excessive. Once their treatment is complete, take them back to the police department for proper handling. Do not forget to report this incident to the Hokage's office." Tsunade adeptly resolved the situation, effectively protecting the villagers. While some individuals may have tacitly supported the villagers, the Uchiha clan was nonetheless a renowned ninja family in Konoha. Handling a few unsavory characters discreetly was a matter no one could contest. Even if both parties engaged in ruthless tactics, without evidence, who could clarify the situation? Departments of power, such as the police, often find themselves at odds with the common folk of Konoha, easily inciting public ire. Under the design of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, the Uchiha clan became closely intertwined with the police, and coupled with their proud and disdainful demeanor, they easily attracted the village's animosity. One cannot help but commend the cunning and treacherous nature of Tobirama Senju. Kakashi Hitaki's treatment was swift, and soon the door to the treatment room swung open. Several patients lay on stretchers, their faces pale and bodies occasionally convulsing, their eyes filled with terror. "Noble ninjas of the Uchiha clan, we confess, we were wrong. Please take us back to the police department. We beg you." Witnessing the dramatic shift in the villagers' demeanor, a few Uchihas curiously regarded Kakashi, eager to discern how he had managed to heal these individuals. Tsunade also cast an intrigued glance at Kakashi. Clearing his throat, Kakashi replied earnestly, "I am merely a fledgling medical ninja who has recently passed my certification. My skills are not yet refined, which is quite reasonable, is it not? Since my medical expertise is lacking, it stands to reason that I may need to attempt reconnecting broken bones multiple times, does it not? And given my limited proficiency, it is also plausible that I might misidentify the fracture site, inadvertently dislodging other bones, correct? Furthermore, my forgetfulness in administering anesthetics is entirely justifiable, is it not?" These for seemingly reasonable inquiries caused beads of sweat to form on Tsunade's brow, while the Uchihas looked on in astonishment, and the patients wore expressions of sheer dread. Tsunade thought to herself, reasonable? What nonsense! Was it not you who the doctors praised this morning? Am I hallucinating? Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugako pondered, how ruthless. Is this not akin to dislocating a person's bones, and then resetting them? Such torment would be unbearable for even a ninja, let alone these villagers. The injured individuals, however, had only one thought. They wished for the Uchihas to escort them to the police department, far from this white-haired boy who was treating them. Observing the villagers' desperate pleas, the Uchiha clan members sighed. Sometimes, the wicked must be tempered by the wicked. After addressing this unexpected situation, Tsunade and Kakashi departed the hospital together. As they exited the hospital, watching the members of the police department leave, Tsunade lamented, the discontent towards the Uchiha clan within the village is growing louder. The old man and his cronies seem indifferent, allowing these sentiments to fester. If this neglect continues, a significant crisis will inevitably arise. Kakashi interjected, what good is complaining? You are not the Hokage. Why burden yourself with such concerns? Do you find the reforms within the medical department to be effortless? Are you seeking to take on additional responsibilities? When you become Hokage, then you may address these matters. Taken aback by Kakashi's retort, Tsunade turned to him in exasperation, shouting, you insolent brat, are you lecturing me? Hurry up, I want to go to your house for dinner. Chapter 17. Tobirama's mistakes and the darkness of the village. Kakashi was bewildered. Why must we dine at my home? Tsunade asserted confidently, because I am hungry. If you are hungry, then go home and eat. Why would you come to my house for a meal? As Tsunade's mind sparked with a clever idea, she mischievously smiled and said, earlier at the hospital, you mentioned you were still a novice, not yet proficient in your medical skills. As your instructor in medical ninjutsu, I have decided to make a home visit. However, it became evident that such an expression of embarrassment would never grace Tsunade's face. With her mother, Konoha Hanar, away visiting relatives, Konoha Kid had no choice but to take to the kitchen himself. Observing the Konoha princess voraciously devouring her meal, Kid mused that had Tsunade lived in a past life, she would undoubtedly have thrived as a food vlogger. Kid witnessed, with astonishment, the enormous chicken leg being swallowed whole by the Konoha princess, who effortlessly spat out the clean bone afterward. Goodness, how could such a large chicken leg not choke you? And your mouth is quite the acrobat. Your future boyfriend will surely be fortunate, he thought. Hey, what are you staring at? Come join me. I didn't expect you to be quite the cook, she exclaimed. Oh, flattery will get you nowhere. Cooking is merely a hobby of mine, Kid replied, joining her in the delightful feast before Tsunade could claim all the food for herself. With a satisfied belch, Tsunade reclined on the sofa, savoring her contentment. After a moment, she abruptly sat up and, observing Kid tidying the dishes, inquired, youngster, advise me, why do the elders allow the villagers to express their discontent towards the Uchiha clan? Kid turned to her, his expression one of perplexity, and replied, do you wish for the truth or a fabrication? Is there really a distinction? Please share both, Tsunade urged. The truth is that the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the other high-ranking officials of Konoha have inherited your great-grandfather Tobirama Senju's will, aiming to guard against the Uchiha while striving to integrate them into the Konoha family. These rumors are merely a necessary tactic, he stated. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's face contorted with distaste as she retorted, you little rascal, are you seeking a fight? Speak of something else. If I speak the truth, you threaten me. What an unreasonable situation. Should I then share a falsehood? Are you certain you wish to hear it? Kid countered. Tsunade, tightening her fist, glared menacingly at him and warned, you better hurry up, or I'll have to teach you a lesson. Lady Tsunade, allow me to pose a question. Why do you think your great-grandfather, the second Hokage Tobirama, established the police force? Was it for restriction, precaution, or fear? Fear? Ha ha ha. You truly are a child. My great-grandfather feared the Uchiha? Don't be ridiculous. Observing Kid's serious demeanor, Tsunade gradually tempered her laughter. Lady Tsunade, your grandfather, the first Hokage Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara were renowned as the heroes of the Warring States period. Their might cannot be described in simple terms. As you know, the reconciliation between the Senju and Uchiha clans laid the very foundation of what is now Konoha village. One could say that the Senju and Uchiha clans are the founding families of Konoha. Based on the Senju and Uchiha, other ninja clans were attracted to join, along with the civilians seeking protection from afar, all of which together formed present-day Konoha. Lady Tsunade, your granduncle, the second Hokage, indeed possessed a spirit that surpasses that of ordinary individuals. His vision transcended the confines of his clan, contemplating matters from the perspective of the entire village. The second Hokage dismantled the Senju clan with his own hands, resulting in numerous members reclaiming their surnames and becoming commoners in Konoha. However, it is only the Senju clan that can restrain the Uchiha clan. Thus, I implore you, Lady Tsunade, if a figure akin to Uchiha Madara were to arise once more, how should we proceed? Tsunade hesitated, her expression one of utter bewilderment, as if she were deciphering an ancient text. What nonsense are you spouting? Uchiha Madara, the Shura of the ninja world, a once-in-a-millennium individual. Are you mad, or am I? Ignoring Tsunade's reaction, Kazuki continued. You might argue that not every Uchiha possesses the prodigious talent of Madara. Indeed, the prowess of both Hashirama and Madara is not something just anyone can emulate. However, let us not forget, Lady Tsunade, which is easier, awakening the Sharingan for the Uchiha or enhancing the strength of the Senju. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, feared the potential escalation of power that the Sharingan could bring, which is why he dreaded the re-emergence of a ninja like Madara. In this present day, the third Hokage and the other leaders of Konoha harbor a profound apprehension towards the Uchiha clan. Some even grapple with feelings of inferiority, which only intensifies their desire to acquire the power of the Sharingan. They might invoke the name of the second Hokage and adopt even more extreme measures to suppress the Uchiha. This could manifest as limiting the Uchiha's development, gradually eroding their strength, assassinating Uchiha members on missions outside the village, and further entrenching the police force's ties to the Uchiha clan, ensuring that they can never find a firm foothold in the hearts of the villagers. If they can tame the Uchiha into obedient hounds for the higher-ups, only a handful of clan members will remain, merely existing as tools for the production of Sharingan. Should the Uchiha prove difficult to subdue, then the only recourse would be to sacrifice the entire clan, extracting every ounce of their essence and leaving nothing behind. In this manner, some would amass the wealth accumulated by the Uchiha over the years, not only filling various voids, but also significantly strengthening their own clans. Others would seize the Sharingan of the Uchiha, finally obtaining the power they have long coveted. Of course, Lady Tsunade, all of this is mere conjecture. Upon hearing Kazuki's startling declarations, Tsunade was rendered speechless, the encroaching darkness and malice within the village striking at the core of her spirit. Observing Tsunade's dazed expression, Kazuki laughed heartily. He waved his hand in front of her face and said, Lady Tsunade, awaken, it is time to return home and rest. Tsunade regained her composure, gazing at Kazuki with a complex expression. She could discern that although he wore a smile, it did not reach his eyes. This child can perceive such truths, she thought. Suddenly, Tsunade realized that despite his young age of 6 or 7, Kazuki possessed insight that far exceeded that of an ordinary person. Narration, of course. My exterior may resemble that of a child, but my mind is that of an adult. In a previous life, having watched countless animations and engaged in fervent discussions with esteemed individuals on forums, all those efforts were not in vain. Tsunade no longer regarded Kakashi as a naive child, but rather as an equal ninja. With hopeful eyes, she inquired, Do you possess a method to resolve these matters and eradicate the darkness from our village? Lady Tsunade, I once came across an intriguing phrase. Without proper names, words lack resonance. What position do you assume when asking this? As the elite medical jonin of Konoha, or as the prospective fourth Hokage? Chapter 18. Application for graduation. Upon hearing Kakashi's insinuating words, Tsunade's gaze sharpened, yet she refrained from directly answering his question. Rising from her seat, she approached Kakashi and gently patted his shoulder, saying, You have successfully passed the medical ninja assessment. Hurry and conclude your affairs at the academy, for there are many matters awaiting our attention. Watching Tsunade's departing figure, Kakashi discreetly smiled. His earlier words were indeed a subtle test, probing whether Tsunade harbored aspirations of becoming Hokage. Furthermore, it served as a means for Kakashi to subtly influence her. Surely, Tsunade would consult her esteemed ancestor regarding his comments. With such an admonition, it is likely that the current higher-ups of Konoha would exercise greater restraint. Even if Tsunade did not aspire to become Hokage, this would procure time for subsequent developments, allowing Kakashi ample opportunity to assist a certain infatuated blonde. The blonde in question sneezed, exclaiming, Achoo! Who is talking about me? Early the next morning, Kakashi's true self arrived at the academy. Upon returning to the ninja school, he made a beeline for the teacher's office, expressing to his instructor, Mr. Hatada, his desire to apply for the graduation examination. Mr. Hatada, bewildered, led Kakashi to an empty classroom. Assuming that Kakashi's request was merely a fleeting whim, Mr. Hatada began to persuade him. Kakashi, you are only in the 2nd grade. Perhaps you should reconsider. Though Kakashi recognized Mr. Hatada's good intentions, he interrupted the teacher's ramblings. Presenting the certificate of his medical assessment approval, backed by Tsunade's endorsement, Kakashi left Mr. Hatada without grounds for further objection. Holding the certificate, Mr. Hatada's expression became complex as he regarded his student. Kakashi's handsome appearance had drawn the attention of many girls in school, which troubled Mr. Hatada. Yet, Kakashi's academic prowess, undeniably the top of his class, endeared him to the teacher. With a pat on Kakashi's shoulder, Mr. Hatada sighed deeply, stating, Kakashi, to be frank, I truly do not wish for you to graduate so soon. Once you graduate, you will no longer be a student of this school. You shall face the harsh realities of the ninja world. I know I cannot dissuade you, and that for you, this graduation assessment is merely a game. Nevertheless, I must urge you to exercise caution. In the 2nd grade, Kakashi Hitaki applied for early graduation from the Ninja Academy, an endeavor that quickly drew the attention of the academy instructors, who reported the matter to the 3rd Hokage. Kakashi's name had long since captured the interest of the higher-ups, particularly the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who took a keen interest in him. As Hiruzen puffed thoughtfully on his pipe, he turned to the academy instructor and remarked, Since Kakashi possesses both the ambition and the capability, let us arrange for his early graduation. The new sprouts of our village must be nurtured. The instructor readily acquiesced, exiting the Hokage's office to prepare for the assessment. Ordinary graduates from the Ninja Academy were required to proficiently execute the 3 basic techniques: the clone technique, transformation technique, and substitution technique. Mastery of any one of these techniques sufficed for a successful graduation. Occasionally, during times of war, the scope of the assessment was broadened. For instance, during the 3rd Great Ninja War depicted in the original narrative, the conditions for graduation were relaxed, allowing students of 4 years or more to participate in the graduation examination. This approach was advantageous, as it enabled the swift replenishment of forces depleted by warfare. Although students who graduated during wartime were granted the rank of genin, they were often dispatched directly to the front lines, resulting in a lack of experience and opportunities for learning and growth. However, in this era of peace, the difficulty of the assessment would increase for students seeking early graduation. The most challenging portion of the evaluation involved a combat encounter with a genin, requiring the approval of the chief examiner. Kakashi's opponent in this practical test was a member of the Sarutobi clan, distinguished by his thick mustache, a trait characteristic of his lineage. Kakashi greeted him politely, bowing slightly. Good sir, I am Kakashi Hitaki. I appreciate your efforts in serving as the examiner. What was intended as a courteous introduction elicited a twitch at the corner of the examiner's mouth. Angrily, he retorted, Hey kid, I'm only 15, not some old man. Taken aback, Kakashi scrutinized his opponent with skepticism. 15? Are you jesting? Your beard is denser than your hair, and you claim to be 15. The Sarutobi ninja, incensed by Kakashi's incredulous gaze, resolved to demonstrate his prowess. Just you wait, little brat. You will soon learn the might of Sarutobi Ichi. The chief examiner, suppressing a chuckle, approached the combat platform and announced, Kakashi Hitaki versus Sarutobi Ichi. Let the combatants assume their stances. The duel begins now. As the examiner's voice faded, Kakashi swiftly closed the distance to Sarutobi Ichi. Seizing the opportunity before his opponent could react, he maneuvered behind him and struck with the edge of his hand at the back of Ichi's neck. As darkness enveloped him, Sarutobi Ichi lamented inwardly. What the? This kid just ambushed me, a fellow 15-year-old. With a resounding thud, Sarutobi Ichi collapsed onto the combat platform. The examiner's jaw dropped in astonishment, mirrored by the surprise of the other supervising officials. Lying on the ground, Sarutobi Ichi was a familiar figure to the monitors, although still a genin. He had already proven capable of defeating chunin from other villages single-handedly. Initially, it was believed that it would take some time for the 2 individuals to determine a victor. However, to everyone's astonishment, the formidable jonin, Sarutobi Asuma, was unexpectedly defeated in an instant. This event provided the proctors with a clearer understanding of Hitaki Kakashi's abilities. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was observing the arena through a telescope, was momentarily taken aback. Nevertheless, being a seasoned and powerful ninja, Hiruzen quickly regained his composure. He retracted his crystal ball and commanded, "Tsurugi, after the examination, bring Hatake Kakashi to see me. Teacher, please announce the results." "Oh." The chief examiner snapped back to attention and promptly declared, "Hatake Kakashi has successfully passed the examination. Congratulations to Kakashi for officially becoming a ninja. You may collect your forehead protector from your teacher shortly. Thank you, esteemed teachers." At that moment, with a swift whoosh, a masked ninja appeared on the arena, revealing himself to be the Umbu ninja, Tsurugi. In a calm tone, Tsurugi addressed Kakashi. "Kakashi, the Hokage wishes to meet with you. Please follow me." Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "Thank you. Please lead the way." Upon hearing Kakashi's agreement, Tsurugi activated the body flicker technique and departed, unwilling to be outdone. Kakashi also employed the same technique to pursue his guide. In the previous chapter, the author described Senju Tobarama's fear of the Uchiha clan. Some may argue that the author is speaking nonsensically, pointing out that Tobarama had previously slain Uchiha Izuna, suggesting that an ordinary Manjiki Sharingan posed no threat to him. Indeed, Tobarama was not afraid of individual Uchiha clan members, whom he could easily dispatch with one hand. However, the author posits that Tobarama's trepidation stemmed from the Uchiha's extreme temperament and the rapid enhancement of their abilities that accompanied it. While Tobarama could certainly suppress the Uchiha clan, what about his successors? Did they possess the capability to confront the swiftly escalating power of the Uchiha's more unstable members? Would they yearn for that Uchiha strength? According to subsequent developments in the story, it appears that Tobarama's successors struggled to cope, particularly Shimura Danzo, who craved the powers of Senju Hashirama and the Uchiha, transforming himself into a grotesque being, neither human nor demon. As for the notion of an Uchiha becoming Hokage, that is preposterous. Just look at the chaos wrought in the Land of Water, where the Mist Village was thrown into turmoil. Chapter 19. The third Hokage's assessment and Shimura Danzo's fury upon hearing a voice from behind. The Umbu ninja known as Tsurugi was momentarily surprised. Although this was not his fastest speed, it should not have been possible for a mere newly minted genin to keep up. In an instant, Tsurugi quickened his pace. Nevertheless, no matter how fast he accelerated, he could still feel the presence trailing closely behind him. Soon, both reached the Hokage Tower, and Tsurugi led Kakashi to the Hokage's office. Standing in the Hokage's office, Tsurugi observed Kakashi, who showed no signs of fatigue, and felt a twinge of frustration. He quickly dismissed his complicated thoughts, cast a lingering glance at Kakashi, and then knocked on the door, announcing, "Lord Hokage, the examination has concluded, and I have brought Kakashi." Upon hearing Tsurugi's report, a slightly weary voice emanated from within the room. After a moment of toil, "Please invite classmate Hatake to enter." Outside, Crane nodded at Hatake Keed before vanishing. Keed adjusted his attire and gently pushed open the door to the Hokage's office. This marked Keed's first encounter with the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. At this moment, Sarutobi still exuded a vigorous presence, with his hair and beard remaining a deep black, embodying the prowess of the legendary ninja. Perhaps due to the prolonged handling of Konoha's affairs, a hint of weariness graced his visage. Keed approached the desk and stood tall, declaring, "Hokage-sama, Hatake Keed reporting for duty." The third Hokage set down his brush, looked up with a smile, and said, "Ah, Keed, you have arrived. First and foremost, congratulations on passing the examination. Welcome to the ranks of Konoha's ninja. I hope you will continue to strive diligently and safeguard our village." Keed stood upright, a resolute expression adorning his face, and replied, "Yes, I shall adhere to your teachings, Hokage-sama." The third Hokage waved his hand dismissively, chuckling, "No need to be so formal. Keed, you are now an official ninja. May I inquire why you chose this path? What is your dream?" A sense of gravity filled the air as Keed's demeanor shifted, radiating an aura of righteousness. "Hokage-sama, my aspirations are not particularly grand. I simply wish to live a humble life. I am a part of this village, where my family and friends reside, and I do not wish for them to suffer harm. Thus, to gain the strength to protect them, I have become a ninja. I will continue to strive and grow stronger to safeguard those I hold dear." Upon hearing Keed's heartfelt words, the third Hokage took a deep draw from his pipe, then solemnly addressed him, "Keed, I can sense your earnest desire to grow stronger in order to protect your comrades. Therefore, I implore you to persevere and not waver. Of course, Hokage-sama. I will maintain this protective spirit and forge ahead, Kid affirmed. The third Hokage nodded approvingly, then retrieved a forehead protector from his desk drawer. He handed it to Kid, saying, "Since you have successfully passed the ninja examination, consider this forehead protector a gift from me." With a beaming expression, Kid accepted the forehead protector from the third Hokage's hands. "Thank you, Hokage-sama. I will cherish and protect this forehead protector as I move forward." "Excellent, excellent, good child. Now that you have received the forehead protector, you may return for now. In a few days, I will arrange for you to form a team and commence your formal life as a ninja." Kid promptly agreed and left the Hokage's office, clutching the forehead protector. After walking a distance from the Hokage building, Kid carefully surveyed his surroundings, ensuring that no one was watching and that he felt no peculiar sense of being observed. Only then did he allow his previously jubilant expression to fade. Earlier, on the school's combat stage, Kid had sensed an unseen presence watching him. It was only upon meeting the third Hokage that he recalled Sarutobi's mastery of the telescope technique. Upon returning home, Hatake Kid exhaled deeply, expressing his exasperation at the complexities of dealing with those cunning old foxes. "Old foxes? What old foxes?" questioned Hatake Tsukumo, emerging from his room with a look of paternal pride as he beheld his son. He was already aware of Kid's premature application for graduation from the Ninja Academy, as well as his successful assessment. The very presence of the forehead protector in Kid's possession signified his official induction as a ninja. "Do you wish to know? I just returned from the Hokage's office." "What are you talking about, old fox?" The sharp retort from his son momentarily startled Tsukumo. Realizing that Kid had just come from the Hokage's office, Tsukumo swiftly changed the subject with a light-hearted laugh. "All right, old man. I am now a ninja too, and I might even become your subordinate. Therefore, Captain Hatake, I look forward to your guidance henceforth," Kid said earnestly, extending his hand towards his father, Tsukumo. Recognizing the gravity of Kid's gesture, Tsukumo grasped his son's still somewhat juvenile hand firmly. Grasping his son's hand and observing the growth of the child before him, Tsukumo's heart was filled with a tumult of emotions. Despite his son's frequent antics that undermined his composure, Tsukumo was acutely aware of Kid's astuteness and the fact that he had never caused him undue worry. Kid's prowess had been steadily advancing, and perhaps in a few years, he would no longer be able to chastise his son. Tsukumo felt a blend of joy and melancholy. He was elated that his son was evolving into a formidable man, yet saddened by the swift passage of time that had seen his child mature before his eyes. Releasing Kid's hand, the two walked side by side into the living room, where a gentle woman awaited their return. At the dining table, the family shared laughter and joy. Outside the room, the moonlight softly illuminated the evening. A breeze rustled through the yard, causing the small saplings beside the grand tree to whisper. In a corner of Konoha, the one-eyed Shimura Danzo suddenly overturned the table before him, sending documents flying into the air, scattering them across the floor. The many ninjas standing before Danzo immediately knelt on one knee, their heads bowed in silence. With gritted teeth, Danzo seethed, "Get out, all of you worthless fools." Upon hearing Danzo's furious outburst, the ninjas hastily exited the room, leaving the space solely for him. Once alone, Danzo unleashed his fury, exclaiming, "Damn it, that old relic. If you've aged so much, you should just expire already. How dare you still meddle in affairs? And that damn monkey, why do you listen to that old fool? Such cowardice. Teacher, you see this, do you not? I am the one truly deserving of the title of Hokage. I am the one capable of leading Konoha to greatness once more, the one who genuinely inherits your will." After venting his frustration with fervent shouts, Danzo sat in his chair, his expression one of brooding malice. Then, with a hand caressing the bandaged right eye, a chilling laughter escaped. "Indeed, Uchiha Kagami is remarkable. Truly a valued member of the Uchiha clan, and this Sharingan is extraordinarily useful. How could those brash members of the Uchiha clan possess such magnificent eyes? The power of the Sharingan must be wielded by my own hands. Only I am genuinely devoted to Konoha. The malevolent eyes of the Uchiha clan shall undoubtedly fall into my grasp, and these mindless Uchiha will surely feel honored. However, for now, it is prudent to remain in the shadows. I shall scheme for the Sharingan once the storm passes. My immediate priority is to expand my influence and to cultivate subordinates who are loyal solely to me. Relying only on the members of the Shimura clan is still insufficient. There is a reason for Shimura Danzo's fury. That day, Tsunade returned home, filled with confusion after hearing Kakashi's words. She recounted his remarks and her inner turmoil to her esteemed ancestor, Uzumaki Mido. Observing her distressed granddaughter, Uzumaki Mido embraced her, gently stroking Tsunade's hair. In a soothing tone, she comforted her beloved granddaughter, "Little Tsunade, rest peacefully. When you awaken tomorrow, all will be well." Under Mido's tender care, Tsunade quickly succumbed to slumber. Mido smoothed Tsunade's furrowed brow and gently covered her with a blanket. With an expression devoid of emotion, Mido addressed the hidden ANBU members outside the courtyard. "Bring the monkey to me at once." Soon, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, arrived at the Senju ancestral home to meet with Uzumaki Mido. Without any intention of beating around the bush, Mido stated plainly, "I am aware that the ninja world is currently unsettled, with signs of impending war resurfacing. Now is not the time to disrupt the unity within the village. Certain rumors must be quelled." The third Hokage nodded earnestly, promptly agreeing to her request. Exiting the Senju ancestral home, the third Hokage returned to his office with a grim expression. He immediately summoned all members of the second Hokage's bodyguard, reprimanding Danzo in the office. While other members wished to defend Danzo, the third Hokage interjected, "Lady Mido is quite upset," prompting the others to also chastise Danzo. The third Hokage harbored his own anger, as Danzo had engaged in unscrupulous deeds and had been caught. Particularly now, as the undercurrents of the ninja world swirled. War could erupt at any moment. It is crucial to unite the various ninja clans, especially the formidable Uchiha clan. How could one expect loyalty from Danzo, given his conduct? Thus, while Sarutobi Hiruzen endured frustration at the Senju ancestral home, Danzo faced his own reprimands in the Hokage's office. Danzo, ever obstinate and unwilling to concede, found himself stifled by the third Hokage's declaration, "I am the Hokage. I shall not regret," leaving Danzo to harbor his grievances in silence. Chapter 20. The establishment of Team 4 and the Bell Contest critique. In the following 3 days, no news emerged from the Hokage's office. Kakashi Maple was not in a hurry. He proceeded methodically to the Konoha hospital for work. During his shifts, he diligently practiced medical ninjutsu, and after hours, he devoted himself to developing his thunder fruit. The days were fulfilling yet unremarkable, and his abilities gradually strengthened. However, he had not encountered the esteemed Tsunade in recent days. Perhaps she was intimidated by his words from that day, or perhaps the reforms in the medical department had occupied her time. Who could say? As the end of the workday approached, Kakashi Maple tidied his belongings, intending to embark on his training. At that moment, after a prolonged absence, Crane reappeared before him. Her voice as cold as ever. "By order of the Hokage, please report to the Hokage's office, Ninja Kakashi Maple." Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement and responded, "Thank you, Senior. I shall set down my things and depart immediately." With that, he returned to the Konoha hospital to store his belongings. Upon exiting, he found that the Umbu ninja Crane had vanished, leaving him to hasten alone towards the Hokage building. Arriving at the Hokage building, he relied on his memory to swiftly find his way to the Hokage's office, where he once again encountered the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Unlike their previous meeting, the third Hokage was not occupied with paperwork. Instead, he was conversing with a young man with a horse-like face and crimson eyes. The young man, bearing a long blade on his back, had a serious demeanor, suggesting he was a strict individual. Upon noticing Kakashi Maple's arrival, the third Hokage warmly addressed him. "Maple, please take a seat on the sofa and wait a moment. I have an important announcement to make once everyone has arrived." Shortly thereafter, 2 youths entered the room. One had red eyes and long hair, wielding a standard ninja sword, clearly belonging to the same clan as the earlier young man. The other youth appeared more mature, sporting a thick beard that indicated his heritage from the Sarutobi clan. Once both had settled in, the third Hokage ceased his conversation with the young man and stood to announce, "Kakashi Maple, Hinata Haru, and Sarutobi Yoshitaka. This is Yuharu Kaichan, a jonin of Konoha and your team leader for the newly formed Squad 4. After the Hokage's words, the red-eyed jonin, Yuharu Kaichan, continued, "Greetings. I am now your guiding jonin. Let us find a spacious location to engage in a thorough discussion." Then, bowing slightly to the third Hokage, Yuharu Kaichan said, "I apologize for the interruption. Rest assured, I will fulfill my duties as their guiding jonin. With your permission, I shall take my leave with them." The third Hokage nodded gently and replied, "Take good care of them, Kaichan. Begin your work." With the third Hokage's consent, Yoharu Kaichun led Kakashi Maple, Hinata Haru, and Sarutobi Yoshitaka away from the Hokage building directly to the Konoha training grounds. At the training facility, the three stood in a row, facing their Jonin instructor, Yoharu Kaichun, who crossed his arms and regarded them with a serious expression. "Allow me to introduce myself once more," he stated. "My name is Yoharu Kaichun, and from today onwards, I will serve as the Jonin instructor for our Squad 4. Now, I invite the three of you to introduce yourselves in turn, sharing your likes, dislikes, and dreams. Of course, the latter part may be omitted. Furthermore, while I do not concern myself with your private matters, you are to address me as Teacher Hui-chan. It is evident that Sunset's Hui-chan is inherently a stern individual, not merely putting on a facade of severity before his students." After the self-introduction by the guiding Jonin, the first on the left, Sunset's Yan-chan, spoke. "I am Sunset's Yan-chan. I relish barbecued meat and abhor vegetables. My dream is to become the future Hokage." Hui-chan nodded, internally rejoicing. "Truly my beloved younger brother. He resembles me." Next, on the opposite side, Sarutobi Shota remarked. "I am Sarutobi Shota, fond of the grilled sausages from East Street. And I detest bitter melon. I often enjoy playing shogi and fishing. As for my dream, I have yet to determine it." No dream? Is he perhaps feeling lost about the future? He then turned to his last student, Hatake Kid. Sunset's Hui-chan had already learned from the third Hokage that this child, named Hatake Kid, possesses remarkable talent in medical ninjutsu. Today, Hatake Kid is clad in a loose-fitting blue short-sleeve shirt and light-colored cropped pants, adorned with leg bindings. Though youthful in appearance, traces of valor could be discerned in his features. Adjusting his attire, Hatake Kid spoke in a calm tone, devoid of joy or sorrow. "I am Hatake Kid, 7 years old and unmarried. I enjoy training and tidying up. I detest untidy individuals. My dream is to grow tall, which is why I refrain from smoking and drinking, maintaining a regular schedule. I drink milk every night and engage in physical exercise regularly." Sarutobi Shota thought, "What is this little brat talking about? Yet it sounds rather impressive." Sunset's Yang-chun remarked, "Darn it, a peculiar one has infiltrated our team." The guiding Jonin, Sunset's Hui-chan, quipped, "Finally, a troublesome fellow has arrived. Having completed your introductions, I now grasp your basic situations. Thus, we shall proceed to the next segment, the bell-grabbing contest." Upon hearing this, Hatake Kid could no longer suppress his inner sarcasm. Is this truly the only method of assessment in Konoha? Aside from bell-grabbing, it's all bell-grabbing. Perhaps Konoha should be renamed Bell Village. Utilize all your skills, adopting a mindset as if you were to eliminate me. This contest shall endure until 5 in the afternoon, inclusive of your nourishment breaks. I remind you once more, without the resolve to kill me, you shall not seize the bells from me. With that, Sunset's Hui-chan produced a clock, set the time, and placed it aside. He then addressed his 3 students. "Begin." In the next instant, the 3 little ones immediately reacted, darting into the trees to conceal their presence. Sunset's Hui-chan nodded, pleased with their ability to mask their auras. However, he still taunted, "Little brats. Is hiding all you can do? If that's all you're capable of, you won't be able to snatch the bells from me." At that moment, a flurry of shurikens shot out from the underbrush, and Ziari Hui-chan slightly shifted his body to evade the assault. Several shurikens thudded into the tree behind him. Having narrowly avoided the attack, Ziari Hui-chan swiftly dashed towards the thicket from which the shurikens had emerged. Suddenly, a pained scream pierced the air as Chu Feng was kicked out. However, before he could hit the ground, a loud bang resonated, and Chu Feng transformed into a cloud of smoke, leaving behind a wooden replica. A substitution technique? Quite impressive, young one. In the next instant, Ziari Hui-chan swiftly rotated his body, crossing his arms to block Chu Feng's kick. "Not bad, Feng. It seems your fundamentals are quite solid. Thank you for the praise, sensei. But this is hardly the time for compliments." With that, Chu Feng launched an offensive against Ziari Hui-chan. Chapter 21. What else with the sudden surge of camaraderie? Chu Feng utilized the momentum to leap, his other foot viciously aimed at Ziari Hui-chan's face. Ziari Hui-chan stepped back effortlessly, evading the attack, then seized Chu Feng's ankle and hurled him towards the distant river. In midair, Chu Feng adjusted his posture, dissipating the force of the throw, landing firmly on the water's surface. He quickly formed hand seals, water style, water chaos wave. A torrent surged towards Ziari Hui-chan, who was both surprised and delighted. Though astonished, he did not falter in his actions, forming seals of his own, earth style, Earth wall. A sturdy earthen barrier rose before him, completely blocking Chu Feng's water attack. Now, this is a proper earth wall. Not everyone needs to carve a dog's head into it. Behind the wall, Ziari Huichun nodded to himself. Chu Feng's speed in forming seals is impressive. It seems he has diligently practiced. Water style, huh? Suddenly, a flurry of sounds approached, followed by a series of loud thuds as multiple small holes appeared in the earthen wall. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Feng sprinted and leaped, executing a powerful flying kick that shattered the already damaged wall. Debris flew wildly in all directions. Chu Feng, relentless, swiftly produced shurikens and aimed them at Ziari Huichun. Ziari Huichun nimbly evaded the flying stones and shurikens, preparing to counterattack when an intense heat washed over him. Fire style, blazing inferno. A massive fireball descended from Ziari Huichun's side. It was Sarutobi Hiyoshi, launching a surprise attack, while Ziari Huichun was still recovering from his previous exertions. The fireball struck Ziari Huichun, erupting in a wave of searing heat. Sarutobi Hiyoshi leaped from the forest, exclaiming with glee, "Ha ha ha! Huichun-sensei, I've hit you." As the smoke cleared, however, Ziari Huichun's figure had completely vanished. Startled, Sarutobi Hiyoshi frantically searched for Ziari Huichun in all directions, up, down, left, right, and forward, but found nothing. Suddenly, he felt a tightening sensation at his back, particularly around his lower regions, causing a twinge of discomfort. Unbeknownst to him, Ziari Huichun had silently approached from behind, crouching slightly as he formed the tiger seal with both hands. As he beheld the familiar stance, Chu Feng felt a sudden jolt of alarm. This posture, this tiger seal, wasn't he at the legendary 1,000 Years of Pain? Consequently, Chu Feng shouted, "Shota, quick, dodge." How could the novice, Sarutobi Shota, possibly evade the onslaught of a jonin? Before Chu Feng could finish his warning, the attack had already struck Sarutobi Shota. In the next moment, accompanied by a piercing scream, Sarutobi Shota was sent soaring through the air. The sound of a shattering echo reverberated as he landed, face first, on the ground, clutching his rear in despair. Chu Feng, having witnessed and even experimented with this technique on his own father, was unfazed. However, Sarutobi Shota and the still-concealed Hinoharu displayed expressions of utter shock. Sarutobi Shota had just tasted the might of the technique, but it was Hinoharu who bore the brunt of the emotional blow, grappling with the disillusionment of seeing his esteemed elder brother resort to such an unspeakable move. The idolization he once held for his brother shattered completely. A brief silence enveloped the training ground, as everyone momentarily fell into a state of bewilderment. It was Hinoharu who broke the silence, blowing on his fingers and exclaiming, "Senior Shikomo's secret technique is truly formidable. It brings such joy. Heavens, do you hear the absurdity of this statement? You violated someone's dignity, and you find joy in it? Haru, you perverse rogue, this infatuation of yours is rather disturbing." Hinoharu chuckled mischievously, casting a sly glance at the still-standing Chu Feng. Although Chu Feng had previously employed the 1,000 Years of Pain against his father, how filial of you. Based on the anime from his former life and Sarutobi Shota's recent reaction, Chu Feng declared, "I can use the 1,000 Years of Pain. But if you wish to employ it against me, I'm afraid you'll have to risk your life, old rogue." Just as Chu Feng assumed a defensive stance, Hinoharu initiated his attack in an instant. Water release, hidden mist technique. A thick fog rapidly enveloped the surroundings, obscuring Chu Feng's line of sight. Yet, Chu Feng remained composed, immediately forming hand seals. Water release, water rope. A stream of water surged forth, transforming into a rope that, under Chu Feng's guidance, swiftly ensnared the still moaning Sarutobi Shota, pulling him to his side. Leaning against Sarutobi Shota, Chu Feng bellowed, "Shota, stop whining and hurry up with your fire release. Remember the humiliation you just endured. Make sure to repay Hinoharu with 1,000 Years of Pain." Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, a fire ignited once more in Sarutobi Shota's eyes. Clenching his fists and raising them to his chest, he shouted, "Thank you, Chu. I will certainly repay Hinoharu." After hearing Sarutobi Shota's declaration, Chu Feng stumbled slightly. He turned around and smacked Sarutobi Shota on the back of the head. Observing Sarutobi Shota's bewildered expression, Chu Feng angrily scolded, "What nonsense are you spouting? What on earth are you saying? Repay Hinoharu? Can you clarify that?" Sarutobi Shota, clutching the back of his head, lamented, "Of course, I meant to unleash a fire technique. Hataki-kun, what are you doing? Weren't you the one who insisted I use fire release just now? Oh, so it was fire release. Hatake Kakashi chuckled awkwardly, hastily turning away to avoid the sight of Sarutobi's pained expression. Alas, Kakashi's core was that of an adult, and many delightful words in the mouths of adults transform into taboo expressions, tinged with colors and flavors. Well then, Sarutobi-kun, do hurry. Kakashi stammered, still turned away. Trusting his comrade, Sarutobi quickly formed hand seals to execute his jutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. A blazing fireball erupted, sending forth a scorching wave that dispersed the thick fog. As the mist cleared, Teacher Haru was nowhere to be found. Just as Kakashi pondered this, a rustling sound emanated from deep within the woods. Over there, water release, water binding technique. Several streams of water surged forth, transforming into ropes that rushed towards the source of the sound. The water ropes plunged into the underbrush, followed by a startled cry. Kakashi swiftly yanked them back, shouting, Sarutobi. Leaping to catch the object being pulled, Sarutobi soon realized it was Haru. The two exchanged glances, the earlier tension dissipating into an awkward, slightly heated atmosphere. Kakashi, rubbing his forehead, wore an expression of disbelief. Are you two gazing deeply into each other's eyes? What is this palpable tension? Can we focus on retrieving the bell? It dawned on Kakashi that he was, in fact, the unwitting instigator of this charged moment. Quickly dispelling the jutsu, he cleared his throat softly, interrupting their shared gaze. As Sarutobi and Haru regained their senses, they shot Kakashi a glare. Kakashi, embodying the philosophy of as long as I am not embarrassed, the awkwardness belongs to others, completely disregarded their stares. Haru, spotting Kakashi's shameless demeanor, turned to Sarutobi, exclaiming, "Let go of me." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi released his grip, causing Haru to stumble and land clumsily. Seeing Haru's disheveled state, Kakashi could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Yet, in the next moment, he stifled his amusement and composed his expression. Fuming, Haru confronted Kakashi. "Did you just laugh? What were you laughing at?" Kakashi, forcing himself to maintain his composure, replied, "I didn't laugh. I am a professional. No matter how amusing it is, I shall not laugh." "You just laughed. What was so funny?" Kakashi bit his lip and retorted, "My pig just gave birth." Haru turned crimson with rage, pointing furiously at Kakashi. "I will strangle you." Kikuki Kid immediately raised his hand in apology, saying, "I apologize. Wai-chun, I truly should not have laughed at you. However, we are still facing Teacher Kai-chun. This is not the time for infighting." Sarutobi Sh. who was nearby, chimed in, "Indeed, our focus must be on Teacher Kai-chun. If we cannot act together, any further discord will lead to our demise." Wai-chun was merely irritated by the earlier awkwardness and was not genuinely angry. At that moment, fire-style, fireball jutsu. It turned out that Kai-chun had initiated an attack. He'd pulled the other two back and leaped onto the surface of a nearby stream, then formed hand seals. Water-style, water wall. A towering wall of water rose before the trio, intercepting the incoming fireball. Upon collision, the fireball erupted, releasing a wave of heat and generating a thick mist of water vapor. Utilizing this cover, the three concealed themselves once more, but this time they gathered to strategize. He'd spoke first, as expected of Teacher Kai-chun. His strength is formidable. Without limiting his movements, victory is unattainable. Sh. inquired, "What should we do? Do you have any ideas?" Wai-chun also turned to Kid, eager to hear his thoughts. Kid replied, "I need you both to cut off Kai-chun's escape route. Leave the rest to me." Sh. and Wai-chun exchanged glances, nodding resolutely before dispersing to prepare. As the two separated, Kid sprang into action. He leaped into the air, unleashing a torrent of purple shuriken. The sky was filled with a deluge of shuriken aimed at Kai-chun. The latter hastily dodged, evading numerous projectiles. But some could not be avoided, forcing him to draw his kunai to deflect them. However, after knocking away these shuriken, Kai-chun noticed that his kunai had numerous punctures, as if they had been pierced by something. Recalling the previously breached earth flow wall, Kai-chun suddenly realized something. He glanced at the scattered purple shuriken and saw them gradually dissipating. Just before vanishing, he discerned that these shuriken were composed of lightning chakra. Lightning style, is it? This little rascal is intriguing. Discarding his damaged kunai, Kai-chun regarded Kid with a satisfied expression. Kid once more waved his hand, sending forth another barrage of purple shuriken. "Oh, Interesting, a ninjutsu without hand seals? This time, Kai-chun did not attempt to block. Instead, he retreated while observing. Noticing that Keed was not forming seals, but merely tossing the shuriken, he was filled with astonishment. As a Nin from Konoha, Kai-chun was well aware of the challenges associated with performing ninjutsu without seals. Although impressed by Keed's talent, he knew he must take the antics of these youngsters seriously. After retreating a distance, Ta and Kai-chun had been waiting for this moment. The two simultaneously formed hand seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Wind style, great breakthrough. The wind fanned the flames, and the ferocious fire rapidly sealed off Kai-chun's escape route. As the setting sun cast its glow, Hinata Kaido nodded in satisfaction, choosing to abandon resistance and allowing the fireball to strike him. With a resounding boom, the smoke dissipated, revealing it to be a mere shadow clone. TSK. That cunning Kaido-sensei has hidden away, hasn't he? Shoyuta and Haru, follow me. With that, Kakashi Katuki led the two young ones back across the riverbank. By the spirits of heaven and earth, may the chemistry of my past lives not deceive me. Shoyuta, prepare the fire release, and Haru, ready the wind release. Let us deliver a grand assault upon Kaido-sensei. Lightning release, electric surge. Kakashi extended his hand into the water, activating the abilities of the thunder fruit. A tempest of electricity surged through the river, causing a multitude of bubbles to rise to the surface. Though Shoyuta and Haru were unaware of Kakashi's intentions, they obediently summoned their chakra. At that moment, Kakashi shouted, "Begin!" The next instant, Shoyuta and Haru unleashed their jutsu simultaneously. Fire release, great flame technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. This time, the flames were unlike any before, radiating a ghostly blue light as they surged forth. The azure flames, accompanied by a torrid wind, completely engulfed the trees, transforming the once lush greenery into charred remains. Faced with such ferocity, Hinata Kaido broke into a cold sweat, daring not to confront the flames directly, and leaped from his hiding place. As he emerged, Kakashi flicked his hand, unleashing a barrage of purple kunai. Lightning release, purple thunderstorm. This time, Kaido was unable to intercept. All the purple kunai struck true, embedding themselves in his body. In the next heartbeat, a loud bang echoed, and Kaido transformed into a piece of wood. The ground beneath them quaked, giving way to the earth release. Heart-cutting technique. Sarutobi Shoyuta was caught off guard as a hand emerged from the earth, grasping his ankle and dragging him into the pit, leaving only his head above ground. Kakashi quickly seized Haru's arm, pulling them aside just in time. Indeed, as soon as he moved, another hand burst forth from the soil. Emerging from the earth, Hinata Kaido remarked, "Impressive reflexes. However, you are down to just 2. Do you have any tricks left?" As Kakashi contemplated whether to reveal his trump card, Haru slipped behind him, beginning to form hand seals. In a hushed tone, he urged Kakashi, "Buy me some time." Though uncertain of Haru's plan, Kakashi swiftly drew a kunai and charged at Hinata Kaido, launching a fierce assault. He thrust the kunai toward Kaido's vital points with precision. Kaido, quick to respond, seized Kakashi's wrist, while Kakashi pivoted, delivering a kick to Kaido's knee. Kaido raised his knee to block, effectively neutralizing Kakashi's offensive. With one attack thwarted, Kakashi released the kunai from his grasp and caught it with his other hand, redirecting it toward the bell at Kaido's waist. Kaido, with keen reflexes, twisted his body to evade the surprise strike. Seizing the opportunity, Kakashi contorted his arm, striving to free himself from Kaido's hold. Does this insolent brat not cherish his own arm? As the sun set, Ziari Huichun lamented the ruthless nature of Konoha's very own Shikamaru, who, despite his tender years, exhibited an unyielding heart towards himself. Just as he contemplated easing up and allowing Shikamaru to escape, an unexpected disorientation seized him, leaving him momentarily frozen. Illusion, is it springtime? Although he swiftly broke free from the enchantment, that fleeting moment of confusion granted Shikamaru a precious opportunity. The bell at Ziari Huichun's waist had already been snatched away by Shikamaru. Shaking the bell in his hand, its clear chime resonating, Shikamaru declared triumphantly, "Ha ha, Teacher Huichun, we have emerged victorious. Indeed, well done. Your teamwork was commendable, particularly the final execution of the illusion," Ziari Huichun remarked. Regardless of timing, Shikamaru would have missed the opportunity. These young ones are promising talents, and given time, they shall undoubtedly become renowned ninjas. Especially that little rascal, Shikamaru. Both the azure flames conjured by their collaboration and the violet thousand needles created through the formless ninjutsu reveal his extraordinary potential. Perhaps Shikamaru will surpass me the soonest. Setting aside his musings, Ziari Huichun clapped his hands and announced, "Well then, this assessment has concluded. Shota will remain here, hungry. You two shall accompany me for a grand feast." "Never mind. Thank you, Teacher Huichun. However, since I am teamed with Shota, I shall stay here." With that, Shikamaru seated himself. Despite his concern regarding Huichun's secretive evaluation, the most crucial factor was Shikamaru's acknowledgement of Shota. "Teacher Huichun, I too wish to stay," Yanshun exclaimed, raising his hand eagerly. Shota, overwhelmed with emotion, exclaimed, "You guys." Ziari Huichun nodded, satisfaction evident in his expression. "Excellent. This is what camaraderie looks like." Since you value your companions so greatly, the trio gazed at Ziari Huichun, hopeful for an invitation for Shota to join them. With a mischievous grin, Ziari Huichun replied, "Then you three shall remain. The grand feast is off. Remember to gather at the Hokage building at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. We shall commence our mission. That is all. Farewell." Chapter 22. A rank mission, eradication of bandits. Observing the slightly mocking figure of Ziari Huichun, Shikamaru sighed in exasperation and remarked to Yanshun, "Your brother seems like a serious and earnest person, yet he is surprisingly playful." Yanshun offered no reply, only sharing an awkward smile as he chimed in. "Has the image of my brother been shattered? He employs such humiliating techniques as the 1,000 years of death. I must inform mother and sister-in-law upon my return. Could you please let me out? Teacher Huichun didn't invite me, but I shall treat you all to a feast. We shall dine on barbecue." Shikamaru and Yanshun exchanged glances before promptly bending down to dig. Uncertain whether it was intentional or accidental, the soil they unearthed occasionally flew into Shota's mouth. "Ugh, Shikamaru, Yanshun, don't let dirt get in my mouth. It's utterly filthy." "Oh, my apologies. It was unintentional." They continued to dig, perpetually yearning to bury something beneath the earth. As the three young ninjas joyfully gathered for a feast to celebrate their official induction into the ranks of ninjas, their guiding jonin, Hinata Kaichun, arrived at the Hokage's office. He reported to the third Hokage about the remarkable feat of Kakashi Hitaki, who had developed a technique devoid of hand signs. The third Hokage was taken aback, astonished that such a young ninja could achieve such a significant breakthrough. Although the barrage of purple shurikens, launched effortlessly, posed little threat to seasoned ninjas like themselves, it was Kakashi's innate talent for ninjutsu that truly captured their attention. After a moment of contemplation, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, instructed Kaichun to keep this information confidential for the time being. Observe Kakashi closely and report any developments promptly. The ninja world is rife with undercurrents. War may soon be upon us. These new buds of Konoha must grow swiftly. Kaichun promptly responded, "Your Excellency, you honor me. It is our duty to protect and guide them." The life of a genin was often dull and tedious, filled with menial tasks, picking up litter, babysitting, farming, cleaning rivers, and finding lost pets. Particularly when searching for pets, Kakashi would recall a cat that had run away, besieged by protagonists in his previous life. As fledgling ninjas, they were relegated to such trivial assignments. This allocation of minor tasks was not intended to be a hardship, but rather served the village's strategic considerations. Certain tasks were essential for novice ninjas, such as pet retrieval, which honed their tracking skills, intelligence gathering, trap detection, and teamwork capabilities. Cleaning rivers allowed them to practice precise chakra control. Some tasks contributed directly to the village's productivity, effectively making the ninjas municipal employees. While these assignments varied in significance, they were undeniably tedious. The trio longed for a more exhilarating life as ninjas, one filled with conflict and adventure. The current tranquility felt utterly uncharacteristic. After enduring over a dozen minor missions, perhaps sensing their impatience, though how could one discern it when all tasks were completed through shadow clones? The third Hokage personally assigned a C-rank mission. Kaichun approached the trio, brandishing a scroll, and urged them to gather quickly for this new assignment. Instantly, the previously lethargic shadow clones perked up at the mention of a C-rank mission, their eyes widening with excitement. The three exchanged glances and promptly dispelled their shadow techniques. As the clones vanished, Kakashi, along with his teammates, received the news. Eager to embark on a mission, Kakashi was particularly keen, as Tsunade had been overwhelmed by the medical department's reform plans. leading to him being frequently drafted as a teaching assistant, ostensibly serving as an aide. He sometimes found himself instructing classes during Tsunade's moments of inebriation. Nevertheless, Tsunade had entrusted him with her notes on her immense strength as a token of compensation for his assistance. Kakashi and his companions hastily gathered their belongings and swiftly made their way to the designated meeting point. With a resigned expression, Hinata unfolded the mission scroll. Addressing the trio, approximately 30 kilometers east of Konoha village, on the slopes of Mount Dnjiaming, there exists a band of marauders. This group has kidnapped the son of a wealthy man, who has since posted a bounty with Konoha for his safe return. The mission requirements are clear. Eliminate every last one of the bandits while ensuring the safe rescue of the hostage. I will provide further details during our journey. Upon hearing the task, Sarutobi leapt with joy, exclaiming, "Finally, a mission worthy of my stature." Hinata also appeared eager, but Kakashi furrowed his brow momentarily, as if grappling with a decision, before his expression softened. Observing the trio's reactions, Hinata absorbed their demeanor and instructed, "You have 1 hour to prepare your gear. We shall regroup at the eastern gate after that. Punctuality is mandatory. Now disperse." Meanwhile, the third Hokage, from the confines of his office, utilized his telescope technique to scrutinize the expressions of the trio. Within half an hour, the three had meticulously organized their equipment and arrived at the eastern gate of the village. Soon after, Hinata led them towards their destination. On the way, he informed them, "This band of marauders comprises roughly 80 individuals. Our employer has mandated the complete eradication of the bandits, leaving no one alive. It is imperative that the hostage remains unharmed. Do you understand?" The trio nodded in acknowledgement. Kakashi inquired, "How shall we identify the hostage? Are there any details regarding his appearance?" Hinata produced a portrait depicting a boy who appeared to be around 10 years of age. "Study his likeness carefully to ensure his safety. Once we secure him, we must eliminate every last bandit without exception." After absorbing Hinata's words, the trio fell silent. Kakashi silently shook his head, reflecting on the value of life within the ninja world. "This is not the nation under the red flag of my past life. This is the ruthless world of ninjas. Everything is merely a mission." The four hastened their pace, reaching their destination by afternoon. As dusk approached, they arrived at the periphery of the bandits' lair atop Mount Dnjiaming. Concealed among the trees, they observed the unruly bandits below, whose disheveled attire spoke of their lawless nature. The bandits congregated, boasting and drinking from dubious bottles while feasting on stolen meat, embodying the carefree spirit of living for the moment. Hinata stated, "This mission serves as a test for you. Should you succeed, you will be eligible for rank missions and even higher ones. Failure will confine you to lower-tier tasks. Therefore, unless your lives are in jeopardy during the mission, I will not intervene. Remember, the objective is total annihilation. Do you understand?" "Yes," the trio affirmed. With that, Hinata vanished, leaving the three to deliberate their battle strategy. Kikuki Kid remarked, "According to the intelligence we possess, there are approximately 80 bandits within the entire encampment. Their dwelling places are rather dispersed. If we attempt to eliminate them one by one, we risk alarming those in the vicinity. Thus, it is imperative that someone gathers the bandits together. The remaining two shall go to rescue the hostages. Once the hostages are safely delivered, return swiftly to encircle this band of thieves. Do you understand?" Sarutobi Shoyuta and Hinata Haru nodded in agreement, murmuring, "Understood. Now, let us assign our tasks. To assemble the bandits, one must take on the role of their leader, necessitating the stealthy assassination of the bandit chief beforehand, preferably without a sound. Who among you is willing to undertake this?" While eliminating the bandit leader may not pose a challenge, the difficulty lies in avoiding the alarm of the other bandits. Sarutobi Shoyuta and Hinata Haru exchanged glances. Observing this, Kikuki Kid readily accepted the task. With the assignments allocated, Kikuki Kid silently dispatched the bandit chief and then employed a transformation technique to assume the guise of the leader, gathering all the bandits under this pretense. Seizing this opportunity, Shoyuta and Haru rescued the hostages and then joined Kikuki Kid to besiege the bandits. The plan is set. We shall act when darkness falls. Indeed, the hidden Hinata Kaichun also silently nodded, holding Kikuki Kid's plan in high regard. As night descended, the three began to disperse. Faced with the disorganized bandits, they easily infiltrated the area. Under the cover of night, they captured a solitary fortunate bandit. Haru immediately employed an illusion to extract the locations of the hostages and the bandit leader. After acquiring the necessary intelligence, Kikuki Kid drew a kunai, covered the bandit's mouth, and swiftly slashed his throat. Witnessing this gruesome scene, the expressions of the three young ones turned pale. Shoyuta, in horror, gazed at Kikuki Kid, exclaiming, "Hey Kid, what have you done?" Kikuki Kid, suppressing the urge to vomit, responded earnestly, "This is a trial we must endure. The Hokage personally assigned this mission with the intent of exposing us to the reality of bloodshed. Otherwise, why would we be entrusted with such a high-ranking task? Furthermore, do you not comprehend the implications of Kaichuan's actions? This is an essential course for ninjas, not merely a game at the Ninja Academy. We will inevitably take lives. If we lack this resolve, perhaps we should reconsider our path as ninjas and return home." The third Hokage seeks to temper their spirits, hoping they would endure through fire and blood to quickly become formidable ninjas. Only through such trials can they shine with brilliance. Shoyuta lowered his head, murmuring, "I understand. But isn't this also too cruel? We are ninjas." After a brief pause, Kikuki Kid surveyed the surroundings and stood up. Though his face remained pale, he mustered the strength to drag the corpse into the underbrush, softly stating, "Do not forget the rules of being a ninja. The mission takes precedence above all." Shoyuta and Haru quickly regained their composure, albeit still trembling and pallid, yet resolutely declared, "We entrust the bandit chief's elimination to you. Be cautious in all matters." Subsequently, the two melded into the shadows of the night. Kikuki Kid exhaled deeply, struggling to suppress the wave of nausea. Clenching his teeth, he delivered a sharp slap to his own face, resolutely adjusting his mindset. Having chosen the path of a ninja, there could be no room for regret. Surely, he could not be outdone by the two children from earlier. Hatake Kid suppressed his presence and stealthily approached the lair of the bandit chief. Following the intel regarding the slain bandits, he swiftly located the chief's chamber. This rascal knows how to indulge himself. The room of the bandit chief was easily identifiable. It was the finest and sole two-story wooden house in the encampment. Kid silently crept closer, deftly leaping onto the roof. From within, he could hear the raucous sounds of laughter and revelry. Carefully, he shifted a tile to observe the scene inside. There, a burly bald man embraced a woman in her 30s. The woman possessed a graceful figure, though her beauty was rather ordinary. The man indulged in food and drink, while simultaneously teasing the woman in his grasp. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside. It was a lowly henchman delivering provisions to the chief's quarters. Kid swiftly moved behind the henchman, incapacitating him with a precise strike, and deftly caught the food he had been carrying. Dragging the henchman into the shadows, he snapped his neck and employed a transformation technique to assume the henchman's appearance. Throughout his training with Tsunade, Kid had acquired extensive knowledge of medicinal techniques as well as various poisons. As the saying goes, medicine and poison are two sides of the same coin. A skilled physician often masters the art of toxicity as well. Entering the chief's chamber, Kid placed the poisoned meal before the chief and respectfully retreated. The bandit chief, already inebriated, was too dull-witted to sense any irregularity. He merely continued to feast voraciously, groping the woman in his arms. "Ha ha ha, you are indeed a beauty. Make sure to serve me well later." The chief, in a drunken haze, leered at the woman, his hands wandering over her soft curves. "Oh, how detestable." The woman feigned a coy protest, yet she was already his, having forsaken her own family for him. The chief erupted in laughter, taking a hefty bite of the poisoned food, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, my lovely maiden, who is more formidable, me or your sickly kin?" The woman playfully struck the chief's chest, blushing as she replied, "Please, do not mention that sickly wretch. I belong to you now. Of course, you are the stronger one. Ha ha ha, charming little minx, come here, let me feed you." With that, the chief brought the poisoned food to her lips. Kid concealed himself just outside the door, soon hearing the chief's voice call out, "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Followed by a loud thud, signaling the cessation of the chief's movements. After a brief wait, Kid pushed open the door, stepping inside to find both individuals convulsing on the floor, froth escaping their lips. He approached, checking their pulses, confirming they were devoid of life. Kid dragged their lifeless bodies onto the bed, covering them with a blanket. Then, utilizing the transformation technique, he morphed into the likeness of the bandit chief. With a firm grip on his throat, he modulated his voice until it mirrored that of the bandit leader. Finally, after a deliberate cough, he stepped outside. Upon emerging, Chu Feng cursed loudly, "Where is everyone? Where has everyone gone?" Hurry up and come to me. As his voice echoed, the nearby bandits lit their lamps and stumbled out, their clothing disheveled. The bandits clamored, Boss, boss, what's happened? Are we going to kill someone? Chu Feng leapt in front of the one who had spoken, delivering several sharp smacks to his head. In a fit of anger, he berated, Kill, kill, kill. That's all you can think about. Use your brains for once. Seeing their leader's fury, the other bandits fell silent, not daring to breathe. Chu Feng pointed at them, scolding, You are all worthless. Without me, how would you survive? Go summon everyone. There's a significant deal at hand. The bandits' eyes brightened, eager to learn the details. The one who had just been struck mustered the courage to ask, Boss, what kind of big deal? Humph. A deal so substantial it could fill our bellies for a lifetime. Gather all the brothers in the stronghold. Remember, once we complete this order, we shall no longer be bandits. No more worrying about our next meal. Upon hearing of such a grand opportunity, the bandits' eyes sparkled with excitement as they rushed outside. Thank you, boss. We're on it. After their departure, a figure descended. It was Sarutobi Shota. He reported, The person has been rescued and entrusted to Wei Chun for supervision. Wei Chun is also on guard outside to prevent any stragglers from escaping. What about the bandit leader? Is he dead? Chu Feng nodded solemnly, whispering, Poisoned. Shota fell silent for a moment before responding, I understand. Let us wait for the others. Yes. You hide and block their escape route. We shall strike from both sides. Shota merely nodded before vanishing from sight. After a brief wait, around 60 or 70 bandits entered. One of them, with a sycophantic tone, inquired, Boss, I heard you were planning a big deal? What kind of deal is it? Chu Feng reassured him, Rest assured. It is immense, so grand that you shall never have to worry again in your lifetime. He then surveyed the gathered bandits and asked, Is everyone here? 4 brothers are missing. I wonder where they have gone. Should we wait for them? Humph. No need to wait. It's their misfortune if they miss out on this opportunity. Chapter 23. The 3 little ones in a stress response. The return of the major task now that everyone had arrived. Chu Feng ceased his charade. He raised his hand and declared, All right, prepare to act. With that, he leapt onto the rooftop behind him. Act. What are we doing, boss? What is happening? The assembled bandits were bewildered, utterly confused by the sudden turn of events. Just as their bewilderment reached its peak, a voice rang out unexpectedly. Lightning style, rain of pear blossoms. Shadow shuriken jutsu. A multitude of shurikens and violet sunbon cascaded from the heavens, targeting the unsuspecting bandits below. It hurts. One cried out, Boss, what is happening? He is not the boss. He is a ninja. This is an attack method employed by ninjas. Someone has hired them to eliminate us. Upon hearing that ninjas had come to slay them, the bandits immediately descended into chaos. Some begged for mercy, pleading with Kakashi and Sarutobi to spare their lives. Please, I don't want to die. Noble ninjas, grant us mercy. Others resolved to fight back, launching their attacks against Kakashi and Sarutobi. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they met their demise. The bandits sought to flee, but with shurikens and lightning-infused sunbon raining down, where could they escape? Kakashi's lightning sunbon, with its formidable penetrating power and precise control, swiftly pierced the hearts, throats, and brains of the bandits. Naturally, many wounded bandits lay on the ground, wailing in agony. After the onslaught, none remained standing. They all lay prostrate on the earth. Just as Sarutobi was about to leap down, Kakashi halted him. Use fire release. I will employ wind release. Sarutobi paused momentarily before grasping Kakashi's intention. The two quickly formed hand seals, unleashing their respective ninjutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. Flames, propelled by the fierce winds, formed a tempestuous fiery vortex, incinerating the bandits below and igniting the entire hideout. Those feigning death or preparing to ambush were consumed by the flames. I'm burning. No, I don't want to die. Help. It hurts so much. I'm being burned alive. Soon, the inferno spread, engulfing the entire hideout in a sea of flames, reducing it to mere rubble. It appeared the mission had been flawlessly executed. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh, and the ground bore the remnants of blackened human forms. Witnessing this scene and inhaling the stench, both Kakashi and Sarutobi felt a wave of nausea wash over them. At that moment, Asuma appeared, materializing behind the two. He patted their shoulders and remarked, This is the true essence of a ninja's life. You must learn to acclimate to it. In the world of ninjas, it is kill or be killed. Succumbing to another signifies inferiority. When a mission is at hand, completion is imperative. There is no room for negotiation. Kakashi coughed a few times, slightly alleviating the turmoil within his stomach, then rose to say, I understand. I have been prepared since the moment I became a ninja. Sarutobi echoed. So have I. Kakashi then inquired, what about Asuma and the hostages? They have been safely relocated. Asuma personally escorted the hostages to the employer and should return shortly, Asuma replied. After a brief respite, Asuma hurried back, only to be met with the grisly sight before him. His face paled, and he clutched his mouth, rushing aside. Witnessing Asuma's reaction, the nausea that had been suppressed surged forth once more, prompting Kakashi and Sarutobi to join him in retching. Observing the three young ones in their distress, Asuma's eyes twinkled mischievously as he addressed them. Well, you all performed admirably. I have made a decision. Upon our return, I shall treat you all to some exquisitely grilled meat, the kind that boasts a tantalizing golden hue. The trio, overwhelmed by nausea, expressed their heartfelt regards to Shiri Hui-chan. On the way back, the three little ones wore expressions devoid of hope, evoking a sense of pity. Observing them, Shiri Hui-chan offered an evaluation of their recent endeavor. Firstly, on the whole, the task was executed splendidly, deserving of commendation. Secondly, the three of you demonstrated clear division of labor, each fulfilling your respective roles, thus ensuring the success of the mission. In summary, I am quite pleased with your performance. Thank you, Teacher Hui-chan, the trio responded weakly. In his heart, Shiri Hui-chan mused, Ah, youth, they still need to adapt. Upon returning to Konoha, Shiri Hui-chan proceeded to the Hokage's office to report on the mission status, while the trio dispersed to their homes. Days later, the four reconvened at the Hokage Tower, prepared to accept new assignments. Keed, I must tell you, I have been plagued by nightmares these past few days and have not slept well, Sarutobi Shita animatedly gestured. It was evident that he had regained his composure. So have I, Yuzuki Haru chimed in. Though my brother has been repeatedly scolded by my mother and sister-in-law for reasons unknown. Kakashi Keed looked on, somewhat embarrassed, for indeed, the family pet was treated quite differently. I recovered within a day, Kakashi Keed remarked, as he was studying medical ninjutsu and had encountered death before, thus possessing a higher tolerance for it. Reflecting on the tumultuous days spent at home, Kakashi Keed felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Upon returning home, Shma not only neglected to care for himself, but also impeded his mother's efforts to do so. The following day, still ensconced in his blankets, he found himself yanked by the ear by Tsunade, who summoned him to the medical department as a teaching assistant for medical training. Over the past few days, he had been so occupied that he had no time to ponder trivial matters. When he finally allowed himself to relax and reflect, the discomfort he had felt had entirely dissipated. The four arrived at the mission hall, where they once again received a high-ranking task. Another high-ranking mission? It can't possibly be another extermination of bandits, can it? The trio cast skeptical glances at the scroll in Shiri Hui-chan's hand. With a smile, Shiri Hui-chan replied, Not at all. This is an escort mission. A wealthy merchant from the Land of Fire has hired us to escort him to the Land of Hot Water and then bring him back. During this time, all our necessities will be provided for us. Our sole responsibility is to ensure their safety. Of course, another team will also be undertaking this task alongside us. It appeared that this mission was not perilous, and the trio exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. Noticing their assent, Shiri Hui-chan instructed, Return home to gather your belongings, including a change of clothes and essential supplies. We shall travel light and meet at the gate in half an hour to set out with the other team. Consider this a mini vacation. Understood? Understood. They chorused. All right, disperse. The trio hurriedly raced back home to prepare their things. In the living room of the Hitaki household, Shoma and Hualing watched as their son, Kaido, rushed in with great enthusiasm, diving headfirst into his room. After a brief moment, Kaido emerged, sporting a backpack and exuding the spirit of a spring outing. Hualing inquired, Kaido, are you embarking on a mission? With a smile, Kaido replied, Indeed, Mom. We have an escort mission to the Land of Hot Water. Hualing turned to Shoma, remarking, The Land of Hot Water, I've heard that their hot springs are quite unique. Wouldn't you agree, Shoma? Kaido teased his father, chuckling, Mom, you could have someone take you there. I've heard the hot springs are incredibly soothing. Oh, and they even have couples baths. Shoma, his face flushed, looked up in exasperation and retorted, Get lost, you little rascal. Always spouting nonsense. I will definitely take your mother there. Now hurry up and go. Kaido laughed as he dashed out of the house, heading to the assembly point. At the entrance of Konoha, Kaido arrived early, finding his mentor, Hinata Kid, already waiting. Beside her was a palanquin and a jovial, portly middle-aged man. On the other side stood a handsome man with black hair, dressed in a green Janin vest over a snug blue outfit, wearing a friendly smile that radiated warmth. At that moment, the handsome man was engaged in conversation with the employer. Kid-sensei, Kaido greeted as he swiftly approached Hinata. So this is your subordinate? Arrived quite early, haven't you? The black-haired man spoke with an inviting tone. Hinata replied, not bad. This is the Janin instructor of Team 5, Baiyun Fengjian, a highly reliable ninja. Fengjian, this is my subordinate, Hatake Kaido. Kaido promptly introduced himself, saying, hello, teacher Fengjian. Hello, Kaido-kun. Fengjian responded, my subordinates will arrive shortly, and you can have a good chat. Absolutely, Kaido replied eagerly. At that moment, a figure descended from above. It was a black-haired youth dressed in a dark short-sleeved shirt and cropped pants, with a ninja tool pouch strapped around his waist. The shirt bore the distinct Uchiha clan emblem, indicating his lineage. Fengjian-sensei, the newcomer from the Uchiha clan, respectfully greeted. Fengjian, with a warm demeanor, responded, Reihua, you've arrived quite promptly. This is my esteemed senior, Hinata Kid, a Janin. Reihua from the Uchiha clan also greeted, hello, Kid-sensei. Haha. This is the prodigy from the Ninja Academy who graduated early, Hatake Kaido. Upon hearing Fengjian's words, Reihua suddenly turned to Kaido with a look of recognition. Noticing this peculiar interaction, Fengjian asked, Reihua, do you know Hatake Kaido? Kaido and Reihua were indeed acquainted. Reihua was the elder brother of Kaido's classmate, Uchiha Chuan. Having witnessed his younger brother, Uchiha Chuan, being bested by Kaido multiple times, the protective older brother, Reihua, felt compelled to defend his sibling. However, as a proud member of the Uchiha clan, I disdain the notion of the strong bullying the weak. Today, having finally encountered this white-haired individual who has bullied my younger brother, I must impart a lesson. Though it may still bear the mark of the strong preying upon the weak, at this juncture, both of us are ninjas, thus it cannot be deemed as such. In Chapter 24, a simple escort mission unfolds. Uchiha Reika, wearing the ancestral mask of indifference, coldly addressed Hatake Kid. Hatake, my younger brother Uchiha Chuan has benefited from your care at school. However, my brother has not lived up to his potential, tarnishing the honor of the Uchiha name. As his elder brother, it is my duty to reclaim our dignity. Hatake Kid, do you dare accept my challenge? Upon hearing Uchiha Reika's words, Hatake Kid merely rolled his eyes in disdain. Do you even know the timing? We are about to embark on a new mission. Do you truly believe that the two Janin, Yuhi Kyuka and Hakui Fo, will permit you to continue your provocations? Ignoring Uchiha Reika's taunts, Kid stood quietly beside Yuhi Kyuka, creating an awkward tension that made even the wealthy employer beside them fidget uncomfortably. Yuhi Kyuka and Hakui Fo exchanged glances, sharing a wry smile. Such headstrong individuals. This team will be difficult to manage. Just then, 4 figures arrived at the entrance. Among them were Kid's teammates, Sarutobi Shoyuta and Yuhi Haru, while the remaining 2 were members of Hakui Fo's team, Kanwa and Yujina, the latter being the only girl in their ranks. The arrival of the 4 disrupted the uncomfortable atmosphere. Following introductions facilitated by Yuhi Kyuka and Hakui Fo, the group officially embarked on their journey to the land of hot water. Along the way, the comportment of Hakui Fo's team members evoked a sense of familiarity in Hatake Kid. Observing his stoic Uchiha counterpart, the infatuated female ninja, and the foolish boy who fancied girls, he mused, isn't this the quintessential composition of a protagonist's team? The future of Minato's and Kakashi's squads mirror this very arrangement. Could destiny truly be weaving itself around me? The 5, Sarutobi Shoyuta, Yuhi Haru, Kanwa, Yujina, and Uchiha Reika, were all regular graduates, thus they constituted the peers of the Ninja Academy, with only Hatake Kid standing as an exception. Shoyuta, this is our first time leaving the village for a mission, exclaimed Kanwa, brimming with excitement. In all my years, this is my inaugural experience venturing beyond the confines of the village, witnessing sights distinct from those of Konoha. Indeed, aside from missions, we seldom have the opportunity to leave Konoha. I am genuinely thrilled for this first assignment. Yujina, though infatuated, chimed in with an exuberant spirit. What about you? Is this your first venture outside the village? She inquired. Sarutobi Shoyuta's expression shifted, haunted by unwelcome memories as he replied, "No, let's not discuss it." Haru also hesitated, wearing a countenance of reluctance. Jinhua blinked, sensing an atmosphere laden with gravity, and thus awkwardly shifted the topic. "Master F. Gung, what should we be mindful of during this mission?" Baiyun F. Gung replied, "Generally speaking, escort missions are not particularly perilous, though this is not an absolute rule. The primary objective is to ensure the safety of our employer. The difficulty of escort tasks typically correlates with the number of adversaries we might encounter. Common bandits pose a lesser threat. However, should ninjas be involved, the task's difficulty will be appropriately elevated according to their skill level." Upon hearing Baiyun F. Gung mention bandits, the expressions of Sarutobi Keita and Sunagakure Haru darkened further, and the countenance of Konoha Kid, who followed Sunagakure Haru, shifted as well. Glancing at his subordinates, Sunagakure Haru gently shook his head, musing internally about their youthful naivety. Baiyun F. Gung noticed the somber expressions and, understanding the trio's past experiences, deftly redirected the conversation. "Our destination is the land of hot water, located to the northeast of our fire country. It is renowned within the ninja world for its hot springs. However, the land of hot water also possesses its own ninja village, and we must be cautious to avoid any conflicts with them. Nevertheless, there is no need for concern at this stage. We are unlikely to encounter the ninjas from the hot water village." The young ones nodded slightly, committing Baiyun F. Gung's words to memory. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a town where wealthy merchants from the fire country had amassed a considerable quantity of goods. They unloaded the cargo here and continued their journey towards the land of hot water. Observing the lengthy convoy, Konoha Kid finally comprehended the necessity of employing 2 ninja squads. In light of such an extensive procession, the 2 captains divided their responsibilities. F. Gung's squad was tasked with the forefront of the convoy, scouting and safeguarding the employer, while the Keita squad managed the rear, guarding against ambushes and protecting the cargo. During the night watch, F. Gung's squad took the first half of the night, while the Keita squad took the latter half. These arrangements would rotate daily to ensure a degree of confidentiality. Konoha Kid trailed behind the cargo, responsible for the final patrol. Although this was merely a straightforward escort mission, it did not imply an absence of danger. Wild beasts, venomous snakes, sudden bandit attacks, and ninjas lurking in the shadows all represented potential threats. Suddenly, Konoha Kid noticed a subtle movement in the grass, instinctively becoming alert. Indeed, a band of robbers sprang forth from the underbrush. These bandits were fierce and robust, resembling the kind of individuals who could stand their ground with fists and outrun horses with their limbs. Clearly, they were formidable fighters. One among them, presumably their leader, emerged, dragging a spiked iron club and bellowing in a coarse voice, "Robbery! Hand over all your belongings, or we shall slaughter you all." Before the bandit leader could finish his threat, he unexpectedly tumbled to the ground, face first, with his teeth shattered and blood splattering. As the bandit leader issued his challenge, Konoha Kid had executed a swift kick, delivering a decisive blow to the bandit leader's face. The other bandits were taken aback, rushing to their leader's side, wailing, "Boss, what has happened to you? Boss, brother, how did you meet your downfall?" The bandit chief lamented, "I rose to greatness, only to be struck down in an instant, left to grovel on the ground." The remaining bandits, witnessing their leader's pitiful state, hastily hoisted him away, fleeing into the distance. This was but a minor incident, largely overlooked as the caravan continued its slow advance. It was assumed that the path ahead would be uneventful. However, after a short while, another group emerged from the shadows. This new cadre was not to be compared with the previous band of bandits. They were well equipped, each adorned with a samurai sword. Though their appearance was disheveled, the fierce aura they exuded was unmistakable. It was evident that these individuals had blood on their hands. They were a band of wandering samurai, commonly referred to as Ronin. The Ronin comprised various factions. Some were disgraced nobles who had perished in the power struggles, and upon their demise, the samurai they once commanded found themselves without a master, thus becoming Ronin. Others were traders from the Iron Country. Regardless of their origins, the Ronin were a lawless band of mercenaries, devoid of discipline and disconnected from productive society. They owed allegiance to no lord, received no patronage from the aristocracy, and were neither acknowledged by samurai nor ninjas. Their only recourse was to engage in acts of theft and pillage. This time, their sights were set on the caravan, intent on slaughtering everyone present and selling the goods on the black market. The animosity between samurai and ninjas has deep historical roots. During the Warring States period, prior to the establishment of the hidden villages, ninjas were merely hired assassins, tasked with covert operations and espionage, relegated to the shadows. Meanwhile, the daimyos and nobles recruited vast numbers of samurai to form armies that would conquer and expand territories. At that time, samurai enjoyed elevated status and numerous privileges, often slaughtering commoners at their whim. However, the founding of the first hidden village by Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara marked the end of the Warring States era. With the rise of the hidden villages, samurai were gradually supplanted by ninjas as the nation's military force. Only a handful of nobles and the Iron Country retained their samurai. Faced with this new reality, samurai either transitioned into ninjas, as seen with the Hokage clan, or became mere symbols of noble status. Yet, a significant number of samurai found themselves without options, ultimately becoming Ronin. Chapter 25. The Ronin Strike. Hatake Kakashi's sharp-tongued the Ronin yearned for the bygone era of the samurai, but with the ascendance of ninjas, the status of samurai had plummeted. Their animosity towards ninjas grew ever more bitter. In the eyes of the samurai, ninjas were mere cowardly opportunists, while ninjas viewed samurai as brutish and dim-witted. The leader of the Ronin, with long hair tied in a ponytail and an intersecting scar across his right cheek, exuded an air of menace. His disheveled beard and tattered armor gave him a slovenly appearance, with a katana and tanto secured at his waist. The Ronin coldly declared, "I am Myaku, wielder of dual blades, and I have taken a liking to your goods. Surrender the caravan, and you may depart unscathed." Bai Yunfeng stepped forward to negotiate, stating, "We are ninjas hailing from Konoha, tasked specifically with escorting this cargo. Regrettably, we cannot acquiesce to your demands." Gongzong sneered, declaring, "This matter does not concern me. I merely desire the cargo from this cart and harbor no intentions of taking lives. However, should you persist in your obstinacy, I shall not hesitate to let my treasured blade taste blood. After all, I have slain ninjas before, particularly those from your leaf village. You are but a horde of rats scurrying in the sewers." Upon finishing his words, Gongzong gestured, and his band of Ronin encircled the caravan, their swords glinting ominously as they fixed their fierce gazes upon the terrified commoners within. The ordinary folk cowered, seeking refuge and trembling with fear, fervently praying for their ninja protector's triumph. Amidst the impending clash, a light chuckle resonated, piercing through the tension. "Ah, a pack of wild dogs, a band of stray curs." The question arose, who spoke such words? The leader, Gongzong, erupted in fury, brandishing his sword at the crowd, his comrades following suit, their eyes filled with malice. Poised to obey their leader's command to annihilate the ninjas before them, Kitsuki Kid adjusted his attire and stepped forward gracefully. "A pack of wild dogs, indeed. That is what I call you. What of it? Are you not wild dogs? Abandoned by your kin, scorned by the samurai of the Iron Country, looked down upon by the ninjas. Without noble patrons, you are left to scavenge like feral beasts. You appear as though you never fully matured. Was your mother uncaring when she bore you? I have never encountered such a foolish creature. Even the animals of the forest possess greater intelligence." Though aware that he resided in a world of manga, Kitsuki Kid could scarcely restrain his impulse to rid the world of these Ronin. Indeed, he longed to end their existence. Channeling the traditions of his ancestral lineage, he unleashed a torrent of insults directed at the 20-odd Ronin, targeting their mothers and unleashing a barrage of scathing remarks that left the Ronin questioning their very lives. His companions, including Xie Hui-chun, Xiang Tai, Yang Chun, and Kaze Kan, along with the concealed members of the caravan, stared in astonishment at Kitsuki Kid, particularly Uchiha Reika, whose stoic expression faltered in disbelief. They thought to themselves, who would have imagined that this seemingly harmless child could wield such a venomous tongue? Gongzang's ire intensified, for Kitsuki Kid's barbs were primarily aimed at him. Enraged, he bellowed, "Silence, you wretched pup. I shall slice you into pieces." After casting a glance at his subordinates, he commanded, "Attack." With that, Gongzong charged forward, swinging his sword towards Kitsuki Kid's head, and his fellow Ronin followed suit, advancing menacingly. The clash of kunai against katana sparked with intensity. True to his reputation as the leader of the Ronin, Gongzong swiftly repelled Kitsuki Kid upon their first encounter. Limited by his youthful physique, Kitsuki Kid found himself outmatched by the adult Ronin. Gongzong laughed wickedly, taunting, "Boy, weren't you quite the talker? Why have you fallen silent now? Ha ha ha. I shall tear your mouth apart." Fool, Kitsuki Kid retorted, to rend my lips, you must first be able to catch me. As he spoke, Hokage Kid surged forward with remarkable swiftness, brandishing a kunai aimed directly at Miyako's heart. Clang! The tattered armor adorning Miyako's chest afforded him a modicum of protection. Deflecting Kid's assault, a cold sweat broke out on Miyako's brow. He realized he was utterly unable to match Kid's speed. Were it not for this wretched armor, he would have long since met his demise. The thought of being cornered by this young scoundrel filled him with indignation. In a fit of rage, Miyako raised his katana and swung it toward Kid's neck. You lot are fools. Once we are in close proximity, your strength diminishes to but a fraction of its true potential, and your deceitful techniques become utterly ineffective. You insolent brat, you should not have dared to approach me. With a swift downward stroke, the blade cut through a veil of mist. As the fog dissipated, a splintered piece of wood fell to the ground, revealing that Kid had already employed a substitution technique. What? Miyako gasped in astonishment. Just as he prepared to survey his surroundings in search of Kid's whereabouts, he felt a sudden, forceful strike to the back of his knees, accompanied by a stabbing pain in his hands that clutched the sword. He was forced to kneel, relinquishing his katana. In that moment, he felt a sharp thrust at a vulnerable part of his body, rendering him immobile. Panic began to set in for Miyako as he beheld a delicate, pale hand retrieving his katana from the ground. Then, a teasing voice whispered in his ear, if the wild dog refuses to yield, then one must beat it to death and consume its flesh. When you samurai commit seppuku, there is a kaishakunin present. Today, I shall reluctantly assume the role of your kaishakunin. With that, Kid swung the katana, swiftly severing Miyako's neck. The decapitated body collapsed to the ground with a thud. Upon witnessing the lifeless form, a flicker of satisfaction surged within Kid. Am I a monster? No. It's simply that I feel no empathy for these ruffians. Casting a glance around, he noted that the battle was swiftly drawing to a close. The twin illusions cast by Sarayu and Siyu ensnared the remaining ruffians in a terrifying environment, leading them to turn upon one another in a frenzy of violence. Illusionary ninjas are truly fearsome. Over yonder, Sarutobi Shuda's opponent was riddled with shurikens, utterly lifeless. Damn, Shoyuda, that's just grotesque. That ruffian resembles a hedgehog. The members of the Kazama squad also performed admirably. Captain Kazama was decisive, dispatching a ruffian with a single strike. Uchiha Reika's Uchiha-style swordsmanship was graceful and fluid, while Kanwa and Yama displayed commendable synergy, efficiently eliminating numerous foes. As the last ruffian fell, the pillaging was conclusively brought to an end. Our side suffered no losses, while the enemy was entirely vanquished. Of the 20 or so ruffians who had come to plunder, half lay dead, including their leader, who had lost his head. The remaining 10 were thoroughly incapacitated. Under the leader's directives, the 6 young ones buried the deceased ruffians and bound those who had been knocked unconscious. Kid, with a furtive glance, inflicted a small cut on the unconscious ruffians, allowing their blood to seep forth. The scent of blood is the most effective lure for the predatory beasts lurking within the forest. As the caravan set forth once more, a multitude of green eyes emerged around the fallen ruffians. Additionally, it is worth mentioning that among the fallen rogues, 7 or 8 met their demise at the hands of Uchiha Rei. Truly, Uchiha swordsmanship is formidable, exhibiting a ruthless precision. Uchiha Rei, with his ancestral stoic expression, arched an eyebrow at Hokage Kid, as if to proclaim, "Fool, I have claimed more lives than you." Hokage Kid paid him no heed, merely casting a sidelong glance with his own inherited vacant eyes, silently vowing, "Just wait until I return. I shall seek out Nakad to learn the sword techniques of the Hokage clan. When we meet again, I will put an end to your impassive visage." Chapter 26. A youth of unwavering integrity. The journey ahead was remarkably tranquil, devoid of further incidents. After traversing for some time, the caravan smoothly arrived at its destination, a quaint border town located in the land of hot water. It was a quintessential trading hub, bustling with merchants from the land of fire, the land of water, the land of lightning, and various other nations. The town's unique scenery also attracted nobility and wealthy merchants from across the lands, rendering it vibrant and prosperous. The current mission was to escort the employer to this border town for commercial pursuits, and upon the completion of these activities, to ensure their safe return to the land of fire. Throughout the employer's business dealings, the Kid team and the Kazama team took turns safeguarding the employer's safety. As the captain, Hiragi Kid, along with Shiryuki Kazama, provided close protection, The other members of the two teams remained hidden, ready to offer timely assistance. During the shift rotations, the teams not engaged in duty could roam freely, taking in the unique landscapes of the land of hot water and indulging in the local hot spring culture. However, they were strictly prohibited from approaching areas restricted by the 3 ninja prohibitions and were expected to return punctually to the assembly point for duty changes. Before entering the town, 2 ninjas from the hidden hot water village appeared before the caravan. Although the hidden hot water village maintained amicable relations with Konoha village of the Land of Fire, everyone remained discreetly prepared for any potential conflict. Shiriki Kazama approached the ninjas from the hidden hot water village and presented his mission briefing. The ninjas, adhering to customary protocols, offered their cautions before allowing the group to enter the town. In the ensuing days, the 2 teams took turns serving as the employer's protectors. The remaining team members savored the town's distinctive charm, relished its culinary delights, and immersed themselves in the local hot spring culture. Ah, this is heavenly. Hokage Kid sighed contentedly while lounging in the hot spring. It was once again the turn of the Kid team to enjoy a respite, and the trio of young members ventured to soak in the baths. Sarutobi Sh nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, after a night of work, indulging in a hot spring bath is truly a delight." Haru lay nearby, eyes closed, nodding in affirmation. After a moment, Sarutobi Sh leaned in closer to Hokage Kid with a mischievous grin, asking, "Kid, would you like to know what the women's bath next door is like? There are some lovely girls there." Hokage Kid shot him a reproachful glance with his vacant eyes, responding with righteous indignation, "Humph, Sh, as a leaf ninja, I must adhere to the 3 prohibitions of our kind. How could I possibly engage in such behavior? I shall never succumb to your temptations." In that moment, a radiant glow of sanctity emanated from Hokage Kid, embodying the essence of a true giant. "Humph, a child is merely a child. The adorable girl in your eyes holds little significance for me. What is so appealing about Princess Ping? It is the elegant and alluring older sister that truly deserves admiration." Just as Sarutobi Shoda felt a twinge of shame regarding his behavior, and as Hinata Haru rested with closed eyes, filled with admiration for Hokage Kid, Kid spoke up, "Shoda, I have come to understand that although the girl next door is cute, her figure is rather flat, rendering any act of peeping entirely unnecessary." Both Sarutobi Shoda and Hinata Haru were taken aback, utterly unprepared to discover that their teammate, Hokage Kid, concealed such depths. "Hey, return my earlier feelings of shame and admiration." With a shared glance, Shoda and Haru lunged toward Hokage Kid, scooping up water from the hot spring to splash upon him. Kid tossed aside the towel atop his head and joined the fray, exclaiming, "You two truly dare." Soon, the 3 were engaged in playful antics within the hot spring. After a lively bout, the trio tidied themselves up, preparing to explore the local streets. Upon emerging from the hot spring, they agreed on a time to reconvene and then dispersed, leisurely immersing themselves in the unique culture of the quaint town. Hokage Kid, utilizing his transformation technique, gracefully entered a gambling den. In the roulette section of the establishment, he unleashed the powers of his thunderfruit, wreaking havoc and amassing a substantial fortune. Upon exiting the gambling house, his wallet had become pleasantly plump. Feeling the satisfying weight of his well-filled wallet, Hokage Kid reveled in the delightful sensation of being affluent as he strolled out of the casino. Although he knew when to walk away, he soon caught the attention of some unscrupulous individuals. "Brother, I just witnessed this kid win a considerable sum in the casino. Look, his wallet is bulging." A scruffy, one-eyed man pointed at Hokage Kid's retreating figure, addressing a burly companion beside him. The muscular man clenched his fist and gave a hearty slap on the one-eyed man's shoulder, saying, "Well done, Pingzong. This time, I shall commend you." The one-eyed man quickly offered a nervous smile, replying, "I dare not take credit. It all relies on your adept leadership, brother. I wouldn't dream of claiming the glory." The burly man nodded with satisfaction, stating, "Excellent. Go notify the others to follow closely. Once we reach an isolated area, his wealth shall belong to me." Unbeknownst to them, Hokage Kid was already aware of his pursuers. He calmly slipped into a narrow alleyway. Seeing this, the burly man was filled with excitement and hurriedly led his lackeys into the alley. However, upon their arrival, they found no trace of Hokage Kid. The burly man slapped the back of the one-eyed man's head in frustration, demanding, "Where is he?" The one-eyed man, trembling, replied, "Brother, I have no idea. We came in together, and suddenly, he vanished." With another sharp slap, The burly man glared menacingly at the one-eyed man, saying, "Are you blaming me for this? Blaming me for not keeping track?" The one-eyed man quickly knelt, shaking his hands in protest. "I would never, brother. How could I blame you? It's simply that the kid was too cunning. Let us search thoroughly. He must be hiding nearby." A robust man delivered a fierce kick to the one-eyed dragon, growling, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up." The one-eyed dragon quickly rose, intent on locating the elusive Hokage Kakashi. At that moment, a figure strolled out from the alleyway, none other than the very person they were seeking, Hokage Kakashi. Kakashi inquired, "What do you want from me? Care to share?" The one-eyed dragon promptly pointed at Kakashi, exclaiming, "Brother, that's him." The sturdy man turned with a sinister grin and said, "I hear you've been raking in quite a fortune at the gambling den. Share a bit of that with us." Kakashi, maintaining an impassive demeanor, replied, "Oh, and how much do you intend to borrow? When do you plan to repay it?" Laughter erupted from the burly man and his companions at these words. A long-haired man beside him remarked, "Kid, my brother is only asking to borrow money out of respect for you, yet you dare to demand repayment. Truly foolish." Another added, "Exactly, you lack any sense." Kakashi gazed at these ruffians and stated, "So, what you're saying is that you intend to rob me?" The gang of thugs stared at Kakashi as if he were a fool, unable to comprehend his thoughts. Clearly, the pretense of borrowing was merely a facade. With a hardened gaze, Kakashi resolved, "They dare to steal my money. I must eliminate them first." In the next instant, he transformed into a flash of lightning, swiftly charging toward the ruffians before him. Each strike shattered their bones, leaving them writhing in agony on the ground, clutching their arms or legs in pain. Kakashi, stepping atop the fallen sturdy man, relentlessly slapped the back of his head. "How dare you attempt to rob me? Don't you know my money is off limits? Today, you will learn why flowers bloom red." He continued, "Stop feigning death. I have a question for you. Answer correctly, and I may let you go." Hearing a glimmer of hope for escape, the sturdy man pleaded, "O great ninja, please ask. I shall do my best to answer correctly." Kakashi settled on the man's chest, gazing skyward, and asked, "What is 100 minus 1? The sturdy man hastily replied, 99. Kakashi stood, a malicious grin spreading across his face. "Congratulations on your correct answer, but I have a distaste for those proficient in mathematics." With that, Kakashi delivered a kick, rendering him unconscious. These ruffians were not heinous criminals, so Kakashi spared their lives. Once he had incapacitated them all, he meticulously searched their bodies, discovering a mere 100 taels of money. What a bunch of paupers. With the meager spoils in hand, Kakashi dispelled his transformation and quietly departed. With the winnings from the casino in his possession, he mentally drafted a series of spending plans. He crossed off anything inappropriate, mindful of his youth and ongoing development. After purchasing some local delicacies from the land of soup, Kakashi lost interest in further shopping and leisurely returned to the inn. Chapter 27. The path to strength for the young lad. Upon returning to the inn, he placed his belongings in his room. Upon glancing at the time, it was still early, and the shift change had not yet arrived. Hokage Kid took a moment in his room to reflect on his current combat strategies and identify his shortcomings. Completing this mission would undoubtedly prompt him to engage in targeted training based on his weaknesses, leading to a significant enhancement of his personal strength. First and foremost was the assessment of his chakra. After gauging his chakra levels and comparing them to those of the Jonin instructors, Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke, Kid concluded that he had reached the average chakra capacity of a Jonin. However, he had yet to attain the level of Hokage Kakashi during the Naruto era. Apologies. Foolish younger brother. Forgive your elder for making you my standard of measurement. If anyone else were to exchange places with Kid, they might be thoroughly satisfied. Yet, as someone who had traversed into this world, he was acutely aware of the future developments within the ninja realm. Setting aside the impending threat of the Otsutsuki clan, he was mindful of the currently hidden Otsutsuki Kenshiki, the insidious influence of Kaguya, and the looming ninja world war. All of these demanded that Kid possess ample firepower to confront them. The foundation of such firepower lay in a vast and abundant chakra reserve. The future Naruto, the original Hokage, and the current Uzumaki clan members, all were endowed with immense chakra reserves. While possessing vast chakra alone may not guarantee one's prowess as a formidable ninja, those who are indeed powerful invariably possess substantial chakra quantities. There are two overt methods to address the issue of chakra volume, one being Sage Mode, and the other Tsunade's Seal. However, there exists a unique method exclusive to me, which is the awakening of the fruit. Therefore, as an individual who has traversed into this world, I intend to acquire them all. The second aspect was ninjutsu. Whenever Kid was able to refine chakra, he would retrieve chakra testing paper from Hatake Sakumo's room to examine his chakra attributes. He discovered that he possessed chakra of 5 different nature types, with lightning, water, and wind release being particularly vibrant. Consequently, most of Kid's ninjutsu would revolve around these 3 attributes. With the proper application of these 3 elemental jutsus, they can unleash tremendous power. The subsequent development of ninjutsu will primarily focus on lightning and water, with wind serving as a complementary force, thoroughly unearthing the potential of these 3 elemental techniques. As for lightning release, I can take inspiration from the future Kakashi of the 3rd Raikage of the Cloud Village. For water release, I shall certainly consider the malevolent Tobirama, while for wind release, I must contemplate Naruto's Raisin Shuriken. As for fire and earth release, they can be developed further when time permits. I also aspire to perform a grand technique combining all 5 elements. If I were to execute a Sage Art 5 Elemental Great Bomb, would not Uchiha Madara have to reconsider his stance? The third aspect was perception. Through his previous battles, Kid had come to a profound realization of his deficiency in sensory ability. How many times had he only sensed the presence of an enemy when they were already upon him? My past life has taught me that in the fog of war, one must learn to see. Otherwise, one may find themselves ambushed by unexpected foes. If only I possessed Enel's heart network, or could directly awaken the observation haki. In the realm of ninjas, renowned sensory techniques abound, such as the Vortex clan's Kagura Shingon, the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, and the Third Eye of the Sand Village in the Land of Wind. Notable sensory ninjas include the 2nd Tsuchikage Mu and the 2nd Hokage Tobirama Senju. It appears that I must once again turn to Tobirama for study and reference. Truly, the 2nd Hokage Tobirama Senju is the lifelong adversary of the Uchiha clan, demonstrating remarkable prowess indeed. The 4th aspect pertains to Genjutsu. While Kakashi Hatake possesses a fundamental understanding of Genjutsu, he is entirely inept at casting it, only capable of dispelling basic illusions. Among all the ninja clans in Konoha, the Uchiha and Kurama clans are famed for their Genjutsu, particularly the latter, whose bloodline limit can manipulate the 5 senses of the afflicted, making them the only clan capable of rivaling the Uchiha in this domain. Additionally, there are the renowned Genjutsu masters, the likes of Asuma Sarutobi, Kurenai Yuhi, and the future Hinata Hyuga, all celebrated for their skills and illusions. As my strength gradually becomes apparent, the scheming Danzo will undoubtedly seek to recruit and control me. Genjutsu would serve as an effective means. While I may not be adept at casting illusions, I must ensure that they hold no power over me. Indeed, I must guard against the likes of the Eye of Heaven. The 5th aspect concerns sealing techniques, a unique branch of ninjutsu with vast applications, capable of sealing tailed beasts or restraining an individual's movements. In today's ninja world, the Vortex clan, the Miko clan of the Land of Demons, as well as Shikaku and Gyuki, the 1-tailed and 8-tailed beasts, respectively, are notable practitioners of sealing techniques. To truly master sealing, a systematic approach to study is essential. Should I gain the opportunity to learn authentic sealing techniques from the Vortex clan, my prowess would undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement. Nonetheless, the pursuit of sealing techniques requires careful planning and should not be rushed. The 6th aspect revolves around taijutsu. As the saying goes, every mage harbors a dream of close combat. Ninjas are often fragile, characterized by high attack but low defense. Thus, enhancing one's taijutsu serves as the final bastion of self-preservation. The 5 Kage who quelled the chaos of the warring states not only possessed exceptional wisdom and commanding strategies, but also wielded formidable strength to subdue their unruly subordinates. Their might encompassed not only cataclysmic ninjutsu, but also the ability to rend tigers and leopards and shatter mountains with their physical prowess. Without a robust physique and a healthy body, even the most powerful abilities are but castles in the air. Presently, the leader of the Rain Village, Hanzo of the Salamander, alongside my father Sakumo Hatake and Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, are all renowned taijutsu practitioners. Lastly, the final aspect is medical knowledge. Since ancient times, medicine and poison have been intertwined. One must not only be capable of swiftly healing others, but also adept at crafting lethal toxins. Medicine and poison are akin to 2 sides of the same coin. Immunity to all toxins and mastery of both healing and poison is the true path. Reflecting upon my shortcomings, Kakashi Hatake devised a future training regimen tailored to address his deficiencies and meticulously documented it on a blank scroll he carries with him. Firstly, there is the Konoha clan's unique sword technique, the monstrous strength of Tsunade, which swiftly compensates for deficiencies in personal martial arts, in conjunction with the development of the Thunder Fruit to enhance one's physical prowess. Secondly, acquiring the training methods for the Ein sealing technique is crucial. Even if one cannot practice it, one should reference it to develop a suitable battery of their own, enabling continuous external output and ensuring a relentless barrage of power. Next is the Sage mode of the Wet Bone Forest, which, akin to the aforementioned Ein sealing, aims to augment one's endurance. Each Sage mode of the three great sanctuaries possesses its own merits and demerits. Mayaboku Mountain emphasizes the absorption and utilization of natural energy, boasting tremendous explosive power. Yet it is hampered by a relatively short duration, necessitating further absorption of natural energy to maintain Sage mode. The Richido focuses on life-saving techniques and adeptly employs the surrounding inorganic environment, but the training is perilous and fraught with difficulty. A moment's carelessness could lead to being devoured by the serpents of the Richido. The Wet Bone Forest, on the other hand, centers around recovery skills, enhancing cellular activity and improving one's physical constitution, albeit at the cost of weak offensive capabilities and a lack of formidable attack means. Lastly, there is the sensory ninjutsu of the second Hokage. With a deep breath, Kakashi put down his pen, having meticulously reviewed his devised training plan, making numerous revisions, ultimately crafting a plan that resonated with his personal reality. Chapter 28. The cult's assault. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed at the door. It was time for the scheduled shift change. Tomorrow marked the final day of their mission, after which they could set forth on their journey back to Konoha. The next day, the members of the Hikari team diligently and earnestly completed their tasks. Upon returning to the assembly point, they began to pack their belongings in preparation for departure. At that moment, Kanwa and Ryuka from the Kaze team rushed in, breathless and alarmed. "This is bad, Hikari-sensei. Yajima has been captured." The Hikari team members gasped in shock, and Hikari inquired, "Where's your teacher, Kazama? Why didn't you report to him?" Kanwa, catching his breath, urgently explained, "When Yajima was captured, Kazama-sensei pursued them, but unexpectedly, someone appeared and ensnared Kazama-sensei. He had no choice but to send us back for help." Kakashi and Hikari exchanged glances, and Hikari commanded, "Class 4, assemble. We have an urgent mission. A comrade from Konoha has been abducted by nefarious individuals. As comrades, we cannot stand idly by. All members of Class 4, we must mobilize to rescue our friend. Do you understand?" "Yes." "Good. If any other situations arise, Kakashi will take over as captain. Is that clear?" Hikari added suddenly. "Understood." Sarutobi and Hinata nodded without further thought. However, Kakashi cast a meaningful glance at Hikari. The next moment, under Kanwa and Ryuka's guidance, the Hikari team set forth towards their destination. What could the captors of Konoha's ninjas be plotting? Was it to sow discord between the Hidden Soup Village and the Leaf Village, or were there other factors at play? Suddenly, a figure cloaked in black and wielding a sickle emerged in the direction of the advancing team. The black-clad individual charged forward with remarkable speed, raising the sickle to strike at the lead, fire. In a swift motion, Teacher Huichun stepped in to intercept the attack with a kunai. In the next instant, a fierce battle ensued between Teacher Huichun and the cloaked figure. The black-robed assailant demonstrated exceptional martial prowess, executing lethal strikes with each move. Under such pressure, Teacher Huichun found himself momentarily overwhelmed. While engaged in combat, he urged, "Maple, take charge and ensure the continuation of our mission. Stay vigilant." Flagwood Maple nodded and led the others around the clash, pressing on with the rescue operation. The black-clad figure showed no intention of pursuing them, seemingly intent on obstructing a particular member of their party. As Flagwood Maple guided his team onward, they soon came upon a rather unremarkable estate. Fire pointed toward the manor, exclaiming, "Flagwood, Yama is being held there. We must hurry to save her." Flagwood Maple glanced at Fire, then focused his gaze on the estate, nodding in agreement. "Very well. We shall enter at once to rescue them." Upon hearing Flagwood's decisive response, Fire and Kanwa exchanged knowing glances, their faces adorned with enigmatic smiles. Flagwood Maple stood at the forefront, addressing the group, "Shoyuta, Yanshun, You will act alongside Kanwa, while Fire and I will move together. Let us establish our positions. Do you understand? Shoyuta and Yanshun hesitated for a moment before positioning themselves beside Kanwa. As both Kanwa and Fire were still puzzled by the concept of positioning, Flagwood Maple commanded, engage. In an instant, Yue Yanshun unleashed a Jinjutsu, subduing Kanwa, while Sarutobi Shoyuta delivered a precise strike to the back of Kanwa's neck, rendering him unconscious. The two swiftly bound Kanwa. Meanwhile, Flagwood Maple's palm transformed into several arcs of lightning, incapacitating Fire entirely. In less than a minute, both sides had subdued their opponents. It turned out that establishing positions was a code used by the trio, referring to identifying a suspect. This code, originally devised during playful antics, was unexpectedly employed in this serious context. Kanwa and Fire dispelled their transformation, revealing themselves to be two ninjas from the hidden Soup Village. Upon regaining consciousness, they expressed their frustration. I don't understand how we were exposed. When did you realize we were not your allies? Shoyuta and Yanshun were equally curious about when Flagwood Maple had discerned their true identities, as they remained bewildered. Their actions against Kanwa and Fire had simply stemmed from their trust in Flagwood Maple. With his arms crossed, Flagwood Maple stood beside them, smirking. From the moment you arrived, I knew you were not our comrades. The two ninjas from the hidden Soup Village shouted in disbelief. Impossible. I believed I had no flaws. How could you see through us? Flagwood Maple observed his teammates, who mirrored his curiosity, and remarked, Fire. Would that Uchiha with the stoic expression truly come to solicit our assistance? Do you jest? As the sun set, Yangchun suddenly struck his forehead, realizing the truth. Indeed, the true Uchiha Reihyuo would pursue relentlessly, compelling Jinhua to seek assistance. Sarutobi Shotai nodded in agreement, indicating his complete understanding. Hataki Kid remarked, Teacher Huichun has already discerned this. That is why I have been appointed as the captain for the upcoming operation. Now, Yangchun, the interrogation is entrusted to you. Uncover the layout of the estate, and then we shall storm in and rescue them. Under the influence of illusion, the two ninjas from Tangyin Village quickly divulged the truth. It turned out they were members of the cult of the evil god, discontent with the state of development in Tangyin Village. They aligned themselves with the cult to enhance their own powers. They had kidnapped numerous children throughout the land of Soup, along with the bound Uchiha Reihyuo, Jinhua, and Yinjin. Their intention was to sacrifice these offerings to the evil god, but in pursuit of greater power, the two ninjas persuaded another high-ranking member of the cult, planning to deceive the remaining trio of the Huichun squad into becoming offerings as well. Hataki Kid chuckled, the strategy of dividing the plum blossom, a clever scheme indeed. They might be waiting for us at the estate. Sarutobi Shotai inquired, what shall we do then? Hataki Kid replied with a smile, since they wish to lure us in, let us succumb to their deception. Yangchun suggested, Shadow Clone? Hataki Kid nodded, amused. After dealing with the two ninjas from Tangyin Village, both Hataki Kid and Sarutobi Shotai created a shadow clone each, transforming them into the appearance of the ninjas from Tangyin Village, parading the ostensibly unconscious trio boldly into the estate. Upon entering, after traversing a short distance, they found themselves in a dimly lit room, illuminated by the flickering candlelight. Hataki Kid's shadow clone observed a sacrificial altar, upon which lay the unconscious Uchiha Reihyuo, Jinhua, and Yinjin, surrounded by a multitude of unconscious children. Encircling the altar were a group of cloaked figures, reciting incantations. Beneath the feet of the cloaked figures lay a massive crimson circle, within which was a nested triangle. At that moment, the leader of the cult of the evil god fervently proclaimed, My companions, we gather here today by the will of our Lord Evil God. We shall present the finest offerings to him. These children, these ninjas, are the favorites of our Lord. He spread his arms wide, surveying the assembly. From this moment forth, indulge in the sacrificial feast for our Lord. But first, we must uphold our doctrine and demonstrate our loyalty to the evil god. With that, the leader suddenly brandished a black short spear, plunging it into the heart of a nearby individual. The struck person exhibited no fear, instead laughing maniacally. Ha! All for the glory of our Lord. His laughter served as a signal, igniting a frenzy among the cult followers, who began to slaughter one another. They employed every means possible to inflict mortal harm, striking with fists, biting with teeth, slashing with knives. The leader, caught in the fervor of bloodshed, displayed exceptional martial prowess, swiftly dispatching one cult member after another. Witnessing the madness of these devotees, Hatake Kid was left with but a singular thought: cherish life, steer clear of evil cults. The scene before them was grotesquely bloody. Fortunately, the onlookers were seasoned individuals with a considerable degree of fortitude. Before long, the leader of the cult, through his exceptional martial prowess, managed to survive until the end. Ultimately, only the malevolent deity's leader and 2 shadow clones, clutching 3 unconscious children, remained on the battlefield. The sinister leader extended his tongue to lick the blood from his spear, revealing a cruel and sadistic smile. Long live the dark god. No longer able to tolerate the deranged actions of this cult leader, Kikikaze swiftly dispelled the shadow clones and approached the leader's side. In a flash, bolts of lightning crackled in his hand, materializing into a violet lightning spear. Without hesitation, Kikikaze plunged the spear into the body of the malevolent leader. The cult leader, caught off guard, felt the vitality drain from him rapidly. He reached out in desperation, pleading for Kikikaze's assistance, realizing that the specter of death was indeed terrifying. Despite his status as the cult leader, he too harbored a fear of mortality. Upon witnessing the leader's demise, Kikikaze spat disdainfully, having expected a formidable opponent, only to find he was nothing more than a silver-plated fool. Ta and Haru soon arrived, and upon hearing Kikikaze's words, they voiced their agreement. What they had anticipated to be a grueling battle turned out to be a self-destructive conflict among the adversaries. The remaining leader, presumed to be a master, had fallen with astonishing swiftness. The trio then proceeded to rescue the members of the Kazekage team before transporting the unconscious children to a safer location. Following this, Kikikaze and Ta collaborated to incinerate the area thoroughly, after which Ta employed Earth-style techniques to completely bury the site. Once the situation was resolved, Bayan Kazekage and Shiri Huichun arrived promptly. Under their direction, the unconscious children were entrusted to the care of the ninjas from the hidden hot springs village, while the 3 unconscious individuals were carried back to the gathering place. Naruto is a lengthy manga series, wherein the timeline may appear somewhat ambiguous, with many temporal settings lacking clarity. Here, the author intends to delineate the timeline slightly, providing readers with a clearer chronological understanding. Of course, if this does not pique the reader's interest, they may choose to disregard it altogether. This timeline, crafted by the author, aims to maintain a semblance of logic, as Kishimoto's work contains numerous inconsistencies throughout. For instance, the reasons behind the outbreak of the First Shinobi World War and the timing of Hashirama Senju's death are muddled. Thus, the author references Kishimoto's assertions while striving to rationalize the timeline as much as possible. This constitutes the timeline of this narrative. This timeline. This is not part of the main text, not part of the main text, not part of the main text. As the protagonist resides in Konoha, we shall use it as the basis for our chronology. In the first year of Konoha, the Senju and Uchiha clans reached a reconciliation, formally establishing Konoha. Hashirama Senju became the first Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Nara Shikaku, Mito Uzumaki, and Shimura Danzo were all 5 years old. In the second year of Konoha, nothing of note occurred. Inoki and his apprentice represented a Wagakure in a diplomatic mission to Konoha, forging an alliance. The duo was subsequently bested by Uchiha Madara, who later defected from Konoha. Inoki was 13 years old. In the third year of Konoha, and subsequently in the 7th year, the major ninja villages within the shinobi world were established. During this period, the village of Yuin failed to capture the Nine Tails, leading to the acquisition of its chakra by the duo of Kin and Jin. 8 years into the existence of Konoha, Uchiha Madara succeeded in capturing the Nine Tails and launched an assault on the village. A fierce battle ensued between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara at the Valley of the End. Ultimately, Madara was defeated, feigning death to escape, and acquired Hashirama's cells. Uzumaki Mito became the first host of the Nine Tails in Konoha. 13 years into Konoha's timeline, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade were born. 17 years later, the first 5 Kage summit convened, during which the first Hokage distributed the tailed beasts. According to Tobi's later assertions, this summit quelled the turmoil, effectively marking the end of the First Shinobi World War. However, the author himself later abandoned this claim, hoping readers would comprehend. 19 years into Konoha, the founders of various ninja villages passed away, triggering the onset of the First Shinobi World War. This point is a personal addition by the author. The original manga does not specify the exact timing of the founders' deaths. Nonetheless, the demise of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, served as the catalyst for the war. From the 20th to the 22nd year of Konoha, the First Shinobi World War unfolded. During this conflict, the second Hokage and second Raikage perished amidst the rebellion of Kin and Jin, while the second Tsuchikage and second Mizukage mutually annihilated each other. The second Kazekage met his end due to unforeseen circumstances. The third Kage began to emerge onto the stage. From the 23rd to the 36th year of Konoha, a brief period of peace ensued, during which nations amassed strength, and the militaristic factions gradually gained prominence. From the 37th to the 42nd year, the Second Shinobi World War erupted. The root cause of this conflict lay in the ambitions of the militaristic factions across nations seeking to expand their territories through warfare. The immediate trigger was the growing power of Amigakure, which threatened the security of Konoha, leading to an initial attack on the Land of Grass. In response to border security concerns, ninjas were summoned to fortify the borders, but Amigakure, incited by a third party, declared war on Konoha, igniting the Second Shinobi World War. Within this battle, Hatake Tsukumo earned the reputation of Konoha's White Fang, while Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru were recognized as the legendary Sannin. Kato Dan and ninjutsu expert Sh10 sacrificed their lives. From the 43rd to the 46th year of Konoha, a fleeting peace prevailed. Hatake Tsukumo met his demise due to rumors, leaving Tsunade disheartened. In the 46th and 50th years, the Third Shinobi World War commenced, a continuation of the previous conflict, ignited by the assassination of the third Kazekage by Sasori of the Red Sand. During this war, the third Raikage fell, and the Yellow Flash faced off against the Cloud Ninja duo. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were reduced to 3. Uchiha Obito and Noara Rin lost their lives, while Hatake Kakashi emerged as the hero wielding the Sharingan. Yahiko died, and the Akatsuki organization descended into darkness. The fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, ascended to power. The above narrative is a personal interpretation by the author, crafted in conjunction with the original manga to ensure a coherent and logical timeline. In subsequent writings, I will endeavor to obscure the temporal clues to alleviate any such concerns for the readers. Chapter 29. The Ninja Assault and the Emergence of the Thunder Fruit. Upon returning to the inn, the 3 members of the Kazama team gradually awoke. They were filled with regret for having missed the recent battle. Particularly, Uchiha Rika, upon learning that he had been saved by Hatake Kid, felt his eyes redden with emotion, almost triggering his Sharingan. Hatake Kid internally scoffed. Is the Uchiha clan always this proud and difficult? After the incident with the evil god cult, no significant events unfolded. The group enjoyed a peaceful day of rest, and on the following day, they set off on their journey back to the Land of Fire. After selling the goods to a buyer in the Land of Water, their employer procured some local specialties to sell upon their return. The limited number of these specialties allowed the group to hasten their journey. A gentle breeze swept through, and the sun radiated warmth. The afternoon light lulled many into a drowsy state. Sitting atop the carriage, Hatake Kid surveyed the surroundings. The 8 members of the 2 teams were positioned strategically apart, allowing for a sense of security. At that moment, Yuhi Kasumi approached Hatake Kid and said, "Kid, stay vigilant. Since we departed from the town, a group has been trailing us. I observed them last night. While they bear no distinct insignia, several individuals exhibit characteristics of the Land of Water. The serrated fangs of the Land of Water." A flicker of surprise crossed Hatake Kid's eyes as he softly inquired, "The Land of Water? Are they ninjas from the Mist Village? What could they want with us?" Yuhi Kasumi replied solemnly, "It's unclear for now. Remain alert. A confrontation may be imminent." Hatake Kid regarded his subordinate with esteem, knowing that his mastery of ninjutsu required no concern for his safety. With Yuhi Kasumi and Sarutobi Hashin working in tandem, there was little cause for alarm regarding their capabilities. With a wry smile, Hatake Kid remarked, "Kasumi-sensei, do you think this mission has exceeded our expectations? Bandit raids, attacks from the evil god cult, and now a contingent of Mist Village ninjas. Are you certain you haven't overestimated our novice capabilities?" Yuhi Kasumi, equally exasperated, lamented, "There's no way we could have anticipated these developments." Presently, the Mist Village was under the governance of the third Mizukage. Although no explicit declaration had been made, signs of isolationism were emerging. With the support of the third Mizukage, the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen had been re-established. The original 7 ninja swordsmen served as a crucial means for the 3rd Mizukage to suppress the various ninja clans within the village. Although the current Mist Village may not exhibit the same brutal conditions characteristic of the future 4th Mizukage era, oppression and coercion against the ninja clans had already commenced. Despite their penchant for internal conflict, the ninjas of the Mist Village were formidable, renowned for their water techniques and assassination skills. As the convoy approached a grove, a thin veil of white mist began to manifest around them. The fog quickly thickened, significantly reducing visibility. The pursuing mist ninjas struck, unleashing their signature technique, the hidden mist technique. Bai Yunfeng shouted urgently, "Stay alert. Maintain formation. Protect the employer." Upon receiving the command, the members of the Wind and Spring teams swiftly encircled the employer and several of his attendants, ensuring their protection. Bai Yunfeng Jian and Shi Ri Hui Chun brandished their weapons, remaining ever vigilant. After a brief moment, Shi Ri Hui Chun called out sharply, "They are coming." With that, he cleaved through an oncoming ninja with his blade. In an instant, the severed ninja transformed into 2 puddles of water. Water clones. Suddenly, a chilling voice emerged from the surrounding mist. 8 vital points. Throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, subclavian vein, kidneys, heart. Which shall you prefer? The only girl among them, Yi Zhen, trembled in fear. Just then, Shi Ri Hui Chun shouted to Chi Mu Feng, "Feng, be careful." However, as the mist thickened, Chi Mu Feng's figure vanished from view. In silence, a shadow appeared before Chi Mu Feng, thrusting a kunai directly into his heart. Strangely, the kunai did not penetrate the flesh as expected. Chi Mu Feng grasped the assailant's wrist with a peculiar grin. "I've got you now." A surge of paralyzing electricity coursed through the ninja's body, robbing him of his combat prowess. Before losing consciousness, the man could only think, what manner of creature is this? After dispatching the foe, Chi Mu Feng began forming hand seals amidst the fog, invoking the wind release. Great breakthrough. A tempest surged forth, dispersing the thick, white mist entirely. As the fog cleared, Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted, "Feng, splendid work. Now it's my turn to unleash my power." He executed the Shadow Shuriken Jutsu, releasing a barrage of shurikens towards a specific direction in the forest. A muffled groan echoed from within, followed by a figure collapsing to the ground. Chi Mu Feng turned to Shi Riyang Chan, asking, "Can you sense the direction of the enemy?" "I can, but I'm not very adept at it yet. I can only determine a rough direction," came the reply. "That's all right. A general direction will suffice. Yang Chun, assist me." Shi Riyang Chun closed his eyes, attuning himself to the surroundings. Soon, he opened his eyes and exclaimed, 5 o'clock and 7 o'clock, enemies detected." Chi Mu Feng immediately formed hand seals, creating shadow clones, and shouted, "Get down." The clones rushed to Shota's side, urging him and Yang Chun to lie flat. In the next moment, bolts of lightning flickered around Chi Mu Feng as he raised his hands toward the forest. Boom, boom, boom. From his palms erupted 2 massive dragon heads. The thunderous dragons roared and obliterated all obstacles within the forest. As the thunder dragons surged forth, the concealed ninjas were laid bare, revealing several broken bodies strewn across the ground. Witnessing the devastation wrought upon the forest, time seemed to freeze as everyone gazed in astonishment at Chi Mu Feng. Sarutobi Shoyuta gazed at Hatake Kid in astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow, Kid, you've concealed such a trump card. How inconsiderate of you." Hatake Kid shot him a deadpan glare, retorting, "This technique is still underdeveloped, so I cannot disclose it to you. Now stop shouting and come help me." Sarutobi Shoyuta nodded in a daze and hurried over to support Hatake Kid, thinking to himself, "He is so cool." Bai Yunfengjian remarked, "Senior Hui-chan, your subordinate possesses remarkable prowess. The destructive capacity of this jutsu is at least at the level of a B rank. What is even more astonishing is that its destructive potential will grow alongside Hatake Kid." Truly, as a jonin of the village, he discerned the growth potential of Kid's technique at a glance. Nearby, Uchiha Liehua was equally taken aback, murmuring, "How is he so formidable?" In a surge of emotion, his eyes suddenly glowed red, and a tomo appeared in each of his eyes, spinning with an eerie allure. This was the distinctive sign of the Sharingan awakening, unique to the Uchiha clan. As the Sharingan activated, the chakra within Uchiha Liehua surged as if ignited, wildly coursing through him, threatening to break free from his physical confines. His body trembled slightly, and a fine sheen of sweat broke out on his forehead, clearly indicating the strain of this power surge. However, Uchiha Liehua could not maintain this state for long. The immense energy from his awakened eyes swiftly drained his stamina and mental fortitude. Darkness enveloped his vision, and his body slumped, losing its support as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Baiyun Fengjian quickly caught the unconscious Uchiha Liehua and gently placed him on the carriage. At this moment, among the two teams present, aside from Baiyun Fengjian and Shiri Huichun, who understood the situation, the remaining members could only stare in shock at Uchiha Liehua's sudden fainting. Rendered momentarily at a loss, Yezhun hurried to Uchiha Liehua's side, while Baiyun Fengjian smiled reassuringly, saying, "It's all right. He is merely exhausted." He then turned to Shiri Huichun, stating, "Let us check for any survivors and seal all these bodies and any living ones to bring back to the village." Shiri Huichun nodded in agreement and swiftly examined all personnel, sealing the two unconscious individuals. He then directed the rest of the team to tidy up the aftermath and clear the battlefield. Baiyun Fengjian sealed all the bodies into scrolls. These corpses would undoubtedly yield valuable intelligence for the village's information department. As Baiyun Fengjian gathered the scrolls, he addressed Shiri Huichun, "I will return to the village first. I leave them in your capable hands." Shiri Huichun nodded, assuring him, "Rest assured, I will ensure their safe return." After briefing Jinhua and the others, Baiyun Fengjian bit his fingertip, formed hand seals, and invoked the summoning technique. As the white mist dissipated, a colossal azure bird emerged before him. Baiyun Fengjian leaped onto the bird's back, nodding to the assembled group, and then spoke to the bird, "Qingwan, let us depart." The azure bird unfurled its wings, carrying Baiyun Fengjian as they vanished into the distance. The white clouds vanished from sight, and as the sun began to set, Baiyun Feng hastened home along with his companions. His employer, agreeing to the increased pace, was determined to relish life, wrapped in wealth. By the afternoon of the following day, Baiyun Feng returned without uttering much. He merely urged everyone to accelerate their movements. The ominous clouds of war were gathering. Chapter 30. The Draft, the decision of the third Hokage in the early morning. Before the sun had risen, Kakashi was blissfully unaware of the impending danger. He was abruptly pulled from his warm cocoon by the fervent Tsunade. Awakening in his pajamas, he found himself in the bathroom, utterly bewildered. Shouldn't I be sleeping? How did I end up in the bathroom? Turning around, he spotted the golden-haired Tsunade standing at the door. Noticing that Kakashi had yet to freshen up, she urged him, "Hurry up. After you wash up, treat me to breakfast. Then accompany me to the hospital." Kakashi stared at Tsunade in astonishment and remarked, "Lady Tsunade, I just returned to the village yesterday, and today you're already drafting me. This is child labor exploitation, and it's criminal. Moreover, you shouldn't so boldly expect me to treat you to breakfast. Shouldn't it be you who treats me since you're the one recruiting me?" At this, Tsunade fidgeted, rubbing her hands together sheepishly. I've been a bit restless lately and tried my luck at the casino a few times. But don't worry, once I win some money, I'll definitely treat you." Kakashi rolled his eyes in exasperation. "If I wait for you to win money to treat me, I'll never eat again." He picked up his toiletries and began to wash up. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to Tsunade and asked, "Where are my parents? How did you get up here?" Tsunade, equally puzzled, replied, "I don't know. I didn't see Shoma or Hualing when I came in. The staff simply brought me to your room." Kakashi sighed, continuing to brush his teeth. "No need to think. This must be the idea of that white-haired Nikadang. I must have had some grudge against him in my past life. Thankfully, I don't sleep naked. Otherwise, with Tsunade's fierce demeanor, I'd be socially dead." The Hitaki family had several servants responsible for various household tasks. Regardless of her boldness, Tsunade couldn't have barged in uninvited into the room of the family's son. Coming from the Senju clan, she might appear carefree, but she still respected boundaries and would never intrude without permission. After finishing his morning routine, Tsunade followed Kakashi into his bedroom. Now taking a closer look, she remarked, "Your room is quite tidy. It lacks any of the typical odors associated with boys. You have no idea how messy my brother's room is. It's barely better than a pigsty." Kakashi quickly raised his hand to interrupt her incessant chatter. Exasperated, "Stop. I'm not concerned about how clean or smelly other boys' rooms are. I am primarily concerned with whether you can step outside for a moment, as I need to change my attire. Or do you possess some twisted inclination to watch a young boy undress?" Tsunade, visibly irate, was forcefully ushered out of the room. Upon hearing the door close behind her, she kicked the adjacent wall in frustration, though she did not exert her full strength. The wall trembled with the impact. A mere sapling. Do I truly have any interest in you? Dressed appropriately, Kakashi followed Tsunade to the hospital. Embarking on his arduous routine, he was tasked with treating patients at the hospital while simultaneously serving as a teaching assistant in the adjacent medical department, aiding Tsunade in training medical ninjas. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage perused a mission report, lost in contemplation. Another unmarked lightning technique? Its destructive capability can reach extraordinary levels. Most importantly, the only limitation to this technique's power lies in the practitioner's physical condition. As Kakashi matures, the potency of this technique will undoubtedly escalate. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, set aside the report and rapped the surface of his desk, addressing the shadows. Tsurugi. Where is Kakashi at this moment? Moments later, a masked man appeared before the desk, none other than Kakashi's old acquaintance, Tsurugi. He respectfully replied, Honorable Hokage. Kakashi has accompanied Lady Tsunade into the hospital and is currently training the selected medical ninjas. The third Hokage raised an eyebrow and inquired, Isn't the training of these selected ninjas Tsunade's responsibility? Why has it been entrusted to Kakashi? Tsurugi responded, As a teaching assistant, Kakashi has been frequently recruited by Lady Tsunade. The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe, then said, Tsurugi, I would appreciate it if you could relay my orders to the mission department. Adjust the previous escort mission of the Kazama and Keifubon teams to a higher level. Then, summon Tsunade to see me. Tsurugi bowed in acknowledgement and promptly vanished. The third Hokage pondered deeply over Kakashi's file. Suddenly, the door to the Hokage's office was forcefully kicked open, slamming against the wall with a resounding crash. Door. Announce my arrival. Announce my arrival. Announce my arrival. The third Hokage, unfazed, noted that only Tsunade would be so unrefined in such matters. Old man, hurry up and speak. Thanks to you, there are a multitude of issues awaiting my attention at the medical department and hospital. If it's trivial matters, do not blame me if I dismantle your office. Tsunade felt overwhelmed, her head nearly bursting from the myriad of issues plaguing both the hospital and the medical department. Due to the upper echelons of Konoha targeting reforms for medical ninjas, both the hospital and medical department were in a flurry of activity. Just when she managed to enlist Kakashi as a temporary aide, she was summoned to the Hokage's office. The third Hokage observed Tsunade, who seemed utterly exhausted, slumped on the sofa in a disheveled manner, and could not help but ask, Tsunade, what progress has been made with the training program for medical ninjas? Upon finishing his statement, the third Hokage pondered, Is teaching students truly this exhausting? When I instructed you three, it never felt this burdensome. Hearing the third Hokage's inquiry, Tsunade's ire surged uncontrollably. She approached his desk and slammed her palm down with a resounding thud, exclaiming, Old man, surely you must realize that training medical ninjas is no simple task. In a fit of frustration, Tsunade clutched her head and paced in circles within the Hokage's office. Pointing at him as she vented, I've never encountered such foolish students. After an entire day of instruction, they grasp nothing. It drives me insane. How can they be so dense? Tsunade had never been known for her patience. Raised in affluence and surrounded by adoration, her character developed to be somewhat brash and even impetuous. If the process flowed smoothly, she might muster the patience to continue teaching. However, if misfortune struck, the situation would swiftly shift in a different direction. Among the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya exhibited the most patience in teaching his disciples, while Orochimaru possessed high educational standards, albeit with a propensity for fatal outcomes. Of course, the author refers to the darkened Orochimaru following the death of Shinsuke. Unperturbed, the third Hokage wiped away the saliva that had splattered on his face and remarked thoughtfully, Tsunade, you must understand the current state of affairs in the ninja world. The specter of war looms ominously over the hidden villages of all nations. Therefore, it is imperative that you exert yourself to cultivate another medical ninja, as this will provide additional assurance in the impending conflict. Tsunade shot the third Hokage a glare and retorted, You speak so lightly of it. Training a medical ninja is not an endeavor that can be accomplished in a day. Thankfully, with the assistance of that boy, Kakashi, I would have collapsed long ago. The third Hokage seized the opportunity. Oh, Kakashi? I recall him being Shikamaru's child, the one with remarkable medical talent. Why not take him on as your apprentice? Upon hearing the third Hokage's suggestion and observing his composed demeanor, Tsunade immediately grasped the underlying intent of his words. Old man, spare me the subtlety. If you have something to say, just say it. Why should I take him as a disciple? Tsunade rarely adopted a serious tone. The third Hokage sighed and handed her a report from his desk. After meticulously reviewing it, Tsunade looked up at the third Hokage, an extraordinarily destructive jutsu, with notable potential for growth. Old man, this shouldn't be an issue you can't easily resolve, should it? The third Hokage replied, if it were merely that, it would be manageable. However, this is Kakashi's second jutsu without hand signs. A jutsu without hand signs? Tsunade exclaimed, astonished. Although well-versed in the concept of such jutsu, she was taken aback by Kakashi's age. Observing her surprise, the third Hokage continued, indeed, this is his second jutsu without hand signs. Who knows if he possesses others of a similar nature? This child is different from his father. Perhaps he intentionally allowed us to see this. Thus, I implore you to become his mentor, ensuring that he does not stray down a misguided path. Tsunade retorted sharply. Misguided path? What do you mean by that? Old man, there is no need for such grandiloquence. If you are concerned that Hatake Kakashi might tread a path that endangers the village and harms his comrades, rest assured that such a scenario is unfounded. However, if your worries pertain to other matters, then that deviation is beyond my purview. I wish for you to understand, old man, that the bonds of comradeship must not eclipse the well-being of the village, nor should they bring harm to its members. Why did my great-uncle choose you as Hokage instead of others? With that, Tsunade cast the report back onto the Hokage's desk, assuring that she would oversee matters concerning Hatake Kakashi. Yet, you all must temper your own ambitions. After uttering these words, Tsunade did not spare a glance at the third Hokage and resolutely turned to leave. Her stride was firm and resolute, imbued with confidence and determination regarding her decision. As Tsunade departed, an unusual silence blanketed the Hokage's office, leaving the third Hokage alone to ponder at his desk. His gaze followed the direction in which Tsunade had exited. Lost in thought. Chapter 31. Pros and Cons. New perspectives in medical reform. Returning to Konoha Hospital, Tsunade's steps appeared somewhat hurried. She traversed the corridors of the hospital, making a beeline for the break room. Upon pushing the door open, she found Kakashi seated by the window, engrossed in reading a notebook. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating him and highlighting his serious profile. Tsunade boldly approached Kakashi's side, glancing at the notebook in his hands, which was densely filled with various details and insights regarding her unique strength techniques. Kakashi looked up briefly at Tsunade, his ancestral deadpan gaze shifting back to the notebook, occasionally gesturing with his hand as if to illustrate a point. Tsunade folded her arms, a slight smile gracing her lips, which hinted at an elusive sense of amusement. Her bright eyes radiated an ineffable confidence, as if everything around her was well within her control. With a light step, she moved closer to Kakashi, pausing to lean in slightly, her smile becoming more pronounced as she whispered, "Ah, the strength technique. This is my unique specialty. What do you say? Would you like me to teach you?" Her tone carried a playful teasing quality, seemingly meant to provoke Kakashi. Slowly, Kakashi folded the notebook, his lifeless eyes fixated on Tsunade, and with a stoic expression replied, "Lady Tsunade, if you find yourself truly bored, perhaps you should consider teaching your students and showcasing your talents." Tsunade's throat suddenly felt as though it was constricted, her eyes widening in surprise as she regarded Kakashi, a hint of embarrassment and awkwardness crossing her features. Earlier that morning, she had hurriedly brought Kakashi here, then, like an indifferent proprietor, had unceremoniously offloaded all her responsibilities onto him. Initially, Tsunade had intended to unwind with a drink at the tavern once everything was settled. However, before she could act on her plans, the summons from the third Hokage had struck her like a bolt from the blue, arriving without any forewarning. Tsunade's face revealed a hint of an awkward smile. She gently cleared her throat and slowly began to speak. "I've heard that your recent mission encountered quite a few setbacks." Her voice carried a certain heaviness, tinged with curiosity. Kakashi's expression was one of a subtle smile as he regarded Tsunade, before redirecting his gaze to the aged scroll in his hands. After a moment of silence, Kakashi finally spoke. "Lady Tsunade, your transition to this topic is rather abrupt." His voice held a note of playful sarcasm. As Kakashi perused the scroll, he began to recount the details of the mission. "Indeed, this task was somewhat unexpected," Tsunade remarked. "Typically, A-rank missions are relatively straightforward, devoid of significant twists or surprises. Yet, your experiences this time were truly remarkable." Reflecting on her earlier conversation with the third Hokage in the Hokage's office, Tsunade pondered for a moment before continuing, Given the circumstances you faced during this mission, I believe the difficulty level warrants reevaluation. What was originally an A-rank mission may escalate to an S-rank, or even higher. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Kakashi's previously composed demeanor finally exhibited a flicker of emotion. An increase in mission rank signifies greater rewards. Money. Naturally. The more, the better. Kakashi nodded in satisfaction, a smile gracing his lips. Tsunade, having exhausted her patience, an innate trait of hers, plopped down onto the sofa without much regard for decorum, fixing her gaze on Kakashi. Just now, the old man called me over, wanting me to take you on as my disciple. What are your thoughts? Kakashi, upon hearing Tsunade, contemplated deeply and quickly grasped the underlying implications of the third Hokage's suggestion. A struggle for power, perhaps. Kakashi stared intently at Tsunade, his previously impassive expression suddenly adorned with a peculiar smile. I would be honored to take you as my teacher, Lady Tsunade. However, how can you ensure that I willingly become a tool in the hands of the higher-ups? In other words, how can you guarantee that I won't become a double-edged sword? Though Tsunade had prepared herself for such a response, Kakashi's enigmatic expression still took her by surprise. Maintaining her composure, she replied, I anticipated this outcome, which is precisely why I declined the offer. Kakashi rose, stretching his limbs, and with a smirk, addressed Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, you need not shield the higher-ups from me. My father is Hatake Tsukumo, a man who transitioned from a samurai to a ninja. While he may not embody the rigid stubbornness of traditional warriors, he possesses his own set of principles. Even if I were to become your disciple, I would remain outside the upper echelons of Konoha. I am but a pawn used to restrain my father, a shackle to control him. Should he ever cross his boundaries or threaten the interests of the higher-ups, they would not hesitate to sever him, turning instead to nurture a young, malleable child with potential like myself. When I grow up, I shall once again become the new Konoha White Fang, clearing obstacles for the higher-ups and toiling tirelessly for them. This is not a baseless conjecture, but rather a glimpse into Kakashi's future experiences. Naturally, the protagonist, Hatake Kakashi, has arrived in this world and will not allow such events to transpire. Tsunade offered a wry smile and remarked, I knew it would be like this, while internally contemplating. Oh, old man, I hope you do not engage in any actions that might lead to misunderstandings. Otherwise, this little monster is not one to be trifled with. Tsunade shook her head and resignedly declared, Forget it. I shall not concern myself with your affairs anymore. I have but one request. You will not bring harm to the village, will you? Hatake Kakashi adjusted his attire and solemnly assured her. This land is home to my beloved family and friends. I will not allow any stain to tarnish this beautiful place. At noon, in a quaint tavern within the village, the ambience was serene and elegant. In a private booth, Tsunade raised her hand and called out to the tavern's proprietor, another bottle of wine, please. An empty bottle already graced the table, prompting Kakashi to swiftly intercept Tsunade, saying, Lady Tsunade, please refrain from drinking any more. You have class to attend this afternoon. Upon hearing that she still had lessons to conduct in the afternoon, Tsunade felt a wave of frustration. She anxiously raked her fingers through her hair and retorted, Don't mention those students. Each one is as dull as a pig, incapable of learning no matter how I teach them. Kakashi lifted his cup, sipping the juice within, and inquired, Lady Tsunade, speak candidly. Why did the third Hokage consent to such an unrealistic plan from the higher-ups? Without a moment's hesitation, Tsunade answered, a grandiose ambition, utterly misguided. Kakashi frowned and admonished the somewhat inebriated Tsunade, Lady Tsunade, do not project your subjective views onto the specifics of this matter. It is far from simple. Tsunade, feeling defiant, retorted, How dare you, little brat, lecture me when you have yet to even sprout hair? Kakashi, feeling exasperated, thought to himself that he merely wished to engage in a serious discussion about the matter, not debate the triviality of hair growth. He sighed deeply and addressed Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, the recent medical reforms proposed by the medical department, while indeed decided upon without regard for practical difficulties by the higher-ups, aim to cultivate a large number of medical ninjas to minimize casualties in future conflicts. Gradually straightening her posture, Tsunade looked at Kakashi and asked, What is it you truly wish to convey? I can understand these matters as well. The current issue lies in the difficulty of training medical ninjas. Not every ninja is suited for it. Kakashi took another sip of his juice and continued, That is precisely the crux of the matter. Are we to train versatile medical ninjas or battlefield medics? Tsunade pondered for a moment, seemingly grasping part of the concept, yet still harboring doubts. She regarded Kakashi and questioned, "What difference is there between a medical ninja and a battlefield medic?" Kakashi set down his cup and, with a serious demeanor, looked directly at Tsunade. "There is, indeed, a significant distinction. First, let us discuss the medical ninjas, whose objective is to achieve healing and detoxification through specific medical ninjutsu. The crux of the matter lies in the mastery of this medical ninjutsu, particularly the utilization of sage techniques, which presents a significant challenge. Now, regarding what I perceive as battlefield medical ninjas, these individuals may not possess medical ninjutsu, yet they must have a clear understanding of certain medical knowledge. The most common scenarios encountered on the battlefield include injuries from sharp blades, poisoning, and fractures. In light of these circumstances, I believe battlefield medical ninjas should learn skills such as bandaging, detoxification, and basic bone-setting techniques." Upon hearing this, Tsunade immediately interrupted Kakashi's discourse. "I comprehend your point. What you're suggesting is that while many ninjas may struggle to learn medical ninjutsu in a short time frame, they can swiftly memorize essential medical knowledge. In situations not involving medical ninjutsu, the majority can still manage to perform their duties successfully. However, let me ponder this further." Observing Tsunade deep in thought, Kakashi chose to remain silent, quietly enjoying his meal beside her. Tsunade's eyes began to gleam with a spark of inspiration. After a while, she slammed her hand on the table, sprang to her feet, and, grabbing Kakashi by the collar, rushed out of the tavern and back to the hospital. As they departed, Tsunade called out to the tavern owner, "I am Tsunade. Please put my tab on the account, and we shall settle it later at the Hokage's office." Kakashi, being pulled along, felt a pang of envy for Tsunade's audacity. Upon returning to the hospital, Tsunade promptly entered her office, leaving the doctors and nurses bewildered. Uncertain of her next course of action, Kakashi was unceremoniously tossed onto a sofa and left to his own devices. Tsunade sat at her desk, took up pen and paper, and immersed herself in her work, meticulously documenting the ideas inspired by Kakashi and organizing them into report format. Kakashi quietly observed Tsunade's diligent efforts, his mind beginning to wander. Tsunade, inspired by my reminder, will not propose the plan of equipping the rear combat teams with medical ninjas due to the sacrifice of Shinjiro. Instead, she will suggest a more rational plan. That plan, while appearing promising, overlooks a crucial factor. In times of war, all resources are prioritized for the front lines. The extensive training of medical ninjas during wartime is inherently impractical. In the original timeline, Tsunade's plan evolved through various practical applications into a division of dedicated medical ninjas in structured teams and combat ninjas proficient in medical ninjutsu. This outcome represents the most ideal result. My suggestion merely accelerates this differentiation process. Given the current timeline, with the Second Shinobi World War on the horizon, prioritizing the cultivation of combat ninjas skilled in medical ninjutsu, what I term battlefield medical ninjas, becomes paramount. Chapter 32. The Old Ox Eats Tender Grass. These battlefield medical ninjas not only carry the standard medical kits issued by the village, but also possess one or two simple medical ninjutsu techniques. Such a configuration not only preserves the combat effectiveness of the squad engaged in operations behind enemy lines, but also enhances their endurance. The medical kits contain essential supplies, such as bandages and basic antidotes. Coupled with simple medical ninjutsu, they are likely to sustain the squad until their return to base. At this juncture, the dedicated medical ninjas must take over. This division of labor not only mitigates casualties, but also allows for the identification of promising ninjas with potential medical talents. After a while, Tsunade finally set down her pen. She handed the report to Kakashi and remarked, "Take a look. This is a collection of ideas inspired by you. I intend to present them at the next Jonin meeting." Kakashi examined the report thoroughly, ensuring there were no oversights, before returning it to Tsunade. Tsunade accepted the report with a proud expression, patting her ample chest, and said to Kakashi, "Not bad, kid. Given your significant contributions, you may make a request. I will do my best to accommodate you." "Anything?" Kakashi widened his eyes and eagerly inquired, "Really? Can I ask for anything?" Tsunade, noticing Kakashi's eagerness, regretted her previous words and quickly waved her hand, saying, "Of course not. Your request must be something I can fulfill." Kakashi immediately interjected, "No problem. You can definitely do it." Tsunade looked at Kakashi skeptically and asked, "Then go ahead and tell me your request." Kakashi pointed at Tsunade and began, "Lady Tsunade, I want you." Before he could finish, Tsunade delivered a powerful blow to his head, causing a bump to rise instantly. Kakashi covered the swollen area and crouched down, exclaiming, "Damn it, you tiger girl, does it have to hurt this much?" Upon hearing herself referred to as a tiger girl, Tsunade's temper flared again, and she lifted Kakashi off the ground. "You little brat, have you been discovered? You actually want me? I prefer more mature men. Come back when you've grown up." Kakashi, momentarily forgetting the pain from his head, freed himself from Tsunade's grasp and stood defiantly, saying, "Are you crazy, or am I? Look at our ages. You want an old cow to eat tender grass? I'm afraid of being labeled a pervert." As Tsunade observed Kakashi's furious expression, she realized she might have misunderstood. "Aren't you just a little boy under 10? I feel like a pervert myself." However, Tsunade was not ready to give up. With less confidence, she asked, "But earlier, you said you wanted me." "Uft, I want your grandfather's training notes. Who would want a tiger girl like you?" Initially, Tsunade felt a bit embarrassed. But upon hearing Kakashi call her a tiger girl once again, her anger could no longer be contained. "You little brat, perish," she shouted. With a resounding crash, akin to a thunderclap, the sound reverberated, causing hearts to tremble. Suddenly, a folding door erupted from the top floor of the Konoha hospital. As if propelled by an immense force, it spun rapidly through the air, producing a whistling sound. Around the door, fragments of wood and dust swirled, as if they had been violently torn apart by this very power. Accompanying the door was a youthful figure that darted away like a shooting star, vanishing swiftly from sight. Upon examining the wall of the top floor, one could see a massive gaping hole, the surrounding bricks shattered into fragments, forming an irregular circle. The onlookers at the hospital shuddered, reminded of Tsunade's brutal aesthetic, hastily returning to their own affairs, pretending as though nothing had transpired. Fuming, Tsunade stormed back to the Senju ancestral home. In the astonished gaze of Uzumaki Mito, she entered the study of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Meanwhile, Suk cowered behind their grandmother, Mito, trembling at the sight of his furious sister. When Tsunade emerged from the study clutching a scroll, Mito quickly inquired, "Little Tsunade, what do you need your great-grandfather's ninjutsu notes for?" Before Tsunade could respond, Suk, hiding behind Mito, piped up, "Sister, did you lose money again and plan to pawn off great-grandfather's belongings to settle your debts?" Mito, well aware of her granddaughter's unreliable gambling skills, reflected on how they barely matched the prowess of her late husband, Hashirama Senju. The elderly lady regarded her granddaughter with suspicion, faintly revealing a few golden chains behind her. It seemed that unless Tsunade provided a reasonable explanation, her granddaughter would soon experience the wrath of a tailed beast. Tsunade shot a glare at her dim-witted brother, then obediently squatted before her beloved grandmother, sweetly saying, "Grandma, how could I ever do such a thing? This little rascal from SHM's family has provided me with significant assistance. He wishes to see my great-grandfather's ninjutsu notes." The elderly lady reigned in her imposing aura, and the golden chains slowly dissipated, restoring a serene atmosphere. Tsunade too relaxed, her worries easing as she thought, "Finally, I have calmed Grandma down." Yet, amidst this tranquil moment, a few proverbial rotten apples were bound to emerge, disrupting the warm ambience. Suk leaped from behind Mito, taunting Tsunade, "Haha, big sis. Why are you so concerned about that little brat? Jiraiya told me this is akin to an old cow courting tender grass. What are you up to? Don't come any closer." Before Suk could finish his jest, Tsunade seized her dear brother, demonstrating firsthand the meaning of bloodline suppression. Mito regarded her eldest grandson with a look of incredulity, reflecting that had she not been advanced in years, she would have intervened herself long ago. Could it truly be hereditary? No wonder he resembles his grandfather, Hashirama. The foolishness is indeed identical. The elderly lady paid no heed to her eldest grandson's pleading gaze. Instead, she addressed Tsunade, saying, "I have only encountered that boy from the Hitaki family once. If the opportunity arises, I would like to bring him over for a closer look." With that, she rose and returned to her small courtyard, observing the departing figure of the elderly lady. Tsunade did not cease her actions, but continued to unleash her frustrations upon her foolish brother. After venting her anger, she left the Senju ancestral home, feeling invigorated as she carried the scroll to deliver the ninjutsu notes of Senju Tobarama to the Hitaki residence. Meanwhile, in the Senju ancestral home, the elderly lady reclined in her rocking chair, enjoying the gentle breeze. In his own courtyard, Ma lamented his pain, occasionally muttering to himself, seemingly grumbling about someone. Chapter 33, Shimura Danzo, a moment of impulsive satisfaction in the Hokage office. The Konoha Four were deliberating the situation in the Land of Rain and the village of Amigakure. In recent years, the strength of the Land of Rain had expanded rapidly, subtly posing a threat to the status of the five great nations. However, it remained merely a threat, insufficient to destabilize their standing. Under the leadership of Hanzo of the Salamander, Amigakure's methods had become increasingly aggressive. The growing power of the Land of Rain would undoubtedly seek to expand rather than remain content with its current state. Engaging in warfare, seizing populations, and encroaching upon territories were the only pathways for militaristic nations to sustain their strength. Amigakure was situated at the intersection of the fire, wind, and earth countries, and Hanzo's military ambitions would likely target the land of rivers between fire and wind or the land of grass between fire and earth. The Konoha Four deduced that Hanzo's primary focus would be the renowned land of grass, known for its political instability. A balance must exist among great powers, serving as a buffer zone between them. Too strong a force cannot emerge between major nations, a tacit understanding among the five great nations. The rise of Amigakure subtly disrupted this equilibrium, something that would not be tolerated by the five great nations. The third Hokage remarked, "Danzo, I shall assign another team of to assist your subordinates. You must keep a vigilant eye on the developments in the Land of Rain. Should any disturbances arise, relay the information promptly." Danzo replied coolly, "Rest assured, Hiruzen, I will stay vigilant regarding the intelligence from the Land of Rain. However, I require additional personnel and the establishment of..." At that moment, a rapid knocking at the door abruptly interrupted Danzo's unspoken intentions. The third Hokage furrowed his brow, pondering to himself, "I had explicitly instructed that no one should disturb us for now. Yet, it seems there is an urgent matter at hand." His thoughts were swiftly drawn back to reality as he recognized the gravity of the situation. In the next moment, a masked ninja entered the Hokage office, and the third Hokage immediately recognized him as the operative codenamed Ox, stationed near the Senju ancestral home. The third Hokage inquired urgently, "What brings you here? Has something occurred with Lord Mito?" Upon hearing the inquiry of the third Hokage, the hearts of the other three quickened, apprehensive of receiving dire news. The newcomer knelt on one knee and responded in a grave tone, "Lord Third, it is not a matter concerning Lord Mito, but rather Lady Tsunade. She has delivered the second Hokage's ninjutsu notes to the Hitaki residence for the perusal of Kakashi Hitaki." At this revelation, the already antagonistic Konohamaru slammed his hands on the table and exclaimed, "Tsunade, how dare she? How dare she bestow our teacher's ninjutsu notes upon Kakashi?" He turned to Hiruzen. "Look at your wayward disciple, daring to give away our teacher's belongings without informing us." Danzo widened his singular eye, glaring fiercely at the third Hokage as he uttered, "Damn it, we must put a stop to this. It is one thing for Tsunade, but how audacious of that brat from the Hitaki clan to covet what does not belong to them. Hiruzen, decisive action is required." The third Hokage lifted his pipe, taking a slow draw before responding, Danzo, what do you propose we do?" Danzo eagerly replied, "Firstly, we must enter the Senju clan's ancestral home and seize control of all of the teacher's scrolls. Secondly, we should imprison Kakashi under the pretext of stealing vital village secrets. Finally, we can use Kakashi to threaten Shikaku Hitaki, compelling him to remain stationed at the borders." Upon finishing his proposal, Danzo cast a hopeful glance at Hiruzen, yearning for immediate agreement. The third Hokage glanced at Danzo and inquired, "And who will carry out these tasks? Who will venture to the Senju ancestral home to retrieve the teacher's belongings?" Without a moment's hesitation, Danzo asserted, "Naturally, it will be the who will undertake this mission. Moreover, I am not shirking my responsibilities. I can lead my subordinates to apprehend Kakashi." Mito Kaze, who had yet to speak, twitched his lips in disbelief, unable to suppress an eye roll. "Goodness, Danzo, your schemes are laid bare before us. You would have the handle the delicate situation with Lord Mito, while you personally pursue Kakashi. Do you truly believe we are all fools?" Konohamaru's eyes widened in astonishment as he retorted, "Danzo, how have I never noticed your utter lack of shame? You send the to the Senju ancestral home, fearing for your own safety. Tell me, how will you face Lord Mito? And as for pursuing Kakashi, are you not concerned that Shikaku might take your life?" With a proud demeanor, Danzo declared, I am a high-ranking official of Konoha. Why should I fear Lord Mito? Furthermore, if Shikaku were to harm me, he would be committing an act of treason against the village. Konohamaru, taken aback by Danzo's shamelessness, was rendered speechless. You would unjustly seize a child and expect him to remain loyal to the village and serve you? How brazen can you be? And if you are unafraid of Lord Mito, why do you tremble? The third Hokage took another puff from his pipe and addressed Danzo. Danzo, I assign you the matter concerning the Rain Country and the Rain Village. You need not concern yourself with other affairs. Focus on intelligence work. You may return for now. Shortly, Lord Mito may summon me, and I will discern her true intentions. The schemes within Danzo's heart were abruptly shattered. Without a moment's hesitation, he exclaimed in exasperation, Hizashi, she's merely an old woman. Must you be so timid? Currently, Konoha is under our control. You are truly pathetic. The third Hokage thundered in response. Silence. Danzo, do you comprehend the folly of your words? In the name of the Hokage, I hereby revoke your positions as my advisor and as an elder of Konoha. You are to serve as an intelligence officer for the land of Rain. Depart the village at once. You are forbidden from returning without my command. Immediately after uttering those words, Danzo regretted his impulsiveness. Although he harbored grievances against Uzumaki Mito, he had only dared to express them in private. He never anticipated that a moment of reckless speech would lead to such public outspokenness. The third Hokage, Tsunade, and Minato were equally astonished by Danzo's audacity to speak disrespectfully to the widow of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Setting aside Mito's esteemed identity and status, her strength alone rendered Danzo insignificant. 10 of him combined would pose no threat to her. To swiftly mitigate Danzo's influence, the third Hokage promptly reassigned him to the border, urging him to leave the village to avoid further scandal. Danzo recognized that his friend was acting in his defense, yet he stubbornly retorted, Hizashi, you will come to regret this. The third Hokage, amused by Danzo's bravado, quipped, why don't you make haste instead of issuing threats? Just as he was about to respond, a servant from the Senju clan appeared at the door. The individual bowed respectfully and announced, Lord Third, esteemed elders, the matriarch requests your presence. The third Hokage returned the bow, stating, we shall proceed to the Senju ancestral home to pay our respects to Lord Mito and heed her counsel. The servant bowed once more, I do not wish to rush you, but I hope you arrive promptly so that the matriarch does not have to wait long. After the servant departed, the third Hokage, Tsunade, and Minato exchanged sympathetic glances towards Danzo. The third Hokage retorted, whether I will regret this or not remains to be seen. But Danzo, I hope you do not come to rue your words. With that, he led the way out of the office towards the Senju estate, followed closely by Tsunade and Minato, leaving Danzo standing there, visibly anxious. After a brief interval, Danzo finally mustered the will to follow the three. Upon arriving at the Senju ancestral home, the specifics of their discussion with Uzumaki Mito remained shrouded in mystery. It is only known that on that day, barriers were raised around the Senju estate, enveloping it in an array of soundproof enchantments. When the barriers were eventually lifted, the third Hokage, Tsunade, and Minato returned to their residences, stifling laughter, while Danzo limped away towards the border. According to rumors, within the Senju estate that day, golden chains flew about, striking a one-eyed man. Chapter 34. The Ninjutsu Gift Pack of Tobarama Senju. In the afternoon, a certain young boy, recuperating at home, remained blissfully unaware of the reprimands being directed at the higher-ups of Konoha by Uzumaki Mito. He was engrossed in meticulously studying the ninjutsu notes of Tobarama Senju. Indeed, the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, is truly remarkable. Although all of his ninjutsu development concepts were primarily aimed at countering the Uchiha clan, they are undeniably unique. In my previous life, while watching the anime, the esteemed figures in various forms revered the second Hokages of the major ninja villages. In the land of fire, we have the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. In the land of water, the second Mizukage, Terame. In the land of earth, the second Tsuchikage, who remains nameless. In the land of wind, the second Kazekage, Sabaku. And in the land of lightning, the second Reikage, A. If the first generation were the heroes who quelled chaos, then the second generation are the champions who ushered in an era of prosperity. They assisted the first generation in stabilizing turbulent times, while simultaneously developing powerful ninjutsu tailored to their nation's shinobi characteristics upon assuming the mantle of leadership. The successors of these ninjas have essentially followed the path forged by the second Hokages. Let us delve into the intricacies of Senju Tobirama's ninjutsu notes. Within the voluminous pages of the second Hokage's extensive ninjutsu compendium lies a meticulous record of his research and innovative approaches to various techniques. Shikamaru, not one to be overly ambitious, merely skimmed over the sections concerning forbidden techniques without delving deeply into them. However, he meticulously studied the concepts related to water release and sensory techniques. Water release, a prevalent ninjutsu attribute, boasts formidable power and remarkable versatility. The second Hokage elucidated his comprehension and developmental direction regarding water release in detail. Firstly, he emphasized the precise control of water elements. The potency of water release does not solely hinge on the volume of water, but rather on the meticulous mastery of its form and flow. Through subtle manipulation of the water elements, one can achieve wondrous effects, such as the formation of water walls and whirlpools. Secondly, the second Hokage addressed the integration of water release with other ninjutsu. This cross-attribute fusion significantly enhances the practicality and adaptability of water release. Furthermore, he explored methods to amplify the strength of water release, proposing innovative ideas such as utilizing natural water sources in the environment or employing unique hand seals and chakra flow techniques to bolster its efficacy. As Shikamaru meticulously absorbed these insights into water release, a surge of exhilaration welled within him. These invaluable experiences and creative concepts would undoubtedly illuminate his path to mastery in ninjutsu. Upon reaching the section regarding sensory techniques, Shikamaru's eyes suddenly sparkled with discovery, as if he had unearthed a hidden treasure. He scrutinized each word, leaving no detail overlooked. The second Hokage's sensory technique stemmed from his exquisite control over chakra and his unique understanding of it. Through extensive training and practice, he gradually mastered an ability to keenly perceive his surroundings and the flow of chakra. This sensory technique not only allowed him to swiftly detect the positions and movements of enemies, but also to sense hidden traps and dangers lurking in the shadows. Senju Tobirama's sensory prowess surpassed even the insight of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Taking a deep breath, Shikamaru closed his eyes and focused his mind, gradually channeling the chakra within him. His body trembled slightly, as if engaged in a struggle against a formidable force. As the chakra flowed, Kakashi's senses became extraordinarily acute. He could perceive the subtle tremors in the surrounding air, hear the faint sounds from afar, and even detect the minute vibrations beneath the ground. Kakashi began to recall the sensory techniques of the second Hokage, a remarkably powerful ninjutsu that enabled its user to sense everything in their vicinity. However, instead of merely replicating the methods of the second Hokage, Kakashi infused them with his own understanding and innovation. Each ninja's body is imbued with a vast array of bioelectric signals, intricately woven like a dense web throughout every corner of their being. Kakashi harmonized his chakra with these bioelectric signals, rendering them more vibrant and perceptive. Simultaneously, he fully harnessed his unique connection with the Thunder Fruit, which bestowed upon him the ability to wield lightning, an immensely potent form of energy. By integrating the energy of lightning into his sensory techniques, Kakashi significantly enhanced both the range and precision of his perception. Before long, an invisible network, as delicate as spider silk, emanated from Kakashi, swiftly expanding in all directions. This network resembled a colossal spiderweb, enveloping everything in its vicinity. The extent of the network continuously widened: 5 meters, 10 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters. Although Kakashi's network still fell short in comparison to the second Hokage's ability to perceive 1,000 miles away, it had already begun to demonstrate its potential. In a nearby room, Kakashi sensed a chakra imbued with a sharp aura. Undoubtedly, it belonged to his father, Kakashi Shomo. The other chakra was comparatively feeble, radiating a gentle essence. It could only be his mother, Kakashi Hanliang. With a gradual opening of his eyes, a surge of indescribable ecstasy welled up within him. After prolonged effort and experimentation, he had finally succeeded in developing a sensory ninjutsu that suited him. He took a deep breath, calming his exhilarated heart, and decided to take a brief respite to allow his body and mind to recuperate. After a while, feeling completely rejuvenated, he refocused his concentration and began to mobilize the chakra within him. As the chakra flowed, Kakashi's perceptive abilities gradually intensified. His consciousness, like a delicate antenna, extended outward, enveloping the entire room. then the courtyard, and finally the entire estate. He distinctly sensed each member of his household, his affectionate parents, their laughter and whispers resonating vividly within his perception, the servants preparing dinner, their bustling figures, and the clattering of pots and pans not escaping his awareness. The old servant sweeping the courtyard, the sound of his broom gliding across the ground, and his breathing easily captured by Kakashi. And the ordinary guards stationed at the corner of the gate, their footsteps and quiet conversations also falling within Kakashi's perceptual range. However, just as Hatake Kakashi was preparing to conclude his perception, he suddenly became aware of an anomalous presence, a pale, plant-like entity. Kakashi furrowed his brow slightly. As a fervent admirer of the Hokage in his past life, he instantly recognized the true identity of this pale being. He hesitated for a moment, pondering, is it White Zetsu? Should I capture it? This thought flickered through his mind. Readers may be puzzled by the previous text, questioning how Uzumaki Mito became aware of the conversation in the Hokage's office. It has already been mentioned that Mito's sensory abilities encompass the entirety of Konoha. Not only can she sense, but she can also utilize the power of the Nine Tails to discern the morality of individuals. Typically, she would not activate this ability, but Tsunade had presented the scroll of Senju Tobarama's ninjutsu notes to the protagonist for study. This would undoubtedly provoke the higher-ups of Konoha, prompting her to take precautions. Thus, this serves as a patch for the previous narrative. As always, the aim is to maintain logical coherence. Of course, if readers simply wish to enjoy this as an entertaining tale, providing them with relaxation and respite, that too is the intention of this work. Not part of the main text, not part of the main text, not part of the main text. Chapter 35. The hidden observer. Kakashi stood still, his brow furrowed, contemplating how to deal with White Zetsu before him. He was acutely aware that while White Zetsu's strength was limited, its extraordinary sensory abilities and remarkable evasion skills were formidable. If he failed to subdue it immediately, and White Zetsu sensed danger, it would undoubtedly flee without hesitation. Given White Zetsu's speed and agility, catching up to it again would prove to be quite the challenge. More importantly, Kakashi did not wish to reveal his trump card too easily. He possessed certain secret techniques capable of delivering a fatal blow to White Zetsu, yet he preferred not to employ them unless absolutely necessary. After careful consideration, Kakashi ultimately resolved to abandon the idea of capturing White Zetsu for the time being. While this might result in missing some crucial intelligence, it was far better than alarming the target and placing himself in a vulnerable position. Uchiha Madara? Is he beginning to infiltrate Konoha in search of a successor? To validate his suspicions, Kakashi rose, stretching his body. He set forth, leaving the Hatake residence behind. As Kakashi stepped outside, he feigned aimless wandering. He occasionally paused to admire the scenery along the streets and sampled the local delicacies. Although he appeared to be meandering without purpose, a bird's-eye view would reveal that his route was gradually bringing him closer to the Uchiha clan's ancestral grounds. At this moment, the Uchiha ancestral site had yet to be disrupted by the chaos of the Nine Tails, still nestled in the bustling heart of Konoha. The area was alive with activity, teeming with vitality and energy. Upon nearing the Uchiha grounds, Kakashi suddenly appeared weary, slowly sitting on a chair by the roadside, closing his eyes as if entering a state of repose. Beneath the seemingly tranquil exterior, Kakashi quietly commenced his sensory ninjutsu. His mental energy spread like an invisible undercurrent, swiftly encompassing everything within his perception. Indeed, as he had anticipated, his sensory technique immediately detected some unusual movements. Although faint, these disturbances were imperceptible to Kakashi's keen awareness. The subtle sounds were identical to those he had previously sensed from the White Zetsu. Is it not surprising, Madara, that you are already seeking a successor? What role do I play in this scenario? What intentions does Madara harbor for me? Or is the appearance of the White Zetsu near my home merely a coincidence? Kakashi pondered introspectively. Is this truly a coincidence? It seems I must conduct a thorough examination. With that thought, Kakashi slowly opened his eyes. He rose stealthily and made his way toward his hidden encampment. All the while, he maintained a heightened sense of vigilance, attuned to the sounds around him. At last, he reached his secret hideout. Upon arrival, Kakashi wasted no time in activating his sensory ninjutsu. He dispersed his chakra and meticulously scanned the surroundings. Moments later, a look of astonishment crossed his face as he realized that there was indeed no trace of the White Zetsu in his vicinity. However, he did not let his guard down. he understood that this might merely be a temporary phenomenon. Thus, he sat cross-legged by the stream, closed his eyes, and began to reflect deeply. Is this truly just a coincidence? Kakashi mused internally. Or is there a hidden conspiracy at play? Regardless, I must remain vigilant. Having become a sensory ninja, it is imperative that I learn countermeasures against sensory techniques. The most effective countermeasures would likely be barrier ninjutsu and sealing techniques, Kakashi contemplated. In the village hidden in the leaves, the foremost authority on such matters would undoubtedly be Uzumaki Mido, the widow of the first Hokage. In the original manga, descriptions of Mido are sparse, appearing only in the recollections of various protagonists. Consequently, Kakashi's knowledge of her specific circumstances was limited. Yet, he was aware that she was an extraordinary individual. Not only was she wise with age, but she also possessed extensive knowledge and had devoted herself wholeheartedly to the village's development. Before her, any insidious schemes would likely be laid bare. Reflecting on this, Kakashi opened his eyes and murmured softly, "It seems that mastering the means to counter sensory ninjutsu is indeed a daunting task ahead." Furthermore, according to the depictions in the original manga from his past life, the white zetsu could be classified into two main categories, one formed from humans imprisoned during the last infinite Tsukuyomi, and the other cultivated through the use of Hashirama cells. Kakashi Feng pondered privately, deducing that, based on the timeline, the white zetsu infiltrating the village were likely of the first category. However, what perplexed him was the peculiar ability of these entities, which rendered them difficult to detect through ordinary means. According to the information he had gathered, only Sage Chakra and the nine-tail sense of good and evil could affect them. A fleeting thought crossed his mind regarding the Thunder Fruit, yet after careful consideration, he realized he lacked sufficient evidence to substantiate this hypothesis. Reluctantly, he decided to set this issue aside temporarily, choosing instead to focus on enhancing his own strength. Indeed, the adage that fear stems from insufficient power held true. Kakashi Feng understood that in this perilous and uncertain world, only with formidable strength could he truly safeguard himself and those around him. Thus, he unwaveringly made the enhancement of his abilities his foremost objective. Whether facing overt adversaries or hidden threats lurking in the shadows, possessing overwhelming power would render him unafraid. Kakashi Feng silently vowed to ceaselessly refine his capabilities and evolve into a genuine powerhouse. In the ensuing days, he cleverly utilized the pretext of his injuries to remain at home, evading Tsunade's relentless demands. During this respite, he dedicated himself to the development of his Thunder Fruit. As he honed this ability, his connection to the Thunder Fruit deepened and his own strength burgeoned. The exhilarating sensation of growth was undeniably intoxicating. His foundation lay within the Thunder Fruit. In a world devoid of domineering power, he could only cultivate his own fruit abilities. Otherwise, the Thunder Fruit alone was quite remarkable. Should it awaken, he mused. How would you choose to dance, Obito? Footnote 1. The white zetsu are categorized into two main types. The first type, originally human, is superficially a creation of Uchiha Madara using the first Hokage's cells, yet is actually a product of humanity's fall into despair during the ancient era, immersed in infinite Tsukuyomi. The core of the white zetsu fused with the black zetsu, becoming the Akatsuki's zetsu, but numerous clones exist, generally of lesser combat capability, serving primarily for reconnaissance, although some, like Obito, possess formidable strength. The second type of white zetsu was cultivated by Uchiha Obito using the cells of Senju Hashirama, harnessing the power of the outer path. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Obito utilized these white zetsu as his army, engaging in fierce battles against the allied shinobi forces. These white zetsu would release abilities capable of absorbing enemies' chakra and exhibit superior transformation techniques and sporjutsu. Footnote 2. In One Piece, natural-type devil fruits can also achieve an awakened state. Chapter 36. The sudden incident in the past few days, Kakashi Feng had been diligently practicing a unique perception technique known as the heart net. Indeed, the protagonist is rather lacking in creativity when it comes to naming. This perceptive technique is perfectly suited to his inherent characteristics, and over time, his mastery of the heart network has grown increasingly proficient. Simultaneously, the Thunder Fruit he possesses has begun to reveal its formidable powers. This fruit not only bestows upon him the ability to manipulate lightning, but also subtly enhances his physical form. Under the influence of the Thunder Fruit, his physique has gradually become more robust, his muscular definition has become more pronounced, and his strength has significantly increased. However, this transformation has brought with it a side effect. His appetite has expanded tremendously. The beasts surrounding his camp, which once provided him with sustenance, have now been entirely consumed, leaving him in search of more to satisfy his insatiable hunger. To procure sufficient provisions, he must venture deeper into the perilous death forest in pursuit of prey. Today, after completing his training, he intends to return home. Yet, at that moment, within his perception, he senses a figure approaching from a distance. Who could be coming here? He muses, heightening his vigilance. This location was a serendipitous discovery. He recognized its unique geographical features and decided to establish a clandestine camp here. Though situated near a tributary of the South River and not far from the village, the surrounding terrain is extraordinarily intricate, akin to a labyrinth, deterring ordinary individuals from encroaching upon this area. Since the establishment of his camp, apart from Tsunade, Kushina, and Minato, he has not encountered anyone else here. Thus, upon detecting an approaching presence, a wave of alertness washes over him. Having ruled out all other possibilities, only one conclusion remains. The newcomer must be a ninja from another nation. With this thought, he wastes no time, swiftly concealing any traces he may have left behind. He then suppresses his presence to the utmost, akin to a phantom, and quietly hides behind a large tree. Concealed by the dense foliage, he meticulously observes his surroundings, leaving no detail unnoticed. His heart races involuntarily, a surge of tension enveloping him, yet he maintains his composure, tightly gripping his shuriken, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. The figure hastens past, and he discerns the man's appearance, a seemingly ordinary middle-aged man, somewhat unkempt. As the individual moves farther away, he stands motionless like a statue, his eyes keenly fixed upon the man's retreating silhouette, as if attempting to see through him. Indeed, within the range of his perception, the figure suddenly alters his course, swiftly returning with remarkable speed. This movement is as quick as lightning. Had he not been in a heightened state of alertness, he might have missed this subtle shift. Upon returning to his original position, the man appears bewildered, glancing around and murmuring, "Is anyone here? Could it be that my perception is flawed?" His voice, in this tranquil environment, appeared rather jarring, as if he were the sole inhabitant of an otherwise desolate world. As he spoke, the man seemed to abandon his pursuit, slowly turning away, preparing to take his leave. However, at the very moment he pivoted, Kazuki Kid astutely detected an eerie, sinister smile on the man's face. This unsettling expression caused Kid's heart to clench, a potent sense of impending danger surging within him. Without the luxury of contemplation, his body instinctively reacted, swiftly sidestepping with the swiftness of lightning, vacating his previous concealment. Almost instantaneously after Kid's departure, a blinding bolt of lightning erupted violently at the spot he had just occupied. Indeed, a little mouse was hiding here. Came a low, mocking laugh, as the man's figure morphed into a puddle of mud, gradually merging with the surrounding earth, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. A technique of earth clones? Observing this, Kid furrowed his brow tightly, his sense of peril intensifying. He dared not let his guard down, gripping his kunai with determination, adopting a stance of heightened vigilance. Simultaneously, he continuously channeled his chakra into his sensory network, maximizing its range to ensure he could promptly detect any hint of the enemy's movement. He was acutely aware that this would be the most arduous battle he had ever faced. From this man, Kid sensed a formidable pressure surpassing even that of his mentor. The seasoned jonin, Hisashi, akin to a demon risen from a mountain of corpses. Suddenly, Kid thrust his palm forward with alarming speed, as if propelled by lightning. In an instant, a barrage of purple lightning-infused kunai surged forth like a disturbed swarm of bees. Remarkably, at the moment of launch, Kid's body retreated with the velocity of a flash, and in the next heartbeat, the purple kunai appeared before the man, as if he had intentionally positioned himself in their trajectory. Yet, the man remained unerringly composed. With a casual grip, he shattered the once formidable kunai in his hands, reducing them to countless minuscule purple motes. Not only that, but the other kunai aimed at him were effortlessly deflected, causing him no harm whatsoever. A subtle smile curled at the corners of the man's lips, exuding a confidence in his own prowess. He then slowly opened his palm, gazing at the dissipating purple kunai, a glimmer of surprise flickering in his eyes. A momentarily unleashed, formless lightning technique, accompanied by such acute sensory prowess, truly a rare sight. It seems I have stumbled upon a treasure today, he murmured to himself. The man's gaze settled on Kazuki Kid, laced with admiration and curiosity. Employing his agility, he obstructed Kid's retreat. A talent such as yours does not belong in Konoha. You would be far better suited to our village. Young one, do tell me your name. However, in response to the man's inquiry, Kiki Maple did not answer directly. Instead, with a slight lift of her lips, she retorted, Uncle. If you wish to know someone's name, shouldn't you first introduce yourself? The man's smile faded as he looked at Kiki Maple and remarked, You little brat. You certainly are disobedient. It seems you need a good spanking. In the blink of an eye, without warning, the man appeared before Kiki Maple like a specter. His movements were as swift as lightning, leaving one unprepared. He raised a massive fist, striking down towards Kiki Maple's head with tremendous force. Yet, faced with this sudden assault, Kiki Maple remained composed. Her body moved with the agility of a cheetah, reacting in an instant. She swiftly ducked, evading the man's blow with a speed that was almost imperceptible. However, her counterattack was equally rapid and fierce. As she dodged, she executed a powerful whip kick. Her legs slicing through the air like a steel whip aimed directly at the man's torso. The man, clearly not to be underestimated, reacted with remarkable speed. Almost simultaneously with Kiki Maple's kick, he extended a hand and firmly grasped her leg like a steel clamp. Nevertheless, this did not halt Kiki Maple's momentum. In the very moment the man secured her leg, she leveraged his grip to leap upward, her form soaring like a majestic eagle. Immediately, Kiki Maple adjusted her position midair, delivering a devastating kick towards the man's face with the force of a cannonball. The sheer power of this strike was such that it seemed capable of shattering his visage entirely. Chapter 37. Intense Battle, Former Secrets. The man was utterly unprepared for this blow, and Kiki Maple's kick landed squarely on his cheek. The impact was tremendous, sending waves of agony coursing through him, as if his entire face were about to be obliterated. Enraged, a fire ignited within him. In a fit of pain, he summoned all his strength, hurling Kiki Maple away with the ease of tossing a feather, sending her crashing toward a distant tree trunk. Kiki Maple soared through the air like a cannonball, headed straight for the trunk. Yet, she did not resign herself to her fate. In mid-flight, she deftly adjusted her body to dissipate the force of the impact, minimizing her injuries. Simultaneously, she channeled her inner energy, gathering the power of lightning into the shuriken in her hand, which began to shimmer with a brilliant electric glow. Without hesitation, Kiki Maple hurled the electrified shuriken at the man before swiftly changing direction and darting away like a flash of lightning. The man, still reeling from the blow to his cheek, had not yet regained his composure. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful energy rushing towards him. Upon looking closer, he realized it was a shuriken crackling with electricity, racing towards his face with incredible speed. Alarm surged within him. He had no time to evade. In a split second, he barely managed to shift his body, allowing the shuriken to graze his shoulder, leaving a deep gash from which blood gushed forth. The power of the kunai was immense. It not only pierced through the man's shoulder, but also penetrated the trunk of the tree behind him, embedding itself deeply within. The excruciating pain nearly shattered the man's sanity. His eyes turning crimson, brimming with madness and murderous intent. He fixed a malevolent gaze upon the fleeing Kakashi, roaring, "You must die." No sooner had he spoken than he sprang up like a provoked beast, recklessly pursuing Kakashi. Kakashi darted through the forest like a cunning rabbit, evading left and right, attempting to utilize the complex terrain to elude his relentless pursuer. However, no matter how desperately he ran and dodged, the distance between them continued to diminish. Though he did not look back, Kakashi could acutely sense the intense murderous aura behind him, shadowing his every move, as if it would engulf him at any moment. Just as anxiety gripped him, a sudden surge of formidable force struck from behind. Recognizing the impending danger, he sought to employ his life-saving technique, elemental transformation, but realized it was too late. Thunderclap of the Chidori. With a furious shout, a brilliant flash of lightning surged forth, swiftly followed by a vicious lightning-infused hand strike aimed at Kakashi's neck. The speed and power of the attack were astonishing, leaving Kakashi no chance to evade. In a moment of desperation, he twisted his body, crossing his arms in a futile attempt to brace for the lethal blow. A resounding crash echoed as Kakashi was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, crashing into a nearby tree. The trunk shook violently, and leaves cascaded to the ground. Kakashi's body slid down the tree, ultimately collapsing heavily onto the earth. His chest was concaved, evidently sustaining severe injury, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, staining the ground beneath him. At that moment, Kakashi was in dire straits, his arms hanging limply at his sides, as if all his strength had been drained away. His eyes were tightly shut, his face pale as parchment, appearing utterly devoid of the will to fight back. Resigned to his fate, the man appeared before Kakashi like a specter, emanating a chilling aura, a sinister smile curling on his lips. "You indeed possess some skill," he remarked, his voice deep and gravelly, resonating as though it emerged from the depths of hell. "To injure me at your age, you are undoubtedly a prodigy." A shiver coursed through Kakashi, yet he endeavored to maintain his composure, staring wide-eyed at the fearsome man before him, secretly channeling his elemental transformation to mend his wounds. Unaware of Kakashi's efforts, the man continued, "However, this is where it ends for you." He slowly raised his massive fist, poised to strike Kakashi's head. "Wait!" Kakashi shouted hastily. "Uncle, didn't you say you admired me and wished for me to become a part of your village? A talent like mine should bring you greater joy." The man's movement faltered momentarily as he regarded Kakashi, a look of incredulity crossing his face, before sneering, "I've changed my mind. Rather than recruit a brat like you, I derive more pleasure from slaughtering so-called geniuses like yourself." The man's laughter echoed eerily through the air, sending chills down one's spine. The complexion of Hokage Kid flushed with excitement, his body trembling involuntarily. Yet, in the man's eyes, this was merely the fear of death for the young boy. Noticing Kid's expression, the man felt a surge of satisfaction within him, deciding to toy with this dying little mouse for a while longer. He lowered his voice deliberately, adopting a mysterious tone, and said, "Little one, do you know who the most formidable Konoha ninja I have slain thus far is?" The man's words ignited Kid's curiosity, his eyes widened, and he looked at the man with eager anticipation, as if awaiting his answer. "Ha ha ha, little one, that would be your beloved second Hokage, Senju Tobirama from Konoha." Accompanied by a fit of maniacal laughter, this astonishing revelation thundered in Kid's mind like a bolt from the blue. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the man before him, a tempest of emotions surging within him, drawing from memories of his past life and the intelligence gleaned from their earlier encounter. Kid was almost certain that this man was indeed a spy planted in Konoha by the Hidden Cloud Village. Undoubtedly, this was related to the kidnapping incident involving Kushina. Kid couldn't help but gasp in shock. He never anticipated that the spy embedded in Konoha would be such a high-profile individual. Even more shocking was the realization that this man was a subordinate of the notorious criminals, Kin and Jin, known as the most vicious offenders of the Hidden Cloud Village. A faint smile of satisfaction crept across the man's lips as his malicious gaze remained fixed on Kid, seemingly relishing the shock etched on the boy's face. "Prepare to meet your demise, little one," the man roared menacingly, his voice reverberating through the air, sending shivers down the spine. He swung his massive fist with the force of a thunderclap, aiming to crush Kid's skull. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as his fist struck the ground, sending plumes of dust and wood shavings into the air. However, as the dust began to settle, the man was astonished to discover that the boy who should have been obliterated by his blow had vanished without a trace. What? The man's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never anticipated that Kid could evade his attack so effortlessly. Anger surged within him, a fiery wrath ignited by the humiliation of being outmaneuvered. His expression darkened as he muttered through gritted teeth, "Damnable little brat, daring to toy with me." Just as the man concentrated fiercely, employing his sensory technique to locate Kid's presence, unexpectedly, the boy's voice resonated around him without warning. "Uncle, your true identity is indeed astonishing. However, I am quite curious. As a subordinate of the notorious criminals, Kin and Jin of the Hidden Cloud Village, how have you managed to evade capture under the assassination orders issued by the Third Hokage and remain alive until now?" These words struck the man like a dagger, piercing the deepest, darkest corners of his soul. He trembled visibly, clearly shaken by Kid's incisive remarks. As he was still employing his perception technique, it felt as though an invisible force struck him, instantaneously severing his control over the spell. The man's fury escalated. His eyes widened as he bellowed into the surrounding void. "What do you wish to convey, you wretched brat?" However, the voice of Hokage Kid continued unabated. His words reverberated from all directions, yet this time, The content bore no relation to the prior inquiry. It was said that the gold horn and silver horn possessed 5 divine artifacts, 4 of which vanished along with their demise. The only ninja tool successfully obtained by the village hidden in the clouds was the enigmatic amber purification bottle. Thus, a question arises. How, dear uncle, did the village hidden in the clouds manage to wrest this amber purification bottle from the clutches of gold horn and silver horn? Each word from Hokage Kid struck the man's heart like a hammer, fueling his rage further. His visage contorted in a grotesque expression as he roared at the surrounding air. Silence, you detestable brat. Oh, dear uncle, do refrain from your impatience. I understand your urgency, yet allow me to finish. I once heard a saying, once all impossibilities are eliminated, whatever remains, no matter how implausible it may seem, must be the truth. In my humble opinion, you traded that amber purification bottle for a sliver of your own survival. Moreover, I surmise that the higher-ups in your village must have made certain promises or conditions to you. However, once the amber purification bottle fell into their hands, you became nothing more than a worthless pawn. The words of Hokage Kid were akin to a razor-sharp blade, mercilessly slicing through the man's heart, exposing the truth he had long evaded. The man had initially believed that by betraying his superior and delivering the amber purification bottle to the higher-ups of the village hidden in the clouds, he would acquire sufficient leverage to fulfill his own ambitions and desires. Yet, upon relinquishing the bottle, he was astonished to discover that he had not received the anticipated rewards. Instead, he was dispatched to the village hidden in the leaves as a spy. Before his departure, the village hidden in the clouds, fully cognizant of the perilous nature of this mission, harbored concerns that he might once again betray them during the execution of the task, exposing the village's confidential information. To ensure his loyalty, the higher-ups resorted to extreme measures, employing poison and cursed seals to exert control over him. The man felt as though an invisible force bound his body tightly, rendering him incapable of escape. His heart brimmed with despair and helplessness. He was uncertain whether he could endure under such control, and he was equally oblivious to what the future held for him. Dear uncle, the target of your village's operation is that red-haired little girl, is it not? Hokage Kid continued. The man, taken aback, lifted his head in astonishment, his expression a mixture of disbelief as he surveyed his surroundings, pondering, how could this brat be aware of our objective? Has our plan been leaked? Struggling to maintain his composure, he feigned calmness and asked in astonishment, how do you know this, you little brat? His voice trembled slightly, clearly taken aback by the words of the young boy. In truth, the man himself was uncertain about the specifics of this mission. The only command he had received was to monitor the red-haired girl from Konoha and report her daily activities without fail. As for why this girl warranted such scrutiny, or what subsequent actions would follow, he was entirely oblivious. Hokage Kid observed the man's astonishment with a hint of amusement. He was well aware that this man was merely a pawn, completely ignorant of the true intentions of the Cloud Village's plans. Nevertheless, he continued, Uncle, do you know who that red-haired girl is? Upon hearing this, the man's face displayed a flicker of confusion. He shook his head and replied, who is that girl? He was indeed at a loss regarding her identity, only knowing that she was the target of the operation orchestrated by the Cloud Village. A mocking smile crept across Hokage Kid's lips as he burst into raucous laughter. Ha, dear uncle, how utterly foolish you are. Have you not noticed the color of that girl's hair? It is a deep wine red. Do you not comprehend the significance of this? His voice dripped with derision and contempt as he continued. That is a hallmark of the Uzumaki clan. You brutes from the Cloud Village are utterly misguided. Instead of capturing the many members of the Uzumaki clan in the land of whirlpools, you have come to our Konoha to target the Jinchuriki of our village. Kid's words struck the man like a hammer, mercilessly exposing the folly of the Cloud Village's actions. Thus, dear uncle, regardless of whether your mission ultimately succeeds, you are destined to be forsaken. The higher-ups in your Cloud Village will surely not tolerate a traitor like you. You are a stain upon the Cloud Village, and they will never allow such a blemish to persist. The boy's clear words resonated in the man's ears, light, yet carrying the weight of 1,000 burdens. The man's resolve crumbled completely. Chapter 38. Bitter struggle. He lowered his head, erupting into wild laughter. Ha ha, little brat, your words are indeed quite amusing. However, in return, I shall tear you apart piece by piece, allowing you to truly experience fear. Before his words faded, the man's body suddenly radiated a blinding light of lightning. As if struck by a bolt from the heavens, his hair stood on end, electrified. In an instant, he was enveloped in a powerful layer of lightning, entering the lightning release chakra mode. This mode enabled the user to achieve peak speed and defense, rendering both offensive and defensive capabilities nearly flawless. Moreover, in this state, the user's strength would be immensely amplified, capable of effortlessly shredding enemies to pieces. Prepare to die, kid. The man's figure flickered like lightning, vanishing from sight. In the next moment, he appeared beside Kikuki Kid like a specter. Raising his robust arm high, he struck down forcefully towards Kid's head. The blow akin to a thunderous roar, unstoppable in its might. However, this time, Kakashi Haruno was fully prepared. His nerves taut and his attention completely fixated on the man's every movement. Just as the man's fist was about to collide with his head, Kakashi swiftly raised his arm, accurately seizing the man's forearm. In a seamless motion, he forcefully twisted at his waist, delivering a magnificent shoulder throw that sent the man crashing to the ground. The resounding thud echoed, causing the very earth to tremble from the impact. Astonishingly, the man exhibited no signs of injury. His body seemed imbued with an unyielding strength. One hand gripped the ground firmly while the other leg lashed out with the swiftness of a steel whip, generating a fierce gust of wind aimed directly at Kakashi, who had the upper hand. The force of this kick was nothing short of astounding, producing a gale far mightier than Kakashi's own strikes. Should he be struck by this blow, it would surely spell his doom in an instant. Faced with such a ferocious assault, Kakashi dared not exhibit any hesitation. He nimbly shifted his body backward, narrowly evading the lethal kick. Without a moment's pause, he extended his palm, summoning a dragon-shaped bolt of lightning that surged forth like a flash, aimed squarely at the man. Thunder Dragon Pursuit, Kakashi exclaimed, as the lightning metamorphosed into a roaring dragon, lunging fiercely towards the man. Yet, the man remained undaunted, braving the tempestuous onslaught of the dragon and charging through the lightning with sheer determination. With a powerful leap, he soared into the air, raising his fist like a hammer, and struck down once more at Kakashi. Lightning strike must be met with resolve. The man's muscles contracted dramatically, unleashing a sudden surge of formidable power. Simultaneously, arcs of electricity coiled around his arm, radiating a blinding brilliance that promised greater destructive potential. In the face of such a fierce offensive, Kakashi stood his ground, equally unyielding. His own fist transformed in an instant into a bolt of thunder, meeting the man's punch with a titanic force. With a thunderous crash, their fists collided like two meteors in a celestial dance. In that fleeting moment, a tremendous force erupted between them, creating an invisible shockwave that rippled outward. Despite the overwhelming power, neither party flinched. They clutched their fists tightly, locked in a struggle, neither willing to concede. However, the youthful Kakashi, though valiant, found himself slightly outmatched, and after less than a minute of stalemate, he was ultimately pushed back several steps. Yet, Kakashi did not succumb to discouragement. Rather, a glimmer of joy danced across his face. For in their recent confrontation, he had sensed the presence of the lightning release chakra mode, indicating that he was one step closer to mastering this formidable ninjutsu. After stabilizing his stance, Kakashi inhaled deeply and clenched his slightly numb fist. He attuned himself to the flow of chakra within, preparing for the next round of combat. In the next moment, Kiki Maple suddenly crouched slightly, channeling all his strength into his right foot. Instantly, a dazzling aura of thunder enveloped his right foot, transforming it into a formidable weapon of lightning. Without hesitation, Kiki Maple leaped into the air with the grace of a falcon, launching himself towards the man with fierce determination. His right foot traced a lightning-like arc in the air, imbued with the force of thunder, and struck mercilessly toward the man. Thunderous kick. He roared, and with that strike, the power unleashed was astonishing. Faced with such a fierce assault, the man exhibited no fear. A cold smile crept across his lips as he bellowed, "Ha, little brat. What a thrill. The thunder fight must unleash its blade." Before his words could fully settle, the man swiftly unleashed his fist, which shot forth like a bolt of lightning, directly colliding with Kiki Maple's incoming kick. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, shaking the very fabric of the world. The clash of their attacks ignited a brilliant flash of thunder, resembling a miniature sun erupting between them. The lightning spread outward at an astounding speed, tearing through trees, shattering them to splinters, and gouging deep ravines into the ground, leaving chaos in its wake. The shockwave from the explosion swept through the area like a tempest, engulfing everything in its path. As the smoke began to clear, the man staggered out from the center of the explosion, his appearance disheveled. His garments were in tatters, his body marred by burns, and patches of his hair singed away. Yet he struggled to maintain his composure. With a visage of shock, he gazed at the epicenter of the blast, overwhelmed by disbelief. In his perception, Kiki Maple had been utterly obliterated by his overwhelming force, leaving no trace behind. Bending slightly, his body trembled from heavy gasps for air. Suddenly, as if recalling something, a sinister grin spread across his face, and he erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, little brat, I will remember you. You truly are the genius of Konoha village, but alas, fate was not on your side. You shall perish at my hands. His laughter echoed with a mix of pride and mockery as he straightened up, surveying the destruction he had wrought with a sense of satisfaction. Drawing a deep breath, he shouted towards the void, Little brat, remember my name. Nagakuni Rokuyo. With that proclamation, he staggered back a few steps. The battle with Kiki Maple had drained his chakra completely. He recognized that his victory was merely a stroke of luck, attributed to his age and superior physical condition. With a bitter smile, he turned to leave. Just then, a chilling aura of malice materialized behind him, and in an instant, a blade of lightning pierced through his body, impaling his heart. Purple lightning spear. The voice of the youth echoed once more from behind him. Struggling, the man turned his head, and the sight before him filled him with astonishment. The once shattered figure of Kakashi Hatake began to reassemble bit by bit, as thunder gradually morphed into a human shape, ultimately becoming a true man. The man knelt upon the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, and with the last vestiges of his strength, uttered, "Ah, truly a monster. The Hidden Cloud Village is in peril." With that, he slowly closed his eyes. Upon regaining his human form, Kakashi's complexion was as pale as death. This battle had nearly drained all his chakra. Had it not been for his last resort of elemental transformation, the outcome could have been far worse. Chapter 39. The Kidnapping of Kushina in the Hidden Leaf Village. At the Ninja Academy, the sound of the school bell rang out, prompting the students to exclaim in relief as their day of lessons came to a close. Like a flock of jubilant birds, they chirped excitedly as they rushed out of the classroom, hurrying towards their waiting parents. Kushina was no exception. She swiftly packed her bag, slinging it over her shoulder, and prepared to make her way home alone. During her time at the academy, she had thrived, not only excelling academically, but also establishing a strong reputation among her peers through her bravery and prowess. A significant factor in her rising status was her increasingly close relationship with the golden-haired Minato Namikaze. Minato was the top student in their class, possessing both intelligence and kindness, which endeared him to his classmates. However, in Kushina's eyes, despite Minato's many virtues, his somewhat delicate demeanor made her perceive him as effeminate. Nevertheless, his gentleness and strength earned him immense admiration among his peers, who affectionately referred to him as Little Sun, for he brought warmth to everyone's hearts like sunlight. With her backpack secured, Kushina walked home with a light step. There were two paths available to her, a wide, well-lit road and a narrow, shadowy alley. While the main road was undoubtedly safer, the alley would allow her to reach home more swiftly. Thus, as was her habit, she unhesitatingly ventured into the deserted alley. The alley was eerily silent, with only the sound of Kushina's footsteps echoing in the stillness. She hummed a cheerful tune, her spirits high, unaware that 3 pairs of eyes lurked in the shadows, fixated upon her. Suddenly, 3 ninjas emerged like phantoms from the dark, their movements swift and coordinated, encircling Kushina in the blink of an eye. Taken aback by the abrupt turn of events, Kushina widened her eyes, but before she could react, she was completely subdued. Clearly, the 3 ninjas were well prepared, executing a prearranged plan to swiftly abduct Kushina. She struggled in vain, her strength proving insignificant against these trained assailants. In no time, they whisked her away from the Hidden Leaf Village, vanishing into the vastness of the night. The previously bustling alley seemed to freeze in time, enveloped in an eerie stillness. Only her solitary backpack lay abandoned on the ground, silently narrating the events that had just transpired. After a while, a figure appeared at the alley's entrance. It was a young boy with golden hair, his steps light and lively, suggesting a deep familiarity with the surroundings. This boy was Minato Namikaze, and this alley was his daily route home. Upon spotting a familiar backpack lying in the alley, his gaze sharpened suddenly. He hurried forward, crouched down, and cautiously picked up the backpack, examining it with great care. While the backpack appeared unremarkable, Minato sensed that its owner was in peril. His brow furrowed tightly as a foreboding feeling surged within him. Quickly surveying the alley, he noticed the traces on the ground that caught his attention. Following these marks, his unease intensified. Kushina has been kidnapped, Minato murmured anxiously. Without a moment to spare, he stood up, slung the backpack over his shoulder, and dashed towards the Senju ancestral home like a gust of wind. He needed to inform the Senju clan as quickly as possible, hoping they could devise a plan to rescue Kushina. As Minato raced, he finally reached the entrance of the Senju estate. His eyes were filled with urgency as he gazed at the grand doors. Just then, he spotted Kakashi Hitaki and Shino Aburame emerging from the ancestral home. Kakashi immediately noticed the frantic Minato, and his expression turned grave. He understood that the kidnapping had indeed occurred, and he felt the weight of his own negligence. After the fierce battle in the forest, Kakashi had resolved to erase any traces of the conflict to prevent sensitive information from leaking. He not only cleaned the scene but also disposed of the body of Kurenai Yuhi by feeding it to wild beasts, ensuring it was completely consumed. However, this series of actions inadvertently delayed the rescue efforts. By the time he arrived at the Senju home, he hurriedly explained the situation to the elderly matriarch, Mito Uzumaki. Through Shino. Before her, any attempt at concealment was futile. Mito instantly grasped the gravity of the situation and decisively instructed Shino to lead the clan's elite to retrieve Kushina. Unfortunately, they were already too late. Kakashi halted, turned sharply, and gravely addressed Shino. Shino, there's no need to go. Kushina has already been kidnapped. At this revelation, Shino was struck as if by lightning, his complexion paling instantly. His eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "What? How is that possible?" His voice trembled with shock. At that moment, Minato burst in, tightly clutching a backpack. Upon seeing Kakashi and Shino, he urgently exclaimed, "Sensei, this is Kushina's backpack. I found it in an alley. The straps have been torn, and I suspect something has happened to her." His tone was laced with anxiety and concern. Kakashi took the backpack, not placing it aside as usual, but instead began to inspect it meticulously. After glancing a few times, Kazuki Kaze grasped his backpack, lifted his head, and with a grave expression, addressed SH-Ju. SH-Ju, the plan has changed. We need to adjust our strategy. Sensing the weight of the situation, SH-Ju tightened his heart, remaining silent and gazing intently at Kazuki. Taking a deep breath, Kazuki slowly articulated, "Firstly, Watergate and I will pursue Kushina. But our mission will not be limited to mere tracking. We must also disrupt the movements of those cloud-hidden brutes and leave behind traces for you to follow. This way, you can locate us through the information we provide." SH-Ju nodded, indicating his understanding. Kazuki continued, "Next, you must immediately gather the skilled members of your clan and hasten to our aid following the clues we've left. Remember, time is of the essence. You must act swiftly." SH-Ju hesitated momentarily, stating, "No, it is too dangerous for just the two of you to go. I should accompany you. An additional person equates to greater strength." Kazuki promptly interrupted, his demeanor serious. "SH-Ju, enough. This is how it shall be. While Watergate and I may not be able to fend off those cloud-hidden marauders, we can certainly buy time. The crux of the matter lies in your leadership of the support team. Without your timely arrival, we could find ourselves in dire peril." Chapter 40. Tracking. Seeing SH-Ju still wavering, Kazuki felt a surge of urgency. He understood that every passing second could lead to Kushina falling into the clutches of malevolent forces. Thus, he shouted without hesitation, "SH-Ju, cease your hesitation. Kushina is my comrade, your kin, and Watergate's classmate. If you delay any further, she will surely be captured." His thunderous voice echoed like a clap of thunder in SH-Ju's ears, jolting him from his indecision. Fixing his gaze upon Kazuki, he saw the urgency and concern etched into his eyes, a reflection of his deep care for Kushina's safety. This warmth stirred something within SH-Ju. Despite often being teased by this foreign sister, he felt compelled to embrace the responsibilities of an elder brother in this crucial moment. Taking a deep breath, he nodded firmly and earnestly entrusted Kazuki and Watergate, "I leave it in your hands. You must endure. I will bring support and arrive as swiftly as possible." Kazuki and Watergate exchanged a glance, perceiving the steadfast resolve in each other's eyes. They nodded solemnly in response to SH-Ju. Subsequently, Kazuki and Watergate turned and departed from the Senju ancestral home without hesitation, their silhouettes appearing particularly resolute under the sunlight, as if burdened with something profound. Remaining behind, Chu exhibited the exceptional poise befitting an heir of a prestigious clan. He maintained his composure, each decision reflecting careful deliberation and methodical execution. He swiftly communicated with those around him, clarifying each individual's roles and responsibilities to ensure the smooth progression of subsequent actions, exhibiting neither panic nor disorder. Amidst this bustling scene, a tranquil and elegant courtyard stood out remarkably. In the courtyard, a kind and wise elderly lady reclined quietly in a rocking chair. Her eyes gently closed as she savored the tender caress of the breeze. A subtle smile graced her face, embodying a profound contentment with life and an insightful understanding of worldly matters. Her gaze revealed a tapestry of emotions, admiration for Minato and Kakashi, acknowledging their appreciation for the village's companions, satisfaction with her grandson Sh, feeling gratified by the noble demeanor and capabilities he exhibited, and a sense of pride as the first wife of the Hokage, rejoicing in the continuation of her husband's will of fire through a worthy heir. After leaving the Senju estate, Kakashi did not proceed as Minato had anticipated, directly seeking out Kushina. Instead, he hurried back to the Hitaki residence with Minato in tow. Along the way, Minato was filled with confusion, yet the seriousness etched on Kakashi's face rendered him hesitant to inquire further, so he silently followed. Sensing Minato's unease, Kakashi simply stated, "My mother is of the Inuzuka clan." Upon hearing this, Minato's understanding began to dawn. Before long, they arrived at the Hitaki home. Upon entering, Kakashi promptly led Minato to the living room, then through to the small courtyard where his parents resided. Kakashi called out to the courtyard, "Mother, I'm back." No sooner had the words left his lips than a figure emerged from the room. It was Kakashi's mother, Kakahanar, clad in a simple yet elegant kimono, her countenance strikingly beautiful and her demeanor exuding grace. Upon seeing her son return, a glimmer of joy flickered in her eyes, but the smile faded as she laid eyes on Minato. "Mother, this is my friend, Minato Namikaze," Kakashi quickly introduced. Kakahanar nodded slightly, acknowledging the greeting. She then turned her gaze to Kakashi, her expression becoming serious. "Kakashi, why the haste? Has something happened?" Kakashi, not wishing to delay, swiftly recounted the incident of Kushina's abduction. Kakahanar's countenance grew grave upon hearing the news. "How audacious of rogue ninjas to dare abduct someone near Konoha!" she exclaimed angrily. As she spoke, her hands deftly formed seals, and a powerful chakra began to coalesce in her palms. "Summoning technique," she declared with a firm voice. With a resounding crash, a thick cloud of smoke erupted in the living room. As the haze dissipated, a black ninja dog appeared before them. Its coat was as dark as ink, its eyes gleaming with a fierce light, and its body bore numerous scars, evidence of countless battles fought. "Uncle Hey," Kakashi greeted the ninja dog with respect. "Oh, it's you. Little Kakashi." Hei's voice was deep and resonant, possessing an intimidating quality, yet as his gaze swept over Kakashi, it softened with kindness and satisfaction. His eyes scanned both Kakashi and Minato before settling on the backpack in Kakashi's hands. "You summoned me for a reason, didn't you?" Hei inquired. Kakashi hurriedly presented Kushina's backpack before Black Tiger, declaring, "Indeed, Uncle Black Tiger, one of my companions has been abducted by ninjas from a neighboring village. I require your assistance in uncovering her whereabouts." "No problem, leave it to me," Black Tiger responded with unwavering confidence, swiftly lowering his head to bring his nose close to the backpack, inhaling deeply. His actions were marked by intense concentration, as if the world had been reduced to just him and the backpack. His nose twitched incessantly, capturing every faint scent. Before long, Black Tiger suddenly lifted his head, excitement sparkling in his eyes. He called out to Kakashi and Minato, "Little Kakashi, and you, the blonde imp, hurry and follow me." No sooner had he spoken than Black Tiger darted away like a bolt of black lightning, vanishing from their sight in the blink of an eye. Observing this, Kakashi promptly turned to his mother, Kirigakure Hanar, saying, "Mother, I'm off." Although filled with concern, Hanar maintained a facade of composure and resolutely urged Kakashi, "Go. You must bring your companions back safely." Sensing his mother's encouragement and trust, Kakashi nodded firmly, then without hesitation, set off in pursuit of Black Tiger alongside Minato. Meanwhile, three figures clad in the garb of Hidden Cloud's elite ninjas raced through the dense forest like a tempest, their forms flickering amidst the foliage. One of them wore a broad smile, whispering with exhilaration, "This is wonderful. I never anticipated everything would go so smoothly. Another chimed in. Indeed, we have remained exceedingly covert. By the time Konoha village realizes what has transpired, we will have long vanished. His tone betrayed a hint of pride, clearly brimming with confidence in their scheme. The third individual remained silent, yet his expression revealed his own elation, quietly reveling in the successful execution of the mission assigned by their village. However, unlike his companions, he did not lower his guard. He understood that the task would only be deemed complete upon the elimination of the traitorous spy, should they allow her to escape. It would not only spell trouble for Hidden Cloud, but could also plunge them into an irretrievable predicament. Chapter 41. Under the Moonlight. A romantic intertwining of red and yellow, the trio moved with the swiftness of lightning, whisking Kushina away like a gale in an instant. Their steps were light yet steady, as if they possessed an intimate knowledge of the terrain. Despite the excitement bubbling within, they remained vigilant. Each stride was taken with caution, as if the very air around them was thick with peril. Kushina, resembling a dutiful child, quietly trailed behind them, though her pace was slightly hurried. She maintained a deliberate distance, raising no suspicion among her captors. Yet beneath this seemingly tranquil facade, Kushina was secretly engaged in a significant task, leaving behind clues in her wake. Seizing the moment while the trio was momentarily distracted, she swiftly plucked several strands of her crimson hair from her head, gently casting them to the ground. Under the moonlight, these red strands shimmered faintly, as if they were a desperate signal for help. Kushina hoped that these strands would be discovered by a compassionate soul, leading them to her whereabouts. Yet, deep within her heart, Kushina held little hope for this plan. She was acutely aware of her status as an outsider, with little connection to the people of this land. Even if someone were to find her red hair, it was unlikely that anyone would be willing to risk their life to save a stranger. The perspective shifted back to Kakashi and Minato, who were hot on the heels of the formidable Black Tiger, racing forward. Kakashi's perception was exceptionally keen. He could vividly discern the scenes several hundred meters ahead. Within his awareness, he detected 4 distinct sources of chakra. 3 of these chakras bore a striking similarity, emanating a powerful thunderous aura, akin to 3 razor-sharp blades of lightning, radiating an endless sharpness. The 4th chakra, though robust, appeared somewhat immature in comparison. Kakashi's gaze sharpened. He turned to Minato and declared, "I found it. Our target lies ahead." However, before he could finish his sentence, calamity struck. Suddenly, Kakashi sensed an impending danger. Without hesitation, he grasped Minato's arm while tightly holding onto Black Tiger, darting sideways like a flash of lightning. Just as they moved, a short blade enveloped in thunderous energy hurtled towards them, embedding itself precisely where they had just stood. The blade pierced through the trunk of a tree, embedding deeply into the earth. "We're in trouble," Kakashi muttered under his breath. Following closely was a burly figure with dark skin, charging towards Minato with a bent arm. The muscular man crackled with electricity, a palpable intent to kill evident in his demeanor, clearly aiming to eliminate the foes before him. Kakashi recognized the form of this imposing figure all too well. He bypassed Minato, confronting the man's assault directly. "Minato, you go ahead. I'll handle this," Kakashi said, turning his back to Minato. "Kushina is Tsunade's sister. Although I have no formal master-student relationship with Tsunade, I will do everything in my power for her sake. So, please ensure her safe return." Minato hesitated, wishing to stay and fight alongside Kakashi. At that moment, Black Tiger interjected, "Kid, everyone has their own responsibilities. Trust Kakashi." Minato nodded, turning back to Kakashi, shouting, "Senior, you must survive." With that, he pivoted and continued his pursuit alongside Black Tiger. As night deepened, the clouds obscured the moon, rendering the forest path particularly dim. Even seasoned ninjas had to tread carefully. With Black Tiger's assistance, Minato quickly spotted the strands of red hair that Kushina had discarded. Following the trail, he soon caught up to the team ahead. After waiting a moment, taking advantage of the cover of darkness, Minato moved like a fleeting shadow. And in his wake, a cloud ninja collapsed to the ground, lifeless. What transpired? Upon hearing the sounds from behind, the other 2 swiftly turned to investigate. Apart from their fallen comrade, there was nothing else in sight. In the next moment, another individual collapsed to the ground. It was not until then that the reticent lead jonin realized that an ambush was underway. They had been overly complacent. Although they remained vigilant internally, they had let their guard down. Only now did they comprehend that they were being attacked from the shadows. Instantly, the lead jonin became tense. leaping nimbly to a nearby tree, where he carefully surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, a figure flashed behind him. With a swift and decisive motion, Minato struck the back of the lead Jonin's head. The Jonin, struck hard, immediately lost consciousness and fell to the ground from the thicket. With all enemies neutralized, Minato descended from the treetops. At that moment, the clouds in the sky parted, revealing a luminous moon. The moonlight cascaded like a silken veil upon the forest path. Minato, with his back to the moonlight, stood before Kushina. "Are you all right? We've come to rescue you." Hearing the boy's words, the weary and despondent Kushina lifted her gaze forward. Upon seeing the boy and the fallen enemy ninjas, a look of joy spread across her face. She realized she was saved. The release of tension washed over her, and her fatigue surged forth. She could no longer stand and leaned forward, having been abducted and forced to traverse such a long distance. Both her spirit and body had been utterly drained. Minato hurriedly stepped forward to support Kushina, gently reassuring her, "Do not worry. Everything is fine now. I will take you back to the village." With that, he scooped her up in a princess carry, asserting his dominance. Wait a moment. Before Kushina could utter another word, Minato leaped with her into the treetops. Beneath the moonlight, Kushina scrutinized the boy before her. In that instant, the gears of fate began to turn, weaving a tapestry of love interlaced with red and yellow. Kushina's crimson hair became the fateful red thread that led her to her soulmate, binding them together tightly. Just as they gazed deeply into each other's eyes, the sound of footsteps echoed through the surrounding woods. In the next moment, Kakashi, SHRU, and numerous leaf ninjas appeared around them. Kakashi, battered yet undeterred, jested, "Ha ha ha, just as I expected. Minato, you charm girls under the moonlight." Everyone, except SHRU, erupted in laughter. SHRU, looking decidedly perturbed by the scene, leapt to their side and forcefully took Kushina from Minato's arms. Turning to Kushina, he admonished, "Little sister, you must always prioritize your safety. Don't let some outsider whisk you away with sweet words." Minato, standing awkwardly nearby, fidgeted with his toes, while Kushina blushed shyly. To alleviate the tension, Minato turned to Kakashi and asked, "Senior, what happened to the enemies?" Kakashi examined his injuries, grinning through the pain as he replied, "They fled. You had barely left when SHRU arrived with reinforcements." The man, sensing the impending danger, swiftly retreated. SHRU held on to Kushina and addressed the surrounding clansmen, instructing them to immediately subdue the ninjas below and send them to the third Hokage's umbu for handling. The rest of us must return to the village without delay. Chapter 42. Reflection. All for the village. After a heart-stopping battle, the event finally came to a close, and everyone, feeling a sense of relief, began their journey back to Konoha with the captives in tow. During the return, Kakashi found himself lost in thought. Unlike his comrades who reveled in the victory, he began to meticulously reflect on everything he had experienced during the conflict, particularly the intense moments of combat. In the earlier skirmish, Kakashi had fought with every ounce of strength, even resorting to his life-preserving technique, elementalization, just to barely overcome his foes. However, this had exacted a tremendous toll on him, leaving him nearly exhausted. The subsequent battle, though brief due to the timely arrival of SHRU and his reinforcements, was no less grueling, as Kakashi faced considerable hardship in that fleeting encounter. The formidable black-skinned man exhibited taijutsu prowess far beyond that of the previous spy, Nagatomi Rokuya, with each of his merciless strikes aimed at vital points, rendering defense nearly impossible. Despite the brevity of their engagement, Kakashi sustained severe injuries during that short time. His body was marred with wounds, blood seeping continuously, and the pain was unbearable. Fortunately, assistance arrived just in time, allowing him to narrowly escape a dire fate. Kakashi pondered to himself, "It seems that training in taijutsu should indeed be incorporated into my schedule. After all, the application of taijutsu in actual combat is of paramount importance. Perhaps I could glean some valuable insights from Kakashi Sakumo." Upon his return to Konoha, Kakashi discovered that the umbu of the third Hokage had long been waiting there, evidently prepared to receive the captives from Kimogakure. The umbu leader approached Kakashi and Minato, stating, "Kakashi Hitaki, Minato Namikaze. The third Hokage has commanded that you both report to his office tomorrow for a detailed inquiry regarding this incident." Understood. Just as Kakashi was about to turn away, SHRU stepped forward with a smile, patting Kakashi on the shoulder and warmly inviting him. "Kakashi, my grandmother wishes to invite you to our home." Please let me know when you are free to visit, so I can prepare accordingly. Kakashi replied with grave sincerity, I am deeply honored by Lady Mito's invitation. How about this? After I meet with the third Hokage for the inquiry tomorrow, I will formally visit Lady Mito. Wonderful. Ju exclaimed joyfully. After handing over the captives from Kumogakure to the Umbu of the third Hokage, the group dispersed, each returning home. In the Hokage's office, the dim light flickered amid swirling smoke. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat behind his expansive desk, a plume of smoke curling from his pipe. His brow furrowed in deep concern, as if he were troubled by significant matters. The Umbu leader had just reported a piece of news. Kakashi Hatake would officially visit Uzumaki Mito the following day. Upon hearing this news, the third Hokage furrowed his brow even tighter. Uzumaki Kushina, the current Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, was of paramount importance to the village of Konoha. Meanwhile, Hatake Kakashi, whose father Hatake Sakumo had transitioned from a samurai to a ninja, weighed heavily on his mind. The third Hokage was acutely aware that Hatake Sakumo held steadfast principles and boundaries, creating a certain chasm with the Hokage faction. Nevertheless, he was reluctant to allow those outside the Hokage circle to have excessive interaction with Uzumaki Kushina. After all, the safety of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki was intrinsically linked to the security of the entire village. However, Kakashi's identity and background cast a shadow of concern over this impending visit. Although Hatake Sakumo was fiercely loyal to the village, his allegiance lay with Konoha as a whole, rather than the Hokage personally. The third Hokage feared that Kakashi might be swayed by his father's influence, fostering prejudice against the Hokage faction. Simultaneously, he recognized the uniqueness of Uzumaki Kushina's identity and strength. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, she wielded immense power and influence. Moreover, with her character and intellect, her decisions were often the result of profound contemplation. Thus, despite his reservations regarding Kakashi's visit, the third Hokage hesitated to interfere with Uzumaki Kushina's choices. He sighed helplessly, murmuring to himself, alas. It seems the time has come for Danzo's root organization to be established. After speaking, the third Hokage took a deep draw from his pipe, slowly exhaling a plume of smoke. The haze enveloped the air, obscuring his vision and masking his inner unease. He gazed quietly out at the nocturnal landscape, pondering how to navigate the unfolding situation. At the border of the land of fire and the land of rain, a seemingly ordinary tent stood. Suddenly, a loud bang shattered the tranquility within. The sound erupted from Shimura Danzo, who had been exiled to the border to gather intelligence on the land of rain. He slammed his hand down on the table before him, as if attempting to expel the dissatisfaction and anxiety that churned within. Danzo clutched the intelligence report tightly in his hand, a transmission from the highest-placed spy he had embedded within the third Hokage's Umbu. This spy served as his eyes and ears, allowing him to remain acutely aware of the happenings within the village, despite his distant location. The report detailed the kidnapping of Kushina and the impending visit of Kakashi to her. Danzo's brow furrowed deeply, his heart brimming with worry and unease. He rose to his feet, pacing back and forth within the confines of the tent, akin to a mouse ensnared in a cage, anxiously darting about. He glared in the direction of Konoha, cursing vehemently at the village. That damned old woman is nothing but a fool. How dare she meet with outsiders? Does she not understand that the Jinchuriki must avoid contact with the outside world? Her actions are a mockery of the village's safety. She ought to perish and relinquish the Nine Tails for me to control. My actions are solely for the sake of the village's security. As his agitation grew, so too did the volume of his voice. And that useless monkey, how is he so weak and incompetent? He is utterly unworthy of being Hokage. Not only did he fail to control the next Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, but he also allowed that little girl to attend school. Is this not inviting trouble upon himself? He should immediately hand that girl over to me. Only I possess the ability to cultivate her into a true and competent weapon of the tailed beast. Everything I do is for the sake of the village, to protect everyone. His emotions were reaching a boiling point as he continued to roar towards the direction of the village. And you, damn monkey, how dare you prevent me from establishing the root organization? Without the root, how can I control the Nine Tails? How can I coerce the Uchiha clan? How can I seize the power of the Sharingan? Everything I do is for the future of the village. Damn it, Uchiha clan, why are you all so fortunate to possess such a powerful bloodline limit as the Sharingan? Such power rightfully belongs to me. Only I am destined to lead the village towards glory. Everything I do is for the prosperity of the village. And that damn Kakashi Hatake, you ungrateful wretch. How dare you refuse to pledge your loyalty to me and not entrust your children to my care? It is utterly unforgivable. A ninja like you should be unwaveringly loyal to me, for everything I do is in the interest of the village. After a tempest of curses, Shimura Danzo's emotions finally began to settle somewhat. Yet the malice in his heart burned like an unquenchable flame, refusing to extinguish. He took a few deep breaths, striving to calm himself, then found a comfortable spot in the room to rest for a moment. After a while, feeling that he had regained some energy, Danzo stood up and approached his desk. He picked up a pen and swiftly inscribed several lines on a piece of paper. Once finished, he meticulously reviewed the note, ensuring that no crucial information was overlooked. He then summoned one of his subordinates. Upon entering Danzo's tent, the subordinate performed the ninjutsu known as Super Beast Imitation painting at Danzo's command. Soon, the characters on the paper transformed into a small, completely black bird. The bird then took flight, soaring swiftly towards the direction of Konoha, vanishing into the sky in the blink of an eye. Danzo watched the bird disappear and mused to himself, "Humph, little brat of the Hatake clan, you better behave. If you dare to disobey, do not blame me for being ungracious." Chapter 43, Inquiry, Observations from the Senju Ancestral Residence after a night of ample rest and meticulous treatment. Kakashi's physical condition had markedly improved. Furthermore, as time progressed, the resonance between the thunder fruit and his body deepened, accelerating his recovery even further. By the following day, Kakashi felt nearly restored to his former self, prompting him to accompany Minato to the Hokage's office. Inside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage sat solemnly at his desk, awaiting their arrival with a serious expression. Upon seeing Kakashi and Minato, he immediately began to inquire in detail about the kidnapping incident involving Kushina. He meticulously questioned every crucial aspect of the event, from its origin to the eventual successful rescue of Kushina, leaving no stone unturned. Thus, time quietly slipped away in a flurry of questions and answers. After over an hour, the third Hokage finally gained a comprehensive understanding of the entire incident. Satisfied, he nodded approvingly before permitting Kakashi and Minato to leave. Just as the two were about to step out of the Hokage's office, the third Hokage suddenly called them back. With earnestness, he addressed Kakashi and Minato, saying, "Kakashi, Minato, you may not fully grasp the significance of Kushina to the Hidden Leaf Village. However, through this incident, I have witnessed the true will of fire in you. You cherish your comrades and are willing to risk everything to protect the village. The future of Konoha indeed relies on young individuals like you." Upon hearing these words, Kakashi and Minato were taken aback. They hastily waved their hands in modesty, with Minato respectfully responding, "Lord Third, Kushina is not only my comrade, but someone I cherish and wish to protect for a lifetime. Wherever I am, I shall unhesitatingly safeguard her and the Hidden Leaf Village." Kakashi, standing beside him, was wide-eyed and agape, his expression one of disbelief. He looked at Minato, secretly marveling. Wow, is this what they call a declaration of love? So direct, so unabashedly expressed. Simultaneously, the third Hokage felt a twinge of surprise. He pondered to himself, "Are today's youth so mature at such an early age? At his age, what was I doing? Ah, yes, I was secretly infatuated with the older girl next door." With this thought, a blush crept onto the third Hokage's aged cheeks, and he awkwardly cleared his throat, attempting to mask his embarrassment with the gesture. After regaining his composure, he addressed Minato. "Ahem, Minato, I have fully sensed your intentions. I hope you can maintain this fervor and sincerity." Minato, upon hearing the third Hokage's words, nodded eagerly as if having received a precious treasure, and with renewed vigor, he exited the Hokage's office. Kakashi, astonished, offered a slight bow to the third Hokage before following suit. The third Hokage stood by the window, gazing at the departing figures of the two young men, lost in thought for an extended moment. As he gazed upon the departing figure of Kakashi Hatake, the third Hokage was engulfed in profound contemplation. After responding to the inquiries of the third Hokage, Kakashi arrived at the Senju ancestral home, bearing gifts as promised. This marked his inaugural formal visit to the very foundation of Konohagakure. Each clan of Konoha possessed its own distinctive characteristics. The Hyuga clan was stiflingly oppressive. The Uchiha clan was bustling with vitality, while the Senju clan's domain was notably desolate and forlorn. As Kakashi traversed the stark and somber grounds of the Senju clan, he found himself in utmost admiration of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. He was a man who was merciless to his foes, yet even harsher towards himself and his kin. Tobirama Senju, with his sagacity and audacity, governed the village through both martial prowess and scholarly wisdom, inheriting the will of fire from the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. His exceptional abilities fostered the growth of Konoha. Following its establishment, the first two Hokages were from the Senju clan, which led to a prevailing sentiment that the position of Hokage should belong solely to the Senju. In a bid to eradicate this notion, and with the consent of Hashirama, Tobirama undertook the task of democratizing the Senju clan. To forestall the potential gathering of the newly democratized clansmen, Tobirama, resolute in his convictions, dispersed them throughout various districts of Konoha and designated the Senju ancestral home as one of the most fortified regions of the village. Through these measures, the democratization of the Senju clan was successfully accomplished. Indeed, the second Hokage was a man of remarkable resolve, Kakashi mused, reflecting on the desolate surroundings. Sighing, Tsunade remarked from behind him, "Grandfather had his reasons." She recounted her grandmother's words. Had the Senju clan not undergone democratization, the legitimacy of the Hokage's succession would have been compromised. The Hokage should be a figure recognized by the villagers, not a title that could be bequeathed among a select few ninja clans. In Tsunade's memories, her grandfather, Tobirama, appeared somewhat stern and austere, yet he was deeply affectionate towards her. His study was a sanctuary, one where she could roam freely. As a child, she found her grandfather's decisiveness regarding democratization rather perplexing. Why did all her uncles and aunts have to disperse? Why could they not reside together? As she matured and gained insight, Tsunade gradually comprehended her grandfather's noble intentions. The Senju clan had reached its zenith. Without swift alteration, Konoha would become a village solely of the Senju, relegating other clans and commoners to subservience. While the plight of the commoners could be mitigated, how would other ninja clans willingly accept being subjugated by the Senju? Perhaps while the first and second Hokages still drew breath, the other clans dared not voice their dissent. However, upon their demise, the remaining clans would undoubtedly rise in vehement opposition, seeking the annihilation of the Senju clan. Without mentioning the other clans, the Uchiha, their sworn adversaries, would surely be the first to strike. Thus, the Senju clan found itself in a precarious predicament: either dismantle the family structure to enrich the common populace of Konoha, allowing the once mighty Senju clan to gracefully descend from its peak, or continue to expand and indulge the clan, awaiting the inevitable uprising from the other ninja factions. With a visionary perspective and profound wisdom, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, chose a path fraught with challenges. Naturally, this path carries certain risks. When the lineage of the main branch ceases to flourish, or when its members lack formidable strength, the heritage of the Senju clan becomes coveted by other ninja clans, serving as a resource for their own growth and expansion. Chapter 44. The duality of Tsunade. As she approached her doorstep, Tsunade suddenly regained her focus. As if recalling something of great importance, she turned to Kakashi and said, "Enough of these matters. Young man, your guidance was not in vain. I appreciate your help regarding Kushina yesterday." However, Kakashi gazed at her with an expression of disbelief, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke on earth. Internally, he grumbled, "Guidance? Spare me. I just finished a mission and am exhausted, yet you show up at my home to draft me into service. Is that what you call guidance? Furthermore, you pilfered my lunch, forcing me to endure the hospital cafeteria's unpalatable offerings. Is that your version of care? To make matters worse, at the barbecue joint, you had me laboriously grilling meat while you indulged nearby. What kind of care is that? And finally, you drank yourself into a stupor, leaving me to carry you home like a sack of potatoes. Where was your care in that?" The more Kakashi pondered, the more irate he became. His expression growing increasingly sour, his signature deadpan eyes nearly rolling to the heavens. Observing Kakashi's demeanor, Tsunade instantly understood. The boy was undoubtedly voicing silent complaints against her in his mind. Without further ado, she raised her hand and delivered a sharp blow to his head. With a loud thud, a swollen bump appeared instantly, causing Kakashi to grimace in pain, nearly crying out. Tsunade slowly retracted her fist, her gaze fixed intently on Kakashi, who was now hopping about, clutching his head. A hint of a threatening smile graced her lips. "Young man," Tsunade's voice was low and authoritative, I can't shake the feeling that you're harboring some unsavory thoughts. Am I not taking good care of you? Or do you wish for me to provide you with something particularly special right now? Also, I expect your culinary skills today. It has been far too long since I savored your cooking. Kakashi was taken aback by Tsunade's words, quickly leaping away from the intimidating woman. As he jumped, he silently lamented, "Heavens, what kind of fierce woman is this? Why is she so violent? And am I not the guest here? What sort of guest is expected to cook?" Nonetheless, it seemed that Tsunade had no intention of letting Kakashi off the hook. Noticing his attempt to flee, she stepped forward, raising her voice, "What is this? Your expression suggests you are rather defiant. Shall we engage in a little practice?" Kakashi quickly rolled his eyes several times, not wishing to endure another thrashing from this fierce woman. Thus, he quickened his pace, swiftly distancing himself from Tsunade, inwardly grumbling, "I have no desire to train with you. I'm not a fool." As Tsunade observed Kakashi's hasty retreat, her spirits lifted considerably. She smirked with satisfaction before turning to enter her home. Upon stepping inside, Tsunade's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. She suddenly became demure, calling out sweetly like a little girl, "Grandma, I'm home." Following closely behind, Kakashi stumbled at the sound of this cheerful exclamation, nearly losing his footing. He gazed at Tsunade in astonishment, filled with confusion and disbelief. "Who are you exactly? Where has that fierce Tsunade gone? The one who just berated and struck me? Is this really the same Tsunade?" In the garden, Uzumaki Mito beamed with a kind smile, her laughter warm as a spring breeze. Upon hearing Tsunade's voice, she joyfully responded, "Welcome back." Tsunade hastily approached Mito, gesturing towards Kakashi standing nearby, and introduced him, "Grandma. This is Kakashi Hitaki, the son of Ma Senpai." Kakashi stood there, feeling somewhat awkward as he observed the scene unfolding before him. His gaze fell upon Tsunade, his heart brimming with bewilderment and astonishment. He had never encountered such a sweet and gentle Tsunade, so radically different from the violent and temperamental Tsunade he had known. A flurry of questions raced through Kakashi's mind. Who am I? Where am I? Where did the fierce Tsunade go? He couldn't help but wonder if he had mistaken her identity or if he had entered a parallel universe. Just as Kakashi was lost in his thoughts, Mito's gentle voice interrupted his reverie. "Welcome to our home, dear," she said warmly to Kakashi. This brought him back to reality, and he realized that the Tsunade before him was indeed real, and a much gentler version at that. Kakashi silently marveled. No wonder Mito can transform Tsunade into such a lovely being. It's truly impressive. His interest in this legendary figure deepened. Mito smiled at Kakashi, her eyes glimmering with admiration as she remarked, indeed, you are certainly Ma's child. You possess good looks and a sense of responsibility." Her voice was soft and gentle, exuding warmth and familiarity. Hearing Mito's praise, Kakashi donned a humble smile and promptly responded, "You flatter me, Lady Mito. I have yet to introduce myself properly. My name is Kakashi Hitaki, and it is a pleasure to meet you." His tone was sincere, filled with respect for Mito. Mito nodded with a smile, saying, "Yes, Kakashi Hitaki, I shall remember your name." Her gaze lingered on him, as if she could see deep within, recognizing the qualities and potential that lay within his heart. As an esteemed elder of the Hidden Leaf Village, Uzumaki Mito dedicated her life to the community, her wisdom and experience undeniably serving as invaluable treasures. Such a venerable figure is deserving of the utmost respect from Kakashi. Tsunade, crouching beside Uzumaki Mito, beamed as she spoke. "Grandma, I have brought back the person you requested. Soon, you shall have the pleasure of experiencing his culinary skills. His cooking is simply delightful." Uzumaki Mito's eyes, brimming with sagacity, resembled a profound abyss, elusive and unfathomable. A subtle smirk graced her lips, revealing a hint of mischief, before she feigned a stern demeanor, playfully chiding, "Tsunade, with guests arriving, how can we allow them to cook? Since Michiko took the day off, you shall prepare the meal and graciously host our guest." Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief as she pointed at herself, exclaiming in astonishment, "Me? Grandma, you must be jesting." After a brief moment of hesitation, she reluctantly acquiesced, "Very well, Grandma, I shall give it a try." However, just as Tsunade was about to rise and head to the kitchen, Kakashi swiftly intervened, blocking her path. "You jest. To have Tsunade perform a delicate surgical procedure is one thing, but let her into the kitchen, and I assure you, a mushroom cloud will surely ensue." Do not inquire as to how Kakashi possesses such foresight. It stems from memories best left unexamined. Who could forget the time Tsunade, in a fit of madness, insisted on grilling fish herself? What was meant to be fish transformed into nothing more than premium charcoal, igniting with a mere breath. Kakashi interjected, Lady Mito, I possess some culinary knowledge. Perhaps it would be best if I took over the cooking. Uzumaki Mito replied, that would not be appropriate. We cannot have our guest preparing the meal. But it is entirely fitting. Kakashi countered, urging Tsunade to lead him to the kitchen. It was evident to him that this playful elder was relishing the moment. Upon entering the kitchen, Kakashi was taken aback by the abundance of ingredients laid out before him. It seemed they were waiting for a master chef to take charge. Chapter 45. The Nature of Humanity. A discussion between grandparent and grandchild. As Kakashi busied himself with fervor in the kitchen, Tsunade quietly slipped away. Grandma, tell me the truth. Why do you wish to meet him? Reclining in her chair, Uzumaki Mito smiled at Tsunade and replied, what if I said I believe this young man has potential and should become my granddaughter's suitor? What would you think? Tsunade rolled her eyes and retorted, Grandma, do not jest. He is far too young. I have no interest whatsoever. Please, be honest with me. What are your true intentions? Do not use that excuse to deceive me, Tsunade whispered, glancing at Kakashi, who was diligently working in the kitchen. Your status is already sensitive. Any commotion could easily provoke those old fogies. Last time, due to an unexpected incident, refer to Chapter 10, where the protagonist escorted the inebriated Tsunade back to the Senju ancestral home. Your encounter with Kakashi was purely coincidental. However, this time, your invitation was explicitly extended, and those elder statesmen are bound to indulge in wild speculation. Uzumaki Mito reclined in her chair, unperturbed by her granddaughter's analytical persuasion. It wasn't that Tsunade lacked political acumen, but rather that she was disinclined to engage in such contemplations. With Tsunade's formidable prowess, her esteemed identity places her in an invulnerable position. Mito remarked lightly, my dear Tsunade, you underestimate your mentor. While Kakashi may exhibit a degree of impatience, the monkey will not. He possesses the fortitude to await my summons. Do not forget, he is the heir personally chosen by your great-grandfather. Indeed, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, embodies such characteristics. He is renowned throughout the ninja world for his prowess, not merely as a formidable opponent against the aggressive Cloud Village. While the third Hokage may exhibit various flaws in the future, at present, he is youthful and vigorous, firmly established in his role as Hokage. Mito continued, the reason I wish to meet this child is twofold. Firstly, to express my gratitude. He not only proposed a new reform for the ninja teams, but, more importantly, saved Kushina. The significance of Kushina is self-evident. Tsunade remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Secondly, this is a matter of personal concern. Your great-grandfather's decision to disband the Senju clan and transform it into a civilian entity indeed averted the fate of the clan being besieged, and prevented the Hokage position from being solely inherited within the Senju. This was a beneficial policy for Konoha, yet it has also introduced a degree of risk for you. Tsunade looked up, her face a mask of confusion as she gazed at her grandmother, struggling to grasp the meaning of the impending crisis. Mito stroked her granddaughter's silky hair, gazing at the clouds above, and slowly articulated, although the Senju clan has been dismantled and transformed into civilians of Konoha, the vast legacy of the Senju remains. You and Shinsuke are ill-equipped to safeguard this inheritance. In my youth, I came across a saying in the ancient texts of the Uzumaki clan, a child with gold wanders in the marketplace. If I were to pass away, you and Shinsuke would be those children with gold, easily devoured by others. After hearing Mito's words, Tsunade felt even more perplexed. Grandmother, I understand this concept. As long as you are here, you can deter those lurking eyes. If, hypothetically, should you pass away, I could entrust the Senju ancestral estate to the village for management. Mito smiled gently, refraining from outright refuting her granddaughter, choosing instead to elucidate, my dear Tsunade, your proposal indeed presents a solution, yet you underestimate human nature. You underestimate the insatiable greed inherent in humanity. While you may be devoid of flaws, the crux of the matter lies with your brother, Shinsuke. Should you entrust this to the village, as long as Shinsuke lives, that inheritance will still belong to the Senju clan. Tsunade suddenly realized, but an overwhelming chill followed swiftly. Her expression transformed as she turned abruptly, terror etched on her face as she gazed towards the Hokage building. Vortex Mito observed her granddaughter's actions and let out a gentle sigh. Over the years, The power of clans such as Sarutobi and Shimura had expanded rapidly, while the traditional great clans, the Uchiha and Hyuga, found themselves continually suppressed, and the common ninja had not progressed either. Mito held no opposition to the third Hokage's suppression of the ninja clans. Curbing the clan's development and reinforcing the authority of the Hokage's office appeared to be a sound strategy for the village's advancement. A notion that aligned with the second Hokage Senju Tobarama's intent to democratize the Senju clan. However, in recent years, the once moderately sized clans of Sarutobi and Shimura had begun to eclipse the traditional great ninja clans. These emerging clans were slowly transforming into the new pillars of the ninja world. The expansion of the clan's power would inevitably clash with the interests of the common ninjas. In the end, a conflict would either erupt between the common ninjas and the clans, or the former would be relegated to vassals of the latter. Given the current circumstances, it seemed that the new clans, such as Sarutobi and Shimura, were intent on making the latter a reality. Yet, these issues lay concealed beneath the vibrant facade of Konoha village, momentarily avoiding any upheaval. Moreover, Mito sensed that the future fate of the Vortex clan was intimately tied to the busy little figure in the kitchen. Tsunade regained her focus, pointed at Kakashi in the kitchen, and asked her grandmother, "Why do you hold him in such high regard?" Mito replied, "Little Tsunade, I do not particularly value him. I merely wish to cultivate some good karma. He may be able to look after your brother in the future." Tsunade gazed at her grandmother in surprise and whispered, "Grandma, you truly believe in him?" Mito gently grasped Tsunade's hand and said, "It is not merely my belief. It is his potential that is indeed remarkable. As long as I live, I can maintain stability. Certain individuals in the village would not dare to harbor ill intentions, though they may resort to subtle tactics in secret." Mito refrained from discussing what would transpire after her passing, and Tsunade wisely chose not to inquire. Both understood that from now until Mito's demise was Kakashi's time to mature. If Kakashi grew strong, then both the village and the Senju clan would find security. If he did not develop and still required the protection of Minato, it would signify a limitation in Kakashi's potential, indicating a misjudgment on their part. At that moment, Kushina and Ju returned home from school together. Following the recent kidnapping incident, Ju had instinctively taken on the responsibilities of an older brother. Each day, he accompanied Kushina to and from school. On one hand, he was visibly protecting her. On the other, he remained vigilant of a certain blonde-hearted young man. How much of his actions were for protection and how much for wariness of the blonde young man was something only Ju himself understood. Naturally, the third Hokage's Umbu and skilled members of the Senju clan were covertly providing protection as well. Chapter 46. The stealthy return of Shimura Danzo. Upon seeing Ju and Kushina return home, the grandmother and granddaughter tacitly shifted away from their previous conversation. At that moment, Kakashi emerged from the kitchen. "Lady Mito, dinner is ready. Please indulge in my culinary skills." Mizuto rose from her recliner and said, "I've long heard from Tsunade about your culinary skills. It is high time I indulge in your cooking today." Tsunade hastily moved to assist the elderly lady, only to be gently waved away. No, I am not yet old." Upon returning home, both Shinji and Kushina felt a surge of joy. For ever since the Senju clan had been integrated into the common populace, visits had become a rarity, except for a few high-ranking individuals. The household had not experienced such liveliness in quite some time. The room echoed with laughter and chatter as everyone gathered around the dining table, savoring the delectable dishes prepared by Kakashi. Perhaps due to the long absence of guests, the typically serene dining table was now filled with mirth and jubilation. Amidst this joyful commotion, only Kakashi felt a tinge of confusion. What could the old lady want from me? Surely, it cannot be merely to enjoy a meal. Can it? That seems rather dull. While the Senju ancestral home buzzed with excitement, the Hokage's office was engulfed in astonishment, tinged with a hint of trepidation. "Tobarama," exclaimed Tsunade, the only red flower amongst the Konoha elite. "Aren't you stationed at the border? What brings you back?" Beside her, Mizuto Menin wore a similar expression of disbelief, his eyes wide as he beheld the return of Shimura Danzo. It turned out that Tsunade and Mizuto Menin had been engaged in official duties when the third Hokage had urgently summoned them to the office. As they pushed open the office door, they were met with a startling sight. For heaven's sake, sending Shimura Danzo to the border was the old lady's directive. This was meant to allow him to redeem himself while also keeping him away from her. Once he proves his worth, he would be recalled. "What is the meaning of your sudden return?" The third Hokage, taken aback by Danzo's unexpected appearance, had summoned his two old friends to brainstorm ideas. He was not attending to official matters. The usual calm demeanor had vanished as he vigorously puffed on his pipe. Danzo, disregarding Tsunade's inquiries, directly confronted the third Hokage. How can you permit outsiders to engage with the old lady and that girl? You are the Hokage of the village. How can you allow such a situation to arise? What is Mizuto Watergate but a relic, relying on her seniority, status, and strength? Yet, in Konoha, the Hokage's authority must reign supreme. If I were Hokage, such an occurrence would be unthinkable. Indeed, after being reprimanded by Mizuto Watergate on several occasions, Danzo had developed a sense of dissatisfaction towards her. Bang! Tsunade slammed her hand on the table, glaring at Danzo with fury. How dare you disrespect Lord Mizuto? What is it that you truly desire? The third Hokage, incensed, closed his eyes in resignation, choosing not to acknowledge him further. Mizuto Menin shook his head and turned his face away. Both silently lamented, "What a foolish ally I have in you, Danzo. Do you hear the words that just escaped your lips? Where has the most basic respect gone? You foolish buffoon, I wouldn't spare a glance at you, Shimura Danzo, even if you begged for it." With a sharp reprimand from Tsunade, Danzo's mind snapped back to reality, realizing the gravity of his prior statements. He hastily sought to amend his words, though this time his conviction appeared less resolute. Am I mistaken? This should indeed be the case. As the Hokage of the village, one must possess the utmost authority. Furthermore, forbidding her from interacting with outsiders is a matter of confidentiality. My actions are solely for the sake of the village. The final statement resonated like thunder, prompting the third Hokage, with closed eyes, to rise in indignation. In that moment, the aura of a seasoned leader was unmistakably present. It was evident that he was genuinely enraged. Danzo, Tsunade, Mito, and the hidden Umbu ninjas surrounding them felt a surge of anxiety. Although the third Hokage's fury was formidable, it was executed with such finesse that it remained contained within the walls of the Hokage building. Enough, Danzo. You are well aware that I am the Hokage. Why did you return from the border without my command? You must not return to the village without my orders. Why did you disregard this rule? Precisely because I am the Hokage, I place my trust in Lord Mito. She loves the village more than anyone and would never cause it harm. Danzo, can you not think? Is ambition all that occupies your mind? The third Hokage's admonition momentarily stunned Danzo, whose previously furious expression darkened. The third Hokage recognized Danzo's dissatisfaction, but pondered what could be done about it. Setting aside Mito's formidable power, capable of subduing all four present with a mere hand, while simultaneously allowing Tsunade to administer treatment, was a task not to be taken lightly. Mito's status, not only as the wife of the first Hokage but also as a relative of the current Fire Lord, meant that she commanded a respect that necessitated deference upon meeting. Tsunade's title as the Princess of Konoha stemmed from the familial ties between their clans. Danzo, you reckless ally. Are you not concerned that any hint of dissatisfaction from Mito could lead the Fire Lord to withhold funding? Without the financial backing of the Fire Lord's estate, surviving would be merely a matter of tightening our belts. If the Fire Lord were to assign tasks to other villages, what would become of Konoha? What precisely do you intend to convey, Danzo? The third Hokage continued his rebuke. You are to return to the border immediately and keep a close watch on Hanzo of the Salamander in the land of Rain. Furthermore, without my express orders, you are prohibited from returning to the village. This time, I will dispatch a team of Umbu members to accompany you. Monkey, you intend to send someone to monitor me? Danzo exclaimed in frustration. Is this how you repay my contributions? Do not forget that without me, would you even hold the position of Hokage? Beside him, Tsunade and Mito exchanged glances, both exasperated by his arrogance. When Danzo turned his hopeful gaze toward them, they instinctively averted their eyes in silent agreement. Both individuals wished for Shimura Danzo to depart promptly. Otherwise, should today's discourse reach the ears of Uzumaki Mito, the golden chains would ensnare not just Danzo. Observing that both averted their gazes, refusing to meet his eyes, Danzo felt akin to a capering jester. Very well, very well. How delightful. You two choose not to defend me. Today, I am the one being discarded like a worn-out tool, and tomorrow, it shall be you. With a furious glare directed at the pair, Danzo stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Chapter 47. The Gift, the Ambush under the escort of the Umbu ninjas. Shimura Danzo reluctantly departed from Konoha. This squad of Umbu was tasked with a mission masquerading as protection, yet in truth, it was one of surveillance. After Danzo's departure, Mito Kaze looked at Tru Nara, rose to his feet, and addressed the third Hokage. Hiruzen, Mito-sama's status is exceedingly unique. Her every action carries significant weight. We must discern her true intentions. Agreed. Tru Nara concurred with Mito's assessment. The third Hokage nodded, saying, I understand, Kaze. I shall personally visit Mito-sama in due course. Once the others vacated the office, the third Hokage puffed on his pipe. Suddenly, his expression grew grave. Danzo had surreptitiously returned to the village from the border. There must be operatives within the village supporting him. It was relatively easy for Danzo to depart from the border outpost. However, upon reaching the village, how did he gain entry without assistance? Danzo, your reach extends far indeed. Kite. Dispatch orders to immediately investigate the personnel responsible for entry and exit in the village. Unearth Danzo's spies. Yes, Danzo re-entered the village via the Umbu's exclusive passage. Following this route, a portion of Danzo's embedded spies was soon uncovered. Though it was merely a fraction, it was enough to cause Danzo considerable distress. According to rumors, on that fateful day, Danzo had thoroughly demolished his tent. Unfortunately, while constructing a new one, rain began to pour. Due to his obstinacy, his subordinates had urged him to seek shelter from the rain, but he stubbornly refused, leading to their frustration and subsequent silence. That one-eyed dragon ended up drenched to the bone. As the Umbu squad escorted Danzo from the village, Kakashi Haruno left the Senju ancestral home with a sense of delight. This visit had truly yielded bountiful rewards. The Yin seal is finally in my grasp. Alas, even in another world, I suffer from a fear of insufficient firepower. Look at Sosuke Aizen from the adjacent realm of death. He effortlessly toppled the Spirit King's torrent with his spiritual pressure. Truly enviable. Now observe the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Resurrected through Edo Tensei. How extravagant. The Nine Tails, Naruto Uzumaki, possesses chakra levels only slightly inferior to Hashirama's. I no longer need to envy them. I too shall wield the power of the tailed beasts, and in the future, I shall obliterate my foes with lightning release. Just the thought is exhilarating. Indeed, the gift bestowed upon Kakashi by Uzumaki Mito was none other than the coveted Yin sealing technique, a treasure Kakashi had long yearned for. Furthermore, Uzumaki Mito graciously offered to personally instruct him. She remarked, Kakashi, feel free to come to me with any questions. The house feels rather lonely, and your presence would certainly liven it up. Kakashi readily agreed, expressing his intention to frequently seek her guidance. After all, who would not wish to learn from such a wise and venerable lady? However, he understood the importance of not overstaying his welcome, as this was the residence of the Senju clan, and any action here would draw the attention of Konoha's higher-ups. Uzumaki Mito, a kindly elder, conveyed her goodwill at the dining table and, after the meal, personally taught Kakashi the intricacies of the Yin sealing technique. Kakashi, not one to be easily deceived, recognized her intentions. She desired companionship in her twilight years and hoped that he would look after her descendants, particularly the somewhat reckless Naruto. Once she had departed from this world, the first part of her wish was manageable. Kakashi could simply decline Tsunade's invitations to dinner, thus saving on living expenses while simultaneously alleviating the elderly lady's longing for familial company. The crux of the matter, however, lay in Tsunade's insatiable appetite. Perhaps due to her role as a medical ninja, everything she consumed seemed to manifest in all the right places. It was no wonder she earned the moniker of the Great Fat Sheep, for her fortunes in gambling were not the only aspect of her life that was problematic. The debt of gratitude owed to her was daunting. Kakashi could sense the genuine kindness emanating from Uzumaki Mito, which only served to amplify the weight of this unrepayable debt. With a thoughtful caress of the scroll in his possession, Kakashi momentarily quelled his joy, sighing, the most difficult debts to repay are those of human kindness. At that moment, a flicker of foreboding surged through him. Yet, he remained silent, steeling himself for combat. Quietly, he gripped a kunai in his hand, attuning his sensory ninjutsu to its maximum capacity. The scene unfolded upon a dimly lit street, where the flickering lamps cast a feeble glow, as if they might extinguish at any moment. The thoroughfare was deserted, save for the occasional passage of a few stray cats, who lingered briefly before vanishing into the shadows. Isolated from the bustling city, the surrounding buildings appeared dilapidated and antiquated, evoking a sense of neglect. In an instant, a glimmer of cold light surged forth from behind Kakashi, hurtling toward him with lethal intent. This unforeseen assault was akin to the scythe of death, striking without warning. Nevertheless, Kakashi's reflexes were lightning quick. Like a wraith, he deftly sidestepped the lethal blow at an astonishing angle. Simultaneously, the kunai in his grasp seemed to come alive, enveloped in a crackling blue lightning. With a swift motion of his arm, he released the electrically charged kunai, which sped toward the assailant with the swiftness of an arrow loosed from its bow. The attacker, clearly unprepared for Kakashi's rapid counterattack, hastily raised his shinobi blade in an attempt to block the impending strike. With a crisp sound, the kunai and the ninja blade collided violently in midair, sending sparks flying in all directions. Although the assailant successfully blocked Hatake Kiid's kunai, the lightning-infused kunai inflicted severe damage upon his ninja blade. The once razor-sharp blade was left with a massive gash from the impact. The assailant glanced down at the damaged weapon in his hand, his expression momentarily tightening in surprise at the extent of the damage. Nevertheless, he did not linger on it. In the next instant, he unhesitatingly discarded the now useless blade, as if it held no value to him. Clad in a dark mask and attire characteristic of the Umbu, the assailant's face remained obscured from Kiid's view, yet he could sense the fleeting intent to kill emanating from him. "You must be Hatake Tsukumo's son," the assailant remarked, his tone dripping with disdain. "The third Hokage holds you in high regard and wishes to meet you. Come with me." He turned to leave, only to find Kiid motionless, prompting him to add, "That was merely a slight test, boy. You wouldn't mind, would you?" Kiid exhaled deeply, frustration evident in his gaze as he addressed the assailant. "Uncle, do you take me for a fool?" The assailant's eyes narrowed, a cold fury igniting within them as he glared at Kiid and growled, "What did you say?" In response, Kiid smirked derisively, unyielding under the glare. "Are all of Danzo's lackeys this dim-witted? What are you pretending for? The third Hokage wants to meet me? Huh. I spit in your face, and you dare not call me your elder? Scram, you pathetic dog." Kiid's ire was fueled by his recent encounter with Uzumaki Minato. Until the true intentions of Minato were clear, the third Hokage would never act rashly, let alone dispatch Umbu against him. Thus, this sudden assailant could only be a subordinate of Shimura Danzo. Infuriated by Kiid's insults, the assailant's rage ignited. "You seek death," he roared. Yet, Kiid stood undaunted, matching his intensity. "I seek death? Very well, come and kill me, you mutt." With a disdainful snort, the assailant retorted, "You ignorant child. You fail to grasp Lord Danzo's grand ambitions. Only he can lead the village to greatness. How dare you, a mere child, insult him so brazenly? You must be tired of living. So be it then." With that, the assailant swiftly drew a gleaming, elongated ninja blade from his wrist, its edge glinting ominously. Without mercy, he swung the blade fiercely towards Kiid's head, moving with a speed akin to lightning. However, in the face of this sudden onslaught, Kiid remained remarkably composed. He calmly waved his hand, and a glimmer of cold light flashed by, as a kunai shot forth like a meteor, deftly blocking the assailant's ninja blade. The sharp clang of metal echoed as the kunai collided with the ninja knife, sending sparks flying. Meanwhile, the other hand of Kakashi Haruki was not idle. A flicker of lightning danced in his palm, coalescing into a violet lightning spear. "Violet lightning spear," Kakashi Haruki exclaimed, thrusting the lightning spear with blinding speed towards the assailant's heart. The assailant, caught off guard by such a formidable ninjutsu, found himself momentarily at a loss. Despite his desperate attempts to evade, he was struck in the shoulder by Kakashi Haruki's technique. A cry of agony escaped his lips as searing pain coursed through him, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. He clutched the wound on his shoulder tightly, blood seeping through his fingers and staining his garments. Nevertheless, the assailant did not falter. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he let out a menacing roar from behind his mask. "You little brat, you have some skill. But don't think this will defeat me." Wind release, vacuum blade. The assailant's ninja knife was imbued with wind chakra, enhancing its sharpness. With a swift motion, he left deep gashes across the surrounding walls. This is a ninjutsu bestowed by Lord Danzo. To perish under this move would be a worthy fate for you. With that, he swung his ninja knife and continued his assault. Kakashi Haruki rolled his eyes, thinking, "It's just a ninjutsu, as if you can kick Toby like that." In the dimly lit street, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the crisp sounds of the kunai and ninja knife clashing, along with the faint crackling of lightning and wind chakra dissipating into the air. The assailant wore a sinister expression, his voice echoing with malice. As if emerging from the depths of hell. You little brat, accept your demise. I will chop you into pieces and deliver you to that scoundrel Kakashi Sakumo. I imagine your father will take great pleasure in witnessing your miserable state. In the face of such venomous words, a fierce anger ignited within Kakashi Haruki. Yet he refused to be cowed by the assailant's intimidation. Gripping the kunai tightly, he defiantly retorted, Old dog, is your prowess only in your words? If you have the ability, then strike. The assailant's strength was indeed formidable, with unmatched power, speed, and skill. However, compared to Kakashi Haruki, this strength was not overwhelmingly superior. Kakashi Haruki keenly sensed this and recognized that the assailant could serve as an excellent opportunity to hone his physical skills. Without hesitation, he viewed the assailant as his sharpening stone, engaging in continuous combat to refine his techniques. As time passed, the assailant gradually discerned Kakashi Haruki's intentions. He was astonished to see that this seemingly immature boy's physical prowess was steadily improving in their confrontation. Initially, Kakashi Haruki's techniques appeared somewhat clumsy, lacking fluidity and precision in his application of power. However, with each ensuing confrontation, his progress became strikingly evident. He began to adeptly counter the assaults of his attackers, even managing to execute some clever retaliations on occasion. At this juncture, Hatake Kide's physical prowess had ascended to unprecedented heights. His movements became swift and precise, each strike imbued with formidable strength. Moreover, he could swiftly discern the vulnerabilities of his assailants and delivered devastating blows. The attackers felt immense pressure, realizing they were thoroughly dominated by Hatake Kide. This once underestimated adversary had now evolved into a formidable opponent. As Hatake Kide recognized that he had completely subdued the attacker before him, he understood that this once useful sharpening stone had lost its value. The attacker, at that moment, was exerting every effort to withstand Hatake Kide's ferocious onslaught, each defense proving to be extraordinarily arduous. Yet, in this critical moment, Hatake Kide surged forth like a bolt of violet lightning, vanishing from the attacker's sight in an instant. Time seemed to freeze. The attacker stared in shock at the spot where Hatake Kide had stood, unable to react in time before a chilling sensation enveloped his neck. He glanced down in terror, only to see a thin line of blood snake across his throat like a venomous serpent. Immediately, a wave of excruciating pain surged through him, causing his body to convulse violently. The attacker's legs lost their strength, collapsing weakly to the ground. His arms fell limply to his sides, as if all the energy had been drained from him in an instant. His consciousness began to blur, the world around him fading into darkness, until finally, his body crumpled to the cold ground like a lifeless mass. Chapter 48. The retreat of the Uchiha clan. Once Hatake Kide was certain that the attacker had completely departed from the realm of the living, he cautiously advanced, meticulously rummaging through the attacker's belongings. He silently rejoiced that this location was remote from the bustling city, with scarcely anyone passing by, affording him ample time to accomplish his task. Bah, what a miser! Hatake Kide muttered under his breath as he searched. He had hoped to discover some useful weapons on the attacker, such as kunai, shuriken, or explosive tags, but to his dismay, none were to be found. Just as he began to feel disheartened, his hand unexpectedly brushed against the attacker's wrist. Sensing something unusual there, he paused to inspect it closely. What is this? Hatake Kide exclaimed in astonishment, discovering that the attacker's wrist guard bore an intricate summoning technique inscribed upon it. The technique appeared strikingly familiar, and a thought flashed through Hatake Kide's mind. Ah ha ha, look what I've discovered! Hatake Kide exclaimed with excitement, recognizing it as the very item adorning Uchiha Sasuke's wrist in the future. Truly, fortune smiles upon me. Without hesitation, Hatake Kide removed the wrist guard from the attacker's arm and stowed it away. He felt a swell of pride, convinced that luck was decidedly on his side that day. After completing his search, Kakashi did not rush to depart. He began erasing any traces of his presence at the scene. Approaching the assailant's lifeless body, he crouched down and obliterated the attacker's brain entirely. Thus, even if someone were to discover the corpse, they would glean no information regarding Kakashi from the remnants of his mind. Once he accomplished this task, Kakashi stood up, surveyed his surroundings, and confirmed that no evidence remained before swiftly vanishing into the night. However, shortly after Kakashi turned to leave, members of the Uchiha police force appeared at the scene, quickly followed by operatives from the Umbu. Clad in tight black attire and concealed by masks that obscured their true identities, the Umbu members intensified the already tense atmosphere. Undoubtedly, the commotion from the fierce battle had attracted attention. Upon noticing the deceased individual dressed in Umbu attire, the leader of the Umbu wasted no time intervening, preventing the members of the Konoha police force from advancing any further. His voice, cold and devoid of emotion, addressed Uchiha Fugaku, stating, "Captain Fugaku, this matter pertains to one of our Umbu members, thus it is best left to us to handle." Fugaku's expression darkened instantaneously, his fists clenched tightly, revealing his profound dissatisfaction with the Umbu's actions. The Umbu were blatantly infringing upon the authority of the Uchiha police force. It is essential to recognize that the Konoha police force possesses a defined scope of authority. Their responsibilities encompass maintaining internal security and stability within the village, formulating various regulations, reinforcing the order and safety of the Hidden Leaf Village, and apprehending individuals with criminal tendencies, including rogue ninjas. Yet, in this instance, a case involving Umbu ninjas was so easily obstructed by the Umbu, rendering the police force unable to partake in the investigation. If this trend continues, the authority of the police force will undoubtedly be further diminished, reducing it to a mere municipal enforcement team within the village, ultimately stripping it of its vital status and function. Despite the myriad of frustrations and helplessness within him, Fugaku found no feasible solution. He silently glanced around before slowly raising his hand, signaling for his team to follow him away from the scene. It was a profound sorrow that the illustrious Uchiha clan could be so ruthlessly dismissed. As they made their way out, Uchiha Kn, Fugaku's trusted confidant, could no longer contain his anger. With a furious expression, he turned to Fugaku and exclaimed, "Captain Fugaku, are we truly just going to leave so easily? We are the police force. This matter should have been our responsibility to address." Fugaku halted, turning to face Kn, his eyes revealing a hint of resignation and bitterness. He sighed softly and replied, "Let us depart for now, Kn. This case, after all, involves the shadowy ninjas, who adhere to their own set of protocols and regulations. It is perhaps understandable that we are excluded from their affairs." Uchiha Yanyin clearly expressed his dissatisfaction with Uchiha Fugaku's words, his eyes widening as he continued. But Captain Uchiha Fugaku gently patted Uchiha Yanyin on the shoulder, offering comfort. "No buts. I comprehend your feelings, Yanyin. However, we must maintain our composure and refrain from impulsive actions. There may be deeper intricacies behind this matter that we do not yet understand. Let us return and deliberate further." With that, he led the group onward. Uchiha Yanyin, his face a mask of despair, lamented, "I truly cannot fathom why the village harbors such animosity towards our Uchiha clan. Are we not a part of this village? We have sacrificed so much for it. Yet this is the treatment we receive. It is utterly unjust." His agitation grew, his voice rising an octave. "If it comes to that, we might as well." However, before he could finish, Uchiha Fugaku's thunderous shout interrupted him. "Yanyin." The roar resonated like thunder in the ears of all present, causing a collective shudder. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes widened, glimmering with a crimson glow, the distinctive hue of the Sharingan. He fixed his gaze on Uchiha Yanyin, his fury barely contained. Yet, upon noticing his comrades who had accompanied him on the mission, Uchiha Fugaku suppressed his ire and deactivated his Sharingan. It became evident that the others shared his sentiment. Their faces displayed outrage at the recent dismissal by the Umbu. The sensation of being ostracized by their own kind only stoked the flames of their indignation. Standing before his companions, Uchiha Fugaku's expression revealed a blend of helplessness and anxiety. He sensed their disappointment and dissatisfaction. "Rest assured," he declared, taking a deep breath to steady his voice, "the clan and the village have been in active communication. We shall find a mutually agreeable solution that enables our Uchiha clan to genuinely integrate into the village." Yet, his words failed to elicit the desired effect. Disappointment lingered on their faces, and murmurs of discontent began to arise. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the crowd, laced with disdain. "The illustrious Uchiha clan has fallen to such depths, continuously yielding to the village, making concessions at this rate. Our clan will inevitably perish." That statement struck Uchiha Fugaku like a dagger to the heart. His complexion paled instantly, as if he had been dealt a severe blow. A heavy weight settled within him. He recognized that while the remark was somewhat extreme, it bore a kernel of truth. The The long-standing discord between the clan and the village had persisted, and despite his relentless efforts to devise a genuine solution, substantial progress remained elusive. Hearing such words now, he could not help but question the validity of his approach. Must one truly continue to endure and compromise, as that individual suggested, ultimately leading to the demise of the clan? Uchiha Fugaku felt an increasing weight upon his heart, as if those words were a prophecy, pressing heavily upon him and rendering him breathless. Chapter 49. The Incident of Misunderstanding. Impending misfortune for the spies of various nations in the dead of night. The Hokage's office lay cloaked in silence. Sarutobi Hiruzen had barely drifted into slumber when he was abruptly awakened by a series of urgent knocks at the door. Rubbing his temples, which throbbed from a lack of sleep, he struggled to open his eyes and croaked, "What is it?" Outside, a kneeling Umbu ninja respectfully reported to the third Hokage. "Lord Hokage, a fierce battle has erupted on the 3rd Street west of the bustling marketplace tonight." By the time we arrived at the scene, the bodies of the Umbu ninja were already present. "What?" The third Hokage was struck as if by lightning, his eyes widening in disbelief. This sudden revelation was akin to a bucket of icy water, thoroughly awakening him from his dreams, and his prior headache vanished in an instant. Just moments after sending off the hindering Shimura Danzo, an unforeseen calamity had occurred. Umbu ninja had been brutally slain within the confines of Konoha. This incident struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving the entire village in shock. The Umbu, as the elite force directly under the Hokage, now found its members murdered within the village. This was undoubtedly a profound humiliation for Konoha, as if someone had taken its dignity and viciously cast it to the ground, trampling it without remorse. Faced with such a grave situation, the third Hokage's expression turned exceedingly somber. He understood all too well the magnitude of this incident's impact on Konoha, not only inflicting severe damage to the Umbu's reputation, but also posing a tremendous threat to the village's overall security. Have the identities of the deceased been ascertained? What was the specific situation at the scene? A hint of anxiety and fury seeped into the third Hokage's voice. He immediately issued orders for all Umbu members without active missions to spring into action and initiate a comprehensive investigation. "We must thoroughly uncover the truth behind this matter." His tone was resolute and unwavering. He would not permit such an occurrence to transpire in Konoha again. Simultaneously, he urgently summoned 2 elders, hoping they could collectively devise a response strategy. After all, such a significant event necessitated the combined wisdom and strength of all parties involved. With the Hokage's command, the Umbu members sprang into action like a disturbed swarm of bees, hastily converging upon the scene of the incident. Even those Umbu members tasked with monitoring the Uchiha clan were summoned back urgently. The entire Umbu force of Konoha was mobilized, and a tense and serious investigation commenced. As members of the tightly knit Konoha 4, Tenkai Kaharu and Mito Gate were awakened from their slumber by the Umbu, and upon receiving the notification, they immediately stifled their fatigue and hurried to the Hokage's office. Upon arriving at the Hokage building, the typically reticent Mito Gate was the first to inquire, "Hiruzen, what has transpired to warrant the mobilization of all Umbu members?" In the office of the third Hokage, Tsunade looked at him with an urgent gaze. The third Hokage's expression was somber as he handed over the preliminary report from the ANBU to the 2 elders, who began to read it attentively. Soon, Mito Gate appeared to have an epiphany. He immediately addressed the third Hokage. "Do you have a map of the village's territorial distribution?" Although puzzled by his old friend's request for a map, the third Hokage, upon seeing Mito's resolute expression, retrieved the village map. Mito spread the map across the desk, and after a moment's contemplation, he slammed his hand down decisively. "We must investigate thoroughly," he asserted, pointing to the location of the incident and then gesturing towards the Senju ancestral home. "This is too close to the Senju ancestral home." Neither the third Hokage nor Tsunade were fools. As Mito indicated the site of the incident and the ancestral home, the hairs on their arms stood on end. This was no longer merely a matter of the village's reputation. It touched upon the very foundation of the nation. The third Hokage, rarely one to resort to coarse language, exclaimed, "This is directed at Lord Mito." Turning to Tsunade, he instructed, "Withdraw another squad from the ANBU and station them around the Senju ancestral home. Nothing must happen there." At that moment, ANBU operatives entered the Hokage's office. "Hokage-sama," Tsunade asked eagerly, "do we have any leads?" The ANBU ninja hesitated, struggling to articulate a response. Observing the troubled expression on his subordinate's face, the third Hokage sensed that the results of the investigation were likely disheartening. He waved his hand, saying, "Speak plainly about what you have uncovered." The ANBU ninja bowed and replied, "The brain of the deceased has been completely obliterated, rendering us unable to extract any information from it. From the traces at the scene, it appears that the assailant is an expert in lightning release." Lightning release? All three were momentarily taken aback. Tsunade opened her mouth to speak, but the third Hokage silenced her with a glance. He inquired, "Is there any further information?" The ANBU operative continued, "Hokage-sama, I suspect that the issue originates from within our ranks. It is possible that the perpetrator is one of us." The third Hokage scrutinized the ANBU operative and asked, "What is your reasoning?" The operative elaborated, "Hokage-sama, there was an ANBU squad nearby executing a mission, stationed close to the Senju ancestral home. I have reviewed their schedule, and the incident occurred just as the patrolling ANBU squad was departing. Therefore," the operative did not finish his thought, but the implication was unmistakable. The incident did not occur too early or too late, but rather at the precise moment when the patrol left. Such intelligence could only have been obtained by a spy embedded within our ranks. After a moment of silence, the third Hokage gestured for the ANBU operative to take his leave. "Thank you for your efforts. You may rest now." The ANBU operative bowed and vanished from the Hokage's office. The third Hokage then picked up his pipe once more, taking a few puffs, and turned to his two companions, asking, "What are your thoughts?" In a serious tone, Sarutobi addressed the third Hokage, questioning, "Could it be the Cloud Village? These brutes have coveted the Nine Tails for quite some time. Last time, they kidnapped Kushina. One cannot dismiss the possibility that they intend to assault Lord Mito this time." Mito's flames responded, "If this truly stems from internal issues, then we must prepare in advance." With a sigh following his words, Mito lamented the ongoing troubles. As yet another Umbu ninja had perished. Troubles indeed seemed to arise in relentless succession. The third Hokage nodded slightly, and, after a moment of contemplation, rose to declare, "Let us conduct an internal investigation, starting with the Umbu." Thus, through a series of unfortunate misunderstandings, the situation veered far from its original course. The spies concealed within the Umbu met with unforeseen calamity, becoming the primary victims of this blunder. Unbeknownst to the instigator, who remained blissfully unaware of the grave consequences of slaying an Umbu ninja, he happily clutched the cursed sealing scroll while hurrying home with the arm guard obtained from the corpse. Chapter 50. Kakashi Hatake, the Authority of a Father. Kakashi hummed a lively tune reminiscent of his past life as he joyfully returned home. Upon entering, he spotted his father, Tsukumo Hatake, and mother, Hanar Hatake, engaged in conversation. The couple greeted their son with beaming smiles, beckoning him to approach. Witnessing such a heartwarming scene, Kakashi inwardly exclaimed, "Really? While your son is out there facing assassination attempts, you two are here indulging in each other's affection. Is your love truly that profound? And am I merely an afterthought? After all these years, you remain as affectionate as ever." Upon reaching the living room, Kakashi respectfully knelt before his father, Tsukumo. Observing his son's earnest demeanor, Tsukumo immediately composed himself, his smile replaced by a serious expression. Throughout his upbringing, Kakashi had always taken issue with the traditional kneeling manner of their household. The decor of the small courtyard had also been transformed into a style reminiscent of ancient China, furnished with various pieces. Though Tsukumo himself found kneeling to be rather awkward, as a ninja, one should possess the virtue of endurance. Now, seeing his son kneeling so solemnly before him, even offering to pour tea, left him astounded. Goodness, the sun must have risen in the west. Based on past experiences, whenever Kakashi adopted such a grave demeanor, it often heralded misfortune. His son was steadfast in his principles, impervious to external influences, which deprived Tsukumo of the true experience of fatherhood. It seems this matter is of considerable importance. As he sipped the tea poured by his son, Tsukumo found no fragrant delight in it, only a bitter taste akin to that of impending doom. Meanwhile, Hanar gazed at her son with astonishment, fully aware of his temperament. Thus, she observed her husband with an amused expression as her son displayed such gravity. As Konoha's maple poured tea for his father, he earnestly declared, "Father." The title caused Konoha Saku to stiffen, prompting him to push Konoha Maple away. Frustrated, Konoha Saku exclaimed, "You rascal, just say what you need to say. No need to beat around the bush." Konoha Maple relaxed, shifting from a kneeling position to sitting cross-legged. Restoring his usual demeanor, he addressed his father, "Dad, I wish to learn our family's Konoha swordsmanship." "Really?" Konoha Saku abruptly stood, exclaiming with delight, "Ha! Maple, you have finally come to your senses. I have longed to teach you, but you were always reluctant. This is wonderful. The Konoha family will have a successor soon." Konoha Saku composed himself. But upon noticing his son's vacant expression, his mood soured once more. He sat at the table, preparing to assume an authoritative stance. After years of sparring with his father, Konoha Maple was well aware of his father's desire to assert dominance. His vacant gaze remained unchanged, and he turned to his mother, Konoha Hamleing, who was watching the exchange, and asked, "Mother, will money grow in the flowerbed in the backyard?" Caught off guard, Konoha Saku was momentarily choked by Konoha Maple's remark. He quickly covered his son's mouth to prevent further revelations, all while enduring his wife's piercing glare, and hurriedly led Konoha Maple to the backyard. Once there, Konoha Saku shot Konoha Maple a fierce glance before rushing to inspect his hidden stash in the flowerbed. To his surprise, as he retrieved his secret, a pair of elegant hands snatched it away. Konoha Hamleing, smiling, effortlessly took her husband's hidden treasures without a care. Observing his father's despondent figure, Konoha Maple felt a sudden disinterest in hastily learning the family swordsmanship. Just as he quietly contemplated slipping away from the backyard, Konoha Saku's piercing gaze turned upon him. Konoha Maple quickened his pace, intending to escape to the front yard. However, before he could move, Konoha Saku seized him by the neck. "Dad, Dad, Dad!" Konoha Maple cried, hoping to evoke the scant paternal affection within Konoha Saku. With a gentle chuckle, Konoha Saku said, "Good son, you are quite unrestrained when it comes to tricking your father. Since you wish to learn the family swordsmanship, I shall let you experience it today." Konoha Maple frantically waved his hands, attempting to escape his father's grasp. Soon, the backyard echoed with Konoha Maple's heartrending cries. Truly, it was a lament that would stir sorrow in those who heard it and bring tears to the eyes of onlookers. After delivering a thorough thrashing, Konoha Saku finally released his pent-up frustrations, feeling rejuvenated, as if the environment around him had significantly improved. So this is the authority of being a father. How exhilarating it is. Casting a glance at his bruised son, Konoha Saku clapped his hands and addressed the gasping Konoha Maple. "Maple, it's getting late now. We shall officially begin your lessons tomorrow." The next day, Konoha Maple stood before his father, sporting a face still swollen from the previous day's encounter. In the training ground, several newly erected scarecrows were positioned, their vital areas adorned with heavy iron plates. Holding the white fang short blade, Kakashi Hatake introduced, "My swordsmanship is derived from the techniques of the samurai. Yet it emphasizes powerful attacks and lethal precision far more than theirs. Our style diverges from the Uchiha's sword technique, lacking in intricate finesse. I am known as the White Fang of Konoha, for my blade has slain countless foes, carving out a fearsome reputation. Moreover, I often breach the strongest defenses of my enemies, much like the fangs of a ferocious beast tearing through its prey." Kakashi continued with a hint of pride, "Young one, you must now familiarize yourself with the various vital points of the human body, honing your accuracy and stability in your strikes. Follow me, and I shall demonstrate." Upon reaching the training ground, Kakashi steadied himself, gripping the white fang. A chilling aura, forged from the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, radiated from him. Although this menacing presence was not directed at Kakashi, the latter, standing nearby, felt a cold sweat trickle down, as an icy shiver surged from his feet to the crown of his head. Instinctively, he activated his elemental transformation. Fortunately, when not under attack, this transformation appeared unremarkable to the untrained eye. Kakashi's figure flickered, and in the next moment, he stood before a scarecrow, targeting the throat, spine, lungs, heart, kidneys, liver, carotid artery, and collarbone. His form shifted fluidly. When he came to a halt, the iron plates on several scarecrows bore smooth, precise punctures. Most astonishingly, the rear scarecrows were cleaved in two along with their iron plates, their cross-sections immaculate and artistically refined. Note: Konoha Village does possess tables and chairs, yet the Hatake family adheres to tradition, opting for a kneeling seating arrangement. The protagonist, Kakashi, has protested this several times, but Kakashi Hatake has always quelled his objections. Thus, Kakashi typically resorts to a non-violent, non-cooperative stance, avoiding kneeling at home. Chapter 51. Kakashi Hatake's Self-Doubt. An extended experience as a father. Kakashi stared in astonishment at his father, the shock within him nearly indescribable. In both his past life and this one, he was acutely aware of Kakashi's prowess, yet he had never anticipated such overwhelming strength. My goodness, this aura. How many lives must one take to wield such a terrifying presence? No wonder there were whispers in my previous life claiming Kakashi could suppress the legendary Sannin of Konoha. With this intensity, it is indeed plausible. Kakashi marveled inwardly. However, as he continued to observe Kakashi, a tinge of regret welled up within him. Alas, it is this very stubbornness that drives him to push himself to the brink due to mere rumors. Besides the inaction of Konoha's higher-ups, his obstinate nature is a significant factor leading to his tragic fate. He has wandered into a dead end and remains oblivious to the need to turn back. Kakashi sighed helplessly. However, returning to the matter at hand, it is indeed true that this temperament does not align with my own. Look at me. I shall not be constrained by those so-called moral shackles. Without morality, you cannot bind me. Within the depths of his heart, Hatake Kid felt a sense of quiet triumph. At that moment, Hatake Tsukumo concluded his demonstration, slowly lowering his hands and standing still. Instantly, his entire aura seemed to be gathered by an invisible hand, retracting entirely within him, as if the menacing killing intent had never existed. In the blink of an eye, he transformed back into the usual figure who playfully tussled with his son, appearing harmless and benign. Observing his son, who stood there like a statue, Hatake Tsukumo felt an indescribable surge of satisfaction and pride. After all, what father does not yearn to be a hero in his child's eyes? And which man does not aspire to be a model for his son along the path of growth? Noticing the barely perceptible self-satisfied expression on Hatake Tsukumo's face, Hatake Kid immediately understood his father's elation. Very well, I shall not hold it against you. Let me indulge you for a while. Hatake Tsukumo, brimming with pride, busily set about preparing a training ground for his son. When he reappeared before Hatake Kid, he held a wooden sword in his hand, presenting it to his son. However, upon seeing the wooden sword, Kid's face clearly displayed his disdain. Hatake Tsukumo was already accustomed to his son's reactions. He understood that Kid had always possessed an eccentric nature, harboring unique perspectives and demands on various matters. Whether it was disdaining this or that, it often left others feeling somewhat helpless, discontented with the family meals. He found them bland and uninspired, leading to the introduction of a culinary series known as Huaxia cuisine. This cuisine, with its unique flavors, sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty, offered a delightful experience with every dish. Displeased with the family's formal attire, he deemed them outdated and lacking in fashion, resulting in the creation of a style known as Hanfu. This attire, exquisitely designed, vibrantly colored, and perfectly tailored, not only showcased the charm of traditional culture, but also imparted a sense of solemnity and extraordinary grace. Discontent with the style of their courtyard, he found it too ordinary and devoid of character. Had he not intervened, the entire household would have been transformed into a Huaxia-style garden, replete with pavilions, flowing waters, and winding paths, imbued with poetic and artistic essence. Indeed, one must admit that Huaxia cuisine is truly delectable, and the Hanfu is even more dignified and comfortable, especially suitable for festive celebrations. Particularly, his wife's qipao, the purple one, is the most elegant of all. The tailoring of the qipao accentuates her curves exquisitely, and as she walks, she moves with a captivating grace and charm. Realizing he had digressed, Hatake Tsukumo promptly turned to his son, Hatake Kid, and stated earnestly, "Remember, our swordsmanship emphasizes swift and precise strikes that guarantee a lethal outcome. As a medical ninja, you must be thoroughly familiar with the vital points of the human body. The next endeavor for you is to swiftly identify your adversary's vulnerabilities and deliver a decisive blow. Of course, this is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. It necessitates relentless practice to enhance your reaction speed and precision." Kiki Maple nodded slightly, refraining from uttering any dissenting words, signaling his comprehension of his father's intent. He closed his eyes, reflecting upon every movement executed by his father, Kiki Sakujo, as if to etch each detail indelibly in his mind. Upon reopening his eyes, Kiki Maple began to diligently replicate Kiki Sakujo's actions. His body moved with the precision of a meticulously calibrated machine, each movement striving for flawless accuracy. His breathing was steady and rhythmic, harmonizing with the cadence of his actions, rendering the entire practice session fluid and natural. As time passed, Kiki Maple's practice grew increasingly adept, his movements becoming ever more refined. Observing from the sidelines, Kiki Sakujo, who initially wore a hint of prideful amusement, found his expression gradually shifting to one of seriousness. This rascal is progressing rather swiftly. Kiki Sakujo was internally astonished, never anticipating that his son would so rapidly master his techniques. Watching Kiki Maple's actions, he realized that his son was no longer merely imitating. He had begun to assimilate his own understanding, crafting a personal style. As time elapsed, Kiki Maple's movements became increasingly fluid, his swordsmanship evolving into a distinctive form that bore Kiki Sakujo's influence, yet showcased Kiki Maple's own characteristics. Although Kiki Sakujo perceived his son's techniques as somewhat immature, he also recognized the potential for future growth within him. The hour had yet to approach noon. Yet to his astonishment, his son had infused his unique understanding into the swordsmanship he had imparted, evolving it into a novel style that resonated with Kiki Maple's individuality. This revelation left Kiki Sakujo profoundly astounded, filling him with immense pride for his son's talent and creativity. However, concurrently, an inexplicable sense of resentment began to stir within him. After all, Kiki Sakujo had always taken pride in his own swordsmanship, and now, witnessing his son surpass the teachings he had so diligently imparted in such a short span, undeniably impacted his sense of self-worth. Despite this, as a father, Kiki Sakujo felt genuine joy for his son's growth and progressed deep within his heart. Yet, he could not help but ponder whether he had truly aged, whether he was no longer capable of providing further guidance and assistance to his son. This intricate web of emotions weighed heavily upon Kiki Sakujo's heart. Chapter 52. The foreign spy within the Umbu. Kiki Maple paid little heed to his father's melancholic demeanor. He immersed himself wholeheartedly in the cultivation of his swordsmanship, unhesitatingly seeking guidance from his father whenever he encountered uncertainties. Kiki Maple was acutely aware of his father's extensive experience and profound mastery in the realm of swordsmanship. Thus, he made the most of this invaluable resource, continuously drawing knowledge and skills from his father. Whenever confronted with a formidable challenge, Chu Feng resembled a ravenous wolf, eagerly pouncing upon his father, leaving no opportunity for learning unseized. He would meticulously inquire about various aspects of swordsmanship from his father, including techniques, stances, and breathing. Kakashi Sakumo, his father, soon found himself thoroughly overwhelmed by Chu Feng's insatiable thirst for knowledge. Patiently, he addressed each of Chu Feng's queries and even voluntarily shared insights from his own training experiences. Chu Feng cherished these words as treasures, committing every utterance from Kakashi Sakumo to memory, and diligently sought to apply and practice them in his training. He spared no detail, striving to fully internalize his father's wisdom and transform it into his own strength. Thus, Chu Feng ventured further along the path of mastering swordsmanship, gradually depleting his father's reservoir of experience. Ultimately, he ceased to burden his father. However, before Kakashi Sakumo could catch his breath, he received an urgent summons from the Hokage's office. Lord Sakumo, the ninja who had come to deliver the message, stood before Kakashi Sakumo, bowing respectfully before stating, "The Hokage commands your immediate presence in the Hokage's office." Instantly, a frown creased Sakumo's brow, and a sense of foreboding surged within him. He mused, being summoned at this hour must indicate something grave has transpired. After all, as the captain of the third Hokage's Umbu, it was uncommon for him to be called upon for routine tasks. With this thought, Kakashi Sakumo dared not delay, swiftly preparing his gear and hastening towards the Hokage building without hesitation. Meanwhile, Kakashi Feng remained oblivious to his father's departure, his entire focus consumed by honing his swordsmanship. Minutes turned to hours, and as night descended, approaching dinner time, Kakashi Feng finally paused his practice. At that moment, he noticed his father, Kakashi Sakumo, appearing at the doorway, his expression betraying profound fatigue. A pang of concern gripped Kakashi Feng's heart, prompting him to rush forward to greet him. Simultaneously, his mother, Kakashi Hanar, approached briskly. Upon seeing her husband in such a worn state, worry etched across her face, and she instinctively reached out to take over Kakashi Sakumo's gear. Yet, Kakashi Sakumo waved his hand dismissively, softly stating, "No need for that. The mission is not yet concluded. I merely returned to eat something and rest briefly." His voice bore an unmistakable hint of exhaustion. Kakashi Hanari's hand hesitated in midair as she scrutinized her husband, anxiously inquiring, "What on earth has transpired to warrant such distress?" Kakashi Tsukumo gradually moved to the table, heavily taking a seat, and let out a deep sigh. After a significant pause, he finally spoke. Alas, a truly urgent matter has arisen. Within the village, one of our Umbu comrades has tragically lost their life. Following a thorough investigation, we suspect this was orchestrated by a spy from the Cloud Village, and it is highly probable that this spy has successfully infiltrated the Umbu. Kikuchi Hanleying's expression suddenly turned grave, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at Kikuchi Tsukumo. He continued, "The third Hokage has ordered a comprehensive self-inspection to uncover the spies hidden within the Umbu. As the captain of the Umbu, I must oversee operations to ensure that no similar incidents occur during this examination." Furrowing her brows, Kikuchi Hanleying's face was etched with incredulity as she murmured, "Is it truly this serious? Those brutes from the Cloud Village are utterly audacious, managing to infiltrate the Umbu." Her voice betrayed a hint of anger and concern. Beside her, Kikuchi Tsukumo wore a serious expression, his gaze fixed intently on his wife, both of them lost in contemplation. They were oblivious to their son trailing behind, who was bowing his head, trembling slightly. Upon hearing his father's words, a thought flashed in his mind regarding the summoning-imbued wristband resting in his room. He dared not lift his gaze, fearing he might inadvertently burst into laughter. Kikuchi Kid could scarcely fathom that the subordinate of Danzo he had casually eliminated would stir such a significant uproar. He had initially perceived it as a trivial matter, yet the unfolding events exceeded his expectations by far. In the ensuing days, the once tranquil village was disrupted by sporadic battles. Villagers frequently heard distant cries and the clashing of weapons, instilling a sense of dread and unease among them. Meanwhile, Kikuchi Tsukumo toiled from dawn till dusk, diligently investigating and combating the spies. He traversed the village's streets and alleys, leaving no suspicious corner unchecked. On occasions, he returned home late at night, his attire stained with traces of unknown blood. Following a thorough investigation, numerous spies from foreign nations were unearthed within the village. These infiltrators were deeply concealed, hailing from the Cloud Village, the Sand Village, and the Rock Village. Surprisingly, the number of spies from the Mist Village was the least. In addition to the spies from the 5 great nations, the revelation of infiltrators from the Rain Country's Rain Village was astonishing. This discovery left the higher-ups of Konoha both surprised and yet, in a sense, justified. After all, in recent years, the Rain Village had been relentlessly pursuing its ambition to become the 6th great nation, continuously expanding its military capabilities and strengthening its forces, evidently preparing for an impending war. Observing the surrounding environment of the Rain Country, it became clear that the neighboring smaller nations were exceedingly weak, incapable of satisfying the Rain Country's burgeoning ambitions and appetites. In contrast, while the Wind Country and the Earth Country boasted vast territories, their natural conditions rendered them starkly barren. Engaging in warfare against these two nations would not only require immense human, material, and financial resources, but the potential returns might fall far short of expectations, proving to be a fruitless endeavor. However, on this continent, one nation stood out remarkably, the Fire Country. It occupies the central part of the continent, possessing a geographically advantageous position and abundant resources. If the Village of Rain could successfully extract a substantial advantage from the Land of Fire, it would provide a formidable impetus for the sustained development of the Land of Rain, ultimately aiding the ambitious Hans the Salamander in realizing his aspirations. Chapter 53. Aftermath of Self-Examination, the War Horn Beckons. The spies unearthed from various nations, after being interrogated by the Clan of the Mountains, had all the secrets within their minds extracted. Due to the blunder instigated by Kakashi and Danzo, the entire village of Konoha found itself engulfed in an extensive self-examination that lasted several days. This self-examination was a monumental upheaval, encompassing all facets of the village. However, just as people assumed this introspection would persist indefinitely, it abruptly came to a close. This unexpected conclusion, while surprising, nonetheless provided a definitive end to the turmoil. It is worth noting that although this self-examination stemmed from a blunder, it inadvertently brought to light numerous underlying issues. Among the most critical revelations was the alarming fact that the Village of Cloud had gained access to certain nodes of Konoha's barrier. It was understood that the previous kidnapping incident involving Kushina was not a mere coincidence, but rather a result of collusion from within the Village of Cloud. By exploiting these nodes, they successfully circumvented Konoha's defenses and infiltrated the village. Fortunately, This intelligence was already outdated. Following Kushina's abduction, the barrier unit, under the orders of the Hokage, swiftly acted to discreetly update the nodes of Konoha's barrier. Although this measure could not completely rectify the prior losses, it at least fortified the barrier, rendering it less susceptible to breaches than before. While the higher-ups were initially taken aback by this intelligence, they were relieved that the ninjas within the village handled the situation promptly and appropriately, averting potentially greater losses. The anxieties of the higher-ups could finally be eased, albeit momentarily. However, this respite was short-lived, as they were soon bombarded with another significant piece of news that left them reeling. With the arrival of the emissary from the land of iron in Konoha, this revelation spread through the village like a clap of thunder. This weighty announcement sent ripples through the recently settled atmosphere of Konoha, plunging it once again into tension and unease. The hearts of the higher-ups, too, were thrust back into a state of alarm. Even the usually composed and rarely irate third Hokage found himself unusually incensed. The sound of loud thuds echoed as he forcefully struck the table, causing the entire Hokage office to tremble slightly. "Damn it, Danzo! What on earth is he doing?" The third Hokage bellowed in fury. "I explicitly instructed him to remain stationed at the borders, ever vigilant of the movements of the Land of Rain, and to relay any gathered intelligence back to the village. Yet what has he been doing?" The wrath of the third Hokage seemed undiminished by the previous outbursts. As he continued to admonish with fervor, Hanzo of the Salamander has already led the ninjas of Amigakure into the Land of Iron. Such critical intelligence, and yet not a whisper has reached us, and he still finds time to sneak back to the village. Tsunade and Mito exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a mixture of frustration and indignation, silently lamenting. Danzo is truly more of a hindrance than a help. Tsunade lowered her voice, gravely addressing the third Hokage. Hiruzen, this is not the time for anger. Hanzo, leading the forces of the Land of Rain, has already invaded the Land of Iron. This is a grave predicament. We must urgently devise a strategy. Mito chimed in. Indeed, Hiruzen. While Danzo's matters are significant, it is evident that now is not the moment to address them. We should convene a meeting of the Jonin immediately, so we can collectively deliberate on how to confront this unforeseen crisis. As Mito concluded, the atmosphere in the office shifted to one of palpable tension, each person's heartbeat echoing in the silence. The third Hokage furrowed his brow, contemplating deeply. After a moment, Hiruzen resolutely declared, "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Notify the other elders at once. Summon a meeting of the Jonin." With his command, the Umbu swiftly sprang into action, moving with the agility of shadows, silently traversing the streets of Konoha. Soon, apart from those on missions, the remaining Jonin hurried towards the Hokage Tower. In this moment of urgency, the third Hokage chose to venture alone to the Senju ancestral home to meet with Mito Uzumaki. Upon arrival, he bowed respectfully and greeted her, "Lady Mito." Mito smiled gently, nodding in acknowledgement, inviting him to sit. Once seated, the third Hokage recounted in detail the plea for assistance from the Land of Iron. Mito listened intently, her expression serene, though she occasionally furrowed her brows in contemplation. After Hiruzen finished, she paused momentarily before letting out a soft sigh. The struggle never ceases, no matter the time or place. However, Hiruzen, you must exercise caution. I have a foreboding that Hanzo may ignite the flames of war across the entire ninja world. The third Hokage nodded in agreement, acutely aware of the power and influence Hanzo wielded. If he were to instigate war, the repercussions would be dire. Yet, rather than retreating in fear, he straightened his posture and replied to Mito, "Indeed, Lady Mito, though I am loath to admit it, war is indeed approaching. However, while we of Konoha do not desire conflict, we shall not shy away from it." Mito regarded the third Hokage with a glimmer of admiration in her eyes. The third Hokage, having shed the naivety of his youth, has matured into a figure of gravitas and resolve. He possesses not only exceptional leadership skills, but also the composure and courage to confront crises. Uzumaki Mito firmly believes that under his guidance, the Hidden Leaf Village will undoubtedly overcome this arduous challenge. After a moment's pause, as if contemplating something of great significance, Mito slowly rises, traverses the living room, and strides purposefully towards the study. Upon entering the study, she gently closes the door, isolating herself from the clamor of the outside world. After a brief interlude, Mito reopens the study door, emerging with a letter in hand. She approaches the third Hokage, offering the letter with a smile, and states, "Monkey, take this letter as my representative to the daimyo's residence in the coming days. It should provide you with some assistance." The third Hokage's heart swelled with delight. He had not anticipated such a fortuitous boon during his visit to the Senju ancestral home. He hurriedly accepted the letter, treating it with utmost care as though it were an invaluable treasure. With Mito's correspondence in hand, he could now compellingly request funds from the daimyo's estate. He mused privately, "Surely, the daimyo of the Land of Fire will have little objection, right?" Departing from the Senju residence, the third Hokage felt a profound sense of fulfillment. With a heart brimming with joy and anticipation, he quickened his pace, hastening back to the Hokage building's conference room. As he confidently entered the meeting room, his presence silenced the previously bustling assembly. With his seating, the meeting of the elite shinobi officially commenced. The atmosphere within the room grew tense as the J-nin engaged in fervent discussions regarding the current situation. After careful deliberation and vigorous debate, they ultimately reached a critical decision: to dispatch troops to the border. This decision served two primary purposes. Firstly, to exhibit strength and thereby pose a threat to the Hidden Rain village, compelling Hanzo the Salamander to withdraw his forces from the Land of Iron. Secondly, to station shinobi at the border to effectively guard against any potential incursions or attacks from the Hidden Rain village, thereby safeguarding the security of the Land of Fire. Following the J-nin meeting, the Hokage's office swiftly issued a draft notice, summoning various units to the border for deployment. While this action did not immediately escalate into military conflict, it undeniably constituted an implicit threat and precaution, akin to a silent declaration of war. As the orders emanated from the Hokage's office, the village's inhabitants were profoundly shaken. The call for shinobi to be stationed at the border unmistakably heralded the rhythm of war. In a matter of moments, the entire village was enveloped in an atmosphere of impending conflict. At home, practicing his swordsmanship and refining his sealing techniques, Kakashi Hitaki received the news and immediately recognized that the Second Shinobi World War was on the horizon. Chapter 54. The Hidden Rain Village declares war at present. The Hidden Rain Village, having developed and amassed strength over many years, has become extraordinarily formidable. Its leader, Hanzo the Salamander, is revered for his exceptional prowess and renown, earning him the title of demigod. Hanzo has long harbored a grand ambition to become the sixth Kage of the shinobi world. However, to achieve this ambition, he encounters a formidable obstacle: the Hidden Leaf Village. As a venerable powerhouse in the world of shinobi, the depth and strength of the Hidden Leaf cannot be underestimated. Hans is acutely aware that to ascend as the sixth Hokage, he must vanquish the formidable adversary that is the Hidden Leaf Village. Consequently, he will undoubtedly attempt to undermine its power, paving the way for his own aspirations. The movements of the Hidden Leaf Village naturally attract the attention of other shinobi villages in the realm. After years of recuperation, the nations can no longer suppress their desires for expansion, akin to a dormant volcano poised to erupt. The leaders of the major shinobi villages recognize this as an opportune moment for external expansion. They will not squander such a rare opportunity and have begun strategizing and preparing to showcase their prowess in the impending conflict, realizing their ambitions and objectives. In the shadows of the shinobi world, there are also ambitious figures lurking. These individuals observe the unfolding situation from the darkness, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. They will deftly exploit various contradictions and conflicts, fanning the flames of discord, thereby magnifying the scale of war and achieving their nefarious ends amidst the chaos. The specter of war looms over the village like a dense, oppressive cloud, stifling the air. The impending conflict permeates the village, influencing conversations that revolve around its myriad details. The ninja forces of the Hidden Leaf have advanced to the borders of the Rain Country, establishing a presence that threatens the rear of the Rain Village. This maneuver unequivocally sends a clear signal to the Rain Country. The Hidden Leaf Village can jeopardize the safety of the Rain Village at any moment. Simultaneously, the upper echelons of the Hidden Leaf are not idle. They have dispatched a communique to Hans, urging him to withdraw his forces from the Iron Country back to the Rain Country. However, the response from Hans in the Rain Village is unexpectedly vehement. Rather than acquiescing to the Hidden Leaf's request, they continuously send forth armies of ninjas to the border, creating a tense standoff. With a thunderous crash, a sturdy desk within the Rain Village's encampment is suddenly overturned by an overwhelming force, splintering wood and scattering papers. Standing before the desk is the demigod Hans. his face etched with murderous intent, his eyes burning with fury as he clutches the communique from the Hidden Leaf Village. Roaring in anger, "Damn the Hidden Leaf Village for daring to humiliate me so." As one of the 5 great nations in the shinobi world, the status and influence of the Hidden Leaf Village are undeniably significant. However, for a smaller nation like the Rain Village, the gaze of the Hidden Leaf is often directed towards the other great powers. Although the Hidden Leaf has shown some attention to the Rain Village in recent years, it is evident that this regard is still insufficient. The communique from the Hidden Leaf Village drips with condescension and disdain, which is undoubtedly a profound affront to Hans. As one who aspires to become the 6th Hokage, Hans cannot tolerate such humiliation. What incited his fury even further was the fact that the ninja forces from the Hidden Leaf Village had stationed themselves at the border of the Rain Country, posing a grave threat to both his strategic retreat and the safety of the Rain Country. Confronted with such a predicament, Hanzo of the Salamander pondered. "It appears I must withdraw my troops from the Iron Country." Without hesitation, he commanded his subordinates to allow the ninjas from the Rain Village to plunder resources freely within the territory they had already occupied in the Iron Country. To Hanzo, the warriors of the Iron Country were akin to feeble ants, utterly unworthy of his attention. Among the vast battlefield, only a novice named Mitsuba managed to slightly capture Hanzo's interest. When a general from the Iron Country was decapitated in a fierce clash with Hanzo, the remaining warriors were paralyzed with terror by his formidable presence, scattering in all directions. Yet, amidst the chaos, Mitsuba resolutely stepped forward, fearlessly confronting Hanzo. Armed with a sharp blade and eyes ablaze with determination, he engaged in a breathtaking duel with Hanzo. Despite Mitsuba's utmost efforts, he ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming power of Hanzo and fell to the ground. However, as Hanzo prepared to deliver the final blow, he was moved by Mitsuba's indomitable spirit and fearless courage. A wave of admiration surged within Hanzo, and he chose to spare Mitsuba's life. Thus, Mitsuba became the sole survivor among the warriors of the Iron Country in this brutal battle. Meanwhile, the ninjas of the Rain Village roamed the land of the Iron Country as if it were their own, indiscriminately pillaging various resources. They seemed to have forgotten that this territory once belonged to the Iron Country, reveling in the spoils of their victory. Time swiftly passed, and 5 days slipped away in an instant. During this brief period, the ninjas indulged in a feast, gorging themselves to the point of gluttony, their mouths greasy with excess. Under Hanzo's command, the forces of the Rain Village began their retreat to the Rain Country, laden with the wealth and resources they had seized from the Iron Country, contentedly embarking on their journey home. In stark contrast to the prosperity of the Rain Village, the ravaged lands of the Iron Country resembled a scene from hell. Once thriving towns had been reduced to ruins, the streets deserted, littered with corpses in grotesque disarray, exuding a nauseating stench. The once idyllic land had become desolate, shrouded in the shadow of death. Among these ruins, the surviving citizens of the Iron Country lamented in anguish. They had lost their loved ones and homes. Their lives plunged into despair. Yet, the high-ranking warriors of the Iron Country acted like ostriches, burying their heads in the sand and turning a blind eye to these issues. Cowed by Hanzo's brutal onslaught, they dared not confront the reality and chose instead to evade the problems at hand, pretending that such suffering did not exist and refusing to acknowledge the plight of their fellow countrymen. At this moment, the exalted samurai of the Iron Country held on to but a singular hope, that the formidable Hans of the Salamander would swiftly depart from their realm, allowing them to persist in their elevated lifestyles and to continue exploiting the downtrodden populace. How astonishing it was for you to remark that these common folk had recently endured the ravages of war and required time for recovery and respite. Pray, we are the haughty and imperious lords of the samurai. What concern is it of ours if these wretched peasants yearn for a period of rejuvenation? The taxes owed must remain unwavering. Otherwise, how shall we samurai sustain our opulent existence? When the samurai desire to test their blades, these lowly commoners must dutifully stand ready, serving as the canvas for our martial prowess. This is their honor. Under the leadership of Hans, the ninjas of Amigakure hastily returned to the Land of Rain. This contingent of ninjas brought back a substantial cache of resources pillaged from the Iron Country, instilling Hans with newfound confidence to confront Konoha. These supplies encompassed an array of weapons and equipment, alongside ample provisions and funding, marking a significant resupply for Amigakure. Upon his return, Hans unhesitatingly issued a decree to eradicate all foreign ninjas entering the Land of Rain. His voice was cold and resolute, devoid of any hesitation or doubt. This command was far-reaching, encompassing not only the ninjas of Konoha but also those from Sunagakure and Iwagakure. Hans appeared intent on fortifying the borders of the Land of Rain into an impenetrable bastion, forbidding any foreign ninja from trespassing upon their territory. His determination was so formidable that it drew the attention of many. However, this decision stirred a veritable hornet's nest, inciting a considerable uproar. The previously passive Sunagakure and Iwagakure suddenly felt their status gravely affronted. As one of the exalted 5 great nations, to be so scorned by a nation once deemed a mere battlefield was undeniably a violation of their dignity. Consequently, both countries dispatched their own ninja forces to the borders of the Land of Rain, as a protest and warning to Hans. Tension enveloped the borders of the Land of Rain, with both sides' ninjas poised for action, ready to erupt into a fierce conflict at the slightest provocation. Thus, the already intricate dynamics of the ninja world became even more strained, with escalating discord and clashes among the nations, placing Amigakure at the epicenter of this storm, bearing the weight of pressure and challenges from all directions. Presently, Amigakure resembles a powder keg, poised to ignite at the slightest spark, potentially triggering an explosion throughout the entire ninja realm. Soon enough, that spark would indeed manifest. In the Land of Rain, an unremarkable little village, a band of ninjas adorned with the headbands of Konoha burst forth. They descended upon the village like ravenous wolves, slaying all in their path and setting fire to everything. In no time, the entire settlement was reduced to rubble. This contingent of Konoha ninjas did not cease their rampage. Instead, they pressed onward to the next village, thirsting for further destruction. In just a few short days, the Land of Rain ignited into flames of war. Messages of distress flowed to the desk of Hanzo of the Salamander like snowflakes. "Konoha, you have gone too far." Hanzo seethed, the fury within him erupting as he clutched the intelligence gathered by the Umbu. Ever since the Land of Rain began to bolster its military strength, Konoha's ninja had descended upon it in droves, akin to flies drawn to a scent. Hanzo, in turn, retaliated with equal ferocity, launching counterattacks against them. While he was engaged in an offensive against the Land of Iron, Konoha had the audacity to station its ninja forces at the border of the Land of Rain, threatening his rear and jeopardizing his hard-won achievements. Adding insult to injury, a humiliating withdrawal notice arrived. Now, Konoha dispatched ninja to pillage and burn across the Land of Rain. Especially alarming was the fact that, while Konoha and the Land of Rain were locked in a standoff at the border, Konoha had the gall to cross into the Land of Rain to commit atrocities. This blatant affront struck a severe blow to Hanzo's aspirations of becoming the 6th Hokage. The tension within him snapped. The Hidden Rain village declared war on Konoha. This news swept through the entire ninja world, leaving nations astonished. It marked the first time since the end of the Warring States period that a small nation had declared war on a larger one, and particularly against the currently strongest village, Konoha. In the face of the declaration, Konoha refused to cower and promptly responded. Konoha declared war on the Hidden Rain village, and the usually reclusive Akimichi Chozo was summoned from his rest to serve as the frontline commander. Yet, Chozo was little more than a figurehead. The real operations fell to the rising young ninjas like Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. War had erupted, leaving only the bewildered Shimura Danzo, stationed at the border collecting intelligence on the Land of Rain. It was only upon receiving information from the village that Danzo learned Hanzo of the Salamander had retreated from the Land of Iron. In an attempt to redeem himself, Danzo had sought to take command at the front lines, hoping to restore his reputation through military success. However, the 3rd Hokage and the higher-ups were not swayed and appointed Chozo as the frontline commander instead. Left with no choice, Danzo remained behind, seeking opportunities to earn his own glory. Chapter 0. This chapter does not count as part of the main text and can be disregarded. Finally, the first volume is complete, and there are many things I have longed to share with my esteemed readers. First, why did I decide to write this book? 1. To earn a little living expense and ensure some financial comfort. 2. During my school years, I was captivated by Naruto and often imagined myself as one of its characters, frequently practicing hand seals with my friends. I would ponder how I would act if I were in their shoes. Additionally, over the years, I have read many fan works inspired by Naruto, which inspired me to pen this book as a means of sharing my thoughts with my readers. 3. I hope to address the regrets I had while watching Naruto. Secondly, regarding the protagonist's power level. Some readers have commented that the protagonist is too weak and that the lightning fruit has been excessively nerfed. There is no alternative. We must strive to balance combat prowess while allowing for a gradual evolution of the characters. Should the esteemed readers prefer a narrative of invincibility, I shall endeavor to compose such a tale of unparalleled power within the realm of Naruto fan fiction in the future. The protagonist's strength will steadily escalate as they forge ahead unimpeded. Furthermore, I must address the matter of the protagonist's romantic entanglements. Allow me to elucidate, as a fledgling author. The mere act of crafting this narrative is a commendable feat in itself. However, should I attempt to weave a romantic subplot, several scenarios may arise. 1. As a single individual, my lack of experience may hinder my ability to portray romance effectively. 2. Alternatively, I might endeavor to force a narrative that fails to resonate, leading to unsatisfactory results. This could manifest as inappropriate content or poorly executed storytelling, ultimately inviting disdain from my readers. Many readers express a desire for the protagonist to win the affections of Tsunade. While she is indeed a remarkable character, one must ponder, would a 20-something individual truly find attraction in a child of merely 10 years? Excluding the more unsavory aspects of such a notion, it is an impractical scenario. Additionally, some readers hope for the protagonist to pursue Kushina. Personally, I harbor a fondness for the dynamic between Red and Yellow and wish for the future prince, Naruto Uzumaki, to experience a wholesome childhood within a nurturing family, free from ridicule and hostility. The fourth concern pertains to the timeline, which I attribute to the convoluted nature of the original work by Kishimoto. The chronology presented in the manga is often muddled, and the current timeline has been painstakingly pieced together by diligent fans. Even so, inconsistencies persist. I encourage readers to overlook these temporal discrepancies, as I will strive to clarify them to the best of my ability, focusing instead on ensuring an enjoyable experience. Lastly, regarding the influence of my predecessor's works, I find myself at a loss for justification. I humbly ask for your understanding, as my writing skills are still developing. I struggle with crafting narrative twists, depicting battle scenes, and advancing the plot. Nevertheless, I am committed to refining my craft, learning from the strengths of those who came before me, and ultimately delivering a superior narrative to my esteemed readers. These issues have sparked considerable discussion among my readers, and I feel compelled to address them. I want to assure my audience that my intentions are sincere. I am not merely acting on a whim. The so-called regrets I reference are, in truth, reflections of my own aspirations, whether in the realm of anime fan fiction or time travel narratives. These sentiments echo the yearnings within my heart. The desire to traverse the pages of a book or revisit the past is fundamentally a manifestation of one's inner longing. With that said, the first volume concludes, and the second is imminent. Chapter 55. Confrontation with Shimura Danzo at the border of the Land of Rain. The atmosphere within the Konoha encampment was palpably tense. Inside the command center of the ninja forces, a fervent dispute was unfolding. Torif, heed my words. Do not waver any longer. Let our forces directly into the heart of the Land of Rain. I refuse to believe that Amigakure can withstand our onslaught. Danzo glared anxiously at Torif, seated in command, his eyes betraying a desperate eagerness for his counsel to be heeded. The reason why Danzo remains on the front lines is not due to any noble virtues or a desire to contribute to the village. In truth, his sole aim is to garner military achievements to restore his tarnished reputation. However, the news of Hanzo's attack on the Land of Iron has reached everyone but Danzo, who is stationed at the borders, marking a significant lapse in his intelligence operations. Should he fail to secure military accolades this time, not only would his long-cherished ambition of establishing his own organization be thwarted, but even his current position would likely be jeopardized. Meanwhile, sitting above him, Akito Torikes appears utterly unfazed, exuding an air of calm indifference, seemingly oblivious to his former ally, Shimura Danzo. His gaze sweeps past Danzo, landing directly on the young ninjas seated beside Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. Internally, Akito muses, "Oh dear, Danzo, is this not a case of asking a question you already know the answer to? Am I not clear about my role?" Although he harbors some dissatisfaction towards Danzo's inquiries, he maintains a faade of stern indifference. In reality, despite his cold exterior, Akito is a somewhat jovial old fellow, possessing a kind heart that draws the younger generations of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans to him. As a member of the second Hokage Senju Tobarama Escort, he holds a certain standing in Konoha. However, unlike Danzo and others, his ambition for power is not particularly strong, and he lacks a fierce desire for authority. After aiding the third Hokage in securing his position, Aikido chose to retire gracefully, spending his days in seclusion, passionately exploring various culinary delights and relishing a tranquil life. Yet, the outbreak of war shattered his peace. The third Hokage had no choice but to call him back into service, placing him in a central command role to bolster troop morale. Aikido understands the third Hokage's intentions by boldly promoting newcomers during this conflict. The Hokage aims to provide them ample training and swift growth. Thus, his role has been reduced to that of a mere mascot, bridging the communication gap between the youthful, vibrant ninjas below and the upper echelons. In reality, the actual command and strategic planning fall upon the capable shoulders of the younger generation. This arrangement not only cultivates the skills of Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and their contemporaries, enabling them to mature rapidly through practical experience, but also fosters closer ties between the ninjas of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans and their younger counterparts. It paves the way for the future development of the next generation. For Aikido Torike's, this arrangement is most suitable. He merely needs to make appearances, rally the spirits of the ninjas, and occasionally visit the injured to express his concern for them. Regarding the meeting, he merely needed to sit back and patiently await Tsunade and the others to deliberate and arrive at a final decision. Subsequently, with a sweeping gesture, he would affix the commander's seal, ensuring the smooth execution of those resolutions. Akiyama Takuf, with a calm demeanor, lifted his teacup and took a sip before leisurely addressing Danzo. Elder Danzo, do not rush. I understand your urgency, but patience is required. Presently, the land of rain exhibits a formidable resistance, and the situation remains unclear. A hasty incursion could easily lead us into a trap set by the Hidden Rain village. However, before Akiyama could finish his thought, Shimura Danzo, visibly impatient, interrupted him, exclaiming, Takuf, you overestimate those ninjas from the Hidden Rain village. In my opinion, once our forces approach, they will undoubtedly flee in terror. Takuf, you must not hesitate any longer. Issue the command immediately. Yet this time, Akiyama had scarcely begun to speak when Tsunade, unable to contain her rising fury, launched a vehement counterattack against Danzo. Charge, charge. You only know how to charge. What good has that done us? Just days ago, your reckless words led us into an ambush by the Hidden Rain village, leaving us in utter disarray. Do you comprehend the magnitude of our losses? Have you forgotten how many brave souls sacrificed themselves? As Tsunade's words grew increasingly impassioned, her voice rose in intensity. Do you grasp the extent of our losses? Have you truly forgotten the countless lives laid down for this cause? Upon hearing Tsunade's incisive reproach, Danzo's expression darkened ominously. His single eye glared fiercely at Tsunade, as if flames might erupt from it. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to utter a cold scoff. Humph, in war, sacrifice is inevitable. Those who fell can only blame their own inadequacies. They should feel honored to have given their lives for the village. Upon hearing these words, the other ninjas in the command center displayed expressions of discontent, their brows furrowed in disagreement with Danzo's perspective. Even Jiraiya, who was typically known for his feigned ignorance, felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. At that moment, a thunderous crash resonated through the room as Tsunade abruptly rose to her feet, kicking over the table with a forceful blow that echoed loudly. Her face was a mask of fury, her finger pointing accusatorily at Danzo as she shouted, "Nonsense. You speak utter drivel. Had it not been for your ineffectual presence at the border, failing to secure timely and accurate intelligence on the Hidden Rain village, those innocent ninjas would not have perished in vain." Tsunade's voice reverberated through the command center, her wrath akin to a blazing inferno, compelling everyone present to feel the weight of her indignation. She continued, "Now, the Hidden Rain village has received substantial support from the Land of Iron, significantly enhancing their strength. They are fully capable of engaging us in a protracted standoff. In such circumstances, if we remain ignorant of their situation and charge in blindly, it would not be a battle but an act of sheer folly. Those who issue such foolish commands are guilty of heinous crimes and deserve immediate execution." Danzo pointed at Tsunade, rebuking her with anger. "Tsunade, how dare you insult me? I am an elder of the Hidden Leaf village, of the same generation as your teacher, the third Hokage. Are you contemplating betraying the village?" Chapter 56. The Double Standards of Shimura Danzo. Upon hearing Danzo's unrestrained remarks, those present in the command center exchanged glances, their faces reflecting utter disbelief at Danzo's foolishness, as if he were an unmitigated simpleton. Collectively, they regarded Shimura Danzo with incredulous stares, questioning the very nature of his intellect. Even Tsunade lost the will to engage in further argument, thinking, what is the point of arguing with a fool? Seated in the main position, Akimichi Choza was nearly driven to the brink of exasperation by his former comrade's antics. His eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded Danzo, mentally cursing, is this for real? Shimura Danzo? Are you truly this ignorant or merely pretending? How can you utter such absurdities so casually? Only after speaking those words did Danzo realize the sheer folly and absurdity of his statements. The notion that Tsunade would betray the village was nothing short of ludicrous. He felt immense regret for his careless words, coupled with a profound sense of embarrassment. Observing Danzo's awkward predicament, Akimichi Choza sighed in resignation, slowly lowering his teacup, and addressed Danzo. Danzo, you have no business here for the moment. It would be prudent for you to leave and cease adding to the chaos. While his tone remained relatively gentle, the dissatisfaction and annoyance were unmistakable. Danzo seethed with humiliation, feeling as though he had lost all dignity, yet he stubbornly refused to relent. He retorted to Akimichi Choza, Choza, you truly are pitifully weak. I am offering you sound advice, yet you ignore it. You will undoubtedly regret your choices in due time. Without allowing Choza a chance to respond, Danzo turned to leave the command center. Choza, taken aback, thought to himself, seriously, can't you see I'm trying to help you? Why can't you recognize goodwill? Regret? I am not Sarutobi Hiruzen. I want to play your games. If you choose to disregard your dignity, then so be it. Akimichi Choza inhaled deeply, suppressing his rising anger. He called out to Danzo, wait a moment, Danzo. Hearing Choza's call, Danzo halted and turned, believing that Choza was acquiescing to his wishes and preparing to mobilize the troops. Although he feigned a neutral expression, internally, he was elated. However, the words that followed from Choza deviated from his expectations. Danzo, after careful observation, I have identified some glaring deficiencies in our intelligence-gathering operations. Therefore, I am now issuing a command in my capacity as the frontline commander, appointing you as the head of the intelligence unit. You are to lead your subordinates into the Land of Rain to gather intelligence on the Hidden Rain Village. At this proclamation, Shimura Danzo was left utterly stunned. What? You want me to venture into the Land of Rain for intelligence? That is tantamount to a death sentence. Akito, you imbecile. Are you truly oblivious to the peril that the Land of Rain currently faces? The formidable Hanzo of the Salamander is renowned for his strength, a power that is beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to withstand. To send me to the Land of Rain is akin to delivering me to my demise. No, I absolutely cannot go. I have yet to become Hokage. My dreams remain unfulfilled. If I were to perish in such a manner, what would become of the village? It would lose its chance to flourish. Indeed, all my endeavors are for the sake of the village, to render it stronger. Yet, the irony is palpable. Those ordinary shinobi, without hesitation, undertake perilous missions for the village's benefit, even willing to sacrifice their own lives. Yet here he stands, presenting an entirely different facade. He professes to act for the village, but when confronted with danger, he regards his own life as paramount. Unless pushed to the brink of desperation, he would never willingly relinquish his life. Such is the nature of the so-called shadow of the village, marked by hypocrisy and double standards. Despite his reluctance, the commanding officer Akito had issued an order, and military commands are unyielding. As a subordinate, Shimura Danzo dared not defy the orders of his superior. Ultimately, he resigned himself to this command, leading his subordinates on a journey to the Land of Rain to gather intelligence. Watching Danzo's distant figure, the impatient Tsunade could no longer suppress her apprehension and swiftly inquired of Akito, old man, are you truly at ease allowing Danzo to search for information? Her voice betrayed her evident distrust and anxiety. Akito, upon hearing her words, glared sharply. How could that be? Though I am aged, I am not so muddled as to overlook such matters. The reason I have dispatched Danzo for this task is primarily to gain an additional channel for intelligence. After all, more sources of information mean greater security. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Jiraiya, continuing, the true responsibility for intelligence lies with Jiraiya. If Danzo can procure useful information, we can compare it with Jiraiya's findings, thereby verifying the reliability of our intelligence. Should Danzo yield no substantial results, it would not cost us anything. Quickly, send him off. Do not allow him to disrupt your work here. He offers no substantial opinions, merely flaunts his seniority and airs, which is quite vexing to witness. Akito waved his hand dismissively at the younger individuals, saying, however, do not fear, I will handle him. We are contemporaries, and he is not worthy of posturing before me. You may continue your discussions. I shall visit the hospital to check on the wounded. As they ventured deeper into the land of rain, the downpour became incessant. From the border to the heart of the land of rain, the rain intensified. Though Konoha and Amigakure had declared war upon one another, large-scale conflict had yet to erupt. Apart from the recent significant clash between the two parties, Konoha village suffered minor setbacks due to insufficient intelligence. During other times, both sides engaged in probing skirmishes, primarily through ambush teams. The competition for intelligence was particularly fierce, with various intelligence squads clashing in the muddy and damp land of rain. They scoured for information, intercepted intelligence, and countered interceptions, while ninjas from other villages took advantage of the chaos, leading to a sharp increase in the casualty rate among intelligence teams. Chapter 57. Struck at the vital point of the rain ninja in the land of rain, the incessant rain continued to fall. Within a certain cave, the temporary base of Konoha's intelligence unit was established. Danzo's single eye seemed shrouded in a veil of gloom, betraying a hint of melancholy. In recent days, the intense confrontations along the intelligence front had inflicted severe losses upon Danzo's subordinates. These individuals were his meticulously cultivated elites, utterly loyal to him, and were intended to form the core of his future root organization. Yet now, they had perished in vain on the battlefield of the land of rain. Undoubtedly a heavy blow to Danzo. Damn that old poisoner, Danzo muttered under his breath, his voice imbued with a profound trepidation towards this semi-divine figure of the ninja world. Hanzo of the Salamander, a name that resonated like thunder in the realm of shinobi. He commanded the ninjas of the land of rain with an unyielding strength, as impenetrable as iron. Their coordination was flawless, and their movements swift, akin to phantoms, leaving intelligence operatives from various nations defenseless and suffering grievous losses. Particularly, Hanzo's own might was unfathomable. Ordinary elite intelligence teams were rendered utterly helpless before him, unable to escape his grasp. In recent days, a staggering 80% of Danzo's subordinates had met their demise at the hands of Hanzo. Furthermore, the toxic mists unleashed by Hanzo posed an immense headache for Danzo. Once that poison mist spread, it would proliferate like a plague, sparing no one in its path. The losses sustained over the past few days had made Danzo acutely aware that without adequate preparation, recklessly leading a large army into the land of rain could trigger a catastrophic disaster. After all, with a mere cloud of toxic mist, Hanzo could deliver a devastating blow to the ninja forces. At that point, regret would be futile for Danzo. Danzo slowly turned around, his gaze sweeping over the subordinates standing before him, all quietly awaiting his command. Taking a deep breath, he spoke in a low yet resolute tone. Pack up. Prepare to retreat. His words were succinct and powerful, devoid of hesitation. Upon hearing the order, his subordinates immediately sprang into action. They swiftly gathered various items from the camp, organizing the useful supplies for transport. Simultaneously, they began to sabotage equipment and facilities that could not be taken, ensuring they would not fall into the hands of the rain ninjas. Once everything was in order, Danzo personally inspected the site to ensure nothing was overlooked. Then, he led his subordinates away from the temporary camp with haste. Shortly after Danzo's departure, a thick plume of smoke began to rise from the cave. The personnel left behind ignited a fire, thoroughly incinerating the camp. Meanwhile, in the border camp of Konoha, the atmosphere was both tense and fervent. After several days of relentless effort, Tsunade had finally succeeded in concocting an antidote specifically targeting Hanzo the Salamander's venom. This achievement undoubtedly marked a significant breakthrough for the ninjas of Konoha, as the availability of this antidote would greatly reduce the casualty risks they faced in combat against Hanzo. Splendid! Exclaimed Akimichi Choji, clapping his hands with excitement, his voice resonating within the tent. With this antidote, we can advance into the heart of the land of rain without hesitation. Sitting in the commanding position, Akimichi Choji surveyed the spirited young ninjas before him, a surge of pride swelling within him. He took a deep breath and decisively issued commands. Relay my orders. Orochimaru and Jiraiya, you two shall lead the combat teams. tasked with eliminating any surveillance within a 20-mile radius of our forces. Not a single enemy must escape. We cannot afford any leaks regarding our movements. Turning his gaze towards Tsunade, he solemnly instructed, Tsunade, you are responsible for the logistics and medical camp. The security of our supplies is paramount. There must be no errors. He then addressed Nara Shikaku and Nara Shikamaru, advising, you two must collaborate closely to ensure effective support. Finally, Akimichi Choji scanned the entire assembly, gravely stating, each of you must steadfastly uphold your posts. There can be no mistakes. We are fully prepared. Now, let us march into the land of rain. With a crisp and resonant command, the ninjas of the border camp seemed to be infused with a formidable energy, moving swiftly and orderly. The formidable ninjas, Orochimaru and Jiraiya, each led elite squads, darting from the camp like arrows released from a bow. Their figures flitted through the dense forest, elusive as shadows, making them difficult to apprehend. Viewed from above, the entire scene resembled a dynamic painting. Within the forest surrounding the Konoha camp, the anguished cries of ninjas echoed intermittently, signaling death and heralding the onset of slaughter. These sounds reverberated through the silent woods, chilling to the bone. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The Konoha forces, having swiftly eliminated the surveillance around their camp, embarked on their campaign without hesitation. The land of rain, a realm perpetually shrouded in precipitation, was characterized by a sky that remained perpetually overcast, as if sunlight would never pierce the clouds. On this land, a new Konoha camp was quietly established. As the Konoha army advanced deeper into the heart of the land of rain, their clashes with the hidden rain village gradually descended into a stalemate. Initially, the ninjas of the hidden rain village were evidently caught off guard by Konoha's swift assault, but under Hanzo the Salamander's leadership, they quickly stabilized their front lines. They exhibited an indomitable fighting spirit and exceptional tactical acumen, effectively hindering the offensive of the hidden leaf village. Just as Hanzo of the Salamander was preparing to orchestrate a counterattack, he was astonished to discover that the forces of the Leaf had once again stabilized their position after establishing a new encampment. The methodical approach of the Leaf's operation struck like a finely honed blade, piercing directly into Hanzo's heart and enveloping him in unprecedented pressure. This tactic not only rendered Hanzo's advantages null, but also forced him into a position of passive defense. As the leader of the Land of Rain, Hanzo possessed extraordinary strength and combat experience. He had anticipated that the hidden leaf village would engage him in a fierce, direct confrontation. As had been the case in the past, with his capabilities, he believed he could inflict substantial casualties upon the leaf and potentially shatter their defenses in one fell swoop. However, this time, the leaf employed a radically different strategy. Instead of confronting Hanzo head-on, they leveraged their formidable national resources to comprehensively overwhelm the Land of Rain. Although this approach appeared unremarkable at first glance, it struck precisely at the Achilles heel of the Rain Country. While the Land of Rain had momentarily fortified itself by plundering vast resources from the Land of Iron, this was merely a temporary fix. Faced with the relentless support and attrition from the Leaf Village, the resources of the Rain Country would soon be exhausted. It would not be long before the Land of Rain was dragged down, ultimately plunging into the abyss of defeat. Chapter 58. Returning the favor in kind. Hanzo understood that passive defense would only lead him to despair, so he resolutely adopted an aggressive strategy. Personally leading a formidable army, he surged forth like a torrential flood, pressing relentlessly against the forces of the Leaf. Simultaneously, he dispatched elite squads that flitted through the mountains and forests like phantoms, targeting the supply lines of the Leaf. These squads, akin to ghosts, moved with such stealth that the logistical forces of the Leaf were caught unawares. They relentlessly sabotaged the Leaf's supply routes, incinerating provisions and seizing resources, causing significant distress to the Leaf's army. Hanzo's intention was clear, to compel the Leaf's forces into a direct confrontation. Yet, all of this did not escape the keen observation of Orochimaru. Like a predator lurking in the shadows, he calmly scrutinized every move made by Hanzo. Under Orochimaru's meticulous arrangements, the Leaf's encampment became as solid as a rock, with defensive works as impenetrable as iron walls. Furthermore, Orochimaru implemented comprehensive protection for his supply routes, establishing layered defenses that made it exceedingly difficult for the ninjas of the Rain Village to find an opportunity to strike. Despite these precautions, Orochimaru remained vigilant. With the full support of Akimichi Choza, he devised a series of contingency plans to address potential contingencies. However, despite their thorough preparations, some supply routes were indeed discovered by the cunning ninjas of the Rain Village. Utilizing the terrain and the cover of night, these stealthy ninjas successfully breached the Leaf's defenses, inflicting a degree of damage upon the logistical forces. At this moment, in the camp of Konoha, Jiraiya lay sprawled on the ground. His appearance was disheveled, a stark contrast to the spirited demeanor he exhibited upon arriving at the battlefield. Truly, Hans of the Salamander has excelled in developing the Hidden Rain village to such an extent, Jiraiya mused. If we allow the Hidden Rain to continue its unchecked growth, they might very well become the sixth village. Ha ha ha. Orochimaru's laughter was tinged with a raspy quality, revealing his concern. Hans was indeed in a hurry. The Hidden Rain's lack of resources meant that prolonged conflict would be a trivial loss for us, yet a catastrophic disaster for them. Hence, they would persistently strike at our rear. Jiraiya, resembling a discarded rag, lay awkwardly on the ground, utterly devoid of grace. A mischievous grin adorned his face as he muttered, "Oh dear, what a bother. I can't be bothered to think about such matters. You and Tsunade can handle any issues that arise." Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Tsunade rolled her eyes in exasperation. She shot a fierce glare at the sprawled Jiraiya, inwardly cursing him for his increasingly outrageous behavior. She then turned her gaze towards Orochimaru. Standing there, Orochimaru wore a smile that carried an unsettling air. Noticing Tsunade's focus on him, his lips curled into a chilling grin. "Given your demeanor, you certainly wouldn't passively endure such assaults without retaliating, would you?" Tsunade asked directly, urging him to voice his thoughts. Orochimaru chuckled ominously, his laughter echoing in the air, sending shivers down one's spine. "An eye for an eye. Since they delight in covert attacks and underhanded tactics, we shall employ similar methods by dispatching forces to disrupt the supply lines of the Hidden Rain. In doing so, their rear will descend into chaos, rendering them unable to pose a threat to us." Upon hearing Orochimaru's strategy, Tsunade recognized its merit. Contemplating further, she thought of an ideal candidate to execute this task. "Orochimaru, you make a valid point. Let Elder Danzo undertake this mission." Upon hearing Tsunade's choice for the task, Orochimaru's face revealed an indescribable expression of intrigue. His penetrating gaze fixed intently on Tsunade, as if seeking to unravel her true intentions. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, who had been lying on the ground, sprang up as if propelled by a spring. His eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Tsunade, are you intending to work Elder Danzo to the bone? He just returned from the outside, and hasn't he even caught his breath? Shouldn't we allow him a moment to rest?" Tsunade, incensed by Jiraiya's overly accommodating words, felt her frustration boil over. "Rest? Rest my foot," she retorted angrily. "Isn't he always preaching about serving the village? Well then, now there's a task at hand. He can contribute to the village's efforts. Get him out of my sight. Just looking at him irks me." This task seems tailored specifically for Shimura Danzo, striking precisely at his strengths. Assassination, ambushes, and the manipulation of schemes are all methods in which Shimura Danzo excels. He swiftly mobilized, armed with the antidote developed by Tsunade, a pivotal weapon for this operation. Leading his subordinates like a pack of ravenous wolves, he charged once more into the territory of the Land of Rain. However, this time the situation was markedly different. Hanzo of the Salamander found himself firmly pinned down at the front line, unable to extricate himself. He could only watch helplessly as Shimura Danzo wreaked havoc deep within the Land of Rain, stirring up one tempest after another. In an instant, the logistical routes of Amigakure were besieged by Danzo's assaults. Alarms blared incessantly, echoing throughout the nation. The villagers scattered in panic, fleeing in all directions. The once tranquil Land of Rain was plunged into chaos. "Damn it!" Hanzo bellowed in fury from the center of Amigakure's encampment, his voice reverberating like thunder amidst the rain. At that moment, his rage blazed within him, compelling him to wield his sharp scythe and rend the detestable Shimura Danzo into pieces. Yet, reality thwarted his desires. Despite his unyielding hatred for Danzo, the current predicament rendered him unable to leave the camp with any ease. Under Orochimaru's tight defenses, Hanzo's repeated assaults were effortlessly repelled, and Orochimaru even seized opportunities to launch several small-scale counterattacks, inflicting significant losses upon Amigakure's forces. What vexed Hanzo further was the realization that his once celebrated poison had been effectively countered by Tsunade. He often witnessed the poisoned leaf ninjas swiftly recovering after their comrades administered antidotes, with some even rejoining the fray. This was undeniably a crushing blow to his confidence. Sighing softly in resignation, Hanzo contemplated the inadequacies of his own resources. He understood well that compared to the larger nations, the ninjas of smaller countries indeed possessed a qualitative disparity. Aside from himself, there were scant few capable ninjas in Amigakure who could stand on their own. These ninjas were either not powerful enough to play a pivotal role on the battlefield or lacked the leadership skills to make sound decisions in the midst of complex conflicts. Chapter 59. The Preparing Sand Village in the Land of Wind, within the Wind Shadow building of Sunagakure, Lord Wind Shadow. Here is the latest intelligence gathered by the Umbu from the battlefield in the Land of Rain. The intelligence chief of Sunagakure, Kyozo, respectfully presented the scroll to the third Wind Shadow with both hands. The third Wind Shadow accepted the scroll with an expressionless countenance, skillfully unfurling it. As the scroll expanded, his gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, swiftly scanned the text and illustrations. His reading speed was remarkable, yet he could instantly grasp the critical information. Moments later, the third Wind Shadow lifted his gaze, his eyes piercing and profound, compelling others to avert their gaze. He addressed Otonari, saying, "Your previous masquerade as a leaf ninja to instigate an assault on the Land of Rain was commendable, successfully igniting the conflict between Konoha and the Hidden Rain Village." His tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Upon receiving the third Kazakage's praise, Otonari felt a slight relief in his heart. Yet he dared not exhibit any semblance of complacency, promptly responding with respect. It was all for the sake of the village. The third Kazakage nodded slightly, acknowledging Otonari's dedication. However, his brow furrowed as if pondering something of great significance. After a brief pause, he spoke slowly. "Currently, a portion of Konoha's military strength is entangled on the battlefield of the Land of Rain, while the Land of Earth is also stirring at the borders. It seems it is time for us to take action." Hearing the third Kazakage's determination to engage in the conflict, a surge of complex emotions welled up within Otonari. Nevertheless, confronted by the Kazakage's resolute gaze, Otonari hesitated, aware that once the Kazakage made a decision, it would be difficult to sway him with others' opinions. Yet, as a subordinate, he felt compelled to remind the esteemed Kazakage of potential oversights. Just as Otonari grappled with his uncertainty, the Kazakage seemed to sense his hesitation. Turning his gaze upon Otonari with piercing intensity, he urged, "Otonari, speak your mind." With the Kazakage directly addressing him, Otonari realized evasion was no longer an option. He inhaled deeply, slightly bowing to express his respect before articulating, "Kazakage, I harbor no objections to your decision to personally engage in battle. However, I believe this may not be the most opportune moment for us to intervene." Otonari paused, gauging the Kazakage's reaction. Seeing no interruption, he continued, "At present, the conflict between Konoha and the Hidden Rain is at an impasse. We have yet to fully ascertain the strengths of both sides, and to act recklessly could pose significant risks." At this juncture, Otonari emphasized his point. "Thus, I propose, esteemed Kazakage, that we allow Konoha and the Hidden Rain to continue their struggle for a while longer. Once we attain a deeper understanding of their circumstances, we can then decide whether to engage in battle, which may prove to be a more prudent course of action." Otonari possessed an intimate knowledge of Sunagakure's intelligence capabilities and was acutely aware of Konoha's profound heritage. Although it appeared that a considerable portion of Konoha's forces was ensnared in the quagmire of war in the Land of Rain, the reality was that Konoha felt no sense of vulnerability. The various ninja clans within Konoha had yet to significantly mobilize their forces for this war, indicating that Konoha retained formidable strength to confront any potential conflicts that may arise. Should Sunagakure rashly launch an attack on Konoha, it would likely yield unsatisfactory results, instead ensnaring their own village in the merciless machinery of war, incurring severe losses. Such circumstances would undoubtedly be detrimental to the development of Sunagakure. War consumes vast resources and manpower, severely impacting the village's economy and social order, and may even incite internal turmoil and division. Therefore, when contemplating the possibility of waging war against the Hidden Leaf Village, the esteemed Onoki must exercise utmost caution, weighing the pros and cons to avoid catastrophic consequences for his village. "Alas, how could I be unaware of what you speak?" The third Kazakage abruptly rose, as if a flame were igniting within him. With a grave expression, he handed the intelligence scroll to the elderly Chiyo beside him. Then, hands clasped behind his back, he slowly approached the window. Standing before the glass, his gaze traversed through it, settling upon the swirling sands of the village. The billowing dust mirrored his heavy heart, evoking a sense of oppression and helplessness. He exhaled deeply, a sigh laden with boundless fatigue and trepidation, and spoke, "Anoki, if it were within my power, I too would strive to bolster the strength of our village. Yet, do you suppose I possess any alternative? The Wind Country, home to the Sunagakure, boasts a vast expanse. Yet its environment is exceedingly harsh. Over 90% of its land consists of arid desert, barren and inhospitable, rendering it unsuitable for human habitation and sustenance. In this distorted realm of ninjas, Sunagakure finds itself lacking in significant economic resources. Compared to its neighbor, the Hidden Leaf Village, Sunagakure's meager number of commissions and missions has perpetually strained its financial condition. The village primarily relies on annual allocations from the feudal lord. Since the First Ninja World War, the Wind Country's daimyo has consistently provided funding to sustain the village's operations. However, the relentless demand for funds has begun to wear thin the patience of the already frugal feudal lord. Thus, in a fervent attempt to transform the dire living conditions of Sunagakure and to alter the condescending attitude of the Wind Country's daimyo, the third Kazekage is consumed with urgency, yearning to instigate a grand war against the Land of Fire. He is acutely aware of the Land of Fire's vast territories, abundant resources, and populous nature, while Sunagakure remains a barren land, impoverished and sparsely populated. Should they succeed in seizing fertile lands, plentiful resources, and an ample populace from the Land of Fire, unprecedented opportunities for development would undoubtedly arise for Sunagakure. Moreover, with the Hidden Leaf Village currently diverting most of its focus to the battlefield in the Land of Rain, this presents an exceptional opportunity for Sunagakure. Consequently, Sunagakure resolved to launch a surprise attack under the veil of secrecy. One cannot help but note the striking similarity to Japan's historical predilection for clandestine strikes, catching the Hidden Leaf Village off guard. It is conceivable that in the early stages of war, the Hidden Leaf Village would descend into chaos, unprepared and bewildered. Seizing this moment of turmoil, the forces of Sunagakure could advance unimpeded, swiftly penetrating the territory of the Land of Fire and commencing a frenzied plunder of vital resources, be it food, populace, or minerals. Anything that Sunagakure desperately requires would be seized without hesitation. After all, for the destitute Sunagakure, such resources are akin to a lifeline, promising to resolve their developmental funding for the next decade. Upon hearing this, Anoki promptly fell silent. As an elder of the village, he was acutely aware of the existential crisis facing their community, as well as the tensions with the feudal lord. When matters concerning the lord arose, it was wise to remain silent and refrain from speaking out of turn. Granny Chiyo accepted the scroll from the third Kazekage, meticulously examining the intelligence contained within, subsequently voicing her support for the third Kazekage's decision. Simultaneously, she cast a glance at her brother, Eyes. Upon noticing her gaze, Eyes could only manage a wry smile and nodded in agreement, indicating that he would no longer oppose the third Kazekage's strategy. Thus, the curtain was drawn on an impending surprise attack against the Land of Fire, orchestrated by Sunagakure. Chapter 60. The Ch-Nin Exams Amidst War. Days later, the members of Team K Haru reunited once more. After their long separation, Sarutobi Asuma and Haruno Sakura were astonished by the transformation of Hatake Kakashi. His stature had ascended like bamboo shoots after the rain, growing taller with each passing moment. The once youthful visage had become more chiseled and defined due to a slight loss of weight, exuding an unmistakable aura of masculinity and heroism. A striking reddish-purple diamond-shaped mark adorned his forehead, adding an air of mystery to his presence. Behind him, he carried a uniquely designed short blade, which enhanced his overall appearance, imbuing him with a sense of sharpness and readiness, as if he were capable of unleashing remarkable power at any given moment. The distinctive design of this short blade was indeed unforgettable. Kakashi had trained in the art of the blade under the guidance of his father, Hatake Tsukumo, yet he had never found interest in the family heirloom. Consequently, Kakashi resolved to commission the village blacksmith to forge a short blade uniquely his own. Should a time traveler exist, they would undoubtedly recognize the blade style as the Shochuan Dao. In light of the sudden outbreak of war, a considerable number of ninjas were urgently summoned to the front lines in the Land of Rain. This escalation rendered the already busy ninjas even busier, compelling those who remained in the village to undertake additional missions and responsibilities. During this tense period, many ninja squads were inundated with work, and Team K-Haru was no exception. After completing a mission, they arrived at a barbecue restaurant, weary yet eager to treat themselves. Upon entering the private room of the restaurant, the trio sank into their seats. Once the barbecue was served, the three young men eagerly launched into their feast. Being in their growth phase, their appetites were substantial. It wasn't long before each of them had stacked 7 or 8 plates of grilled meat in front of them. However, Kakashi's voracious appetite was particularly remarkable, as he already had at least 10 plates before him and continued to stuff his mouth with meat. Eventually, the three paused their chopsticks, reclining back in their seats with full bellies. Groans of satisfaction echoed in the room, reminiscent of young piglets. Kakashi's lips curled into a slight smile as he chuckled. This meal has truly been gratifying. My stomach feels warm and content, making one yearn for a brief respite. As he spoke, he languidly stretched his limbs, as if every bone in his body had melted away with the delightful feast. Seated beside him, Sarutobi Shoyuta and Yuhi Haru, caught in the moment, instinctively squinted their eyes, their faces adorned with expressions of sheer enjoyment, nodding in agreement. They resembled 3 contented kittens basking in the sun after a hearty meal. However, just as these 3 were reveling in the afterglow of their meal, the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open. A figure slowly entered, their guiding teacher. Yuhi Kai-chan. I knew I would find you 3 here, Yuhi Kai-chan remarked, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he surveyed the trio before him. Upon hearing his voice, the 3 sprang from their seats as if jolted by electricity, exclaiming in unison, Teacher Kai-chan, what brings you here? Yuhi Kai-chan stepped into the room and took a seat beside his younger brother. Looking at them with a slight smile, he continued, I have come to discuss an important matter. The Hokage's office has issued a command. A Chunin exam is to be held soon. At his words, a soft murmur of astonishment rippled through the room. For these young ninjas, the Chunin exam represented a significant opportunity to showcase their skills and growth. Observing their excited expressions, Yuhi Kai-chan felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He proceeded, I am here to ask if you wish to participate. Of course, to enter the Chunin examination. You must form a team of 3. This statement ignited a fire within Sarutobi Shoyuta, who leaped from his seat, his face alight with enthusiasm as he exclaimed, That's wonderful. Teacher Kai-chan, I want to participate in this Chunin exam. Meanwhile, Yuhi Haru and Hatake Kid exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with excitement. Clearly, they too were eager to partake in the Chunin exam. Yuhi Haru smiled and nodded at Yuhi Kai-chan, indicating his willingness to join, while Hatake Kid hesitated briefly before resolutely declaring, I will participate as well. A faint smile graced Yuhi Kai-chan's lips as he retrieved 3 sheets of paper from his pocket. Gently unfolding them, his gaze swept over the trio, warmth and anticipation sparkling in his eyes as he softly remarked, In truth, I anticipated your decision to join the Chunin exam. With that, he extended the 3 sheets towards them, elaborating, These are the applications for the Chunin exam. I have already recommended all 3 of your names prior to my arrival. Upon hearing this, surprise illuminated their faces as they excitedly accepted the applications for the Chunin exam. Once all 3 had secured their forms, Yuhi Kai-chan paused momentarily before continuing. However, due to the ongoing war, the assessment criteria for this Chunin exam have been slightly relaxed compared to previous years. He paused for a moment, allowing the 3 young ones to absorb this information before continuing. The examination primarily consists of just 2 components, theory and practical application. Eventually, the tone of Shiri Hui-chun grew serious as he earnestly cautioned the trio. Although the difficulty has been somewhat reduced, you must not take it lightly. It is imperative that you approach each segment with utmost focus and avoid any carelessness. Indeed, Teacher Hui-chun's words resonated, and suddenly, Chu Feng appeared to recall something of great significance, springing to his feet with a flourish. Clutching the application form, he began to pace within the confines of the booth, casting knowing glances at his 2 companions, the intention unmistakable. They were to follow him promptly. Standing before Shiri Hui-chun, Chu Feng spoke with earnestness, Teacher Hui-chan, we are not afraid of the practical assessment, for we have trained diligently. However, as for the theoretical knowledge, he deliberately elongated the last word, a hint of distress crossing his face. Let us, Xiang Tai and Yang Chun, retreat to my home for a thorough review. This will better prepare us for the impending examination. He turned to his companions, his tone resolute and unassailable. Without waiting for Xiang Tai and Yang Chun to respond, he dashed out of the booth like a gust of wind, leaving behind a bewildered Shiri Hui Chun and the still-dazed Yin face Yang Tai and Shiri Yang Chun. The two exchanged a glance, and though they were a tad perplexed by Chu Feng's intentions, their trust in him as a teammate was unwavering. Thus, they hastily rose, bowed deeply to Shiri Hui Chun, and hurriedly followed after Chu Feng, exiting the barbecue restaurant. Observing the departure of the trio, a faint smile crept onto Shiri Hui Chun's lips. He slowly lifted his teacup, taking a delicate sip while silently marveling. These youngsters truly understand the value of hard work. They are indeed my cherished subordinates. Just as Shiri Hui Chun was about to leave, a restaurant staff member intercepted him. "Esteemed ninja, please wait a moment." The staff member requested respectfully. Shiri Hui Chun regarded the staff member with curiosity and inquired, "Is there an issue?" The staff member, maintaining a respectful demeanor, presented a piece of paper to Shiri Hui Chun, saying, "Esteemed ninja, this is the bill for the expenses incurred in the private room. How would you prefer to settle it?" Upon receiving the bill and witnessing a string of zeros, Shiri Hui Chun was taken aback. He stared at the staff member in astonishment before slapping his forehead, exclaiming, "Goodness, are these three little rascals pigs? How could they consume so much?" At that moment, it dawned on Shiri Hui Chun that all this talk of studying was merely an excuse. It was a ploy for him to foot the bill. As their guiding mentor, he had yet to treat his students to a proper meal, so this time would serve as a gathering for his three delightful subordinates. However, he never anticipated that they would devour so much, equivalent to the reward for completing 5 intermediate tasks. Without a doubt, this must have been the brainchild of that mischievous Chu Feng. "My younger brother is so adorable. He certainly wouldn't harbor such deceitful thoughts." Saratobi Shoyuta lacks the intellectual capacity for such schemes, as you well know. It is no surprise that he is the son of the esteemed S-Ma. His tricks surpass even those of his father, Kakashi Hatake. Do you think the future Hatake Kakashi managed to persuade Yamato into paying the bill all on his own? It's all rooted in family connections. That evening, a sorrowful figure wandered the streets of Konoha. Sunagakure Haruharu, having failed to savor even a morsel of grilled meat, found his once bulging wallet now utterly depleted. Chapter 61. The assessment begins 3 days later. Hatake Kid arrived early at the training ground of the Ninja Academy. The playground was bustling with throngs of people. As Kid stepped onto the field, a multitude of eyes turned in unison to observe him. "Why is another little brat here for the CH9 exams?" one ninja remarked. "Indeed, I wonder what the village is thinking. Quite a number of youngsters have come to participate this time." "I can't tell if it's a blessing or a curse," another replied. "Rest assured." The ninja beside him patted his companion's shoulder. "This is an inevitable situation. With the outbreak of war, the village's forces are somewhat strained, so expanding our ranks is essential." "I understand your point," another ninja interjected, "but allowing these children to participate. Ha ha ha, it's just like you. Fear not. The little ones who can join us possess some talent. They might even surpass you and me." "Really? You expect me to believe that? Just look at that white-haired boy who came in earlier. His name is Hatake Kid, the son of Lord S-Ma. I've heard he was always at the top of his class in the academy and even graduated early. How impressive is that?" Disregarding the gazes and murmurs of the crowd, Kid calmly made his way to an empty spot on the field, leaning against the wall as he awaited his teammates. Before long, Shoyuta and Haruharu arrived to join Kid on the playground. The trio exchanged greetings and prepared for the examination to commence. As the clock struck 8, the examiner affixed a paper to the bulletin board, prompting the participants in the CH9 exams to locate their designated testing rooms. The three friends found themselves assigned to the same examination venue, while Haruharu was directed to another. They agreed on a rendezvous point after the exam concluded before parting ways. This examination was markedly less challenging than the original CH9 exams that the 12 Ninja Academy students had faced. Kid and Haruharu had always excelled as diligent students, finding the questions on the test to be trivial. Even Shoyuta, who usually struggled with theoretical knowledge, managed to navigate the exam with ease. The examination room was quiet, and after casually distributing the test papers, the two examiners merely issued a brief warning against cheating before assuming the role of invisible observers at either end of the room. Kid received his test paper and quickly skimmed through the content, indeed noting the reduced difficulty. He picked up his pen and swiftly filled in the answers. In less than half an hour, The paper was entirely filled with his responses. As he observed others diligently scribbling away, Hatake Kakashi found himself rather bored and decided to rest his head on the desk for a brief moment. Noticing Kakashi's eyes had closed, the examiner standing at the front of the examination room twitched his lips in mild dismay. Approaching Kakashi, he intended to remind him that this was an examination. However, upon glancing at Kakashi's paper, he discovered it was filled to the brim with answers. Surely he hasn't just been writing nonsense. A casual glance revealed that all the answers to the visible questions were correct, which rendered the situation quite awkward. The examiner shook his head and slowly returned to his position. How could one not allow a student to rest after completing their paper? There were no rules against sleeping in the examination room, especially when one had finished their work. In truth, Kakashi was not merely napping but had entered a meditative state. He realized that the thunder fruit not only provided physical benefits, but also enhanced his mental acuity. At the behest of his father, Hatake Shikoku, Kakashi underwent targeted training in various disciplines, including strength, ninjutsu, taijutsu, kenjutsu, and jinjutsu. Throughout this training, he discovered that his resistance to jinjutsu was growing stronger. Jinjutsu typically involves using one's chakra to disrupt the opponent's five senses, thereby confusing their judgment by ensnaring them in illusions. At its most basic, it manifests as minor illusions that momentarily disorient the enemy. More advanced practitioners can invade an opponent's mind, trapping them in a fabricated mental realm, such as Tsukuyami, Infinite Tsukuyami, or Kodoame Tsukumi. As Kakashi developed his thunder fruit abilities, his mental landscape began to reflect vivid impressions of thunder, rendering any foreign mental intrusion utterly obliterated in an instant. Emerging from his meditation, Kakashi glanced at the clock and realized that only half an hour had passed. Impatient, he raised his hand to indicate his desire to submit his paper early. His early submission astonished many of the older ninjas, who had participated in the Chunin exams multiple times. They stared in disbelief at Kakashi's departing figure, their minds racing with 1,000 perplexing thoughts. Sarutobi Asuma, who shared the examination room with Kakashi, was equally flabbergasted. Wow, bro, that was quite a display. Your early submission makes me look utterly foolish. After exiting the examination room, Kakashi arrived at the predetermined meeting point with Asuma. With some time still to spare, he practiced hand seals while performing a one-handed handstand, the other arm resting behind his back. Despite possessing the thunder fruit as an extraordinary advantage, Kakashi did not neglect his training. Without a robust physique, he could not unleash the true potential of the thunder fruit. Thus, he held himself to even stricter standards than others, refusing to allow any slackness. Suddenly, while in his inverted position, Kakashi sensed a prying presence. Without revealing his awareness, he activated his sensory ninjutsu, Heart Net, ready to launch a counterattack at any moment. Upon detecting no one in the vicinity, he surmised that the feeling of being observed originated from the Hokage's office. The telescope technique. The ever-intriguing third Hokage. Unbeknownst to the third Hokage, who had just concluded his administrative duties, today marked the Chunin exams. Upon witnessing Hatake Kakashi performing a handstand, the Hokage paused momentarily, his hand halting mid-motion as he prepared to place his pipe to his lips. He hastily summoned an Umbu ninja stationed at the academy to inquire about the situation. What on earth is going on with this little rascal? The written examination should not yet be over. How did he manage to escape? The Umbu ninja knelt respectfully, replying, Lord Hokage, Hatake Kakashi has already completed the written test. After finishing, he took a brief nap in the examination hall before departing. The Hokage's brow furrowed in disbelief. He actually slept in the examination hall. The Umbu continued, Indeed, Lord Hokage. Kakashi spent just over an hour in total at the venue, including both answering questions and his nap. Is this even reasonable? The third Hokage muttered, his blood pressure rising. He quickly took 2 vigorous puffs from his pipe to calm his urge to reprimand, then instructed the Umbu, Understood. You may leave. Once the examination concludes, bring me the papers from Team Haruno. The Umbu responded promptly, Yes, Lord Hokage. Chapter 62, Reality Check, Ensnared by the Enchanted Tree. As the examination wrapped up, Sarutobi Shoyuta and Uzumaki Hinata emerged from the venue. Upon reaching the assembly point, the relaxed expressions on their faces indicated that they had easily passed the written test. Shoyuta approached Kakashi, exclaiming, Wow, Kakashi, do you have any idea how much shock you caused by submitting your exam early? Many were privately criticizing you for your irresponsibility. Hinata, equally astonished, remarked on Kakashi's early submission. Is that even allowed? I wish I had submitted early too. I wasted an entire hour in there. Kakashi shrugged. Well, there's no rule against submitting early. Now, let's not linger any longer. Let's grab a bite. We have a practical assessment this afternoon. After satisfying their appetites and resting a while, the trio made their way to the training ground to check the results. The atmosphere was abuzz with chatter. Those who had failed lamented their misfortune, while those who had passed wore broad smiles, reveling in their success. Such is the tapestry of life. The three squeezed through the crowd and reached the results board. As anticipated, all three had successfully passed the examination. They then proceeded toward the practical assessment training area. Upon arrival, they encountered their instructor, Haruno Sakura, who was waiting for them. The trio felt a mix of surprise and guilt, recalling the incident from days prior when they had thoroughly emptied her wallet. This dishonorable act left them feeling somewhat uneasy. Sakura approached them with a furrowed brow, ready to address the situation. Sarutobi Shoyuta and Hatake Kid exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Teacher Hui-chun, it was all Yanchuan's idea. He urged us to do this. Sunsetting Yanchun widened his eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom that his two companions would betray him so cunningly. Pretending to be furious, he exclaimed, "You two scoundrels. We are sworn enemies now. May you perish." Just as it seemed a brawl was imminent, Hui-chun swiftly intervened. "Oomph, you three little rascals. Do not attempt to play tricks in my presence." With that, Hui-chun's demeanor softened, his previously stern expression transforming into one of warmth. "First, allow me to congratulate you three on passing the written examination. Next, we shall proceed to the practical assessment. Follow me, and I will explain the details along the way." Yes, the trio encircled Hui-chun as he elaborated. The practical assessment is quite straightforward. You will engage in one-on-one combat with the evaluators sent by the village. As long as you can withstand their attacks for a certain duration, you will pass. Of course, defeating them outright is also an option. The three nodded in understanding. Before long, the group arrived at the training ground for the practical assessment. Outside the arena, Hui-chun encouraged them, "Give it your all. Once you three pass the assessment and become chunin, I shall treat you to a grand feast." "Hooray! Teacher Hui-chun, we have already reserved that feast." The trio entered the training area to draw lots and determine the sequence of their matches. Yangchuan's position was relatively early, drawing the 6th spot. Shoyuta was placed in the middle at 19th, while Kid was assigned to 25th. Soon, it was Yangchuan's turn to participate in the practical assessment. The three encouraged one another, and Yangchun, brimming with confidence, approached the arena. Upon entering, he faced a burly middle-aged man sporting a thick beard. "Come on, kid. Let me see what you've got. To be taking the Chunin exam at such a young age, you must be a prodigy." Yangchun respectfully bowed to the examiner and replied, "Sir, it is evident that you are a formidable opponent. I hope you will show mercy during our match." Sure. Just signal if you can't hold on." The man responded amiably. Grateful, Yangchun presented a harmless fade, embodying the image of a polite and well-mannered child. Once both participants were ready, the referee announced the start of the assessment. The moment the signal was given, Yangchun swiftly formed hand seals to cast a Jinjutsu, ensnaring tree illusion. Before the bearded man, the seemingly polite boy vanished, only to reappear as branches ensnared him, rendering him immobile. "Oh no, I've fallen for it. What a wicked little rascal. To ensnare me with his illusion." In reality, as the referee called the start, the boy executed several seals, and the burly man ceased his movements. Yangchun then charged forward, kunai in hand. A wave of gasps erupted from the spectators. Although sunsetting Yangchun was a Jinjutsu specialist, he was equally proficient in taijutsu. Among the spectators, many elderly ninjas found themselves unable to keep pace with the speed of Haru. This left numerous ninjas feeling a stinging embarrassment, realizing that their years of training had seemingly gone to waste. At that moment, the burly man in charge of the assessment broke free from the confines of the illusion. But it was too late. Haru had already reached the burly man's rear, delivering a precise chop to the back of his head. Thud! The man felt a sharp pain at the back of his skull, and then darkness engulfed him as he collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious. The referee was taken aback. Did I just call the start, and it's already over? Glancing at the clock, he was astonished to see it had been less than a minute. Nevertheless, the referee fulfilled his duty. Candidate number 6 wins. His announcement jolted the surrounding spectators from their stupor. Was it really over that quickly? Amidst the chatter of disbelief, Haru excitedly ran back and high-fived Sarutobi Shoyuta, and Hatake keyed in celebration. Soon, it was Shuta's turn to take the stage. After offering him further encouragement, Shoyuta confidently approached his testing ground. Upon recognizing Shoyuta, the assessing ninja felt a surge of joy and greeted him with a friendly demeanor. "Hey, buddy, you must have taken this test numerous times. Your perseverance is commendable." The term buddy left Shoyuta momentarily bewildered. "Who are you calling buddy? I'm still just a kid. Is that really appropriate? Just wait and see what is coming for you." The assessment commenced. As the referee declared the test officially underway, a startled Shoyuta, reacting to the term buddy, decided not to conceal his abilities. He launched into a complete set of fire release techniques. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, great blaze technique. The middle-ranking ninja, serving as the examiner, was taken aback, grappling with thoughts of his identity and purpose. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? I'm just an ordinary middle-ranking ninja, roped in last minute to fill in. Why am I being bombarded with a series of fire techniques? Despite his inner turmoil, the examining ninja dutifully evaded several fireballs before ultimately conceding defeat. With the battle concluded effortlessly, Shoyuta approached the examiner, visibly angry, and declared, "I'm not your buddy. I graduated from the Ninja Academy less than 2 years ago." With that, Shoyuta turned gracefully and left the assessment arena. Hearing his words, the examiner looked quizzically at the referee. Is he telling the truth? The referee nodded, confirming Shoyuta's assertion. He certainly looks quite mature. It's no wonder I mistook him. No wonder he is so short. I thought he was still a child. As Shoyuta, who had not strayed far, stumbled slightly and shot a fierce glare at the examiner, it was evident that his intentions were unmistakable. Although the battle had ended easily, Shoyuta returned with a sour expression. After simply stating that he had passed, he sulked alone at the side. Heed and Haru exchanged glances, choosing not to disturb Shoyuta's mood, trusting that he would share his thoughts when he was ready. Chapter 63. Declining the invitation from the Umbu, the examination continued in an orderly fashion. Time flew by, and soon it was the turn of Kakashi's younger brother, Kazuki. He stood quietly in a corner of the training ground, patiently awaiting the moment of his assessment. The examiner responsible for evaluating Kazuki was a tall, purple-haired kunoichi, who carried a long ninja blade on her back, exuding an aura of competence. As Kazuki stepped into the center of the training field and assumed his combat stance, the referee called out loudly, "The examination begins." A slight smile graced the lips of the purple-haired kunoichi as she addressed Kazuki. "Dear brother, your companions possess formidable strength. I presume your skills are not far behind. Thus, I shall give my all." No sooner had she finished her words than her hands moved with lightning speed to form a series of hand seals. Shadow clone technique. As her voice trailed off, a thick cloud of smoke erupted, enveloping her entirely. When the smoke dissipated, 2 identical figures appeared on either side of the kunoichi. Dance of the Crescent Moon. With this fierce declaration, all 3 figures, like phantoms, simultaneously drew their long blades, their gleaming edges flickering as they transformed into 3 afterimages, hurtling towards Kazuki from the left, above, and right, aiming directly for his vital points. The assault was executed with blinding speed, akin to a flash of lightning, leaving no room for reaction. Moreover, the 3 figures moved in perfect synchrony, blocking all possible avenues of retreat for Kazuki. However, undeterred by such a relentless onslaught, Kazuki remained fearless. In an instant, his figure flickered like lightning, transforming into a violet bolt that vanished from sight with astonishing speed. In the next moment, Kazuki reappeared behind the trio, moving with such swiftness that his form was barely discernible. Kakashi style, Thunder Moon Slash. Kazuki shouted, swiftly drawing the short blade from his back. In an instant, a violet lightning aura coiled around the blade, emanating a heart-stopping wave of energy. Without hesitation, he swung the short blade, unleashing a crescent arc of purple lightning that sliced through the air like a bolt illuminating the night sky, radiating an unparalleled might as it advanced forward. The speed and power of this lightning arc were staggering, far beyond what a mere genin should be capable of executing. The purple-haired kunoichi, witnessing this, felt a surge of alarm. It was too late to evade the attack, and she could only muster her strength to awkwardly sidestep Kazuki's lethal strike. Despite her utmost effort, the blade's light grazed her body, sending a jolt of pain coursing through her, nearly compromising her balance. The 2 shadow clones beside her were far less fortunate. They had no time to react and were cleaved by the blade's arc, instantly dissipating into smoke. The kunoichi, having failed in her initial attempt, grit her teeth, firmly grasped her long blade, and leaped into the air, soaring gracefully like a delicate swallow. In the air, the violet-haired kunoichi wielded her long blade, which danced ceaselessly, its edge glinting with a chilling radiance, leaving behind a mesmerizing trail of afterimages. These phantoms, akin to specters, rendered it nearly impossible to discern the true blade from the illusions. Konoha's misty moonlit night. With a delicate exclamation, the kunoichi concentrated all her might into her weapon, and with a swift motion, countless beams of blade light cascaded down like a torrential downpour, sweeping towards Kakashi. To the onlookers, the blade's trajectory was indistinct, resembling shooting stars in the night sky, obscuring its true path. However, Kakashi, attuned to his ever-growing spiritual perception, captured every subtle shift of the blade light with clarity. His gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, fixating intently on the authentic ninja blade within the dazzling display. Clang! A crisp sound echoed as Kakashi thrust his short blade forward, colliding forcefully with the kunoichi's weapon. In an instant, the lights of their blades intertwined, sparks flying. Amidst this bewildering flurry of strikes, Kakashi moved with uncanny swiftness and precision, deftly countering each of the kunoichi's assaults. The kunoichi, clearly taken aback by Kakashi's reaction speed, widened her eyes in disbelief at the sight of this young boy. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Kakashi seized the opportunity. A subtle smile graced his lips, and suddenly, the long blade in his hand erupted with a dazzling violet lightning. This bolt of lightning, akin to a sinuous purple serpent, surged along the blade with astonishing rapidity. In the blink of an eye, the violet lightning spread like a torrent of electricity across the kunoichi's arm, sending a tingling sensation throughout her body, akin to being bitten by 1,000 ants, causing her to lose control. Violet electric current, Kakashi uttered in a low voice, intensifying the purple lightning that enveloped the kunoichi entirely. She became paralyzed, unable to move or control her body. By the time she regained her senses, Kakashi had already positioned his short blade at her throat. The outcome was clear, and silence fell over the arena. The referee, without hesitation, announced loudly, "Number 25 wins." Upon hearing the declaration of victory, Kakashi allowed a subtle smile to emerge. He sheathed his short blade and felt the battle fervor dissipate, replaced by a sense of ease and confidence. With a smile, Kakashi turned his gaze to the kunoichi before him. He playfully remarked, "Sister, you must be a member of the Umbu. I never expected someone as beautiful as you would serve as an examiner for the Chunin exams." His voice was clear and bright, laced with a hint of teasing. The violet-haired kunoichi, confronted so directly with her identity, felt no embarrassment whatsoever. Conversely, the smile at the corners of her mouth grew even more radiant. She chuckled softly and remarked, "Hee, little brother, you are quite clever. But how did you deduce that your elder sister is a ninja from the Umbu?" Hatake Phone rolled his eyes, appearing somewhat indifferent to the inquiry. He pointed directly at the ninja's arm, saying, "Isn't it obvious? Sister, you have the Umbu emblem on your arm." It was only then that the female ninja realized that the flash of the blade had torn through her clothing, revealing the concealed Umbu tattoo beneath. She brushed off the dust from her attire, stood up, and fixed her gaze intently on Hatake Phone, her eyes glimmering with surprise and admiration. "Little brother, your prowess is truly impressive," she said with a smile that conveyed a hint of appreciation. "Have you considered joining the Umbu? I could recommend you." As she spoke, she took a few steps closer to him, her expression filled with anticipation. Hatake Phone, noticing this, allowed a polite smile to grace his lips, but shook his head without hesitation. "Thank you for your kindness, sister, but I have yet to determine my specific path," he replied in a relaxed tone. Furthermore, matters regarding joining the Umbu require careful consideration. The female ninja appeared somewhat disappointed by his response, yet she persisted in her persuasion. "Little brother, do not underestimate the Umbu. This is a place that cultivates elite ninjas, and if you were to join us, there would surely be greater opportunities for growth. Moreover, you could team up with me. We would undoubtedly make excellent partners." Upon hearing her words, Hatake Phone felt a stirring within. He was well aware of the power and influence of the Umbu, yet he harbored his own aspirations and plans. He smiled at the female ninja and said, "Sister, your proposal is indeed alluring, but I prefer to wait a while longer to see if there are more suitable options for me. However, there may be an opportunity to become colleagues in the future." Chapter 64. Nin, the purple-haired female ninja, opened her mouth, seemingly poised to say more. But at that moment, the judge could no longer contain himself. Wait, sister, what are you doing? Is this a recruitment fair? The judge cleared his throat and continued. The assessment has concluded. The candidates may exit, as the next candidate is about to enter. No dilly-dallying. Chu Feng smiled awkwardly, nodded quickly at the judge, and hurriedly exited the examination hall. However, just as he stepped out, he suddenly recalled something and turned to the departing purple-haired ninja, puzzled. Huh, sister, weren't you inside as an examiner? Why are you out here too? The purple-haired ninja shook her head and explained, not at all. My orders were merely to serve as the examiner for the previous round. As for other arrangements, I am not privy to them. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng instantly understood. This must be the idea of the third Hokage, who was likely attempting to gauge his abilities through this opportunity. As anticipated, a sensation of being observed surged within Hokage, perceptible through his mastery of the mind-linking jutsu. Just moments ago, while fiercely engaged in combat on the training grounds, he had been entirely absorbed in the battle, oblivious to this peculiar feeling. However, upon hearing the words of the kunoichi, the sense of unease intensified. With a resigned shake of his head, Kid silently chastised, what a bother. Why does the third Hokage keep watching me? Is he bored with work? Or has the charm of the hot spring maidens faded? As he rolled his signature deadpan eyes, he strolled leisurely towards Shoyuta and Haru, exchanging a casual greeting with the purple-haired kunoichi. The examination had finally concluded. The trio emerged from the testing arena, their spirits high, eagerly awaiting word from the village that would herald their ascension to the rank of chunin. Just then, they spotted the anxious figure of Hayashi, Kid, waiting expectantly. Upon seeing the trio, the worry etched on his face instantly transformed into a radiant smile. Observing their relaxed demeanor, the weight of anxiety lifted from his heart. With a grand gesture, Hayashi proclaimed, "Let us celebrate at the barbecue restaurant. Today's feast is on me." Wow! Long live Teacher Kid. The trio cheered exuberantly, their voices echoing in the air. They followed Hayashi with great enthusiasm, marching towards the barbecue establishment in Konoha. Despite the war's lingering effects rendering the restaurant somewhat subdued, the day of the Chunin exams brought many instructors and their students together for a celebratory meal, thus creating a lively atmosphere. Fortuitously, when the quartet arrived, a table had just become available. They entered the private room with glee, plopping down eagerly before seizing the menu to commence their ordering. The array of delectable dishes dazzled their senses, prompting them to order an extravagant feast without hesitation. Though Hayashi had mentally prepared himself for an empty wallet, the sheer volume of food being served took him by surprise. Gazing at the mountain of delicacies piled before them, he shook his head in resignation, quietly retrieving his wallet, and sighed deeply, contemplating, "It seems I may have to stay behind to wash dishes to cover this meal." Before long, all the dishes had been served. Shoyuta and Haru, with hands clasped and chanting their eagerness to begin, were interrupted by Kid, who could no longer contain himself. He swiftly grabbed his chopsticks and began to devour the food with unabashed enthusiasm. Hearing the commotion, Sarutobi Shoyuta opened his eyes, immediately spotting Kid devouring his meal with great fervor. Astonished, he pointed at Kid and exclaimed, "Ah, Kid, how cunning you are!" With that, he joined the fray, unwilling to be outdone, while Haru, witnessing the spectacle, quickly entered the fray as well, igniting a fierce competition for food among the three. Time slipped away unnoticed until the last morsel of meat was finally consumed by Hitaki Kakashi. With a chuckle as he chewed, he exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, this time victory belongs to me." Sarutobi Shota and Hiyori Akatsuki, their bellies round and full, had no desire to engage in conversation with him. Once the trio had fully satisfied their appetites, Hiyori Akatsuki straightened himself, addressing the three youngsters. "Now that the Chunin exams have concluded, you will soon be tasked with some rather troublesome missions or assignments, and possibly even face the battlefield." As he spoke the latter, the tone of their instructor, Hiyori Akatsuki, grew somber. The thought of sending such young children to war filled him with a sense of guilt. The previously indifferent Sarutobi Shota and Hiyori Akatsuki now sat up, their expressions grave. Hiyori Akatsuki nodded, his demeanor heavy as he affirmed, "It's highly likely." Observing the seriousness of Shota and Akatsuki, he gently ruffled his younger brother's hair and added, "All this was merely to prepare you mentally. Perhaps the war will conclude before you are called to the battlefield." Hitaki Kakashi remained noncommittal, it was inevitable that their cohort would face combat, merely a question of when. The hidden sand village of the Land of Wind and the hidden rock village of the Land of Earth had long cast envious glances toward the Land of Fire, and conflict was bound to erupt from both directions. While he, as a medical ninja, might treat the wounded at the rear, his two companions would likely lead missions at the front lines. The village's announcement arrived promptly. As expected, the three had successfully passed the CH Nin exams, officially attaining the rank of CH Nin. This news signified their farewell to the identity of fledgling ninjas, heralding a new chapter in their ninja careers. Following their promotion, subtle changes began to manifest in their lives. Hatake Kakashi busied himself daily at the hospital, employing his medical jutsu to heal the injured returning from the front lines. Under his care, many patients recovered and were discharged, and gradually, Kakashi's reputation as a healer spread throughout the village. Simultaneously, he continued to hone his skills. His swordsmanship became more refined, and his sensory abilities expanded, enabling him to detect the lurking presence of white Zetsu within Konoha. His life revolved around the hospital and home, a simple yet fulfilling routine. In contrast, Sarutobi Shoda and Hiyori Akatsuki embarked on a different path. They assumed the roles of team leaders, guiding a few lower-ranked ninjas in executing missions. Although these tasks were complex, they were relatively straightforward, falling within the realm of D-rank assignments. Much like their mentor Hiyori Akatsuki, they generously imparted their experiences and skills to their subordinates, aiding in their growth and development. A few days after passing the CH Nin assessments, the trio received a notification from the Umbu, summoning them to the Hokage Tower to commence their first mission as CH Nin. Chapter 65, New Mission, Departure to the Border of the Land of Water. This mission was indeed quite extraordinary. It was not a mere ordinary task, but a significant assignment directly commissioned by the village. Since the outbreak of war in the Land of Rain, the entire village had been enveloped in a tense atmosphere, and all border regions had entered a heightened state of alertness and military readiness. In response to potential threats, the village continuously dispatched an increasing number of ninjas to various border regions to bolster its defensive capabilities. To the southeast of the Land of Fire, where it borders the Land of Water, lies an essential defensive line. The third Hokage, fully aware of the significance of this line, personally visited the Uchiha clan to engage in an in-depth dialogue with the current clan leader. Following their conversation, the third Hokage made a crucial decision to send a substantial contingent of leaf ninjas, predominantly from the Uchiha clan, to fortify the southeastern border, tasked with the responsibility of guarding against the village hidden in the mist. While this decision may appear straightforward, it carries profound implications on three fronts. Firstly, as a vital force within the village, the Uchiha clan possesses remarkable strength and combat experience, significantly enhancing the defensive capabilities of the line. Secondly, involving the Uchiha clan in this mission demonstrates the third Hokage's trust and regard for them, which helps to ease the tensions between the clan and the village. Lastly, should the village hidden in the mist indeed invade the Land of Fire, this would provide an opportunity to undermine the Uchiha's power, thereby weakening their influence. However, the leadership of the Leaf Village, spearheaded by the third Hokage, did not adopt an excessively harsh approach. They refrained from allowing the Uchiha clan to face the immense pressure from the village hidden in the mist alone, instead opting for a relatively moderate strategy. Among them, Tsurugi Koharu and Mitokado Hamura had indeed contemplated using the village hidden in the mist to diminish the Uchiha clan's strength. But they ultimately did not act as ruthlessly or shamelessly as Shimura Danzo, who would not have hesitated to suggest that the Uchiha clan confront an entire village single-handedly. The three young ninjas soon received orders from the Umbu and swiftly arrived at the Hokage's office. Standing at the center of the Hokage's office, they exuded an air of youthful vigor. Shikamaru Nara accepted the mission scroll from the third Hokage, unfurling it to reveal the task at hand. The objective was to escort a significant shipment of vital supplies to the southeastern border, with the mission's difficulty classified as A rank. The third Hokage elaborated. Due to the impact of the war, there is a backlog of tasks and commissions in the village. Although this mission is relatively straightforward, it is exceedingly urgent and entails certain risks due to the necessity of leaving the village. Hence, I have decided to assign you to complete this mission. Shikamaru Nara firmly grasped the mission scroll, declaring, "Rest assured, Lord Third Hokage, Team Kurenai will give their utmost effort." The third Hokage picked up the pipe from his desk and took a deep drag. "I regret to inform you, children," his voice was low and gentle, that your guiding Jonin, Yuhi Kurenai, will not be participating in this mission. He paused, seemingly contemplating how to phrase his thoughts, as he had a more pressing task to attend to. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three young ninjas shifted. Sarutobi Konohamaru was the first to voice his concern. His tone slightly agitated as he asked, "What does this mean, Lord Third? Does this imply that Team Kurenai is being disbanded?" The third Hokage looked at Konohamaru, a smile gracing his face, and shook his head, saying, "Haha, of course not, my child. Merely under your guidance, the esteemed Jonin, Hinata Haruai, is presently occupied with a more significant task and is unable to disengage. Do not fret, children. Although Hinata Haruai cannot partake in this mission, he entrusted me with a special message before his departure. This task shall be led by Kid Hitaki." After exchanging glances, Sarutobi Shoyuta and Hinata Haruai nodded in agreement with the appointment of the captain. Thus, Kid Hitaki stepped forward and resolutely proclaimed, "Yes, Lord Third. We shall surely accomplish the mission." After a brief pause, Kid Hitaki took his leave from the third Hokage. The third Hokage smiled and said, "Go forth, children. You are the future of Konoha." Kid Hitaki bowed respectfully and departed the Hokage building with Sarutobi Shoyuta and Hinata Haruai. Once outside the Hokage building, Kid Hitaki elaborated on the specifics of the mission to Shoyuta and Haruai. Before long, they were well versed in the details of the task at hand. Subsequently, they conferred to determine the time and location of their departure. With all arrangements in place, the trio exchanged knowing smiles, each turning to prepare the necessary equipment for their journey. Upon returning home, Kid Hitaki was taken aback to find his father, Kakashi Hitaki, organizing his own gear in the living room. "Ah, old man, what are you up to?" Kid inquired playfully, teasingly remarking, with that demeanor, "Are you also heading out on a mission?" Kakashi, accustomed to his son's antics, lifted his gaze and shot Kid a reproachful glare. "Humph, you cheeky brat. How do you address your father?" He continued, "I am a jonin of the village. Undertaking missions is part of the job." Unfazed by his father's retort, Kid grinned and pressed on, "So, where are you off to this time? It wouldn't be the land of wind, would it?" Kakashi's movements abruptly halted as he glanced at the equipment he was sorting, realizing how his son had deduced the destination of his mission. Damn, this brat has sharp instincts. Ninja missions are not to be inquired about so casually, you know? Kakashi feigned seriousness, adopting a stern expression. However, in front of Kid, he found it impossible to maintain the facade of a strict father. He waved dismissively, wearing a nonchalant expression, muttering, "All right, old man. You're just putting on a show for me. I'm not one to blabber." Nevertheless, Kid seemed undeterred by his father's demeanor, continuing at a leisurely pace. "The village has dispatched you to the land of wind, I presume, to gather intelligence on Sunagakure?" Kakashi was taken aback by this statement. He pondered silently, recognizing that while some individuals were aware of the mission, it certainly did not include his son. Yet, Kid's astute deduction of the true objective of the mission caught him off guard. Thus, Konoha's Shikaku gazed curiously at his son, Shikomu, a flicker of perplexity crossing his eyes. He could not help but marvel at his son's perceptiveness, while simultaneously feeling a profound interest in how he had come to acquire such knowledge. After a brief silence, Shikaku could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired with a calm demeanor, "How did you come to know of my intent to gather intelligence on Sunagakure? Who informed you?" Shikamaru cast a disdainful glance at his father and replied, "Do I really need someone to tell me? Is it not obvious? It is far too quiet. The defenses of the land of wind are remarkably still. The village is embroiled in fierce conflict with the land of rain. If I were the third Kazekage, I would surely seize the opportunity to strike while the village's attention is diverted to the battlefield in the land of rain." Shikaku interjected, "Hold on a moment. Why would they choose to attack at this time? Why not wait for the village to further deplete its resources in the land of rain before launching an assault? My boy, do not forget that Sunagakure could bide its time, allowing the village and the land of rain to exhaust themselves before striking. The rewards would be far greater then." Shikamaru nodded thoughtfully, responding to Shikaku, "Father, you are indeed correct. The optimal moment for Sunagakure would be to wait until both the village and the land of rain have inflicted heavy losses upon each other before entering the fray to reap the benefits. However, you have overlooked two critical disadvantages. Firstly, does the land of rain possess the capability to truly engage the village in mutual destruction? Secondly, I have heard Lady Tsunade mention that Sunagakure does not seem to maintain a favorable relationship with the daimyo of the land of wind." At this revelation, Shikaku was struck with realization. Indeed, while it was prudent for Sunagakure to delay its actions, the longer they waited, the greater the depletion of military resources. Sunagakure could not afford to linger indefinitely. Chapter 66. An Unwelcome Rejection. Unexpected news. Shikaku was certainly not the type to act impulsively or without thought. Rather, he possessed an exceptionally keen insight and remarkable strategic acumen. However, it was precisely his steadfast adherence to moral principles that rendered his political foresight somewhat limited. After silently contemplating, Shikaku found himself astonished by his son's analysis, as these viewpoints were not only coherent but also well-supported, entirely aligning with the current circumstances. Nonetheless, he feigned nonchalance, casually remarking, "Humph, you little rascal, I am fully aware of what you say. I merely wish to test you. Considering your modicum of cleverness, I shall begrudgingly grant you a passing mark this time." Observing Shikaku's demeanor, Shikamaru silently mused, "Father is putting on airs again." However, this time, he refrained from retorting as he usually would. Instead, he regarded his father with a serious expression and slowly said, "Father, if you trust my judgment, I suggest redirecting your focus to the land of rivers. I have a strong premonition that there may be significant discoveries awaiting us there." Upon hearing his son's words, Shikaku was momentarily taken aback, but soon a look of contentment graced his features. He gently patted Hatake Kakashi's shoulder and nodded, saying, "Ah, quite impressive, young one. You've taken to directing me." However, he then shifted the conversation, smiling as he added, "By the way, you've become a chunin. I haven't yet prepared a gift for you." With that, he reached behind him to retrieve his famed short blade, the White Fang, and handed it to Kakashi. "I intended to present it to you later, but it seems the moment has arrived. What is that expression on your face?" To his surprise, upon hearing that Hatake Tsukumo was bestowing his renowned White Fang upon him, Kakashi's previously earnest demeanor transformed into one of disdain. "I'm afraid I must decline." "What did you say, you little rascal?" Tsukumo retorted. "You dare reject the White Fang? If you don't provide a reasonable explanation this very moment, I shall have to teach you a lesson." "Ugly!" Kakashi exclaimed. "What, did you not hear me clearly? I said it is hideous, exceedingly so, and it does not align with my aesthetic sensibilities." As he spoke, Kakashi swiftly unsheathed his own blade from his back and declared, "This is the weapon I desire. The White Fan can be given to whomever you please." Upon hearing Kakashi's bold words, Tsukumo took on a strangely serene demeanor. "Very well, young one. It seems I can no longer wield this blade. You've convinced me." In an instant, the White Fang gleamed as it was unsheathed, and before Kakashi could react, it was swung towards his head. Sensing the imminent danger, Kakashi hastily grasped his own weapon and took off running. As he fled, he theatrically shouted, "Tsukumo, have we truly reached such a point of mistrust as father and son?" Watching his son retreat into the distance, Tsukumo slowly sheathed his blade, a trace of a helpless smile gracing his features. Once he composed himself, he turned and returned to the living room to continue organizing his gear. Meanwhile, back in his own courtyard, Kakashi busied himself with inspecting his equipment, meticulously attending to every detail to ensure perfection. Once satisfied that everything was in order, he seized the opportunity when no one was around and, like a nimble leopard, swiftly departed his courtyard, his figure soon disappearing at the end of the street. However, just as Kakashi stepped away, the tightly shut door behind him was abruptly pushed open. Tsukumo's silhouette appeared at the threshold, standing silently as he gazed in the direction Kakashi had taken, remaining motionless for a prolonged moment. After a while, he let out a soft sigh, imbued with concern and longing for his son. Then, with determined steps, he walked in the opposite direction, heading towards the land of rivers. After receiving the supply scrolls destined for the front lines from the equipment department, Kakashi slung the scroll over his shoulder and hurried to the assembly point. Before long, Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai arrived in succession, both displaying excitement, as this marked their first mission since becoming chunits. When both individuals arrived, Hatake Kid patted the scroll he was carrying on his back and addressed Sarutobi Shoyuta and Yuhi Hinata, saying, "Within this scroll lies the supplies we are to deliver to the front lines. If we hasten our pace, 5 days should suffice for our round trip. Thus, we ought to set off without delay." Sarutobi Shoyuta and Yuhi Hinata exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Consequently, the three young ninjas resolutely set forth along the path ahead. In the southern region of the Land of Fire, there exists a renowned street known as Short Book Street, located several dozen kilometers south of Konoha village. It is a vibrant thoroughfare brimming with various entertainment venues, such as casinos, hotels, brothels, and amusement parks, dazzling the senses. However, for ninjas, this locale is fraught with temptation and peril, where a moment's lapse in caution could lead to transgressions against the 3 forbidden acts of a ninja. After a lengthy journey, the trio finally arrived at the periphery of this bustling street. Considering the throngs of people and the potential for identity exposure, they collectively decided against spending the night within the Flower Street and opted instead for camping in the wilderness. Since this was not a pressing mission, they unanimously agreed to procure food from Shortbook Street. Thus, Hokage Kid, as the leader, was chosen to undertake this task. In an effort to avoid drawing attention, Hokage Kid employed a transformation technique, morphing into a formidable-looking bald man with an intimidating demeanor, instantly recognizable as someone not to be trifled with. Upon reaching Shortbook Street, he navigated through the crowd with ease, precisely selecting the provisions he required. Just as he intended to depart, his eyes inadvertently caught sight of a familiar figure, a plump orange cat, towering to the height of a person, reminiscent of a fortune cat from his past life. This orange feline wore a sage-like expression, unperturbed by the several sleek female cats surrounding it, exuding an air of righteousness. Upon closer inspection, Hokage Kid sensed a wealth of chakra emanating from the cat, indicating it was indeed a member of the Ninja Cat clan. Without hesitation, he approached a shop, purchased some dried fish and a bottle of catnip drink, and made his way to the orange cat. Standing before the orange cat, he extended his gifts. The cat, having recently exerted itself, was in need of nourishment to replenish its energy, and thus, Hokage Kid offered his provisions. Being a member of the Ninja Cat clan, the orange cat understood the principle of not biting the hand that feeds. It regarded Hokage Kid and remarked, "Human, do you intend to use these items as a test for my clan? What clan could withstand such a trial?" Hokage Kid waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Not at all. I merely wish to befriend you with these gifts, as the illustrious Ninja Cat clan is not only well-informed, but also renowned for its excellent ninja tools." "Meow? Really?" the cat inquired. "Indeed. This is a token of our introduction. Henceforth, I shall strive to forge a strong relationship with the Ninja Cat clan through the Uchiha clan." "Meow? Very well, you exhibit a keen eye. Now, what is it you wish to inquire of me? Today, I am in a good mood, so feel free to ask." "Thank you very much. Senior, I wish to inquire about the Hidden Mist Village." The orange cat, munching on dried fish, remarked, "Ah, the Hidden Mist Village is rather peculiar. This information is typically a closely guarded secret, but seeing your earnestness, I shall divulge a few details. The village has amassed a considerable stockpile of ninja tools over the years, yet they remain notably silent. Most of these tools are designed for breaking barriers and seals. Do you grasp the implications of this?" Upon hearing this, Kakashi narrowed his eyes and replied to the orange cat, "The Land of Whirlpools?" Chapter 67. Speculations on the fall of the Land of Whirlpools. The orange cat licked the grease from its paws and nodded at Kakashi. Indeed. It aligns closely with our conjectures." Kakashi began to comprehend the situation. Under normal circumstances, the Leaf Village and the Hidden Whirlpool Village would support one another without flaw. However, if they were to seize the opportunity while the Leaf Village's attention was diverted to the battlefield in the Land of Rain, they could potentially eliminate the Hidden Whirlpool Village. This would not only diminish the Leaf Village's strength, but also grant access to the sealing techniques of the Whirlpool Village. After the first Hokage distributed the tailed beasts among the great nations, incidents of tailed beast rebellions became rampant. The sealing techniques of the Whirlpool Village are particularly effective against the tailed beasts, and the unique physiology of the Uzumaki clan makes them the finest vessels for these beasts. Thus, the annihilation of the Land of Whirlpools becomes a plausible theory. In the original manga, after the deaths of Hashirama and Tobirama Senju, the various ninja clans, driven by fear and greed towards the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques, conspired to obliterate the Land of Whirlpools. The Leaf Village, despite being an ally, chose to remain passive. The surviving clan members concealed their identities and dispersed across the world, with the most esteemed being Kushina and Mito Uzumaki, who remained in the Leaf Village. Furthermore, the Land of Whirlpools is a unique nation, with its daimyo being the leader of the Hidden Whirlpool Village, Uzumaki Kushina. Such a political structure, where the nation and village are intertwined, may have raised suspicions among the daimyo of the great nations, possibly inciting them to play a role in the downfall of the Uzumaki clan. It is difficult to dismiss the notion that the Fire Country's daimyo, in establishing the 12 Guardian Ninja, sought to replicate this integrated model. Another significant factor is the lurking presence of Madara and Black Zetsu. Kakashi would find it entirely unbelievable that this event transpired without their involvement. However, a critical question arises. Why did the Leaf Village choose to stand idly by while the Land of Whirlpools faced its demise? Was it the ambition of the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura, leading the high-ranking officials of the Leaf, to covet the Uzumaki clan's jutsu? Or was it a desire to seize the wealth accumulated by the Land of Whirlpools over the years? Kakashi pondered that both scenarios were plausible. As the former hosts of the Nine Tails, Mito and Kushina Uzumaki wielded tremendous influence over the Leaf Village's most powerful weapon. While these two hosts may have been devoted to the Leaf Village, one must question whether the subsequent members of the Uzumaki clan maintained the same loyalty. Many sealing techniques require the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan and an immense amount of chakra, which remains undisputed. The need for sealing techniques that harness bloodline power? Either directly secure or obliterate it. The village hidden in the leaves has no use for it, nor can it be allowed to benefit other villages. As for sealing techniques requiring vast amounts of chakra, simply divide them into sealing squads. Can the chakra of a single individual rival that of the Uzumaki clan? Surely a collective's chakra would surpass it. After the fall of the Land of Whirlpools and the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan, the remaining members preferred to wander and endure suffering rather than seek aid from the Leaf Village. This clearly indicates a profound animosity towards Konoha. Yet, the village still appointed Kushina Uzumaki as the second host of the Nine Tails. This can be easily explained. Uzumaki Mito had long since departed this world, leaving behind an elderly figure. Kushina, being a mere girl, was an easy target for the machinations of Konoha's higher-ups. Undoubtedly, they had contingencies in place. When Kushina became the second Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, the Umbu surrounding her, tasked not only with safeguarding her from external threats, but also with monitoring her, were likely a covert scheme orchestrated by Konoha's elite. In her youth, they would keep an eye on her, and as she matured, they would masquerade their surveillance as protection. With such strategies in play, they were confident that Kushina would not pose any significant challenge. As for the intense hatred held by other Uzumaki clansmen towards the Leaf Village, the sole reason lies in Konoha's indifference and betrayal as allies. The Uzumaki clan must have sent out distress signals to Konoha. Either the village's upper echelons secretly intercepted these messages, or they outright ignored the cries for help from the Uzumaki. The ultimate outcome of the fall of the Land of Whirlpools allowed Konoha to reap the greatest rewards, not only inheriting the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki, but also acquiring the wealth accumulated by the nation over the years. This wealth not only bolstered the village's finances, but also facilitated the flourishing of certain clans. However, in the long run, Konoha's passive observation of the Land of Whirlpool's demise was a self-destructive decision. The village not only lost its southeastern coastal defense, but also found itself isolated in a precarious diplomatic situation. This led to the Third Shinobi World War, enabling the Mist Village to invade the southeastern Fire Country with impunity and prompting the major nations to unite against Konoha, leaving the village's military stretched thin and forcing the deployment of young children to the battlefield. This is a stark irony directed at the first Hokage, as the very foundation of the village was to prevent children from being sent to war, ensuring a safe environment for their growth. Yet, Konoha's leadership, driven by selfish motives, sent even younger children into battle, a grossly misguided decision. Reflecting on this, Kakashi Hatake produced a large bag of dried fish and addressed the orange cat before him. Elder, I am aware that the Ninja Cat clan can relay messages. I would like to request your assistance in delivering a message, and this bag of dried fish shall serve as your reward. What do you think? Upon seeing the generous offering of dried fish in Kakashi's hand, the orange cat's eyes sparkled with delight. However, it quickly composed itself and replied, "Young one, what is your name? Given our fortuitous encounter, I shall assist you in conveying this message, only because you pique my interest, not due to any mere dried fish." Hatake Kid nodded eagerly, affirming, of course. My name is Hatake Kid. This packet of dried fish is merely something I cannot consume, and I have specifically requested your assistance to dispose of it." The orange cat nodded sagely, responding earnestly, yes, I understand. However, you need not refer to me as senior, simply call me Boss Cat. With that, he retrieved a scroll from the folds of his plump belly. Boss Cat handed the scroll to Hatake Kid, who opened it to find a reverse summoning contract. Perplexed, Hokage Kid gazed at Boss Cat, uncertain of its meaning. Boss Cat sniffed the dried fish in his paw, then promptly tossed it into his mouth, savoring it. Observing the confusion on Hokage Kid's face, Boss Cat clarified, "This is a one-time reverse summoning scroll. Hold it, and once I convey your message, I shall return to you through this scroll with my response. Now, provide me with the information you wish to relay. After all, you do pique my interest, otherwise I would not assist you." Hokage Kid quickly nodded in agreement, moving aside to pin his thoughts into a letter, which he solemnly handed to Boss Cat. "Please deliver this letter to Uzumaki Mido at the Senju ancestral home. I beg of you. Rest assured, Kid, I am quite loyal." Boss Cat waved his paw, readily stowing the letter along with the dried fish into the folds of his belly. Staring in astonishment at the disappearing bundle of dried fish, Hokage Kid was momentarily taken aback. Could this belly be akin to a fourth-dimensional pocket? Much like Nami's chest in the neighboring pirate tale. "All right, Kid, I must take my leave." With a puff of smoke, Boss Cat vanished from sight. Once Boss Cat had disappeared, Hokage Kid hastened back to the wilderness encampment, where his two sons awaited their nourishment. Chapter 68. Observations from the camp after a brief respite in the wilderness near Short Book Street. The three young ones regained their energy and set forth on their journey early the following day. After 2 days of arduous travel, they finally arrived, weary yet determined, at the Leaf Village encampment on the border. At the camp's entrance, they underwent a stringent identity verification process. The vigilant ninja responsible for the checks meticulously cross-referenced their identification information, allowing them entry only once all was confirmed accurate. Upon entering the encampment, they were escorted by a leaf ninja to the command center. Along the way, they observed the bustling atmosphere within the camp, where tents and facilities were arranged in an orderly fashion, and numerous ninjas moved purposefully, each fulfilling their respective duties. The three young ones curiously surveyed their surroundings, noting the prevalence of Uchiha clan ninjas adorned with fan symbols, interspersed with a few other leaf ninjas lacking such insignia. Upon reaching the command center, they found the atmosphere to be solemn, with many ninjas engaged in diligent work. The three young ones were informed that the supplies they brought were of significant military importance, containing a substantial quantity of detonation tags. These tags were crucial for the defense and operations of the Hidden Leaf Village, necessitating meticulous inspection before the commanding officer, with no room for negligence. Naturally, the trio had no objections, as this was merely standard procedure and not intended to create difficulties for them. Even if there were someone with malicious intent, it would be unlikely for them to target these three inexperienced youths. After all, who would behave like that old curmudgeon Danzo, snapping like a rabid dog at anyone in sight? Before long, the supplies were thoroughly checked, with the quantities confirmed to be entirely accurate, devoid of any discrepancies. The elder Uchiha, seated at the head of the table, nodded in satisfaction and gestured to his subordinates to transport the supplies to the logistics camp. Then, he leisurely picked up a pen and swiftly wrote several lines on a sheet of paper. Once finished, he reviewed it briefly before handing it to the temporary captain, Kakashi. In a low and gravelly voice, the elder remarked, "Your team, the Haru Spring Squad, has accomplished this mission remarkably well. The speed and accuracy with which you delivered the supplies to the frontline camp is truly commendable." His gaze settled on Kakashi, and he continued, "In your hands lies the mission receipt, which I have signed to confirm. This signifies the successful completion of your team's task. Upon your return to the village, you need only present this receipt to the third Hokage." Upon hearing these words, the three young ones beamed with joy, nodding in unison to indicate their complete understanding. Observing their reaction, the elder waved his hand and added, "Well then, there is nothing more for you here. You may set off for the village at your convenience. If you find the journey too long, you may rest here for the night and depart tomorrow. Ultimately, the decision is entirely yours. Now, if there is nothing else, you may take your leave." The trio slightly bowed in unison and responded, "Yes, sir." They then eagerly exited the command tent. As an elder of the Uchiha clan, he harbored a distinctive pride in his lineage. Although he was somewhat surprised that these young ones had already become chunin at such a tender age, this surprise was fleeting and hardly worthy of his attention. After leaving the command tent, the three young ones deliberated and decided to rest for the night before embarking on their journey back to the village. At Kakashi's suggestion, they were assigned to a tent situated a distance away from the command center. The accommodations were quite simple, containing only a few rudimentary wooden beds, with no other superfluous items. However, As war had not yet officially erupted, this tent, originally designated for medical purposes, temporarily served as their makeshift abode. Upon entering the tent, they were greeted by a musty odor. They surveyed their surroundings and noticed the disarray within, prompting them to decide to tidy up a bit. After considerable effort, the tent had become significantly tidier. The three of them sat wearily on the edge of the bed, savoring a moment of tranquility. Following dinner, they reclined on their beds and began to engage in lively conversation. Sarutobi Shoda was the first to break the silence, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "I feel quite anxious. Although there is no war erupting here, the atmosphere is intensely vigilant." As if in unison, Yue Yangchun immediately concurred, "Indeed, I share the same sentiment. It is hard to fathom how daunting the battlefield in the land of rain must be, given how strict it is here even before a conflict has begun." Kikuchi Keed pondered for a moment before responding thoughtfully. To truly understand what a battlefield is like, one must experience it firsthand. Nevertheless, we must prepare ourselves adequately to face any potential circumstances. The weight of their conversation lingered in the air of the tent, casting a somber mood upon them. Then, Kikuchi Keed swiftly redirected the topic, as if the previous discussion had never transpired. He suddenly inquired, "By the way, does anyone know the specifics about the commander? Please, enlighten me." Upon hearing this query, Sarutobi Shoda perked up, exclaiming excitedly, "Ah, if we're discussing him, then I'm wide awake. The commander of this camp is the second elder of the Uchiha clan, named Uchiha Sho." With evident pride, Sarutobi Shoda continued, "Moreover, he is a significant contributor to the Uchiha clan, always prioritizing the clan's interests in any endeavor." "Oh, Shoda, how do you know so much about him?" Kikuchi Keed and Yue Yanchun exchanged curious glances, intrigued by Sarutobi Shoda's wealth of information. Faced with their inquiries, Sarutobi Shoda hesitated, stuttering slightly before finally deciding to confess. "Actually, while you know me as a ninja of the Sarutobi clan, I have another identity." "What identity?" Kikuchi Keed and Yue Yangchun asked in unison, their curiosity piqued. Sarutobi Shoda took a deep breath and slowly revealed, "I am, in fact, the nephew of the third Hokage." "Oh, I thought it was something more impressive." Kikuchi Keed and Yue Yangchun sighed in unison, collapsing onto the somewhat worn wooden bed like deflated balloons. "Are you not even a little surprised?" Sarutobi Shoda looked at them incredulously, clearly puzzled by their calm reaction. "Humph, what is there to be surprised about?" Yue Yanchun shrugged dismissively, casually responding, "Keed and I had already speculated about your identity. We simply thought it was inconsequential, which is why we never brought it up." "Really?" Sarutobi Shoda appeared somewhat incredulous, his eyes widening as he quickly turned to Kikuchi Keed, eager to receive confirmation from him. However, Kikuchi Keed did not even glance back. He merely stated nonchalantly, "Of course. I noticed it long ago. So what if you are the nephew of the third Hokage? That doesn't change anything. You still often find yourself in my mischief." "Humph. Who deceives whom is yet to be determined." Sarutobi Yo shouted, abruptly turning his head as if to cast off the lingering resentment behind him. However, in that fleeting moment, the corners of his mouth subtly lifted, revealing an almost imperceptible smile. The relentless march over the past few days had taken a severe toll on the trio, pushing their bodies and spirits to the brink of exhaustion. Before long, their nighttime discussions came to a hasty conclusion, and their breaths gradually steadied as they slipped into the embrace of slumber. Chapter 69. An unexpected encounter. The following morning, the trio rose early, packed their belongings, and embarked on the journey back to their village. On their return, a sense of elation enveloped them. After all, they had successfully delivered the most vital military supplies to the camp on time, marking their first independent completion of such a significant mission. Naturally, this accomplishment filled them with excitement. Freed from burdens, the trio felt light and unencumbered, their steps becoming more buoyant. They jogged along the path, savoring the surrounding scenery and reveling in the beauty of nature. However, as they distanced themselves from the Konoha camp, their demeanor gradually shifted to one of seriousness. They understood that, despite having fulfilled their primary objective, vigilance remained paramount. In the wilderness, various dangers and foes lurked at every turn. Thus, as they continued their journey, they meticulously surveyed their environment, attentive to any signs of potential adversaries. When the time for rest arrived, they did not let their guard down. They sought a relatively safe spot to establish a temporary camp and set up simple traps around the perimeter to thwart any sudden enemy assaults. As time passed, the night deepened, and traveling after dark became exceedingly perilous. Within a makeshift encampment, the trio gathered around a campfire, partaking in a modest dinner. After their meal, they resolved to take turns watching over each other to ensure their safety. At that moment, the team leader, Hokage Kid, suddenly wore a grave expression. In the next instant, he drew the kunai from his back and assumed a defensive stance. Immediately, Yu Haru seemed to sense something amiss, swiftly retrieving shuriken from his pouch, ready to defend himself. Shoyuda, witnessing the sudden seriousness of his companions, was about to inquire about the situation when the alarm bells set around the camp's perimeter rang out. The unexpected sound tightened Sarutobi Shuda's nerves, leading him to comprehend the cause of his companion's unease. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang to his feet, brandishing his own shuriken and adopting a defensive posture. The three stood back to back in a triangular formation, maintaining an optimal distance that allowed for mutual support without hindering individual movements. Their gazes fixed intently on the camp's exit, they dared not relax for an instant. Each entrusted their backs to the others, a bond of tacit understanding and trust proving especially vital in moments of life and death. Shoyuda, Hokage Kid barked. No further words were necessary. Sarutobi Shoyuda understood implicitly. He launched an attack without hesitation, summoning a shuriken and casting it into the encroaching darkness. Shadow clone technique. With a low utterance from Shoda, the shuriken fragmented into hundreds of identical replicas, hurtling forward en masse into the obscurity. Following suit, Kazuki swiftly unleashed his own assault, his arms snapping like a whip as countless violet kunai cascaded down like a meteor shower. Violet thunderstorm. The purple kunai interwove with the shuriken, forming an impenetrable net of attack. Earth release, earth flow wall. A man's voice echoed from the shadows, soon followed by an exasperated exclamation. Damn it. Those little brats from Konoha are so devious, employing lightning release. Laughter erupted from the darkness, a cacophony of voices, one particularly boisterous, mocking the man ahead. Tunshin, are you even capable? A mere child has managed to wound you. Perhaps your frequent visits to the red light district have left you a bit weak? The owner of the laughter ruthlessly taunted the man in front. Furious, the man retorted, Ing Chung, you dare? His tone shifted abruptly. Both Kazuki and Hinata keenly sensed the vast chakra emanating from the newcomers, indicating formidable ninja prowess. Faced with such a daunting adversary, the advantage of striking first was imperative. Kazuki plunged his ninja blade into the earth and extended his hands, enveloped in purple lightning, radiating a blinding brilliance. Suddenly, two fearsome dragon heads erupted from his palms, roaring forth with the force of a tempest, charging towards the enemy. Violet Thunder Dragon. At that moment, the mocking voices from the shadows transformed into expressions of shock and dread. What the hell? How can these Konoha brats be so powerful? As this exclamation pierced the air, a purple lightning dragon cleaved through the darkness, its unmatched momentum surging forward. Wherever the dragon passed, trees and rocks were obliterated, disintegrating into clouds of dust. The dragon shimmered with brilliance, seemingly tearing apart the darkness and illuminating the path ahead. In that fleeting instant, the trio finally discerned the features of the strangers before them. The most striking characteristic of these unfamiliar figures was their vibrant red hair, which stood out starkly against the shadows. A sudden realization struck the trio. Could these be the allies of Konoha, the Uzumaki clan? Yet, the speed of the lightning dragon was overwhelming, leaving the members of the Uzumaki clan no time to react. As they stared in astonishment at the approaching dragon, a cool, clear voice resonated from behind them. Ninjutsu, lightning sealing formation. In an instant, dark runes materialized in the air, forming an invisible yet solid barrier that blocked the path of the lightning dragon. The next moment, a tall and ethereal red-haired woman appeared before them, her hair glowing vibrantly in the radiance of the lightning. The woman moved with remarkable swiftness, displaying no hesitation whatsoever. She unfurled a scroll upon the ground and swiftly formed hand seals with both hands. As her seals were completed, the black runes that had been floating in the air seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, converging towards the scroll below. They enveloped the lightning dragon tightly, transforming it into powerful streams of chakra that continuously flowed into the scroll. Once the final trace of chakra was absorbed, a colossal sealing character abruptly manifested at the center of the scroll. With the sealing complete, the woman promptly gathered the scroll and secured it tightly. After accomplishing this, she cast a deep glance at Kakashi, her eyes reflecting a flicker of astonishment. Internally, she marveled, what astonishing chakra. The hidden leaf truly has an abundance of talent. However, upon noticing the vigilant stances of the three young ones, she quickly reassured them, saying, "Dear friends from the hidden leaf, there is no need for concern. We are ninjas from the land of whirlpools and harbor no ill intentions." Chapter 70, Assigning Missions. Returning to the border camp, the woman's striking red hair and her exquisite sealing techniques indeed heightened the trust within the hearts of the trio. Nevertheless, they remained on guard, maintaining a posture of heightened vigilance. Observing this, the woman exhibited great patience, smiling as she explained, "Now, dear friends from the hidden leaf, there is no need to be so tense. We actually have a few comrades from the hidden leaf here as well. Shortly, you shall meet them, and you will naturally understand that we mean no harm." Before her words could fully settle, a sudden rustling emanated from behind her. Immediately, a voice that Kakashi knew all too well rang out. "Reina, your speed is astonishing." Following this voice, several figures appeared, landing gracefully on the ground. The newcomers, adorned with the headbands of the hidden leaf, signified their identities as ninjas from the village. Among them was a familiar face to Kakashi, Shinju. The appearance of Shinju prompted the trio to sheath their weapons, quickly dissolving their earlier wariness. With a smile, Shinju approached Kakashi and the others, ready to speak. But Kakashi interjected. He looked at Shinju with a puzzled expression and exclaimed, "Shinju, what are you doing here?" Shinju chuckled and replied, "Oh, just visiting relatives." Catching sight of the red-haired Uzumaki clan members behind, Kakashi exchanged a knowing glance with Shinju. Noticing this, Shinju shifted the topic, asking, "Enough about me, what about you? What brings you here?" Kakashi shot Shinju a bemused look and retorted, "Of course, it's for a mission. Our squad has been assigned an important task, but the specifics are classified and cannot be shared. We just completed our assignment, and we're on our way back to the village when unexpectedly, this incident occurred." Pausing for a moment, Kakashi introduced his companions, saying, "Oh, by the way, let me introduce my two teammates. This is Haruno Sakura. She is an exceptionally trustworthy ally. The mature-looking individual is Sarutobi Shoyuta, a remarkably dependable companion." In response to Shoyuta and Hinata Haru, Hatake Kakashi turned to them and said, "This is Naru, the younger brother of Lady Tsunade. You must have heard of her, right?" Once the alarm was lifted, the previously tense atmosphere dissipated in an instant, and Sarutobi Shoyuta leapt up exuberantly, resembling a child. He grasped Kakashi by the neck, shaking him vigorously while exclaiming, "Who do you call mature?" Observing this, Hinata Haru hurriedly intervened, restraining Shoyuta. While calming the exuberant Sarutobi Shoyuta, he introduced himself to Naru, saying, "Hello, Naru, I am Hinata Haru." Shoyuta raised his hand in response, declaring, "I am Sarutobi Shoyuta." Naru, watching these two contrasting personalities, couldn't help but smile slightly. He courteously greeted Shoyuta and Haru before retrieving a mission scroll from his pocket. Naru handed the scroll to Kakashi, stating, "I have a mission assigned by my grandmother through the Hokage's office, personally designated for you. Rest assured, my grandmother has assured me that the rewards will be substantial if you take it on." "Assigned to me?" Kakashi regarded the scroll with skepticism, pondering the elderly lady's true intentions. He slowly unfurled the scroll and meticulously read its contents. The volume of information was overwhelming, nearly causing Kakashi's mind to short-circuit. Truly a relic from the Warring States period. Such strategic planning and analytical prowess are indeed worthy of my diligent study. Through the Inuzuka clan, Kakashi conveyed his suspicions in a letter to Uzumaki Mido. After reading the letter, the elderly lady deduced the sinister intentions of the Hidden Mist Village. Furthermore, the Uzumaki clan's sacrificial ceremony was approaching, necessitating the return of its members from afar to the land of whirlpools. While it is easy to destroy a nation, annihilating an entire clan is far more challenging. Consequently, this ceremony would present the Hidden Mist Village with the perfect opportunity to strike. The elderly lady immediately devised a counterplan, one capable of delivering a significant blow to the Hidden Mist Village. In essence, the plan was to use the land of whirlpools as bait, while elite forces from the southeastern front would encircle and eliminate the invading troops from the Hidden Mist Village. Given their intention to attack the land of whirlpools, the Hidden Mist Village would undoubtedly deploy their elite troops. Once this formidable force was vanquished, the Hidden Mist Village would suffer substantial losses. With the pressure from Uzumaki Mido, the higher-ups of Konoha certainly could not afford to remain indifferent as they did in the original timeline. The only lingering concern was whether the Uchiha clan stationed at the southeastern camp would dutifully obey orders. A slight delay from the Uchiha clan could transform this plan into a dangerous trap. Kakashi raised his gaze to Naru, standing before him, and inquired, "Naru, have you seen this scroll?" Naru promptly shook his head, responding solemnly, "No, my grandmother specifically instructed me to personally deliver this scroll to you before we set off." Upon hearing this, Kakashi felt a sense of understanding settle within him. He certainly understood that the so-called chance encounter was merely a facade. Rope Tree must have been waiting for him along the path he would inevitably take back to the village. However, he chose not to press further, for some matters are best left unspoken. After a moment of silence, Hatake Kid nodded and declared, "Very well, I shall accept this mission." With that, he produced the meticulously prepared mission receipt from his bosom and handed it to Tsunegari Haru. "Tomorrow, you and Shoyudo will return to the village first. I have suddenly been assigned an urgent task that requires our paths to diverge for the time being." Tsunegari Haru took the mission receipt without uttering a word, merely giving Kid's shoulder a reassuring pat. Sarutobi Shoyuda boisterously remarked, "Rest assured, Haru and I will be back to the village swiftly. The most crucial part is you. As you embark on this secret mission, make sure to return safely. Don't forget, we still have a celebratory feast to look forward to." At Shuda's words, the corner of Kid's eye twitched slightly. Internally, he grumbled, "Damn it, not now, you fool." The following day, Kid bid farewell to Sarutobi Shoyuda and Tsunegari Haru before heading south with Rope Tree and a contingent of leaf ninjas, urgently making their way to the camp stationed at the border. The ninjas of the Uzumaki clan, led by a woman named Reina, returned to the land of whirlpools. On the journey southward, Kid explained everything to Rope Tree. The members of the Senju clan were taken aback, never anticipating the magnitude of the situation. Rope Tree, filled with concern, inquired, "Kid, do you think the southeast camp will offer assistance?" Kid sighed and replied, "It's unlikely. The southeast camp is predominantly occupied by the Uchiha clan, and the relationship between the Uchiha and Uzumaki clans is quite complicated. Although it appeared to be a tremendous honor for the Uchiha clan to guard the southeastern part of the Land of Fire, would the village's upper echelons genuinely bestow such an honor upon them?" Rope Tree, still unwilling to accept the grim possibility, pressed on, "Kid, what if Lord Hokage personally issues orders to the front lines?" Kid let out a cold laugh. "Rope Tree, you are being overly simplistic. Perhaps the third Hokage may issue the command, and other camp commanders might comply with his directives. However, the Uchiha," Rope Tree gasped in disbelief. "Are you suggesting they would dare defy orders?" Kid maintained his stoic expression and continued, "Not necessarily defiance. I could simply buy some time. Alternatively, I could act as though I never received the command at all." Rope Tree stared, astonished, murmuring, "Is such a tactic even possible? What should we do now?" Kid advised, "Let us proceed step by step. If the camp agrees to send troops, we shall swiftly eliminate this batch of intruders from the Mist Village. If things do not go as planned, we can only save as many as we can. Rope Tree, prepare for the worst." Chapter 71, The Ceiling Unveiled. Before long, they arrived at the Leaf Camp located along the southeastern defense line. Guided by the camp's ninjas, they traversed through the encampment and reached the tent of the commander, Uchiha Masaru. As the tent flap was lifted, Uchiha Masaru emerged from within. When Uchiha Sho saw the individuals brought by Naruki, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. Among them were several elders of the Senju clan, contemporaries of Uchiha Sho, who had likely been rivals even before the founding of the village. As expected, before Kakashi and Naruki could pay their respects to Uchiha Sho, a tense atmosphere had already enveloped both parties. Uchiha Sho's eyes, sharp as a hawk's, were fixed intently on the old woman behind Naruki, the corners of his mouth curling into a disdainful sneer. "Humph, Senju Momoko, you old hag, still clinging to life?" Upon hearing Uchiha Sho's words, the old woman did not flinch. She straightened her posture and retorted defiantly, "Rest assured, dog thief, even if you die, I shall not." This statement ignited a fire within Uchiha Sho, his expression darkening as his Sharingan spun rapidly, as if on the verge of aligning into a singular line. "Old woman, do you wish for death?" Uchiha Sho bellowed, threatening, "If you provoke me again, I shall slay you." However, the old woman dismissed Uchiha Sho's threat with a cold laugh. Stepping forward to the front of the group, "Come on, it's been years since I last fought. I wonder how much strength you have left, you old wretch." Uchiha Sho narrowed his eyes, a palpable aura of menace emanating from him. I can still manage to eliminate you. Witnessing the escalating tension, Kakashi inwardly lamented. He surveyed the surroundings, observing the Senju clan behind Momoko and the Uchiha clan behind Sho, both sides glaring at each other like roosters prepared for battle. The suffocating tension almost unbearable. Could we not sit down and discuss this calmly? Why must it escalate to this? Kakashi thought to himself, unable to fathom why these individuals adopted such hostile stances upon meeting. Surely, they could converse first and resort to fighting only if necessary. Nevertheless, despite his grievances, he was compelled to act in the face of the current situation. Taking a deep breath, Kakashi swiftly formed a series of hand seals and declared, "Shadow sealing release." As his voice resonated, the crimson mark on his forehead began to dissolve as if its seal had been lifted. Immediately, a tremendous surge of chakra erupted like a tidal wave, filling the entire space. This sudden influx of chakra pressure caused all present to shudder. Particularly, the opposing sides felt as though a weight of 1,000 pounds pressed upon their shoulders, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Including Naruki, everyone turned to stare at Kakashi in astonishment, as if they had encountered a monster. Uchiha Sho, especially, had not anticipated that this young boy could unleash such terrifying chakra. Kakashi slowly drew a gleaming ninja blade from behind him, a sinister smile playing on his lips. His gaze wandered between the two elderly men standing in opposition, as though he were scrutinizing every subtle nuance of their expressions. Esteemed elders, Chu Feng's voice was soft yet imbued with an undeniable sense of authority. Might I kindly request that you take a seat and engage in a calm discussion? I trust that, given your esteemed status and reputation, you would not refuse such a modest appeal and would grant me this favor. Although his words were steeped in humility, the insincere smile that accompanied them suggested a deeper meaning. However, just as Chu Feng finished speaking, a startling transformation occurred in the heavens. The once clear sky was suddenly shrouded by thick, dark clouds, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Shortly thereafter, a resounding clap of thunder erupted, as if the heavens were responding to Chu Feng's plea. On the ground, Chu Feng became a focal point amidst the unexpected thunder, his ninja blade glimmering ominously in the flicker of lightning, harmonizing with the tempestuous sky and thunder to create a breathtaking tableau. As the onlookers gazed in astonishment at the sky, an immense purple thunder beast became vaguely visible amidst the clouds. Its massive form flickered with blinding electric light, seemingly showcasing its unparalleled might to the world. Witnessing the imposing thunder beast in the sky, the crowd instinctively swallowed hard. Even the renowned ninjas Senju and Uchiha Sho, who had made their names during the Warring States period, found their expressions darkening. Having endured countless battles and achieved great renown, they were now being cornered and embarrassed by a mere child, leaving them at a loss for where to place their dignity. Though Chu Feng harbored deep reservations about resorting to such methods, he reluctantly recognized that, in the current tense atmosphere, persuading them to sit down and calmly discuss matters was nearly impossible. Just then, Ju, standing nearby, seemed to awaken from a stupor, quickly grasping the gravity of the situation. Without hesitating, he stepped forward, assuming the role of mediator. Ju's intervention was like a timely rain, perfectly alleviating the tense atmosphere. Seeing this, although Senju and Uchiha Sho still harbored mild dissatisfaction, they could no longer maintain their stalemate and reluctantly agreed to set aside their grievances and sit down for a discussion. Observing that both parties were finally willing to engage in a composed dialogue, Chu Feng felt a sense of relief. He exhaled deeply, then waved his arm, as if casting a wondrous spell. With this gesture, the once dreary sky seemed to be parted by an invisible hand, gradually brightening. The previously imposing thunder beast, too, appeared to lose its formidable presence, slowly dissipating into the air until it vanished completely. In that moment, Chu Feng, the orchestrator of this transformation, seemed to transform as well. The sharp aura that had once surrounded him receded, as if he had never possessed such formidable strength. His face bore an innocuous smile, resembling that of an ordinary, unthreatening Chunin. However, despite his seemingly unremarkable exterior, everyone present was acutely aware that this young lad was anything but simple. The power he had just displayed left all in attendance astonished, and no one dared to underestimate him any longer. Uchiha-chan cast a deep glance at Hatake Kid, a flicker of complexity passing through his eyes. He turned away, striding towards the command tent, and without looking back, he said, "You lot, come in together." Chapter 72, The Pros and Cons. Uchiha Chong persuaded Hatake Kid, Ju, and Senju Momoka entered the tent slowly. Others were stationed outside, tasked with vigilance, weapons in hand, watchfully observing their surroundings. Upon entering the tent, Senju Momoka formed hand seals, conjuring a soundproof barrier that materialized within the confines of the tent. Uchiha Chong disregarded Ju and Senju Momoka, his gaze fixated on Hatake Kid, revealing a hint of scrutiny. "You, the young scion of the Hatake clan. Did you not return home? Why are you back?" Uchiha Chang's voice was deep and powerful, tinged with an accusatory tone. Upon hearing this, Hatake Kid quickly replied, "Honorable Commander, there is a new mission in the village. This task is of utmost importance and requires your esteemed assistance." Oh, Uchiha Chang's lips curled slightly, a faint smile gracing his features, yet devoid of warmth. "You require my assistance. But what makes you think, young scion of the Hatake clan, that I would aid you in this endeavor?" Hatake Kid exhaled deeply, recognizing Uchiha Chang's intent to provoke. Unfazed, he responded, "Honorable Commander, this mission is crucial. Should we succeed, it will yield immense benefits for both the village and the Uchiha clan." Uchiha Chang, a man who held the Uchiha clan in high regard, felt a stir within him at Hatake Kid's mention of the significant advantages this mission could bring. His gaze remained locked on Hatake Kid, as if seeking a telltale sign in his eyes. Sensing Uchiha Chang's shift in demeanor, Hatake Kid seized the moment to elucidate the details concerning the land of whirlpools. Uchiha Chang listened intently to Hatake Kid's account, his expression largely unchanged, yet the tightly clenched fists betrayed his inner turmoil. He turned to Senju Momoka, who sat nearby, a hint of confusion in his voice as he queried, "Old woman, is what this lad says true?" Senju Momoka raised an eyebrow, seemingly displeased with Uchiha Chang's address. Nevertheless, she retorted with a hint of irritation, "Of course it is. Otherwise, why would I, an old woman, come here at my age?" Uchiha Chang paid no heed to the discontent in Senju Momoka's tone, for they had often clashed since the Warring States period. A few jibes upon meeting only served to cement their familiarity. Uchiha Chang gazed impassively at Hatake Kid and spoke softly, "The young scion of the Hatake clan. Your words are commendable. However, what reason do I have to assist you? Furthermore, it seems to me that the disappearance of the Uzumaki clan would be more advantageous for the Uchiha." At this point, Ju could no longer contain his frustration and abruptly sprang to his feet. His face flushed crimson. He exclaimed anxiously, "Commander, how can you act in such a manner? The Uzumaki clan is our ally in Konoha. We cannot stand by and watch them perish." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Chang's eyes narrowed slightly, and a chilling aura of menace surged towards Ju like an arrow, as he coldly retorted, "Are you, a mere child of the Senju clan, attempting to instruct me on how to conduct myself?" In an instant, as Uchiha Chang's murderous intent surged towards Ju like a roaring tide, Senju Momoka sprang into action, swiftly positioning herself in front of Ju. With her arms outstretched, she became an unyielding shield, intercepting Uchiha Chang's lethal intent. It was as if an invisible wall had arisen, halting the advance of that malevolence. Anger radiated from Senju Momoka's face, her eyes wide and fixated on Uchiha Chang as she scolded, "You scoundrel! At your age, how can you dare to unleash such malice upon a child?" Uchiha Chang, far from retreating, responded with even more audacity, "Humph. Old hag, mind your own business. I will act as I see fit. If you have the capability, then come and bite me." As the tension between the two elder figures escalated, a fierce confrontation seemed inevitable. Hatake Kid, feeling desperate, hastily stepped between them and exclaimed, "Elder ones, please, let us remain calm." Through his earnest entreaties, Hatake Kid managed to quell the rising tempers of the two elders, averting an impending clash. Now, feeling a headache coming on, he contemplated abandoning the endeavor altogether. Drawing a deep breath, he suppressed his dissatisfaction and impatience, striving to maintain a calm and steady tone. He locked eyes with Uchiha Chang and slowly articulated, "Commander, I implore you to hear me out. If you remain steadfast in your refusal to assist the Land of Waves and choose to witness its destruction, we shall take our leave from the camp and seek alternative means." Uchiha Chang, reclining slightly in his seat, arms crossed over his chest, regarded Hatake Kid with an expressionless gaze. The corners of his mouth curled into a barely perceptible smirk, seemingly mocking Kiid's audacity. Ignoring Uchiha Chang's reaction, Hatake Kiid continued. To my knowledge, Kirigakure has dispatched their most elite bloodline limit unit to attack the Land of Waves. This formidable force not only possesses great strength, but also wields unique bloodline abilities, making it one of Kirigakure's trump cards. If we can successfully eliminate this unit, it would deal a severe blow to Kirigakure, severely crippling their morale. Uchiha Chang interrupted with a disdainful snort, cutting off Hatake Kiid's words. Humph. Even if the Hidden Mist village has suffered significant damage, what relevance does that hold for our Uchiha clan? It brings no advantages to us. His tone was laden with disdain and indifference. Commander, Hatake Kiid exclaimed vehemently, I implore you to contemplate this matter with utmost seriousness. If you remain apathetic during this operation, our village shall inevitably lose a crucial ally. In the eyes of the world, this would undoubtedly portray our village as a traitor to its own brethren. He paused momentarily, inhaling deeply before continuing. All right, even if we concede a point, do you truly believe that allowing the village to bear such a colossal burden would not severely tarnish its reputation and diminish its influence? Yet, have you considered what benefits this would yield for the development of your Uchiha clan? Hatake Kiid's words struck Uchiha Chang like a hammer, resonating profoundly within him. Let us not forget, Hatake Kiid's voice grew increasingly somber, who comprises the upper echelons of Konoha today. They have inherited a deep-seated animosity towards the Uchiha clan from the second Hokage. Do you think, after our village endures such immense losses, they would treat the instigator with any leniency? No sooner had he finished speaking than a resounding crash echoed through the room. Uchiha Chang could no longer maintain his lofty demeanor. He slammed his hand upon the table, rising to his feet, his eyes ablaze as he glared at Hatake Kiid, bellowing, Do they dare? Hatake Kiid paid no heed to Uchiha Chang's momentary lapse in composure, continuing unabated. It is undeniable that the strength of the Hidden Mist village is relatively weak. However, it remains a shinobi village of a great nation, signifying its certain standing and influence within the ninja world. He paused briefly before adding, To protect one clan is to protect one village. This may be regarded as an honor to some extent. Yet, from another perspective, is it not also a heavy shackle? Should we succeed in delivering a genuine blow to the Hidden Mist village, the Uchiha clan stands to gain immensely. First, this would mark a true moment of glory for the Uchiha, as the villagers would come to recognize the clan's contributions, thereby embracing you wholeheartedly. Furthermore, it would present an opportunity to forge a friendship with the Uzumaki clan. I firmly believe that under Lord Mito's adept mediation, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village will see significant improvement. At this juncture, Hatake Kiid's tones softened slightly, even after a century. Do you not think that Tsunade and Shinjuro will raise their voices in support of the Uchiha clan? Upon hearing Hatake Kiid's words, Uchiha Chang felt as though struck by lightning. His body trembled violently before he slowly sank back into his chair like a deflated balloon. He, Uchiha Chang, as an elder of the Uchiha clan, had always been brimming with confidence in his family's strength. He was firmly convinced that the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan was the most formidable power in the ninja world, unmatched by any. Yet, in this moment, Hatake Kiid's words struck him like a heavy blow, awakening him from his reverie. He gazed around in bewilderment, his eyes first landing on Hatake Kiid, who had been speaking so eloquently just moments before. The young scion of the Hatake clan, despite his tender years, possessed insights and discernment that far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Uchiha Chang couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration for him. Subsequently, his gaze shifted to the frightened Shiboku, whose terrified expression made Uchiha Chang acutely aware of how ungracious and reckless his previous actions had been. Finally, his attention settled on his longtime rival, Senju Momoka. For as long as he could remember, Senju Momoka had been his formidable adversary, their rivalry stretching from the Warring States period into the founding of their village. Yet, in that moment, Uchiha Chang found himself pondering the futility of their incessant skirmishes. With a wry smile, he shook his head and lamented, After centuries of open conflict and deceit, is the title of the strongest in the ninja world truly that significant? Having lived so long, I find myself less perceptive than you, a mere child. With that, Uchiha Chang's gaze returned to Hatake Kaze, and he spoke slowly. Young man of the Hatake clan, you are commendable. This statement served not only as a commendation for Hatake Kaze, but also as a moment of introspection for himself. After a brief silence, Uchiha Chong rose from his seat with a gaze as fierce as a flame, locking onto his old rival, Senju Momoka. A slight smile graced his lips as he inquired, "Old woman, the renowned illusionist of the Warring States period, how much strength do you still possess?" His tone bore a hint of provocation, yet was laced with playful banter. Upon hearing this, Senju Momoka's expression darkened momentarily before she shot Uchiha Chong a look of disdain. However, Uchiha Chong appeared unfazed by her reaction, continuing with a chuckle, "So, old woman, do you dare to join this old man and confront those brash youngsters from the Hidden Mist Village?" Senju Momoka scoffed, responding defiantly, "What is there to fear? This old lady has some scores to settle with that Byakuren and Hozuki Mangetsu." Regrettably, they had already perished, but that was of little consequence. Their descendants would suffice to settle the accounts. Uchiha Chong erupted into hearty laughter, slamming his hand on the table in delight. "Ha ha ha. Who would have thought that at this age, I would still join forces with you, old woman? Very well. Let us see just how capable those youngsters from the Hidden Mist Village truly are." As he prepared to issue commands and arrange the tasks at hand, Hatake Kaze suddenly interjected, "Senior, please wait a moment." His brow furrowed tightly, harboring doubts about the demise of the Land of Whirlpools. The fall of the Land of Whirlpools undoubtedly bore the shadows of Uchiha Madara and Kage's influence. Therefore, caution was imperative. Hatake Kaze proposed to Uchiha Chong, "First and foremost, we must ensure that the enemy remains unaware that we are privy to the events concerning the Land of Whirlpools. Thus, you could dispatch 2 or 3 teams to the Land of Waves. The first objective would be to establish observation posts to monitor the movements of the Hidden Mist Village. I shall arrive in the Land of Waves beforehand, stealthily bringing a contingent of elite forces into the Land of Whirlpools." Following a brief pause, Hatake Kid continued, "Furthermore, under the guise of mobilizing troops from the village to support the Land of Rain, the commander-in-chief will lead the main forces to execute the final encirclement." Upon hearing Hatake Kid's proposal, Uchiha Sho exchanged a glance with his old rival, Senju Momoka, both eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. Uchiha Sho nodded and declared, "Very well. Let us proceed according to your arrangement." Chapter 73, Journey to the Land of Waves. As the soundproof barrier was lifted, both Hatake Kid and S.H. Ju displayed unusually somber expressions as they silently led everyone away from the encampment. Yet, at the very moment they stepped out, an urgent war council was convened within the Leaf Village encampment. Inside the command tent, the atmosphere was tense and grave. Uchiha Sho occupied the central seat, flanked by several high-ranking members of the Uchiha clan. Leaders from various camps took their places, and a palpable sense of urgency permeated the air. Once all were gathered, Uchiha Sho slowly began, "You have all just witnessed, have you not? The 2 youngsters from the Senju and Hatake clans came seeking our assistance." He continued, "Although I did not consent to provide them aid, I gleaned a crucial piece of information from their fragmented words. The Mist Village and the Cloud Village are amassing explosive tags on a large scale, evidently preparing for the impending war." Uchiha Sho's words instantly stirred a commotion among the assembled leaders. Maintaining a stoic demeanor, he sat at the head of the table, rhythmically tapping his fingers against the desk, producing a crisp sound. Though subtle, it resonated like a hammer, striking the hearts of those present and abruptly halting their whispers. The previously raucous chatter ceased, and all eyes turned towards Uchiha Sho. His cold gaze swept across the assembly before he rose and strode purposefully to the map at the center of the tent. Once positioned, he pointed decisively to 2 islands on the map, emphasizing one in particular. "Esteemed colleagues," his voice was low and serious, "our primary objective here is to guard against an assault from the Mist Village." He paused, then moved his finger to another island, stating, "Here and here," indicating the Land of Whirlpools and the Land of Waves respectively. His gaze lingered on the Land of Whirlpools before he continued. "The Uzumaki clan is known for their volatile temperament, yet their station in the Land of Whirlpools alleviates our concerns." At this juncture, Uchiha Sho's tone grew slightly more pronounced. However, he emphatically tapped the position of the Land of Waves, where there lies a void. Should the Mist Village seize this territory, we would find ourselves in an exceedingly precarious position. His words reverberated like a clarion call within the tent, casting a pall over the faces of all present. Uchiha Chong surveyed the assembly before him and spoke slowly. "Therefore, I have resolved to bolster our defenses in the Land of Waves. This strategy will not only allow us to advance our front line, but, more importantly, it will grant us additional time to react. With that, Uchiha Chang returned to his seat of authority. As silence enveloped the room, Uchiha Kakashi, the high-ranking shinobi responsible for the camp's logistics, suddenly rose, his voice resonating loudly in the quiet conference hall. "Commander, our current supplies can barely sustain this camp's needs. We simply do not possess the resources to establish a new encampment." No sooner had he finished speaking than another senior Uchiha member interjected. "Can we not solicit some support from the Land of Waves? Surely we could engage in fruitful negotiations with those noble merchants." He emphasized the word fruitful, hinting at deeper implications. However, Uchiha Kakashi shook his head in resignation, sighing, "If we could indeed procure resources from those noble merchants, it would be splendid. But the truth is, the Land of Waves is so impoverished that it is scarcely feasible to find such affluent figures." He then turned his gaze towards Uchiha Chang, seated in the main position, and continued, "Thus, Commander, you must exercise caution in your deliberations." Kakashi's remarks prompted nods of agreement from the other leaders present, as they were intimately familiar with the camp's actual circumstances. At that moment, Uchiha Chang interjected, "Kakashi, I am aware of your concerns. However, I believe you have misconstrued my intentions. I do not aim to establish a new camp in the Land of Waves, but rather to set up a temporary outpost." The assembly responded with astonishment. Observing their reactions, Uchiha Chang quickly clarified, "Please, allow me to finish. My proposal is to deploy a few small teams to the Land of Waves for surveillance duties. The numbers need not be excessive. 2 or 3 teams will suffice, each team comprising approximately 34 members." Uchiha Chang elaborated, "Should we detect traces of the Mist Village, if their numbers are few, our teams will be fully capable of neutralizing them. Conversely, if they are numerous, our teams need not engage directly. They can retreat swiftly and relay intelligence back here, granting the camp additional time to prepare." Upon hearing this, the attendees experienced a moment of clarity and expressed their support for Uchiha Chang's proposal. Nonetheless, Uchiha Kakashi, after a brief silence, began to ponder the feasibility of the plan. After careful consideration, he concluded that dispatching merely 2 or 3 teams to the Land of Waves would not incur excessive costs, and the camp could indeed accommodate this endeavor. Thus, Uchiha Kakashi ultimately nodded in agreement, stating, "In that case, let us proceed to send 2 teams to the Land of Waves for the time being." Uchiha Chang decisively made his decision, urging the others to brace themselves, for the Land of Waves merely serves as a surveillance post. "Our true battlefield lies here." "Understood." Once the group departed, Uchiha Chang instructed, "Summon the Wind team and the Aoki team to meet with me." Shortly after, 5 individuals entered the command tent in succession. The foremost among them were members of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Kazekage and Uchiha Aoki, both of whom had attained the rank of Jonin. The remaining trio comprised Uchiha Fujino, adept in communication and perception, a rarity among the Uchiha; Uchiha Kimura, skilled in earth and lightning release, particularly effective against the ninjas of the hidden Mist Village; and the last, a medical kunoichi named Uchiha Shiashur. These 3 were formidable, standing out among the Chunin as elite warriors. Upon their arrival, Uchiha Chang promptly organized them into a combat unit, appointing Uchiha Kazekage as the captain. He handed a scroll to Captain Uchiha Kazekage, sternly instructing them to refrain from opening it until they reached the Land of Waves. With the team assembled, at the captain's command, the 5 swiftly departed the camp, heading towards the Land of Waves. In a corner of the logistics camp stood a modest tent, the abode of Uchiha Kiku. After a long day's labor, he had just finished inventorying supplies and was ready to rest. However, upon entering his tent, an unusual sensation enveloped him. His body seemed ensnared by an invisible force, rendering him rigid, before he suddenly collapsed to the ground. As he lay there, a pained expression etched across his face, as if he were enduring immense torment. His eyes involuntarily opened, revealing the long-concealed Sharingan, which now shimmered with profound anguish and struggle. Yet, this agony was fleeting. Within minutes, the intense pain receded like a tide, and Uchiha Kiku's body gradually returned to normal. Struggling to rise, he seated himself at the edge of his bed, gazing around in a daze. During those brief moments, a myriad of images and memories flashed through his mind, some filled with suffering, others with confusion, and a few that brought about sudden realizations. Finally, as he emerged from this chaotic reverie, his Sharingan closed once more, restoring the tranquility he was accustomed to. Chapter 74. Entering the land of whirlpools, the composition of the team was the result of Uchiha Chang's careful deliberation. This newly established unit boasted formidable offensive capabilities, sustained endurance, and swift communication, making it an absolutely trusted combat team dispatched by Uchiha Chang. The team raced forward, soon reaching the eastern side of the Land of Waves. Here, a cliff near the sea rose majestically, affording an expansive view, undoubtedly an ideal location for a surveillance outpost. After a thorough search, the team finally discovered a concealed cave within the cliff face. The cave is situated in a concealed location, making it difficult for anyone to detect, rendering it an excellent choice for a temporary lookout. The group swiftly entered the cave and began to set up their station. However, just as they completed their preparations and had not yet caught their breath, Uchiha Fujino suddenly sensed an unfamiliar presence drawing near. As he prepared to sound the alarm, a figure appeared before them like a specter. It was none other than Kakashi. His unexpected arrival startled the other members of the team, many of whom instinctively reached for their ninja tools to resist before they could fully comprehend the situation. "Wait!" Kakashi exclaimed, raising his hand to signal everyone to calm down. Though his voice was not loud, it carried an undeniable authority. Hearing Kakashi's words, the team members hesitated for a moment, their actions coming to a halt. Observing this, Kakashi continued, "You are the team dispatched to the Land of Waves, correct? Do not be alarmed. Open your command scroll, and it will clarify everything." Team leader Uchiha Kazuhiko pondered Kakashi's directive with some trepidation. Yet, after a brief moment of contemplation, he resolved to comply with Kakashi's request. Cautiously, he extended his hands and slowly unfurled the mysterious scroll. As it opened, the text gradually became legible to his eyes. The scroll boldly proclaimed that all members of the Kazuhiko team must unconditionally accept Kakashi's command and adhere strictly to his arrangements. Gazing at the words, Uchiha Kazuhiko fell silent for a moment before nodding slightly in agreement. He then turned to face his team members, signaling them to stow away their ninja tools. Kakashi stood aside, quietly observing the team's reactions. As he witnessed the members gradually lower their guard, a subtle smile graced his lips. Subsequently, Kakashi decisively issued orders. "Create shadow clones to continue the original mission, while the main body will accompany me to the Land of Whirlpools." The team members exchanged glances, a hint of confusion stirring within them. Nevertheless, they refrained from asking further questions and swiftly formed hand seals to execute the shadow clone technique. Upon their emergence, the shadow clones immediately understood their subsequent tasks. Pleased with their promptness, Kakashi nodded in approval. He then led the team members out of the cave. As they made their way towards the Land of Whirlpools, traversing the waves. As night descended, the stars twinkled overhead, and the territory of the Uzumaki clan was bathed in gentle moonlight. Laughter and joy filled the air, transforming the clan's land into a vibrant sea of merriment. Those Uzumaki clan members who had settled across the ninja world returned home, reuniting with long-lost family members to share their stories and longings. However, amidst this atmosphere of joy, the Nami Hall of the Uzumaki clan stood in stark contrast. The atmosphere here was tense and foreboding, a sharp divergence from the surrounding revelry. In the ancient edifice, the current clan leader of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Lushong, alongside Rope Tree and the Thousand-Handed Peach Blossom, gathered with numerous high-ranking members of the Uzumaki clan. Within the Namion Hall, the flickering candlelight illuminated the solemn expressions on each face as they sat in silence around a long table, seemingly awaiting something momentous. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the hall, and in strode Flagwood Foam, accompanied by the Uchiha combat team. Upon their arrival, the high-ranking members of the Uzumaki clan narrowed their eyes, for the two clans bore a long-standing enmity dating back to the Warring States period. The unexpected assistance from the Uchiha clan stirred a complex array of emotions within the Uzumaki leaders. As the assembly of personnel reached completion, clan leader Uzumaki Lushong stood gravely before the congregation. His voice resonated with authority as he issued a direct command. "Second Elder, during the festival, activate the barrier's combat mode. All members of the barrier team on leave must be summoned back, especially the elite shinobi. None can be absent." His gaze swept across the assembly before continuing. "Elder 1, Elder 3, Elder 4, you three shall lead the clan's shinobi under Elder Peach Blossom's directives. Ensure the smooth execution of the festival while also preparing to counter any enemy assaults." Turning to Elder 5, he spoke with grave seriousness. "Your task is of paramount importance. You must oversee the evacuation, ensuring that civilians and children can safely reach the shelters post-festival. Remember to activate the defensive barrier. We must not afford the enemy any advantage. After delivering these crucial instructions, clan leader Uzumaki Lushong bowed deeply to his kin and then slowly rose. His eyes shone with unwavering resolve as he proclaimed, "The impending assault from the mist-hidden village poses a dire threat to our very existence. Yet I firmly believe that as long as we stand united, we shall annihilate the invading foes." The members of the Uzumaki clan, their faces etched with gravity, understood the stakes at hand. This incident could determine the survival of their entire lineage. Thus, they rose in unison, declaring, "We obey. We shall exert every effort to defend the dignity and glory of the Uzumaki clan with our lives." With their determination firmly established, the subsequent discussions turned to the specifics of their battle strategy. First, they resolved to adopt a strategy of fortification and scorched earth, denying the invading mist-hidden village any opportunity to sustain their campaign. From this moment until the festival's conclusion, the common folk of the land of whirlpools would be evacuated to the nearby forests for concealment. Anything portable must be taken. Items that could not be moved should be securely buried in hidden locations, and if that proved impossible, they must be utterly destroyed to prevent the enemy from acquiring them. Furthermore, the Uzumaki clan's sensory shinobi would be divided into several small teams, dispatched to designated locations to lie in wait. Their mission would be to closely monitor the movements of the mist-hidden village's forces and relay intelligence back to their clan. Lastly, the deployment of shinobi and the arrangement of traps would be crucial. Each team of shinobi would need to ingeniously set various traps along the enemy's likely paths to impede their advance. Without engaging in direct confrontation with the enemy, the objective is to delay their march as much as possible, thereby granting the Uzumaki clan additional time for preparation. Chapter 75. The bloodstained forces of the hidden mist village. Time swiftly passes, and the night of the grand ceremony in the Uzumaki hidden village quietly arrives. On this special evening, the village is ablaze with lights and bustling with activity. The common folk of the Uzumaki clan, clad in their finest attire, joyfully sing and dance, celebrating this significant festival. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a colossal crisis threatening their very existence looms overhead like ominous clouds before a storm. Meanwhile, the atmosphere within the Nami Hall is tense and grave. Once regarded as a sacred site for the Uzumaki people, it has been temporarily transformed into a command center, becoming the core hub of the entire Uzumaki hidden village. Uzumaki Ruzang and Senju Momoka sit solemnly, scrutinizing the maps and intelligence laid before them. As the leaders of the Uzumaki hidden village, they bear the heavy responsibility of safeguarding their kin. Standing beside them, Kakashi and Shinjuro serve as their capable assistants, aiding in the management of various specific affairs. In the past few days, the preparations for war in the Land of Waves have proceeded in an orderly manner. The stockpiling of supplies, the construction of defensive fortifications, and the allocation of personnel have all been meticulously planned and executed. According to intelligence relayed by the Uchiha team, the main forces at the southeastern camp have successfully arrived at their designated location, poised to act at a moment's notice. The shadows of war grow ever darker, and a palpable tension hangs over everyone's hearts. However, Uzumaki Ruzang and Senju Momoka remain undaunted by the pressure. They calmly analyze the situation and devise strategies to confront it. At this crucial juncture, they must maintain their composure and lead their people through this life and death trial. In the eastern part of the Land of Waves, there lies a desolate island, standing solitary amidst the tumultuous sea, exuding an aura of stark desolation. Although this island is within the territorial bounds of the Land of Water, it remains largely unknown. Yet, in this seemingly isolated locale, a group of strangely dressed, imposing men has gathered. These individuals sport long, flowing hairstyles, with two vivid red dots emblazoned on their foreheads, as if marked by some mysterious symbol. At the forefront of this group stands a tall, muscular middle-aged man, whose pallor suggests a rather unhealthy complexion. At this moment, he gazes toward the direction of the Land of Waves, a chilling smile playing upon his lips. Behind him, another middle-aged man, similarly adorned with long hair, strides forward with a demeanor of respect, addressing the man before him in hushed tones. "Lord Kagaya, it appears that our Kagaya clan has arrived here first." The man known as Lord Kagaya is none other than Kagaya, the leading Nin of the Kagaya clan, infamous for his madness and cruelty, a true embodiment of insanity. Upon hearing the words of the man behind him, Kagaya lets out a fit of inexplicable laughter. Humph. Those fools have yet to arrive. This is simply splendid. In that case, I shall savor this delectable morsel for myself. However, Lord Kagaya, the water shadow insists on acting together, remarked a nearby ninja lacking in insight. Upon hearing this, Kagaya Bone Fong's eyes widened in fury, fixating on the speaker with a murderous glare, as though he intended to devour him whole. Who cares what that old fool of a water shadow has to say? Kagaya Bone Fong suddenly roared, his voice echoing deafeningly in the open space, causing a shiver to run through those present. I am Kagaya Bone Fong. I dictate how things shall be. Speak another word, and I shall slay you. His words exuded an uncontrollable rage and authority, instilling fear in anyone who might dare to oppose him. Yet, at that moment, another individual hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. My Lord Bone Fong, please temper your anger. Before departing, the clan leader specifically instructed us to act in concert with the other ninja clans. Otherwise, hearing the mention of the clan leader, Kagaya Bone Fong's expression softened slightly, though he remained visibly reluctant. That cursed old coot has made this matter so troublesome. He cursed vehemently, then spat upon the ground as if to alleviate his inner dissatisfaction. Despite harboring a myriad of grievances, Kagaya Bone Fong ultimately led his clansmen towards the designated meeting place. Throughout the journey, his face remained sullen, his lips sealed, clearly harboring a strong aversion to this collaboration. At the agreed location, a throng of people surged forward. As ninjas arrived like an unending tide, adorned in various attires, each bearing distinct clan emblems, they evidently hailed from different ninja clans. However, when one's gaze fell upon their forehead protectors, it became clear that they all belonged to the same village. Despite being nominally comrades from the same village, most chose to remain with their clansmen, engaging in little interaction with one another. Just as impatience began to set in among the crowd, an elderly man leaning on a serpentine staff, escorted by several umbu from the mist village, gradually came into view. His steps appeared unsteady, as if each stride required immense effort. Yet, when his figure fully emerged before all, an undeniable tremor swept through the hearts of the onlookers. This elder was the revered Master Yuan, esteemed and respected within the village. Even the most unruly of the Kagaya clan, who often scoffed at the water shadow, now subdued their fiery tempers, casting solemn gazes towards the newly arrived elder. Master Yuan inquired in a slightly trembling voice, "Are all present?" He slowly lifted his head, his gaze piercing, silently surveying the surrounding ninjas. His eyes were sharp and profound, as though capable of penetrating the very hearts of each individual. Under his watchful glare, the elite ninjas from the Kagaya, Mizuki, and Kirigakure clans grew visibly tense, standing tall and refraining from any semblance of laxity. Master Yuan's voice quivered slightly, perhaps due to his advanced age, yet it did not diminish the authority in his words. He proclaimed, "Here, we have 37 jonin and 263 chunin. You are all the elite of Kirigakure, representing the strength and honor of our village. Your task is to act as the vanguard of the Mist Village, embarking from the eastern territories of the Land of Whirlpool to sweep through the villages along the way until reaching the hidden Whirlpool Village." Though his tone was unassuming, the latent power within it was impossible to disregard. The assembled ninjas felt a chill run down their spines, collectively bowing their heads in acknowledgement. Seeing this, the elder nodded slightly and continued, "Rest assured, the village does not intend to treat you as expendable pawns. I shall personally lead the main forces to support you, so you need not worry about any concerns from behind." He then shifted his tone to one of grave seriousness. "However, you must remember that your mission is to advance without hesitation. There must be no retreat whatsoever. You are to press on without pause until you reach the hidden Whirlpool Village. This is not merely a command, but your sacred duty." Finally, with a sweeping gesture, the elder issued the order to depart. "Now, let us set forth." At the conclusion of his words, the ninjas surged forth like arrows released from a bow, racing swiftly toward the Land of Whirlpool. Their silhouettes appeared particularly agile under the moonlight, resembling phantoms of the night, instilling a sense of dread. Chapter 76. What we seek is an obedient blade. Once all the ninjas had departed, the elder slowly turned, his gaze piercing as he focused on the shadows behind him. At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged from the darkness. This man was tall, with long black hair and squinting eyes, with a voice tinged with confusion and disbelief. The elder inquired, "Third Hokage, These are invaluable bloodline ninjas from our village. How can we so recklessly send them to directly assault the Uzumaki clan? The elder's gaze followed the direction in which the bloodline troops had vanished, and the ache in his heart intensified. Bloodline ninjas typically possessed formidable strength. In any great nation's ninja village, they were undoubtedly treasures of great worth. In the elder's view, such elite forces should be afforded the utmost protection by the village. Yet, these bloodline ninjas were being dispatched so carelessly on such a perilous mission. This seemed to him an utter waste. He believed that under these circumstances, it would be more prudent to send ordinary civilian ninjas as cannon fodder rather than risk these precious bloodline ninjas in direct assault. However, unexpectedly, it was the third Hokage standing before him who had ordered these bloodline ninjas to attack the land of Whirlpool directly. Despite having some authority within the village, the elder ultimately chose silence in the face of the third Hokage's command, refraining from any hint of defiance. At that moment, the third Hokage displayed no emotion, as though this matter bore no relevance to him. With a flat expression, he stated, "Those bloodline ninjas are merely troublesome individuals. Sending them to assault the land of Whirlpool is simply a means of utilizing waste." Upon hearing this, the elder felt a tightening in his chest. His eyes widened, and with urgency, he retorted, "But they are still our villagers. The bloodline limits they possess should be the village's most treasured assets. How can we so easily abandon them?" Assets? The third Mizukage's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. Indeed, the bloodline ninjas were formidable, yet they were merely a horde of mindless fools. If left unchecked, they would inevitably wage a devastating war against our village. His voice was icy and resolute, as though he had long since discerned the true nature of the bloodline ninjas. He continued, "What the village requires is a blade that obeys commands unerringly, rather than a double-edged sword that may turn against its wielder. I need a compliant weapon." Hashin, upon hearing this, slightly parted his lips as if to speak, yet ultimately fell silent. A hint of despondency crossed his face, for he was acutely aware of the long-standing discord between the third and second Mizukages. The warring states had been quelled, ushering the ninja world into the era of the ninja villages. The first Mizukage, Hakuren, as the leader of Kirigakure, attended the inaugural 5 Kage summit. During the summit, the third Mizukage served as the first's bodyguard, entrusted with the vital task of ensuring his safety. However, following the first Mizukage's demise, it was expected that the third would seamlessly ascend to the position of Mizukage. To everyone's surprise, though, a minor ninja named H-Zuki Mangetsu from the H-Zuki clan defeated the third Mizukage in a fierce duel, usurping the seat that was rightfully his. Despite the fact that during the first Great Ninja War, H-Zuki Mangetsu perished alongside the second Tsuchikage, the third Mizukage eventually rightfully claimed the title of Mizukage of Kirigakure. Nonetheless, he harbored deep-seated resentment towards the bloodline clans, perceiving them as destabilizing elements within the village. Consequently, upon assuming office, he zealously began to suppress the various ninja clans of Kirigakure, employing a multitude of tactics against elite ninja organizations such as the Seven Ninja Swordsmen, as well as perpetuating the prejudice against the bloodline ninjas, all of which served as instruments for his oppression. Under the third Mizukage's reign, the clans of Kirigakure lived in fear and repression, their powers diminished, and their statuses plummeted. This turmoil stemmed from the Mizukage's inner obsession and insatiable thirst for power. Hashin, having served as an elder since the time of the second Mizukage, was well acquainted with this historical backdrop. Faced with the third Mizukage's unwavering stance, he understood that remaining silent was the wisest course of action. "Hashin, you need not be so pessimistic. Our plan is impeccably devised and will undoubtedly catch the Uzumaki clan off guard. After all, our scheme is so clandestine that they could never suspect a thing." The third Mizukage's tone was resolute, brimming with confidence regarding the operation. Moreover, having these bloodline ninjas deal with an unsuspecting Uzumaki clan will be as easy as pie. After hearing this, Hashin's expression softened slightly, yet concern lingered as he inquired. However, the strength of the Uzumaki clan should not be underestimated. Before he could finish, the third Mizukage interjected, "Fear not, Hashin. Our plan has accounted for all potential scenarios, and there will be no unforeseen complications." Having spoken, he surveyed his surroundings and then addressed Master Yuan. "It is time for us to act, Master Yuan. Our own tasks await, and we can no longer afford to delay." No sooner had he finished speaking than the third generation of Water Shadow turned to depart, closely followed by a throng of stealthy Umbu ninjas garbed in tight black attire, moving with the swiftness and silence of phantoms in the night. In the eastern expanse of the Land of Whirlpools, there lies a port facing the Land of Water. Once a bustling hub of activity, this night it stood deserted, save for the gentle caress of the sea breeze against the empty docks. Suddenly, great serpentine forms emerged in the distant sky, akin to monstrous apparitions clawing their way from the depths of hell, their colossal presence bearing down upon the port with formidable might. To the astonishment of onlookers, these colossal serpents were revealed to be massive tornadoes. With the ferocity of a demon's roar, they carried the harbinger of destruction, instilling a chilling dread in those who beheld them. This was the manifestation of a combined ninjutsu executed by the members of the Kamikaze clan of the Hidden Mist Village. Standing afar, they formed intricate hand seals, chanting incantations, as they channeled their chakra into the swirling tempest. Devastating gale. With a thunderous cry, the tornadoes, previously advancing independently, seemed to be drawn together by an unseen force, suddenly colliding with astonishing velocity. In that fleeting moment, the world altered its hue, the winds howled, and dust and debris were sent spiraling. As the tornadoes collided, they coalesced into a singular, massive black vortex, resembling a ferocious beast bearing its fangs, unleashing a deafening roar as it surged toward the port. As if the apocalypse had arrived, the terrifying force swept across the port like a torrential storm, obliterating all in its path. Any potential obstacles were rendered powerless against this overwhelming might. The winds howled, waves surged, and it seemed as though only this catastrophic force reigned supreme over the heavens and the earth. When the tempest finally subsided, the port was unrecognizable. The once bustling docks, sturdy edifices, and moored vessels lay in ruins, reduced to a desolate wasteland. Indeed, the Kamikaze clan had proven their prowess. Witnessing the devastation, the surrounding ninjas could not help but express their astonishment. Such extensive destruction could surely be achieved only by the Kamikaze clan. Hearing the admiration from other clans, the members of the Kamikaze felt a swell of pride within. Renowned for their mastery over the winds, this display unequivocally affirmed their formidable strength. Chapter 77. The Bloodstained Forces of the Hidden Mist Village. Ha ha ha. What a feeble clan the Whirlpools are. They are utterly powerless. Accompanied by a fit of triumphant laughter, the Kamikaze clan members gazed with satisfaction upon the port, now a mere ruin, as if they had completely seized control of the situation. Indeed, before our Kamikaze clan, the Whirlpools must surely lack the courage to resist. Another member chimed in, his face radiant with pride and confidence. The Kamikaze clan's strike had evidently succeeded, clearing the path for their impending landing operation. However, just as they reveled in the joy of victory, an incongruous voice pierced through the air. Humph, a bunch of fools. What are they so proud of? The true battle has yet to commence. The voice dripped with disdain and mockery, igniting a furious rage among the shinobi of the Kamikaze clan. Who dares to court death? The Kamikaze ninjas, seething with indignation, could not abide such disrespect. Yet, when they turned to investigate, they were astonished to discover that the speaker was none other than the deranged members of the Kagaya clan. In the ninja world, the Uchiha clan was renowned for their love of battle, yet even they hesitated to provoke the Kagaya. The madness and brutality of the Kagaya clan posed a challenge even to the battle-hardened Uchihas, let alone the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village. A chilling excitement twisted Kagaya's expression, as if he were intoxicated by the impending slaughter and bloodshed. Moreover, the other Kagaya clan members trailing behind him mirrored this grotesque enthusiasm. Their bodies began to undergo bizarre transformations, sharp bone spikes erupting from beneath their skin, rendering them akin to a horde of fearsome monsters. Under Kagaya's command, the Kagaya clan let out a spine-chilling howl, charging towards the nearby port like a pack of ravenous beasts. Bone blade dance. Kagaya roared, his bone blade slicing through the air with a glint of cold light, as if proclaiming their savagery and mercilessness to the enemy. Kill them all. The other Kagaya clan members echoed his sentiments, their voices brimming with a fervor for slaughter and a blatant disregard for life. This murderous frenzy of the Kagaya clan starkly reflected the deeply ingrained perverse desire for violence within the hearts of the Japanese. Truly repulsive. Observing this, the other ninja clans had no choice but to follow suit. Nevertheless, they felt a sense of relief, for with the Kagaya clan leading the charge, Any incoming attacks from the enemy would likely be absorbed by them first. Boom, boom, boom. As the bloodstained forces of the hidden mist village set foot on the sandy shores of the port, a series of deafening explosions erupted. The shockwaves from the blast swept through like a tempest, violently toppling Kagaya, who was at the forefront, sending him hurtling backward like a cannonball for several meters. Kagaya quickly regained his footing, yet his head and face bore the brunt of the assault. Deep gashes etched into his skin from the harsh contact with the ground. Blood flowed from these wounds, enhancing his already monstrous visage with an air of terror and madness. The relentless explosions posed significant challenges for the landing forces. Many ninjas, before they could even set foot on the land of whirlpools, were struck by the aftershocks of the blasts, collapsing in pain. The advance of the bloodstained forces became increasingly arduous, with casualties beginning to mount. Damn it! Such trivial obstacles dare to impede my path. Kagaya Bonfong roared in a fury, his eyes bloodshot, and his visage a terrifying mask of rage. With a sudden force, he slammed his hands onto the ground, unleashing a tremendous power. Dance of the Undead Bone Roots. Accompanied by Kagaya's furious roar, the earth trembled violently. Countless sharp, white bone spikes erupted from the ground like bamboo shoots after the rain, spreading with astonishing speed over a vast expanse. These bone spikes mercilessly pierced through the traps on the beach and ensnared the ninjas from his own village, resulting in further casualties. Witnessing this, the leaders of the other ninja clans displayed expressions of shock and fury. Their kin had not even reached the shore when they were brutally slain. What was even more intolerable was that the assailants were ninjas from their own village. Kagaya Bonfong, how dare you? One of the leaders shouted in indignation. Yet, before he could finish, Kagaya Bonfong lunged forward like a wraith, delivering a powerful kick to his chest. The force sent the leader flying, tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. The leader groaned in agony, clearly gravely injured. Kagaya Bonfong stood there, a grotesque smile upon his face, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light, akin to a ravenous beast. He glared at the other leaders, sneering. What? Do you wish to question me? You fools, do you not know who we are? We are the ninjas of Kirigakure. His voice dripped with madness and cruelty, sending chills down spines. He continued to bellow. When have we ever cared for the value of our comrades? Those worthless wretches deserve to die. It spares us the burden of feeding them. With that, he dismissed them with a glance, and, like an arrow released from its bow, he charged forward, wielding the glimmering bone blade as if he were a frenzied beast. At that moment, the other leaders, who had previously stood their ground, found their gazes drawn to the retreating figure of Kagaya Bonfong. In that instant, a shared glint of lethal intent flickered in their eyes. However, instead of acting immediately, they exchanged knowing glances. Though no words were spoken, the simple gesture seemed to forge an unspoken accord among them. Soon after, these leaders began to methodically direct their teams, gradually distancing themselves from the Kagaya clan. Just as Kagaya Bonfong, like a shooting star, surged towards the harbor, he was filled with anticipation, ready to unleash the overwhelming thrill of slaughter that surged within him. Yet, the moment his foot touched the harbor's soil, an unexpected voice struck him like a chilling bucket of ice water, dousing the flames of fury raging in his heart. Lord Bonfong, there is not a soul at the harbor. Upon hearing those words, Kagaya Bonfong's expression instantly darkened, his eyes widening as if they were about to unleash flames. He roared in uncontrollable fury. It must be that foolish clan of Kamikaze. Their jutsu must have terrified the people of the land of waves. Those wretched individuals. Kagaya Bonfong seethed through gritted teeth. They cannot have fled far. Pursue them at once. At his command, the ninjas of the Kagaya clan erupted in a frenzied howl, brandishing their bone blades like a pack of ravenous wolves, rushing forward with fervor. One of the more astute ninjas of the Kagaya clan approached Kagaya Bonfong cautiously. My lord, he said softly, should we not wait for the other ninjas from the clans behind us? Kagaya Bonfong abruptly turned his head, his gaze sharp as two bolts of cold lightning, aimed directly at the audacious clan member who dared to make a suggestion. His visage was laden with an ominous aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Wait. Kagaya Bonfong's voice was low and frigid, as if it emanated from a hellish specter. Do those worthless fools merit my patience? Before the clan member could register the threat, Kagaya Bonfong's bone blade shot forth like a flash of lightning, piercing cleanly through his throat. Blood erupted, splattering onto the ground, forming a shocking pool of crimson. Kagaya Bonfong gazed impassively at the fallen body before him, a faint, cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He slowly withdrew the bone blade from the corpse's neck and extended his tongue, gently licking the blood from the blade. The vivid red liquid spread across his tongue, imparting a subtle metallic taste and warmth. A satisfied cold grunt escaped Kagaya Bonfong's throat, as if he remained unfazed by the gruesome sight. Truly a useless lot, he muttered to himself, disdain intensifying in his eyes. Only the Kagaya clan embodies true strength. Chapter 78. The Bloodstained Troop of Mist Hidden Village. As the Bloodstained Troop of Mist Hidden Village stealthily landed, the festival celebrations in the Whirlpool Hidden Village were drawing to a close. The ninjas of the Uzumaki clan sprang into action, efficiently and methodically guiding the civilians, the elderly, children, and women into shelters. As a representative of the Senju clan, Rope Tree was also forcibly retained in the shelter. Though reluctant in spirit, he understood it was for his own safety. He stood at the entrance of the shelter, watching the crowd hastily pour in, a wave of helplessness rising within him. Once the last person entered the shelter, Elder 5 immediately mobilized his subordinates. They swiftly unleashed powerful jutsu, erecting a defensive barrier. Standing before the barrier, Elder 5's voice was deep and resolute. We are the final line of defense. Behind us lie our loved ones. Unless we perish, we shall not allow any enemy to harm them. Meanwhile, the ninjas of the Kagaya clan advanced rapidly, their pace quickening, further widening the distance between themselves and the other clans. The news swiftly reached the temporary command center located in Namiantang. Upon learning of the situation, Hatake Kakashi astutely recognized the opportunity for battle. He realized that the Kagaya clan's ninjas had become an isolated force, overly advanced in their positioning. This was undoubtedly a splendid chance. If they could seize this moment to strike decisively, before the other bloodline clans had a chance to react, they stood a strong chance of annihilating the Kagaya ninjas in one fell swoop. Time was of the essence. The window for action was fleeting. Without hesitation, Hatake Kakashi led the Uchiha squad and the Uzumaki clan ninjas to confront the Kagaya clan. Leading the Uzumaki was Uzumaki Reina, who had come to invite Kakashi. Kagaya, with a bloodthirsty excitement, charged towards the hidden Whirlpool village, accompanied by her equally fervent kin. The Red Leaf Gorge, nestled between two towering mountains, featured treacherous terrain and a deep canyon. It was the essential pathway to the hidden Whirlpool village and the carefully chosen ambush site by Kakashi. He had already positioned the Uchiha squad and the Uzumaki ninjas along the rocky cliffs on either side of the gorge, silently awaiting the approach of the Kagaya ninjas. As time ticked away, a cacophony of footsteps eventually echoed from the distance. The Kagaya clan's zealots surged into the Red Leaf Gorge like a pack of ferocious beasts, their eyes glinting with malice and exuding an aura of brutality. They remained oblivious to Kakashi and his allies, charging directly into the trap he had meticulously laid for them. A dazzling firework streaked across the sky, bursting into a brilliant display of light. Simultaneously, 12 Uzumaki ninjas positioned themselves at 4 cardinal points. As one, they formed hand seals, unleashing a formidable surge of chakra that coalesced into a vast transparent barrier. The ninjutsu, Force Spirit Formation. This was a preordained battle plan, wherein the Uzumaki ninjas, adept at barriers, sought to sever the Kagaya clan's escape route and aim for their complete destruction. Kagaya, rushing forward, was utterly unprepared for the barrier that lay in wait, leaving no time to evade. With a thunderous crash, Kagaya collided with the rising barrier. Akin to a headless fly, boom, his body was violently rebounded, akin to a cannonball, crashing against the rocks on either side before finally coming to a halt. The impact inflicted severe injuries upon Kagaya. His form contorted, he spewed copious amounts of blood, staining the ground. The excruciating pain only heightened his frenzy. His visage, already grotesque, twisted into something even more terrifying. Ha! It seems we have been ambushed. The Kagaya ninjas displayed no hint of fear. Rather, they radiated excitement and anticipation. Their gazes locked onto the suddenly revealed Kakashi and his companions. At last, they could engage in a thrilling battle. Kagaya's voice resounded with fervor as he surveyed his surroundings, rallying his kin with a fervent declaration. Let these wretches witness the might of the Kagaya clan. Slay them without mercy. As his words echoed, the ninjas of the Kagaya clan let out a wild, frenzied howl. Their faces contorted into grotesque smiles, their eyes gleaming red with excitement. Resembling a pack of ravenous wolves upon sighting their prey, without hesitation, they launched their assault. All the Kagaya clansmen knelt simultaneously, their hands striking the ground with tremendous force. In an instant, the earth trembled violently, and countless sharp, bone-like protrusions erupted from the ground. Akin to a horde of venomous serpents swiftly advancing towards Kakashi and his comrades on the rocky ledge. Bone Pulse, Dance of the Dead Fern. Kakashi, witnessing the unfolding chaos, commanded without delay, Earth Release Team, Water Release Team, Sealing Team, execute the plan at once. Understood. The others responded in unison. Uchiha Kurama, an adept of lightning and earth release from the Uchiha squad, led 5 ninjas from the Uzumaki clan to the forefront, and together they formed seals to perform Earth Release Ninjutsu. Earth Release, Earthquake. The ground was heaved as if lifted by a colossal hand, violently flipping upwards. The previously rising bone spikes were forcefully pushed aside by this overwhelming power. Soon after, 6 more ninjas from the Uzumaki clan emerged from the ground, aligning themselves in a row to unleash their water release techniques. Water Release, Scaling Waves. With their incantation, a torrential surge of water erupted from the earth, resembling a ferocious beast charging forth. The deluge rushed towards the Kagaya ninjas with astonishing speed, enveloping them in layers of water membranes upon contact. Finally, Uzumaki Reina, the leader of the Uzumaki clan who had previously invited the protagonist, stepped forward with 5 of her kin. Ninjutsu, Water Flow Sealing Technique. Dark runes materialized upon the surface of the water membrane. These symbols danced rapidly, intertwining to form intricate and enigmatic seals. Seizing this opportunity, Kakashi, accompanied by Uchiha Kazuki and Uchiha Ayakawa, charged forward. Thunderous Judgment. Brilliant arcs of lightning from Kakashi's kunai cleaved through the water membrane, striking the Kagaya ninjas within. In the blink of an eye, the membrane shattered, and the trapped ninjas were cleaved in twain. Kakashi paid no heed as he pressed on to the next ensnared Kagaya ninja. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kazuki and Uchiha Ayakawa made swift progress, their 3-tomo Sharingan cycling through Jinjutsu, relentlessly reaping the lives of the Kagaya clan. Do they truly believe they can bind me? How utterly delusional. Kagaya Koya bellowed, as numerous bone spikes erupted from his body. These spikes distorted the water membrane, and within minutes, they pierced through, liberating Kagaya Koya from his confines. The remaining Kagaya clan members followed suit, breaking free from the water membrane one after another. Chapter 79. Initial Victory. Complete annihilation of the Kagaya clan. Gentle Wind. Aoki, heed my words. I shall confront the leader, while I kindly ask you to hold back the others for me. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Kakashi surged forward like a streak of lightning, charging directly at Kagaya Keiga. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kaze and Uchiha Aoki exchanged a knowing glance, their unspoken understanding palpable despite the silence. Without hesitation, they sprang into action, hands forming seals as they chanted in unison, Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation. In an instant, roaring flames erupted from their mouths, resembling 2 ferocious fire dragons that swept forward with ferocity. Wherever the flames roamed, the very air seemed ignited, creating a searing wall of fire that forcefully separated Kagaya Kga from his kin. Upon witnessing the audacity of this young boy charging toward him, Kagaya Keiga's heart surged with wrath. He longed to rend the boy to shreds and inflict upon him unspeakable torment. He extended his right arm, his bones contorting and expanding swiftly into a massive bone drill, which spun rapidly as it hurtled toward Kakashi. Observing this, Kakashi summoned lightning that crackled around him, deftly evading Kagaya Keiga's onslaught and appearing right before him. Lightning Judgment. Chakra imbued with lightning energy enveloped Kakashi's ninja blade, which cleaved through Kagaya Keiga's ribcage, striking at his flesh. The tremendous force sent Kagaya Kga hurtling backward, a gruesome wound gushing forth a torrent of blood. Seizing the advantage, Kakashi lunged forward, his blade slicing through the air with a chilling gleam as it descended upon the fallen Keiga. In an instant, thunder roared and bone fragments flew. Kagaya Kga found himself in a dire predicament, desperately attempting to fend off Kakashi's relentless assault. However, Kakashi's barrage was akin to a tempest, offering Kga no respite. In a short span, layers of bone were stripped away by Kakashi's blade. As a seasoned ninja, Kagaya Kga had never endured such humiliation. The fury within him erupted like a volcano, yet he felt utterly powerless. In this critical moment, he resolved to gamble everything, forcibly extracting the chakra within his body. With a tremendous roar, the ground trembled violently, and dozens of robust bone spikes erupted from the earth like bamboo shoots after rain. These spikes formed a cage, enclosing Kakashi and leaving him no avenue of escape. Yet, faced with this sudden turn of events, Kakashi remained composed. His gaze sharpened, and he called out, Kakashi style, Thunder Moon Slash. In that fleeting moment, a violet lightning arc, resembling a crescent moon, traced a dazzling curve through the air. Wherever the lightning passed, the stark white forest of bones was severed cleanly. Seizing this opportunity, Kagaya Kga leaped without hesitation, evading Kakashi's range of attack. Kakashi stood still, not pursuing Kagaya Bone Tooth as anticipated, but instead cast a nonchalant glance at the scattered bone fragments around him. A subtle smile graced his lips as he inwardly jested. Such uniformity in these bone shards, even a master duck chef would feel inadequate. At that moment, Kagaya Bone Tooth, witnessing Kakashi's inaction, felt a surge of irritation. He bellowed, "You brat, prepare to meet your end." Before his words could fade, he abruptly extracted a bone knife from his body, its glinting edge shimmering menacingly in the moonlight. Grasping the bone knife, Kagaya lunged at Kakashi with the ferocity of a wild beast. Yet, faced with such a fierce onslaught, Kakashi exhibited no fear. He swiftly maneuvered, like a wraith, meeting the attack head-on. The clash of blades rang out, a harmonious chime of metal against bone. The bone knife danced with the agility of a serpent, repeatedly targeting Kakashi's vital points. The bones on his body shifted seamlessly, alternating between offense and defense. Despite the apparent peril of the scene, Kakashi appeared unfazed. His movements flowed like water, each strike precisely countering Kagaya's assaults, even allowing for counterattacks that left Kagaya momentarily bewildered. After dozens of intense exchanges, Kagaya suddenly retreated, swiftly adjusting his stance before raising his fingers toward Kakashi. 10 fingers piercing. With a furious shout, hundreds of hardened finger bones surged towards Kakashi at astonishing speed. Unfazed by the torrential assault of finger bones, Kakashi wielded his ninja blade like a graceful dancer. Each swing accurately struck down the incoming projectiles, knocking them aside one by one. However, the instant he succeeded in fending off this wave of attacks, his figure transformed into a flash of purple lightning, vanishing from sight. True to the prowess of the Kagaya clan's leader, Kagaya's battle instincts were razor-sharp. He immediately pivoted, swinging his bone knife to intercept the impending attack from behind. Clang! A crisp collision echoed as Kagaya's bone knife met Kakashi's ninja blade with force. The corners of Kagaya's mouth curled into a disdainful smirk as he mocked, "Umph. Such flashy techniques. My bones are harder than steel. What can your little ninja blade do?" At that moment, a layer of lightning-infused chakra enveloped Kakashi's ninja blade. With a cold glint in his eyes, Kakashi forcefully drove his blade down. A sharp crack resonated as Kagaya's bone knife shattered into 2 pieces. With the bone knife broken, Kakashi's ninja blade should have passed through unimpeded. Yet, in the next heartbeat, the lightning chakra surged along the blade, delivering a devastating blow that cleaved Kagaya in half. Lightning Prison Divine Killing Spear. Kagaya's body was severed into 2 parts, falling lifelessly to the ground. Though bisected, he lingered on the precipice of death. Kakashi swiftly delivered the final blow, unleashing a purple barrage that pierced through Kagaya's bone jaw, culminating in her demise. With the threat of Kagaya eliminated, Kakashi sheathed his blade and plunged into the fray, invoking his ninjutsu with both hands. Water Release, Hidden Mist Technique. A dense fog enveloped the battlefield, obscuring the vision of the aggressive Kagaya clan. In this opportune moment, the Sharingan of the Uchiha and the Byakugan of the Uzumaki clan revealed their advantages. Within the mist, the remaining members of the Kagaya clan fell one by one. The bloodstained forces of the Hidden Mist village prevailed, leading to the complete annihilation of the Kagaya clan. Meanwhile, the other bloodline clans of the Hidden Mist village were still unaware of this catastrophic defeat, continuing their journey undeterred. Upon landing at the eastern port of the Land of Whirlpools, they found no traces of slaughter. Either the Kagaya clan had shown mercy to the unfortunate civilians of the Land of Whirlpools, or the inhabitants had prudently concealed themselves in anticipation of danger. As night descended, the leaders of the various ninja clans convened to strategize, comprising the backbone of their respective factions. They quickly discerned that intelligence regarding the Hidden Mist village's assault had been leaked. This leak indicated that the Uzumaki clan was well prepared, rendering their group mere fodder for the impending invasion of the land of whirlpools. The expressions of the leaders reflected their discontent. For no other ninja village in the realm displayed the peculiar tendency of the hidden mist village to persecute their own bloodline wielders without cause. Among them was Aoidori Tenjutsu, the youngest son of the second Mizukage, Aoi Genjutsu, and the leader of the Aoidori clan for this endeavor. Due to the tumultuous relationship between the second and third Mizukage, the Aoidori clan had suffered immensely in recent years. The 7 treasured ninja blades, painstakingly forged by the Aoidori clan, had been brazenly seized by the third Mizukage, with clan members holding positions in the village systematically purged, leaving only Aoidori Ranue, a master of dual blades, among the 7 ninja swordsmen. You see that cursed third Mizukage. This is nothing but personal vendetta. He treats us as though we are less than human. Although the other clan leaders refrained from vocalizing their agreement, their eyes betrayed their shared discontent towards the third Mizukage. Continuing, Aoidori Tenjutsu remarked, given the current circumstances, it is likely that the civilians of the land of whirlpools have already taken refuge. This implies that the Uzumaki clan must have received word long ago. Now, I ask you all, what shall we do? The other leaders remained silent, for they found themselves at a loss in the face of such a predicament. It was not surprising that they were left speechless. Even the most seasoned veterans would be rendered similarly at a loss. After all, the formation of the major ninja villages was relatively recent, with only the first great ninja war having a significant impact on the realm. The wars of the Warring States period primarily involved conflicts between clans, rarely encroaching upon civilian life. The leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Sakata, rose and suggested, "Let us dispatch scouts to ascertain the situation and keep a watchful eye on the Kagaya clan ahead. Though these lunatics are unpredictable, they may still serve as a warning." Suddenly, a series of explosive detonations erupted around the encampment. Chapter 80. A plan to lure the enemy? What has transpired? The leaders surged forth from their tents like a gust of wind. At that moment, a figure rushed in, a ninja from the Kagaya clan. "My lord." The Kagaya ninja gasped as he reached his leader. "The Uzumaki clan has just launched an attack. However, my lord, they are merely hurling kunai inscribed with explosive tags around us, without executing a genuine assault." The Kagaya ninja quickly added, "This is a pathetic tactic to lure us in. Those red-haired rascals aim to draw us closer." The leader of the Mizuki clan, Mizuki Keisawa, scoffed, "They have undoubtedly set traps ahead, waiting for us to walk right into their snare." The leaders present were no fools. Each ninja dispatched to serve as a leader possessed a modicum of skill. They were all acutely aware of this, though none voiced their thoughts. If only the Kagaya clan were here, they could take the lead. Suddenly, someone grumbled in frustration. "Damn the Kagaya clan, absent at such a critical moment." This remark acted like a spark, igniting the discontent simmering within the crowd. They fell silent, internally cursing the absence of the Kagaya clan. Meanwhile, the Kagaya members lay dormant within their scrolls. Upon returning to their encampment, the leaders gathered with grave expressions, deliberating their next course of action. After a fierce debate, they ultimately resolved to dispatch a small team to scout ahead, to ascertain the presence of traps and ambushes. However, a dilemma arose. Who would undertake this task? Given that the leaders held no allegiance to one another and that no unified command had been established prior to their departure, a fragmented situation ensued among the clans. Each clan believed itself to be the strongest, and none were inclined to heed another's command. In this climate, the leaders became ensnared in a protracted argument, each stubbornly insisting on their own approach. Time slipped by, yet consensus remained elusive. Consequently, the meeting concluded without yielding any fruitful results, and the leaders departed in frustration. Upon returning to their respective camps, indeed, these bloodline ninjas were not even stationed together. The leaders simultaneously dispatched their reconnaissance teams, each exploring the territory ahead to check for traps and ambushes. It cannot be said that the higher-ups of the Hidden Mist village were to blame. This bloodline unit was essentially a decoy and fodder cast forth by the village. Their mission was to relentlessly engage in battle, thereby not only inflicting heavy damage on the unsuspecting Uzumaki clan, facilitating the village's harvest of victory, but also exhausting these defiant bloodline ninjas, thereby weakening their power. It must be noted that amidst such internal strife within the village, the situation had not yet collapsed, a veritable miracle. After waiting an entire night, The scouts sent out for intelligence had not returned, leaving the leaders in a state of bewilderment. It was evident that all those dispatched had perished. If more were to be sent, the outcome would likely remain unchanged. There was no alternative. The clans of ninjas could only converge their forces and set forth towards the hidden Whirlpool village. By the banks of an unnamed stream, Kakashi Hatake was leading his companions in a moment of respite. After a night of arduous combat, everyone was utterly exhausted. Most of the ninjas dispatched by the hidden mist village to gather intelligence had been eliminated. However, upon the surface of this stream, the water appeared to bulge slightly, as if something from beneath was pushing it upwards. This subtle disturbance in the water seemed so natural that it failed to attract the attention of those resting by the stream's edge. Beneath the surface, a member of the Hozuki clan lay in wait, employing the family's secret technique of water cloning, allowing for perfect concealment within the river. Such a method of hiding held a significant advantage over ordinary sensory ninjas, like Uchiha Fujino from the Uchiha team. Yet, under the keen perception of the Uzumaki clan's Kagura and Kakashi Hatake's mind network, this action was nothing short of an affront to their intelligence. Kakashi silenced the eager Uzumaki Reina with a glance and spoke to himself. Reina, this battle has concluded. Let us rest briefly before we retreat. Though puzzled by Kakashi's intentions, Uzumaki Reina could only follow his lead. Indeed, everyone is quite weary. A brief respite before we withdraw would be prudent. Observing Reina's compliance, Kakashi continued, Very well. Let us rest for a moment, then proceed to Hongchuan town. It serves as our supply station, and the villagers from nearby have all congregated there, making it an opportune moment to replenish our resources. A flicker of doubt crossed Uzumaki Reina's mind. Hongchuan town? Is there truly supplies to be found there? I recall that town was abandoned long ago. However, despite her reservations, she responded, What a splendid idea. Hongchuan town is indeed rich in resources. A third of our clan's supplies are gathered there. Once we arrive, we can rest properly. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Then it's settled. You should take a moment to rest as well. In half an hour, we shall depart. Half an hour swiftly passed, and Kakashi roused the group, leading them away from the stream's edge. Another half hour elapsed, and the stream's water began to change. It suddenly surged upward, transforming into a man of approximately 30 years of age. Damn that third Mizukichi, the man muttered, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he cursed the village's higher-ups. At the same time, he felt a sense of relief that the white-haired boy had not discovered him. This man was a ninja assigned to reconnaissance the previous night, and his partner had been taken out in one fell swoop, with only he managing to escape. Admittedly, it was due to his cowardice when his comrades were attacked. He immediately leapt into the water, utilizing the water clone technique to evade capture. He had witnessed the white-haired boy from a distance hurling purple spears, pinning his comrades to the ground, followed by a flurry of red-eyed and red-haired figures who systematically eliminated his companions. Why must I, Hozuki Ryajetsu, undertake such perilous tasks? That white-haired boy, do you have any idea how dangerous it is? Cursed be the third Mizukichi, cursed be the Yuan Master, and cursed be the ghostly Kage Tenjutsu. Ghost Light Ryajetsu murmured his grievances while cautiously surveying his surroundings. Once assured that no one was near, he hastened his departure from the area. Chapter 81. The Avarice of the Ghost Light Clan Captain. The lurking Ghost Light ninjas have already departed, announced Uzumaki Reina. Her eyes snapping open with a piercing intensity as she gazed at Hatake Kid, her voice tinged with a mix of anxiety and excitement. Hatake Kid nodded slightly, indicating that he had received the news. Very well, let us retreat, he commanded, his tone calm, yet resolute. As they made their way back, Uzumaki Reina could not contain her curiosity and asked, Captain, what shall we do next? A sly smile crept across Hatake Kid's lips, a confident glimmer in his eyes as he replied, The bait has been cast. It remains to be seen whether the big fish will take the hook. His words exuded an air of assurance, brimming with confidence regarding their forthcoming stratagem. Uzumaki Reina nodded thoughtfully, murmuring, Indeed, I hope for a favorable outcome this time. After a brief silence, Hatake Kid suddenly recollected something and turned to Uzumaki Reina, inquiring, By the way, which unit is closest to us? Uzumaki Reina swiftly responded, It is the team of the Third Elder. They are in our vicinity. Hatake Kid pondered for a moment before instructing her, That is good. Just to be safe, send a request to headquarters. Have them dispatch the nearest unit to assist us. Taking a deep breath, Hatake Kid continued, If fortune favors us this time, we may be able to annihilate this bloodstained unit entirely. Meanwhile, at the temporary camp of the bloodstained unit in the Hidden Mist Village, Ghost Light Ryujetsu returned silently to the encampment of the Ghost Light clan. Despite his earlier tirade against the leader, Ghost Light Tenjutsu, expressing considerable discontent, he transformed completely upon his return, adopting a demeanor of utmost propriety. One of the Ghost Light ninjas approached Ghost Light Tenjutsu's tent, reporting, "Lord Tenjutsu, Ryujetsu has returned." "Ha! I knew it. That fellow Ryujetsu would undoubtedly survive," Ghost Light Tenjutsu exclaimed with great delight. "Quickly let him in." The name Ryujetsu resonates loudly within the Hidden Mist Village. Renowned for his caution and self-preservation, he never allows himself to fall into perilous situations. His acute perception of danger has enabled him to evade life-threatening crises on numerous occasions. As Ryujetsu entered the tent, Ghost Light Tenjutsu's gaze was sharp and unwavering upon him. "Ryujetsu, quickly share the information you have gathered." Tenjutsu's tone was urgent. Internally, Ryujetsu grumbled. Yet he respectfully responded, "Lord Tenjutsu, indeed, it was the Uzumaki clan's ninjas who were engaging in deception last night. They do not possess such a large number of personnel." Ghost Light Tenjutsu furrowed his brow slightly and pressed, "Is that all?" Ryujetsu hastily added, "Of course not, Lord Tenjutsu. I have also discovered that they possess a massive supply depot nearby, containing 1/3 of the resources of the Uzumaki hidden village." "Really?" The expression on Gue Deng Tianyu's face was one of profound skepticism. He found it incredulous that such a clandestine piece of information could be uncovered. Meanwhile, Gue Deng Liangyu nodded eagerly at his side, appearing somewhat anxious. He hurriedly exclaimed, "My lord, this information is absolutely accurate. Their supply station is located in Hongchuan town, and the missing civilians from the Whirlpool country have gathered there." Upon hearing this, Gue Deng Tianyu slammed his hand on the table. His eyes widened as he glared at Gue Deng Liangyu, vehemently rebuking, "Nonsense. I know Hongchuan town very well. It is an exceedingly remote place, perhaps long abandoned. Would the people of the Uzumaki clan truly use such a location as a supply station?" Indeed. Gue Deng Liangyu, somewhat bewildered by the scolding, quickly sought to clarify, "My lord, you are unaware. This is precisely the cunning of those red-haired individuals. Perhaps it is precisely because Hongchuan town is so secluded that they chose it as their supply station. This way, it is less likely to be discovered, ensuring the safety of their supplies." Suddenly, Gue Deng Tianyu's eyes widened as if he had stumbled upon a new continent. His gaze became fervently intent, fixed on Gue Deng Liangyu, seemingly awaiting him to elaborate further. Observing this, Gue Deng Liangyu felt a surge of delight, realizing his words had piqued his superior's interest. Thus, he seized the moment to continue, "My lord, think about it. If the civilians from the Whirlpool country are concentrated in Hongchuan town, wouldn't it be a veritable treasure trove? After all, these civilians would have brought all their belongings when they fled." Gue Deng Liangyu's words caused Gue Deng Tianyu's eyes to gleam with increasing brightness, clearly intrigued by the notion. Seizing the opportunity, Gue Deng Liangyu hastened to add, "Moreover, given the remoteness of Hongchuan town, it likely lacks sufficient defenses. If it weren't for your astute calculations, who would have imagined that such an obscure little town would become a supply station for those red-haired individuals?" Gue Deng Tianyu nodded repeatedly, increasingly convinced of the validity of Gue Deng Liangyu's assertions. Indeed, Hongchuan town, though secluded, was precisely what allowed it to evade scrutiny. Not only was it a supply station for the Uzumaki clan, but it was now also inundated with a multitude of civilians. This was an unexpected windfall. As this realization dawned upon him, Gue Deng Tianyu inwardly cursed the third Hokage. The cursed third Hokage had sent them forth as mere cannon fodder, utterly disregarding their lives. If that were the case, he would not hesitate to claim these resources for himself. The greed within him roared like a ferocious beast, urging him to seize Hongchuan town. Images began to populate his mind. The Gue Deng clan's ninjas rampaging through Hongchuan town, hoarding an immense fortune and resources, causing his heart to race with excitement. Indeed, he resolved to lead the ninjas of the Gue Deng clan to quietly infiltrate Hongchuan town and devour this lucrative prize. Once this decision was made, a cold demeanor settled upon his face. He fixed his gaze intently on Gue Deng Liangyu, as if attempting to peer through his very soul. The sudden gaze startled Kagaya Ryujetsu, causing him to tremble all over as he quickly knelt and bowed his head in loyalty to Kagaya Tenjutsu. Tenjutsu, I am a member of the Kagaya clan and would never do such a thing. Yet, Kagaya Tenjutsu remained unmoved by Ryajetsu's oath, a chilling smile curling at the corners of his lips. Ryajetsu, I certainly believe you. However, you must be weary from gathering intelligence. Bring him away and let him rest well. There was an unsettling coldness in his voice. Ryajetsu, you are my beloved friend and brother. Soon, our Kagaya clan will set forth, and you must stick closely by my side. Ryajetsu nodded in agreement, knowing that refusal would lead to his imminent demise at the hands of Tenjutsu's confidants waiting outside. The internal strife within the Hidden Mist Village was not solely between clans. Even within the ninja clans, discord brewed. Chapter 82, Entering the Trap. The Kagaya clan was secretly assembling, and these movements naturally did not escape the notice of other ninja clans. The leaders of the major clans gathered once more, yet this time, the Kagaya clan was conspicuously absent. Mizuki Kakawa's lips curved into a knowing smile as he slowly remarked, "It appears the Kagaya clan has unearthed some significant information." His words reverberated in the air, stirring a wave of unrest among the other leaders. The leader of the Uchiha clan snorted disdainfully, expressing his displeasure. To possess intelligence yet withhold it from others, the Kagaya clan clearly wishes to hoard it all for themselves, unafraid of choking on their greed. His tone was rife with dissatisfaction and bitterness. At that moment, a voice rang out from the crowd, calling loudly, "Let us storm the Kagaya clan's camp and capture Kagaya Tenjutsu," forcing him to reveal the truth. This proclamation detonated the atmosphere like a bomb. The leaders of the other clans, unable to contain their inner impulses, turned their gazes toward the Uchiha and Mizuki clans, seemingly eager for them to take the lead in rushing towards the Kagaya clan's encampment. However, Mizuki Kakawa calmly gestured for everyone to remain composed. His eyes surveyed the crowd, noting the glimmers of regret in their expressions, and a cold smile crept into his heart. A bunch of foolish individuals. I shall not fall for your schemes. You wish to incite us to take risks while you sit back and reap the rewards? Humph, do you think you are worthy? Mizuki Kakawa scanned the assembly before smiling and inquiring, I truly cannot comprehend why everyone desires to invade the Kagaya clan's camp. Kagaya Tenjutsu himself offered to assist us in scouting. We ought to be grateful instead. The gathered individuals were not simpletons. Upon hearing Mizuki Kakawa's words, they swiftly grasped his true intentions. He intended to use the Kagaya clan as a sacrificial pawn in their quest for reconnaissance. A sense of caution surged within them, and their wariness of Mizuki Kakawa heightened significantly. Shuei Jikawa naturally perceived the reactions of the crowd, yet he remained unfazed, continuing to wear a smile as he addressed them. Given this, what are you all hesitating for? The Akatsuki clan is about to set off. As his words resonated, the crowd rose in unison, returning to their respective clan encampments to stealthily follow in the wake of the Akatsuki. Observing their departing figures, Shuei Jikawa's expression suddenly darkened, the once effulgent smile vanishing without a trace. He snorted coldly, muttering under his breath, a bunch of useless fools. Daring to think that my Shuei clan would venture forth on your behalf, without even considering their own capabilities. Vortex Reina stared incredulously at Hatake Kid. When the Blood Trail unit of the Hidden Mist Village set out, they were promptly detected by the ninjas of the Vortex clan stationed around the Hidden Mist camp. As Hatake Kid had anticipated, the Akatsuki clan took the lead, and shortly thereafter, the Blood Trail unit of the Hidden Mist Village began to trail them from a distance. How could this be? Merely casting a few explosive tags and leaking some false information, and they fell for it so easily? Does this not make our Vortex clan appear exceedingly foolish? Nevertheless, she quickly suppressed her astonishment. Taking a deep breath, she calmly inquired of Hatake Kid, "Captain, what should our next course of action be?" Hatake Kid's lips curled into a confident smile. Turning to Vortex Reina, a glint of cunning flickered in his eyes as he spoke slowly. "This time, we shall employ a different strategy. First, we will eliminate the large group of enemies behind us, and then we shall return to annihilate the ninjas of the Akatsuki clan in one fell swoop." Upon hearing this plan, Vortex Reina's eyes widened in disbelief. She had never anticipated that Hatake Kid would possess such audacious ideas. However, she refrained from voicing her doubts, choosing instead to await his further instructions. Hatake Kid seemed to read Vortex Reina's thoughts, continuing to explain, "Rest assured, everything is under my control. Contact the third elder and inform him to proceed according to the predetermined plan. Uchiha Kaze and Uchiha Ayakawa, you two assist the third elder. I know you didn't get enough enjoyment from your previous skirmish, so this time, I shall grant you the freedom to unleash your fury. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Kaze and Uchiha Ayakawa's faces lit up with excitement. They exchanged glances, then rose without hesitation, responding in unison, yes. The third elder, upon receiving the message, felt a tinge of dissatisfaction at being directed by a mere child, yet he recognized the gravity of the mission. Thus, he suppressed his discontent and proceeded diligently according to the established plan. The Hongchuan Valley serves as the essential route leading to Hongchuan Town. The third elder, leading the operational forces, rushed forth like a gale, arriving at the destination first. Following closely behind were Uchiha Kaze and Uchiha Ayakawa, arriving as shadows. The third elder regarded the two young Uchiha clansmen with a swirl of complex emotions. Having survived since the Warring States period, he had witnessed countless farewells and the rise and fall of families. The Uchiha clan has engaged in countless battles over the years. Observing these two vibrant young Uchihas now evokes a tumult of emotions within him. Yet, before the elder could fully immerse himself in his reflections, the spirited Tenjutsu from the Hozuki clan led his ninja comrades charging forward like famished tigers. The elder promptly issued orders for concealment, allowing the Hozuki clan to pass unhindered. This was not a blunder on his part, but rather a meticulously orchestrated strategy. Renowned for their unique water body technique, the Hozuki clan possesses a secret skill that renders various physical attacks ineffective. However, lightning release techniques are the natural nemesis of their water body technique. Consequently, the task of confronting the Hozuki clan was entrusted to Kakashi. As for the remaining blood mist forces, it was imperative for the elder to exert his utmost efforts to obliterate them within the confines of the Scarlet River Valley. As the Hozuki clan successfully traversed the valley, the pursuing ninjas behind them did not pause or conduct a thorough reconnaissance of the area. Observing the Hozuki clan's easy passage,
they naively concluded that the path must be safe and devoid of danger. Thus, without hesitation, these ninjas plunged into the valley, completely unaware of the traps that awaited them.
Boom. At the very moment they set foot in the valley, a resounding explosion echoed within its confines. Following this, a transparent spherical barrier miraculously manifested in the valley. This barrier enveloped the entire area like a colossal bubble, creating an enclosed space. The Four Spirits Technique. Chapter 83. Fierce Battle. The elder personally led the others in deploying the sealing barrier, which was inherently formidable, far surpassing their previous endeavors. The blood mist forces were evidently caught completely off guard. They collided with the suddenly erected barrier wall like headless flies. A series of dull thuds resonated, followed by anguished cries. The bloodline ninjas from the mist were left battered and bruised, in a state of utter disarray. Witnessing this scene, the leaders of the Mist Village felt a chill creep into their hearts. They immediately recognized this as a trap specifically designed for them. Faced with such a formidable barrier, they found themselves with no escape, trapped within its confines. What instilled even greater fear was the apparent meticulous planning behind this trap, aimed at ensnaring them completely. The barrier rose, firmly ensnaring the bloodline ninjas of the Mist Village, while the elder observed coldly from outside. As he beheld the trapped adversaries, a flicker of vengeful satisfaction crossed his mind. Over the years, due to the unique geographical position of the Uzumaki clan, they had endured incessant conflicts with the Mist Village. In these confrontations, the Uzumaki clan often found themselves at a disadvantage, routinely subjected to the bullying of the Mist Village. Especially this time, the Mist Village had made it clear that their intent was to eradicate the Uzumaki clan completely. Faced with such a formidable foe, the elder had no intention of showing mercy. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the third elder swiftly altered his hand seals, his movements so rapid they dazzled the onlookers. With each transformation of the seals, a surge of chakra erupted from his being. As the chakra permeated the barrier, a peculiar fluctuation appeared on its surface. The Four Spirits formation was activated. The trapped shinobi of the hidden Mist Village changed their expressions, seemingly affected by an unusual suppression. The third elder then gestured for Uchiha Kaze and Uchiha Ayakawa to step forward. He produced two specially crafted talismans and handed them to the duo. Though puzzled, they accepted the talismans. Young scion of the Uchiha clan, take good care of these. This barrier suppresses the flow of chakra within your bodies. being non-Vortex clan members. You will surely face interference. My voice is grave and serious. With these talismans, you shall be shielded from the barrier's effects. Now, go forth and slay your foes. Uchiha Kaze and Uchiha Ayakawa exchanged a glance, a glimmer of excitement shining in their eyes. Finally, the third elder issued his command. Kaze, unleash your fury. Annihilate these wretched wolves. Uchiha Kaze and Uchiha Ayakawa were the first to charge into the barrier. The members of the Vortex clan, undeterred, followed closely behind, surging forth like a torrential flood, magnificently advancing towards the shinobi of the hidden mist village. Within the confines of the barrier, the bloodline users could only exert half of their might. Conversely, the Vortex clan's shinobi, emboldened and exhibiting remarkable combat prowess, found themselves thriving. Traditionally, the majority of the Vortex clan excelled in sealing techniques and support, lacking in direct combat strength. However, within the barrier, each was more than capable of handling a single bloodline user, with some formidable individuals even able to take on two adversaries simultaneously. With the barrier's assistance, the Vortex clan members collaborated seamlessly, driving the bloodline users of the hidden mist village into retreat. Upon entering the barrier, Uchiha Kaze and Uchiha Ayakawa quickly scanned their surroundings in search of their respective opponents. In one corner of the barrier, Uchiha Kaze's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. His red, three-tomo Sharingan was fully activated, emanating an aura of immense power. Surrounding him were dozens of colossal ice mirrors, each reflecting a blurred silhouette. These mirrors were not ordinary. They were the result of the Mizuno-Yuki clan's ice release secret technique, the crystal mirror. As the leader of the Mizuno-Yuki clan, Mizuno-Yuki Kaikawa, though somewhat constrained by the barrier's influence, still possessed formidable strength. Just as Uchiha Kaze was intently observing the ice mirrors, suddenly, a figure darted forth like lightning from one of the mirrors, moving with astonishing speed. Simultaneously, a barrage of sunban rained down from behind Uchiha Kaze, accompanied by the sharp sound of slicing air, targeting his vital points. Uchiha Kaze reacted with remarkable swiftness, twisting his body at a precarious angle to evade the lethal onslaught. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Mizuno-Yuki Kaikawa was not one to squander such an opportunity, promptly launching a new wave of attacks. The ice mirrors began to shift rapidly, constantly changing positions, creating a dazzling spectacle. Uchiha Kazuhaya, sensing the urgency of the situation, did not dare to hesitate for even a moment. He quickly formed hand seals. In an instant, a roaring tornado of flames erupted around him, the searing fire resembling a frenzied dragon, clawing and snapping as it surged outward. Fire release, exploding wind dance. With Uchiha Kazuhaya's furious shout, the fiery whirlwind charged violently toward the ice mirrors. A sizzling sound echoed as the flames collided fiercely with the mirrors, sparks flying in all directions. However, to his astonishment, despite the ferocity of the flames, the ice mirrors remained unscathed, showing not even a hint of a crack. Mizuki Kaikawa scoffed from within the mirrors. Humph, you think this level of fire release can harm my ice release? Gazing at Uchiha Kazuhaya's blood-red Sharingan, a wave of greed surged within Mizuki Kaikawa, the Sharingan of the Uchiha. Fortune smiles upon me. Those eyes will soon be mine. As he spoke, the surrounding ice mirrors flickered, and countless shurikens shot forth from all directions. Uchiha Kazuhaya's Sharingan whirled, his hands deftly wielding kunai to deflect the incoming shurikens. Quite a graceful performance, he mused, but before he could finish his thought, Uchiha Kazuhaya burst forth through the gaps between the shurikens, thrusting his kunai forcefully toward an inconspicuous ice mirror. With a clang, the mirror transformed into the astonished Mizuki Kaikawa. Uchiha Kazuhaya scoffed, before these eyes. Your proud jutsu and any disguise you employ are utterly futile. This is the power of the Uchiha. Upon hearing this, Mizuki Kaikawa's expression shifted from shock to fury. You seek death, boy? Saying this, Mizuki Kaikawa seized Uchiha Kazuhaya's arm, and to Uchiha Kazuhaya's astonishment, he formed hand seals with his other hand. Ice release, ice rock prison. Walls of ice rose up, encasing Uchiha Kazuhaya within. Mizuki Kaikawa did not relent. He continued forming hand seals. Ice release, exploding ice crystals. The ice walls surrounding Uchiha Kazuhaya detonated violently, shattering him into fragments. Ha ha ha, it is I who emerges victorious. What a pitiful clan the Uchiha is. Mere grains of sand. Mizuki Kaikawa proclaimed, ready to seek his next target. Suddenly, a searing pain coursed through his body, draining his strength as the sound of shattering mirrors filled his ears. Mizuki Kaikawa regained his senses, looking down at the kunai embedded in his chest, and upon seeing the crimson Sharingan, he realized he had fallen prey to an illusion. Collapsing to the ground, he stammered, what? When Uchiha Kazuhaya, his expression calm, replied to the fallen Mizuki Kaikawa, when you sought my Sharingan. Is that so? With great difficulty, Mizuki Kaikawa uttered these words before succumbing to an endless darkness. Chapter 84. Fierce Battle 2. Meanwhile, Uchiha Ayakawa displayed his formidable prowess, executing the Uchiha style of swordsmanship with exquisite precision. With the aid of the Sharingan, Uchiha Ayakawa often delivered lethal strikes with precision. As he plunged his ninja blade into the nape of an enemy's neck, he was poised to hunt for his next target when a golden chain ensnared his waist. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Ayakawa was pulled beside a girl from the Uzumaki clan. Almost simultaneously, a caustic acid splattered where he had just stood. Realizing the danger, Uchiha Ayakawa felt a chill of relief wash over him for narrowly evading the attack. Thank you. The Uzumaki girl remained focused, her expression serious as she regarded the three ninjas from the Karasuma clan. Despite the protection of a barrier, the confrontation proved challenging. Not to worry, I have a plan. Come here, she instructed, approaching Uchiha Ayakawa, who whispered a few words into her ear. The girl's face registered surprise upon hearing his words. Yet she ultimately nodded in agreement. The three Karasuma ninjas swiftly repositioned, forming a triangular formation around the two rival clan girls. Acid release, net of devastation. They chanted in unison, unleashing a viscous acid that encircled the two, trapping them within. Following this, they performed hand seals, causing the surrounding slime to surge and intertwine, crafting a net of corrosive liquid that descended upon the girls. Uchiha Ayakawa raised an eyebrow, producing a handful of shurikens and hurling them with precision. Upon contact, the shurikens were swiftly eroded by the acid, yet the attached explosive tags detonated with a resounding blast. The shockwave sent acid splattering, affecting even the Karasuma clan members who had initiated the attack. Frantically, the trio dodged, fearing the corrosive liquid might land upon them. The Uzumaki girl clasped her hands together. Earth-style, earth prison. A semi-spherical earthen wall rose around the two girls, shielding them. The splattering acid hissed as it met the barrier, though the thick wall held firm against the onslaught. While the Karasuma ninjas evaded the acid, they still bore numerous wounds, corroded by the splattered liquid. Enraged, they instinctively prepared to strike again. You two wretches deserve to perish. But before they could finish their threat, golden chakra chains erupted from the earthen wall, ensnaring the three ninjas tightly. Their chakra, which had already been sluggish, came to a complete standstill. Vajra binding. Seizing the moment, Uchiha Ayakawa dashed out of the danger zone. With a flick of his wrist, he launched several shurikens at astonishing angles, striking the throats of the three Karasuma ninjas with deadly accuracy. Having dealt with the immediate threat, the two girls finally introduced themselves to one another. Ayakawa, Uchiha clan. Akashitsu, Uzumaki clan. The two girls exchanged smiles before resolutely rejoining the fray in the ongoing battle. With the assistance of the barrier, two elite ninjas from the Uchiha clan, both bearing the three-tomo Sharingan, faced off against the mighty Uzumaki clan. The scales had tipped, granting the Uzumaki clan a decisive advantage. It was merely a matter of time before they annihilated the remnants of the Blood Mist Village's bloodline troops. As casualties mounted and the leaders of the bloodline forces were methodically eliminated, the remaining bloodline ninjas began to feel the icy grip of terror, scattering in a desperate flight. Yet, was it not too late to contemplate escape? The remnants of the bloodline ninjas had become like birds trapped in a cage, awaiting only the embrace of death. Nevertheless, during the final onslaught, some losses were still incurred. The remaining bloodline ninjas, realizing their inevitable doom, succumbed to a frenzied struggle fueled by fear. Two remaining ninjas from the Kamikaze clan took the initiative, continuously forming hand seals as their bodies swelled. They laughed maniacally, proclaiming, "Let them all perish." Ha 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 ha. As they spoke, the surrounding air began to swirl and rush toward their expanding forms. Elder 3 stood outside the barrier, his gaze sharp. The seasoned veteran recognized this as the Kamikaze clan's self-destructive technique, albeit with less precision than required. If you wish to take us down with you, you must first possess the strength to do so, he mused. Four spirit formation seal. Dark chains emerged from the barrier, coiling around the inflated kamikaze ninjas like venomous serpents. In the next moment, the two warriors deflated like punctured balloons, returning to their original forms. Warriors, continue to eliminate these wolves, but be wary of their dying counterattacks. Utilize range techniques. The ninjas within the barrier nodded in agreement, and the very next instant, a deluge of ninjutsu cascaded toward the remaining bloodline ninjas. Lightning release, false darkness. Wind release, pressure damage. Fire release, great fire extinguishment. At last, all the bloodline ninjas within the barrier were vanquished, their corpses sealed away by the Uzumaki clan into scrolls, becoming trophies of war. After all, the bodies of bloodline ninjas held significant research value, offering insights to help the ninjas develop their own bloodline limits. Meanwhile, as the battle raged on in the Hongchuan Valley, outside Hongchuan town, the ninjas of the Ghost Lantern clan were resting, preparing to launch a surprise attack. The adept Kagaya Ryamizu was dispatched once more to gather intelligence in Hongchuan town. Upon his arrival, he was swiftly detected by Hitaki Kid and Uzumaki Reina. Hitaki Kid narrowed his eyes, a confident smile gracing his lips. The fish is about to bite. Suddenly, an invisible force rippled through the air, spreading like waves across the town. This power was silent yet swept through the entire area with astonishing speed. At that moment, Kagaya Ryamizu, situated within the town, felt a fleeting moment of confusion flash across his eyes. However, it was but an instant before clarity returned, his gaze sharpening with vigilance. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed many civilians who had migrated from distant lands. In one corner of the town, Kagaya Ryamizu observed towering heaps of grain. Moreover, the enigmatic Kaido Ryomi discerned that the number of ninjas in the town was rather limited. They were stationed at crucial locations such as the village entrance and warehouses, fulfilling their duties as guardians. After meticulously surveying the town, Kaido Ryomi stealthily departed from Akakawa town. Concealed in the shadows, Kid Flagwood observed Ryomi's exit from the town, preparing for the impending battle. The news relayed by Ryomi brought immense joy to Kaido Tenketsu, who promptly led the already prepared Kaido clan towards Akakawa town. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Tenketsu's heart as he thought, food, ninja tools, wealth, all shall be mine. As the Kaido clan charged into Akakawa town like famished wolves, a serene sky was suddenly engulfed by a tempest of deep purple lightning. These violet bolts, as if orchestrated by an unseen hand, swiftly wove together in the sky above, forming an impenetrable prison of electricity that ensnared the Kaido clan within. The Purple Thunder Prison. Upon witnessing this, Kaido Tenketsu's heart tightened in alarm as he realized that this was a meticulously crafted trap. The so-called supply transfer station and the relocated citizens of the land of whirlpools were mere bait to lure them into peril. Instinctively, he sought out Kaido Ryomi, intent on eliminating the purveyor of false intelligence, but there was no trace of Ryomi to be found. The ensnared Kaido clan members, akin to a disturbed hive of bees, succumbed to a frenzy of panic and chaos. They darted about, striving to break free from the electric confines. Yet their struggles proved futile against the binding force of the lightning. Subsequently, the purple lightning cascaded like torrential rain, mercilessly striking the Kaido clan. Each bolt of lightning pierced their bodies like a sharpened blade, eliciting agonized cries from the afflicted members, who transformed into gelatinous masses, losing consciousness as they collapsed to the ground. Kid Flagwood, his expression impassive, observed the scene, channeling an unceasing flow of chakra into the Thunder Prison, ensuring that none of the Kaido clan could escape. As the final bolt of lightning descended, all members of the Kaido clan within the prison were rendered unconscious, stripped of their capacity to resist. Gradually, Flagwood withdrew the lightning, causing the prison to dissipate. Under the leadership of Uzumaki Reina, the Uzumaki clan swiftly advanced to seal the incapacitated Kaido clan members. Soon after, a force led by the third elder arrived, and they all converged towards the direction of the hidden whirlpool village. Long after their departure, a ripple disturbed the waters of the distant Akakawa River, coalescing into a humanoid figure, the very Kaido Ryomi that Tenketsu had desperately sought. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Ryomi bore an expression of both fear and relief. The village of Mist must be abandoned. It is imperative to flee swiftly. In this battle, the Uzumaki clan has undeniably emerged victorious. They not only successfully vanquished the bloodline forces of the Mist Village, but also acquired a multitude of invaluable bloodline ninjas as spoils of war. However, the series of perplexing maneuvers executed by the third Mizukage leaves the Uzumaki clan somewhat confounded. While these bloodline ninjas are indeed precious resources, the third Mizukage has so readily cast them into the abyss of death. What profound significance lies behind such actions? Despite the doubts that linger in their hearts, the Uzumaki clan joyfully embraces these unexpected gains. After all, the inclusion of these bloodline ninjas will undoubtedly catalyze significant breakthroughs in their research on bloodline limits. With these invaluable research materials, the Uzumaki clan is confident that their exploration in the realm of bloodline limits will achieve unprecedented advancements. Nevertheless, even though the Uzumaki clan did not suffer substantial losses in this battle, the higher-ups remain vigilant. They are acutely aware that the Mist Village, as one of the 5 great ninja villages, possesses formidable strength that should not be underestimated. Although the Mist Village and the Sand Village are often regarded as kindred spirits among the 5 great ninja villages, this does not imply that the Mist Village is merely composed of its few hundred bloodline forces. The true battle, it seems, is just beginning. Within the grand hall of the clan, illuminated by bright lights, the leaders of the Uzumaki clan sit upright, the atmosphere tense. Their eyes are fixed upon their leader, Uzumaki Rudo, as they await his directives for the forthcoming battle plans. Standing before an enormous map, Uzumaki Rudo's voice resonates deeply and powerfully. In our annihilation of the bloodline forces of the Mist Village, we have achieved a significant victory. This success is not solely due to the accurate intelligence and robust support provided by our allies in Konoha. It is also a testament to the valiant efforts and unity of every clan member. He pauses briefly, surveying the assembly, before continuing. However, we must not allow ourselves to become complacent. The forces from the Mist Village that engaged in battle are merely a fraction of their bloodline forces, and thus, we must remain vigilant and prepare for more intense confrontations. The assembly nods in agreement, expressing their strong endorsement of the leader's sentiments. Satisfied with their response, Uzumaki Rudo adds, "Now, let our allies from Konoha present the next steps of our strategy." At a glance from Senju Hotaki Kid strides confidently to the front of the map, exuding composure. Once positioned, he surveys the surroundings before focusing on the map. During the preparatory phase prior to the battle, we anticipated the emergence of this scenario and devised corresponding countermeasures. Hotaki Kid's voice is deep and resolute, emanating confidence and decisiveness. After a brief pause, he continues, "According to reliable intelligence, the Mist Village has assembled an elite organization known as the 7 Ninja Swordsmen. However, throughout these days of fierce combat, this organization has yet to reveal itself. This can only signify one thing. The main forces of the Mist Village are concealed somewhere, poised to deliver a lethal strike against us." The words of Hatake Kakashi stirred a wave of excitement among those present, prompting hushed discussions to ripple through the crowd. "So, where exactly is this pivotal location?" someone boldly inquired. Kakashi offered a subtle smile, seemingly prepared for the question. He extended his finger and gently tapped a spot on the map, stating, "Considering the connection between the Uzumaki clan and Konoha, along with the intelligence we currently possess, I believe this location is highly likely to be along the route that the Uzumaki clan must take to reach the village. Therefore, our upcoming strategy is as follows. We will meticulously select a group of elite ninjas from among the ranks, disguising them as wounded, civilians, and elderly individuals. Feigning a retreat towards Konoha, I, alongside the Uchiha combat team, will overtly act as their protectors, leading this endeavor. We will coordinate seamlessly with the Konoha reinforcements that have long been lying in wait, swiftly eliminating the forces of the hidden mist." Suddenly, Kakashi turned his gaze towards the clan leader of the Uzumaki, Uzumaki Rudo, a serious expression crossing his face as he spoke softly. "Furthermore, I must ask you to rally the ninjas of the Uzumaki clan and do everything in your power to delay the enemies from the hidden mist. We will hasten to your aid." Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Rudo was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter. He stood abruptly, exuding an air of bravado. "Ha! It has been years since I last fought. I wonder if these old bones can keep up. But rest assured, young one, even if it costs me my life, I will accomplish the task you have entrusted to me." At that moment, within the Uzumaki territory, a flurry of activity ensued. The ninjas busily prepared themselves. some meticulously tending to their tools, others rapidly restocking various supplies, while yet more were occupied setting traps. Each individual was finalizing their preparations for the imminent fierce battle. Chapter 86. The fierce battle. For as night fell over the northern sea of the land of whirlpools, darkness enveloped the tumultuous waves. A fleet composed of hundreds of vessels appeared upon the surface of the water. Uchiha and F stood at the bow of the ship, their bodies taut with tension, sharp eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Their hands gripped the railing firmly, ready to confront any potential danger. The other members of the Uchiha squad were equally on edge, poised for battle at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, within the cabin, Uzumaki Reina quietly activated her Kagura Mind's Eye, utilizing it in conjunction with Kakashi's heart network to survey their surroundings. Under Kakashi's meticulous planning, the group had chosen to embark at night, sailing to the sea, thereby creating the illusion that the hidden mist was in a frantic retreat, on a nameless, desolate island to the north of the land of whirlpools. The third Mizukage and his mentor stood resolutely. Their silhouettes appeared strikingly clear under the moonlight as they gazed towards the land of whirlpools, the target of their imminent assault. Behind them stood 7 individuals, each with distinct styles, yet emanating an aura of lethal intent, silently looming like specters. Each of them bore a colossal blade, glimmering ominously under the moonlight. These 7 individuals were none other than the infamous 7 ninja swordsmen, the most loyal weapons of the third Mizukage. At the mere command of the third Mizukage, they would unhesitatingly launch a ferocious assault on the land of whirlpools. Just then, a figure darted towards them like lightning, swiftly arriving before the third Mizukage. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be a member of the ANBU, directly subordinate to the third Mizukage. The ANBU ninja knelt down on one knee, respectfully reporting, "Lord Mizukage, I have crucial intelligence to convey. After thorough investigation, we have identified a fleet belonging to the Uzumaki clan, currently heading towards Konoha. The third Mizukage's expression remained inscrutable upon hearing this news. He turned his head towards the man standing beside him, the formidable Genin. Understanding the unspoken command, Genin nodded and decisively issued orders to the 7 ninja swordsmen behind him. Kagami Ida, Hokage, your mission is to intercept the remnants of the fleeing Uzumaki clan. They must not escape. Ensure their total annihilation. Genin's voice was cold and resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Kagami Ida and Hokage responded in unison, understood. A bloodthirsty grin surfaced on their faces, betraying their eagerness for the task at hand. Genin then directed his gaze towards the rest of the 7 ninja swordsmen, continuing, the rest of you shall accompany me to the land of whirlpools. We must seize this opportunity to subjugate them completely, leaving them no chance to breathe. After a brief pause, Genin added in an icy tone, remember, not one shall be spared. Upon hearing this, the faces of the 7 ninja swordsmen lit up with a savage eagerness, their eyes sparkling with excitement, as if they could hardly contain their anticipation for the impending carnage. Throughout this exchange, the third Mizukage remained silent, merely observing. Once everyone had departed, he too made his way towards the hidden village of Mist, accompanied by the ANBU's protection. In the mind of the third Mizukage, this war against the Uzumaki clan promised immense profit. Not only would they acquire the wealth amassed by the Uzumaki over the years, replenishing the village's coffers, but they would also eliminate the internal dissenting factions, thus strengthening his grip on the village. The moonlight cascaded down like a waterfall, and a gentle sea breeze wafted through the air. Suddenly, within the cabin, both Kakashi and Uzumaki Reina opened their eyes simultaneously. At the same time, standing guard at the bow, Uchiha Kazuki and Uchiha Ayakawa issued a warning. Enemies approaching from the north. Kakashi rose swiftly, and in the next instant, he stood on the deck of the fleet. Just as I suspected. He glanced at Uchiha Ayakawa, instructing him to contact Elder Chong, Uchiha Chong, the commander of the southeastern camp of Konoha. This time, I intend to ensure that the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist Village are utterly broken. Before long, the ships began to rotate slowly. In an instant, they formed a massive shield, closely protecting the vessels carrying the wounded and civilians in the center. The ninjas, originally tasked with the duty of guarding, sprang into the water without hesitation. They stood firm upon the surging waves, as if traversing solid ground. Vigilantly, they scanned their surroundings, missing not a single whisper of movement. Simultaneously, the elite of the Uzumaki clan remained unyielding. Their gazes were as sharp as that of hawks, fixated on any disturbance around them, not daring to exhibit even the slightest carelessness. Indeed, just as they had anticipated, numerous silhouettes suddenly emerged from the periphery. These figures silently converged from all directions, encircling the fleet of the Uzumaki clan. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that these figures were all ninjas from the Hidden Mist village. Furthermore, their numbers were overwhelming, densely packed, instilling a sense of dread. However, despite their numerical superiority, the combat prowess of these Hidden Mist ninjas was markedly inferior to that of the previous Bloodstained ninjas. Though individually weaker, the Hidden Mist's ambushers were seasoned combatants. In contrast, the Uzumaki side was burdened with numerous injured and civilians. In the distance, two formidable chakra signatures pulsated. One surged rapidly towards their location, while the other remained stationary, exuding a subtle intimidation. A chilling laughter echoed. "The first head belongs to me." Thunder God Fist. With a thunderous roar, Kakashi disrupted the sinister laughter. His right hand crackled with electricity, enveloped in a purple lightning aura that flickered ominously, as if poised to unleash a tempest. His fist was clenched tightly, seemingly harboring boundless strength. Without hesitation, Kakashi thrust his fist forward, and in that instant, the ferocious power of thunder roared forth like a feral beast, crashing into the ranks of the Hidden Mist ninjas. The nearby Hidden Mist ninjas barely had time to utter a scream before being obliterated by the terrifying thunderous force. Their bodies were instantaneously charred to blackened cinders, emitting a noxious burnt odor. Following this, Kakashi's figure flickered as he leapt into the fray, akin to a bolt of lightning plunging into the midst of the Hidden Mist ninjas. His speed was akin to a gale, leaving no time for reaction. "Lightning strike kick," he exclaimed, unleashing a powerful kick accompanied by dazzling purple lightning. This kick, imbued with the might of thunder and the formidable techniques imparted by Tsunade, was astonishingly potent. The surrounding Hidden Mist ninjas stood no chance against this monstrous blow. They were sent flying as if severed from their strings, leaving chaos in their wake, with heavy casualties. You seek death." The owner of that chilling voice, wielding water release, dashed forward, confronting Kakashi. Just as she prepared to unleash her jutsu, Kakashi stepped closer, without a moment's hesitation, delivering a fierce kick to her abdomen. The figure of the serpent cloud flew back at a speed even greater than her approach, and Kakashi advanced, drawing his ninja blade to strike downwards. Note 1. All content is created by the author. Zhangjiao Ida wielded the Thunderblade, while Shiyun utilized the shark skin. After their demise, these techniques were passed on to Haishu Thundertooth and Shigua Mountain's Pufferfish Demon. Chapter 87. Intimidation standing in the back as a figure of intimidation. Zhangjiao Ida managed to maintain a semblance of composure. However, upon witnessing Hatake Kid inflict severe injuries on a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen and ruthlessly deliver the fatal blow, the fear and shock within him erupted uncontrollably. "Stop!" Zhangjiao Ida cried out in despair, his voice laced with disbelief. He could not fathom the reality of the situation. One of the 7 ninja swordsmen had been so effortlessly dispatched. Who could endure such a sight? Hatake Kid remained unfazed, continuing to swing his ninja blade. Thunder Prison Judgment. Lightning chakra enveloped the blade in his hand, and in the next instant, the grievously wounded Shiyun was cleaved in two. Shiyun's eyes widened in shock, disbelief etched across his face, while his formidable weapon, the shark skin, sank with a mournful cry into the depths. For both the ninjas of the Mist Village and the Uzumaki clan, the unfolding events felt surreal, as if they were caught in a dream. The ninjas of the Mist Village had never anticipated such a turn of events. Their formation had been abruptly disrupted, leaving them disoriented. Yet, the subsequent events left them utterly astounded. With just a kick and a slash, one of their commanders, Shiyun, had been so easily eliminated. It was akin to a nightmare, beyond their belief. For the ninjas of the Uzumaki clan, the shock was unparalleled. Throughout the recent fierce battles, Hatake Kid's composed and strategic leadership had profoundly impressed the fiery-haired warriors. Initially, they had thought that a young child possessing such remarkable intellect was already extraordinary. Perhaps his strength was not so formidable. However, reality dealt them a heavy blow as Hatake Kid swiftly eliminated a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen with ease. This display of overwhelming power filled the Uzumaki ninjas with a newfound respect for him. While others stood in stunned silence, Hatake Kid was not caught off guard. "Kill!" This furious command jolted both sides back to awareness. This was no time for dawdling. In an instant, waves surged, chains entwined, and barriers emerged sporadically. Uchiha Kazahana and Uchiha Qingchuan were the first to respond, after swiftly dispatching several ninjas from the Mist Village. Uchiha Kazahana aimed to continue the onslaught when two of the Mist Village's J-Nin intervened to halt his advance. Water Style, 1000 Kill Water Surge. Water Style, Wave Surge. Both ninjas unleashed their water jutsu, leveraging their advantage over the sea to completely counter Uchiha Kazahana's fire techniques. The sea roared, and a torrential barrage of water surged towards Uchiha Kazahana, sealing off all possible routes with relentless waves. The power of fire release has significantly diminished, leaving only the might of the Sharingan. Utilizing the dynamic vision granted by the Sharingan, Uchiha Kazahaya deftly evades attacks time and again. With the combination of the Sharingan and Uchiha-style swordsmanship, Kazahaya is able to contend against two adversaries with remarkable ease. Realizing their taijutsu cannot match Kazahaya's prowess, the two Jonin from the hidden Mist Village transform into long-range artillery, distancing themselves from Kazahaya while relentlessly bombarding him with ninjutsu. Before long, Kazahaya discerns their pattern. With swift hand seals, he launches several kunai into the air. Fire release, great fireball technique. The colossal fireball hurtles toward the two, who regard it with disdain, dismissing its threat entirely. Water release, water wall. A barrier of water materializes before them, effortlessly absorbing Kazahaya's ninjutsu assault. Amidst the rising smoke, several kunai shoot through the haze, aimed directly at the two. Attempting to attack while obscured by smoke? How navi? The two slightly tilt their heads, skillfully evading the incoming kunai. However, before they can resume their taunts, a series of explosions erupt, sending them hurtling through the air. Casting a minor illusion to disrupt the enemy's line of sight is child's play for Kazahaya. Through this illusion, the two remain oblivious to the explosive tags affixed to the kunai. Such a minor illusion could easily be dispelled, yet in the heat of battle, the Jonin from the hidden mist fail to notice it. Indeed, as Kazahaya anticipated, two kunai strike true, piercing the throats of the Jonin. The two hidden mist Jonin met their end with eyes wide open, incredulous. Is there something wrong with your Leaf Village? Can't you allow someone to express their final thoughts? Kazahaya gazes at the lifeless bodies, bewildered. What are you babbling about? Just die already. Meanwhile, Uchiha Ayakawa encounters a Jonin from the hidden mist village, and an intense battle ensues. Hidden mist technique. A thick fog envelopes Ayakawa, attempting to obscure his vision. Fire release, exploding wind dance. A fiery vortex swiftly encircles Ayakawa, dispersing the dense mist entirely. Clang. The clash of ninja blades rings out as Ayakawa blocks a stealthy attack from behind. Their gazes lock, and Ayakawa's crimson Sharingan spins mesmerizingly, radiating an eerie glow. As their blades collide, the hidden mist ninja strikes with overwhelming force, each blow laced with lethal intent. Ayakawa, agile and fluid, strikes like a serpent, aiming for the opponent's vital points. Unable to suppress Ayakawa with taijutsu, the hidden mist Jonin retreats, preparing to unleash ninjutsu. To his astonishment, Ayakawa mirrors his stance perfectly. Suppressing his surprise and fear, the hidden mist ninja begins to form hand seals. As expected, Ayakawa synchronizes with him, casting the same ninjutsu. The art of water release, water dragon bullet technique. Two water dragons surged simultaneously from the ocean's surface, colliding and biting at one another. In an instant, water splashed and waves surged. The ninja from the hidden mist village was taken aback, pondering how the Uchiha across from him seemed to anticipate his every move, as if he were battling himself. What have you done, little brat? Fear etched across the ninja's face, yet his hands continued to weave seals. However, upon witnessing the Uchiha Ayakawa mirror his every action, he instinctively hesitated. Ayakawa, undeterred, unleashed the great waterfall technique. The massive torrent surged towards the elite ninja from the hidden mist village. Alarmed, the shinobi found himself caught off guard by the oncoming deluge, leaving him disoriented. After the technique subsided, he wobbled to his feet, but before he could fully comprehend his situation, a shuriken struck true, embedding itself in his throat, extinguishing his last flicker of life. To dare gaze into the Sharingan, such foolishness, he scoffed. Chapter 88. Intense Battle 5. The perspective shifted back to Kakashi Hatake. Just as he shouted the word kill, he swiftly drew the ninja blade from his back and, like a flash of lightning, charged towards Ida Kagawa. Startled, Kagawa realized the imminent danger, but it was too late to evade. In that fleeting moment, Kakashi's blade sliced through the air, radiating a lethal aura directed at Kagawa. With all his might, Kagawa attempted to sidestep, yet he could not entirely evade this fatal blow. A sharp sound echoed as the blade struck Kagawa's left arm. Instantly erupting in a spray of crimson, blood gushed forth, mingling with the sea and staining the waters a deep scarlet. Kagawa gasped in pain, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He understood that had he not barely dodged the strike, he would have met his demise at the hands of this seemingly insignificant brat. Such thoughts ignited a fierce wrath within him. Renowned in the hidden mist village, being bested so humiliatingly by a mere child was a profound disgrace. Adding to his fury was the fact that one of his companions, the shinobi known as Snake Cloud, had been swiftly dispatched by the enemy. This not only shattered his pride, but also instilled a deep-seated apprehension regarding Kakashi's prowess. Kakashi smirked ominously, brandishing his blade as he prepared to launch another assault on the injured Kagawa. Just then, a feminine voice rang out from the side. Water release, water prison technique. A massive sphere of water enveloped Kagawa, offering him protection. Unfazed, Kakashi infused his blade with lightning chakra, ready to strike decisively. Water release, water shark bullet technique. The surface of the sea churned as a shark-shaped water projectile surged upward. The vibrant purple lightning crackled around Kakashi, illuminating the scene as shark-shaped water bullets were obliterated into droplets by the surrounding thunder. In that fleeting moment of distraction, a female ninja from the hidden mist village, sporting shark-like gills, swiftly rescued the injured Ida Kankaku. "Thank you, Karasuki Yumi," she exclaimed. Standing resolutely ahead, Karasuki Yumi's gaze was firmly fixed on Kakashi, leaning slightly forward. She remained on high alert, unwilling to let down her guard for even an instant. "Lord Kankaku, this little brat seems rather troublesome. It appears we must engage him with utmost seriousness." Karasuki Yumi spoke gravely, her tone laced with a hint of concern. Ida Kankaku nodded, his face betraying no emotion, save for the icy determination that gleamed in his eyes. Slowly, he drew two uniquely crafted ninja blades from his waist, solidifying his resolve through action. "Water release, exploding water shockwave," Karasuki Yumi shouted, her hands swiftly forming seals before she forcefully struck the ocean's surface. In an instant, the sea surged as if lifted by an unseen hand, a colossal wave rising like a fierce beast, roaring toward Kakashi. Ida Kankaku positioned himself atop the towering wave, harnessing its momentum as he charged at Kakashi. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, an uncontrollable excitement flickered across Kakashi's face, an intense yearning for battle that seemed almost instinctual. The purple lightning within him resonated with this emotional surge, growing increasingly violent and radiant. In a split second, the purple lightning flashed, resembling a bolt of lightning cleaving through the night sky, and Kakashi's figure abruptly vanished from sight. The sequence transpired with such swiftness that it was nearly impossible to trace his movements. Yet, in the next moment, Kakashi materialized beside Karasuki Yumi like a specter. His actions were swift and decisive, with no hint of hesitation. He raised his arm, akin to a hammer, and struck forcefully toward her head. A thundering sound echoed, as if the entire ocean trembled in response. To everyone's astonishment, when the blow landed, Karasuki Yumi did not crumple to the ground as anticipated. Instead, she dissipated like a puddle, vanishing into the sea without a trace. It was merely a water clone. The true Karasuki Yumi had already relocated. Ida Kankaku, harnessing the strength of the wave, lunged powerfully towards Kakashi. However, Kakashi had transformed into lightning, evading the assault, leaving Kankaku's ferocious attack to strike nothing but air. Observing this, Ida Kankaku quickly adjusted his trajectory, launching an assault from behind Kakashi. With his blades crossed, he swung them fiercely, unleashing a torrent of electricity directed at Kakashi. Lightning release, lightning fong. Simultaneously, Karasuki Yumi revealed her true form, rapidly forming seals as she joined Ida Kankaku in their assault against Kakashi. Water release, great shark bomb technique. A tremendous torrent surged beneath her feet, swiftly coalescing in the air into a colossal shark. The creature opened its gaping maw, seemingly poised to devour Kakashi. The shark, in tandem with bolts of lightning, crashed violently towards Kakashi. With a resounding boom, water splashed violently, resembling a torrential downpour. As the spray dissipated, Kakashi's figure had vanished from the scene. Did you enjoy that? Well, it's my turn now. First, use shark face. Before the words had left his lips, Kakashi appeared before Karui. Purple lightning blade. Violet electricity entwined around Kakashi's palm, striking with the force of inevitability towards Karui. Don't underestimate me, Karui exclaimed, summoning a water wall in an attempt to deflect Kakashi's assault. Bang! The blade shattered the water barrier, sending Karui flying. Upon hitting the ground, her insides and neck were utterly obliterated by Kakashi's strike, leaving her lifeless. Kid, didn't your teacher ever instruct you not to expose your back to your enemies? Seizing the opportunity, Ida launched an assault. The lightning blade, crackling with electricity, aimed for Kakashi's head. Kakashi, undeterred, turned his body and grasped the blade's edge. How is this possible? Ida's heart sank in disbelief, utterly unprepared for this turn of events. Now it's your turn, Kakashi declared, his voice laced with lethal intent, exerting force as he swept the weapon from the dazed Ida's grasp, simultaneously delivering a powerful kick to his solar plexus, sending him sprawling. Struck hard. Ida staggered to his feet, rage igniting within him upon seeing his weapon in the hands of his adversary. The weapons of the 7 ninja swordsmen were crafted from rare and precious materials, not only costly, but also a symbol of the village's honor. To have them seized by an outsider was a blatant affront. However, Kakashi granted him no time to seethe. He casually discarded the lightning blade, allowing it to plunge into the sea. Pathetic, what are you staring at? Purple lightning blade. A flash of violet lightning erupted, and Ida's head was sent soaring. His face bore the fury of having lost his weapon, incredulous that the enemy so carelessly disregarded it. Witnessing this, the remaining mist ninja fighters were struck with astonishment. 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen had perished at the hands of this mere child, igniting thoughts of retreat among the surviving mist ninjas. Yet, it was somewhat too late for retreat. Chapter 89. Reinforcements. The morale of the mist ninjas was already low, and faced with the ferocious onslaught from the Uzumaki clan, they felt increasingly overwhelmed. In stark contrast, the Uzumaki ninjas were buoyed by high spirits, their battle cries echoing triumphantly. Ha ha ha, follow the captain's lead. Annihilate these mist village scum. Indeed, let us slay them all. As the ninjas of the Uzumaki clan, steeled with a resolve to face death, prepared to launch a counteroffensive, Hokage Kid suddenly sensed a familiar chakra presence approaching from a distance. A wave of joy surged within him, for he realized that his plan had succeeded. Simultaneously, the ninjas of the Uzumaki clan and the hidden mist village detected this sudden, unfamiliar chakra. Its emergence completely disrupted the original deployment of the hidden mist ninjas, catching them off guard. For the unsuspecting Uzumaki clan ninjas, this strange chakra undoubtedly heightened their vigilance. Noticing this, Hokage Kid's lips curled into a slight smile as he turned to the ships protected in the center, calling out to Uzumaki Reina aboard. Uzumaki Reina, reinforcements have arrived. Let us proceed as planned. Upon hearing the word reinforcements, delight illuminated the faces of the Uzumaki clan, while the ninjas of the hidden mist turned pale, a sense of foreboding swelling within them. Indeed, the once indistinct figures in the distance gradually came into focus, an army from the Leaf Village. A group of dozens broke away from the main force, hastening towards the rear of the hidden mist ninjas. Among the reinforcements, some possessed crimson eyes, unmistakably identifying them as members of the Uchiha clan, led by none other than Uchiha-chan. However, what astonished Hokage Kid was the presence of another group whose eyes were stark white, clearly members of the Hyuga clan. Faced with this alarming assembly of red-eyed and white-eyed warriors, the ninjas of the hidden mist were thrown into disarray. They cursed inwardly. Damn it. Why are these Uchiha and Hyuga fiends appearing here? This band of crimson and alabaster-eyed oddities is not to be trifled with. Nevertheless, the ninjas of the hidden mist were seasoned combatants, and their reflexes were swift. Almost instantaneously, they devised a countermeasure, charging towards the vessels protected by the Uzumaki clan, evidently intending to seize them as hostages to threaten the Leaf forces. After all, the people of the Leaf valued bonds and comradeship. Capturing members of the Uzumaki clan could provide them a chance for survival. The Uzumaki ninjas tasked with safeguarding the ships quickly discerned the hidden mist's underhanded strategy and resolved to thwart them with all their might. Strangely, Hokage Kid, the commanding force, refrained from intervening, allowing the hidden mist ninjas to board the ships unimpeded. An anxious Uzumaki ninja beside him exclaimed, "Captain, why are you?" Before he could finish, the hidden mist ninjas who had just boarded were met with a series of impenetrable barriers. Each one was sent reeling backward, dazed from the impact. Soon after, the injured and civilians hidden within the ship's cabin revealed themselves, displaying no signs of injury. They brandished weapons, grinning malevolently at the encircled hidden mist ninjas. Hokage Kid leapt onto the ship's deck, issuing the final assault command to his comrades. The Uchiha and Hyuga ninjas surged forth like tigers descending from the mountains, charging directly into the ranks of the hidden mist. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Sharingan Jinjutsu. 8 trigrams, empty palm. 8 trigrams return heaven. Although the number of the vanguard troops from Konoha is limited, their strength is formidable. Once the 2 prominent clans of ocular jutsu from Konoha entered the fray, the entire battlefield was ignited. On the ships, the members of the Uzumaki clan, disguised as injured civilians, displayed remarkable prowess, having long harbored a pent-up fury that was finally unleashed. Consequently, the previously overconfident mist ninja were swiftly overwhelmed and left in disarray under the assault from both flanks, leading them to question their very existence. With the tide of battle firmly established, Kakashi Hatake was finally able to relax his taut nerves. However, he remained puzzled as to how the Hyuga clan, known for their rigidity and stubbornness, had found their way to this confrontation. Even the current leaders of Konoha found themselves vexed by the obstinate elders of the Hyuga clan. Yet upon reflection, it became clear that only the venerable matriarch of the Senju clan could have persuaded such traditionalists to join the cause. Fortunately, the involvement of the Hyuga clan, with their Byakugan, enabled Konoha's main forces to locate the fleet of the Uzumaki clan amidst the vast ocean. The battle did not endure for long. With the arrival of reinforcements, the Mist Village's contingent was utterly annihilated. Ah, how exhilarating. It has been ages since I have engaged in such a satisfying conflict. Well done, young Hatake, boomed Uchiha Masashi, his face alight with joy as he approached Kakashi and clapped him on the shoulder. What shall our next course of action be? With a smile, Kakashi replied, Need you ask? We must press on with vigor, storm the land of whirlpools, and eliminate the remaining mist ninja. Thus, the forces of Konoha and the Uzumaki clan united, taking a brief respite before setting forth towards the land of whirlpools. As they departed, the ocean gradually returned to tranquility. The relentless waves washed away all traces of battle, be it corpses, blood, or the myriad signs of conflict, leaving no evidence behind. Yet, amidst this serene atmosphere, a pair of black and white heads emerged from the depths. It was Black Zetsu and White Zetsu. White Zetsu spoke first. What is happening? Why have Konoha's reinforcements arrived so swiftly? Uchiha Masashi should not have been part of this. Black Zetsu responded, It is that boy from the Hatake clan. He is an unforeseen variable. How did he acquire such intelligence? Should we inform Lord Madara and let him deal with this, perhaps turning the boy into mere pulp? Silence, you fool. Black Zetsu scolded. This matter must certainly reach Lord Madara. Let him decide. Little brat, do not blame me. It is you who obstructed my path to resurrecting Mother. Indeed, if Lord Madara intervened, this unexpected variable would surely be rendered insignificant. However, as he met his end, could I inquire about what it feels like to be turned to pulp? Ignoring the foolish White Zetsu, Black Zetsu drew the 2 heads closer together, slowly sinking into the sea until they vanished from sight. In the distant cabin, Konoha's very own Kakashi suddenly opened his eyes from his rest. He turned his body, casting his gaze toward the direction where the black and white had vanished. Chapter 90. Counterattack. The pierced mist as the coalition of Konoha and the Uzumaki clan arrived. Weary and travel-worn, at the village of Uzumaki, the main forces of the Mist Village were vigorously assaulting the protective barrier of Uzumaki. The ninjas of the Mist Village unleashed a barrage of ferocious attacks, lightning, flames, torrents of water, rocks, and gales, each strike echoing like a harbinger of doom upon the protective barrier of Uzumaki. Despite the relentless onslaught from the Mist ninjas, the barrier exhibited an astonishing resilience. Under the continuous assault from the Mist's main forces, the barrier, while twisting and contorting, showed no signs of succumbing to damage. The ninjas outside the barrier from the Mist Village began to grow increasingly frustrated, while those within the Uzumaki clan remained composed and unperturbed. In this moment of tension, Konoha's reinforcements unexpectedly appeared behind the Mist ninjas. This sudden development left the commanding officer, Gunma, utterly aghast, his mind momentarily paralyzed in shock. What is happening? Where did Konoha's reinforcements emerge from? Why had we received no prior intelligence? Gunma's mind was awash with confusion and astonishment. He had never anticipated that Konoha's reinforcements would strike at such a critical juncture. However, Konoha's reinforcements afforded the Mist Ninjas little time to react. Without hesitation, the elite forces following Kakashi surged forward, joining the Uzumaki clan's elite in the throes of fierce combat. Under the command of Uzumaki Reina, the ninjas of the Uzumaki clan sprang into action. They dispersed, forming a tightening encirclement that ensnared the Mist Ninjas within. In the next instant, a colossal barrier erupted from the ground, enveloping the main forces led by Gunma entirely. Simultaneously, the Uzumaki ninjas stationed in the village, under the leadership of their patriarch Uzumaki Rudo, charged forth like tigers descending from the mountains. Their momentum was unstoppable, resonating with their comrades outside the village to create a pincer movement against the Mist Ninjas. At that moment, the Mist Ninjas, previously in a position of advantage, found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament. Trapped within the barrier and unable to escape, they were besieged by the vigilant Uzumaki ninjas outside, resembling a fish trapped in a net. The balance of power shifted dramatically, the tides of offense and defense turning. Kakashi drew his ninja blade and, leading the charge, plunged into the barrier. A dazzling purple lightning aura enveloped him, reminiscent of a ferocious beast as he stormed into the ranks of the Mist Ninjas. His speed was akin to a tempest, weaving through the ranks of the Mist Ninjas like a phantom. Each of his strikes carried the weight of thunder, irresistible and overwhelming. With every swing of his blade, several Mist Ninjas fell, the sounds of shattering bones and anguished cries rising in a cacophony of despair. The trapped Mist Ninjas, naturally unwilling to resign themselves to their fate, unleashed a myriad of ninjutsu techniques, hurling shurikens and kunai in a desperate attempt to thwart the relentless slaughter perpetrated by Kakashi. However, their efforts proved futile, as they could not even catch a glimpse of Kakashi's elusive form. This phenomenon was a manifestation of Kakashi's newly devised ninjutsu, yet to be showcased. By delving deeply into the lightning chakra patterns of the Raikage and his progeny, and integrating his unique attributes, he successfully developed a combat mode exclusive to him, Raging Thunder Mode. In this state, Kakashi experienced a tremendous enhancement in speed, strength, and reflexes, with his combat trajectory becoming incomprehensibly erratic, rendering him almost impossible to track. Transformed into a violet lightning bolt within the Raging Thunder Mode, Kakashi wreaked havoc on the battlefield, dispatching foes with astonishing speed and formidable might. Faced with the velocity of Kakashi in this mode, the ninjas of the mist scarcely had time to form hand seals. Even upon completing their seals, they found themselves unable to locate Kakashi's presence. Those filled with trepidation, indiscriminately casting ninjutsu in all directions, often inflicted harm upon their own comrades. The reinforcements from Konoha, alongside the elite members of the Uzumaki clan, surged into the barrier to join the fray. In an instant, the battlefield within the barrier descended into utter chaos. Fierce flames roiled through the air. The Sharingan and Byakugan emanated a chilling aura of menace, while golden chains danced like serpents, ensnaring enemies and delivering brutal strikes, exerting immense pressure on the Mist Ninjas. Concurrently, Uzumaki Rudo, leading the remaining forces, entered the conflict, significantly boosting the morale of the Uzumaki clan while instilling unprecedented fear in the Mist Ninjas. Amidst this tumultuous battlefield, one particular skirmish stood out remarkably. The venerable Senju Momoka re-emerged, invoking her formidable illusions, causing several Mist Ninjas to collapse, clutching their heads and wailing in agony. Their pitiful state indicated a profound psychological trauma inflicted upon them. Yet, the sounds of their distress were short-lived. As reinforcements joined the battle, these already defeated Mist Ninjas were swiftly dispatched, their lives extinguished, leaving behind cold corpses on the battlefield. In this grand melee, aside from a few small teams that often executed missions together and exhibited some degree of cooperation, the remaining ninjas were utterly disjointed, each fighting independently. Moreover, within the confines of the barrier, friendly fire was a frequent occurrence, as ninjutsu could not discern friend from foe. Consequently, the Mist Ninjas initially organized themselves into small combat units, further fragmenting their forces. Observing this, the Konoha ninjas and those from the Uzumaki village immediately abandoned any sense of martial decorum, engaging in 2-on-1, 3-on-1, and even greater odds against the Mist Ninjas. Leveraging their numerical superiority, they launched assaults against the Mist Ninjas. Uchiha Chang, Senju Momoka, and Uzumaki Rudo, among others, specifically targeted the stronger warriors of the Mist, resulting in devastating losses among the elite of the Mist Village. Each village's elite shinobi stands as the pinnacle of their respective communities, and once the upper echelon is vanquished, the remaining ninjas exhibit scant resistance. The ninjas of the hidden Mist Village find themselves encircled within a barrier, relentlessly decimated. Utilizing his exceptional agility, Hatake Kakashi weaves through the battlefield with remarkable finesse. Soon, the tides of battle reveal an overwhelming dominance. Witnessing the ninjas of the hidden mist retreat in disarray, the frontline commander, Genji, strives to maintain his composure. He comprehends that the operation against the Uzumaki clan has culminated in utter failure, with none of the pre-established strategic objectives realized. However, the objective of weakening the clan's influence has been achieved. If this disunity persists, the ninjas within the barrier will inevitably be annihilated. Only through unification and collective effort can they hope to breach the barrier and escape. Genji rises, discarding his cane. As the once dominant aura surrounding him dissipates, he calls out to those around him, "Ninjas of the hidden mist, gather around me. I shall lead you to safety." Chapter 91. Genji with a resounding roar, his voice echoes across the battlefield, drawing attention. The previously weary Genji radiates an imposing presence, his body shimmering with a blue luminescence. With a second powerful shout, an invisible force swirls around him. Genji opens his eyes, a flicker of blue lightning dancing within them. With a third booming proclamation, Genji's once stooped figure begins to swell. The fabric of his upper garments tears apart under the strain of his transformation. No longer the frail elder, he morphs into a towering figure of 2 meters, adorned with chiseled abs. Observing this transformation, Uchiha Masaru swiftly approaches Senju Momoko, whispering, "Old woman, is this the technique?" Senju Momoko nods, her expression grave as she gazes at the transformed Genji. Indeed, it is the secret technique of blood explosion, conceived by the Eye of the White Lotus. This arcane art unlocks the latent potential within the human body, amplifying one's strength manifold, reminiscent of the village's 8 gates. As they converse, the fully transformed Genji suddenly vanishes, reappearing near the barrier. Without hesitation, he delivers a powerful kick, shattering the barrier instantaneously. The members of the Uzumaki clan responsible for maintaining it cough blood and lose consciousness. With the barrier breached, all ninjas of the hidden mist promptly retreat. Genji, with his back to them, issues the command to withdraw. Hearing his directive, the demoralized ninjas of the hidden mist begin their flight towards the land of whirlpools. The shinobi of Konoha and the Uzumaki clan, unwilling to let them escape, prepare to pursue. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonates, leaving a deep fissure in the earth. Genji bellows, "Humph! Halt, everyone! No one is permitted to approach this line, otherwise." Before the words could fully escape, a bolt of violet lightning descended from the heavens, aimed directly at the transformed Master Yuan. The electrifying force struck with ferocity. Master Yuan executed a swift turn, delivering a beautifully arched kick skyward. As their feet collided, a terrifying wave of energy surged outward. "Old man, it would be wise for you to enjoy your retirement instead of meddling in the affairs of youth," sneered Chu Feng, revealing a chilling smile. As if poised to eliminate this transformed elder, Master Yuan retorted with disdain, "Humph, you immature brat. Let me teach you the importance of respecting your elders, lest you fall victim to others in the future." With that, he unleashed a powerful thrust, sending Chu Feng hurtling through the air. In this exchange, Chu Feng found himself at a slight disadvantage. To onlookers, it may have appeared that Chu Feng and Master Yuan were evenly matched, but in reality, Chu Feng was attacking from a higher position, thus gaining a modicum of advantage. Yet, despite this upper hand, he was still forced back by the elder's formidable kick, showcasing the immense power of this secret technique. As Chu Feng executed several aerial flips to dissipate the force, he landed firmly on the ground. At that moment, a colossal flame surged towards Master Yuan, and soon, Uchiha Zhang, Senju Taohua, and Uzumaki Rudo appeared at Chu Feng's side. However, before the flames could reach Master Yuan, they were completely shattered by the swirling energy surrounding him, transforming into mere embers that dissipated into the air. "Leave this to us," Senju Taohua declared, her gaze fiercely fixed on the vanishing flames. Noticing that Chu Feng appeared ready to interject, Uchiha Zhang chuckled, "Do not worry. This is a battle for us seasoned warriors." Beside him, Uzumaki Rudo nodded in silent agreement. Boom. Master Yuan forcefully stomped the ground, charging towards the four. Violet lightning slash. He bellowed. Bang. Chu Feng's arm collided with Master Yuan's chest, halting the elder's forward momentum. At the same time, Chu Feng's other hand, clenched into a fist imbued with violent, thunderous energy, struck directly upon Master Yuan's bald head. Boom. The force of the punch sent Master Yuan flying, crashing into a heap of ruins. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Feng led the Leaf and Uzumaki clan ninjas in pursuit of the fleeing Mist Village shinobi. Master Yuan emerged from the debris, only to find himself confronted by three elders, their eyes locked onto him with predatory intent, poised to strike at any moment. Master Yuan recognized that without utterly defeating these three elders, he would not escape unscathed. He silently prayed for the Mist Village ninjas to evade the relentless pursuit of the Leaf and Uzumaki clans. Flame Demon, Illusion God, and the Patriarch of the Uzumaki clan truly regard me highly. Yet, do not underestimate me. With his energy surging, Master Yuan vanished in an instant. Lion Gale. The air around him coalesced into a ferocious lion that lunged toward the three elders. Senju Tao Hua bit her finger, swiftly forming seals, summoning technique, triple gate of life. Boom. The lion crashed through the first two layers of the Rashomon, and the third layer trembled perilously, nearly shattering under the force. Yet, it ultimately withstood the assault from the Master Yuan. Fire Release, Great Dragon Flame Technique. Uchiha Chang's swiftly formed hand seals, and a blazing dragon's head surged forth, hurtling directly towards Master Yuan. With a steely gaze, Master Yuan exhibited no fear and effortlessly dispersed the flames with a single punch. Boom. The Rashomon could no longer endure, dissipating entirely as a thick cloud of smoke engulfed the surroundings, obscuring everyone's vision. However, aided by the clairvoyance of the Uzumaki clan's Kagura, Uchiha Chang swiftly discerned Master Yuan's location and charged towards him. Taking advantage of the obscured view, he launched his assault. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, the sounds of impact resonating through the air. Due to the hindered visibility, Master Yuan was struck multiple times by Uchiha Chang. Just as the smoke began to clear and Master Yuan prepared to retaliate, Fire Release, Ash Pile Burning. A grayish haze erupted, further enveloping Master Yuan. Caught off guard, he inhaled the acrid smoke. Cough, cough, cough. His eyes reddened, resembling a furious beast. Wind breath. Waves of energy surged around Master Yuan, swiftly dispersing the smoke. Clang. Observing the smoke dissipating, Uchiha Chang clenched his teeth, conjuring a spark that ignited the smoke into a roaring inferno. Ah, damn Uchiha Chang. I will make you pay with your life. The flames surged, propelled by the winds surrounding Master Yuan, rapidly spreading outward, as he, at the heart of the blaze, was continuously scorched. Tiger Abyss. In an instant, the flames were swept away, revealing a fearsome tiger's head before the onlookers. Chapter 92. Master Yuan captured the mighty tiger roared. Waves of energy swelling as the burns on Master Yuan's body began to heal. His eyes glowed fiercely, veins bulging on his forehead like a fierce demon emerging from the sea. Huh. Master Yuan formed a hand seal. The tiger bared its fangs and claws, letting out a thunderous roar. In the next moment, he stomped the ground, charging towards the three with an intimidating presence. The speed of this ferocious tiger was unparalleled, as if it would devour the three elders in the blink of an eye. Yet, the three elders stood undaunted. Senju Momoka stepped forward, matching Master Yuan's speed. The two rushed towards each other with incredible velocity, their fists colliding with a resounding impact. Instead of one being sent flying, they engaged in a fierce struggle for dominance. At that moment, several golden chains lashed out from the side. Boom. The golden chains missed their target, crashing to the ground, stirring up dust and debris that obscured the sky. Both combatants retreated swiftly after their failed strikes. Once settled, Senju Momoka's expression was slightly complex. Having suffered a minor setback during their struggle, his fist felt somewhat numb. This secret technique was indeed formidable, capable of enhancing both power and defense. Master Yuan launched another attack, his fist aglow with a roaring tiger's visage, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight, reappearing beside Senju Momoka. The aura surrounding the master surged violently, his hands emanating a fearsome power that sent chills down the spine. With premeditated force, he aimed a devastating strike at the midsection of Senju Momohua. Yet, in an astonishing display of agility, she evaded the rapid assault, twisting away before delivering a powerful punch aimed at the master's head. The ensuing clash between the two was akin to a tempest, their movements as swift as lightning, punctuated by the thunderous sound of their fists and feet colliding, stirring a whirlwind around them. Boom! Senju Momohua was struck by a kick from the master, sent hurtling through the air. In an instant, Wanzai Lutong soared forward, catching her. Ha ha ha! Old hag, now you comprehend my might. If you retreat now, I shall spare you. Before the words could fully escape his lips, Uchiha Chong, wielding a massive blade, descended upon the master. Fire release, flame blade. A warning bell rang within the master's mind as he instantly vanished from his position. Thunderous impact. The colossal sword struck the ground, carving a deep chasm before the onlookers. Darkened edges of the fissure released plumes of smoke, faint sparks flickering at its depths. You speak too much. We have promised young Feng that we shall subdue you here. Should you escape, we, the old geezers, would lose all face. Upon hearing this, a surge of murderous intent flooded the master, his aura swelling ominously once more. Just as he prepared to unleash his full power, a distant roar echoed. Gate of opening, activate. In an instant, Senju Momohua's momentum surged to unprecedented heights. Boom! Her fist collided with the master's head, propelling him away. Without hesitation, she advanced, unleashing a torrential barrage of punches upon him. With one strike, she sent him reeling. And before he could regain his footing, Uchiha Chong swung his blade with ferocity. The dance of the sword and flames illuminated the battlefield, revealing the sheer might of the flame blade. Intermittently, golden chains and enigmatic barriers materialized around the master, leaving him vulnerable to the traps laid by Wanzai Lutong. Desperately resisting, anxiety swelled within him. He was at the brink of unleashing his ultimate technique, for time was of the essence. You've gone too far, he shouted, as his aura shifted dramatically, a crimson flow enveloping him. The red currents coalesced, morphing into a blood-red sphere that hovered in his grasp. Raising it with ferocity, he glared at the trio before him. Perish! Blood descent! The crimson sphere erupted into a bolt of lightning, hurtling towards them at breakneck speed. A flash of scarlet illuminated the sky, transforming it into a tapestry of blood-red hues. With a thunderous roar, a mushroom cloud ascended, obliterating everything in its vicinity to ash. In the aftermath of this cataclysmic onslaught, the Master's form rapidly diminished, reverting to that of the frail, old man. As the dust settled, he beheld the three standing unscathed at a short distance, an expression of profound discontent flickering in his eyes. Yet, drained of strength, he coughed up blood and succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon witnessing the collapse of Yuan Shi, Uchiha Chong, Vortex Lutong, and Senju Tao Hua could no longer hold their ground. The trio knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, appearing far from the pristine image Yuan Shi held in mind. Had it not been for the dire circumstances, Uchiha Chong would not have activated his Manjiki Sharingan to summon the Susanoo. It is likely that these three elders would have turned to ashes from the prior assault. Uchiha Chong clutched his eyes and cried out in agony before succumbing to unconsciousness. Subsequently, Senju Tao Hua released her 8 gates, and the exhaustion and pain overtook her, causing her to collapse. In the end, only the somewhat fatigued Vortex Lutong remained conscious. Meanwhile, under the relentless pursuit of the coalition between Konoha and the Vortex clan, the Mist Ninjas suffered significant losses. Nonetheless, many managed to escape, including the remaining 5 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The surviving Mist Ninjas retreated from the coastline of the Land of Vortex, heading towards the nearest islands of the Land of Water. A slightly larger vessel became the gathering point for the remaining elite ninjas of Mist Village, including the 5 remaining members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Their bodies bore numerous wounds, and their hearts were heavy with sorrow. The mist-shrouded sea outside mirrored the desolation of their defeated spirits. Pipa Shirzong, the decapitating blade, was the first to speak. It seems we underestimated the Vortex clan from the very beginning, and even more so the strength of Konoha. We have been led by the nose by those red-haired individuals all along. At this point, the expressions of the others darkened further. Konoha and those red-haired fools must have received intelligence and set a trap for us. It remains a mystery how they acquired such information. Bang! The irritable Wooly Shenba, exploding blade splash, stood up. The villagers responsible for intelligence should be executed. They all deserve to be obliterated. Those who leak information must be the ninjas from our own village. They should be turned to mincemeat. He shot a glare at the corner where Akatsuki Ranua, the twin-blade flounder, sat. Akatsuki Ranyue displayed no emotion, as if he had not heard Wooly Shinba's sarcastic remarks. This indifferent demeanor incensed Wooly Shinba, who felt like a mere fool. Consumed by rage, he charged at Akatsuki Ranyue with his exploding blade splash, shouting, "Akatsuki Ranyue, you must have betrayed the village's information, right? If you can forsake your own family, you would easily betray the village." Upon hearing this, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Akatsuki Ranyue's eyes. In an instant, he vanished from his position, reappearing at Wooly Shinba's side. With a thunderous crash, Wooly Shinba was sent flying into the depths of the ship's cabin by a single punch from Akatsuki Ranyue. Akatsuki Ranyue surveyed the surrounding mist ninjas, his aura of lethality rendering the atmosphere unbearably oppressive. As he cast his gaze around, everyone lowered their heads, unwilling to meet his eyes. Fear gripped their hearts. To them, Akatsuki Ranyue was a taciturn ninja, although he was the holder of the twin-blade flounder as part of the 7 ninja swordsmen. His lineage from a ninja clan kept him distant from the common ninjas. Due to joining the 7 ninja swordsmen established by the 3rd Mizukage, the members of the ninja clan regarded him as a traitor. In this precarious situation, Akatsuki Ranyue found himself rejected by both sides. His gaze ultimately settled on Biwa Juz, one of the few who did not harbor animosity towards him, maintaining a neutral stance, neither overly familiar nor distant. Akatsuki Ranyue spoke. At this moment, it is not about investigating the leak of information, but rather about making a swift retreat. Upon returning to the village, whether we regroup for a counteroffensive or take time to recuperate will depend on the decisions of Lord Mizukage. Our task is to bring back the remaining ninjas. The rest will be for the village's higher-ups to handle. With that, Akatsuki Ranyue disregarded the reactions of those around him and departed from the cabin. Chapter 93. After the battle, Kakashi Hatake led the charge, relentlessly pursuing the remnants of the Mist Village, granting them no respite. They swept through like a tempest, instilling dread in their adversaries. Eventually, the beleaguered forces of the Mist were driven to desperation, retreating to the vastness of the ocean by boat. Observing this, Kakashi decisively commanded a halt to the pursuit. As they gazed at the dwindling fleet of the Mist Village, the ninjas of the Uzumaki clan initially appeared bewildered, seemingly still in shock from the fierce battle. However, moments later, they erupted into jubilant cheers, awakened from their daze. "We have won. We have triumphed." The exclamations cascaded through the air, echoing triumphantly. All members of the Uzumaki clan exuberantly expressed their euphoria, their faces alight with uncontainable smiles. The joy was infectious. As the Leaf Village reinforcements soon joined in the celebration, many high-ranking members of the Uzumaki clan embraced one another in tears. Having endured immense pressure and anxiety in recent days, the legacy of their clan, the outcomes of war, and the myriad uncertainties surrounding the support from Konoha had weighed heavily on their minds, leaving them in a state of heightened tension. Yet now, in this moment, all their worries dissipated, replaced by the overwhelming tide of victory. Kakashi, feeling a profound sense of relief, sank onto the ground, fatigue washing over him like a torrent. Just as he paused to catch his breath, a gentle fragrance wafted through the air. Instinctively, he turned to see Uzumaki Reina before him. She gracefully extended her arm, a subtle smile playing on her lips as she softly addressed Kakashi. "Captain, would you care for a taste?" His gaze involuntarily fell upon her smooth, delicate arm, the skin glistening softly in the sunlight, resembling a fine piece of art. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, he quickly averted his eyes and waved his hand, resolutely declining. "You are not my enemy, nor am I so peculiar," Kakashi replied in a calm and gentle tone. "Furthermore, we have achieved victory, rendering such gestures unnecessary. I shall take a brief respite, during which I will gradually recuperate." In truth, the women of the Uzumaki clan possess a unique ability that enables them to assist others in restoring chakra and healing wounds. However, this restorative power comes at a cost. All burdens will be borne solely by the bitten woman. Although Kakashi does not consider himself to be a virtuous individual, he certainly cannot be deemed a pervert. He adheres to his own principles and boundaries, never crossing them lightly. When he resolutely declined, a twinge of disappointment surged within Uzumaki Reina's heart. After all, in the brief days spent together, this young man had quietly sown a seed in her heart, which began to take root and sprout. Nevertheless, Uzumaki Reina did not allow this emotion to linger for long. She swiftly adjusted her mindset, retracting her outstretched arm as if nothing had transpired. Captain, what specific plans do you have moving forward? Uzumaki Reina's tone returned to its usual naturalness. A subtle smile graced her lips as her beautiful eyes gazed intently at Kakashi, revealing a hint of curiosity that was difficult to detect. Kakashi paused for a moment before responding slowly. I intend to remain here for a short while to learn a few things before heading back to the village. It is quite surprising how many events have unfolded during this outing. Upon hearing that Kakashi planned to stay with the Uzumaki clan to learn, a glimmer of excitement shone in Uzumaki Reina's eyes. Clearly intrigued, she eagerly inquired, "Oh, what do you intend to learn? Is it the sealing techniques of our Uzumaki clan?" Kakashi nodded slightly in affirmation. A glint of mischief appeared on Uzumaki Reina's face as she seemed to contemplate something while looking at the resting Kakashi. After the cheer subsided, the crowd gradually calmed down, beginning to pack their gear in preparation for their return to the hidden Whirlpool village. Throughout their journey, joy radiated from their faces, and laughter filled the air as they shared the delight and honor brought forth by their victory. Moreover, they had not forgotten to seal the unconscious Master Yuan, taking him back to the village as their captive. Concurrently, they carefully lifted the fainted Uchiha Chong and Senju Tao into a stretcher, escorting the two elders back to the village with utmost care. For our clan leader, Uzumaki Rudo, you could walk on your own. People hidden in shelters began to emerge, while the ninjas of the Uzumaki clan ventured to various places in the land of Whirlpool, notifying the concealed civilians that they could return to their homeland. As night fell, silence enveloped the world, and the moonlight cascaded over the earth like water. Seizing the cover of darkness, Kakashi discreetly made his way to Uzumaki Rudo's home, avoiding the gaze of others. What do you mean by those words, Kakashi? Rudo's voice trembled slightly. It is simple. Once the negotiations with the Mist Village conclude, you will need to announce certain matters to the public, Kakashi replied coldly. Firstly, the leader of the Uzumaki clan. You must declare your renunciation of the title of daimyo of the land of Whirlpool, and all the citizens of the land of Whirlpool shall become subjects of the land of fire. Secondly, let the Uzumaki clan join Konoha village. Lastly, before you depart, ensure that the land of Whirlpool is left in utter desolation. Take with you all that you can, and obliterate all that cannot be taken. Leave nothing behind. Uzumaki Adu expressed his hesitation, asking, young Keed, must it truly come to this? Without a flicker of emotion on his face, Hatake Keed replied coldly. Is there perhaps a more prudent alternative, Leader Adu? If the current Uzumaki clan possessed a figure comparable to the god of ninjas, then I would retract my statements. Observing the turmoil on Uzumaki Adu's countenance, a surge of indignation welled up within Hatake Keed. He retorted sharply, which will you choose, family or country? Allow me to remind you that although the apparent losses of the land of Whirlpool seem minimal, in reality, it is utterly incapable of sustaining itself. Do not forget, the land of lightning lies in wait, its gaze fixed upon us. And what of the hidden sand village and the hidden stone village? Do you truly believe they would refrain from seizing an opportunity to strike at your Uzumaki clan? Pausing for effect, he continued. These nations have remained dormant merely because they have yet to find the opportune moment. But once they decide to engage in battle, compounded by the increasing military presence of the land of water, how will the small nations caught between these great powers react? Will they not feel envious? Will they not be stirred to action? At this juncture, Hatake Keed's tone grew increasingly severe. And do you genuinely believe that the support of those daimyo and nobles is absent from this operation? Do not be so naive. As a daimyo of a nation, how could Adu fear that the village's leaders of ninjas might emulate his actions? A flurry of thoughts raced through Uzumaki Adu's mind like lightning. And as he pondered Hatake Keed's words, he grew ever more convinced that the present Uzumaki clan had indeed fallen into a dire predicament. The clan now resembled a succulent piece of meat, glistening with enticing fat, drawing the wolves and hounds lurking nearby, eager to take a bite. After considerable reflection, Uzumaki Adu suddenly realized that Hatake Keed's proposition might truly be the sole path to salvation for the Uzumaki clan. The geographical location of the land of Whirlpool is exceedingly precarious, making it an easy target for the forces of the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Cloud Village. However, should the land of Whirlpool be rendered a desolate wasteland, those ninja villages, once so covetous of the Uzumaki clan, might find their ambitions quelled by the loss of value in this barren land. After all, no one wishes to squander time and effort on a desolate ruin devoid of resources. Resolved, Uzumaki Adu fixed his gaze intently upon Hatake Keed, young Keed. I am aware of your interest in our clan's sealing techniques. Based on your assistance to the Uzumaki clan, you shall be eligible to learn sealing techniques of rank C and below. However, I have a small request to make. If you could consent, I would grant you the opportunity to learn all the sealing techniques of our Uzumaki clan, including even the most advanced ninjutsu. Provided you possess the requisite talent and determination to master them, we would impart this invaluable knowledge to you without reservation. Upon hearing this, Kakashi did not immediately nod in agreement as Uzumaki Ruto had anticipated. Instead, he shook his head without hesitation. Kakashi outright refused, stating, I can't handle such a heavy burden with my small physique. Moreover, there exists a great sage in Konoha. What need do they have for my assistance? Uzumaki Ruto was taken aback by Kakashi's vehement reaction, caught off guard by his intensity. Regaining his composure, he implored Kakashi, young Kakashi, please do not be so hasty in your refusal. Allow me to finish my thought. The task I wish to entrust to you is not difficult. With your capabilities, you could accomplish it effortlessly. However, before Kakashi could express his refusal, Uzumaki Ruto continued, you are aware of the current predicament of our Uzumaki clan. If we could join Konoha, it would undeniably signify a new beginning for us. Thus, I hope that in the days to come, when our clan encounters challenges within Konoha, you might extend a modicum of assistance. This is my sole request, and I hope you will consider it in light of our acquaintance. Do not jest. Upon arrival in Konoha, does your clan truly require my protection? Lord Mito, Lady Tsunade, and SH Jutsu, who among them is not a shield for you? Kakashi retorted. Besides, I am but a mere child. I am incapable of such endeavors. You would do better to seek assistance elsewhere. With that, Kakashi resolutely stood and prepared to depart. Observing this, Uzumaki Ruto quickly rose and dashed in front of Kakashi, extending his arms to block his path. Young Kakashi, let us converse amicably. Uzumaki Ruto wore a broad smile, his tone earnest. Yet, Kakashi remained unmoved, staring at Uzumaki Ruto with an impassive expression, replying flatly, there is nothing to discuss. My stature is too diminutive to undertake such significant matters. With that, he maneuvered around Uzumaki Ruto and continued towards the exit. Seeing this, Uzumaki Ruto hastily stepped forward once more, obstructing Kakashi's path, and urgently exclaimed, young Kakashi, there is more than just the advanced sealing techniques. There are other matters as well. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's footsteps finally paused. He turned around, curiosity flickering in his eyes as he regarded Uzumaki Ruto with a hint of anticipation. Uzumaki Ruto took a deep breath, seemingly to bolster his resolve, and his expression became exceptionally resolute, as though he had made a momentous decision. He maneuvered through the winding alleys and streets of the Uzumaki hidden village, ultimately arriving at a remarkably secluded location. This area was enveloped by dense woodlands, the trees forming a natural barrier that concealed it from view. In the heart of the forest, Uzumaki Aodong moved with graceful ease, clearly well acquainted with the surroundings. Behind him trailed Hatake Kakashi, his mind brimming with curiosity and anticipation. At last, they arrived before a magnificent tree of considerable girth. Coming to a halt before this grand arboreal sentinel, Uzumaki Aodong turned to gaze solemnly at Kakashi. Listen closely. Young Kakashi, he spoke in a deep, grave tone. This is a sacred site of our Uzumaki clan. Aside from a few of us elders, there is no one left in our clan who knows of this place. Kakashi's eyes widened in astonishment as he scrutinized the venerable tree. Unable to resist, he reached out to touch its trunk. Yet, just as his hand was about to make contact, an invisible force surged forth, conjuring ripples in the air before him. Is this a barrier? Observing the manifestation of the barrier, Uzumaki Aodong hurriedly stepped forward, his expression a mixture of urgency and caution. Kakashi, remember, you must follow my lead closely and refrain from any reckless actions. Rest assured, Elder Aodong. With Kakashi's affirmative nod, Uzumaki Aodong inhaled deeply and began to weave intricate hand seals. As the final seal was completed, a faint glow emanated from his hands, and the barrier that had enveloped the passage above began to recede as if pushed aside by an unseen force. Once the barrier dissipated, Kakashi beheld a pathway heavily sealed with numerous restrictions. These seals appeared remarkably robust, seemingly woven from countless strands of formidable energy. Uzumaki Aodong approached the passage and performed another series of hand seals, lifting several of the restrictions. As they were undone, the wooden planks of the passage slowly parted, revealing a staircase descending into the depths below. Kakashi followed closely behind Uzumaki Aotong, cautiously navigating the narrow staircase, where they could only proceed one after the other. After descending a dozen steps, they finally reached the innermost sanctum of the basement. The space was modestly sized, adorned with simple furnishings. On the left, a table bore several ancient scrolls, their surfaces weathered by the passage of time. To the right stood a pedestal, upon which rested a wooden box intricately carved with exquisite patterns, exuding an air of antiquity. Yet, what captivated attention most were the mysterious symbols and designs etched into the surrounding walls, interwoven and pulsating with a faint luminescence at each node. What is this? Kakashi murmured in wonder. Uzumaki Aotong remained contemplative, pointing towards the box on the pedestal, his eyes reflecting profound thought and nostalgia. The history of the ninja world resembles a vast and intricate labyrinth, rife with innumerable branches and enigmas. Its diversity and richness surpass our wildest imaginations. However, it is perplexing that all remnants of the ancient era seem to have been irrevocably erased in an instant, as if an unseen hand had wiped its traces from the annals of history. He paused, a trace of a resigned smile gracing his lips before continuing. The clues we can uncover regarding the ancient times are merely fragments of whispered tales left behind in the ruins of a bygone era. Perhaps, within the current ninja world, our Uzumaki clan possesses the most profound understanding of these matters. The curiosity of Kakashi was thoroughly piqued as he turned his gaze toward Uzumaki Rudo. Rudo, could you elaborate on this? Of course, otherwise, why would I have brought you here? Perhaps due to the recent crisis of annihilation that our clan faced. Uzumaki Rudo no longer regarded these once family secrets with the same weight as before. He approached the table to his left, retrieving an ancient scroll and tossing it toward Kakashi. Kakashi caught the scroll but did not immediately unfurl it. Instead, he patiently listened to Rudo's ensuing words. This recent crisis of extermination faced by our clan has led me to some conjectures, Uzumaki Rudo stated gravely. To some uninformed individuals, our clan's unique physique and unparalleled sealing techniques may appear to pose a threat to the 5 great nations. He paused for a moment before continuing. However, the reality is far more intricate. What they truly fear is not our sealing techniques, but this. Before his words could escape the air, Uzumaki Rudo abruptly turned, his finger pointing like an arrow toward a wooden box on the table to his right. With a deep sigh, he continued, "We, the Uzumaki clan, are renowned for being the most suited to become Jinchuriki of the tailed beasts, yet the power contained within this box has left us utterly helpless." Upon hearing this, Kakashi's expression morphed into one of peculiar awkwardness. His countenance darkened, and a sheen of perspiration formed on his brow. He queried Rudo with barely concealed irritation. "Rudo, you just stated that this power is beyond your clan's control. What makes you think I would have the means to wield it? Are you not effectively pushing me toward my own demise?" Rudo's expression mirrored Kakashi's confusion. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Kakashi, as though he had heard something utterly absurd. "Huh," Rudo exclaimed in surprise. He then looked at Kakashi, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. "What are you thinking? Young Kakashi, when did I ever suggest that you should take control of the power within the box? While you are certainly a fine-looking lad, don't let your imagination run too wild." Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing he had misconstrued Rudo's intentions, which filled him with a sense of chagrin. Observing this, Rudo quickly clarified, "I merely wish to share the origins of this box with you. As for the gift for you, is it not right in your hands?" He gestured toward the scroll in Kakashi's grasp. Finally, Kakashi regained his composure, glancing at the scroll in his hand and then back at Rudo, a hint of an awkward smile gracing his features. However, he swiftly recalibrated his emotions, reasoning that if he remained unfazed, the embarrassment would rest with others. "Wait, Rudo, is this it?" Kakashi asked, his expression rife with skepticism as he scrutinized the somewhat worn scroll, his disdain unmistakable. Rudo, upon hearing Kakashi's dismissive remarks, felt a surge of irritation. He widened his eyes and said indignantly, "Ah, young Feng, do not underestimate these scrolls. They have been passed down since the inception of the ninja clan, enduring the ravages of time. Had our ancestors not preserved them with such care, they would have long since deteriorated or even turned to ashes." Ninja clan? Chimu Feng was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief, resembling 2 copper bells. "Elder Lutong, I am not well read. please do not deceive me. Is the ninja clan you speak of the one I am familiar with? Of course. Vortex Lutong shot him a glance. Exasperated. It is indeed the ninja clan you think of? Laughing heartily, Chu Feng exclaimed, in that case, I am wide awake. By the way, Elder Lutong, is there only this one scroll? Vortex Lutong cast a helpless glance at Chu Feng, internally sighing. For he still needed Chu Feng's assistance and could not afford to lose his temper. Thus, he meticulously examined the table, selecting all the scrolls related to the ninja clan, and handed them over to Chu Feng. These scrolls are all there are, Vortex Lutong said calmly. Once you return, find a blank scroll to seal them in. From this moment on, they belong to you. As Chu Feng accepted the scrolls, his gaze shifted to a wooden box on a nearby shelf. Curiously, he turned to Vortex Lutong and inquired, Elder Lutong, is this wooden box truly as powerful as rumored? Vortex Lutong nodded, his expression turning gravely serious. Our ancestors conducted extensive research on this box, but aside from knowing it is an artifact from ancient times, we have gleaned no further information. As he spoke, Vortex Lutong picked up another scroll and handed it to Chu Feng. Examine this for yourself. It contains detailed records concerning the wooden box. Chapter 95. The Legacy of Antiquity. Chu Feng carefully unfurled the scroll in his hands, laying it flat on the table, and began to scrutinize the text, reading word by word. However, as he delved deeper into its contents, his expression grew increasingly peculiar. The information inscribed upon the scroll was utterly astonishing. According to the scroll, the origins of this enigmatic wooden box are shrouded in mystery. All that is known is that it existed long before the birth of the Sage of Six Paths typically. The box behaves like a haughty and aloof beauty, displaying indifference towards all. However, when some simple-minded members of the Vortex clan attempted to force it open, they would undergo a sudden transformation into grotesque monsters. These transformed members of the Vortex clan experienced a surge in power, wielding tremendous destructive capabilities. Yet, simultaneously, their emotions spiraled out of control, rendering them irrational and turning them into beasts driven solely by a thirst for blood. Despite the formidable strength of the Vortex clan at the time, they found themselves somewhat helpless against these mindless monsters. These monstrous beings wreaked havoc, instilling immense destruction and terror throughout the ninja world, inciting profound discontent and fury among the prominent clans of the time. Consequently, the major ninja clans resolved to unite in a collective effort to combat these sudden aberrations. Even the historically antagonistic Senju and Uchiha clans set aside their long-standing grievances in this critical hour, collaborating in an unprecedented alliance to confront the looming crisis. This turmoil unfolded like an interminable nightmare, enduring for several years before it was finally quelled. The clans suffered catastrophic losses during this calamity, significantly diminishing their strength. Many clans perished in this upheaval, and even the once mighty families found themselves precariously weakened. Thus, in the years following the resolution of the crisis, an ephemeral period of peace emerged within the ninja world, as if the entire realm was collectively inhaling and recuperating. However, beneath this seemingly tranquil surface lay a clandestine secret. The then head of the Uzumaki clan, having witnessed the potential threat posed by the box during the crisis, issued a stringent decree. The descendants were strictly forbidden from revealing the existence of the box, let alone conducting any research upon it. Anyone who contravened this command would be deemed a traitor, facing execution themselves, with their relatives and friends suffering the repercussions as well. As time progressed, successive generations of clan leaders succeeded one another, and this secret gradually became enshrined in the annals of history. In the present day, aside from Uzumaki Lutong and a handful of elders, even pivotal figures like Uzumaki Mito remain oblivious to this historical narrative and the concealed location. The ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village might have gleaned fragments of this information from ancestral documents, but perhaps they would never fully believe it. Nonetheless, it sufficed as a pretext for their declaration of war. After perusing the scroll in his possession, Hatake Kakashi's thoughts drifted to another matter. Those Uzumaki clansmen transformed into monsters, each grotesque and immensely powerful, bear an uncanny resemblance to the transformation of the character Tenbin Togo after absorbing natural energy in the original manga. Could it be that they were sagefied? Upon returning the scroll to Uzumaki Lutong, the two turned to depart. However, at that moment, an unforeseen anomaly transpired. The box, which had been quietly resting on the pedestal, suddenly appeared to be imbued with life, beginning to tremble ever so slightly. Shortly thereafter, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. The mysterious runes and patterns surrounding the pedestal seemed to be influenced by some unseen force, commencing a slow but deliberate movement and transformation. They appeared to be manipulated by an invisible power, swiftly coalescing into streams of pure energy, surging into the box like a torrential flood. As the energy continued to flow in, the box emitted a faint, buzzing sound, as if celebrating the arrival of this formidable force. Under the impact of this energy, the box began to visibly contract and collapse, ultimately transforming into a petite, exquisite purple orb. This purple orb resembled a sprite brimming with magic, spinning enchantingly on the pedestal and radiating a captivating violet glow. However, before the two could fully comprehend the shock they were experiencing, the small orb suddenly shot forth with an immense force, darting towards Flagwood Feng like a bolt of lightning. The occurrence transpired so swiftly that neither Flagwood Feng nor Uzumaki Rudo had any time to react. They could only watch in awe as the violet light, akin to a meteor, surged into Flagwood Feng's mind at an astonishing speed. Uzumaki Rudo's face turned an alarming shade of pale. His countenance filled with dread as he gazed at Flagwood Feng, fearing that this mysterious purple light might bring about unforeseen consequences. Trembling, he extended his hand, cautiously examining Flagwood Feng's body, silently praying that nothing untoward would occur. In contrast, Flagwood Feng displayed no abnormal reactions. The enigmatic violet light seemed irresistibly drawn to Flagwood Feng's devil fruit abilities. Upon entering his mind, it seamlessly integrated as if it were an intrinsic part of him. 7 Divine Realms. As the purple light dissipated, a peculiar message materialized within Flagwood Feng's consciousness. Simultaneously, he distinctly sensed a bizarre energy emanating from his surroundings, continuously flowing into his being. Although this energy moved at a languid pace, Flagwood Feng perceptively recognized its existence. As this extraordinary energy coalesced, he could feel a novel power gradually gestating within him. This sensation was utterly remarkable, as if an unknown force were nurturing and transforming his body. Natural energy. Sage mode. These words naturally emerged in Flagwood Feng's mind. Furthermore, he realized that he was not merely entering a simplistic sage mode, but was destined to ascend to a higher echelon of existence as a true sage. This was an instinctual intuition devoid of any rationale. Although he had never encountered the legendary sage mode of the 3 great sanctuaries, in this moment, he could truly appreciate the marvel of becoming a sage. His thoughts grew clearer, his perceptions more acute, and the cells throughout his body resonated with joy, invigorating his vitality. What an unexpected delight this was. He slowly turned his gaze towards the somewhat anxious Uzumaki Rudo, a faint smile gracing his lips as he softly reassured, "Rudo clan leader, there is no need for such concern. I am truly unscathed." Uzumaki Rudo regarded Flagwood Feng with skepticism. After a moment, he could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Are you really all right? Should we not check, just to be certain?" Flagwood Feng smiled gently, shaking his head as he firmly replied, "There is no need. I am a doctor myself and am well aware of my own physical condition." With that, Flagwood Feng disregarded Uzumaki Rudo, turning to gather the precious scrolls before striding confidently out of the basement. Japanese mythology. The deity known as Amano Minakata no Kami, representing the essence of the cosmos, reigns supreme at the heart of Takamagara as a singular divine entity. Additionally, the gods Takamagara no Kami, and Kamakura no Kami, embody the dual forces of yin and yang, also existing as solitary deities. Together, these 3 gods are recognized as the deities of creation who withdrew into Takamagara upon their formation. The gods Amashika Bahiko, Kamiyajihiko no Kami, and Amano Takatachi, Amanoto Katachi no Kami, join the trio, forming a collective of 5 gods known as the separate heavenly deities. Each of these deities was born alone, their forms abstract and devoid of gender, thus referred to as solitary gods. Following the separate heavenly deities, a succession of 12 gods emerged across 7 generations, known as the 7 generations of the divine realm. Among them are 2 solitary deities and 5 pairs of male and female sibling deities. 1. Kuninoto Kotachi no Kami, solitary deity, the earth deity that arose when land first appeared, governing the 4 corners of the earth. 2. Toyakumen no Kami, solitary deity, the deity that emerged before the separation of heaven and earth, representing the marshlands. 3. Yubita no Kami, male deity, and Subatachikuni no Kami, female deity, deities representing the earth, where soil and water combine to form the embryonic shape of the world. 4. Sanokazushi no Kami, male deity, and Ikikushi no Kami, female deity, deities symbolizing the initial sprouting of plant roots. 5. Ippodo no Kuni no Kami, male deity, and Odinanabem no Kami, female deity, deities representing masculinity and femininity, embodying human traits and the inception of humanity. 6. Yumitru no Kami, male deity, and Ayahashiko no Kami, female deity. The former represents beauty, while the latter embodies fear. 7. Izanagi no Kami, male deity, and Izanami no Kami, female deity, deities of creation, responsible for the genesis of land and all things. Chapter 96. Negotiation and unexpected events in the ensuing days. The life of Hitaki Kakashi remained remarkably structured. As a medical ninja, he frequented the makeshift battlefield hospital erected by the Uzumaki clan. With his exceptional medical skills, Kakashi swiftly earned the admiration and respect of the medical ninjas from the Uzumaki clan. His primary focus was on performing surgeries and treating critically injured patients. For several days, Kakashi dedicated himself to the battlefield hospital without a moment's respite. Once his duties were fulfilled, he immediately immersed himself in the study of the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques, returning at night to organize scrolls that had been passed down since the era of the shinobi sect. Time flowed gently amidst this whirlwind of activity. Meanwhile, Mito Menon, dispatched as an envoy by the third Hokage, was nearing the Hidden Whirlpool Village. He was set to participate in negotiations with the Hidden Mist Village. The figure known as Genji held significant standing within the Hidden Mist Village, thus they would not relinquish him easily. After Genji's capture, the Uzumaki clan merely sealed him away for custody, refraining from subjecting him to harsh interrogations. This was the baseline for the negotiations with the Hidden Mist Village. Shifting perspectives back to the Hidden Mist Village, the defeated fleet swiftly approached an unnamed isle to the north of the village. Under the command of Pai Pa Shirzong, the retreating mist shinobi temporarily stationed on this island. Upon arrival, Gue Denglan Yu swiftly took control of the mist sentry posts and personally relayed the news back to Mist Village. Before departing, Gue Denglan Yu entrusted Pai Pa Shirzong with a stern warning to restrain their subordinates and ensure that the news of their defeat remained undisclosed until her return. After her departure, the upper ninjas of Mist let out a collective sigh of relief, particularly the previously beaten Mu Li Shunba. However, Mu Li Shunba was not without malice. He glared fiercely at the retreating figure of Gue Denglan Yu and spat onto the ground with contempt, vowing to eventually reduce her to mere pulp. In the office of the Third Water Shadow, a meeting was convened with Gue Denglan Yu, who had come to report. The news of Mist Village's complete collapse and the capture of the frontline commander left the Third Water Shadow in shock. Lan Yu, how many are aware of this news? Has it spread within the village? The murderous intent in the Third Water Shadow's eyes flared. The failure of the campaign against the Land of Whirlpools had severely undermined his authority, and the oppressed bloodline clans within the village would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to strike. Kneeling respectfully, Gue Denglan Yu replied, Lord Third, the village remains unaware of this information. Pai Pa Shirzong has secured the remaining ninjas, and I returned secretly to report this matter to you. After a brief pause, she continued, Lord Third, we must swiftly decide whether to wage war or seek peace. While Pai Pa Shirzong and I can control the dissemination of information, the Land of Whirlpools will not assist us in concealing it. Upon hearing this, the murderous intent in the Third Water Shadow's gaze softened slightly. Lan Yu, you have performed admirably, despite your lineage from the Gue Deng clan. You possess a heart that transcends your heritage. You are truly someone I have faith in. He instructed her to rest, but not to leave the Water Shadow building, as he was convening a council of elders to discuss the forthcoming matters and would require her input. Thank you for your hard work, Lan Yu. With excitement illuminating her face, Gue Denglan Yu remarked, It is an honor for me to contribute to the village. She then took her leave. Once Gue Denglan Yu had departed, the Third Water Shadow promptly summoned his Umbu. He commanded them to intensify surveillance over the major ninja clans, particularly the Gue Deng and Kagaya clans. Should any unusual activities be detected, report to me immediately. Additionally, keep a close watch on Gue Denglanyu. If she attempts to leave the Water Shadow building, eliminate her without hesitation. Lastly, and most importantly, bolster monitoring of the Mirror Lake and Wet Rain Cave. Anyone approaching without my consent is to be dealt with mercilessly. Yes, the Umbu ninjas responded in unison. After the Umbu had left, the third Water Shadow began contemplating the war situation concerning the Land of Whirlpools. The decision to engage in warfare against the Land of Whirlpools had been made against the prevailing opinion. Mist Village faced financial difficulties, and it was hoped that the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan would alleviate the village's fiscal burdens. However, the Uzumaki clan was not to be underestimated. They shared a close alliance with Konoha and could very well drag Mist Village into the quagmire of war. Thus, the elders of the hidden Mist Village predominantly opposed waging war against the Uzumaki clan. It is worth noting that most of these elders hailed from the Bloodline clan, and engaging in warfare would inevitably deplete their own family's bloodline ninjas. This served as another rationale for their dissent. Nevertheless, the third Mizukage, leveraging his own prestige, forcibly sanctioned the war against the Land of Waves. Seizing the opportunity while the attention of Konoha was entirely focused on the battlefield in the Land of Rain, he sought to eradicate the hidden Uzumaki village. By the time the other ninja villages realized what was transpiring, the hidden Mist Village had already thoroughly consumed the hidden Uzumaki village. To their astonishment, the defeat was utterly comprehensive. Not only was the Bloodline army annihilated, but 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen also perished, with the main forces suffering a loss of nearly 40 to 50%. Even the esteemed leader became a prisoner of the Land of Waves. The demise of the Bloodline forces was not a matter of great concern for the third Mizukage, as it was, in fact, one of his strategies. However, the 7 ninja swordsmen were his most loyal subordinates, and the leader was a staunch supporter among the elders. For both emotional and logical reasons, it was imperative to secure the leader's release. Come forth, commanded the third Mizukage. An operative from the Mist's Umbu materialized silently before him. Inform Piappa Shirzong that they are permitted to rest on the small island for a few days, and then instruct him to lead the Mist ninjas back. Seizing the moment before the various ninja clans of the Hidden Mist could react, the third Mizukage unilaterally bypassed the village elders and dispatched envoys to the Land of Waves for negotiations. After a series of arduous negotiations, during which the Hidden Mist Village conceded certain costs, the leader was ultimately returned. Ha ha ha, the treaty signed bear no binding force. The Hidden Mist Village will undoubtedly tear them asunder and continue their incursions. Is this not their usual modus operandi? Given the treacherous nature of these Japanese scoundrels, betrayal and cunning are their innate traits. By that time, the Land of Waves had long been absorbed into the Land of Fire, and the Uzumaki clan had already become a part of Konoha. The lands that once belonged to the Land of Waves had been reduced to barren wasteland, leaving not a single trace behind. Only after the peace treaty between the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Uzumaki Village was signed did the various ninja clans of the Hidden Mist Village begin to grasp the gravity of the situation. However, it was too late. The remnants of the Hidden Mist ninjas led by Piappa Shirzong had already returned to the village. Coupled with the strength of the Mizukage's Umbu, the clans of the Hidden Mist could no longer capitalize on the opportunity to retaliate. The repercussions of the failed assault on the Land of Waves gradually revealed themselves. Although the third Mizukage maintained a strong grip on the situation, the clans dared not openly oppose him, yet their surreptitious restlessness kept him perpetually on edge. It was not until the Third Great Ninja War that the third Mizukage was able to stabilize the village's circumstances. Following the conclusion of the negotiations, the leader of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Rudo, held a clandestine meeting with the Konoha envoy, Mitarashi. The day after their discussions, Mitarashi hurriedly departed with his entourage. 3 days later, upon receiving a falcon courier from Konoha, Uzumaki Rudo, accompanied by the 3 elders and 5 elders, embarked on a journey to the capital of the Land of Fire. Half a month later, news of their journey reverberated throughout the ninja world, causing a significant stir among the other nations. Initially, the Land of Whirlpools voluntarily merged with the Land of Fire, leading to the relocation of all civilians from the former region of the Land of Whirlpools to the territory of the Land of Fire. Subsequently, the entire Uzumaki clan migrated, officially declaring their allegiance to Konoha Village. Chapter 97, The Interception of the Cloud Village, recounts this news as it swept through the ninja world like a tempest. The Uzumaki clan's decision to join Konoha village was akin to granting wings to a tiger, significantly enhancing Konoha's sealing techniques well beyond that of other ninja villages. Furthermore, the unique physical constitution of the Uzumaki clan rendered them natural adversaries to tailed beasts, thereby greatly diminishing the likelihood of Konoha experiencing a tailed beast incident. However, with joy comes sorrow. Sunagakure and Iwagakure were embroiled in fierce battles on the battlefield of the Land of Rain, too preoccupied to intervene. Moreover, their considerable distance from Konoha rendered any attempts to thwart the Uzumaki clan's integration futile. Yet, while Sunagakure and Iwagakure found themselves powerless, there was one village that could no longer contain its agitation: Kumogakure. It is said that upon learning of the Uzumaki clan's intention to join Konoha, the desk in the Raikage's office shattered into splinters. Kumogakure has always been known for its audacity and tenacity. Since its inception, the village has cast a covetous gaze upon the bountiful land of fire. However, the formidable presence of the Sage of the Six Paths, Senju Hashirama, and the formidable Uchiha Madara, who held dominion over the entire ninja world, had previously restrained Kumogakure from taking rash action. With the passing of the first Hokage, the first great ninja war erupted, and it was Kumogakure that ignited the initial conflict. Observing the Uzumaki clan's impending alliance with Konoha, Kumogakure was resolute in its determination to act. The Uzumaki clan's unique attributes had long been the object of Kumogakure's desire, making ambush and abduction the most straightforward tactics for these fierce warriors. Aware of the potential threat posed by their volatile neighbor, the higher-ups of Konoha, including the third Hokage, remained vigilant. They dispatched a contingent of elite forces to escort the Uzumaki clan. In the southern region of the Land of Water, on the Akikawa Plains, Kumogakure's elite forces lay in wait, concealed within the underbrush, anticipating the arrival of the Uzumaki clan. The mission was commanded by the son of the third Raikage, A, who was distinguished by the moniker Young A to differentiate him from his father. Lord A, the Uzumaki forces are approximately 10 miles away, reported a nearby ninja in hushed tones. According to our reconnaissance, the majority of the group consists of women and children. Young A nodded slightly, his gaze fixed intently on the path ahead. As the future fourth Raikage, he was privy to deeper secrets. If enough members of the Uzumaki clan could be captured, it might pave the way for establishing a faction of the Uzumaki clan within the Land of Lightning. Taking a deep breath, Young A gestured for all ninjas to conceal themselves and prepare for the imminent confrontation. Time passed slowly, and the Akikawa Plains were enveloped in a suffocating silence. Yet, after an extended wait, no figures appeared on the horizon. As Xiao Ai's brow furrowed, an unsettling sensation surged within him. He abruptly struck the ground with his fist and shouted loudly, "There's no need to hide. We must have been discovered. Follow me immediately." Upon hearing his command, the ninjas of Yun Hidden Village sprang forth from their concealed positions, trailing behind Xiao Ai as they pursued the members of the Uzumaki clan. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by a cacophony that shook the very earth, the once formidable Yun Hidden elite force abruptly lost its momentum. This unforeseen turn of events caught everyone off guard, particularly the ninjas of Yun Hidden Village, who had not anticipated the treacherous traps concealed beneath their feet. The design of these traps was nothing short of ingenious. Though their power was limited, they specifically targeted the feet of the pursuers. Should anyone inadvertently tread upon them, an explosion would ensue, injuring the unfortunate victim and severely hampering their mobility. In the wake of these detonations, the Yun Hidden forces were plunged into chaos. While a few unfortunate souls met their demise directly from the traps, most of the ninjas merely sustained injuries from the shockwaves of the explosions, rendering them immobile. At that moment, a figure rushed forth and landed squarely before Xiao Ai, blocking his path. This individual was none other than Tuchai, the assistant to the third Raikage. Tuchai, seasoned and exuding an air of calm wisdom, was a person of meticulous thought and profound insight. His presence here was a result of the third Raikage's deliberate decision to send him to assist Xiao Ai in accomplishing this mission. "Ai, we've fallen into a trap." Tuchai's voice revealed a hint of urgency and frustration. Upon hearing Tuchai's exclamation, Xiao Ai turned. A look of confusion etched upon his face as he awaited further clarification. Tuchai took a deep breath, steadied himself, and pointed towards a wounded Yun Hidden ninja not far away. "Ai, look, this trap is exceedingly insidious. Its power may be limited, but its precision is formidable." Following Tuchai's gesture, Xiao AI beheld the injured ninja lying on the ground, groaning in agony. His legs bore the marks of the trap, blood staining the earth around him. With the villagers incapacitated, they were utterly unable to move. Tuchai continued, "Thus, we must assign an uninjured ninja to stay behind and tend to him. Consequently, we will lose 2 combatants in an instant." As the future 4th Raikage of Yun Hidden Village, Xiao AI possessed considerable intellect and insight. After Tuchai's explanation, he immediately grasped the perilous nature of the traps. Damn it! Xiao AI seethed with rage, his teeth clenched tightly, the fury within him erupting like a volcano. Tuchai, remain here and continue to lead the remaining forces. Take care of our injured comrade. I will pursue that scoundrel and tear him to shreds. Xiao AI's voice was filled with anger and determination, his eyes ablaze with the desire to reduce his enemy to ashes. Observing this, Tuchai hastily extended his hand in an attempt to stop Xiao AI. However, he was a moment too late. In an instant, Xiao AI activated the lightning release chakra mode, darting away like a bolt of lightning, vanishing from the view of the Earth platform in the blink of an eye. The leader of the Raikage in the village hidden in the clouds is named AI, and those who accompany him are all called B, such as Killer B and Barubi. The 1st and 2nd Raikages did not explicitly mention their lineage, but the 3rd and 4th Raikages are clearly father and son. Moreover, the darkness within the village hidden in the clouds is minimal, and there are few rogue ninjas. However, those few are notoriously fearsome criminals, such as the infamous Gold and Silver Horns. Chapter 98. The Clash of Thunder with the formidable lightning release chakra mode. Xiao AI barreled through, swiftly catching up with the migrating clan of the Uzumaki. His physical strength and speed had reached their zenith, and he now yearned to plunge into the crowd and wreak havoc. However, a figure even swifter than he emerged from the throng, charging directly at him. "Get out of my way, brat." Xiao AI seethed, his anger boiling. With no time for contemplation, he swung his massive fist towards the approaching silhouette. In response, the figure did not flinch or evade, but instead launched its own fist to meet Xiao AI's head-on. The 2 fists collided, and contrary to Xiao AI's expectation of sending his opponent flying, the figure stood firm, bracing against Xiao AI's blow. The force transmitted through their fists astonished Xiao AI. Having trained in lightning release chakra since childhood, he was highly skilled, though not yet on par with the 3rd Raikage. This was the first time someone other than the 3rd Raikage had successfully blocked his attack. Boom. With his strike thwarted, Xiao AI quickly retreated. As the dust settled, his face bore a grave expression. Upon seeing the young Kakashi Hatake, his murderous intent intensified. The youth's ability to halt him was a clear indication of his talent as a ninja from Konoha. If he could eliminate this threat now, it would undoubtedly diminish Konoha's future menace to the village hidden in the clouds. At this moment, Xiao AI cast aside any thoughts of the Uzumaki clan. His sole focus fixated on eliminating the young ninja before him. Resolute, he launched the first strike. His towering physique vanished from sight, reappearing before Kakashi with an almost imperceptible speed. Enveloped in a tempestuous blue lightning release chakra, numerous serpentine bolts of electricity danced across his body, crackling ominously. This terrifying aura thickened the air around him as he aimed a colossal fist at Kakashi's head. Boom! Xiao AI's strike missed, his fist crashing into the ground, sending a whirlwind of dust into the air. In the next heartbeat, a violet lightning bolt surged forth from the cloud of debris behind him. Returning the favor, Kakashi swung his fist toward Xiao AI's head. Xiao AI hastily raised his hand to block. For the ensuing minutes, the two engaged in an intense and furious brawl, exchanging blows in a fierce melee. The clash of fists echoed as shadows danced and lightning roared. The surroundings were utterly obliterated by the two combatants. Branches splintered, trees flew, and dust swirled chaotically. At last, with a forceful punch, Xiao AI managed to push back Kakashi, retreating swiftly in the process. Observing the purple lightning enveloping Kakashi, Xiao AI's expression turned grave. To think that this young brat from Konoha has mastered the village's lightning release chakra mode to such an extent. It makes me hesitant to kill him, he mused. Tell me, young one, where did you learn this mode? Kakashi shrugged nonchalantly, feigning innocence. I don't really know. It just came to me all of a sudden. There was nothing I could do to stop it. Upon hearing Kakashi's somewhat brazen retort, Xiao AI's murderous intent surged. Humph. Since you refuse to speak, I shall personally break your legs and extract the truth from you. Huh. Who can't boast? Come at me if you dare. Kakashi challenged, inviting danger. In an instant, Xiao AI vanished once more, reappearing behind Kakashi with a swift motion. He raised his powerful arm to strike down fiercely. Without a moment's hesitation, Kakashi caught Xiao AI's arm, twisting and throwing him towards the ground with great force. Xiao AI reacted swiftly, bracing himself against the earth while his other leg lashed out like a steel whip. Kakashi, undeterred, countered with a fierce kick, resulting in a collision of limbs. Boom! Their legs intertwined, crackling with lightning as they battled, ultimately forming a tempest of energy that swept through the area. The ferocious force pushed both fighters back. Though their reactions differed dramatically, Kakashi's face lit up with joy. He could feel his strength continuously improving. To dare engage directly with the future fourth Hokage was a testament to the benefits gained from the sage transformation inherited from the Uzumaki clan. Conversely, Xiao AI wore a grave expression, realizing that he might not be able to subdue this young adversary after all. Senior AI. This lightning release chakra mode is indeed a remarkable ability. The one who developed it is truly a genius. Upon hearing this, Xiao AI roared in response, "Brat, are you provoking me? Your ability is merely superficial. Is that so?" Kakashi's face revealed an inscrutable expression. He spread his arms wide, and his aura shifted dramatically as the purple lightning swiftly retreated into his body. In a flash, Kakashi leapt into the air. To Xiao AI's astonishment, a colossal figure of a lightning giant materialized before him. Standing over 30 meters tall, the giant exuded an overwhelming presence, gazing down at Xiao AI. Then, the lightning giant raised its enormous fist and brought it crashing down toward the ground. Thunder God vanquishing demon. Despite its massive size, the lightning giant moved with remarkable agility. Xiao AI found himself unable to evade, bracing himself to withstand the impact. "Do not underestimate me," he declared. "Thunder Duel. I shall meet this challenge head-on." True to the future fourth Hokage spirit, Xiao AI charged forward, unleashing his own fist against the giant in defiance. Boom! Furious thunder raged with abandon, unleashing a terrifying explosion of energy that obliterated the surrounding trees in an instant. This apocalyptic spectacle drew the attention of nearby Cloud Village ninjas and the departing members of the Whirlpool clan. The onlookers gazed in horror at the tempestuous lightning in the distance. Despite the separation, they could still feel the overwhelming energy it emanated. "Quick, we must leave this place." The leader of the Whirlpool clan and the head of Cloud Village, Tu Chai, issued the same urgent command in unison. As they hastily departed, a wild gale swept through the area. Boom! Zioi tumbled out of the explosion in disarray, finally coming to a halt upon colliding with exposed rocks. In shock, she glanced towards the epicenter of the blast, where Kakashi remained utterly unchanged, merely brushing off the dust from his clothing. Before she could utter another word, Kakashi vanished in a flash, appearing behind Zioi. A swift chop struck her neck, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 99. Return to the village. Kakashi stepped forward, intending to seal Zioi with a binding technique. Lightning release, thunderbolt seal. Several beams of intense light surged forth, circumventing the unconscious Zioi and launching an assault on Kakashi. Boom! As the dust settled, Tu Chai led a group of cloud ninjas, encircling the unconscious Zioi. The sight of her in such a state astonished them. To have incapacitated the heir of the Hokage, this young rogue must possess exceptional prowess. Tu Chai, sensing the futility of their mission to plunder the Whirlpool clan, realized their immediate priority was to escort the unconscious Zioi to safety. Concealing one hand behind his back, he signaled his comrades with gestures to mobilize for battle. Lightning release, lightning phantom pillar. Several cloud ninjas transformed into dazzling bolts of electricity, the blinding light obscuring Kakashi's line of sight. Seizing the moment, the remaining cloud ninjas swiftly carried the unconscious Zioi away. This tactic, however, held little efficacy against Kakashi. Deprived of sight, he relied on his mental network to engage in combat. Closing his eyes, he drew his ninja blade and aimed a strike toward Tu Chai. "Ah!" A cry of anguish echoed, unmistakably indicating Tu Chai had sustained serious injury. As the electric light dissipated, the cloud ninjas who had come to aid him vanished without a trace. The ground bore only a crimson streak, a testament to the ferocity of the preceding battle. In the temporary encampment of Cloud Village, Zioi gradually regained consciousness. Upon awakening, she learned from her subordinates of the events that transpired during her unconsciousness, particularly that Tu Chai's left eye had been severely damaged by Kakashi. resulting in a complete loss of normal vision. Boom. Similar to the third Raikage, the table within the tent shattered into a flurry of splinters. Zioi's resentment towards Kakashi deepened, a fierce desire to rend him to pieces coursing through her veins. Tuchai was the most trusted subordinate of the third Raikage, as well as the esteemed examiner of the extraordinary lightning release techniques. Such a capable subordinate, injured in one eye. How could this not ignite a flame of anger within Xiao Ai? Just as she contemplated pursuing the enemy further, Tuchai, his left eye swathed in bandages, entered the scene. Ai, we cannot continue the chase. Our priority now is to return to the village. Discontent etched across her face, Xiao Ai retorted, but Tuchai? My father has sent me into battle. I cannot return empty-handed. Moreover, that little brat from Konoha has wounded your eye, and I have yet to exact revenge. Tuchai, brushing his fingers over the injured eye, feigned indifference as he replied, losing this eye is inconsequential, but Ai, you must not suffer further harm. If you seek accomplishments, the nearby village of Tangin presents an ideal target, sufficient to silence some critics. Our village's main forces are currently engaged with a Wagakure and lack the strength to confront Konoha. We shall wait for a better opportunity to settle the score. Witnessing Xiao Ai's intent to argue, Tuchai asserted sternly, Ai, do not act impulsively. You are the future fourth Raikage. Consider the interests of our village. Reluctantly, Xiao Ai acquiesced to Tuchai's counsel. Thus, the village of Tangin faced an unforeseen calamity. The ninjas of Kumogakure descended upon them with the ferocity of starving tigers, their might overwhelming the defenses of Tangin. In the face of Kumogakure's relentless assault, the ninjas of Tangin rallied to resist, but their efforts were short-lived. The invaders swiftly breached Tangin's lines, inflicting heavy casualties, and the streets ran red with blood. Even more disheartening was the behavior of Tangin's leadership, who, in a moment of crisis, chose self-preservation over duty, abandoning their village and people to flee the battlefield. This betrayal filled the ninjas of Tangin with profound disappointment and rage. As Tangin fell, the ninjas of Kumogakure ruthlessly plundered the village's resources, transforming what was once Tangin's wealth into trophies of war for themselves. When the daimyo of the land of Soup learned of the ease with which Tangin had been overrun, his hidden ambitions crumbled. He had once placed great hope in Tangin, believing its strength could elevate his nation's status within the ninja world. However, reality delivered a harsh blow, revealing that Tangin's capabilities were far weaker than he had envisioned. From that moment forth, the land of Soup entirely relinquished its pursuit of ninja power, turning its focus to cultivating its unique hot spring resources. As time passed, the hot springs of the land of Soup gained renown, attracting numerous visitors and becoming a celebrated tourist destination within the ninja world. Although Tangin was eventually rebuilt, it had lost the financial backing of the daimyo and had become but a shadow of its former self. Coupled with ongoing power struggles among Tangin's leadership, the village was left in a state of desolation and ruin. Meanwhile, Hatake Kakashi joined the main force heading towards Konoha. However, the members of the large troop gazed at Hatake Kakashi with a tinge of reverence, for the might displayed in the recent battle was truly awe-inspiring. Even from a considerable distance, the colossal figure of the purple lightning giant evoked a profound sense of oppression. A day later, Kakashi finally returned to the Hidden Leaf Village. After parting ways with the members of the Uzumaki clan, he hastily made his way home, while the Uzumaki clan members proceeded to their new homeland. In the Hokage's office, a ninja stood respectfully before the third Hokage, dutifully reporting the circumstances. This ninja was the leader of the Leaf Ninjas responsible for escorting the Uzumaki clan, and though fatigue was evident on his face, his gaze remained resolute. The third Hokage listened attentively. Once the ninja concluded his detailed report, a look of satisfaction graced the Hokage's countenance. You have worked hard. This mission was executed exceptionally well. The reward will be dispensed promptly. Now, you may take some time to rest, the third Hokage said approvingly. Upon hearing the Hokage's praise, a weight lifted from the ninja's heart. He bowed respectfully to the Hokage before turning to exit the office. As the third Hokage watched the ninja's departing figure, a wave of sentiment washed over him. He slowly rose from his seat and approached the window, gazing out at the scenery beyond. The lights of the village appeared sparse against the night sky, lacking the usual vibrancy and clamor, a stark reminder of the war's impact. Just days prior, the stalwart Uzumaki Mido, the village's anchor, had passed away due to the ravages of age. Kushina had succeeded Mito as the new host of the Nine Tails. This matter was shrouded in secrecy, known only to the upper echelons of the Leaf, led by the third Hokage. In contrast to the original narrative, Mito found peace, knowing her kin had avoided the threat of extinction, allowing her to meet her husband, Shinju Hashirama, free of worries. Kushina was fortunate. Her clan had arrived in the Hidden Leaf, devoid of the uncertainty and despair she faced in the original tale when she became the new host. With the assistance of the Uzumaki elders, she no longer endured the torment of the Nine Tails turmoil, nor remained isolated within the confines of a barrier. Now, she could roam freely in the village, possessing ample time to open her heart to the Nine Tails, thus becoming the perfect host. The gentle flutter of Kakashi's butterfly wings had stirred a tempest of fate, creating significant ripples in the course of events. Chapter 100, Becoming a Jonin. Preparing to head to the front lines of the Rain Country. Giants. Lightning? The third Hokage murmured, his brow furrowed in confusion over these terms. He slowly picked up a scroll meticulously organized by the Umbu, which detailed all of Kakashi's actions in the Land of Waves. As he perused the scroll, his astonishment grew. The records clearly indicated that Kakashi's prowess was indeed formidable, rendering him entirely worthy of the Jonin title. Moreover, during the fierce battle in the Land of Rivers, Hokage Kid exhibited exceptional command abilities and remarkable combat skills, surpassing even some seasoned veterans. Currently, the village hidden in the leaves faces unprecedented pressure, contending with the possibility of simultaneous dual or even triple fronts. Fortunately, under Hokage Kid's leadership, the ninjas of Konoha managed to successfully repel the Mist ninjas during the war in the Land of Rivers, temporarily securing the southeastern front. However, the situation on other fronts remains grim. At the front in the Land of Rain, ninjas from Konoha, the Wagakure, Sunagakure, and Amaigakure are embroiled in a breathtaking melee, with the battles proving exceptionally brutal. In the direction of the Land of Rivers, the conflict between Konoha and Sunagakure continues to escalate, with both sides locked in relentless combat. As for the direction of the Land of Grass, despite merely skirmishing with a small detachment from a Wagakure, tensions remain high. Concerning the escalation of the war, further details will be clarified later. For now, it suffices to set this aside. As the war intensifies, Konoha faces unprecedented pressure, and the issue of troop shortages becomes increasingly apparent. At this critical juncture, every capable ninja is of paramount importance. Thus, the village cannot afford to have any competent ninja remaining idle. It was decreed that Hokage Kid must prepare for his personal Jonin examination the following morning, as instructed by the third Hokage. Yes, Hokage-sama. Upon receiving the order, the Umbu ninja Tsuru promptly set off for the Hokage residence to convey the third Hokage's command. Meanwhile, within the Hokage household, Kid was engaged in light-hearted conversation with his mother, Hokage Hanar, sharing amusing anecdotes that elicited hearty laughter from her. While the mother and son basked in the warmth of family life, the head of the Hokage family, Hokage Tsukumo, had already proceeded to the front lines of the Land of Rivers, collaborating with the elder head of the Nara clan, Nara Shikayu, the father of Nara Shikaku, and grandfather to Nara Shikamaru, in resisting the Sand Village ninjas led by the third Kazekage. The synergy between Shikayu's astute analytical mind and Tsukumo's formidable combat prowess proved to be highly effective, leaving the Sand Village struggling to maintain their initial advantage as they were subsequently suppressed by this formidable duo. After dining with his mother, Kid returned to his own courtyard. It was during this time that he learned from his mother of the passing of the venerable Uzumaki Mito. Upon hearing this sorrowful news, Kid felt a pang of reflection. The matriarch had lived from the Warring States period to witness the founding and flourishing of Konoha. Perhaps, on this timeline, Uzumaki Mito departed in peace. Just then, the Umbu ninja Tsuru quietly arrived at the Hokage residence and made his way to Kid's courtyard. Kid opened the door, awaiting the Umbu's visit. What? I am to attend the Jonin examination? Tsuru reiterated. Indeed, the examination is scheduled for tomorrow. Please make your way to the venue promptly and do not be late. Kid, caught off guard by the night breeze, stopped Tsuru before he could leave. The Jonin examination? I don't recall applying for that. Who submitted my application? Hition turned his head and replied straightforwardly. Of course, it is the order of the Hokage. Damn, that old man is quite cunning, resorting to such underhanded tactics. The Chunin exams in every village are exceedingly rigorous, whether in times of war or peace. After all, each Jonin is a pillar of the village. capable of contributing valuable insights for its development. The assessments for Jonin are typically divided into regular and individual evaluations, with the details usually kept confidential. The individual evaluation is designed to expedite the process for talented ninjas to ascend to Jonin status. However, this does not lessen the difficulty. In fact, the individual evaluation can often be more challenging. The next morning, intending to feign a late sleep to evade this personal assessment, Hitian was unexpectedly roused by an Umbu ninja providing a wake-up service. As he ate his breakfast, he shot a deadpan stare at Hitian. "Are you really that idle? Personally coming to wake me up?" Hitian coldly replied, "This is the order of the Hokage, to prevent you from finding any other excuses." In his heart, Hitian grumbled, "Really? Is it that sinister?" After finishing breakfast, under Hitian's supervision, he reluctantly made his way to the examination venue. The entire venue was eerily quiet, with only 3 individuals present, including Hitian. He and another Umbu ninja served as proctors, solely overseeing Hitian. "No way. Is this examination hall set up just for me?" Upon hearing this, the other Umbu ninja confirmed, "Indeed, this examination hall is designed specifically for you. Are you ready? If so, we shall commence the assessment immediately." The test papers were distributed, and Hitian quickly skimmed through the questions before taking up his pen to answer them swiftly. The difficulty of the Jonin written test was indeed greater than that of the Chunin test, yet for Hitian, it posed no significant challenge. He could answer all the questions correctly. After approximately 40 minutes, he submitted his paper. As the papers were graded personally by the 3rd Hokage, Hitian closed his eyes to rest while awaiting the next assessment. After about 10 minutes, Hitian was informed that he had passed the theoretical exam, and the next stage would be the intelligence transmission assessment. Following the Umbu ninja to the Forest of Death, the Umbu ninja explained, "There is a highly classified intelligence scroll from an enemy nation currently in the hands of our spy. You need to locate our spy and bring back the information. The time limit is until noon at 11 o'clock. Returning before then will be deemed successful." Understanding his task, Hitian swiftly made his way to the battlefield within the Forest of Death. He closed his eyes and activated his sensory ninja technique, the Mind Net. Soon, he detected the hidden Umbu posing as a spy. After obtaining the intelligence, Hitian skillfully navigated through various traps along the way, completing the assessment in under 10 minutes. Observing from the sidelines, Hitian was greatly astonished. This assessment posed no challenge whatsoever for him. After Kitamura Kid departed, the dark ninja responsible for setting up the traps wore a look of deep resentment. After spending several arduous hours meticulously arranging the scene, Kid managed to conclude the entire ordeal in less than 10 minutes, leaving the ninja feeling utterly despondent. The final assessment was akin to the Chunin exams, also conducted in the training grounds, overseen by the same dark ninjas. It appeared that the 3rd Hokage was quite generous, as dark ninjas presided over both the Chunin and Jonin examinations. As the battle commenced, Kitamura Kid vanished from his original position and reappeared behind the examiner in the blink of an eye. Seizing the moment before the examiner could react, he delivered a swift strike, rendering him unconscious. Chapter 101. Journey to the Land of Rain. What astonishing speed! The dark ninjas present narrowed their eyes in surprise, gazing at the diminutive figure at the center of the training ground. Meanwhile, the 3rd Hokage, observing from his office through a crystal ball, noted the unfolding events with astonishment. This speed could rival that of his mentor's Flying Thunder God technique. The 3rd Hokage's eyes widened. He discerned the shadow of himself executing the Flying Thunder God technique in Kid's swift conclusion of the battle. In the training grounds, a supervising dark ninja approached to retrieve his unconscious colleague and addressed Kid, saying, "Congratulations, the practical assessment has concluded. You may return home now. You will receive further news this afternoon." Kid nodded, acknowledging the information. With the assessment complete, he leisurely made his way home. Upon returning to his small courtyard, he was pleasantly surprised to find 2 unexpected visitors. "Shoyuta, Haru, what brings you here?" Kid exclaimed with delight. "Ah, Kid, where on earth did you go this morning? Haru and I waited for you for quite some time." The exuberant Sarutobi Shoyuta questioned first. Seated beside him, Yuhi Haru remained silent, but cast a similarly inquisitive glance at Kid. Recalling the events, Kid wore a look of discontent. He ushered Shoyuta and Haru into his room, retrieving 3 bottles of drinks from the refrigerator to share with them. Reclining on the sofa, he expressed his vexation. "Ugh, what bad luck. Just as I was about to rest last night, dark ninjas appeared at my home. I thought I was being summoned for a new mission, but instead, I was informed that I had to participate in the Jonin examination. Jonin examination? Shoyuta and Haru stared wide-eyed at Kid, who was clearly displeased. When did you apply for the Jonin exam? Why didn't you tell us? In the wake of their shock, both Sarutobi Shoyuta and Yuhi Haru began to express their grievances about Kid's secrecy regarding his participation in the Jonin examination. Observing their puffed-up expressions, Kid irritatedly tossed the empty drink bottle onto the table. Apply? What are you talking about? I was completely bewildered. It was a surprise attack orchestrated by the Hokage. I was the only one in the examination room. After a pause, Kid continued, I had intended to sleep in this morning, thinking that time would pass and I would naturally be absent from the exam. Little did I know, the dark ninjas had a wake-up service. Upon arriving at the examination hall, two Umbu ninjas fixated their gaze upon me as I answered questions. Following the theoretical assessment, I was to be evaluated on my intelligence transmission capabilities and practical combat skills. At this moment, we had only just paused. Is that so? The Hokage appeared to be rather relaxed. Beside him, Hinata Haruno spoke with an unwavering determination. Sarutobi Shuda's lips twitched, for he was, after all, his uncle. Yet, he too found the third Hokage's demeanor somewhat perplexing. With a sense of urgency, he inquired, what is the outcome? What results have we? Kakashi Hitaki stroked his chin with confidence and replied, of course, there will be no issues. It's merely a small examination. I have it under control. We shall know the precise results by this afternoon. Humph, Kakashi, for now, I shall let you take the lead. Worry not. Haruno and I shall soon ascend to the rank of J-Nin, Sarutobi Shoyuta proclaimed with an air of pride, seemingly unfazed by the J-Nin examination. Ha ha ha. Shoyuta, do not keep me waiting too long. Imagine, should I become your leading J-Nin? That would indeed be amusing, Kakashi said with a mischievous glint in his eye. The thought of such a scenario was truly entertaining. Attending a parent-teacher meeting only to discover that one's child's homeroom teacher is an old classmate. Oh, what a dream that would be. Sarutobi Shoyuta exclaimed, patting his chest, Haruno and I would never become your subordinates. Seeing Sarutobi Shoyuta become incensed at Kakashi's playful teasing, Hinata Haruno quickly intervened, pulling apart these two childish souls. After calming them, she turned to Kakashi and asked, once we become J-Nin, does that mean we will be heading to the battlefield? Upon hearing that his companions might venture into combat, Sarutobi Shoyuta adopted a more serious demeanor. Kakashi shrugged his shoulders and replied with resignation, if I become a J-Nin, I will undoubtedly be dispatched to the battlefield. However, I am uncertain of my specific role. Rest assured, though, it is highly likely I shall be stationed at a field hospital as a medic. Noticing the serious expressions on their faces, Kakashi rose and said, all right, what's done is done. Worrying is futile. Instead, why don't we go out for some barbecue? It will serve as a celebration. Hinata Haruno and Sarutobi Shoyuta exchanged glances, nodded, and readily agreed. After indulging in a hearty feast at the barbecue restaurant, the trio returned to their respective homes. Upon arriving home, Kakashi intended to take a moment's rest. However, an Umbu ninja named Tsuru reappeared at the Hitaki residence, effortlessly making her way to Kakashi's courtyard. Kakashi, you have successfully passed your J-Nin assessment. Please accompany me to the Hokage Tower to receive your J-Nin vest and update your ninja records. With that, she turned and departed from the Hitaki residence. Kakashi tidied himself up and made his way to the Hokage office building. There, he received his J-Nin vest and updated his ninja documentation and credentials. Upon returning home, Kakashi tossed the vest aside. Although it served a certain protective purpose, its appearance was rather unsightly, a garish shade of green. One could only wonder why such colors were favored. No sooner had he settled onto the sofa than Tsuru, the Umbu ninja, returned to Kakashi's courtyard once again. Upon encountering the enigmatic ninja Crane once again in his courtyard, Kazuki Kaido expressed his irritation, saying, Sister, what is it this time? Can you not convey everything in one go? The Crane, undeterred by Kaido's grievances, replied candidly. The Hokage's command requires you to report to the Hokage's office tomorrow. There is a mission that requires your execution. Before she could finish her sentence, Kaido's temper flared. Seriously? Why was this not mentioned when I went to collect my Jonin vest? This old man never tires of repeating himself. The Crane, treating his complaints as if they were non-existent, completed her announcement and departed from the Kaido residence. The following day, within the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, found himself evading Kaido's somewhat resentful gaze. He cleared his throat gently and said, "Kaido, the situation at the front is dire. The village has organized a contingent of reinforcements to support the battlefield in the Land of Rain, and you will lead the medical ninjas among them." Upon finishing, he placed a scroll upon the desk before him. This scroll contained essential medical supplies urgently needed at the front, which you must personally deliver to Tsunade. Once there, you will follow her orders without question. Chapter 102. Escalation of the war situation. All right, I understand, Kaido replied, taking the scroll. Is there anything else to convey? Please, say it all at once so we don't repeat yesterday's situation. The third Hokage chuckled awkwardly, hastily gesturing. No more, really, that's all. Humph. You'd better be telling the truth, Kaido retorted, turning to leave. As he reached the door, he abruptly pivoted back. Old man. Are you absolutely certain there are no further instructions? The third Hokage, exasperated, waved his hand. Really, there is nothing else. Yesterday was merely an unforeseen circumstance. You need not worry. Seeing the third Hokage's pleading gesture, Kaido quickly exited the office. The Leaf Village's reinforcements had assembled, and the medical ninjas, painstakingly trained by Tsunade, were incorporated into the medical unit, highlighting the intensity of the frontline conflict. The current state of the ninja world had marked the official onset of the Second Great Ninja War. Let us rewind the timeline to the day when our protagonist Kaido parted ways with his father, Kazuki Tsukumo, referred to Chapter 66. At that time, Kazuki Tsukumo had received a mission to investigate intelligence regarding Tsunade in the Land of Wind. Prompted by his son Kaido's suggestion, he inexplicably diverted to the Land of Rivers. Along the way, Kazuki Tsukumo encountered a merchant caravan en route to the feudal lord's estate in the Land of Rivers. This caravan, backed by a powerful lineage, was a private enterprise of the Fire Country's feudal lord, significantly contributing to his private treasury. The caravan was vast, comprising 100 carts and a workforce of over 500 individuals. Such a formidable merchant convoy was generally impervious to petty thieves, as even the more formidable bandits tended to avoid it. Disguising himself as a down-and-out trader, Kazuki Tsukumo bribed a minor steward of the caravan, successfully infiltrating their ranks. Through his inquiries, he discovered that the caravan was transporting substantial quantities of grain and ninja tools. With the war ignited, the prices of these essential supplies had soared, presenting a lucrative opportunity for unscrupulous merchants to profit from the nation's misfortunes. As the nominal leader of the Land of Fire, how could the daimyo not seize the opportunity for personal gain? What? These supplies could potentially fall into the hands of our enemies, which would constitute aiding them. Come now, has the daimyo of the Land of Fire directly sold supplies to the enemy? Did you witness that? What? Does the daimyo not fear discontent from our own ninjas for such treachery? Please, you ninjas are mere tools, and yet you dare to express dissatisfaction towards the exalted daimyo? Such audacity could lead to your own demise. Furthermore, the struggles of you ninjas, whether in life or death, have nothing to do with our families. The daimyos of various nations, to some extent, share familial ties. The daimyo of the Land of Rivers, with no such connections, would have already defected. The merchant convoy, though substantial, moved with commendable speed, led by a seasoned leader. At night, while camping, he would arrange traps in various directions and conduct patrols to guard against potential enemy threats. Thus, Kakashi Hatake journeyed alongside this caravan towards the Land of Rivers. At the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rivers, at the Konoha outpost, the ninjas of Konoha diligently held their posts, executing their duties with utmost care. In the darkness, a series of Tsunade ninjas emerged, cloaked by the night. The sound of shurikens slicing through the air echoed distinctly in the stillness. Within the watchtower, the patrolling ninja suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck, realizing an enemy had struck. Before he could even utter a warning, he felt his body weaken, followed by difficulty in breathing, ultimately succumbing to death. Poison. One by one, the ninjas within the outpost fell, never having issued a single alert. As the last Konoha ninja collapsed lifelessly, the assailants finally revealed themselves. The pupils of the deceased Konoha ninja reflected the forehead protector of Tsunade. Having eliminated the Konoha ninjas at the outpost, shortly thereafter, the third Kazekage arrived, gliding atop a cloud of black iron sand. Upon surveying the fallen Konoha ninjas, he commanded the advance to continue. On this seemingly ordinary night, the third Kazekage led a formidable force of Tsunade ninjas into the territory of the Land of Fire. as the Sunagakure ninjas infiltrated the Land of Fire. The 3rd Kazekage dispatched numerous reconnaissance ninjas ahead of the main army for exploration. In no time, the scouting ninjas returned with reports of a large encampment ahead. Judging by its size and banners, it belonged to a merchant convoy from the daimyo of the Land of Fire. To ensure the stealth of their ambush, the 3rd Kazekage ordered Sunagakure to surround the entire encampment and eliminate all within. As the ninjas of Sunagakure stealthily encircled the camp, Kakashi Hitaki had become fully alert. At night, the wilderness should resonate with the sounds of various insects and birds. Yet now, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, devoid of any animal sounds. With his extensive survival experience, Kakashi was instantly awakened, sensing the faint yet palpable murderous intent in the environment, realizing that Sunagakure had made their move. Moreover, the merchant caravan currently resides within the borders of the Land of Fire, and the ninjas of Sunagakure have audaciously infiltrated this territory, indicating that the sentinels of Konoha at the border have been completely annihilated. Without delay, Kakashi Hitaki swiftly extracted a signal flare, ignited the fuse, and launched a distress signal into the sky to herald the enemy's incursion. Boom! The flare erupted with a resounding blast, illuminating the sky with brilliant sparks. The immense noise roused the members of the camp, compelling the caravan's overseers to rise and ascertain the situation. Kakashi Hitaki bellowed, "Sunagakure has invaded the Land of Fire. We must flee for our lives immediately." Upon hearing his words, the caravan erupted into chaos. The ninjas of Konoha were engaged in a fierce battle with the ninjas of Amigakure, providing the perfect opportunity for Sunagakure to launch a surprise attack. After delivering the warning, Kakashi vanished swiftly into the depths of the forest. The caravan members, now in a state of utter panic, screamed and scattered in all directions, neglecting even the supplies within the camp. Faced with such turmoil, the caravan leader felt utterly powerless. They were up against Sunagakure, one of the 5 great shinobi villages, and their meager tactics were utterly futile against such formidable foes. Perhaps it would be prudent to seize this occasion to abscond with the caravan's riches and retreat to a small nation to live as a comfortable petty lord for the remainder of their days. Just as the caravan leader contemplated this course of action, the expression of the 3rd Kazekage in the nearby forest darkened ominously. The encirclement of Sunagakure had yet to be established, and their presence had been detected prematurely. This was far from the desired outcome. "Kazekage-sama, it seems the camp has discovered our presence," one of his subordinates reported. "What nonsense!" The 3rd Kazekage roared in fury, chastising his underling for their lack of awareness. They had already been compromised. Taking a deep breath, he commanded, "Kazekage, lead your subordinates to pursue the individual who just fled. Ensure he meets a gruesome end. The rest of you, advance and annihilate everyone in the camp. Leave no one alive." Chapter 103, Ambush. Boom, boom, boom. Explosive tags were hurled by the ninjas of Sunagakure, sending shockwaves through the already disordered camp, further plunging it into chaos. However, it soon became evident to the Sunagakure ninjas that the caravan was transporting provisions and combat tools. They promptly ceased their bombardment of explosive tags and charged forth to unleash a bloody massacre upon the camp's inhabitants. Hearing the blasts behind him and witnessing the fiery glow erupting around him in the darkness, Kakashi Hitaki's expression turned grave. Indeed, his son had been correct. Remaining to fight was no longer an option. The immediate priority was to relay the information regarding Sunagakure's invasion back home. As for the others in the camp, he could only offer a silent apology. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a sharp whistling pierced the air as dozens of shuriken hurtled overhead towards Kakashi Hitaki. The unexpected assault caught him off guard, leaving him no time to evade. He could only watch helplessly as the shuriken rained down upon him. In an instant, they struck him fiercely, blood splattering in all directions. His body trembled violently before collapsing like a marionette with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. At that moment, a standard 4-man combat team appeared like phantoms. This squad consisted of 1 elite ninja and 3 mid-ranking ninjas. The leader, an adept puppet master, was flanked by 3 uniquely designed puppets. The shurikens that had just been unleashed came from one of the puppets he manipulated. "Humph, such is the strength of a Konoha ninja, utterly pathetic," scoffed the elite sand ninja, by Chu Feng, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed at the lifeless body of Hitaki Tsukumo, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. Baishan Feng maneuvered his puppets forward cautiously, vigilant as he surveyed the surroundings for any remaining Konoha ninjas. After a thorough investigation, he concluded that there were no other foes present. With a slight sigh of relief, Baishan Feng felt a momentary ease. Wow, our captain is truly impressive. He took down that Konoha ninja so swiftly. The three mid-ranking ninjas exclaimed, their faces adorned with sycophantic admiration. However, just as they reveled in their captain's glory, a sudden, jarring sound pierced the silence, a sharp thud. They turned in shock to see a white-toothed short blade had, unbeknownst to them, pierced the heart of one mid-ranking ninja from behind. The blade emerging from his chest, dripping with crimson blood, a shocking sight to behold. What in the world is happening? The remaining two mid-ranking ninjas stared in horror, unable to believe their eyes. Suddenly, a thick plume of white smoke erupted, and the body of Hokage Tsukumo, which had once lay on the ground, transformed in the blink of an eye into a wooden dummy riddled with shurikens. A substitution technique? In that fleeting moment of hesitation, two more agonized screams echoed, and he turned to see the other two sand ninjas lifelessly sprawled on the ground, clearly devoid of life. Baishan Feng's fury ignited instantaneously. He furiously manipulated the three puppets in his control, launching them at Hokage Tsukumo with the ferocity of a starving tiger. Yet, Tsukumo's figure slipped away like a wraith. In the next instant, a flash of white blade light zipped through the air, and Baishan Feng could scarcely comprehend what had transpired as his three puppets were instantaneously reduced to a pile of dismembered parts. Terror flooded Baishan Feng's heart. The murderous intent that once blazed within him was now extinguished as if doused with cold water, leaving behind only a profound fear that surged like a tidal wave. It is crucial to recognize that while the puppet master wields formidable power at a distance, they become utterly vulnerable in close combat. After all, the physical constitution of a puppet master is typically relatively weak, making them ill-equipped to withstand direct assaults. And before him stood Hokage Tsukumo, a merciless swordsman, instilling a sense of despair in Baishan Feng. Faced with such an adversary, no matter how many puppets one possesses, they would be rendered futile, ultimately severed into fragments by his razor-sharp blade. Baishan Feng realized he had fallen into a dire predicament and turned to flee. However, how could his speed possibly surpass that of Hokage Tsukumo? In a mere flash, the glimmer of the blade severed Baishan Feng's head, sending it soaring like a kite with its string cut. His headless body staggered forward a few paces before collapsing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Hokage Tsukumo approached expressionlessly, sealing Baishan Feng and the corpses of the other three into scrolls one by one. Having completed this grim task, he did not linger for a moment but quickened his pace, departing like a gust of wind. He was acutely aware that these four individuals were merely the vanguard dispatched by Sunagakure to execute a covert operation. More ninjas from Sunagakure would undoubtedly be in pursuit. He had to vacate the area swiftly to avoid being encircled by the enemy. Humph. The third Kazekage let out a heavy snort, his voice betraying evident dissatisfaction and fury. The team sent to execute the ambush had yet to return, and their leader, the Jonin Baishan Feng, had seemingly vanished without a trace. Various signs indicated that this squad had likely encountered misfortune and suffered total annihilation. This conjecture darkened the third Kazekage's countenance further, causing the surrounding Sunagakure ninjas to lower their heads, silenced by fear, hardly daring to breathe. They understood that the third Kazekage was in an exceedingly foul mood, and any misstep could render them targets for his wrath. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached from a distance. The crowd lifted their gazes to see a ninja responsible for intelligence interrogation hastening toward them. Upon reaching the third Kazekage, the ninja knelt on one knee and respectfully reported, "My lord, through interrogation, we have gleaned some information regarding the missing person from one of the minor officers in the camp." The third Kazekage's gaze fixed upon the ninja as he spoke in a deep tone. "Proceed." The ninja hesitated briefly before continuing, according to the minor officer. The missing individual is a bankrupt merchant who has been driven to desperation due to business failure. He initially intended to accompany a trade caravan to the land of rivers, hoping to find new opportunities there. The third Kazekage furrowed his brow tightly, his expression revealing a sense of confirmation, as if he had anticipated this situation. A bankrupt merchant? Heading to the land of rivers? This is undoubtedly a spy from Konoha. Their objective is to scout our intelligence in the land of rivers. He further remarked, moreover, this spy has managed to eliminate a combat team led by a Jonin. his strength must not be underestimated. Having said this, the third Kazekage abruptly flicked his robe and commanded the surrounding Sunagakure ninjas. This surprise attack is of utmost importance. We cannot allow that rogue to relay information back to Konoha. Otherwise, our plans for Sunagakure will be in vain. Therefore, continue the pursuit and ensure that this individual is slain. After issuing the command, a vast expanse of iron sand suddenly surged beneath the third Kazekage's feet. The iron sand lifted the third Kazekage effortlessly, carrying him skyward. Standing atop the iron sand, he pursued the direction of Kakashi Hatake. Chapter 104. The third Kazekage arrives, magnetic dust and iron rain. Accompanied by the thunderous roar of the third Kazekage, he unleashed this formidable ninjutsu without hesitation. The sky was filled with torrents of iron sand, cascading like raindrops, swiftly coalescing into countless small iron shards that rained down like a dense barrage upon the earth. In an instant, dust swirled and vegetation was scattered, as this terrifying onslaught engulfed a vast area, leaving no refuge for those below. However, when the dust settled, Kakashi Hatake was nowhere to be seen on the ground. Yet, the third Kazekage remained vigilant. This seasoned warrior did not descend immediately, but instead hovered in the air, meticulously scanning the surroundings for any possible hiding spots. Indeed, just a short distance away, the ground abruptly heaved, and Kakashi Hatake emerged like a specter from the earth, dashing away like an arrow released from a bow. Thinking of escaping, are we? Magnetic dust-binding coffin. The third Kazekage smirked disdainfully at the sight. He swiftly commanded the black iron sand, which slithered like ferocious serpents, pursuing Kakashi Hatake with lethal intent. The black iron sand clung tightly to Kakashi, weaving through the trees, offering him no respite. Kakashi ran desperately, constantly changing direction, attempting to use the trees as shields against the relentless assault of the iron sand. Yet soon enough, the black iron sand surrounded him completely, leaving him with no avenue for escape. In the next moment, the iron sand surged forth, morphing into a colossal hand reaching for Kakashi. Layer upon layer of iron sand enveloped him, forming a constricting sphere. It is over. Iron sand burial. The third Kazekage coldly observed the iron sphere formed around Kakashi, extending his hands to clench tightly. The entire sphere collapsed inward, intent on crushing the ensnared Kakashi into a pulp. However, the anticipated scene of blood splattering did not unfold as the sphere contracted. In the next instant, a flash of steel gleamed, and the tightly encased iron sphere was cleaved in two. Kakashi Hatake emerged unscathed, immediately dashing forward, evading the grasp of the black iron sand that could not keep pace with him. At last, he reached the third Kazekage, and in the midst of the Kazekage's astonished gaze, he swung his blade down toward the Kazekage's head. A resounding boom echoed as the iron sand exploded like fireworks, and the struck third Kazekage instantly transformed into a puddle of iron sand, gradually dispersing like fine grains upon the ground. Yet, this seemingly scattered iron sand did not remain still. As if imbued with life, it rapidly shifted forms, transforming in the blink of an eye into sharp spikes that densely rained down upon Kakashi Hatake. Faced with the sudden onslaught, Hatake Tsukumo's expression sharpened, and his body swiftly retreated, evading the lethal assault of iron sand. Just as he steadied himself, a crisp applause echoed from the distance. Upon focusing, he discerned the silhouette of the third Kazekage emerging slowly from the shadows of the trees. Truly, the renowned Konoha White Fang. The third Kazekage smiled. Yet a hint of coldness flickered in his gaze. Such rapid reflexes and agility indeed lived up to his reputation. Hatake Tsukumo silently regarded the third Kazekage, his right hand gripping his ninja blade tightly, remaining on high alert. The third Kazekage continued, "I should have anticipated this. The one capable of unraveling our plans and swiftly eliminating the likes of the wind of Hyakuzen must undoubtedly be among the elite of Konoha." His voice deepened, revealing a palpable aura of menace. "I am curious, how did you come to know of our impending incursion from Sunagakure? According to our intelligence, your destination was supposed to be the land of River. Thus, it appears, Konoha White Fang, you initially set forth to gather intelligence on us in the land of River. Pray tell, Mr. White Fang, can you elucidate this mystery for me?" At this juncture, the third Kazekage's gaze locked onto Hatake Tsukumo like that of a hawk, eager to extract useful information from his expression. Hatake Tsukumo's countenance suddenly morphed into one of peculiarity. His eyes widened as he stared intently at the third Kazekage. Without hesitation, he replied, "Kazekage-sama, you are indeed correct. My objective was the land of river. As for the source of this information, it was my son who informed me, urging me to conduct reconnaissance in the land of river." No sooner had Tsukumo's words fallen than the expression of the third Kazekage darkened considerably. He fixed a steely glare upon Tsukumo, his eyes igniting with fury as he gritted his teeth and retorted, "Humph, Mr. White Fang. Since you are so obstinate and refuse to divulge the truth, I shall have to resort to other measures." As the third Kazekage prepared to take action, Hatake Tsukumo felt a tightening in his chest and hastily gestured, exclaiming, "Kazekage-sama, please, do not act impulsively. I speak naught but the truth. It was indeed my son who sent me to the land of river. You must believe me." However, his words did little to quell the third Kazekage's wrath, instead pouring fuel onto an already raging inferno, intensifying the Kazekage's fury. He roared, "Hatake Tsukumo, are you openly defying me? Do you truly believe I cannot deal with you?" Boom. A torrent of black iron sand surged forth from the third Kazekage's body like a violent tide. This black iron sand seemed to possess a life of its own, swiftly coalescing in midair, forming stout black pyramids in an instant. Go! Several black pyramids shot forth like arrows from a bow, racing towards Tsukumo from all directions, fueled by their master's unbridled rage, intent on reducing the adversary before them to mere pulp. Boom! Once again, a thunderous roar echoed, and smoke billowed, obscuring the sky. However, as the haze gradually dissipated, Hatake Tsukumo was astonishingly poised atop a colossal triangular pyramid, his body as light as a fleeting swallow, darting nimbly between the pyramid's edges. Observing this, the third wind shadow swiftly waved his hand, and the black iron sand constituting the pyramid transformed, as if enchanted, instantly morphing into numerous black spears. With a series of piercing sounds, these spears, swift as lightning and accompanied by a fierce whistling wind, hurtled towards Hatake Tsukumo like relentless raindrops. This time, there was no escape. He could only wield his blade, White Fang, to confront the barrage of black spears head-on. With a cry, lightning moon slash. A blinding white radiance cleaved through the air, embodying an unparalleled might as it descended with ferocity. This luminous arc, compared to Hatake Kakashi's lightning moon slash, radiated an even more dominant power, as if infused with boundless strength and lethal intent. In an instant, the blade's glimmer swept through the dense cluster of black spears, which shattered like fragile paper, scattering in all directions. Seizing the opportunity, Hatake Tsukumo surged forward like a bolt of lightning, rapidly advancing towards the third wind shadow. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the third wind shadow, his white fang gleaming ominously, thrusting with the force of a tempest towards the shadow's shoulder. A muffled thud resonated as White Fang pierced through the shoulder of the third wind shadow, blood splattering forth. Fortunately, the surrounding black iron sand played a crucial role at this moment, intercepting much of Hatake Tsukumo's assault, thereby sparing the third wind shadow's arm from grievous injury. Just as Hatake Tsukumo prepared to strike once more, the iron sand surged towards him like a tumultuous tide, compelling him to evade and retreat from its grasp. The pain in his shoulder ignited a fervor within the third wind shadow, vowing to eliminate Hatake Tsukumo in retaliation for the earlier provocation. Magnetic iron sand technique. The black iron sand spread forth with the ferocity of a flood, enveloping the ground within a radius of several hundred meters, creating an endless expanse of iron sand wilderness. The iron sand, surging like a relentless tide, seemed intent on submerging the entire world. These sands swiftly coalesced into a multitude of sharp iron cones, raining down upon Hatake Tsukumo with chilling intent, each glimmering with lethal gleam, instilling a sense of dread. Yet, Hatake Tsukumo faced this dense onslaught with unwavering courage. He wielded White Fang with rapid, deft motions, producing crisp clashing sounds as he severed one iron cone after another. However, the numbers seemed inexhaustible, regardless of his efforts. He could not completely fend off their relentless assault. At last, following a somewhat sluggish sweep of his blade, Tsukumo Hatake found himself unable to evade a steel spike that pierced through his defenses like a bolt of lightning, striking directly at his vital point. Blood erupted forth like a fountain, staining Tsukumo's body and the surrounding earth. His body convulsed violently, and the White Fang knife slipped from his grasp. falling lifelessly to the ground beside him. In the eyes of the third Kazekage flickered a glint of cold, merciless intent. His palm shifted slightly, and the surrounding iron sand seemed to be manipulated by an invisible force, swiftly coiling around Tsukumo to bind him tightly. With a casual flick of his wrist, the iron sand, along with the unconscious Tsukumo, was drawn to his side. He gazed down at Tsukumo, his murderous intent intensifying. The third Kazekage scoffed. Tsukumo Hitaki, how dare you insult me? I shall not let this transgression go unpunished. Your secrets will be unearthed. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The previously unconscious Tsukumo opened his eyes, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. In the next instant, he transformed into a surge of lightning, which coursed through the iron sand and struck the third Kazekage. Caught off guard, the Kazekage convulsed, as if he were performing a frenzied dance, before collapsing to the ground. Not far away, from an inconspicuous mound of earth, Tsukumo emerged. Observing the fallen Kazekage, he drew a kunai and hurled it forth, only to have it thwarted by the iron sand surrounding his foe. Tsukumo felt no regret, for he was well aware of the formidable nature of the third Kazekage. Had it not been for the Kazekage's fury clouding his judgment, and had Tsukumo not taken advantage of the element of surprise, he would have been unable to inflict any harm. Of course, the Kazekage too found himself at a loss against Tsukumo. Recognizing the opportunity, Tsukumo swiftly retrieved his ninja blade and raced towards the nearest Konoha outpost. Lord Kazekage. Before long, reinforcements from Sunagakure arrived. By this time, the third Kazekage had regained consciousness, though the numbness in his body had yet to dissipate. He commanded the iron sand to rise into the air, leaving behind a final decree. There is no need to pursue further. The intelligence of our ambush has been compromised. We must gather as many resources from the Land of Fire as possible before Konoha can react. With that, the Kazekage departed, leaving the remaining Sunagakure shinobi exchanging bewildered glances. Had their leader failed to subdue the enemy? The order to halt the pursuit suggested that this adversary was indeed a formidable foe. Meanwhile, Tsukumo fled, and once he had put sufficient distance between himself and any potential pursuers, he dared to pause for a brief respite. After a short while, feeling a significant restoration of his chakra, he resumed his journey. Before long, Tsukumo arrived at the nearest Konoha ninja outpost. Halt! Who goes there? He was met with a challenge. He promptly identified himself as he approached the Konoha sentinels. Lord Tsukumo. The vigilant Konoha ninja responded eagerly. Is there an urgent matter you wish to address? Kakashi Hitaki inquired of the ninja before him. There is an urgent situation. The third Kazekage has led the ninjas of Sunagakure to launch a surprise attack on the Land of Fire and has already breached its borders. I must relay this information to the village at once. What? Exclaimed the duty ninja, his eyes widening in disbelief at the shocking news. Without hesitation, Kakashi produced the scroll containing the body of a Sunagakure ninja, binding the intelligence along with the scroll to the back of a messenger hawk, sending it soaring towards Konohagakure. With a piercing cry, the hawk unfurled its wings, carrying the crucial message into the inky blackness of the night. At that moment, the duty captain approached. Lord Kakashi. I am Kurigane, the captain of this outpost. Please take a moment to rest. Later, we will require you to recount the details of your encounter. Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, thank you, Captain Kurigane. With that, he moved aside to take a moment of respite. Kurigane waved his hands dismissively. It is no trouble at all. The true hardship lies in your journey to bring back this information. Kakashi merely smiled and waved his hand, offering no further reply. Noticing the weariness etched on Kakashi's face, Kurigane wisely fell silent, remaining quietly by his side. After a brief period of rest, Kakashi began to narrate the specifics of the situation. As he recounted the events, the ninjas stationed at the outpost listened with growing trepidation. You annihilated an entire combat squad and escaped from the third Kazekage. The reputation of Kakashi was already well known among them. However, their understanding of his prowess was limited to knowing he was an exceptionally skilled J-nin. Yet, for these ordinary ninjas, the caliber of the third Kazekage equated to that of the third Hokage. The fact that Kakashi managed to elude such a formidable opponent spoke volumes of his capabilities. Thank you, Lord Kakashi. I have grasped the situation in detail. Please rest well. I shall ensure this report reaches the village swiftly. I believe you will undoubtedly become a hero of the village. Having fulfilled these tasks, Kakashi could finally allow himself a moment of peace. Yet, With the escalating turmoil in the ninja world, further opportunities for rest would be scarce. Meanwhile, two messenger hawks, bearing the critical intelligence, rushed back to Konoha in rapid succession. The news of Sunagekyu's incursion and Kuragane's report reached the office of the third Hokage without delay. In an instant, the Hokage building was ablaze with light as several Umbu ninjas hurriedly exited, racing towards the homes of the elders. The first to arrive were Tsunade and Mito, who, upon receiving the distressing news, hastened to the Hokage's office. Sarutobi, is the information accurate? Has Sunagekure truly invaded? This time, Tsunade and Mito cast aside their usual composure and tranquility, barging directly into the Hokage's office. The third Hokage, his expression grave, nodded and replied, "The intelligence is indeed valid. And Kakashi has returned with the scroll containing the body of a Sunagekure ninja, there is no doubt. Moreover, it appears that the third Kazekage personally led this operation." At that moment, the Umbu ninja appeared within the Hokage's office. "Hokage-sama," the Umbu ninja raised the scroll in his hand. "This is the intelligence acquired by the information department from the corpse of a sand ninja." The third Hokage immediately took the scroll and opened it. And in the next instant, he was taken aback, rising to his feet in shock. It was indeed led by the third Kazekage himself. The intelligence, meticulously extracted from the body by the Yamanaka clan, solidified this suspicion entirely. Chapter 106. The Outcry, Confrontation with the Sand Village. What? Tsunade's face was a mask of astonishment as she received the scroll from the third Hokage, as though it were a bomb set to detonate. Her hands trembled slightly as she eagerly unfurled the scroll, scanning its contents with a sense of urgency. After a brief moment, Tsunade's complexion grew increasingly pale, a fine sheen of sweat forming on her brow. Her voice quivered slightly as she anxiously inquired, "Sarutobi, what should we do now?" However, the third Hokage did not respond immediately to Tsunade's question. His gaze slowly shifted from her to Mito Gate. Mito Gate was wholly engrossed in reading the intelligence on the scroll, seemingly oblivious to Tsunade's alarm. When he finally heard her anxious words, he lifted his head, his demeanor calm and composed. "Tsunade, remain calm," he advised. His gaze returned to the third Hokage as he continued, "Sarutobi, the ambition of the third Kazekage is not to be underestimated. The audacity of this operation, led by him personally, clearly indicates they are well prepared." Mito paused momentarily before continuing his analysis. "Given the current situation, their original plan likely involved taking advantage of our focus on the battlefield in the Land of Rain, seeking to plunder it while we were otherwise occupied. However, the unexpected actions of Hatake Tsukumo have prematurely unveiled their intentions." His voice grew somber, revealing a note of gravity. "Thus, the Sand Village will likely resort to desperate measures to gather resources, attempting to reap as many benefits as possible before we can react. Therefore, we must swiftly organize our forces to expel the Sand Shinobi from the borders of the Fire Country. The sooner, the better, otherwise, we cannot predict what madness a desperate Sand might unleash. Furthermore, if the Sand Village remains within the Fire Country for too long, it will be difficult to justify to the daimyo." Upon hearing this, the third Hokage, who had been holding his pipe, paused momentarily, his brow furrowing slightly. He took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly, gray smoke enveloping him. He then placed his pipe heavily on the table. Indeed, since the end of the First Shinobi World War, Konoha and the Sand Village had enjoyed a long period of peace. During this time, both sides maintained relative tranquility, without large-scale conflicts. However, the sudden declaration of war from the Sand Village, attacking Konoha without warning, was undoubtedly a provocation and an affront. Worse still, the army of sand ninjas had already breached the borders of the Fire Country. Had it not been for the timely intelligence delivered by Hatake Tsukumo, the enemy might have reached our doorstep, leaving Konoha in utter ignorance. The expression on the third Hokage's face grew increasingly grave. He understood that the pressing task at hand was to swiftly expel the ninja from Sunagekure to safeguard the security and stability of the Land of Fire. Moreover, Mito Kamen's words held merit. Should we fail to repel Sunagekure promptly and allow them to wreak havoc upon the Land of Fire, the feudal lords would undoubtedly express dissatisfaction towards Konoha. After all, the lords are primarily concerned with their own safety and interests. If Konoha cannot ensure even this minimal level of security, subsequent financial allocations are likely to be adversely affected. This imposed a tremendous burden upon Konoha. At that moment, the somewhat flustered T-Rune Kamaru regained her composure and proposed to the third Hokage. Should we consider negotiating with the Rain Village? Kamen inquired, turning to Kamaru. After a moment's contemplation, Kamaru responded, compared to Sunagakure, the Rain Village is but a small ninja village. Even with their military prowess on the rise, their foundational strength remains woefully inadequate. Despite their leader, Hanzo of the Salamander, being hailed as a demigod, he is still merely the ruler of a small village, lacking the inherent resources we require. Our focus should remain on Sunagakure, which is more comparable to our own capabilities. A daunting challenge indeed, remarked the third Hokage. While negotiations may be a viable option, we are currently engaged in a fierce struggle with the Rain Village on the battlefield. Even if we desire to negotiate, Hanzo would not acquiesce unless a clear victor emerges or the Rain Village finds itself unable to continue. He continued, holding his pipe. If we were to approach Hanzo for negotiations at this juncture, Konoha would surely be subjected to his ruthless extortion. That old poisoner has an insatiable appetite. Therefore, we shall refrain from discussions with the Rain Village for now. We must first subdue that old poisoner. Mito came and nodded in agreement with the third Hokage's perspective. We shall summon additional ninjas to expel the marauding forces of Sunagakure from the Land of Fire. The third Hokage slightly inclined his head, concurring with the plan to recruit more ninjas to drive out Sunagakure's forces from within the borders of the Land of Fire, ensuring that the flames of war do not encroach upon our homeland. Yan, issue the call to arms. Immediately organize the ninja forces. We must, by all means, drive the shinobi of Sunagakure out of the Land of Fire. Additionally, notify Nara Shikaku to serve as the overall commander on the front lines of the Land of Rivers, and appoint Hatake Tsukumo as the commander of the combat division. Kamaru, coordinate with the logistics and medical departments to ensure that supplies are adequately prepared before the army departs. It is imperative that no errors occur. The third Hokage, in his prime, exuded a formidable presence in battle, far removed from the frail figure he would later become. Upon receiving the third Hokage's directives, Kamaru and Mito came and promptly exited the Hokage's office, each embarking on their preparations. The announcement reverberated throughout Konoha, inciting a wave of outrage. Sunagakure had declared war without warning, directly invading the territory of the Land of Fire. In an uproar, countless villagers vented their fury, flocking to the Hokage Tower to demand immediate action from the third Hokage to expel Sunagakure's forces entirely. At the same time, the ninjas from various clans began to gather. In contrast to the numerous civilian ninjas, the clan ninjas had consistently served as the backbone of Konoha village. Meanwhile, Kakashi Hatake hurriedly made his way back to the village. Upon his return, he immediately sensed a heightened atmosphere of tension. Lord Kakashi, please proceed to the Hokage's office at once. An Umbu ninja intercepted him, directing him to the Hokage building. With no other choice, Kakashi made his way to the Hokage's office. Upon arrival, he found the office crowded with representatives from different clans. Stepping forward, Kakashi addressed the Hokage. Lord Hokage, I have come to report. The third Hokage's somewhat taut expression softened slightly as he responded, Kakashi, you have done exceptionally well in relaying the information promptly. Kakashi humbly waved his hand, saying, Lord Hokage, this is my duty. The third Hokage continued, Kakashi, you may not realize the significance of your timely intelligence. It has spared us from incurring greater losses. Therefore, I shall classify your mission as a rank 3 task, and the subsequent rewards will be bestowed upon you. Before Kakashi could express his gratitude, the third Hokage added, there is another crucial matter for which I've summoned you. You are to be appointed as the commander of the front line in the Land of Rivers. The head of the Nara clan, Nara Shikaku, will serve as the overall commander, but he will not interfere with your strategies. You are free to execute your plans as you see fit. The announcement left the assembled clan representatives astonished, surprised by the Hokage's audacity in promoting a young leader to such a significant role. Kakashi promptly replied, Yes, Lord Hokage. Chapter 107. The Great Chaos of the Land of Rain. Thus began the conflict between Sunagakure and Konoha. A multitude of Sunagakure ninjas surged into the Land of Fire like a relentless tide, resembling ravenous wolves, fierce and greedy as they descended upon the land. Simultaneously, the reinforcements from Konoha, under Kakashi's command, moved like a torrent of steel, decisively encircling and cleansing the invading Sunagakure forces. They swiftly drove the Sunagakure ninjas towards the Land of Rivers, striving to prevent any further incursion into the territory of the Land of Fire. However, despite Konoha's rapid response, significant losses were still incurred. Numerous villages suffered devastating blows in this sudden war, becoming prime targets for plunder by the Sunagakure forces. Countless treasures were looted, and the villagers' hard-earned wealth vanished in an instant. Furthermore, various essential resources, including food, water, and weapons, crucial for the survival and development of the villages, were seized by Sunagakure. In a heartbeat, the southwestern region of the Land of Fire descended into chaos and panic. Smoke signals rose in the air, alarms rang out incessantly, and the lives of the people were utterly disrupted. The atmosphere in the villages was thick with fear and despair, as residents fled in search of safe havens. As time progresses, the front lines in the southwestern region of the Land of Fire continue to advance towards the Land of Rivers. At the moment when Kakashi Hatake leads the ninjas of Konoha and the Uzumaki clan in battle against the ninjas of the Land of Water, Kakashi's father, the venerable Tsukumo Hatake, also commands the reinforcements of Konoha, driving the ninjas of Sunagakure out of the Land of Fire. The next objective is to push the battlefield into the territory of the Land of Wind, or at the very least, to remain within the confines of the Land of Rivers. Simultaneously, on the battlefield of the Land of Rain, a fierce confrontation quietly unfolds. Just as the third Kazekage leads the Sunagakure ninjas in a surprise attack on the Land of Fire, the esteemed Chiyo, matriarch of Sunagakure, stealthily infiltrates the battlefield with an elite squad of ninjas. This seasoned warrior, well-versed in the art of warfare, adeptly manipulates the situation to her advantage. Leading her ninjas, she exploits the chaos of the fierce conflict between the Rain Village and Konoha, subtly stoking tensions between the two sides. They maneuver through the battlefield like phantoms, occasionally launching surprise attacks on Konoha's ninjas while inciting discord within the Rain Village's defenses, rendering the already tumultuous war even more enigmatic. As time elapses, the casualties on both sides, Rain Village and Konoha, continue to rise. Within Konoha's medical tent, the atmosphere grows increasingly somber. Tsunade, the head of the medical camp, traverses the tents of the critically injured, her expression darkened by worry and anxiety. Her brow furrowed tightly. She is unable to mourn the recent loss of her beloved grandmother. Uzumaki Mido, as the pressing demands of the battlefield compel her to return to the front lines of the Land of Rain and oversee the medical department. At this juncture, only Tsunade possesses the knowledge to counteract the poisons unleashed by Hanzo of the Salamander and the puppets of Sunagakure. What is the situation, Tsunade? Upon returning to the command tent, the overall commander, Akimichi Choza, inquires urgently. Tsunade sits upon an empty chair. Though fatigue is evident in her demeanor, she responds earnestly. It is confirmed. The ninjas of Sunagakure have indeed engaged in the conflict. No sooner had she spoken than a ninja burst into the tent. An urgent expression etched upon his face as he clutched a scroll. Commander, this is an emergency intelligence scroll sent from the village. Please take a look. Choza takes the scroll, unfurling it with haste. However, in the next moment, his expression undergoes a drastic transformation. He hands the scroll to Orochimaru, his voice laced with indignation. The third Kazekage, seizing upon our focus being drawn to the battlefield in the Land of Rain, has personally led a stealth attack on the Land of Fire. Fortunately, Tsukumo Hatake uncovered their scheme. Konoha and Sunagakure are now officially in a state of war. A collective gasp fills the tent as the gathered individuals process the shocking news relayed by Choza. As the scroll circulates among them, disbelief gives way to the grim acceptance of this startling intelligence. Choza raps his knuckles against the table, the sound snapping everyone back to attention. With a grave countenance, he declares, "It is now abundantly clear, Sunagakure ninjas have infiltrated the Land of Rain. The heavy casualties among our village's ninjas in recent days must be attributed to their machinations." Beside them, Orochimaru rasped, "The Sand-Hidden Village has not engaged us directly. Rather, they are maneuvering between our forces and the Rain-Hidden Village. Their intention is merely to exploit the Rain-Hidden, thereby entangling our troops in the Land of Rain." Upon hearing this, the members within the tent nodded in agreement, expressing their concurrence with Orochimaru's assessment. At that moment, a hurried voice sounded from outside, followed by Shimura Danzo striding into the command tent. Observing Danzo's spirited demeanor, the others cast sidelong glances, uncertain of what schemes this cunning elder was concocting. Upon entering the tent, Danzo declared, "Tsunade, I have discovered the whereabouts of the Sand-Hidden. They have intervened in our conflict with the Rain-Hidden. And this time they are led by that old hag, Chiyo." At this juncture, Danzo turned to Tsunade and added, "By the way, We have encountered the sand hidden before, and several of my subordinates have fallen victim to Chiyo's poison. You should attend to them promptly. Witnessing Danzo's presumption, Tsunade's ire flared instantly. She had long harbored disdain for this old dog, and his expectation that she treat his subordinates was infuriating, as if she were his subordinate herself. I will not treat them. Tsunade snapped, turning her head away, denying him even a glance. What? Danzo's single eye widened in disbelief, and his expression darkened. Tsunade, do you not realize the gravity of the situation? Is this truly the time for your childish antics? With a resounding crash, Tsunade kicked over the table and chairs before her, pointing an accusatory finger at Danzo. Enough of your nonsense. If you think I'm throwing a tantrum, I shall show you. With that, she stormed out of the command tent, radiating fury. Danzo, his face flushed with anger, felt his earlier sense of triumph dissipate. He turned to Akimichi Choza, exclaiming, "This is outrageous. I am an elder of the village, a peer of Hiruzen. How dare Tsunade show me such disrespect?" Choza rolled his eyes, internally mocking, "Respect? The only ground you have to stand on is seniority. In every other regard, what do you offer that commands respect? And given Tsunade's temperament, who do you think will take your entitled tone seriously? Calm down, Danzo. Why stoop to the level of a younger generation?" Choza's conciliatory approach nearly caused Danzo to choke with indignation. So I am to be insulted and remain silent? Where is the justice in that? Chapter 108. The Grand Stage of the Land of Rain. If you dare, come forward. Noticing Danzo's face flush with rage, Jiraiya sensed impending trouble. He quickly rose from his seat, his face a mask of forced cheerfulness as he attempted to defuse the situation. Elder Danzo, please do not take offense. This situation cannot be entirely blamed on Tsunade. You are aware that our camp is currently operating under limited conditions, and we have yet to procure the appropriate antidotes. Thus, it is not that Tsunade refuses to treat your subordinates. She is simply unable to do so. Jiraiya's words were both reasonable and justifiable, causing Shimura Danzo's expression to soften slightly. Although he still felt somewhat displeased, the latter Jiraiya had extended made it difficult for him to persist in his grievances. With a cold snort, he remarked, "Humph, were it not for the circumstances surrounding this matter, I would certainly report this to Hiruzen." At that time, Tsunade must pay the price. As soon as Danzo's words echoed in the tent, the others exchanged glances, their thoughts swirling with disbelief. Shimura Danzo, are you jesting? Make Tsunade pay the price? You truly dare to utter such words? They pondered, setting aside whether you possess the capability to hold Tsunade accountable. Should she, in a fit of rage, appeal to the daimyo, what then? Who would tend to your subordinates in their time of need? Though they all understood the absurdity of Danzo's claims, no one dared to voice their thoughts, as they all wished to avoid offending him. Thus, they opted for silence, pretending not to hear his rather foolish proclamations, affording him a modicum of dignity. However, Orochimaru, observing the scene with a detached gaze, showed no leniency towards Danzo. A faint smirk of disdain graced his lips as he slowly rose from his seat, striding purposefully out of the tent without so much as a backward glance. As if Danzo were of no consequence whatsoever. Danzo's voice trembled slightly. The emotions he had only just managed to stabilize began to surge once more. Jiraiya, witnessing this, shook his head in resignation and raised a hand to gently massage his forehead, fatigue etched across his features. His gaze followed Orochimaru's departing figure until it vanished from sight, before he finally turned to face Danzo. Jiraiya understood well that given Tsunade's stature and Orochimaru's reputation within the village, both possessed ample courage and confidence to rebuff Danzo. As for himself, despite holding a considerable position in the village, he still paled in comparison to Tsunade and Orochimaru. Thus, he could not afford the luxury of departing with the same nonchalance. He had to remain. With a heavy sigh, Jiraiya mused to himself. Each one of them acts like a lord. Very well, I shall consider myself at their service. It was then that Akimichi Choza spoke with authority. Danzo, do not be so agitated. Sit down and take a moment to rest. He then addressed the assembly within the tent. The situation has become quite evident. Sunagakure has now embroiled itself in our conflict with Amigakure, which will undoubtedly escalate the pressure of our war efforts. Continuing, Choza turned to the head of the intelligence department, Yamamoto T, and instructed T promptly dispatch a message for assistance to the village, emphasizing the dire circumstances we currently face and the urgent need for an influx of medical ninjas. Upon hearing this, Yamamoto T nodded promptly, rising to execute the task of sending the plea for aid. With the incorporation of Sunagakure, Konoha has begun to bolster its reinforcements. This maneuver has rendered Awagakure, which had previously been a mere spectator, unable to maintain its composure. The Land of Rain, serving as a crucial buffer zone among the fire, earth, and wind countries, holds significant geographical importance. However, the conspicuous presence of both Konoha and Sunagakure on the battlefield of the Land of Rain is, without a doubt, a provocation to Awagakure. Until now, Awagakure could have comfortably observed the fierce conflict between Konoha and Amagakure, as it did not directly concern them. Yet, the intervention of Sunagakure has fundamentally altered the dynamics of the situation. Awagakure has realized that if it continues to remain passive, the interests of the Land of Earth may be severely jeopardized. Consequently, the ninjas of Awagakure have begun to mobilize, entering the Land of Rain in droves. In an instant, this once relatively small country has become a battleground for forces converging from all directions. The conflicts of interests and tensions among the various factions have ignited, making a fierce melee inevitable. The Land of Rain, which had once enjoyed a semblance of tranquility, has now devolved into a bloody stage for the clashing of numerous factions. As the situation in the Land of Rain becomes increasingly chaotic, Kakashi Hitaki, recently promoted to Jonin, is urgently assigned to the reinforcement unit, preparing to join other Konoha ninjas in their deployment to the Land of Rain. The higher-ups in Konoha deem it imperative to first resolve the battlefield in the Land of Rain, as only then can they redirect their full strength to confront the main forces of Sunagakure advancing from the direction of the Land of Rivers. The number of personnel heading to the battlefield in the Land of Rain is relatively modest, totaling fewer than 500. Among these, there are a dozen unique medical ninjas. The elite trained with great care by Tsunade before the war, who will be unified under the leadership of Kakashi Hitaki. For Konoha, the battlefield in the Land of Rain is merely a minor engagement, far from warranting the mobilization of thousands of ninjas. Despite the limited numbers, the crucial medical supplies they carry necessitate a slower pace during their march. While medical supplies can be sealed in scrolls and carried directly by Kakashi, this only applies to a select few essential items. Most ordinary supplies still require transportation by cart and manpower. Additionally, within the ranks of reinforcements, several red-haired ninjas from the Uzumaki clan are present. This marks the Uzumaki clan's first battle since their integration into Konoha, and it is essential for them to demonstrate their loyalty to the village through this conflict. The Uzumaki clan shares a bond of camaraderie with Kakashi, resulting in these spirited redheads rallying around him. "Ah, Elder Yagura, Elder Tunsen, I see it's you leading the team this time." Upon spotting the arrival of the Uzumaki clan, Kakashi quickly greets them. Yagura and Tunsen are brothers, yet their personalities are strikingly different. "Ha ha ha, Kakashi, we can fight side by side again." The boisterous Tunsen expresses his joy with unabashed enthusiasm. Although the Vortex Shadow Ing did not utter a word, the mirth in his eyes was unmistakable. Kiki Keed hastily waved his hand, saying, "Perhaps you two seniors might be disappointed, but on this journey to the battlefield, I must certainly follow Lady Tsunade's leadership and contribute to the medical camp." Vortex TNSHN, taken aback, exclaimed, "Keed, please do not tell me you are a medical ninja." Smack. The Vortex Shadow Ing could no longer contain himself and swiftly delivered a playful slap to his elder brother TNSHN's nape. "You dolt. That arm of yours was healed by Keed, yet you refused to heed my advice to venture outside." "Pudding? What pudding?" "Shadow Ing, did you bring pudding?" TNSHN retorted. "Shadow Ing, for heaven's sake." Chapter 109. Tsunade's withdrawal. The gluttonous elder brother exasperated his composed younger sibling to the point where he transformed into a veritable telegram machine, providing amusement for the group on their journey. As the elder brother, TNSHN took great delight in teasing his younger brother, Shadow Ing, who typically remained indifferent to his brother's antics. However, when sufficiently provoked, Shadow Ing would unleash a torrent of retorts directed at TNSHN. Following such outbursts, TNSHN would fall silent for a brief spell, only to resume his teasing once more. Thus, amid the antics of this lively duo, the team arrived at the border camp 3 days later. The reinforcements would rest for a night at the border camp before proceeding directly to the battlefield in the Land of Rain. The current border camp had evolved into a vital logistics and intelligence hub. After a night of recuperation, the reinforcements gathered at dawn the following day to set off for the Land of Rain's encampment. Upon entering the Land of Rain, The incessant downpour proved to be quite vexing. The overcast sky, relentless rain, scattered puddles, and sodden mud created a dismal atmosphere that hindered the advancing forces. Soon enough, the reinforcements successfully reached the Konoha camp within the Land of Rain. Following identity verification, they smoothly entered the confines of the camp. Upon arrival, Kid led the medical ninjas and members of the Vortex clan straight to the medical tent. Lady Tsunade. At last, under the guidance of a ninja, they encountered Tsunade, who was resting. The group promptly bowed and greeted her, to which Tsunade responded with a slight nod. Seeing Kid accompanied by numerous medical ninjas come to their aid brought a sigh of relief to Tsunade. As one of the busiest individuals in the camp, she was constantly occupied with concocting antidotes and treating the seriously injured. With Kid's assistance, her burdens could finally be alleviated. Thereafter, Tsunade instructed her subordinates to assign the newly arrived medical ninjas to work, addressing the pressing manpower shortages in the medical camp. Simultaneously, she notified the barrier team to immediately deploy members of the Vortex clan to strengthen various defenses around the camp. Before long, only Tsunade, Kid, Shadow Ching, and TNSHN remained within the tent. Tsunade addressed the two seniors, saying, "It will be your responsibility to oversee the camp's defenses and sensory operations from here on. Rest assured, with my presence, the village shall never neglect the Vortex clan." Vortex Ing respectfully replied, "Lady Tsunade, since we have joined Konoha, we shall harbor no other intentions. Allow the Vortex clan to take charge of the camp's barrier division. We will not falter." Tsunade nodded appreciatively. "Then I entrust this to you, esteemed elders." Aware that Tsunade and Kakashi still had matters to discuss, Vortex Ing led Vortex Tunshin away from the tent to commence their duties at the barrier division. Inside the tent, Tsunade approached Kakashi, gently patting his shoulder, and softly expressed, "Thank you, Kakashi." Before he could respond, she continued, "These are the words my grandmother wished to convey to you, as well as my own. Entrusted by others, we serve our village diligently. Lord Mito devoted herself wholly to the village. As her junior, it is an honor to contribute in any way. However, I did not expect Lord Mito to depart so swiftly." With a hint of melancholy, Tsunade remarked, "Kakashi, you have already done enough. My grandmother left this world feeling at ease, as though she had resolved a long-standing concern. Nonetheless, the medical camp will now be in your hands." "Huh?" Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. "In my hands? What do you mean?" "Humph." Tsunade twisted her wrist, her gaze turning fierce as she surveyed the somber surroundings outside the camp. "Of course, I am heading to the front line to slay enemies. I have been stifled these days. I must show that old hag Chio my prowess." The somber atmosphere swiftly transformed into one charged with intensity, leaving Kakashi momentarily disoriented. Wait. Lady Tsunade, are you really going to the front line? Who will handle the vast responsibilities of the medical camp? Surely, you cannot leave it to me." With a playful wink, Tsunade declared, "Indeed, it is entrusted to you." As Kakashi prepared to object, she swiftly covered his mouth, silencing any dissent. Relax. You are my personal student. Your medical ninjutsu is on par with mine. The tasks of preparing antidotes and tending to the wounded will be yours. Aren't you thrilled? Oh, your silence indicates your acquiescence." With that, she vanished from the tent like a wraith. Moments later, Kakashi emerged from the tent, pointing at the empty space and exclaiming, "Tsunade, you scoundrel." This outburst left the surrounding ninjas in shock. Wow, what a bold move. He dared to directly scold Lady Tsunade. It is only ever permissible for her to reprimand others. Today has truly been an eye-opener. What are you staring at? Have you never seen a young man curse? Get back to work. With a flourish of his sleeve, Kakashi stormed back into the tent. After a while, a female ninja entered timidly, inquiring, Young sir, are you Kakashi?" Kakashi turned, responding curtly, "Yes, that's me. What is it?" The female ninja continued, "Lady Tsunade has asked me to escort you to your resting quarters. Please, follow me." Upon concluding her words, the female ninja escorted Hatake Kakashi to a secluded resting chamber. "This is your private lounge. I am Kato Ryuen, the assistant to Lady Tsunade. Should you require anything, feel free to command me directly." Faced with this reality, Kakashi resigned himself to the circumstances. After all, Tsunade had unceremoniously abandoned her duties. Deep down, he understood that Tsunade was grappling with her own distress, stemming from the recent passing of her grandmother, Uzumaki Mito. This loss had ignited a simmering fury within her, which she was venting upon the unfortunate ninjas from the rain, rock, and sand villages. Thank you. I will tidy up and commence my work shortly. Kakashi felt a sense of contentment in this private lounge, far removed from the cramped quarters shared with others. Although the infrastructure at the Rain Country camp was relatively sound, a significant number of ninjas still resided in tents. The conditions within were undoubtedly poor, with several individuals crammed into a single tent, compounded by the relentless, dreary rainfall typical of the region. Meanwhile, the already constructed buildings prioritized the care of the wounded and served as storage for supplies transported from the village. The remaining structures were reserved for the higher-ranking officials within the camp. As the number of completed buildings increased, the quantity of tents would diminish, greatly improving the lodging conditions for the ninjas. Chapter 110. The camp's endeavors. After organizing his resting area, Kakashi wasted no time and immersed himself fully in his duties. Nonetheless, his unfamiliarity with the tasks at hand left him somewhat flustered at first, as if ensnared by an invisible pressure, barely finding a moment to breathe. However, as time progressed, the dire circumstances of the war intensified. The influx of critically injured individuals surged daily, overwhelming Kakashi's already hectic schedule. He was tasked not only with treating the wounded, but also with advancing the research previously initiated by Tsunade to develop new antidotes. After all, that old hag Chiyo was no lightweight. She would undoubtedly continue to innovate her poisons to counter any potential antidotes. Amidst Kakashi's frantic efforts, a sudden, urgent knock at the door jolted him from his thoughts. "Dr. Hitaki, please hurry. Another critically injured patient has arrived." Kato Ryuen's voice conveyed a sense of urgency. Kakashi, not daring to delay, promptly set aside his work and hurriedly followed Kato Ryuen to the operating room. Upon entering, he was immediately captivated by the scene before him. The injured ninja's skin exhibited a bizarre condition, marred by pockmarks as if corroded by a potent acid. Additionally, his body was riddled with blisters of varying sizes, some having burst and oozing a foul, putrid discharge that was utterly revolting. "Prepare to cleanse the wounds and utilize antidote number 2. Kakashi's tone was calm, yet resolute. He swiftly assessed the patient's injuries, contemplating a treatment plan in his mind. "I will extract the poison immediately." Taking a deep breath, Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals and executed the extraction technique. His palm emitted a faint glow, resembling a nimble serpent that slithered into the wound of the injured. As the light delved deeper, Kiki Matsuri distinctly sensed the toxins rampaging within the patient's body. He meticulously controlled the luminescence, extracting the venom bit by bit from the wounded individual. The toxins, as if enchanted, obediently followed the light's guidance, being drawn into a basin that had been prepared nearby. It was now time to suture the wound. Kiki Matsuri exhaled in relief as he gazed at the dark mass in the basin. He turned to his assistant, Kato Raizuki, and instructed, "Please prepare the herbs on this list. I shall concoct some new potions shortly." Kato Raizuki took the list and hurried off to gather the necessary ingredients. Meanwhile, Kiki Matsuri focused intently on mixing the potions, blending various herbs with swift precision. Before long, the potion was ready. After 2 hours of intense surgery, the severely injured ninja had managed to preserve his life. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Kiki Matsuri commanded Kato Raizuki, "Clear out the largest lounge. Ensure that I am not disturbed. I need to prepare a targeted antidote." Kato Raizuki immediately sprang into action, and the personnel at the medical camp busied themselves as well. All required herbs and equipment were moved into the spacious lounge, which would henceforth serve as Kiki Matsuri's exclusive laboratory. The ninja of Sunagakure, particularly their puppet master Chiyo, was a true connoisseur of toxins. Most of the poisons that afflicted the leaf ninjas originated from Chiyo's hand. Upon analysis, Kiki Matsuri discovered that a significant portion of the poison from Sunagakure consisted of a mixture derived from various desert snakes. Additionally, he identified toxins from creatures such as lizards and scorpions. The complexity of these venoms suggested that Sunagakure had indeed plagued these animals extensively, Kiki Matsuri lamented. As he contemplated the antidote, he pondered whether to enlist Orochimaru's assistance, given his profound understanding of serpentine toxins. However, after careful deliberation, Kiki Matsuri ultimately shook his head, opting to dismiss that notion. Orochimaru was likely engaged in some forbidden experiments, and it would be prudent to maintain a safe distance. While he scrutinized the samples, he unexpectedly stumbled upon an intriguing revelation. Not only were there animal venoms, but also an array of plant toxins. This was indeed troublesome. Kiki Matsuri furrowed his brow tightly. delving into the composition and properties of these botanical poisons. After a while, his eyes suddenly sparkled, as if he had conceived an intriguing idea. Plant toxins. Kiki Matsuri murmured, narrowing his eyes as he sank into deeper contemplation. As time ticked away, a plethora of knowledge and information regarding plant toxins flashed through his mind. Finally, after much reflection, a smile crept across his face. Immediately, he swiftly documented his discoveries, committing the characteristics of those plant toxins and their corresponding antidotes to memory. For they may someday prove useful against certain biological entities. The poisons employed by the Sand-Hidden Village are undoubtedly a formidable weapon. Not only are they highly toxic, but their complex and varied composition renders antidotes exceedingly challenging to formulate. Should a confrontation arise with a ninja from the Sand Village, and if one lacks the appropriate antidote, the casualties on one's side would escalate rapidly. In battle, it is often no simple task to eliminate an adversary outright, as it demands a significant expenditure of time and energy. However, inflicting injury upon an opponent is comparatively more straightforward. Yet, sustaining a wound in a confrontation with the Sand Village implies a perilously close proximity to death. The treacherous nature of Sand's mixed toxins lies in the fact that they are not simply a singular poison, but rather a concoction of multiple toxins. This complicates traditional detoxification methods, leaving even seasoned medical ninjas feeling utterly helpless in the face of such venom. Typically, medical ninjas would employ extraction techniques to treat patients afflicted by toxins. However, unless in dire emergencies, relying solely on this method for treating poison ninjas would overwhelm even the most diligent of medical ninjas, even with successful analysis of various toxin samples. Without the precise corresponding antidote, the concocted antidote is likely to prove ineffective. After several hours of tireless effort, Kakashi summoned Kato Raijetsu, handing her the prepared antidote to deliver to the camp's commander, Akidu Takakaze. Before her departure, Kakashi cautioned Raijetsu, "This antidote must only be entrusted to Elder Takakaze, Lord Orochimaru, or Lady Tsunade. It must not be passed to anyone else. Do you understand?" Kato Raijetsu respectfully acknowledged. Once she departed, Kakashi commenced rounds in the wards of the severely injured. Over the course of several days, Kakashi, with his exceptional medical ninjutsu, managed to win over the previously skeptical veterans at the medical camp. Their condescension had vanished, and they now submitted to Kakashi's authority, behaving as docilely as quails. After a protracted night of labor, he finally found a moment to breathe and rest. As Kakashi grew increasingly familiar with the tasks at hand, his opportunities for respite began to expand slightly. The experience he brought from his medical ninjas consistently improved, ensuring that the injured at the front lines received appropriate care and treatment. Presently, the newly developed antidote was sufficient for a considerable duration. In the time to come, all that remained was to adhere to the pre-established plans for further research and development. Chapter 111. The morgue. Though Kakashi felt a degree of confidence, he was acutely aware of the necessity to remain vigilant against his enemies. After all, Chio from the Sand Village and Hanzo from the Rain Village are both exceedingly formidable experts in the art of poisoning. Old Lady Chio, a master of toxins hailing from the sand, not only excels in the development of various novel poisons, but also handles them with an alarming level of potency. Kikuki Kid has just successfully developed a new antidote, which currently holds some efficacy. However, he is acutely aware that the potency of this antidote is unlikely to endure for long. It may not be long before he must once again immerse himself in the research of a new antidote. On the other hand, Hanzo of the Salamander, hailing from the Rain Village, is a figure that instills terror in all. His toxins possess astonishing power. Should he unleash his full might, even he, the wielder, could fall victim to his own poison. The reason the ninjas of Konoha managed to narrowly escape from Hanzo's toxic mist and successfully create an antidote was solely because he had not exerted himself to the fullest at that time. If he were to release his toxins without restraint, those afflicted would scarcely have time to receive aid before meeting their demise. Once Hanzo opens his poison sac, the distinction between friend and foe dissipates entirely. This is also the reason why Hanzo refrains from unleashing his full toxic potential. As Kid passed through the medical camp's morgue, an unexpected yet anticipated figure appeared. The morgue housed not only the fallen ninjas of Konoha, but also numerous bodies from the Rain and Sand villages. In the eyes of Orochimaru, a grotesque figure of scientific inquiry, these corpses should possess significant research value. Indeed, It is no surprise that this eccentric scientist remains engrossed in his examinations of the deceased, even at such a late hour. Hearing footsteps outside the tent, Orochimaru, engrossed in his dissection, turned his gaze towards the entrance. At that moment, Kikuchi Kid entered the morgue with an air of calm. After surveying the surroundings, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Orochimaru was only dissecting the bodies of the sand and rain ninjas, and had not extended his malevolent hands towards the fallen of Konoha. In an instant, Orochimaru's eyes transformed into serpentine slits, a palpable aura of menace enveloping the morgue. Kid, seemingly oblivious to Orochimaru's murderous intent, prepared to depart. Lord Orochimaru, I can pretend I did not witness tonight's events. But Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement dancing in his gaze as he regarded Kid's retreating figure. Kid, what do you mean by but? The atmosphere thickened with an increasingly intense malice, yet it did not deter Kid from his departure. It is nothing, Lord Orochimaru. I respect your commitment to scientific pursuit and understand that such a path may necessitate certain taboo methods. However, I implore you, Lord Orochimaru, never, ever jest with the corpses of our own. They are the heroes of our village. Regardless of their talents in life, each one fought valiantly for our home, and they each deserve our utmost respect. Therefore, their remains should not be desecrated. Would you not agree, Lord Orochimaru? As his words hung in the air, the atmosphere surrounding Orochimaru abruptly solidified, a far more oppressive presence enveloping him. Simultaneously, arcs of lightning began to dance across Kid's form, suggesting that a tempestuous assault was poised to descend upon Orochimaru at any moment. A single bead of cold sweat trickled down Orochimaru's forehead, and he felt as though he were a fragile vessel amidst a tempestuous sea, perpetually at risk of capsizing. Indeed, you are correct, Kazuki. The terror etched upon Orochimaru's visage transformed into a thrill of curiosity for the unknown. So this is what it feels like to confront death. He understood that had he answered incorrectly moments ago, this young scion of the Hokage clan would undoubtedly have dealt him a fatal blow. How delightful. The oppressive atmosphere dissipated swiftly, vanishing without a trace. In that case, I shall take my leave. Lord Orochimaru, do rest well. With that, Kazuki Hitaki stepped away from the morgue. Orochimaru erupted into hearty laughter, finding the situation rather amusing, unexpectedly entertained by the night's events. Not far off, Kazuki Hitaki faintly heard Orochimaru's inexplicable laughter and shook his head in resignation. Presently, Orochimaru seemed to operate within certain moral boundaries. Yet one could never bet on whether a madman adhered to any principles. With no other option, Kazuki made his way to the command tent of Akimichi Torif. Certain matters were best addressed before they escalated. Preparation was essential. Increasing personnel for the medical camp and swiftly arranging for the bodies of their comrades. In the dead of night, within the command tent, Akimichi Torif was analyzing the forthcoming battle conditions in the Land of Rain. Suddenly, a subordinate reported that Kazuki Hitaki, the head of the medical camp, had come to provide an update. Akimichi Torif, puzzled, inquired, Kazuki, I require justification. Increasing personnel is one thing, but the rapid arrangement of the village ninjas' bodies will necessitate a considerable number of storage scrolls, which will incur extra wartime expenses. Kazuki replied candidly, tonight, I encountered Lord Orochimaru in the morgue. Upon hearing this, Akimichi Torif immediately grasped Kazuki's rationale. Although he had largely retreated from active duty in the village, he had nonetheless heard whispers regarding Orochimaru. For such a man, a somewhat deranged scientist, the bodies of their own were of little consequence. Kazuki's foresight was prudent. He too needed to take precautions. Akimichi Torif pondered for a moment before responding. Very well. We shall proceed according to your proposal. I will arrange for additional personnel. As for the storage scrolls, the current supply within the camp is limited, but I will request more from the village. I trust that Hiruzen will not object. He was acutely aware of the nature of his disciple. The third Hokage would certainly be well informed of the situation. Let Hiruzen deal with this troublesome matter. Though aware that he was merely a figurehead, Akimichi Torif had numerous responsibilities to attend to and lacked the energy to manage Orochimaru's affairs. Previously, he had been somewhat vexed by Tsunade's insistence on heading to the front lines, fearing potential chaos in the medical camp. Fortunately, Tsunade had found Kazuki Hitaki, whose abilities were quite remarkable and whose medical expertise rivaled her own. This alleviated Akimichi Torif's concerns regarding the medical camp's potential chaos in the absence of Tsunade. thereby conserving a considerable amount of his energy. Moreover, with Tsunade now engaged on the front lines, the casualties among the puppeteers in Sunagakure continued to rise. Consequently, Akimichi Takeef tacitly accepted Tsunade's actions. Chapter 112. The thoughts of a madman. The communication ninja hawk soared into the stormy skies, braving the downpour of the land of rain as it made its way toward Konoha. Before dawn could break, the ninja hawk had already arrived at the intelligence department of Konoha. The intelligence unit, not daring to delay, promptly delivered the intelligence scroll to the Hokage's office. Upon retrieving the scroll, the information contained within caused the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, to frown deeply. Instinctively, he considered rejecting it, yet, as Orochimaru's former mentor, he was all too aware of his disciple's character. When Orochimaru descended into madness, he would indeed not hesitate to desecrate the corpses of his own village comrades. Such actions, if exposed, would undoubtedly trigger immense turmoil. Very well, let us indulge this whim just this once. It was unclear to whom this indulgence referred, nevertheless. The third Hokage ultimately acquiesced to Akimichi Takeef's proposal. Given the village's stable finances, a slight increase in expenditure was manageable. This expenditure could potentially prevent Orochimaru from laying his hands on the bodies of the village's shinobi, which seemed quite a worthwhile investment. The third Hokage's response quickly reached Akimichi Takeef, and with the Hokage's endorsement, Takeef redirected his focus elsewhere. Boom! Die, you wretch! Tsunade shattered the puppet of Sunagakure before her with a single punch, then stepped forward, seizing the life of her adversary while they were still in shock. A melee expert like Tsunade was indeed the nemesis of Sunagakure's puppeteers. The toxins on the puppets posed no threat to her. Once a close-quarters fighter like Tsunade closed in, both the puppets and their masters were doomed. Tsunade, take a breather. Jiraiya rushed over from a distance, visibly having just emerged from a fierce battle. He handed Tsunade several soldier pills, saying, replenish your strength. We have nearly cleared this area of Sunagakure. For our next engagement, we shall need to venture a bit farther. As Tsunade chewed on the soldier pills, she closed her eyes to restore her chakra. The recent skirmishes had allowed her to vent some of the frustrations that had been building within her. As a companion since childhood, Jiraiya could certainly sense the oddity in Tsunade's demeanor. However, he chose not to speak further, simply remaining silently by her side. Noticing that Tsunade had not acknowledged him, Jiraiya felt no embarrassment. He ruffled his dirt-streaked hair and inquired of the still-eyed Tsunade. Tsunade, now that you've left the camp, what will happen to the injured there? Who will tend to them? Tsunade opened her eyes and replied calmly, no need to worry. I have already found a suitable person to take my place. They should perform even better than I would. Jiraiya became intrigued. Is it the young one from the SHM clan? You hold such high hopes for him? Indeed. Tsunade nodded, acknowledging that his medical ninjutsu was now on par with hers, and he would be quite capable of managing the specific affairs of the medical camp. After speaking, Tsunade rose and addressed Jiraiya. Accompany me for a while longer. We must return soon. Within the encampment of Konoha, the reinforcements that had arrived after several days of recuperation finally began to mobilize, swiftly and methodically undertaking various missions. Well-trained ninja squads departed the camp like arrows released from a bow, dispersing to numerous battlefields. The nature of ninja warfare starkly contrasts with conventional large-scale military engagements. Unless faced with a critically significant battle, most encounters are conducted in small teams. However, under certain exceptional circumstances, such as heightened combat pressure, the number of participants may be appropriately increased. Nevertheless, it remains rare for hundreds or even thousands of troops to mobilize simultaneously. Of course, exceptions do exist. As depicted in the original manga, during the battle to encircle the Third Reikage, an astonishing number of over 10,000 Iwagakure shinobi were deployed. Such large-scale military operations are indeed uncommon. Even Iwagakure, renowned for its Earth Release forces, typically refrains from dispatching such vast numbers of ninja at once. As more and more shinobi entered the fray, Orochimaru, who often lingered in the morgue, was compelled to lead a combat team into action. Concurrently, several Nin squads were dispatched by Akimichi Choji to the medical camp to undertake guard duties. Lord Keed, we have a critically injured patient requiring your immediate attention. A breathless medical attendant exclaimed as she rushed in. Keed had been preparing to take a brief respite. Upon hearing her words, he immediately rose and hurried after her to the operating room. Upon entering the surgical chamber, Keed beheld a gravely wounded individual lying on the operating table, his injuries severe. A kunai was lodged directly within his ribcage, its front half having broken off, complicating the extraction process considerably. He'd furrowed his brow with a flick of his fingers. A purple sunbond darted forth like lightning, swiftly piercing a specific acupuncture point on the patient. Instantly, the patient's body quivered slightly, then succumbed to unconsciousness as if under the influence of anesthesia. Following this, he'd employed his chakra scalpel to incise the patient's flesh, revealing the embedded broken kunai. His movements were both deft and precise, ensuring no additional harm was inflicted upon the patient while successfully retrieving the weapon. After considerable effort, he'd finally extracted the fractured kunai from the patient's ribcage. He exhaled in relief, entrusting the remaining suturing and bandaging tasks to the other medical personnel. Once everything was properly addressed, he'd stood quietly to the side, observing the patient's condition. He understood that once the sunbond dissipated from within, the patient would awaken completely. Practice makes perfect. After days of relentless training, the dozen or so medical ninjas Keed had brought along had finally mastered the art of healing techniques with remarkable proficiency. However, in order to master the more intricate techniques of chakra surgical knives and delicate extraction methods, they require an abundance of practice and resources to continually refine their skills. Fortunately, the battlefield serves as an exceptional training ground. In this arena, rife with life and death challenges, various injuries and ailments abound, providing a ceaseless supply of practice material for the medical ninjas. The ever-shifting dynamics of the battlefield are fraught with countless variables and unforeseen events. This unpredictability results in an array of peculiar injuries among the wounded sent back to the rear medical camp. Among the most bizarre is the case of a gentleman who found himself impaled by a shuriken in an unfortunate location. The shuriken struck with uncanny precision, landing squarely in his rear, as if fate were playing a cruel jest. This injury was so extraordinary that it evoked memories of the one-tailed shikaku from the original manga during the Nin exams. Perhaps this gentleman would have a shared topic of conversation with it. Upon his arrival at the medical camp, the nature of his unusual injury immediately drew the attention of all present, leaving many in stunned silence. Particularly, the female medics were shyly pointing and whispering among themselves, their faces betraying a mix of embarrassment and astonishment. Fortunately, the shuriken was laced with a paralyzing toxin, rendering the unfortunate fellow unconscious upon arrival. Otherwise, faced with such a throng of onlookers, he might have experienced overwhelming humiliation and wished to restart his life on the spot. Just as one patient was being pulled back from the brink of death, another critically injured individual suddenly appeared. The echoes of Lord Keed, Lord Keed. Lord Keed reverberated in Keed's ears, as if these calls had transformed into an incantation, indelibly etched in his mind, impossible to dispel. Late at night, after a grueling day, Master Keed finally completed all his duties and wearily made his way to his resting quarters. Chapter 113, The Unexpected Visitor. What a loss, what a tremendous loss. How can I be this exhausted? Keed lamented, unable to contain his frustration. It was no wonder that Tsunade, that fierce woman, was so reluctant to remain in this medical camp. During his previous tenure at the Konoha hospital, he had never felt particularly burdened. Yet now, amidst the medical camp on the battlefield, he truly grasped what it meant to be utterly drained. To outsiders, it might seem that medical ninjas need not engage in combat, that they could simply remain in the camp. Much like the saying from a past life, how wonderful it is to be a teacher with summer and winter breaks. But in reality, this perspective only captures the superficiality of the situation, overlooking the arduous challenges faced by those who heal. How many who merely stand by and comment can truly comprehend the relentless toil of medical ninjas? Especially during times of high casualties, it becomes a veritable nightmare. In those moments, the medical ninjas scarcely have time to eat, let alone rest. Moreover, as the head of the medical camp appointed by Tsunade herself, Keed is the first to receive the most critical and urgent cases, tasked with their treatment. Lord Keed. The melodious sound pierced the air, jolting Kazuki Keed from his intended rest. Instinctively, he exited the lounge, only to find his assistant, Kato Ryuan, awaiting him outside. With a face etched in fatigue, Keed inquired, "Ryuan, has another injured party been brought back? Let us hasten to see them." Kato, with a hint of apology in her voice, replied, "There are no new casualties. However, there are other matters requiring your attention, specifically those entrusted by Elder Kaze." Upon hearing that there were no fresh injuries, Keed felt his body relax. He turned back into the lounge, signaling for Kato to follow him inside. Yet, as Keed lifted a cup to sip water, he noticed a conspicuous figure with striking yellow hair trailing behind Kato, accompanied by a child who wore a silly grin. Despite their pallid complexions resembling frostbitten eggplants and their trembling legs, the identities of these two individuals startled Keed, causing him to choke on his drink. Wataru, Shinjiu, what brings you here? Orochimaru-sama, aren't you fearful of Tsunade's wrath upon your return? Keed managed to question, still recovering from his surprise. Ho ho ho, Keed-kun, came a hoarse voice from outside the lounge, followed by a somewhat pallid visage entering their view. Do not worry, I have already confirmed with Tsunade. She has consented to Shinjiu's presence on the battlefield. Though Orochimaru smiled, turmoil brewed within him, for Keed had proven himself quite the intriguing individual by discerning his concealed presence. Upon seeing Orochimaru, the three seated individuals, aside from Keed, promptly rose to greet him. Sensei, Orochimaru-sensei, Orochimaru-sama, they chorused. And what of him? Why is he here as well? Keed gestured towards the still astonished Wataru. As if recalling a certain fool, Orochimaru's smile waned slightly. Jiraiya wishes to take him as his disciple. Hence he has brought him to the battlefield for some experience. Hearing this, Keed erupted in protest. Experience? This battlefield is perilous. You allow them to come here so brazenly? Your and Jiraiya-sama's audacity is truly remarkable. Noticing Keed's rising frustration, Orochimaru appeared somewhat pleased. Well then, it has been entrusted to you, has it not? Keed's eyes widened in disbelief. Orochimaru-sama, what do you mean by that? A glimmer of wicked amusement flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. Keed-kun, it is precisely what you are thinking. Damn it, Keed exclaimed, slapping the table lightly. Do you truly regard this place as a kindergarten? Orochimaru's smile widened. Keed-kun, have you forgotten that your age barely qualifies for kindergarten? You talk too much. Keed rolled his eyes in exasperation, recognizing that the situation had become unavoidable. Very well. Orochimaru-sama, let Wataru and Shinjiu remain at the medical camp. With their assistance, I should find my task somewhat easier. Upon witnessing the agreement from Kakashi, Orochimaru smiled and prepared to depart. Before leaving, he turned to Shinjuro and said, Stay here and heed the words of Kakashi. Do you understand? After imparting his admonition to Shinjuro, he pivoted to face Minato, declaring, You too, or I shall not hesitate to educate your future teacher on your behalf. Both Shinjuro and Minato immediately felt a chill run down their spines, responding with utmost respect. Yes, Master Orochimaru. Very well, Kakashi, they are in your hands now. Rest assured. Lord Orochimaru, they shall not falter under my watch. Once Orochimaru departed, Shinjuro and Minato finally exhaled in relief. As they saw Orochimaru distance himself, they gradually relaxed. Observing their exhausted demeanor, Kakashi inquired with a smile, How do you both feel? The two shook their heads in unison, devoid of the spirited enthusiasm they had when leaving the village. Brother Kakashi, Minato waved his hand. You cannot fathom the fatigue we endured. Shinjuro and I had no respite, merely trailing behind the ANBU. Kakashi thought, now understanding. It seemed that for Tsunade, her younger brother Shinjuro was quite reckless, incessantly clamoring to join the battlefield. Thus, she had him run to experience the rigors of a forced march. As for the young blonde Minato, he was included for training purposes, being the favored one of Kushina. Truly, an elder sister is like a mother. Tsunade was evidently deeply concerned for her brother on the front lines. Kakashi chuckled, You two are truly unfortunate. Not only did you rush here from the village, but with the torrential rain in the land of rain, you don't even have a raincoat. With that, Kakashi rose and poured 2 cups of warm water, presenting them to the weary youths. Here, drink some water and rest. Then let Sister Kato take you to your tent. Tomorrow, I shall assign you new tasks. Turning to Kato Ryuin, Kakashi whispered, Ensure these two get proper rest. Tomorrow, take them to Kinoshita Shiro, he will train them well. Kato Ryuin replied, somewhat surprised, but sir, is that wise? After all, one is Lord Tsunade's brother and also a disciple of Lord Orochimaru, while the other will eventually become a disciple of Lord Jiraiya. Precisely because of that, they should be entrusted to Kinoshita Shiro for rigorous training. When you go tomorrow, remember to tell Kinoshita Shiro to take good care of them. No need for courtesy. Just say it's my instruction. Chapter 114. The brutality of war. Shinjuro and Minato rested through the night in the adjacent room to Kakashi's quarters. The following day, filled with fervor, they found their legs still trembling, yet this did not diminish their enthusiasm. Just as they were about to stand guard for Kakashi, Kato Ryuin led them away. Along the way, Shinjuro curiously inquired, "Sister Ryuin, where are you taking us?" Kato Ryo's gaze was tinged with sympathy as she observed the two individuals, already envisioning the predicament they were about to face. "Ah, Lord Keed has assigned you a task. You are to temporarily assist in the mortuary, moving some items. Should you satisfy Lord Keed, you will be permitted to advance to your next assignment." The mortuary, in essence, was a euphemism for the morgue. Within its confines, one was tasked not only with the relocation of corpses, but also with the somber duty of suturing the mangled remains of fallen ninjas from the village. While the dismembered bodies of enemies were of little concern, the remains of comrades required careful preparation before being sealed in the scrolls of preservation. As she spoke, Kato Ryo led the two unsuspecting souls to the morgue. Standing at the entrance, she called out, "Kinoshita Shiro, I have brought you two individuals to assist with your work." Soon, footsteps echoed from within, and a man clad in a raincoat and mask emerged. Upon seeing the two young ones following Kato Ryo, Kinoshita Shiro's eyes filled with perplexity. "What? Am I to tend to these children? Are we to transform the morgue into a nursery?" Understanding his confusion, Kato Ryo leaned closer to Shiro and whispered in his ear, "The one with black hair is Tsunade-sama's younger brother and also a disciple of Orochimaru-sama. The other is to be taken under Jiraiya-sama's wing. These youngsters have longed to join the battlefield. Thus, Lord Keed has arranged for them to experience the harsh realities of war." Upon hearing this, Kinoshita Shiro nodded in comprehension. "Do they require supervision?" he inquired. "Indeed. You must train them diligently, as that is Lord Keed's intent." A flicker of understanding ignited in Shiro's otherwise brooding gaze. "Very well, I shall entrust these two to you. I have other matters to attend to." Kato Ryo then addressed Ju and Minato. "This is Kinoshita Shiro-senpai, a hero who has survived the battlefield. You must learn well from him. Your performance will certainly be noted. Do your best, young lads." With that, she slipped away, leaving the three to their devices. Kinoshita Shiro silently regarded the two youngsters before retrieving two ill-fitting raincoats from within and tossing them to the pair. Ju and Minato fumbled to catch the raincoats, hurriedly donning them. Shiro pulled a cigarette from his pocket, removed his mask, and began to exhale smoke. Upon catching sight of Shiro's visage, Ju and Minato gasped in shock. "Goodness, what happened to him?" Kinoshita Shiro was the first poison victim treated by Flagwood Keed when he assumed command of the medical camp, the very ninja covered in blisters. After his recovery, Shiro remained at the medical camp, overseeing the morgue. "Young ones, do introduce yourselves," he prompted. Sheng Shu was the first to speak, addressing his senior. "Senior, my name is Sheng Shu." Following closely, Mizukes introduced himself. "Senior, I am Mizukes." Kinoshita Shiro took a couple of deep drags from his cigarette before discarding the remaining, but into a puddle. After securing his mask, he led the two into the morgue. After a labyrinthine journey, Kinoshita Shiro brought them to a room devoid of windows. Upon entering, he pointed to one of the bags and instructed, "Open it." Sheng Shu pulled the bag open and, upon seeing its contents, froze in place. Inside lay the lifeless body of a fallen ninja from their village, and Mizuke's eyes widened in shock as he stared blankly at the remains. Kinoshita Shiro stepped forward and addressed them. "These individuals are the heroes of our village. They are somewhat fortunate, as their bodies could be retrieved. Those less fortunate remain on the battlefield, or worse, their remains are lost to time." As he spoke, he picked up his tools and began to suture the wounds on the body's surface. Watching his deft movements, Sheng Shu and Mizukes trembled uncontrollably. Their once rosy complexions drained of color, turning ghostly pale. Once the suturing was complete, Kinoshita Shiro turned to them, placing the bloodied tools back in the toolbox. "Sheng Shu-kun, Mizukes-kun, your task is to meticulously examine the bodies in the bags. Move the sutured corpses to the adjoining room. At night, you will take turns guarding the sealed scrolls, ensuring no one attempts to steal the bodies." As for the task of suturing, before Kinoshita Shiro could finish, both Sheng Shu and Mizukes succumbed to their nausea and retched. It seemed to amuse Kinoshita Shiro in a rather morbid way, as his tone lightened considerably. "Rest assured, your responsibility is merely to inspect the bodies and guard the scrolls at night. Suturing is a meticulous task, far beyond your capabilities." Over the next few days, Sheng Shu and Mizukes genuinely experienced the brutality of war. By day, they transported the meticulously sewn bodies, while at night, They took turns vigilantly watching over the eerily silent morgue. As the days passed, both became increasingly numb, their gazes growing hollow. It was only during mealtimes, when confronted with the sight of meat on the table, that they would rush from the break room, vomiting outside, a grim reminder of their lingering vitality. "So, do you two still wish to head to the battlefield?" Keed, their superior, asked. They offered no reply, immersing themselves in their work as if it were a battle, laboriously swallowing the delectable food before them. After their meal, they took a brief respite before returning to their duty of guarding the sealed scrolls. Thus, with the passage of time, their initial reactions to the sight of corpses diminished. After half a month, they could consume their meals without so much as a flicker of emotion while facing the mangled remains. This grim task gradually morphed into a routine existence for the two of them. Chapter 115. The Fortunate Survivors of the Battlefield Land of Rain, Konoha Medical Camp. In the rest area of Keed, the two, Shunshu and Watergate, were voraciously indulging in the culinary delights prepared by the talented Kakashi. "Delicious, simply delightful," Shunshu exclaimed between mouthfuls. "Kakashi, I never anticipated your cooking could be so exquisite. I have yet to savor such a style of cuisine." With that, Shinshu's chopsticks stealthily reached for the last piece of sweet and sour spare ribs from Watergate's lunchbox. "Ah, Shinshu-senpai, how shameless of you," Watergate retorted, immediately retaliating by snatching a meatball from Shinshu's box. Although he had covertly pilfered Watergate's spare ribs, he soon realized that he had lost a superior meatball in return. In that moment, Shunshu felt a profound sense of loss, for his meatball was far more substantial than the meager morsel of rib. Thus, the two began a spirited tug-of-war over each other's culinary treasures. Amidst their playful bickering, the two finished their dinner, only to tidy up their lunchboxes and prepare to continue their duty of safeguarding the body scrolls. At that moment, Kakashi called out to the two as they were about to depart. "Shunshu, Watergate, your task at the mortuary has concluded. Starting tomorrow, you shall no longer be required there. You have a new mission ahead." "What? Kakashi, we don't have to go back?" "Really? But Kakashi, if we don't go, then Senior Mukinashi Shiro will be overwhelmed." "Get lost," Kakashi replied, rolling his eyes at the pair. "Your time at the mortuary was merely to witness the true face of death and to hone your skills. It was never meant for you to carry corpses. Besides, Senior Shiro is a hero who survived the battlefield. If it weren't for looking after you too, he would have completed his tasks long ago." Picking up a cup of water from the table, Kakashi took a leisurely sip. "All right, enough chatter. Tomorrow, come to me for your uniforms. You will assist me in the medical room from now on. Now, hurry back and get some rest." The following day, while Shunshu and Watergate were still ensconced in slumber, they were roused by Kato Ryoun, who handed each of them a clean set of Dr. S attire and dragged the drowsy pair before Kakashi. Kakashi paid them no mind as he led them to the medical room. Although it lacked the grim atmosphere of the mortuary, it bore an even greater emotional weight. Instantly, the drowsiness evaporated from the two. The mortuary, filled with deceased ninjas, had an eerie yet stable aura. In contrast, the medical room was bustling with the wounded brought back from the battlefield. Some were in relatively good condition, while others were missing limbs. This was a stark reminder of the brutality of war, vividly laid bare before the two young ones. "Lord Kakashi, this patient requires immediate surgery." "Ah, my leg." As soon as they entered the medical room, a severely injured soldier approached them. The man's left thigh had been severed, held together only by a thin strip of flesh. The medical camp was the most hectic place during wartime, where the majority of the wounded would receive treatment, and the resuscitation of subsequent injuries would also take place here. Some research on antidotes must also be arranged at the medical camp. Therefore, the medical camp in each village is undoubtedly a target that the enemy must strike. Amid the chaos, Kakashi remained composed and immediately instructed, "Transfer the patient to the operating room and prepare for surgery at once." With remarkable calmness, he pointed with a finger, and a purple sunbond darted into the acupoint of the injured. The patient's eyes rolled back, and he promptly fell into a state of unconsciousness. As the patient was ushered into the operating room, Shinosuke and Minato, witnessing the pool of blood, felt somewhat at a loss. "Follow me," Kakashi signaled, guiding the two into the operating room. In the world of Naruto, the circumstances differ from our reality. Please do not dwell on the details of infection. Once inside, do not speak. Observe with your eyes, understood? Kakashi reiterated as they approached the entrance to the operating room. The two nodded earnestly, assuring him they would remain silent. Upon entering, Kakashi swiftly amputated the entire left thigh of the patient, simultaneously staunching the bleeding and assessing the level of poisoning. Once assured there were no complications, he reattached the thoroughly cleaned limb. The assisting medical ninjas then promptly employed healing techniques to expedite the recovery of the leg wound. The injury did not fully return to its original state. After a sufficient level of treatment, the leg was stabilized and the patient was moved to a recovery ward. After the operation, Kakashi noticed the tense expressions on the faces of the two. Rather than comforting them, he spoke in a remarkably calm tone. The individual we just treated was fortunate. They reached the camp in time. After a period of recuperation, they may return to the battlefield. Pausing for effect, Kakashi continued. Surviving the battlefield is already a stroke of luck. To emerge unscathed is a rare fortune indeed. A significant portion of the injured cannot be saved. Even if they return whole, certain organs must be sacrificed to preserve their lives. Those merely suffering from amputations are fortunate compared to those afflicted by poison. They are the ones truly enduring suffering. Senior Shiro Kinoshita is an example of someone who survived after being poisoned. In conclusion, the medical room during wartime epitomizes the brutality of conflict. During these few days, observe and truly comprehend what this entails. At this juncture, Shinosuke instinctively recoiled. Having witnessed numerous poison ninjas and the horrific sight of those with amputations, each more terrifying than the last. Beside him, Minato's eyes brimmed with confusion. Having been struck profoundly by the harrowing images he had encountered in recent days. With wide eyes, he turned to Kakashi and asked, "Kakashi, may I pose a question?" Without turning his head, Kakashi replied, "Minato, what is it you wish to ask? Why does war exist? So many lives are lost in war. Why do we not cease the fighting?" Kakashi halted, turned to face the bewildered Minato. He understood that if such questions were left unanswered, Minato and others like him might spiral into despair, potentially leading to more extreme actions. The most conspicuous among such individuals is undoubtedly the Uchiha clan. However, under the tutelage of Jiraiya, Minato would certainly not fall into a dead end. Kakashi returned to the lounge with the two, gesturing for them to take a seat, and prepared to enlighten them on the current state of the war. Chapter 116. As long as humanity exists, war is inevitable. As long as there is human existence, war becomes unavoidable. Similarly, with war comes the tragic loss of countless lives. Take, for instance, the land of rain beneath our feet. It has transformed into a veritable hell on earth. Minato's face displayed a hesitant expression, clearly burdened with numerous questions, yet unsure of how to voice them. Kakashi seemed to perceive his thoughts and calmly inquired, "Minato, are you wondering why war has erupted in the land of rain?" Minato nodded without hesitation. In recent days, he had witnessed countless fallen bodies and heard the anguished cries of the wounded in the medical ward. His heart was profoundly stirred. He could not comprehend the rationale behind such conflict and the loss of so many lives. Beside him, SHJ wore a somber expression, having experienced the war in the land of whirlpools. Although he had been sheltered by his relatives from the Uzumaki clan at the onset of the conflict, he still felt the terror and brutality of war. Unlike Minato, who pondered the long-term implications, he, as the grandson of Hashirama Senju, harbored his own contemplations. Kakashi, resting his hands beneath his chin in deep thought, eventually spoke. It remains true that as long as humanity exists, war is inevitable. In the struggle for survival, individuals will invariably vie for resources. This inevitably leads to conflicts and, consequently, war. Take our current conflict as a prime example. On the surface, the land of rain has become a battlefield. However, this situation is fraught with complexities, such as the relationships between nations, the rivalries and struggles among villages, and the ambitions of certain individuals. While it may seem that the land of rain is an innocent victim, the reality is far more intricate. Since the conclusion of the First Shinobi World War, the major hidden villages have been recuperating. Seizing this opportunity, the village hidden in the rain began to flourish. Furthermore, its leader, Hanzo of the Salamander, is a formidable and ambitious ninja. He has long aspired for his village to emerge as the sixth great shinobi village and to claim the title of the sixth Hokage. "What?" SHJ exclaimed, astonished. "The leader of the village hidden in the rain actually desires to become the sixth Hokage?" Kakashi nodded in affirmation, continuing, "Indeed, Hanzo possesses strength, ambition, and cunning, and he has taken advantage of the 5 great shinobi villages' recovery to vigorously advance his own village. At one point, The village hidden in the rain became the most powerful village following the 5 great ones. Upon hearing this, SHJ interjected. Doesn't this development concern the other 5 great hidden villages? Surely they would not sit idly by while the village hidden in the rain grows stronger. After all, Shinshu furrowed his brow. As a buffer state between great nations, once Yuin village develops, it is bound to encroach upon the interests of the 5 great hidden villages. Shinshu was correct, and Kazuki pointed his head in agreement. Thus, when the village went to war with Yuin, both Suna and Iwa stood idly by, making no response. When the 3rd Kazekage led Suna to invade the Land of Fire, a contingent of Suna ninjas also entered the Land of Rain. Simultaneously, the northern Iwa village dispatched ninjas into the Land of Rain. The 3 major ninja villages, Konoha, Suna, and Iwa, sent forces into the Land of Rain, partly to prevent the other 2 from gaining an advantageous position, and partly due to an unspoken understanding among the 3. Kazuki's tone turned chillingly cold. Let the Land of Rain become the battlefield, disrupting its momentum for development. Boom. A tremendous wave surged within Shinshu and Minato. The 2 were thoroughly shaken upon hearing such rhetoric for the first time. Minato gritted his teeth and said, Brother Kazuki, must we truly fight in the Land of Rain? This time, it was not Kazuki who answered Minato but Shinshu, who had regained his composure. Indeed, given Yuin village's trajectory, the surrounding 3 major ninja villages will not turn a blind eye. Sooner or later, war will erupt in the Land of Rain. Even if Yuin village does not invade the Land of Iron, other pretexts will compel it into conflict. Kazuki continued, precisely. It is merely a matter of time before the Land of Rain becomes a battlefield. Minato, consider this. For Yuin village to develop, it inevitably encroaches upon the interests and resources of other villages. This is intolerable to the other 5 major ninja villages. Moreover, if we do not engage in battle, Suna and Iwa will seize the opportunity to instigate war. Minato abruptly stood up, his expression animated as he asked, why can't there be peaceful development? If resources are scarce, why not seek to develop them without resorting to war? Kazuki chuckled. Minato, your perspective is commendable. The Land of Fire's Konoha village is rich in resources. If we continue to develop peacefully, we will undoubtedly surpass the other ninja villages. However, such a scenario is merely idealistic. Before Minato could respond, Shinshu rose and addressed him. Minato, while our Konoha village possesses abundant resources, do not forget about Suna and Iwa. Their resources are scarce, and mere development will not allow them to catch up with us. They must rely on war, which not only disrupts our development plans, but also enables them to plunder resources from our Land of Fire. It is a twofold advantage. Furthermore, Kazuki lightly tapped the table, speaking slowly and deliberately. Not only Suna and Iwa, but even Yuin village seeks to carve a piece from the bountiful Land of Fire. Likewise, should these ninja villages suffer defeat, their ninjas will perish, alleviating the resource strain within their villages. With the resource crisis eased, they can rest and recuperate, awaiting the next war. The 2 were left speechless. From the perspective of war, the entire Land of Rain becoming a battlefield would indeed be pitiable and unjust. However, from the perspective of Konoha, the Hidden Rain village is utterly innocent. It is all merely a consequence of the burdens imposed by Hanzo of the Salamander. All right. Kakashi clapped his hands, rousing the 2 dazed individuals who had been shaken from their thoughts. You both are now ninjas. Reflect upon the comrades who sacrificed their lives in the morgue. Listen to the anguished cries of the wounded in the hospital. It is precisely through their sacrifices and dedication that the villagers are afforded the resources to enjoy a fulfilling life. You are the ninjas of this village. Do not harbor sympathy for the enemy, understand? Now, take your time to ponder over my words, and return to me once you have gained clarity. Subsequently, I shall subject you both to targeted training. Recognizing your responsibilities is essential, but possessing sufficient strength is equally vital. Both values are significant. One must grasp both firmly. Shinju and Minato's minds were in a state of chaos, entirely oblivious to the impending enhancement of their abilities. Little did they know that what awaited them was a life akin to hell. Chapter 117. Disassembling the second Hokage the following morning. Kakashi routinely pulled Shinju and Minato from their slumber. The 2 presented a stark contrast. Minato sprang from his bed with agility, exuding vitality that starkly contrasted with yesterday's confusion. In contrast, Shinju yawned incessantly, appearing as though he wished to continue his slumber. Kakashi gave Shinju's rear a couple of light kicks, exclaiming irritably, "Hurry up and come eat. After breakfast, we have training to attend to." Upon hearing the word breakfast, Shinju, who had been sluggish just moments before, suddenly became alert. He promptly followed Kakashi into the latter's lounge. By this time, Minato had already begun his meal, and upon seeing this, Shinju eagerly joined the fray for breakfast. Alas, what a burdensome fate, to care for Shinju and Minato while still possessing the body of a mere child. After satisfying their appetites, Shinju and Minato gazed expectantly at Kakashi, awaiting his words of instruction. Kakashi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, adopting a teacher-like demeanor. He turned to Shinju and inquired, "Shinju, how proficient are you in earth-style and water-style jutsu?" Shinju immediately replied, "I am quite skilled in both water and earth-style jutsu, among which, stop." Kakashi interjected, raising a hand to interrupt Shinju's impending monologue. "No need for lengthy explanations. Just confirm your proficiency in earth and water style. Today, we shall primarily focus on water style. Select one water style technique and practice it relentlessly until its hand seals become second nature. Then, proceed to compress the water style further to enhance its potency." Upon hearing that Kakashi intended for him to practice water style, Shinju's expression instantly soured. "I do not wish to learn water style. I want to study lightning style." Kakashi felt a vain throb on his forehead as he suppressed his rising frustration and asked, "Shinju, why do you not want to learn water style?" Shinju pouted and replied, "The power of water style is too weak. Lightning style is far more potent and cool. Lightning style suits me better." The impudent behavior of Konoha's own Shigurashi was intolerable. Without hesitation, he delivered a decisive blow to Ju, while the venerable second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, employed water release to suppress the Uchiha clan, leaving them unable to raise their heads. The Mizukage was forced to flee in disarray, yet you dare to look down upon him? As the grandson of Hashirama Senju, Ju embodies the strengths of the Senju clan to an extraordinary degree. His mastery of both water and earth chakra is unparalleled, and his chakra reserves far exceed those of ordinary shinobi. Should Ju dedicate himself to honing his skills in water release, earth release, taijutsu, and body flicker technique, he would undoubtedly emerge as the next Tobirama Senju, albeit without forbidden techniques. With such a formidable template before him, all Ju need do is strive relentlessly in this direction. If he achieves mastery in these domains, he will undoubtedly become a formidable force within the shinobi world. Yet, you inform me that he wishes to pursue lightning release, setting aside the question of whether Ju possesses the chakra for it. Even if he were able to acquire lightning release later on, it would never rival the inherent power of his dual water and earth affinity. Observing the predatory gaze of Konoha's own Shigurashi, Ju candidly inquired, "Is my great-grandfather truly that remarkable?" One cannot entirely blame him. By the time of Ju's birth, both the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, had long since passed away. His understanding of these legendary figures was solely derived from the tales recounted by Kushina, Uzumaki, and Tsunade. As for the true extent of their prowess, Ju lacked any concrete conception. In an effort to provide Ju with a tangible sense of their might, Shigurashi flung a kunai, which struck firmly into a tree trunk several dozen meters away. "That kunai is your target," he commanded. "Use water release, water surge to knock it down. Begin." With unwavering confidence, Ju responded, "Rest assured. Watch this." He then began to form the necessary hand seals. Water release, water surge. A column of water erupted from his mouth, roughly the diameter of a child's arm. The water collided with the distant tree trunk, stripping away a section of bark. Yet the kunai remained unscathed, merely swaying slightly. Turning back, Ju beamed at Shigurashi and proudly asked, "What do you think, Shigurashi?" With a look of exasperation, Shigurashi turned Ju's face back towards him. "First, observe my water release," he insisted, "then we shall discuss further." Water release, water surge. Utilizing the same technique and hand seals, Shigurashi unleashed a slender stream of water, no thicker than a pinky finger. However, the speed and power of his technique far surpassed that of Ju's. A soft pop echoed as a small hole was punctured through the tree trunk several dozen meters away, sending wood shavings flying in all directions. A testament to the force of the water, Ju stood in shock, and Shigurashi was equally astonished. Their eyes widened, and their mouths fell slightly agape. Generally speaking, The potency of water release is closely tied to the volume of water utilized. A smaller flow typically results in diminished power, a consensus among water release practitioners. Yet, Shigurashi's technique clearly demonstrated an alternative path for water release. While both Ju and Shigurashi employed the same ninjutsu, Ju's water surge was soft and reliant on the impact of the water flow. The water technique of Hatake Kakashi surged forth like bullets, leaving gaping wounds upon impact. Ju's eyes sparkled with newfound interest in the water-style ninjutsu that he had previously dismissed. Kakashi, I wish to learn this. Teach me. Kakashi retorted with irritation. Learn? Now you wish to learn? Just moments ago, you were eager to master the lightning style. With a sense of disappointment, he poked Ju on the head. Do you understand why your ninjutsu lacks the potency of mine? These techniques are detailed in Lord Tobarama's scrolls. Had you studied them diligently, such questions would not arise. The strength of Lord Tobarama's water technique lies in its compression, transforming the same ninjutsu into a formidable weapon, while what you wield merely offers a refreshing shower. Ju's face flushed, a mixture of embarrassment and indignation washing over him. What do you mean by merely offering a shower? Is my strength truly so inadequate? Observing Ju's growing embarrassment, Kakashi refrained from further provocation. First, focus on diligently training to master the nature transformation of water chakra. Then gradually learn to compress it to enhance the offensive power of your techniques. Do not overthink it. Lord Tobarama's water ninjutsu is ample for your study. Once you grasp his techniques, your strength will surely surge. With that, he left Ju to his solitary practice. Kakashi then led Minato to a nearby clearing. Unlike Ju, who aimed to become a cannon, delivering relentless long-range bombardments, Minato aspired to be a stealthy assassin, akin to a forbidden version of the Thousand Hands Tobarama. The Flying Thunder God technique was to be entrusted to his future mentor, Jiraiya, while Minato focused on enhancing his reflexes and strengthening his foundational training. Chapter 118. The Wrath of Chiyo. In the ensuing days, the two entered a grueling regimen of training. Minato proved to be compliant, embracing the foundational exercises without complaint. In stark contrast, Ju, after a few days of training, began to exhibit rebellious tendencies, yearning to sprint before he had even mastered his footing. Was he not tempting fate? However, Ju's rebellious spirit was fleeting, as he diligently practiced the nature transformation of water chakra, silently vowing to restore his great uncle's water ninjutsu to the world of ninjas. It was certainly not due to the iron staff that Kakashi wielded, nor was it the memory of receiving 6 strikes from Kakashi in an instant that spurred him on. Ju, do not slack off. Get up and train, lest I be compelled to come over and discipline you. At the sound of Kakashi's voice from a distance, Ju, lost in thought, felt a shiver run down his spine and promptly returned to earnestly practicing his water technique in the ring. He feared that any lapse in diligence would result in Kakashi's iron staff meeting him again. Rhythm. Maintain your rhythm. In battle, your enemies will surely disrupt your cadence. Stay focused and keep the rhythm in your control. Kakashi admonished, Ju, you must do better. Do not dare to claim you are the grandson of the first Hokage. A mere ripple in the water can lead to such chaos. You might as well find a block of tofu to end your misery. Suddenly, a mournful wail pierced the air, emanating from the rope tree. It turned out that Kazuki Haru could no longer bear to watch, and had delivered a sharp blow to the tree's rear. Upon hearing the tree's anguished cry, Minato instinctively shrank his head, continuing his training with fervor, striving to diminish his presence, fearful that the iron rod in Kazuki's hand might fall upon him. In the rain country, within the encampment of Sunagakure, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense. Granny Chiyo's expression grew increasingly grim, as if shrouded by a dark cloud. Her gaze was fixated upon the documents on the table, which detailed the data and returns from their operations in the rain country. How could this be? She murmured under her breath, her brow furrowed tightly. The village had harbored high hopes for this mission, anticipating substantial rewards, yet the reality starkly contrasted with their expectations. Her gaze abruptly landed on a photograph of Kazuki Haru, who wore a seemingly innocuous smile. Yet, it was this unassuming young boy that instilled an unprecedented sense of pressure in Granny Chiyo. Kazuki Haru. A chilling light flickered in her eyes as she scrutinized the photograph, as though she sought to etch Kazuki's image into her memory. In a sudden burst of determination, she seized a kunai from the side and drove it forcefully into the table. Upon entering the rain country, the only ninja she had feared was Tsunade. However, she never anticipated that before confronting Tsunade directly, she would be overwhelmed by the presence of this obscure boy. All the poisons currently employed by Tsunade had been deciphered by Konoha, and to make matters worse, the corresponding antidotes had been successfully developed. This revelation struck Granny Chiyo like a heavy blow. When she learned of this situation, a murderous intent ignited within her, blazing fiercely and uncontrollably. She couldn't help but recall the countless hours of labor she had invested in crafting these poisons, only to see them easily rendered ineffective, filling her with a profound sense of rage and frustration. Had these antidotes been developed by Tsunade, perhaps Granny Chiyo would have felt some annoyance or anger, but nothing could compare to the intense fury she now experienced. After all, Tsunade, as a medical ninja of Konoha, possessed formidable strength and experience, making her ability to counter these poisons not entirely unexpected. However, what truly astounded Granny Chiyo was the realization that all of this had been accomplished by a mere child. The thought of this only intensified the murderous intent surging within her. She could not accept the reality that a young boy could render her painstakingly crafted poisons utterly useless. This not only meant that Tsunade's puppet army had lost a powerful weapon, but it also placed the village at a disadvantage in its conflict with Konoha. With the loss of the poison's efficacy, the combat capability of the Tsunade puppet army would undoubtedly be significantly diminished. Originally, the poisons had served as a formidable weapon for the puppet army, capable of delivering fatal strikes to the enemy in silence. However, this advantage has now dissipated, and the puppet forces of Tsunade will encounter greater difficulties and challenges in battle. Originally, the puppet masters of Tsunade possessed an array of ever-changing attacking methods, complemented by the poisons contained within their tools, enabling them to wreak havoc on the battlefield. Yet, with the advent of antidotes, the puppeteer's supremacy has been rendered null and void. It is imperative to eliminate this young prodigy before me, if he can decipher the poisons I have formulated at such a tender age. The consequences in a few years will be unfathomable. Perhaps he could become another Tsunade. Medical ninjas like Tsunade and Kakashi are indeed the nemeses of the puppet masters of Tsunade. With such individuals in existence, the puppet masters cannot unleash their full potential, resulting in a significant decline in the strength of Tsunade. As for the wind-style ninjas from Tsunade, they are unable to exhibit their true prowess on the battlefield of the Land of Rain. Wind techniques are frequently hindered by the damp climate of the region. Chiyo retracted her gaze, massaging her temples as she inquired, "What news from Hokage?" The reporting ninja from Tsunade displayed a troubled expression, responding, "Lady Chiyo, there has been no movement from Hokage." Upon hearing this, Chiyo unleashed a torrent of invective. That stubborn old fool, just like his dim-witted father, both equally obstinate and foolish. Truly, a rock in a latrine, both foul and unyielding. The battlefield in the Land of Rain has devolved into chaos. Publicly, Amigakure and Konoha have declared war upon each other, while Tsunade and Hokage operate in secrecy. In reality, Tsunade has long sought to ally with other ninja villages to deliver a devastating blow to Konoha clandestinely. Chiyo leads this contingent from Tsunade with the aim of holding back the Konoha ninjas on the battlefield of the Land of Rain. Thus, she initially reached out secretly to both Hokage and Amigakure. However, the Hokage ninja led by the obstinate Kuratsuchi completely disregarded Tsunade, exuding an air of disdain. We Hokage were quite content to observe the clash between Konoha and Amigakure from the borders of the Land of Rain. Why has Tsunade secretly infiltrated? Are you wary of Konoha or coveting our Hokage? Kuratsuchi, the son of the third Tsuchika Jinoki, embodies the stubbornness and biases of his father, perhaps even more intensely. Faced with Kuratsuchi's impenetrable demeanor, Chiyo's plan for an alliance swiftly crumbled before it could even commence. After venting her frustrations towards Kuratsuchi, Chiyo took a deep breath, casting a Hokage aside, vowing to eliminate them upon their next encounter. As for Amigakure, the reporting ninja cautiously replied, "Lady Chiyo, Hans of the Salamander has neither rejected nor accepted our overtures." "What? You mean Hans has neither refused nor accepted?" Chiyo queried in astonishment. The reporting ninja nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, Lady Chiyo, Hans has provided us no definitive response. We remain uncertain of their stance." Chiyo's eyes lit up momentarily, then she waved her hand, saying, "Very well. You may leave now. I need time to contemplate." Chapter 119. The predicament of Hanzo of the Salamander within the command tent, Granny Chio gradually regained her composure. Her gaze fell upon the battle map beside her, revealing the precarious situation of Sunagakure. The ninja of Sunagakure found themselves besieged by enemies from Konoha, Amigakure, and Iwagakure, with their conflict against Konoha having escalated to a relentless struggle. As the native ninja force of the Land of Rain, Amigakure harbored no goodwill towards Sunagakure. Meanwhile, although Iwagakure did not openly target Sunagakure, they would not show mercy if confronted by them. Initially, Sunagakure had managed to maneuver amidst the chaos of war, attempting to entangle Konoha and Amigakure. However, with Iwagakure lurking nearby, the certainty of their interference during critical moments posed a significant threat. In such dire circumstances, Sunagakure found itself in genuine peril. Yet, amidst this tense atmosphere, Granny Chio discerned a potential opportunity for Sunagakure to break through the impasse. From the recent exchanges among the ninja, it became clear that Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader of Amigakure, had not outright rejected the proposal for an alliance with Sunagakure. As the native ninja force of the Land of Rain, they should harbor profound animosity towards an invasive force like Sunagakure, which continuously plundered their lands, or at the very least, consider them a primary target for retaliation. However, Hanzo's ambiguous response to the request for cooperation prompted deep contemplation in Granny Chio. Konoha? Suddenly, Granny Chio's eyes darted to the position of the Konoha encampment on the map, and a subtle smile began to form at the corners of her mouth. This old poison master is indeed insatiably greedy. Yet, perhaps this represents a chance for Sunagakure to turn the tide. Bring someone in. A guard from Sunagakure rushed into the tent, awaiting Granny Chio's command. Summon the intelligence department immediately. I have directives to convey. Before long, the head of Sunagakure's intelligence department arrived at the command tent. Granny Chio commanded, find an opportunity to discreetly disclose the location of Konoha's medical camp to Hanzo of the Salamander. The intelligence chief appeared perplexed. Lady Chio, must we truly divulge this information to Hanzo? What about our subsequent attack plans? Granny Chio spoke with unwavering confidence. Pause the attack plans for now. By providing this intelligence to Hanzo, he will investigate on our behalf. Understood, Lady Chio. The current state of the Land of Rain was one of utter chaos, with various factions emerging in rapid succession, each taking their turn in this relentless cycle of conflict. The battles and accusations among the ninja never ceased, plunging the entire nation into a vortex of ceaseless war. Yet, amidst this pandemonium, it was the common folk of the Land of Rain who bore the brunt of the suffering. Villages and towns close to the sphere of influence of Konoha were relatively fortunate, as Konoha, to some extent, still adhered to principles of humanitarianism. Although conflicts occasionally erupted, the ninja of Konoha did not engage in the brutal slaughter and plunder characteristic of other forces. In stark contrast, the situations in Sunagakure and Iwagakure were entirely different. Within their territories, whether villages or towns, everything had been laid to waste. Countless commoners in the Land of Rain have lost their homes, forced into a nomadic existence as they flock to the hidden village of Rain seeking refuge. This influx has rendered the already chaotic Rain village even more overcrowded, giving rise to various criminal activities. Concurrently, the internal situation within the Land of Rain has become increasingly tumultuous. Bandits and marauders have emerged throughout the region, seizing the opportunity to plunder without restraint. Additionally, wandering ninjas from various nations have sensed a chance to exploit the chaos, descending upon the Land of Rain and further disrupting the already fragile social order. The ramifications of these events are nothing short of astounding, with a depth of impact that is truly staggering. In the original manga, we observe that stability within the Land of Rain only began to take root after Nagato established the Akatsuki organization and asserted control. However, prior to this, the villages and towns of the Land of Rain suffered severe looting, leaving the populace in dire straits. Faced with such a predicament, Hans of the Salamander, the leader of the Rain village, undoubtedly confronts immense pressure and challenges to uphold his reputation and provide an account to the feudal lord of the Land of Rain. Hans must take decisive action to demonstrate his capability to protect the common people. After all, with Sunagakure and Iwagakure plundering within the borders of the Land of Rain, the displacement of its citizens will inevitably lead to significant losses for the feudal lord's interests. It is not that these noble lords are particularly concerned about the suffering of the common folk. Rather, The plight of these displaced individuals means they can no longer provide tax revenue for the nobility to exploit. This is the aspect the nobles cannot tolerate. Therefore, for both personal and public reasons, Hans must select a rival and engage in a decisive battle, proving to the people of the Land of Rain and its noble class that he possesses formidable strength. Typically, when confronting the triad of Konoha, Sunagakure, and Iwagakure, Hans would be expected to target either Sunagakure or Iwagakure, given their relatively weaker capabilities compared to Konoha and the considerable resentment they have incited among the populace. An attack on either of these two would undoubtedly quell the anger of the people swiftly. Yet, Hans's gaze remains steadfastly fixed on the encampment of Konoha. The reason for this is quite simple. Konoha is exceedingly rich. Like a succulent piece of meat, a mere bite promises a bounty of rewards. If Hans could successfully ambush Konoha's logistical or medical camp, the spoils would be immensely fruitful. This not only would restore his tarnished reputation and provide satisfaction to the commoners and the noble lords, but also effectively alleviate the emerging shortage of supplies in Rain Village. Sunagakure and Iwagakure are akin to two impoverished brothers, with Iwagakure being slightly better off, while Sunagakure is truly destitute. Even though both parties have plundered a considerable number of civilians from the Land of Rain, it is inconceivable that Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader of the hidden Rain Village, remains unaware that the bones of these commoners yield scarcely any oil. In fact, the occasional raids conducted by the sand and rock villages have not only failed to generate the anticipated profits, but have also incurred certain losses. The resources and manpower expended during these endeavors far exceed the gains derived from the plundering. This untenable situation has rendered both the sand and rock villages increasingly beleaguered. Chapter 120. Hanzo treated as a blade for Hanzo of the Salamander. The most pressing issue at present is the precise location of the logistics camp belonging to the Leaf Village. Although he has a rough understanding of its whereabouts, his lack of sufficient insight into the defensive state of the Leaf Camp has deterred him from taking any rash actions. Just as he was contemplating dispatching his subordinates to gather intelligence on the Leaf Camp, the head of the intelligence department of the Hidden Rain Village, Yamagi, approached him with urgency. With a solemn expression, Yamagi gazed at Hanzo, as if bearing weighty news to convey. "Lord Hanzo, I possess vital intelligence that requires your attention," he stated with utmost respect, clearly imbued with reverence for Hanzo. Upon hearing this, Hanzo's expression tightened. He wondered if a significant upheaval had occurred. He promptly inquired, "Yamagi, what has transpired?" Without a moment's hesitation, Yamagi swiftly produced a scroll from within his robes and reverently placed it before Hanzo. He then stepped back a few paces, maintaining an attitude of profound respect as he continued, "Lord Hanzo, this scroll has been sent by the Sand Village to avert any unforeseen circumstances. I have perused it prior to my arrival." Pausing briefly, Yamagi added, "However, Lord Hanzo, the contents of this scroll are rather exceptional. I believe it would be prudent for you to examine it personally." As the head of the intelligence department, Yamagi held significant influence, a testament to Hanzo's appreciation and promotion of his capabilities. Hanzo harbored deep trust in Yamagi, considering him a confidant. Observing the demeanor of his trusted aide, Hanzo reached for the scroll before him, slowly unfurling it to scrutinize its contents. Yet, the moment his gaze fell upon the scroll, his countenance darkened considerably. The once tranquil expression was now shrouded in a weighty aura, as if a tempest were on the horizon. The information contained within this scroll was not merely peculiar. Rather, it was of the utmost importance. It meticulously detailed the deployment of the Leaf Village's logistics and medical camp, encompassing the camp's location, scale, personnel configuration, and the functional divisions of each area. More crucially, this intelligence notably highlighted the zones where the Leaf Village's wounded were situated, as well as the areas designated for storing supplies. Such information is indispensable for anyone contemplating an assault on the Leaf Village. At this very moment, Hanzo of the Salamander was devising a plan to assault the Konoha encampment, a scheme he had yet to disclose to anyone, not even to the mountain ghost. "Chio, what a venomous gaze. She has discerned my intentions. Delivering this intelligence, it appears I am brazenly regarded as a mere weapon. Damn those sand shinobi." Observing Hanzo's fury, the mountain ghost cautiously inquired, "My Lord Hanzo, is there a problem?" Hanzo forcefully slammed the scroll onto the table and turned to the mountain ghost. "What do you suppose Sand intends by sending this intel?" After a moment of contemplation, the mountain ghost replied uncertainly, "My Lord Hanzo, I have perused the contents of this scroll, It contains significant information. Could it be that Sand seeks to ally with us to strike at Konoha? Hanzo refrained from directly answering, instead responding with measured calm. Do you comprehend? Ever since our Rain Village declared war on Konoha, both Sand and Stone have stationed formidable forces along the borders of our Rain country, eager to exploit the conflict between us and Konoha. However, when the third Kazekage led a surprise assault on the Land of Fire, and Konoha clashed with Sand, Chiyo led a contingent of Sand into our Rain country, soon followed by Stone ninjas invading our realm. Upon hearing this, the mountain ghost clenched his fists tightly, his face betraying a mix of rage and humiliation. As a Rain ninja, he felt akin to the hapless husbands depicted in some bygone Japanese films, powerless to witness the intruding ninjas from other villages traversing his homeland unimpeded. Hanzo, seemingly oblivious to the mountain ghost's expression, continued, Sand and Stone incessantly plunder our towns and villages, inflicting grievous losses upon our Rain country. He retrieved a letter from the table and tossed it before the mountain ghost. This is a letter from the daimyo of the Rain country, filled with reproachful words, condemning my inaction. The mountain ghost suddenly raised his head, his emotions surging as he exclaimed, My Lord Hanzo, please, rally yourself. You are the hero of our Rain village. Only you can lead us to become the 6th great ninja village. Those noble lords merely spout empty words. Let them take to the battlefield and engage in combat themselves. His agitation grew, wishing fervently to seize a kunai and exact vengeance upon the daimyo and his cohorts. Hanzo waved his hand, calming the mountain ghost's fervor, and replied disdainfully, Rest assured, mountain ghost. Such trivial matters do not sway me. In uttering these words, Hanzo felt a sense of satisfaction within. The earlier letter had merely served as a test, and the mountain ghost's fervent response affirmed his unwavering loyalty. Nonetheless, while indifferent to the daimyo's stance, as the leader of the Rain village, Hanzo felt a profound obligation to safeguard the civilians of their land. The mountain ghost knelt, overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Mountain Ghost, the 3 great ninja villages, Konoha, Sunagakure, and Awagakure, are undeniably more formidable than us. However, we must not falter. Behind us lie the common folk of the Land of Rain. Thus, I have resolved to strike at Konoha, the strongest among them, in order to instill fear in the other 2 ninja villages. What a character Hanzo of the Salamander is, truly deserving of his position as a village leader. His audacity rivals that of the most unscrupulous politicians from capitalist societies, perhaps even surpassing the treachery of Shimura Danzo from Konoha. Despite the Land of Rain suffering immense losses in this conflict, making it difficult for him to account to its daimyo, which would undoubtedly tarnish his own reputation, he deftly packages his actions as a means to protect the innocent of the Land of Rain, as if all his deeds stem from genuine care and responsibility for its people. Ironically, while he intends to seize a substantial portion of Konoha's resources, he shamelessly claims that such actions are intended to deter the other 2 villages. This remarkable ability to distort truth and utter nonsense is a skill that only someone like Hanzo could wield with such finesse. Thus, Yamabuki, you must now comprehend. The actions of Sunagakure are driven by insatiable ambition. They seek to use us, the Rain Ninja, as mere stepping stones, sending us forth to face peril and death. Yet, for the sake of the common folk of the Land of Rain, we are compelled to leap into this trap laid by Sunagakure. Upon hearing Hanzo's words, Yamabuki's anger became increasingly palpable, and he gritted his teeth, declaring, Lord Hanzo, I understand. Please issue your command. Tell us what we must do. The visage concealed behind Hanzo's mask revealed a smile as he commanded Yamabuki, Excellent, Yamabuki. Immediately dispatch personnel from the intelligence department to verify the information on this scroll. Once confirmed, report back to me without delay. Understood. With the mission assigned, Yamabuki departed Hanzo's chamber, brimming with confidence to execute the task at hand. Once Yamabuki had left, Hanzo murmured softly, Chiyo, how dare you use me as a mere blade this time? However, I willingly accept this role. Once we acquire the amassed supplies from Konoha, that will settle our grievances. Chapter 121. The crisis at the medical camp. In recent days, Konoha's medical camp has become extraordinarily busy, with medical personnel incessantly traversing between wards. The once spacious camp now feels exceedingly cramped, as the number of injured returning from the front lines has surged far beyond the camp's capacity. Many wounded have perished before even reaching the medical facilities, succumbing to the toxins unleashed by Hanzo. His poison is exceedingly potent. The previously developed antidotes have failed to keep pace with its virulence, leaving the afflicted unable to utilize the antidotes in time. From the words of the wounded, it has become apparent that the Rain Ninja have been unusually active of late, launching relentless assaults against Konoha's shinobi. Despite the significant casualties endured by the Rain Hidden Village itself, their assaults inflicted considerable losses upon Konoha. Concurrently, Chio of the Sand Hidden Village and Noki of the Rock Hidden Village each led their respective subordinates to intentionally and inadvertently harass the ninjas of Konoha. This tacit tripartite alliance thrust the ninjas of Konoha into a dire predicament, compelling them to disperse their focus to confront threats emerging from three distinct fronts. Each front line began to waver precariously, as Konoha's ninjas struggled to withstand the fierce onslaught of their foes. However, the headquarters was wholly incapable of dispatching additional forces to bolster the front line. In light of this predicament, Akimichi Torif reluctantly made the arduous decision to send those ninjas with relatively minor injuries back into battle. Although these ninjas might not have fully recovered, they represented the only available strength that could be deployed to the front line. As night fell, an aura of tranquility enveloped the entire medical camp. Silence reigned, occasionally pierced by the anguished groans of the severely injured within the infirmary, disrupting the oppressive stillness. In the shadows, the faint footsteps of patrolling ninjas could be heard, quietly traversing the various corners of the camp. With a grave expression, Akimichi Torif hastened to the medical camp accompanied by his guards. Despite having previously dispatched a portion of the lightly injured back to the front line, the critical situation at the front had not seen any substantial improvement. His objective was unequivocal: to mobilize the remaining forces at headquarters to safeguard the medical camp. According to protocol, as the commander of the Konoha camp in the Land of Rain, Akimichi Torif possessed the authority to summon all ninjas present. However, he was acutely aware of his responsibilities and had refrained from excessively intervening in the affairs of the medical camp. Fortunately, since Hatake Kakashi had taken over Tsunade's duties, the operations at the medical camp had been conducted with remarkable order. Whether it was the development of antidotes or the treatment of the injured, Kakashi managed everything with aplomb, and their collaboration was exceedingly harmonious. In Kakashi's lounge, Akimichi Torif, with a serious demeanor, handed a report to Kakashi. His tone hinted at a sense of helplessness. "Kakashi, you must understand the predicament I find myself in. Were it not for the dire circumstances, I would never resort to deploying the defense unit of the medical camp." He lifted a teacup from the table and took a gentle sip before continuing. "These past few days have been utterly perplexing. The sand and rock villages appear to have gone mad, incessantly creating trouble for us. The moment we retreat, they cling to us like a stubborn adhesive, relentlessly harassing us. Yet, whenever we initiate a counterattack, they flee faster than rabbits, avoiding direct confrontation altogether." He paused, seemingly infuriated by such tactics, then added, "And then there's the Rain Hidden Village. That old fool Hanzo has inexplicably dispatched a multitude of ninjas to launch suicidal assaults against us. It's sheer madness." As Akimichi Torifong spoke with growing fervor, his voice unconsciously rose an octave. He gazed intently at Hatake Kid, who was engrossed in reading a report, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he earnestly remarked, "Kid, the situation has become exceedingly dire. All the ninjas from our base have been dispatched on missions. If we were to seek assistance from the village, we would be far too late. Thus, our only hope lies with you." However, before he could finish his thought, Hatake Kid gently placed the report on the table, slowly raised his head, and squinted as if deep in contemplation. Observing this, Akimichi Torifong promptly fell silent, patiently awaiting Kid's response. Just as Torifong prepared to speak again, Kid suddenly turned to the door and called out loudly, "Minato." A voice responded from outside, shortly followed by a figure who swiftly entered. Kid commanded, "Go find Kato Ryuin and have her bring me a map." "Yes," Minato acknowledged and quickly departed. Perplexed, Akimichi Torifong set down his teacup and inquired, "Kid, what is going on? Have you discovered something amiss?" A subtle smile crept across Kid's lips, imbued with meaning. He replied slowly, "Commander, from the report you provided, it appears that the forces at our base are being increasingly dispersed. However, I must examine the troop distribution on the map to ascertain the specifics." Before long, Kato Ryuin delivered the map to Hatake Kid. He accepted it and unfurled it upon the table, his fingers gliding over its surface as he meticulously circled the distribution of the village's ninjas. In no time, The arrangement of the ninjas became vividly clear. Once he had finished marking, Heed rose and turned his gaze toward a Kimichi Toraifong, softly saying, "Commander, please take a look." Upon hearing this, Toraifong approached and scrutinized the map. As Keed's finger precisely indicated a particular area, continuing, "The tactics employed by Sunagakure and Iwagakure are repugnant. Their aim is to divert a portion of our forces, rendering them unable to return to the camp for support. Similarly, the suicide attacks from Amigakure are designed to compel our base to continuously allocate troops to the front lines. Consequently, our base's strength will dwindle. And with you reallocating the medical camp's forces, the already vulnerable medical station becomes akin to a piece of prey on a chopping block, ripe for slaughter." Keed's tone grew increasingly grave. If at this juncture, Hanzo of the Salamander were to launch a sudden and fierce assault, Akimichi Toraifong, having made significant contributions to the warming climate of the ninja world, scrutinized the markings on the map and was horrified to realize that many of Konoha's ninjas were alarmingly far from the base. Should the base come under attack, these ninjas would be utterly incapable of returning in time to provide assistance. Chiodao Chifeng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his back completely drenched. However, as a seasoned veteran with extensive combat experience, he quickly deduced that the recent unusual activities of Sunagakure, Iwagakure, and Amigakure were aimed at exposing Konoha's medical camp. He turned to Kakashi, suggesting, "Kakashi, we should discreetly relocate the medical camp. This place is no longer safe." Upon hearing Chiodao's recommendation, Kakashi shook his head resolutely, his brow furrowed with concern. "Commander, time is exceedingly tight. The medical camp is filled with numerous supplies and wounded, and we cannot complete the relocation in such a short span." His voice was slightly somber, revealing a sense of helplessness and urgency. Kakashi's expression grew even graver as he continued. "Moreover, if we encounter an enemy attack during the relocation, the consequences would be unimaginable. It would undoubtedly bring us a catastrophic disaster." Nonetheless, Chiodao remained undeterred by Kakashi's words. His demeanor was exceptionally serious, his gaze fixed intently on Kakashi as he replied, "Am I not aware of what you speak? Amigakure is conspiring to scatter our forces, and their intentions are all too clear. They aim to deliver a fatal blow and inflict severe damage upon us." He paused momentarily before continuing. "I firmly believe that this assault is personally led by Hanzo, that old poison master. His strength is unfathomable, and our current medical forces may struggle to withstand his onslaught. Thus, we must relocate as many personnel and supplies as possible. Every life saved counts. We will have to deliberate on the supplies later." At that moment, Kakashi suddenly turned to face the direction outside the camp. Sensing an ominous turn of events, Chiodao's heart tightened. "Kakashi, what is it? What has happened?" Kakashi, with a serious expression, responded, "Commander, prepare for battle. Hanzo the Salamander has truly come." "What?" Chiodao exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide as he looked at Kakashi. "This is no jest." Kakashi stepped out of the resting area, with Chiodao following closely behind. Outside the camp, the surroundings were shrouded in darkness. And apart from the rain near the camp, visibility was poor, the only sound being the incessant patter of rain. "Shungshu, Minato, you must stay by my side. Do not move without my command, especially you, Shungshu. If you disobey, I will show you what true speed feels like." Both Shungshu and Minato, being astute children, recognized the gravity of the situation reflected in Kakashi's serious demeanor. Coupled with the threat of the iron rod, they nodded eagerly, indicating their absolute commitment to remain obedient. Behind the camp, a profound silence prevailed. The rain fell upon the ground, drenching the elite forces of Amigakure led by Hanzo the Salamander. They silently glided through the woods, resembling phantoms as they approached their destination. Hanzo of the Salamander stood at the forefront of his ranks. Comparing the intelligence provided by Chio with the information gleaned by his subordinate, the Mountain Demon, he confirmed that the tent before him was indeed the medical camp of Konoha. This site housed a plethora of invaluable medical supplies, crucial for the injured shinobi. Additionally, it contained numerous combat tools that could play a significant role in battle. Hanzo felt a surge of delight within. These were precisely the resources that Amigakure desperately needed at this juncture. If he could successfully seize this camp, the combat capabilities of Amigakure would be greatly enhanced. Moreover, such a maneuver could potentially diminish the strength of Konoha, thereby altering the balance of power between the two nations. With this thought, a subtle smile graced Hanzo's lips. He envisioned Amigakure emerging victorious in this conflict, and himself basking in newfound renown. The Amigakure shinobi who had launched suicide attacks, despite paying the ultimate price, were deemed worthy in Hanzo's eyes. Their sacrifices had yielded such crucial intelligence and opportunity, bringing immense benefits to Amigakure. Hanzo gazed at the distant tent, his heart swelling with pride as he mused. Many of Konoha's shinobi must have been reassigned. Even that old dog Shimura Danzo is fighting on the battlefield. The number of defenders remaining here is scarce, as they must guard the injured. Thus, the time to strike is now. Hanzo's ascension to the leadership of Amigakure was not solely due to his extraordinary prowess. More importantly, it stemmed from his wealth of combat experience and his acute ability to seize opportunities. Indeed, the series of maneuvers by Sunigakure, Iwagakure, and Amigakure had rendered Konoha's base somewhat vulnerable. Many of the shinobi originally stationed there had rushed to the front lines, leaving only barrier teams, sensory units, and those tasked with guarding the medical camp. Tsunade and Jiraiya remained on the front lines, unleashing their fury upon Sunigakure and Amigakure. Key figures from Konoha, such as Orochimaru and Danzo, led their subordinates into fierce combat, leaving the headquarters unguarded. Consequently, the only formidable ninja left at the base was the commander, Akimichi Torafu. Kakashi Haruno signaled with a hand gesture to those concealed in the shadows. He then led Shinji and Minato into the curtain of rain. Kato Ryoan, upon seeing the signal, sprang into action. Following the prearranged plan, Ryoan swiftly gathered the defensive forces of the medical camp. With a swift motion, a flare shot from Kakashi's hand, exploding into a brilliant light against the dark, rainy night. In an instant, the once quiet medical camp erupted into chaos as Konoha's shinobi took their combat positions. The flare illuminated the scene, leaving the unprepared Amigakure shinobi momentarily stunned. Have we been discovered? A sense of foreboding gripped the hearts of the Amigakure forces. At that very moment, the once self-satisfied Hans of the Salamander found his countenance darkening ominously. He could scarcely believe that the meticulously orchestrated attack he had conceived, at great cost and effort, had been so effortlessly deciphered by his adversaries. Hans pondered in frustration, despite leading the ninjas of Amigakure on an extensive detour, meticulously avoiding every conceivable danger, and eliminating all sentinels from Konohagakure along their path. They had still been detected upon their arrival at the outskirts of the village. This revelation incited a deep anger within him, prompting him to scorn his own foolishness. Had he foreseen such an outcome, he would have foregone the elaborate ruse and launched a direct assault instead. Now, not only had he squandered precious time and energy, but he also found himself appearing as a mere buffoon, a truly humiliating predicament. Chapter 123. Confronting Hans of the Salamander without further hesitation, Hans issued the command for battle. Attack! The ninjas within the Konohagakure camp had already detected the presence of Amigakure, rendering any attempts at concealment futile. Hans swiftly performed a series of hand seals, pressing his palms firmly against the ground. Summoning technique. Arise, JB. Boom. With a billowing cloud of smoke, a colossal salamander emerged outside the camp. This formidable creature, Hans's summoned beast, was not only massive in stature but also saturated with lethal toxins. Its immense combat prowess and seamless synergy with Hans formed a partnership that commanded the attention of many formidable opponents. The salamander roared as it charged toward the Konohagakure camp, using its gargantuan size to ram directly into the encircling walls. The periphery of the camp was laden with numerous defensive traps, designed not only as fortifications but also to alert the ninjas within. A reckless charge would inevitably cost many lives before even nearing the stronghold. However, the gargantuan salamander, capitalizing on its size, disregarded the traps entirely, becoming a veritable bulldozer. The following ninjas from Amigakure would advance in tandem with the path forged by the salamander. Rumbling. The massive creature began its charge, causing the ground to tremble with its formidable presence as it crashed into the outer barriers of the Konohagakure camp. The walls groaned under the impact, soon giving way to a substantial breach. Along the way, the defensive traps were triggered, yet they proved ineffectual in hindering the onslaught. Debris and splinters, mingled with rain, flew in all directions, fortunately avoiding the ninjas who had already taken their positions for battle. Once inside the Konohagakure camp, the salamander unleashed a wave of destruction, each strike widening the breach further. Kill! The traps ahead lay in ruins, and the walls of the Konoha camp had been breached by his own summoned beast. A wave of elation surged within Hanzo who promptly led his subordinates into the fray. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions and roars reverberated throughout the camp as flames danced under the rain-soaked night. Not far away, Hanzo the Salamander spearheaded the assault with his range shinobi. Lord Keed, Kato Ryuin, accompanied by a contingent of ninjas, reached the side of Kitaki Keed. Ryuin, secure the medical room and ensure that the range shinobi do not harm the wounded inside. Leave the rest to me. Ju, Minato follow Ryuin. Understood. Kato Ryuin, Ju, Minato, and others dutifully obeyed, retreating to the entrance of the medical room. Keed, what are your intentions? How may I assist you? Observing Kitaki Keed's composed demeanor amid the chaos, Akimichi Torikes found his own resolve steadied, deciding to entrust the command to this young lad. Commander, I shall unsheath my ninja blade, Kitaki Keed declared, his aura shifting dramatically. You shall handle that beast for the time being. Just hold it at bay. As for Hanzo the Salamander, I shall test the mettle of a demigod. With that, a flash of violet light enveloped Kitaki Keed, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Moments later, several range shinobi who had surged into the Konoha camp were felled to the ground. Kitaki Keed navigated through the ranks of the range shinobi, leaving a trail of anguished cries in his wake. Meanwhile, upon hearing that Keed intended to confront Hanzo, Akimichi Torikes felt a surge of dread. Instinctively, he reached out in an attempt to intervene, only to grasp at empty air. Frustrated, Torikes stomped his foot and muttered bitterly, "You little brat, do you truly think you can handle that salamander? Very well, I shall stake my life on this." Multiplication technique. Super push. Boom. With chakra surging through his hands, Akimichi Torikes unleashed a single blow that propelled the destructive Hanzo out of the Konoha camp. Taken by surprise, Hanzo was sent flying, inadvertently crushing several range shinobi in his wake. Torikes advanced, his imposing stature instilling a sense of dread among the range shinobi, causing their offensive momentum to falter. Konoha village. Is it the Akimichi clan? Hanzo narrowed his eyes, fury boiling within as he could not allow the morale he had painstakingly built to be shattered. With a swift motion, he brandished his razor-sharp, venomous scythe and charged forth, intent on delivering a lethal strike to Akimichi Torikes. It is Lord Hanzo. How splendid. The range shinobi cheered eagerly, eager to witness their idol's prowess. With a rustling sound, the iron chains whipped through the air, the scythe slicing towards Torikes' neck with deadly precision. Clang! The clash of blades erupted as a flash of purple lightning illuminated the scene, sending Hanzo's scythe spiraling away from its intended target. Who dares? How could anyone withstand my might? The scythe returned, flipping gracefully back into the hands of its master. Hanzo the Salamander, clutching the scythe, fixed his gaze upon the figure on Torikes' shoulder. Honored demigod, a pleasure to meet you. The young Kakashi Hitaki serves as the commander of the medical camp. Humph. It appears he is merely an inexperienced youth. Hanzo of the Salamander has arrived atop the already poised salamander, lamenting the decline of Konoha for dispatching a child to the battlefield. However, standing before me, young one, you exhibit a commendable level of arrogance. As for the so-called predecessors, let me enlighten you on the nature of warfare. Water body flicker technique. In the next instant, mist enveloped Hanzo, followed by a fleeting shadow passing over his head. Meanwhile, Kakashi transformed into a bolt of purple lightning, vanishing from the shoulder of Akimichi Choji. Clang! Clang! The clash of blades illuminated the rain-soaked night with sparks of fire. Within less than a minute, both combatants had exchanged dozens of strikes, each aimed at the other's vital points. With a missed blow, Hanzo and Kakashi swiftly retreated from one another. To my astonishment, a talent such as yours has emerged from Konoha. Yet, in my presence, you remain far too inexperienced. As Hanzo prepared to utilize his jutsu with crossed hands, Kakashi suddenly dashed to Hanzo's front. With a swift motion of his ninja blade, Kakashi interrupted Hanzo's incantation. Oh, great one, if you cannot form seals, does that mean you cannot utilize ninjutsu? Kakashi taunted. Before Hanzo could react, Kakashi was engulfed in a surge of lightning, and the purple electricity transformed into a serpentine dragon lunging towards Hanzo. Thunderous lightning dragon strike. Hanzo's heart raced with dread, realizing it was an unsealed ninjutsu. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. The purple lightning surged into his body. Hanzo immediately activated the body flicker technique, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Although he escaped, the sensation of paralysis coursed through him. Boom. The purple dragon surged forward, obliterating everything in its path. Those caught off guard among the rain ninjas were reduced to charred remains upon the ground. In an instant, the casualties among the rain ninjas were staggering. While the two leaders engaged in fierce combat, their subordinates clashed violently. At this juncture, the disparity between the great ninja villages and the minor ninja villages became evident. Despite the rain's numerical superiority, their quality paled in comparison to Konoha's. The ninjas of Konoha coordinated seamlessly, firmly withstanding the assaults of the rain ninjas. Occasionally, Konoha's ninjas would launch small counterattacks, putting the rain ninjas in a most precarious position. Chapter 124. Retreat. Witnessing such an unfavorable situation, the recently escaped Hanzo seethed with anger. Nevertheless, the seasoned Hanzo understood that if he could eliminate the boy before him, the scales of victory would tip in favor of the Rain Village. Yet, Kakashi would not afford Hanzo a moment's respite, charging forward once more. Clang! The blades collided as Hanzo wielded his scythe to parry Kakashi's strike. With a flick of his wrist, the iron chain trailing the scythe coiled like a viper, seeking to ensnare Kakashi. Just as the chain wrapped around Kakashi's form, he vanished without a trace. However, in the next instant, Hatake Kakashi reappeared beside Hanzo the Salamander, brandishing his ninja blade and striking at Hanzo once more. What astounding speed! Hanzo was secretly astonished. Faced with Kakashi's relentless assault, he could only adopt a defensive posture. The clash of their weapons rang out. This time, Kakashi did not immediately press the attack, but instead retreated several steps. Thunder God Fist. Kakashi clenched his left fist tightly, arcs of purple electricity dancing upon it. He then thrust it forward with great force, unleashing a torrent of violent electrical energy towards Hanzo. Boom! The fist struck the ground, creating a deep crater. The rampant energy caused the surrounding rain to momentarily cease. Hanzo's lifeless body lay motionless at the bottom of the pit. Seeing this, Kakashi immediately jumped down to ascertain his condition. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Hanzo's body at the pit's bottom transformed with a loud bang into a piece of wood. In quick succession, numerous explosive tags appeared on the ground. Hanzo, somewhat disheveled, emerged at the edge of the pit, his face contorted with murderous intent as he glared at Kakashi, now ensnared by the explosive tags. Die, brat! Fire release, exploding flame array. Boom! Flames erupted as the explosive tags detonated, unleashing tremendous power. As the smoke cleared, Kakashi's figure had vanished, leaving only a piece of wood split in two. A substitution technique? It seems everyone can do that. Hanzo's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly turned to parry Kakashi's incoming blade. Humph! Spare me your tricks, boy. With that, Hanzo promptly leaped away from his original position. Moments later, the earth convulsed violently as a massive, gaping maw opened wide, engulfing Kakashi. It was revealed to be Hanzo's second summoning beast, the giant salamander. Ha! Now, who among you can stop me? Upon witnessing this scene, the ninjas of the Rain Village erupted in cheers. However, before their jubilation could linger, the creature named Jing writhed in agony upon the ground. Then, a flash of purple blade light cut through the air, cleaving Jing's head in two, allowing Kakashi to escape. He had not perished. Yet this time, fortune would not favor him. Hanzo swung his iron chain, expertly ensnaring Kakashi's blade. Following this, Hanzo raised his scythe high and brought it down with force. Kakashi's weapon was momentarily restricted, but with a flicker of purple light from his other hand, an elongated blade of lightning surged forth. Clash! Hanzo's scythe shattered, the broken piece embedding itself in a nearby tree. Simultaneously, Kakashi's strike shattered the armor on Hanzo's chest, leaving behind a gruesome wound. How can this be? I, a demigod feared throughout the ninja world, have been defeated by this child. Hanzo was incredulous. Just as Hanzo grappled with his disbelief, a massive figure soared from the distance. Hanzo's summoning beast, Jing, had also succumbed to Shikamaru's prowess. As the formidable salamander Hans was about to descend, HK immediately dispelled his summoning technique. With a resounding crash, the smoke dissipated, revealing the absence of the salamander's massive form. Recognizing the dire situation, HK seized the moment, not granting Hans any opportunity to recover. In the blink of an eye, HK was enveloped in crackling lightning, violet chakra coursing across his body. With relentless determination, he charged forward, sending every obstacle in his path flying. Lightning prison judgment. The purple blade of energy descended with lethal intent, aiming to strike down the salamander Hans. A spray of blood erupted, yet it was not Hans who fell, but rather a rain shinobi, who had valiantly shielded his leader from certain death. Yamabito. Hans's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished that one of his subordinates had taken the fatal blow meant for him. HK felt a pang of regret. Such a golden opportunity had slipped away. For a seasoned warrior like Hans, the chance to eliminate him was often fleeting. Just moments ago, in Hans's distracted fury, was the perfect moment to strike. As HK prepared to launch another assault, a throng of rain shinobi surged to Hans's aid, allowing him to retreat to safety. Realizing that their tactical plan had unraveled, Hans begrudgingly issued a withdrawal command. Can one come and go as they please, as if the Leaf's encampment were mere decoration? Frustration bubbled within HK for failing to eliminate Hans at the first opportunity, igniting a fierce resolve within him. What do you intend to do? Hans's heart raced. Unease etched across his face as he regarded the young warrior before him. HK leaped and returned to the Leaf's stronghold. At that moment, a kid Torikes directed the Leaf ninjas to initiate a counteroffensive. Earth-style team, seal off the encampment's breach. Do not allow these rain rabble to escape. Ju. You join as well. Understood. Earth-style, earth wall. Walls of earth surged forth at the encampment's breach, trapping the rain shinobi who had failed to withdraw in time within the Leaf stronghold. Stop. Outside the encampment, Hans's expression darkened. He comprehended HK's intent, to keep all these rain ninjas confined. Little brat, should you eliminate them all, I shall lead the rain in a relentless vendetta against your Leaf. Threatening me. HK's gaze sharpened, and his aura shifted dramatically, as wild violet lightning coursed through him. Moments later, a towering lightning giant, nearly 20 meters tall, materialized before them. Blade of the Thunder God, 9-section whip. With a mere flick of the giant's arm, a whip-like scar was left across the nearby forest, measuring several meters in length. As the overwhelming presence of the lightning giant loomed, the battlefield seemed to freeze, both sides instinctively pausing in awe. Hans's expression turned grim, particularly at the devastating strike that resonated from the forest, plunging his heart into despair. What must you have to allow them to leave? Humph. As Hanzo of the Salamander finally yielded, Kakashi Hitaki restrained his imposing presence, and the formidable Raijin gradually dissipated, reverting to the unassuming yet highly skilled medical ninja. Kakashi glanced at a Kimichi Torikes beside him, signaling that it was time for him to take the stage. He then turned and departed from the scene. Following this, under a Kimichi Torikes command, the Leaf Village ninjas advanced to apprehend all the rain ninjas within the camp. Standing at the entrance of the camp, a Kimichi Torikes addressed Hanzo. Hanzo, upon your return, send someone to negotiate. With that, he left without a backward glance. After all, as the victors, they were in no position to show deference. The tides of fate were stronger than individual will, and Hanzo could only lead the remaining rain shinobi in retreat. The captured rain ninjas would have to await negotiations to engage with the Leaf. Chapter 125. A reminder from a Kimichi Torikes, let us retreat. Hanzo gritted his teeth, his eyes seething with rage as he glared at the Leaf camp, his frustration surging like a tidal wave. Yet, reason cautioned him that persisting in battle would only lead to further unnecessary losses among his rain ninjas. After issuing the command, Hanzo took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within, and promptly summoned his personal guards to gather around him. Upon seeing the wounds adorning Hanzo's body, his guards gasped in shock, their faces etched with concern. Shinda, Hanzo's trusted confidant, hastily approached and carefully assisted the injured Hanzo, asking with genuine worry, "My lord Hanzo, how severe are your injuries?" Hanzo, gritting his teeth against the pain, waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he was not gravely harmed. His gaze fell upon Shinda as he spoke earnestly. Shinda, lead the rain ninjas to retreat immediately. Remember, you must not disclose my condition to anyone, understood? Shinda, a seasoned Nin of the Rain Village, was not only a rare ninja capable of standing alone, but also Hanzo's most trusted aide. Now, with Hanzo injured, Shinda was the only one he could rely upon during his recovery. Shinda's expression remained stoic and unyielding as he nodded solemnly, responding, "Rest assured, my lord Hanzo. I will ensure your safety and keep this secret." With Hanzo's order, the rain ninjas began their orderly withdrawal from the camp. Meanwhile, those surrounded by the Leaf ninjas, recognizing the inevitable, surrendered with their hands raised, becoming captives of the Leaf. Before long, the sounds of celebration and cheers erupted from within the camp as the Leaf ninjas rejoiced in their victory. After the battle concluded, Kakashi focused on the wounded comrades. Within the camp, the agonized groans of the injured echoed, and Kakashi unhesitatingly immersed himself in the urgent task of treatment. As for the other concluding matters, he appeared somewhat indifferent. After all, the overall commander, Akimichi Torikase, was present. He thought to himself that such trivialities could be left to Akimichi Torikase, as his priority was to dedicate himself to healing the injured. Thus, Konoha's very own Kakashi entrusted all the camp's various trifles, such as battlefield cleanup and casualty tallying, to Akimichi Choji. Although Choji felt somewhat beleaguered, he could only silently shoulder these responsibilities. During the process of tending to the injured, Kakashi noticed that both the wounded and the unscathed ninjas gazed at him with eyes brimming with admiration and reverence. Particularly, his assistant, Kato Ryuko, looked at him as if he were an omnipotent hero. Her adoring gaze seemed on the verge of overflowing. Standing beside him, Kato Ryuko watched Kakashi intently, her eyes fixated on him. Meanwhile, Ju and Minato were even more exuberant, joyfully dancing and leaping about, exclaiming, "Big brother Kakashi, we never imagined you were so formidable. Indeed, your giant was truly awe-inspiring." In response to their accolades, Kakashi merely smiled modestly, waving his hand at Ju and Minato as he humbly remarked, "It's just a bit impressive, just a bit. Let us not dwell on that. You two stay close to me and refrain from wandering off." While Minato was relatively manageable, Ju was another matter entirely. Kakashi was decidedly cautious about allowing him to stray. Despite the battle having concluded, the battlefield still harbored numerous hazards. A careless step could lead to triggering a forgotten explosive tag, with consequences that could be utterly disastrous, potentially costing Ju his life. Kakashi led the two young ones, Minato and Ju, in a continuous traverse between various medical rooms. The recent fierce battle had resulted in a multitude of casualties in dire need of care. However, aside from the medical facilities, other areas were equally inundated with activity. The camp's walls had suffered significant damage during the conflict and required urgent repairs to restore the camp's defensive capabilities. The traps outside the camp had also been left in disarray, necessitating a complete reconfiguration to thwart any potential enemy assaults. Furthermore, the venom left behind by Hanzo the Salamander's summoned beast posed a substantial threat. This potent toxin could severely harm human beings and needed to be promptly marked to prevent accidental contact. Unfortunately, due to the absence of effective countermeasures, they could only await the gradual dissipation of these toxins. After all, it would be exceedingly frustrating to survive the battle only to succumb to toxic fumes while cleaning the battlefield. Akimichi Choji, the overall commander, sat in Kakashi's lounge, completely at ease as he brewed tea from the leaves Kakashi had brought. After savoring a delightful sip, he remarked to himself how splendid Kakashi's tea was. He resolved to ask for some when Kakashi returned. After a considerable wait, Kakashi finally returned, looking fatigued, accompanied by the two young ones. "All done. I've been resting for a while," Choji said, observing the trio as they entered. Upon seeing Choji awaiting him, Kakashi sensed that the elder had matters to discuss. After arranging for Ju and Minato to rest, he took a seat beside Choji. He lifted the teacup and took a sip of the tea within. "Commander, it seems that Hanzo of the Salamander will initiate negotiations after this failure, right? Shouldn't we in the Land of Rain also prepare to conclude matters?" Akiato Torikase nodded and then shook his head, leaving Kakashi perplexed. Akiato Torikase remarked, "Hanzo will undoubtedly seek negotiations, but he will harbor a deep-seated resentment. However, that is not something to fret over. If that old man refuses to negotiate, we shall unleash you, our formidable weapon." At this point, the portly elder seemed to recall something amusing, chuckling to himself. Hearing this, Kakashi's expression darkened. Akiato Torikase's words implied that if the Hidden Rain village remained obstinate, they would set loose Kakashi. Observing Kakashi's grim countenance, Akiato Torikase burst into hearty laughter. "Fear not, young Kakashi, you are our great weapon in Konoha. We will not deploy you lightly." Kakashi shot a glare at the rotund man, fully aware that he was teasing him about the reason for his dark expression. Were it not for his respect for his elders, he would have already given the old man a jolt akin to Yang Yongshin's electric therapy. Noticing Kakashi's increasingly somber demeanor and the faint arcs of electricity dancing on his hand, Akiato Torikase quickly subdued his playful tone. Clearing his throat, he spoke with gravity. "Young Kakashi, although our conflict with the Hidden Rain village has come to an end, the Land of Rain is not solely comprised of rain shinobi. Kakashi's expression sharpened. He comprehended Akiyato Torike's implication. Indeed, the Rain Shinobi were merely an appetizer. The true titans were Tsunegakure and Iwagakure. Both Chiyo and Inoki were not adversaries to be trifled with, unlike the Hidden Rain. Chapter 126. Shocked Akiyato Torike took another sip of his tea, tracing the patterns on the cup, and continued at a measured pace. Furthermore, that old fellow Hanzo is not one to remain docile. Though you have subdued him, he will certainly engage in covert maneuvers. Even after signing a ceasefire agreement with us, he will likely attempt to strike at you from the shadows. Akiyato Torike narrowed his eyes, a glint of murderous intent sparking within. Then let us turn this fish into a dead one. Let us see how he continues to wriggle. Kakashi echoed with a similar aura of menace. Akiyato Torike nodded, fully endorsing Kakashi's perspective. Thus, young Kakashi, you must be prepared. You may need to exert yourself in the forthcoming negotiations. Even if you are not directly involved, you remain one of our trump cards. I understand, Commander. Very well. Akiyato Torike rose, patting Kakashi's shoulder. You've worked hard for quite some time now. Take a well-deserved rest. I shall take my leave. Understood. Kakashi did not stand on ceremony with the portly elder. Once Akiyato Torike departed the lounge, he succumbed to slumber. In the time that followed, Kakashi found himself increasingly occupied. As Tsunade's appointed successor, he undoubtedly bore the brunt of the responsibilities, especially with a significant number of new casualties on his hands. However, in comparison to Kakashi Hitaki, the rotund Akimichi Choji is truly overwhelmed with responsibilities. He must notify the frontline ninjas to return, organize supplies, relay intelligence to the village, and prepare for the preliminary negotiations with the Hidden Ring. The myriad of significant and trivial matters would undoubtedly cause Choji to shed a considerable amount of his excess weight. Unlike the stubbornness often exhibited by slightly overweight individuals in his past life. If it were merely these tasks, it would be manageable. However, there exists an even more crucial responsibility that Choji must undertake: the documentation and evaluation of the ninjas' achievements in battle. This matter directly influences the personal interests of the ninjas, the recognition of their contributions, the determination of who deserves the most accolades, and the rewards that should be granted. Such responsibilities cannot be entrusted to others. Choji must personally oversee them. Only after meticulously preparing the records and delivering them to the Hokage's office for confirmation by the village's upper echelon can this matter be deemed complete. This task is exceedingly intricate, involving numerous facets, and even if it were assigned to the Nara clan, they would be left pulling their hair out in frustration. Let alone the Akimichi clan, which is not particularly fond of deep contemplation. The news of Hanzo the Salamander's defeat, though concealed from the common folk of the Hidden Rain village, swiftly reached the ears of the leadership in various ninja villages like a tempest. Particularly in the Land of Fire, there was no effort to shield the Hidden Rain from this revelation. Soon, as notification teams were dispatched to the front line and numerous ninja hawks took to the skies, the Konoha ninjas entrenched in battle received the startling news. Within a concealed cave in the Land of Rain, Orochimaru retrieved the scroll of intelligence from the talon of a ninja hawk before releasing the bird. Inside the cave were two other unexpected ninjas, Tsunade and Jiraiya. While Tsunade and Jiraiya were venting their frustrations regarding Tsunegakure, they fortuitously crossed paths with Orochimaru, who was leading a pursuit against the Hidden Rain. Consequently, they joined Orochimaru's ranks. Days of relentless combat had rendered Jiraiya resembling a mud-stained figure emerging from a mire, his face weary and his yawns frequent. Nearby, Tsunade sat upon a wooden beam, equally fatigued and silent. In recent days, the Hidden Rain's peculiar offensive strategies had heightened the trio's nerves to their utmost limits, leaving them exhausted and muttering curses under their breath. Such reckless tactics defied comprehension. With Tsunade's inclusion, Orochimaru's squad had sustained the lowest casualty rate among all Konoha teams. However, that did little to mitigate the relentless assaults from the Hidden Rain. Ultimately, 3 days prior, only Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade remained of the once larger team. Is this a village or a camp? Jiraiya leaned against the cave wall, opening his weary eyes to gaze at Orochimaru at the entrance. Upon glimpsing the contents of the intelligence scroll, Orochimaru's serpentine eyes narrowed, as if he had encountered something of grave significance. Noticing Orochimaru's unusual reaction, both Jiraiya and Tsunade opened their tired eyes to regard the astonished Orochimaru. Hanzo the Salamander. Taking advantage of the emptiness in our camp, has led the main forces of the Hidden Rain to launch a surprise attack on the medical base, aiming to seize our stored medical supplies and combat tools. However, Orochimaru chuckled with a hint of amusement before tossing the scroll to Tsunade. Has Hanzo, that old fool, met with failure? Jiraiya exclaimed in disbelief. How could that be? Who in the camp could possibly thwart Hanzo of the Salamander? It dawned on him then why the Rain Village ninjas had been acting so frenzied in recent days. Tsunade received the scroll, her expression darkening as she opened it to peruse its contents, muttering, "They've drawn us out, leaving the camp vulnerable." Just what? What is it? Jiraiya hurried to her side, reaching for the scroll, only to be met with a swift punch from Tsunade that sent him reeling. "Keep your distance, you reek." "Ah!" Jiraiya howled, clutching his head as he squatted on the ground in despair. Orochimaru observed Jiraiya's misfortune with a smirk, thinking him a fool. After all these years as comrades, did he not understand what kind of person Tsunade was? Attempting to snatch something from her was merely asking for trouble. Unexpectedly, Tsunade examined the scroll closely and thought, "What a remarkable individual. Not only is his medical talent exceptional, but his strength is impressive as well." Leaning against a nearby rock, Orochimaru remarked, "I knew Lord Keed was powerful, but I did not anticipate such depth in his capabilities. Nonetheless, this is good news. Let us prepare to return to the camp. Indeed, we should set off at once." Tsunade glanced outside at the curtain of rain, eager to return to the camp for some much-needed rest. "Let me see that." Jiraiya, still groaning on the ground, stubbornly raised his hand and managed to seize the scroll from Tsunade. As Jiraiya examined the scroll, his pain seemed to vanish, his eyes widening in shock as he stood upright, captivated by its contents. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, all seasoned J-nin with extensive combat experience, quickly grasped the peculiar behavior of the Rain Village ninjas. The relentless battles of recent days had left them too exhausted to contemplate the underlying motivations of the Rain Village. Once the veil was lifted, they immediately recognized the critical danger they faced. Although they had yet to confront Hanzo directly, the demigod's formidable reputation instilled a sense of trepidation within them. Thus, witnessing Keed's ability to subdue Hanzo and inflict injury upon him sent a shiver down their spines. In other locations, news of this development prompted jubilant cheers among the ninjas. Has Hanzo been defeated by Lord Keed? Is this true? Of course. Lord Keed's medical prowess is remarkable. Surely his combat skills match that. Absolutely, he is truly deserving of his title. This is fantastic. With the defeat of the Rain Village, shall we finally return home? Upon receiving the news, various teams swiftly made their way back to the camp under the guidance of their respective leaders. Once back, the returning ninjas eagerly sought to uncover the details of the Rain Village's night raid. They were astounded to hear of the purple lightning giant, which had so intimidated the demigod, leaving the returning ninjas in disbelief. Chapter 127. The Uninvited Guest. As the rain retreated, the tense situation at the front line began to ease. The ninja squads returning from the battlefield gradually made their way back to the Leaf Village's main camp. In the medical tent, within the rest area of Kakashi Hatake, Minato was tending to Ju's wounds. Though Minato lacked proficiency in medical ninjutsu, he was capable of performing simple bandaging techniques. Ju's injury was a tale of misfortune, where he inadvertently stepped onto Kakashi's red line. Just yesterday, unable to contain his restlessness, Ju had accompanied the remaining ninjas to set traps outside the camp. It was uncertain whether it was merely bad luck or some other misfortune, but amidst the traps triggered during the previous skirmish, he encountered a somewhat damaged explosive tag. Fortunately, the quality of the tag was subpar, and coupled with Ju's proximity to Kakashi, his mastery of both water and earth release techniques had significantly improved, particularly with the water release, water chaos wave, and earth release, earth flow wall. Thus, when the explosive tag detonated, Ju instinctively employed the earth flow wall, emerging unscathed from the explosion. However, on the return journey to the main camp, fortune turned to misfortune as Ju accidentally stepped into a puddle and collided headfirst into a nearby tree trunk. The result was a rather peculiar injury. His forehead struck the tree, leaving only the area above his lip bruised. Clutching his injury, Ju tearfully made his way back to the Leaf Village's medical tent. Such a minor injury hardly warranted Kakashi's direct intervention. Instead, a random medical ninja was assigned to apply ointment to the affected area. After the treatment, Ju, with his face smeared in dark ointment, entered Kakashi's rest area, which immediately induced a sense of discomfort in Kakashi. His hand instinctively reached for a nearby iron rod. Kakashi, do you think I look handsome? Ju boasted with a smirk. A faint cracking sound seemed to echo in the air, as if something had snapped. In the next moment, Kakashi swung the iron rod, landing a blow on Ju's rear. Handsome? Handsome my foot. You imbecilic Ju. If you can't apply the ointment properly and flaunt that disgusting black mess, I'll personally escort you to meet your grandfather. With a series of swift strikes, the iron rod landed solidly on Ju's backside, and before he could comprehend the situation, a second round of blows followed. Terrified, Ju fled from Kakashi's rest area, with Kakashi hot on his heels, the iron rod delivering precise, forceful strikes that made Ju yelp in distress. By the time Kakashi ceased his assault, Ju's rear had swollen considerably. As a loyal friend, Minato quickly ushered Ju back into Kakashi's rest area for further treatment. Easy now, easy. Minato, as Ju lay on the bed, presenting his swollen backside, he lamented, why is Kakashi so furious? Minato, struggling to suppress his laughter, carefully applied the ointment, his voice tinged with amusement. I'm not quite sure, but you might want to cover that dark ointment on your face. Honestly, I can't explain why, but I feel an overwhelming urge to thrash you. Very well, Watergate. Hand me a piece of medical tape, and I shall bind it up, Ju lamented, reclining on the bed with an expression of resignation. As Watergate busied himself searching for the tape, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed outside the rest area of Konoha. The door was thrust open with force, revealing an individual with a menacing countenance, a thick bandage obscuring his right eye, and a katana slung across his back. It was Shimura Danzo, the elder of the village and former aide to the Hokage. Upon entering the room, Danzo's remaining eye cast a fierce glare around the space. The first figures to catch his attention were the yellow-haired Watergate, bent over in search of something, and Ju, who was awkwardly adjusting himself due to his swollen posterior. Danzo's left eye twitched in agitation. He simmered with anger, thinking, these impertinent brats dare to present their backsides to me. This is utterly intolerable. With purposeful strides, he approached the table and rapped it forcefully. I ask you, where is Hokage Kid? Summon him to me at once. Ju, well acquainted with Danzo, struggled to rise and, unsteadily, positioned himself beside the table. Elder Danzo, Kid is currently attending to the injured and will not be able to come at this moment. Is there an urgent matter you wish to discuss? Just then, Watergate ceased his search and joined Ju at his side. Before Danzo could respond, one of his guards interjected, Humph, quite the display of arrogance. This man is an elder of the village, and yet he does not come to pay his respects. You too, summon Hokage Kid immediately and inform him that Elder Danzo requires his presence. Having spent considerable time with Kid, Ju understood well the man's character. The suggestion of having him pay respect to Danzo struck him as absurd. Without further pretense, Ju directly stated, as I mentioned, Kid is occupied tending to the wounded and cannot meet with Elder Danzo. Danzo's expression darkened, and he fixed Ju with a fierce glare before addressing the guard who had spoken. Ichi, go fetch Hokage Kid and tell him I demand to see him. At once, Lord Danzo, replied Ichi, promptly departing the rest area and making his way toward the medical facility. The majority of Danzo's retinue hailed from the Shimura clan, and Ichi was among them. Upon reaching the medical room, he disregarded any objections and barged directly into the operating chamber. Noticing the intrusion, Kid furrowed his brow. However, before the surrounding ninjas could voice their concerns, Ichi declared, Who is Hokage Kid? By the orders of Elder Danzo, you are to accompany me forthwith. Everyone turned their gaze toward Kid, who was in the midst of surgery, and his frown deepened. Complete the operation first. All matters can be addressed once it is concluded. Understood. The others replied in unison. You are Hokage Kid? Elder Danzo requires your presence. Before Ichi could finish, Kid swiftly dispatched several violet kunai from his palm, striking Ichi's acupoints with lightning speed, rendering him a motionless puppet. The surgical procedure was not lengthy. In no time, Hokage Kakashi completed his part in accordance with established protocol, leaving the remaining tasks to be managed by other medical ninjas. He removed the gloves from his hands and, without hesitation, seized Shimizu Shuichi's calf, guiding him to conduct rounds room by room. At this moment, Shimura Danzo's expression grew increasingly grim. Despite the passage of time, Kakashi had yet to pay his respects, an egregious affront to his authority. Shimizu Shuichi, a capable subordinate, had relayed the orders to Kakashi. Yet his continued absence suggested a deliberate disregard for Danzo. Chapter 128. Taking a disciple, are you joking? As Danzo's impatience mounted, even casting doubts on Kakashi's intention to keep him waiting, Kakashi finally sauntered back to his resting quarters, leisurely leading Shimizu Shuichi. Without the slightest courtesy, he callously discarded the filthy and disheveled Shuichi onto the floor as one might toss aside refuse, treating him as though he were a trivial object. Subsequently, Kakashi nonchalantly entered his resting room, entirely dismissive of Danzo's presence. Witnessing this, Danzo's countenance darkened further. Overcome with fury, he bellowed, "Kakashi, do you have any idea how long I have waited for you?" His voice brimmed with indignation, clearly irate at Kakashi's tardiness. However, Kakashi faced Danzo's reproach with unabashed defiance. He exhibited no trace of contrition, retorting scornfully, "Old man, I made you wait. So what?" His words dripped with contempt and disdain. "Impudent!" exclaimed a guard standing beside Danzo, stepping forward to admonish Kakashi. "How dare you insult an elder of the village? This is an affront to Konoha. Yet, before the guard could finish, he was abruptly confronted by a palpable aura of menace. He looked up in terror to find Kakashi's gaze fixed on him, rife with lethal intent, as though he were poised to devour him whole. "Utter another word." Kakashi's voice was cold and merciless, "and I will systematically extract every single tooth from your mouth." His words were laced with unmistakable threats, sending chills down the spine. At that moment, the guard's heart felt as though it were grasped by a vice, constricting rapidly. His instincts screamed that if he dared utter another syllable, Kakashi would indeed fulfill his promise of violence. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and his back was already drenched. His throat felt as though it were choked, rendering the words he had intended to speak futilely swallowed. "Enough," Danzo declared expressionlessly. Waving his hand, his gaze swept over the onlookers, Rope, Tree, and Minato, as he coldly instructed, "You two have no business here. Depart immediately. I have pressing matters to discuss with Kakashi." However, Shinjuro and Swayman appeared to completely disregard Danzo's words, their gazes fixed firmly on Kakashi, treating Danzo's orders as if they were inconsequential. Kakashi, on the other hand, exhibited an extraordinary calmness. He leisurely extended his hand, picked up the glass of water resting on the table, took a gentle sip, and then a faint smirk graced his lips, revealing a hint of disdain. "Oh." His laughter was rife with mockery, making one wonder if they believed this was his territory. Before the words had left his lips, a resounding bang echoed through the room as Danzo slammed his palm onto the table, causing the teacups to nearly leap from their places. His expression darkened instantly. Glaring at Kakashi with an intensity that could pierce through steel, he barked, "Kakashi, the matter I wish to discuss with you is undoubtedly beneficial for you. Hasten and send them away." Bang! With a thunderous crash, Kakashi, akin to an enraged lion, slammed his hand down on the table. His eyes burned with fury as he glared at Danzo, roaring, "Who do you think you are, old man, to bang the table in front of me?" This unexpected outburst sent a shockwave through all present, particularly Danzo, who was utterly unprepared for such a fierce retort from Kakashi, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, Kakashi was far from finished. He continued to shout, "Speak your mind if you have something to say, or be gone. Do not waste my time here." In the face of Kakashi's aggressive demeanor, Danzo took a deep breath, striving to calm the tempest within him, and then slowly began, "Kakashi, I see your extraordinary talent. You are indeed a rare gem. Therefore, I wish to take you as my disciple. How do you feel about this proposition? There is no need for you to prepare any extravagant gifts. Simply offering me a cup of tea would suffice to formalize our master-disciple relationship." Upon concluding his words, he closed his eyes and adopted a posture of solemnity, seemingly awaiting Kakashi to present him with tea. "Ha! This little brat from the Hokage clan will undoubtedly be eager to become my disciple. Once he is mine, I will have a firm grip on Hokage Sakomo. Thus, my ascent to the position of Hokage will be even more assured. As this little brat grows, I shall inscribe the curse of silence upon him, turning him into my new Konoha White Fang, the sharpest of tools." Ah, speaking of tools, one must not harbor emotions. Let this little brat eliminate the aging Hokage Sakomo. Severing his emotional ties will allow him to become the sharpest blade. Moreover, once he commits patricide, he will find himself ensnared in my grasp forever. I have heard that this little brat from the Hokage clan shares a good rapport with Uchiha Itachi. Perhaps I can incite him to annihilate the Uchiha clan, leaving only a few young ones to brainwash from an early age, molding them into Uchiha, who belongs solely to me, Danzo. Just the thought is exhilarating. It has been quite some time. Why has he not yet come to offer me tea? Damn this little brat. I shall endure for now, but once I inscribe the curse of silence upon him, I will revel in tormenting him. After a brief moment of waiting, Shimura Danzo found himself increasingly agitated as time ticked by without the arrival of Hokage Kakashi to present him with tea. His dissatisfaction mounted within, yet he persevered, hoping Kakashi would soon appear. However, as the minutes passed, Danzo's patience wore thin. He abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze piercing as he focused ahead. There, 3 young ones were joyfully indulging in snacks that Kakashi had seemingly produced from thin air, savoring them with great delight. The corners of Danzo's mouth twitched slightly, forcing an unnatural smile. Yet behind this facade, his eyes betrayed a shadow of malice and intent to kill. What's the matter, Kakashi? Danzo's voice bore a restrained fury. Is there an issue? Kakashi, seemingly oblivious to Danzo's displeasure, mumbled through his mouthful of snacks. No issue at all. I was just wondering what you might teach me, elder, or rather, what benefits I might gain from you. Upon hearing Kakashi's inquiry, Danzo's expression softened marginally. He let out a hollow laugh before responding. Kakashi, fear not. With me around, you may freely study the ninjutsu scrolls in the Hokage building. I assure you, I will mold you into an exceptional ninja. As for benefits, do enlighten me. What do you desire? Kakashi blinked innocently. I can just say whatever I want, right? Indeed, Danzo believed he had struck a chord with Kakashi, prompting him to make grand promises. Kakashi hesitated briefly, seemingly contemplating something profound. Then he suddenly raised his head and unabashedly declared, I want a long-haired, mature, intelligent woman with glasses and long legs. His words crashed through the air like thunder, leaving both Shinjuro and Minato momentarily stunned, exchanging bewildered glances, utterly perplexed yet inexplicably impressed. Kakashi continued, if that request proves too challenging, I have 2 alternative choices. First, I wish to become the leader of the Shimura clan. His gaze locked onto Danzo's, exuding a playful yet predatory confidence. Danzo's expression shifted slightly at this proclamation, but he quickly regained his composure. Boy from the Hokage clan, do not jest. Kakashi's lips curled into a teasing smile. Oh, a jest, you say? Perhaps you will prefer my second choice. He paused deliberately before raising his voice dramatically. Or, I want to be your father. This declaration struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving everyone present in shock, particularly Danzo, whose face contorted with rage. His previously confident demeanor twisted in fury. Boy from the Hokage clan, are you jesting? Danzo's voice brimmed with suppressed anger as he glared at Kakashi, as if he could devour him whole. In the face of Danzo's inquiry, Kakashi remained eerily composed. His eyes flickered with a hint of lightning, yet his voice remained composed. Old fool, you were the one who first jested with me. Chapter 129. Does the paper tiger wish to bite? Aware that Hokage Kakashi had no intention of accepting him as a master, it was evident from his previous remarks that Kakashi regarded him as nothing more than a fool. Upon grasping this, Shimura Danzo could no longer contain the fury that surged within him. Rising to his feet, his lone eye fixated intently on Kakashi. So, you are unwilling. Then, Danzo's remaining left eye narrowed slightly, the aura of menace around him gradually intensifying. Are you aware of the consequences of defying my wishes? Danzo had never anticipated Kakashi's outright refusal, especially in such a scornful manner, which felt akin to having his dignity trampled underfoot. In Danzo's view, his esteemed visit to the medical camp, proposing that Kakashi become his disciple, should have been regarded by Kakashi as a significant honor, warranting a respectful and ceremonious response. Danzo harbored a tinge of envy towards Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had nurtured Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru into formidable jonin of Konoha. Tsunade was renowned as a medical ninja, while Orochimaru was celebrated as a prodigious scientific genius. The presence of these 3 bolstered Sarutobi's influence within the village, solidifying his position as Hokage. For Danzo, who viewed the Hokage title as the pinnacle of his life's ambition, he too aspired to emulate Sarutobi by personally cultivating a disciple to become his sharpest weapon. Of course, in order to maintain control over his disciple, the curse mark of absolute loyalty would undoubtedly be inscribed. However, Over the years, the third Hokage had constrained Danzo's authority, leaving him unable to act against the village's talented ninjas. The only faction capable of fully supporting Danzo was the Shimura clan. Yet, the so-called geniuses from the Shimura clan in recent years did not meet Danzo's expectations. They were far from being able to rival Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya. There was also the Uchiha clan to consider, but Danzo possessed enough self-awareness to recognize that some within the Uchiha held disdain for him, thus excluding them from his considerations. Upon learning that Kakashi had single-handedly defeated Hanzo of the Salamander, Danzo's heart raced, believing that his plan to take on a disciple could swiftly come to fruition. Kakashi, at such a young age, displayed remarkable strength and medical talent comparable to Tsunade's. Surely, once he fully matured, he would surpass them all. Yet, why did reality diverge so starkly from his envisioned plan? As Danzo's murderous intent resonated in the air, his guards began to brace themselves, awaiting a command to strike Kakashi with lethal force. Sitting beside Kakashi, both Shoju and Minato ceased their eating, sensing the tense atmosphere around them, and prepared themselves for battle. Kakashi Hatake remained utterly unperturbed, his calm visage betraying no hint of turmoil. He disregarded the murderous intent emanating from Danzo and approached the vigilant guard with measured steps. Amidst the puzzled gazes of onlookers, Kakashi swung his palm in a sweeping arc, delivering a resounding slap that connected sharply with the guard's face. The crack echoed like a firecracker bursting in the ears of the assembled crowd. The guard was sent hurtling into the air, spinning 3.5 times before crashing to the ground in a manner reminiscent of a falling goose. Upon impact, several teeth were dislodged from the guard's mouth, and his cheeks swelled immediately from the force of the blow. The fallen guard exhibited no signs of struggle, swiftly succumbing to unconsciousness. Witnessing the spectacle, both Shodame and Minato gasped in astonishment, instinctively covering their own cheeks as they beheld the comatose form of Danzo's guard sprawled on the ground. Danzo, enraged, bared his teeth, his lone eye nearly popping from its socket. Yet, before he could unleash his fury, Kakashi's next words pierced through the tension. TSK, 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 rather unsatisfactory. He crouched down to inspect the fallen ninja and, shaking his head, rose to his feet, lamenting that his first attempt at delivering a slap had only dislodged 3 teeth, indicating a need for further practice. Are you a devil? Shodame and Minato exchanged glances, a flicker of relief evident in their eyes. They both felt fortunate that Kakashi had not directed his slaps at them, opting instead to use a metal rod on their backsides. Otherwise, their fragile frames would surely have succumbed to Kakashi's relentless assault. Kakashi's words sent Danzo into a complete frenzy, though it was worth noting that his rationality had never been particularly robust. With a swift motion, Danzo drew the ninja blade from his back and aimed a vicious strike at Kakashi's seemingly unguarded back. A flash of crimson shot through the air as half a head severed from its body. Danzo had mercilessly decapitated his own guard, showing no concern for the life lost. He wielded his blade, frantically searching for Kakashi, intent on eliminating the insufferable scion of the Hatake clan. In that moment, Danzo's animosity toward Kakashi eclipsed even his fervent desire for the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. The petty-minded Danzo had placed the Hatake clan squarely on his list of targets. Suddenly, a searing pain erupted in his lower back, propelling him through the wall of the resting chamber and out into the open. The commotion drew the attention of the ninjas on duty at the camp, who quickly converged on the scene. Surrounding Kakashi's resting area, the ninjas regarded the ejected figure with wariness. "Lord Kakashi, are you unharmed?" inquired the lead ninja, approaching with utmost respect. Kakashi stepped out, waving his hand dismissively, his expression tinged with concern. "I am fine. Please inform the commander-in-chief to come at once. There are pressing matters that require his attention." "Yes." The lead ninja nodded earnestly before vanishing in the blink of an eye. As Shimura Danzo, propelled by a kick, struggled to rise, Hatake Kakashi sorrowfully addressed the encroaching ninjas. "Fellow villagers of Konoha, come quickly. Our elder, Shimura Danzo, has inexplicably turned against his own comrades." With that, Kakashi stepped aside, gesturing towards the dismembered corpse in his resting chamber. He shook his head, covering his face with his hand to conceal the nearly uncontrollable smile threatening to escape his lips. With feigned grief, he lamented, "As an elder of the village, to commit such a heinous act against a fellow villager, it pains my heart." The surrounding ninjas were moved, praising Kakashi for his ability to feel sorrow over an injustice that was not his own. "Indeed, Lord Kakashi, Please remain strong. This is not your fault. We implore you to lead us in capturing the perpetrator, they urged. Kakashi quickly composed himself, his mirth hidden, and pointed at the now-risen Danzo, declaring with righteous indignation, "Fear not, I shall ensure this sinner faces justice." With that, he drew his ninja blade and charged at Danzo. Danzo, having taken a heavy blow to his midsection, finally regained his footing from the muddy pit. Realizing he was no match for Kakashi, he contemplated using the crowd's sentiments to his advantage. However, Kakashi preemptively cast Danzo in the role of the wrongdoer. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Kakashi prepared to strike. Panic gripped Danzo's heart. How could Kakashi dare to act so boldly? Was this not the role he was meant to play? In a moment of desperation, Danzo attempted to form hand seals to unleash a jutsu to counter Kakashi's assault, but his efforts were futile. If Kakashi could thwart the jutsu of Hanzo the Salamander, how could a lesser opponent like Danzo hope to succeed? Unless, of course, Kakashi chose to toy with him. Time was of the essence. Danzo swiftly produced a kunai to block Kakashi's descending blade. In a flash of lightning, Kakashi's blade sliced through the kunai as if it were mere butter. Danzo narrowly evaded, discarding the broken kunai and retrieving 2 shuriken from his ninja tool pouch. Gradually, as he infused them with wind chakra, the small shuriken transformed into enormous, razor-sharp wind-infused weapons. Kakashi observed Danzo's preparations with a leisurely composure, waiting for his opponent to launch an attack. Danzo's heart seethed with anger as he caught sight of Kakashi's nonchalance. "You insolent brat! You dare to underestimate me? Let me show you my true power." 2 wind-style shuriken flew towards Kakashi in quick succession. With a swift motion, Kakashi expertly embedded his ninja blade into the hollow center of the first shuriken, then deftly flicked his wrist to send the second shuriken spiraling away. Following this, he forcefully hurled the wind-style shuriken, propelling it with even greater speed towards Danzo. Danzo, taken aback, could only clumsily evade to the side. The shuriken cleaved through the earthen wall blocking the camp's entrance, severing numerous stout trees before vanishing into the curtain of rain. Danzo's lone eye narrowed in disbelief at the overwhelming might of his own wind-style shuriken, though he understood that such prowess was not his own, but rather the result of that insufferable brat from the Hokage clan. At that moment, Kakashi advanced, swinging his ninja blade menacingly at Danzo. "What do you think you're doing, Kakashi? I am an elder of the village. Are you planning to betray it?" Faced with Kakashi's assault, Danzo had no means to retaliate, only the capacity to defend himself. Although his concealed right eye was a 3-tomo Sharingan, a trump card of sorts, it was not something he could unveil in such a public arena. Thus, Danzo resorted to verbal sparring, hoping to instill some trepidation in the impudent youth before him. Kakashi observed this display, further confirming his belief that Danzo was merely a cowardly clown masked by a facade of toughness. His bluster could not hide the selfishness and weakness that defined him. His only source of leverage lay in his connection to the third Hokage. Danzo knew that even if he erred, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, would, due to their past camaraderie, mobilize the village's resources to assist him with the ensuing complications. This was the true source of Danzo's audacity. Having discerned Danzo's vulnerabilities, Kakashi resolved to hold nothing back. Turning his back to the gathered crowd of Konoha, he whispered in a tone audible only to Danzo, "Trash. Some people may take a misstep, but that single misstep can lead to a lifetime of failure. One misstep leads to another." As a modern individual transported into the world of Naruto, Kakashi knew precisely how to strike at Danzo's most painful points. "You're courting death, you little brat." Danzo's left eye blazed crimson at the provocation. But Kakashi was relentless, continuing to taunt. "I know your every action is merely an attempt to prove that the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, made a grave error in judgment. You believe yourself to be the rightful successor to the third Hokage. Yet, old man, you are oblivious to the fact that the third Hokage had already made his choice. You were never part of it." Preposterous. Danzo's visage contorted into a ghastly expression. "You insufferable brat, I will kill you." Kakashi swiftly turned to face the assembly at the Konoha camp, raising his voice. "Elder Danzo, I implore you to desist. Though you have slain comrades, I believe the village will handle this matter with fairness." Upon hearing these words, the surrounding leaf ninjas nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Elder Danzo. It is imperative to lay down your weapons and heed the village's directives. One must not stray down a treacherous path." "Yes, indeed. Look, Master Keed has been holding back. It seems he wishes to afford Elder Danzo an opportunity for redemption. The crowd murmured in consensus, causing veins to bulge on Danzo's forehead. He gazed at the self-righteous figure of Hokage Kid before him, harboring an overwhelming desire to cleave the impudent brat in two. Clang! The weapons of Hokage Kid and Danzo clashed once more, their positions shifting again, with Kid once again turning his back to the assembled leaf ninjas. In an instant, Kid's expression shifted, and the murderous intent emanating from his eyes sent a tremor through Danzo's heart. Does this detestable brat seek to end my life? Kid continued, his voice low, provoking the increasingly unhinged Danzo. In the guard of the second Hokage, what does an old dog like you amount to? The only contenders for the position of third Hokage were Uchiha Kagami and Sarutobi Hiruzen. The name Uchiha Kagami loomed like a nightmare in Danzo's mind, a dark secret he fervently wished to keep buried. In the past, within the six-man guard of the second Hokage, Kagami's strength was on par with Hiruzen's, a singular force to be reckoned with. To Danzo, their prowess overshadowed his own. Hiruzen was somewhat acceptable, as they had grown up together, but for Uchiha Kagami, deep within Shimura Danzo's heart resided jealousy and resentment. Danzo believed Kagami's power stemmed solely from the Sharingan's abilities. When Uchiha Madara returned to the Leaf Village riding the Nine Tails, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, had observed the entire battle between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara from a distance. Although they were at a considerable remove from the central battlefield, the formidable presence of the god of ninjas and the Azura of the ninja world left an indelible mark in Danzo's heart. He naively assumed that the formidable powers of Hashirama and Madara derived from Wood Release and the Sharingan, respectively. Wood Release, a bloodline limit rarely seen in a millennium, was but a stone's throw away. The Sharingan, however, was within reach. From that moment onward, Shimura Danzo began to covet the power of both the Sharingan and Wood Release. Particularly after the passing of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, Danzo naturally ascended to a higher echelon within the Leaf Village. He brazenly marginalized the Uchiha clan in public while secretly envying the capabilities of the Sharingan, yearning for the blood of the Uchiha to flow through his veins. Chapter 131, Revelation, Danzo's Sharingan at last. During a mission, Shimura Danzo obtained the coveted Sharingan he had long desired. In the face of formidable foes, Uchiha Kagami had employed the Uchiha clan's forbidden technique, Izanagi, sacrificing one of his eyes to carve a path through the encirclement for Danzo. Upon reaching a safe haven, taking advantage of Kagami's fatigue, Danzo launched a surprise attack, mercilessly slaying the Uchiha clansmen he had harbored jealousy and hatred for over the years right before his eyes. In this moment, Shimura Danzo's heart brimmed with exhilaration. Not only had he cast off the heavy burden that had long weighed upon him, but he was on the verge of acquiring the coveted Sharingan he had yearned for over the years. His face contorted into a grotesque mask of excitement as he approached the dying Uchiha Kagami, forcefully extracting the last remaining Sharingan from the latter's eye. Danzo, you must have endured tremendous hardship over the years. The murmurs of Uchiha Kagami in his dying moments ignited a firestorm of rage within Danzo. He drew his ninja blade, unleashing his fury upon Kagami's lifeless form. Damn it, Uchiha Kagami, why couldn't you simply pass away quietly? Why utter such words? The calmness and composure exhibited by Kagami in his final moments, along with his softly spoken phrases, laid bare the cowardice that lay deep within Danzo's heart. It was this realization that propelled Danzo to desecrate Kagami's corpse, seeking to mask the most authentic parts of himself through such brutal means. As the memories faded, Hatake Kakashi continued to provoke. Humph, old man, you are nothing but a complete failure. Even with Uchiha Kagami's Sharingan, you will never attain his prowess. The clash of their blades resonated as they withdrew momentarily, with Danzo coldly declaring, "You little brat, behold my true power. I shall slay you here and now." In a fit of madness, Danzo ripped away the bandage from his right eye, revealing the crimson Sharingan before the astonished gazes of the villagers of Konoha. Oh, is this the Sharingan? Shouldn't it belong to the Uchiha clan? How can it manifest upon Elder Danzo? The surrounding ninjas of Konoha erupted in astonishment, witnessing the Uchiha's Sharingan laid bare on the body of an outsider. To claim it was a gift from the Uchiha clan would be sheer folly. Who could forget that Elder Danzo was notoriously disdainful of the Uchiha? Even the dimmest among them would never bestow their clan's bloodline limit upon a foe. The only plausible scenario is that Elder Danzo, you have heinously slain a comrade of the Uchiha clan, appropriating his Sharingan for yourself. You are truly despicable. Kakashi pointed an accusing finger at Danzo, his expression one of profound grief, as if he himself had committed an egregious sin. Indeed, the onlookers understood the gravity of the situation. It was evident that Elder Danzo had clandestinely eliminated a member of the Uchiha clan to seize their Sharingan. If such news were to reach the village, it would undoubtedly provoke an unrelenting vendetta from the Uchiha clan. Moreover, with so many witnesses, this revelation could not be suppressed. What do you consider the Uchiha clan, your comrades? Your enemies? Kakashi confronted Danzo with feigned righteous indignation, continuing to challenge him. Mind's web illusion. This is a minor illusion crafted by Hatake Kakashi, utilizing his perceptual ninjutsu. In addition to briefly obscuring the five senses, it can provoke the darkness within an enemy's heart during moments of irrationality, compelling them to vocalize their most clandestine thoughts. This minor illusion is somewhat trivial, as its effectiveness hinges on the enemy's loss of sanity and its duration is fleeting. Kakashi aspired to develop it into something akin to the ethereal beauty of a mirage. Yet he regrettably lacked the aptitude for illusions and made little progress after extensive attempts, ultimately resigning himself to defeat. However, at this moment, Shimura Danzo had succumbed to Kakashi's verbal provocations and lost his composure, revealing his Sharingan. He roared at those around him, "Humph! The Uchiha clan is nothing more than a pack of swine. They are mere vessels for the Sharingan. All their eyes should belong to me. Everything I do is for the village." Upon uttering these words, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings, as all eyes turned to the still raving Danzo, stunned by his shameless and deranged declarations. Silence. Upon receiving reports from the ninja, Akimichi, Choza hurried over, his heart aflame with indignation. Danzo, why provoke Kakashi? Given his understanding of Danzo's character, he surmised that something significant must have transpired to drive him to such violence. Yet, as he arrived at the medical camp, he was met with the thunderous proclamations of Danzo. A single shout from Akimichi, Choza, jolted Danzo back to reality, and he suddenly became aware of his foolish actions. He instinctively attempted to cover his right eye, evidently wishing to conceal his Sharingan from Choza. However, it was too late. Choza approached and beheld the Sharingan within Danzo's right eye. Instantly, Choza's eyes turned crimson, as if flames could erupt from them. His lips quivered slightly as he fixed his gaze upon Danzo, speaking in a voice audible only to the three of them. Q, while others remained oblivious. The elder Akimichi Choza was far from ignorant. In recent years, there had been no significant reports of missing ninjas from the Uchiha clan. Thus, the sole source of Danzo's Sharingan could only be his comrade, Uchiha Q. Among the elite six-man guard of the second Hokage, Choza shared a close bond with Uchiha Q, having been desk mates in the Ninja Academy until they graduated and became teammates. The final member of their squad was, of course, Shimura Danzo. When Uchiha Q met a tragic end, his remains lost to time, Choza harbored suspicions against Danzo. Yet, lacking evidence and facing subtle obstructions from the third Hokage, he gradually set the matter aside. Nevertheless, this incident lingered in the depths of Choza's heart, never forgotten. Indeed, it was this very matter that left Choza disheartened, leading him to retreat into a life of culinary research after stabilizing the situation for the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now that his secret was out, Danzo ceased to conceal himself. He lowered his right hand, the bizarre crimson Sharingan quietly residing in his eye. Suddenly, a muffled groan escaped from Danzo, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Kakashi with disbelief. Ha ha ha, old fool, have you cast an illusion on me with your Sharingan? Do you truly believe you are invincible now? Watch closely. Before his words could fade, Kakashi transformed into a streak of purple lightning, vanishing before Danzo's eyes. In the next moment, a somewhat youthful hand appeared upon Danzo's right eye. Instantly, a surge of excruciating pain coursed through him. Kakashi had forcefully pried out the Sharingan, just as Danzo had once taken it from Uchiha Kagami. Chapter 132. Shikaku's decision. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, Danzo clutched his right eye in agony, his body collapsing involuntarily to the ground. Blood flowed from his palm like a raging torrent, staining the earth beneath him. In terror, he gazed at Shikaku, his voice trembling as he shouted, "Shikaku, quickly, seize him at once. How dare he lay hands on an elder of the village? This is sheer treachery. He is betraying the village. Hurry, apprehend him." However, in response to Danzo's outcry, Kakashi merely regarded him coldly, feeling nothing but contempt for his shameless behavior. At this juncture, it was astonishing that this old man could still distort the truth so brazenly. Kakashi slowly approached Danzo, raising his foot without a hint of compassion and delivering a forceful kick. With a thud, Danzo was sent tumbling into a nearby mud pit like a discarded sack. Kakashi swiftly advanced, forcefully twisting Danzo's arms behind his back, gripping his hair tightly to tilt his face almost perpendicular to the ground. Leaning close, he whispered mockingly into Danzo's ear, "Old dog, you are truly worthless. I offered you a chance to perceive my movements with your Sharingan, yet you failed to seize it. Old dog, you will never become Hokage." Kakashi continued with a chilling sneer, "For in the face of death, you exhibit no courage whatsoever. No matter how tough you pretend to be, it is merely a fade of your hypocrisy." Kakashi's lips curled into a sardonic smile as he gently patted Danzo's somewhat dazed cheek, as if caressing a lifeless puppet. Then, with an air of nonchalance, he turned and walked away, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Under their watchful gaze, Kakashi slowly made his way to the medical room. Placing the recently extracted eyeball into a container filled with nutrient solution, observing its slight quiver within the liquid. Meanwhile, Shikaku suppressed the fury within, his expression as dark as the sky before a storm. With a sudden roar, he bellowed, "Bring me someone." His voice thundered through the air like a clap of lightning. Upon hearing the furious roar, those surrounding could not help but tremble, their gazes drawn toward Akimichi Toraifong. His face was a mask of rage, with eyes ablaze as if he sought to incinerate the very world around him. "Imprison Elder Shimura Danzo," he declared, gritting his teeth, enunciating each word with fervor, demanding the Uzumaki clan to seal him away, ensuring he was granted no opportunity for escape. Before his words had fully dissipated, several trained ninjas sprang into action, akin to a pack of ravenous wolves, lunging at Danzo. They offered him no chance for rebuttal, overwhelming him and binding him securely. Akimichi Toraifong's voice resonated once more. "Furthermore, locate Orochimaru at once. Regardless of his current endeavor, even if he is indisposed, he is to return immediately." In that moment, the imposing aura exuded by Akimichi Toraifong erupted like a volcano, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor of calm and gentleness as a mascot. Each of his words struck the hearts of those present like a hammer. Thus concluded this farce. Heeding the command, Uzumaki Inshing and Uzumaki Tunshin took it upon themselves to seal Danzo. Under Akimichi Toraifong's directive, several ninja hawks soared from the camp, carrying critical intelligence towards Konoha. Simultaneously, multiple teams of ninjas emerged from the encampment, their objectives clear, hastening towards the same destination. They must locate Orochimaru without delay. On a rainy night, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, clad in heavy raincoats, trudged through the downpour towards the Konoha headquarters. As if sharing an unspoken understanding, the trio simultaneously raised their heads, their eyes meeting in a moment of tacit agreement, and they came to a halt. Suddenly, several Konoha ninjas appeared before them like phantoms, obstructing their path. "What has transpired?" Orochimaru's voice emerged from beneath his raincoat, deep and authoritative. Upon witnessing the scene, the Konoha ninjas immediately knelt, paying their respects to the trio, and in unison proclaimed, "Lord Orochimaru, we bear an urgent command from the Supreme Commander, ordering your immediate return to the headquarters. This is of utmost urgency." Orochimaru's serpentine gaze sharpened, realizing that something of critical importance must have occurred at the headquarters. Otherwise, the usually composed Akimichi Toraifong would not issue such an urgent summons. After exchanging glances with his companions, the trio showed no hesitation and promptly followed the arriving ninjas back to Konoha. Upon their return, a sense of relief washed over them. But that was swiftly overshadowed by the sight of the elder's furious countenance. Akimichi Toraifong stood at the center of the tent, his gaze sweeping over the three before finally resting on Orochimaru. "Orochimaru," he said in a grave tone, "henceforth, you shall temporarily assume the position of camp commander. Jiraiya, Tsunade, you are to provide him with your full support." Orochimaru frowned slightly, clearly displeased with this arrangement, yet he refrained from voicing his objections immediately. Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged glances, each reading the sense of resignation reflected in the other's eyes. Konoha's situation was dire, and Akimichi Choza seemed oblivious to the reactions of the three individuals present. He continued, stating that he must return to Konoha without delay, leaving the matters at hand in their capable hands. Without affording them a moment to respond, he strode purposefully out of the tent, leaving the trio in a state of bewilderment. Orochimaru heaved a resigned sigh, though reluctant. He steeled himself and took his seat at the head of the table. Faced with a pile of documents and intelligence reports, he silently lamented his predicament. Jiraiya, noticing his distress, promptly assured him, "Do not fret, Orochimaru. I shall swiftly gather information." With that, he disregarded the need for rest and hastily exited the tent. Tsunade, on the other hand, made her way briskly towards the medical camp. She understood that substantial supplies were still stored there and needed to organize her thoughts immediately to ensure the logistics of the camp remained unimpeded. Thus, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade commenced their respective tasks. Although initially somewhat flustered, their years of camaraderie enabled them to work in harmony. Soon, they untangled the complexities of the camp, with operations proceeding in an orderly manner, thereby ensuring the camp's smooth functioning. Chapter 133. The shock of the third Hokage in the Hokage's office in Konoha. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, diligently addressed a multitude of affairs in the direction of the Land of Rivers. Konoha's ninja had successfully driven most of the Sunigakure shinobi from the Fire Country's territory after arduous battles. Presently, the main forces of both sides faced off in a standoff on the battlefield of the Land of Rivers, with tension thick in the air. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of the Land of Rain, the coordinated actions of Amigakure, Sunigakure, and Iwagakure had indeed exerted immense pressure on Konoha. In particular, the night raid led by Hanzo of the Salamander had even caused the third Hokage to break into a cold sweat. Fortunately, at a critical juncture, Hatake Kakashi emerged, successfully thwarting Hanzo's assault and bringing a glimmer of hope to Konoha. Kakashi's arrival not only halted Hanzo's offensive, but also illuminated the prospect of concluding the conflict in the Land of Rain. Once the war in the Land of Rain was resolved, Konoha could allocate its elite forces to the front lines in the Land of Rivers, significantly bolstering its strength on that battlefield. However, as the third Hokage meticulously perused the intelligence regarding the Land of Rain, a frown creased his brow. The reports detailed Kakashi's performance in battle, noting that he could transform into a colossal figure of lightning, thereby intimidating Hanzo of the Salamander. The third Hokage picked up his pipe, taking a few puffs. The nicotine soothed his anxious mind, making this habit of smoking while contemplating a customary practice. Kakashi, the son of Hatake Tsukumo, had reached such a level at such a young age. One could only wonder about the essence of his will of fire. Perhaps it would be beneficial for Tsunade or Jiraiya to mentor him. I recall, Kakashi should still be a companion of Shoyuda. It would be advantageous for Shoyuda to spend more time with him. As the third Hokage exerted considerable effort to nurture the will of fire within Kakashi Hatake, the head of the intelligence department presented him with the latest intelligence scroll. Upon receiving the scroll, the third Hokage momentarily halted his mental deliberations. Recognizing the urgency of the matter at hand, he unrolled the scroll and began to meticulously peruse its contents. To his astonishment, the first half revealed that Danzo Shimura intended to take Kakashi as his apprentice. Being a cunning fox with a millennium of experience, the third Hokage was acutely aware of Danzo's ulterior motives. However, as he delved into the latter part of the scroll, his eyes widened in disbelief. The scroll detailed the entire process of Danzo's Sharingan exposure and his outrageous remarks about the Uchiha clan. What madness! How could such information be exposed? How could such words be spoken so brazenly? The third Hokage struggled to suppress his mounting fury, muttering curses under his breath for Danzo. For him, subduing the Uchiha clan was permissible, but voicing such sentiments was utterly unacceptable. Danzo's public declaration cast an irrevocable shadow over the already strained relationship between the village and the Uchiha. Under the third Hokage's tenure, any hope for reconciliation between the two was now extinguished. Furthermore, Danzo's words were uttered in public, leaving no room for information containment. Initially relieved by the war's favorable turn, the third Hokage's demeanor suddenly shifted to one of tension. "Damn that Danzo," he muttered in low tones. He understood that the immediate priority was not to berate Danzo, but to mitigate the adverse repercussions of this situation. The Uchiha clan was diligently guarding the borders of the Land of Water against the Mist Village's ninjas, yet the leadership of his own village had reduced them to mere producers of Sharingan. Was this not tantamount to inciting rebellion? "Bring them to me." Upon the Hokage's command, Umbu ninjas materialized before him. The third Hokage adjusted his Hokage cloak Addressing the Umbu, summon the two elders to my office immediately. I shall return shortly. Understood. The Umbu bowed and swiftly vanished. After their departure, the third Hokage donned his Hokage hat, his expression grave as he exited the Hokage building. Simultaneously, the same intelligence reached the leaders of the various clans within Konoha through different channels. The Uchiha clan's young leader, Fugaku Uchiha, rushed in, anger breaking through his typically impassive facade. A few coughs echoed from the elder in the room, who then called out, "Fugaku, what is the matter?" Sensing the elder's displeasure, Fugaku quickly responded, "Father, I have urgent intelligence from the front lines of the Land of Rain that requires your immediate attention." The elder was, of course, the current head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku's father, Uchiha Naruto. Naruto was well aware of his son's character. He was abundant in harvest, yet lacking in ambition. Gradually, he had begun to delegate authority to him, allowing him to manage clan affairs, only intervening in matters of great significance. "Come in." Upon hearing his father's permission, Uchiha Fugaku promptly opened the door and entered his father's chamber. "Father, here is the intelligence from the Land of Rain. I humbly request that you review it personally." Uchiha Fugaku respectfully extended the scroll of information to the elder before him. Uchiha Naruto accepted the scroll but did not immediately open it. He scrutinized his son's expression before slowly unfurling the document in his hands. After perusing its contents, Uchiha Naruto set the scroll down with a sigh, gazing at Fugaku as he said, "Now, share your thoughts on the information contained within this scroll." Uchiha Fugaku, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed, "Father, how can Shimura Danzo be allowed to serve as an elder? We are the illustrious Uchiha clan. It is disgraceful to be subjected to such indignity. I shall report this to the third Hokage." Bang! Before Fugaku could finish, he found himself under the furious gaze of his father. Uchiha Naruto slammed his hand down on the floor beneath him, pointing a finger at Fugaku's nose and rebuking, "Foolish, foolish. Do you think the higher-ups of the village are unaware of such matters? Without the tacit approval of Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old man Danzo would not dare act so brazenly. How could this be?" Upon hearing his father's words, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes widened in disbelief. "Humph." Uchiha Naruto, exasperated by his son's shock, continued, "How could it not be? Believe it or not, Sarutobi Hiruzen will soon pay us a visit." Fugaku, still in disbelief, asked, "A visit? What for?" "You dolt. Of course, it is to quell the anger of our Uchiha clan. We are in a time of war. It is imperative to pacify our fury. Or how shall the village cope with the conflict? As the future leader of the Uchiha clan, cannot you comprehend such a situation? How can I entrust the future of our clan to you?" Slowly regaining his composure, Uchiha Fugaku incredulously replied, "Father, surely not. It would suffice to deal with Shimura Danzo. There is no need for the Hokage to come to our clan." Just then, a series of knocks echoed from the door, accompanied by the voice of a clan ninja from outside. "Lord Clan Head, the Hokage has come to pay a visit." Chapter 134. Foolish and unaware, bring the Hokage to the reception room and inform him that I shall arrive shortly, Uchiha Naruto commanded in a low, authoritative voice to the ninja outside the door. "As you wish, Lord Clan Head." The ninja outside respectfully acknowledged the command and swiftly departed. However, within the confines of the room, Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened, his previously stoic face now shrouded in a veil of gloom. "Is the Hokage here to protect Shimura Danzo?" Fugaku's voice erupted in a low, furious growl, betraying an unmistakable sense of disappointment and rage. Uchiha Naruto appeared unfazed by his son's reaction. He let out a cold snicker and remarked, "Humph, you are not entirely foolish." With that, Uchiha Naruto rose to his feet, donned a somewhat formal attire with meticulous care, and prepared to proceed to the reception room. Despite his advanced age, he retained a vigorous spirit and his gaze burned bright. As he reached the threshold of the room, he suddenly halted, casting a glance back at the somewhat dejected Fugaku. A flicker of concern shone in his eyes, but it was overshadowed by a greater expectation for Fugaku's growth. "Pay close attention to that boy named Hatake Kakashi. Elder Uchiha Chong holds him in high regard. You should interact with him more often." Uchiha Naruto's words were succinct and to the point, devoid of any unnecessary embellishments. After delivering his message, he disregarded Fugaku's response, pushed open the door, and strode out, leaving Fugaku in deep contemplation. By addressing this delicate matter before his son, Uchiha Naruto aimed to convey that leading the Uchiha clan towards full integration within the village was indeed achievable, but not at the cost of unyielding compromise. One must exhibit a readiness to assert oneself. Only then will the village recognize one's boundaries and refrain from trampling upon them or infringing upon one's rights. In the original manga, Fugaku's outward demeanor was characterized by continual retreat, which led the hardliners, such as Shimura Danzo, to press the Uchiha clan relentlessly. It can be argued that Fugaku's persistent concessions as clan leader to the four of Konoha were a significant factor in the demise of the Uchiha clan. Within the Uchiha clan's reception room, the atmosphere was palpably tense, with fierce arguments erupting intermittently. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat at the head of the table. His expression grave, beads of sweat forming on his brow. After prolonged debate and negotiation, both parties finally reached a semblance of consensus. However, this was no easy feat, and Sarutobi felt utterly drained, both physically and mentally. As he gradually rose to depart from the Uchiha clan, his steps were heavy with weariness. Nonetheless, he endeavored to maintain his composure and bid farewell to the representatives of the Uchiha clan. Upon exiting the Uchiha clan's reception room, Sarutobi took a deep breath, as if to exhale all the accumulated pressure. He understood that while this negotiation had temporarily quelled the Uchiha clan's ire, true resolution of the underlying conflicts would demand further time and effort. Fortunately, after incurring certain costs, Sarutobi had managed to secure a temporary peace for the village. The Uchiha clan received substantial compensation, which undoubtedly served as a considerable solace for them. Additionally, the village allocated a new territory to the Uchiha clan, providing them with greater opportunities for development. More significantly, the Uchiha clan was bestowed with the title of Konoha's chief elder, marking a notable elevation in their status within the village. From this moment forth, the Uchiha clan shall ascend to the status of the foremost entity beneath the Hokage, wielding enhanced authority and decision-making power. For Sarutobi Hiruzen, this negotiation proved to be arduous yet essential for compromise. He aspired that through these measures, the tension between the Uchiha clan and the village could be alleviated, with all matters to be resolved post-war. In response, the Uchiha clan refrained from delving deeply into Shimura Danzo's culpability for murder. They merely reclaimed Danzo's Sharingan and chose not to pursue the matter further. After all, in the past, Uchiha Kagami had maintained a close relationship with the Hokage lineage, a move that once led to severe internal discord within the Uchiha clan, nearly inciting civil strife. In the eyes of the third Hokage, Uchiha Kagami represented a bridge of communication between the Uchiha clan and the village, fostering mutual understanding and cooperation. However, for the majority of Uchiha clansmen, Kagami's actions were perceived as favoritism and betrayal. They felt that Kagami was colluding with outsiders against their own family, a perception that gravely tarnished his reputation within the clan. Furthermore, the Uchiha clan's subordinate security force is set to undergo reform following the conclusion of the war. The primary objective of this reform is to incorporate Konoha's civilian shinobi into the security force. Such measures aim to dismantle the Uchiha clan's monopolistic hold over the security division while simultaneously providing greater opportunities for development to Konoha's civilian shinobi. More importantly, this represents an attempt by the Uchiha clan to integrate into the village. Previously, reforms had been stymied by the second Hokage Senju Tobarama's directives, yet now, in order to preserve his valued ally, the third Hokage found himself compelled to make concessions. The establishment of the security force by the second Hokage, and its binding to the Uchiha clan, undoubtedly stemmed from a desire to diminish the Uchiha's support among Konoha civilians. Exiting the Uchiha territory, the third Hokage stretched his somewhat stiff shoulders and hastened toward the Hokage building. Though he had managed to placate the Uchiha clan, other shinobi factions remained vigilant, observing subsequent actions from the Hokage's office. If Shimura Danzo could regard the Uchiha clan as mere swine, it was conceivable he might hold other shinobi clans in similar contempt. Upon returning to the Hokage office, the third Hokage discovered that Tsunade and Mito Gate had been waiting for quite some time. During this interval, they had become aware of a series of troublesome maneuvers orchestrated by their foolish ally, Danzo. Their dissatisfaction with Danzo erupted within them like a volcano, as they mentally berated the imbecile. As the saying goes, the machinations of the wicked often pale in comparison to the spontaneous brilliance of the foolish. And in the eyes of Tsunade and Mito Gate, Danzo epitomized the epitome of foolishness, blissfully unaware of his own shortcomings. Simultaneously, a profound sense of shock and fear enveloped their hearts, for they understood that the sole avenue through which Danzo could acquire a Sharingan was through the very Uchiha Kagami, a member of the second Hokage's escort team. In the original guard team, Uchiha Kagami, Akimichi Torafu, and Shimura Danzo formed a ninja squad, while Sarutobi Hiruzen, TD Komaru, and Mito Gate-un were part of another. Eventually, these 6 individuals united to become the guardian squad of the second Hokage. Logically, one would expect a closer bond between Uchiha Kagami and Shimura Danzo. Yet, astonishingly, even such a close relationship did not prevent Danzo from ruthlessly turning against Kagami, a fact that is utterly unbelievable. It is precisely this betrayal that instills profound fear and shock in TD Komaru and Mito Gate-un, particularly for TD Komaru. Her emotions are notably complex. Upon learning of Uchiha Kagami's demise, her innocent affections were shattered. Chapter 135. Calm down. Upon returning to the office, the third Hokage barely had time to catch his breath before he hurriedly took his seat. His gaze fell directly upon his 2 old companions who were awaiting him. A hint of guilt flickered in the third Hokage's heart as he cast a slightly apologetic glance at TD Komaru, for he understood that her feelings were undoubtedly intricate at this moment. After all, her affections for Uchiha Kagami were well known among her comrades. However, this was not the time for nostalgia. The third Hokage cleared his throat, breaking the silence. Komaru, please share your thoughts. Before either could respond, the third Hokage interjected. I have just returned from the Uchiha clan, and I have managed to appease them. Yet, we must deliver a decisive judgment regarding Danzo, otherwise, other ninja clans may voice their discontent. TD Komaru, pulled from her contemplation, wore a grave expression and was the first to break the silence. What other options do we have? That guy Danzo has truly messed things up. He has directly offended the Uchiha clan, making our future quite challenging. Therefore, I believe we must take serious action against Danzo. Mito Gate-un promptly echoed her sentiments. I completely agree with Komaru. Hiruzen, do not forget that the other ninja clans are watching our stance. If we fail to earn their respect, the consequences will be dire. N's words trailed off, as he realized that the third Hokage understood his implication completely. The third Hokage furrowed his brow, picking up a nearby pipe to smoke. The abruptness of the situation left him in a quandary. For him, the pressing question was how to deal with Danzo in a manner that would command the respect of the other ninja clans. Both TD Komaru and Mito Gate-un comprehended the gravity of the situation, as did the clan leaders of the observing ninja clans. They all knew that Danzo could not be allowed to die. It was a line that the third Hokage would not cross. With his brow tightly knit, the third Hokage appeared to be enveloped by an invisible weight as he pondered the intricate issue of Shimura Danzo. After a thorough deliberation, the third Hokage resolutely made his decision, his voice firm and decisive. Shimura Danzo is hereby relieved of his duties as a Konoha elder and advisor to the Hokage. Let him remain on the front lines of the Land of Rain, compensating for his transgressions through tangible actions. The words of the third Hokage reverberated within the confines of the office. T-Rune Koharu could not help but roll her eyes. She was acutely aware that the third Hokage's camaraderie with Danzo had once again eclipsed rationality. If Danzo were to achieve significant merit, he could absolve himself of his misdeeds. The third Hokage continued, asserting that should he fail to accomplish anything of note, post-war, we would have no choice but to detain him, entrusting the Umbu ninjas to monitor his every move. Koharu sighed inwardly, understanding that this so-called detention was likely merely a formality. After all, the Umbu acted solely upon the Hokage's directives, and the third Hokage's favoritism towards Danzo was well known. What do you think of this course of action? The third Hokage inquired, casting a glance towards T-Rune Koharu and Mito Gate-un. Both Koharu and Mito were acutely aware that this was the most severe punishment the third Hokage could impose on Shimura Danzo. To relieve Shimura Danzo of his duties entirely could serve as a tenuous explanation to the other ninja clans. In truth, both Koharu and Mito found a degree of agreement with this verdict. After all, the interests of the Leaf had long been intricately woven together, and untangling them was no simple task. In this context, preserving Shimura Danzo's life was the course of action that truly aligned with Koharu and Mito's own interests. It was merely the surge of emotions stemming from her longing for Uchiha Kagami that had caused Koharu to momentarily lose her composure. Once both of her old friends expressed their agreement, the third Hokage resolutely commanded the issuance of an announcement from the Hokage's office. However, in this announcement, the reasons for Shimura Danzo's demotion were merely glossed over, lacking detailed explanation. In contrast, the punishment he received was elaborately described, seemingly intended to emphasize this point. To the uninformed civilians of the Leaf, the upper echelons of management appeared to be unyielding and devoid of compassion. They believed that once a figure as prominent as Elder Danzo erred, he would be mercilessly stripped of all positions and relegated to a mere ordinary jonin on the front lines of the Land of Rain. Though this duplicitous and evasive handling of the matter left some clans dissatisfied, it garnered widespread support and acclaim from the Leaf's civilian populace. In their eyes, regardless of status, one must face punishment for wrongdoing. This was a manifestation of fairness and justice. As time passed, the uproar instigated by Shimura Danzo gradually subsided. Following this tumult, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, could finally breathe a sigh of relief, channeling more energy into the analysis of the ongoing external conflicts faced by the Leaf. Within the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, T-Rune Koharu, and Mito Gaiden were engaged in a discussion regarding the situation in the Land of Rivers. Hiruzen, Mito Gaiden remarked gravely, studying the intelligence report in his hands, the current circumstances are exceedingly dire. In our village, the main forces were locked in a standoff with the Sand-Hidden Village's elite troops, led by the third Kazekage, in the Land of Rivers. Tensions were palpable, each side poised for confrontation. As he spoke, he gestured towards the map of the Land of Rivers with his command baton, accurately indicating the locations of the confrontation. Yet, this was not the most dire of situations. Mito Minen's tone grew increasingly grave as he noted a shift in Sand's strategy. No longer did they engage in large-scale confrontations, but opted instead for fragmentation, dispersing their forces into dozens of small teams that stealthily infiltrated our Land of Fire. His gaze fell upon the map, where the small red dots representing the Sand teams densely populated our territory, resembling a vast net tightening around us. These Sand teams moved like phantoms, consistently harassing our logistics units. They attacked supply convoys and disrupted our supply lines, placing immense strain on our logistical support. Mito Minen furrowed his brow deeply, realizing that their actions were exceedingly swift. Our troops often did not have time to react before suffering losses. He sighed and continued, stating that thus far, we had incurred significant casualties among our logistics personnel, and our supplies had also been compromised to a degree. If this issue could not be resolved promptly, our frontline forces would face severe supply difficulties, adversely affecting the entire war effort. At that moment, Tsurugi Kamaru interjected, her voice tinged with anxiety, noting how excessively active these Sand teams had become, likening them to a pack of hungry wolves. Having attacked the daimyo's exclusive merchant convoy multiple times, these convoys were vital to the daimyo's economy, and now they were suffering substantial losses due to the incursions by Sand. She continued, emphasizing that the daimyo was already quite displeased with our village, having sent us a harshly worded letter of reprimand that explicitly demanded we eliminate these Sand forces to ensure the safety of his merchant caravans. Tsurugi Kamaru's gaze was fixed intensely on the contemplative third Hokage, seemingly urging him to make a decision. She added, this time, the Sand has wised up. They no longer attack us directly, but instead target our vulnerabilities. This escalation significantly increases the pressure on our defenses. She paused momentarily before stressing, however, we can no longer afford to remain passive. We must act swiftly. If we fail to address this matter in a timely manner, the daimyo may very well withhold our future financial allocations. At that point, the development of our village will be severely impacted. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the office, and an Umbu ninja entered, reporting to the third Hokage, Lord Hokage. Elder Akimichi Torikes has returned to the village alone from the front lines in the Land of Rain, and is currently making his way to the Hokage Tower. The third Hokage, Tsurugi Kamaru, and Mito Minen were taken aback. Considering Elder Akimichi's tenacity, an involuntary shiver ran through them as they simultaneously thought, oh no, how could we have forgotten about this old fellow? Chapter 136, The Indignant Chza, without a moment's hesitation. It was evident that Akimichi Takafumi would return to confront the matter at hand. As the commander on the front lines, his decision to abandon the troops and return to the village alone underscored the intensity of his fury. The three exchanged glances, instinctively halting their discussion regarding the situation in the Land of Rivers, and returned to their seats, awaiting Takafumi's arrival. Soon, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, followed by the entrance of the third Hokage, Tsurugi Koharu, and Mito Gaiden, who were met with the grim visage of Akimichi Takafumi. He appeared weary and disheveled, a testament to his relentless journey back from the front lines, with rain and debris clinging to him, betraying his urgent and furious disposition. Disregarding Koharu and Mito, Takafumi approached the desk of the third Hokage directly. The Hokage spoke first. Takafumi, I have already punished Shimura Danzo. Such occurrences shall not be permitted to repeat. Furthermore, we deeply regret the situation concerning Uchiha Kagami. Third Hokage. Takafumi's expression remained unchanged as he fixed his gaze upon him. What has transpired is irreversible. Pursuing accountability at this juncture serves no purpose. I seek the truth from you, and I trust that, as comrades in Lord Tobarama's guard, you will be forthright. The third Hokage nodded earnestly. Certainly, Takafumi, ask whatever you wish. If I possess the knowledge, I shall share it with you. Did you not already know that Shimura Danzo's right eye belongs to Kagami Sharingan? At this pronouncement, the Hokage's heart sank. He lifted his head, ready to counter, but was met with Takafumi's seething gaze, suppressing his anger. The Hokage fell silent, closing his eyes in resignation. Witnessing this response, Takafumi understood the unspoken truth. Koharu and Mito were equally taken aback, having presumed that the Hokage was unaware of the information, only to realize that he had been privy to it all along. The Hokage's rage was not solely directed at Danzo for harming his comrades, but rather at the revelation that Danzo had dared to expose the matter. With a thunderous crash, Takafumi's fist shattered the desk into splinters. In an instant, several Umbu ninjas materialized within the Hokage's office, shielding the third Hokage. Leave us, the Hokage commanded, gesturing for all to maintain distance from the Hokage tower. Do not fret, I am not in danger. Yes, the Umbu complied, swiftly exiting the office and securing the perimeter. They understood that this was a conflict among the higher echelons, and they had no place in such a dispute. As the Umbu withdrew, Takafumi's voice erupted in fury. Third Hokage, that was Uchiha Kagami, our comrade, a member of the Uchiha clan favored by Lord Tobarama. How can you so easily disregard his death and tacitly endorse Danzo's reckless actions? When did the Hokage become an accomplice to those who harm their own? Tell me. Sarutobi Hiruzen. In response to the inquiries posed by Akimichi Torikase, the third Hokage chose to remain silent. Observing the third Hokage's unyielding demeanor, Akimichi Torikase's face betrayed a hint of sorrowful amusement. Oh, Hiruzen, is this truly the embodiment of the will of fire passed down from Lord Tobarama? With those words, he departed with heavy steps from the Hokage's office. Tsubaki Kamaru shot a fierce glare at the third Hokage, who continued to feign ignorance, and with a furious kick, shattered the door of the Hokage's office before storming out. Left amidst the chaos of the Hokage's office, Mito Gate remained silently contemplative. After a prolonged silence, the third Hokage finally spoke. Have I truly erred? Mito Gate did not respond directly, but countered with a question. Sarutobi, if faced with the same circumstances again, would you make the same choice? The third Hokage hesitated. Mito Gate rose, addressing him. Torikase is not an irresponsible individual. He must have arranged for a capable subordinate before leaving the front lines of the Land of Rain. I shall seek out the larger fellow. You should prepare for a formal appointment here. Without waiting for the third Hokage's consent, Mito Gate exited the office. The third Hokage understood that Akimichi Torikase had become disillusioned with him and would not be returning to the front lines of the Land of Rain. Thus, it was imperative to arrange for a new commander for the battlefield. After leaving the Hokage building, Akimichi Torikase did not return to his clan, but made his way directly to the Uchiha clan's territory. The guarding Uchiha members promptly reported this to the current clan leader, Uchiha Nariku. Furrowing his brow in confusion, Uchiha Nariku could not decipher the intentions of the stout man. His knowledge of Akimichi Torikase was limited. He only knew him as a guard of Senju Tobarama who had soon withdrawn from high-ranking positions to seclude himself at home, engrossed in culinary studies. Were it not for the war in the Land of Rain, he might not have emerged at all. What business does this stout man have with us? Uchiha Nariku murmured to himself. Clan leader, the young master has already arrived, and his destination seems to be our clan's cemetery. The cemetery? Uchiha Nariku instantly understood, addressing the ninja outside. Very well. Inform Fugaku to escort him. I shall not intervene further. Understood. The Uchiha ninja outside promptly took their leave. Meanwhile, Akimichi Torikase boldly followed Uchiha Fugaku to the Uchiha clan cemetery. After a brief search, Torikase located the gravestone of Uchiha Kagami. Although there had been a rift between Uchiha Kagami and the clan, a memorial had ultimately been erected for him. Torikaze turned to Uchiha Fugaku and said, "Fugaku, I have a favor to ask. Please bring a bottle of sake and 2 cups for the old man." Uchiha Fugaku quickly waved his hands. "I wouldn't dare. I shall retrieve it at once." With that, he hurried off to procure the finest sake from the clan. When Uchiha Fugaku returned, he encountered another elder of Konoha, Mito Minin. Uchiha Fugaku, displaying his perceptiveness, chose to stand at a distance and did not intrude upon their conversation. Mito Minin inquired, "Chu Feng, what are your intentions? Do not tell me you plan to settle down here. If so, what about Hisashi?" Observing Chu Feng's hesitance, Mito Minin pressed urgently, "Fatty, you cannot truly be contemplating such a course of action, given your status. Do you realize the turmoil it would bring to both the village and the Uchiha clan if you were to take up residence here?" Originally, Chu Feng had indeed harbored such intentions, even contemplating a bold display in front of Sarutobi Hisashi. However, after hearing Mito Minin's words, Chu Feng's resolve softened. Both his cherished friend Uchiha Kagami's family and the beloved village required stability. Further upheaval was unwelcome. With a wave of his hand, Chu Feng replied, "Yin, I understand your concerns. I have entrusted the command in the Land of Rain to Orochimaru, and Jiraiya and Tsunade will adequately support him. As for my presence here, I shall merely share a drink with Kagami before departing." Mito Minin wished to persuade him further, but was met with Chu Feng's stern expression, prompting him to halt his words and turn away from the Uchiha clan's grounds. Chapter 137. Still seeking trouble after listening to Mito Minin's report, the third Hokage sighed deeply and nodded in resigned agreement. For the third Hokage, the crisis instigated by Shimura Danzo had finally reached a resolution, albeit one fraught with difficulties. However, this did not imply that all matters would resolve smoothly. Fortunately, a piece of good news arrived from the front lines in the Land of Rain. Orochimaru had taken over as commander. This news alleviated the third Hokage's spirit somewhat. At present, Hanzo of the Salamander had suffered injuries and retreated in battle, presenting a remarkable opportunity for negotiation for Konoha. The prospect of ending the war in the Land of Rain and the dawn of peace had begun to emerge. Nevertheless, the third Hokage was not inclined to let this opportunity slip by easily. As the victorious party, he resolved to adopt a strategy that would compel Hanzo to approach for negotiations first. Only in this way could Konoha secure an unequivocal advantage in the conflict. Yen promptly arranged for this appointment letter to be sent to Orochimaru at the front lines. The third Hokage instructed sternly, emphasizing the necessity for Hanzo of the Salamander to send envoys for talks. "Do you understand?" Mito Minin nodded quickly, responding, "Rest assured, Sarutobi. I shall attend to it immediately." With that, Mito Minin departed from the Hokage's office to execute the third Hokage's orders. The scene shifted back to the Konoha camp in the Land of Rain, where, under the seamless collaboration of Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, an orderly environment prevailed. Each fulfilled their designated roles, methodically managing various affairs to ensure the proper functioning of the Konoha headquarters. Within a certain tent at the Konoha headquarters, Shumi Shimura, who had remained in a comatose state, finally began to slowly open his eyes. On that very day, following the capture of Danzo, Shiraishi was carefully rescued by Danzo's subordinates from the corner where he lay unconscious. "Shiraishi, you have finally awakened." Upon seeing him regain consciousness, Danzo's subordinates hastily gathered around him, their faces etched with urgency. "Shiraishi, please tell us what transpired. Why has Lord Danzo been apprehended? You must provide us with an explanation at once." The ninja who spoke was known as Kaido. His full name remains a mystery, but he is referred to as Kaido. As the longest-serving follower of Danzo, Kaido held an esteemed position among Danzo's subordinates, unmatched even by those of the Shiraishi clan. Kaido's demeanor was cold and bloodthirsty, firmly believing in the dark principles espoused by Danzo, which led him to pledge his allegiance early on. Moreover, Kaido's personality mirrored Danzo's, tyrannical and selfish, intolerant of any dissent. When Kaido spoke, the surrounding subordinates fell silent as if bewitched, the atmosphere thick with tension as they awaited Shiraishi's response. However, Shiraishi's answer only darkened Kaido's expression further. He slowly shook his head and replied calmly, "Lord Kaido, I truly know nothing of why Lord Danzo was captured. On that day, I was tasked by Lord Danzo to invite Kakashi, but unexpectedly, I found myself under Kakashi's control. As for what transpired thereafter, I am entirely in the dark." Upon hearing this, a flicker of anger flashed in Kaido's eyes as he glared at Shiraishi and coldly scolded. Useless. He then lifted his gaze, piercingly focused on the direction of the medical camp, as if attempting to see through the layers of tents to the people within. Since you are oblivious, we shall seek out another party involved. Yatsu, tonight you and I shall pay a visit to this brat named Kakashi. Kaido's voice was low and authoritative, causing the very room to tremble ever so slightly at his command. At this order, a mild commotion erupted in the previously tranquil room. The ninjas hidden in the shadows all turned their eyes toward the figure in the corner, Yatsu, who was idly toying with a shuriken. Yatsu's name, like his persona, was shrouded in mystery. No one knew his true name, only that he was called Yatsu. Like Kaido, he was a valuable asset under Danzo's command. Yet subtle differences existed between them. Unlike Kaido's ruthless and unscrupulous approach, Yatsu resembled an artist lost in his own world. He possessed an almost obsessive passion for the art of interrogation, which was precisely why Danzo had taken notice of him and invited him to join. Yatsu relished the agonizing cries of victims during their torment. To him, such sounds were akin to the most exquisite music. Furthermore, Danzo's subordinates were never short of prisoners, providing Yatsu with an excellent stage to fully showcase his talents. Thus, when Jia issued the command, Isen exhibited little surprise. He merely lifted his head slightly, casting a glance at Jia, then a barely perceptible smile graced his lips. Within that smile seemed to dwell an anticipation for the forthcoming interrogation, along with a hint of pity for the boy named Chu Feng. Isan's lips curled into a sly grin as he gradually tucked his shuriken into his bosom, as though securing a precious treasure. He then spoke in a sharp, jarring voice, reminiscent of a dying eunuch. Very well. I am quite eager to see just how capable the son of the so-called Konoha White Fang truly is. Upon hearing Isan's words, Jia merely nodded slightly in agreement. A profound disdain flickered across his visage, as if he held the shinobi of the Shimizu clan in utter contempt. His gaze swept carelessly over the ninjas, akin to observing a horde of insignificant ants. Subsequently, Jia turned to Isan and remarked, "We shall commence our actions at the break of dawn. After that, everything will be left to you." His tone was flat, devoid of any tumult, yet it carried an undeniable resolve. No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished like a wraith, as if he had never existed. Once Jia departed, Isan's gaze grew increasingly frigid. He slowly turned around, his eyes seeming to pierce through the souls of every Shimizu ninja present. Notably, when his gaze fell upon Shimizu Shio, it lingered momentarily, revealing a particular interest in him. Shimizu Shio felt the chilling weight of Isan's stare, causing his body to shudder involuntarily. Nevertheless, he suppressed his inner terror and endeavored to meet Isan's gaze. However, when Isan noticed that the surrounding Shimizu ninjas were too frightened to even glance his way, with some trembling uncontrollably, a smirk of satisfaction spread across his face. A sinister chuckle escaped Isan, and he turned to leave, leaving behind a group of Shimizu ninjas enveloped in fear. Chapter 138. Is this the level of the future roots? After the two figures vanished, the oppressive chill within the tent gradually dissipated. The Shimizu ninjas wiped the cold sweat from their brows, feeling relief while harboring resentment towards the departed duo. To the Shimizu ninjas, these nameless shinobi had no right to defy those of their esteemed lineage. They ought to serve them diligently, to toil for their benefit. Yet now, these mere individuals, identified solely by code names, had audaciously elevated themselves above the proud Shimizu ninjas, leaving them feeling both humiliated and enraged. On the other hand, for Jia and Isan, Chu Feng was merely an untalented boy. Ultimately, a boy is but a boy. How much prowess could he possibly possess? Kikuchi Kid transforms into a colossal figure of lightning, effortlessly vanquishing Hanzo the Salamander, disregarding him entirely. As the son of Kikuchi Tsukumo, he remains unfazed. Tsunade has taken full charge of the logistical and medical operations at the Konoha camp, and any disturbances beneath her watch are inconsequential. Although Kikuchi Kid boasts numerous impressive feats and may encounter various obstacles, he pays no heed to the likes of Ka-I and Bii-san. Working under Danzo is characterized by a disregard for consequences or methods. As long as the mission is accomplished, any necessary means can be employed. After all, any repercussions will be handled by Lord Danzo, and the third Hokage will mobilize the entire village's resources to clean up the mess, so why fear? As night falls, the relentless rain continues to pour. After a long day of toil, Kikuki Kid leisurely makes his way to his quarters. However, he soon alters his course, heading towards a secluded grove outside the camp. As he steps into the woods, Ka-I and Bii-Sen eagerly emerge, encircling him from both sides. Ka-I speaks up. Kikuki Kid, please accompany us. I have some matters that require your answers. Kikuki Kid remains silent, surveying his surroundings. Believing he is searching for help, Ka-I continues. There's no need to look for rescue. Kikuki Kid, assistance will not come here. You might as well give up and come with us obediently. Kikuki Kid does not comply. Instead, he expresses his stance with a traditional phrase. What did you say? Ka-I, insulted, turns pale with anger, but before he can react, Kikuki Kid lunges forward. Thunder Scythe. A streak of crimson arcs through the air as Ka-I's head is sent soaring, his expression frozen in rage, seemingly caught off guard by Kikuki Kid's audacity. After all, isn't Kikuki Kid the one at a disadvantage in this 2-on-1 situation? Bii-San, blocking the rear, is struck with terror and immediately turns to flee towards the Konoha camp. Ka-I is the most formidable ninja among them. If he cannot withstand Kikuki Kid's strike, how can Bii-San, merely skilled in interrogation and barely at the Chunin level, hope to contend with such a prodigy? Bii-San runs desperately, the lights of the Konoha headquarters gradually illuminating his face. A smile breaks upon his visage. He is on the verge of survival. Suddenly, a flash of purple light slices through the air, and he witnesses a headless corpse sprinting past him. This outfit, so familiar. Oh, it's mine. Humph. This is utterly pathetic. This is the last sound Bii-San hears before the eyes of the severed head lose their luster, and the headless body stumbles a few steps before collapsing to the ground. With a flicker of violet, Kikuki Kid appears at the scene. Is this the level of the future route? Is this all they can muster? No wonder that old coot Danzo can accomplish nothing. Kikuki Kid retrieves a sealing scroll, enshrining Bii-San's corpse within, while Ka-I's remains have long been sealed away as well. Two individuals, for parts. Gazing at the sealed scroll, Kakashi's hand crackled with lightning, and soon after, the scroll turned to ash, dissipating into the air. After surveying his surroundings to ensure nothing was amiss, Kakashi leisurely returned to his quarters. In recent times, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade had returned to the main base, and Minato had formally taken Jiraiya as his mentor. During their leisure, Orochimaru and Jiraiya began to instruct the two in their training. In the blink of an eye, 3 days swiftly passed. The village's appointment decree was officially issued, with Orochimaru assuming the role of commander-in-chief of the Rain Country, while Jiraiya and Tsunade served as his deputies, handling intelligence and medical logistics, respectively. Surprisingly, Kakashi was also officially appointed as the head of the medical camp, directly overseen by Tsunade. As for the punishment of Shimura Danzo, it was indeed as Kakashi had anticipated. The positions of Hokage's assistant and village elder were stripped away, leaving him merely an ordinary Jonin. Furthermore, Danzo was mandated to redeem himself on the front lines of the Rain Country. The verdict was personally delivered by Orochimaru to Danzo, and upon the declaration of the village's judgment, Danzo seethed with rage, grinding his teeth. Where is the monkey? I demand to see the monkey. How could he treat me this way? Everything I did was for the village. Is this how he repays me? The position of Hokage's assistant held little value. What truly mattered was the status of a Konoha elder. The assistant role was merely a temporary position established by the Hokage, devoid of any real authority unless granted by the Hokage's words. In contrast, the elder's position had existed since the inception of Konoha, its significance undeniable. Without the status of an elder, Danzo could not establish the root organization he so yearned for, nor could he enact his dark theories. This was what infuriated Danzo the most. However, Orochimaru paid no heed to the increasingly deranged Danzo, instead directing the members of the Uzumaki clan to unseal him. Soon, the seals were lifted, restoring Danzo's mobility. He looked at Orochimaru with his remaining left eye and inquired, "What about that brat Kakashi? What is his punishment?" Orochimaru completely disregarded Danzo, completing his task and departing with the Uzumaki ninjas. "You, Orochimaru, is this how the monkey taught you? How dare you ignore me? I will certainly report you to the monkey." Orochimaru halted, casting a disdainful glance at the agitated Danzo, and replied, word by word, "Jonin Danzo, please." The title Jonin Danzo was pronounced with a particular clarity by Orochimaru, inciting Danzo to erupt in a fit of rage, shouting, "Orochimaru, you have some nerve. I am the leader of the Shimura clan. How can the monkey treat me this way? It is unfair, utterly unjust. Danzo's voice echoed far and wide, causing any passing ninjas to circumvent the area, not wishing to invite trouble upon themselves. After a prolonged tirade, Danzo finally quieted down, as everyone treated him as if he were air, with no one willing to engage. Eventually, he was left with no choice but to sulk back to his camp in disgrace. As he watched the departing figure of Shimura Danzo, the crowd collectively exhaled. The harbinger of misfortune had finally taken his leave. Upon returning to his encampment, Shimura Danzo summoned his subordinates. Eager to unravel the events that transpired during the period he believed he had been wronged. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed the absence of Jia Yi and Yi San, which instantly darkened his countenance. In a venomous tone, Danzo inquired, "Where are Jia Yi and Yi San? Why have they not come forth? Are they conspiring against me?" Seizing the moment, Shimura Shuichi immediately seized the opportunity to cast aspersions on the two. "Lord Danzo, it has been several days since we last saw Jia Yi and Yi San. I am uncertain of their whereabouts." Chapter 139. The elated Shimura Shuichi Danzo emitted a low, guttural sound, his remaining left eye glinting with malice as it fixated on Shuichi, as if to say that should he fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, the next instant would see him spilling Shuichi's blood upon the ground. Danzo was a man consumed by his own desires and ambitions, utterly indifferent to the notions of family or companionship. In his eyes, everything could be sacrificed for the sake of his interests. Feeling the chilling gaze of Danzo upon him, Shuichi could not help but swallow hard, his body trembling involuntarily. With trepidation, he stammered, "Lord Danzo, Jia Yi and Yi San have gone to seek out Hatake Kakashi. They wish to ascertain the truth of that day's events." At the mention of Hatake Kakashi, Danzo's body jolted as a twinge of pain shot through his long-lost right eye. This discomfort was not without reason, for that very eye had been forcibly gouged out by Kakashi, and at the time, no anesthetic had been administered. With this thought, Danzo's fury ignited like a powder keg, surging forth uncontrollably. He yearned to slam his fist down, to confront Kakashi directly about the whereabouts of Jia Yi and Yi San, and to reclaim the Sharingan he had so painstakingly acquired. Yet, within Danzo's heart, fear and hesitation battled for dominance. He was acutely aware of Kakashi's formidable prowess. Although he considered himself a powerful ninja, he suspected he fell short in comparison. Should he provoke Kakashi, it was likely that not only would he fail to recover his Sharingan, but he might also invite dire consequences upon himself. That impudent youth displayed an audacity that was utterly unbecoming, showing no regard for his own standing, particularly on that fateful night. When the glint of murderous intent flashed in Kakashi's eyes, Danzo found himself trembling at the mere recollection. However, despite the trepidation that gripped him, Danzo understood the necessity of maintaining a facade of composure before his subordinates. Thus, he forced himself to appear calm as he turned to Shuichi and spoke in a grave tone. "Shuichi, I have a crucial task for you. Immediately proceed to the medical camp and locate Hatake Kakashi. Inquire about the whereabouts of Jia Yi and Yi San." Upon hearing those words, Shuichi Shimura was momentarily taken aback. Internally, he muttered to himself, "This is not right. The script does not unfold in this manner. According to the conventional progression of events, shouldn't the leader, Danzo Shimura, personally lead us to confront Kakashi Hatake? Why has it suddenly fallen upon me alone?" Observing Shuichi's lingering indecisiveness, Danzo's expression darkened further. He admonished sternly, "Shuichi, do you harbor any reluctance in executing this task? Are you aware of the grave consequences that defying my command may entail?" At the sound of Danzo's authoritative tone, Shuichi trembled, as if struck by lightning, jolting back to reality. He dared not hesitate any longer, hastily lowering his head in compliance. "Yes, I shall obey your orders." As Shuichi's retreating figure grew distant, the exhilaration within Danzo was akin to savoring a refreshing ice cream on a sweltering summer day, providing him with a profound sense of satisfaction. Indeed, this is the proper approach. Everyone should serve as a stepping stone for my ascent to the position of Hokage. Why should it falter in the case of Kakashi Hatake? What, precisely, went awry in the sequence of events? Just as Danzo became engrossed in his fantasies of the Hokage title, a faint sound of footsteps from outside the tent disrupted his reverie. Shortly thereafter, a figure clad in Umbu attire entered, bowing respectfully to Danzo before stating, "Lord Danzo, The commander Orochimaru has summoned you to convene an Umbu meeting, and your timely presence is requested. Upon hearing this, Danzo's expression soured dramatically, as if he had been publicly slapped. He snorted, unable to conceal his displeasure. Humph. That little brat from years past now dares to ascend above me and issue commands. Truly, the world has changed. Everything is upside down. Nevertheless, despite his profound reluctance, Danzo suppressed his anger, darkening his countenance as he rose to his feet. He adjusted his attire and, accompanied by his subordinates, hastily made his way toward the commander's main camp. After all, although his elder status had been completely stripped away, he still needed to maintain a semblance of dignity, for he certainly did not wish to lose face in front of others. Upon leaving the tent, Shuichi felt an overwhelming heaviness in his heart, akin to being led to the gallows. With slow, laborious steps, he ambled toward the medical camp. Along the way, his mind was rife with anxiety and trepidation, uncertain of what awaited him. At last, he arrived before Kakashi's resting quarters. Hesitating at the entrance, he pondered whether to proceed inside. Just as he stood in indecision, the door swung open abruptly, and Shina emerged. Instantly recognizing Shuichi, he recalled their previous conflicts. "What brings you here again? Are you looking for trouble?" Shina's tone was laced with unmistakable hostility and caution. Hearing Shina's voice, Minato also promptly exited the room, brandishing Kakashi's iron rod, regarding Shuichi with a wary expression. Faced with the inquiries of Shunshu and Watergate, Shimizu Shuichi immediately raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, repeatedly pleading, "Gentlemen, I assure you, I am not here to cause trouble. I genuinely have an important matter to discuss with Lord Keed. Please, dear young heroes, lend me your assistance." A hint of urgency and sincerity permeated his voice. Upon hearing Shimizu Shuichi's explanation, the expressions of Shunshu and Watergate softened slightly, yet they remained vigilant. Watergate remarked, "You have arrived too late. Brother Keed has already gone to Master Orochimaru and is not here at the moment." This news was like a melodious refrain to Shimizu Shuichi, exhilarating him to the point of near loss of composure. Is that truly the case? His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the tousled-haired Watergate, his voice trembling with excitement. "You wouldn't deceive me, would you?" Watergate rolled his eyes, his expression one of disdain. "Why would I lie to you? Every medical ninja in the camp has been summoned away, not a single one remains." Lady Tsunade and Brother Keed left in quick succession. Upon receiving this revelation, the joy within Shimizu Shuichi surged forth, and he felt an overwhelming desire to perform acrobatics to express his elation. "Oh, heavens bless me," he exclaimed. "It is not that I lack effort. It is merely that the circumstances have been unyielding." His gaze fixed upon Shunshu and Watergate. The delight in his heart became increasingly uncontainable, to the point where he nearly dashed forward to embrace them enthusiastically. However, just as he was about to act on this impulse, he caught sight of the iron rod in Watergate's hand, raised high and aimed directly at his head. Instantly, Shimizu Shuichi was seized by a jolt of fear, and all his fervor dissipated in an instant. He hurriedly halted his steps, forced a laugh, and said to Watergate, "Haha, young Watergate, what is this all about?" "I was merely overwhelmed with joy, nothing more." The weight that had burdened Shimizu Shuichi finally lifted, and he felt as if he had been liberated, a wave of relief washing over him. Taking a deep breath, he slowly retrieved two exquisite ninja tool pouches from his robe. These pouches, though diminutive, were crafted with remarkable precision and adorned with intricate designs. Shimizu Shuichi carefully placed them before Shunshu and Watergate, as if they were incredibly precious treasures. "Consider this a small gift from a senior to you both. Please accept it," he said with a warm and gentle smile. Without giving Shunshu and Watergate a chance to refuse, he delicately set down the pouches and turned to leave the medical camp with a hurried gait, seemingly eager to prevent them from pondering or declining the offering. Chapter 140. The superior Shimizu Danzo in the main camp of Konoha, Orochimaru convened a meeting of the elite ninjas for the first time. Everyone arrived punctually. Even the ostentatious Shimizu Danzo did not falter in this regard. However, he felt a sense of displeasure as he observed Orochimaru seated in the primary position. Yet, this was not the most distressing aspect for Shimizu Danzo. The most irksome was the face across from him, one that made him grit his teeth in frustration. However, Hatake Kakashi chose to disregard the somewhat contorted visage of Shimura Danzo. "What is it? If you're dissatisfied, come and bite me. Let us see if I 1T wrench that canine from your mouth." "Ladies and gentlemen," Orochimaru rasped, the battlefield in the Land of Rain remains exceedingly intricate. Although the Hidden Rain village has been subdued, the influences of the Sand and Stone villages still loom large. The actions of the elderly Chio from the Sand village are aimed at ensnaring us within the borders of the Land of Rain, preventing us from providing support to the battlefield in the Land of Rivers. As for the Stone village, they are likely hoping to fish in troubled waters, seeking to reap benefits from the chaos. Orochimaru surveyed the room before continuing. Thus, our forthcoming actions will primarily target the Sand village, with the Stone village serving as a secondary focus. We must exercise heightened vigilance against the Stone village to prevent them from seizing any opportunities. Concurrently, we must prepare for negotiations with the Hidden Rain. He turned to the pensive Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi, your presence is required in this negotiation. Upon hearing Orochimaru utter his name, Kakashi promptly regained his composure, exclaiming, "As you command, Lord Orochimaru." "Wait, I have an objection," Shimura Danzo interjected, casting a steely glance at Kakashi before addressing Orochimaru. "Now that we possess someone capable of suppressing Hanzo of the Salamander, why not seize the initiative and strike at the Hidden Rain village, thereby resolving this major inconvenience once and for all? Why must we wait for Hanzo to come to us for negotiations?" He then directed a pointed look at Kakashi. "Or is it that this young scion of the Hatake clan has deliberately allowed Hanzo to escape, granting him a chance to breathe?" The atmosphere within the tent grew palpably tense, all eyes turning toward Kakashi, awaiting his response. Maintaining his composure, Kakashi cast a sidelong glance at the scheming Danzo, then replied in a tone laden with nonchalance. "Oh, isn't that Danzo, the esteemed elder? It's been a few days. You seem rather agitated. If you wish to proceed with an attack, by all means, let the village issue the order. After all, the directive to await negotiations with the Hidden Rain village is a command from the village, not one that you, Danzo, can unilaterally dictate." With each mention of elder, Danzo's patience was fraying. As a ninja of Konoha, should you not be willing to sacrifice everything for the village? Or do you harbor other thoughts? Kakashi's smile brimmed with scorn. "As the head of the medical camp, I assure you that nothing untoward has occurred under my watch. Yet, I wonder, Danzo, what exactly are you doing on the battlefield? Surely it cannot be due to your impeccable intelligence? What camp do you oversee? I hope you are not simply resting on your laurels." Furious, Danzo retorted, "Impudent whelp of the Hatake clan, I am an elder of the village." "Oh, an elder who has been stripped of power. How terrifying." Kakashi shot back, making a face at Danzo. "How dare you, you insolent brat." Danzo fumed. "It's merely a new camp. What is so remarkable about that? Allow me to show you what it means to be an elder of the village and how to truly respect one's predecessors." With that, Danzo stormed out of the command tent, his robes billowing behind him in fury. Observing the entire proceedings from the sidelines, Orochimaru promptly declared, "Today's meeting is concluded. I urge everyone to return to your respective duties without allowing the enemy any opportunity for a surprise attack." "Understood," the assembly responded, rising to depart the command center. As Jiraiya passed by Kakashi, he discreetly gave him a thumbs up. Once Akimichi Chozo left, the only one in the camp whose status felt somewhat unusual was Danzo Shimura. Apart from Tsunade, only Kakashi dared to confront the ever-arrogant Danzo directly. Meanwhile, Danzo, who had initially been flushed with anger, gradually regained his composure. Yet, the fear and dread of death that lurked within him remained unabated. In truth, he had no desire to leave the relatively secure confines of the Leaf Village to establish his own camp. After all, within the headquarters, he would receive ample protection and support. However, having made his declaration, he could not retract it easily. Reluctantly, Danzo gritted his teeth and resolved to press on. As he silently cursed Kakashi, the one who had thrust him into this embarrassing predicament, he begrudgingly began to command his subordinates to gather supplies in preparation for leaving the Leaf Village to establish his own encampment. This decision, of course, was not made lightly. Danzo had meticulously considered the location of the camp he intended to establish. It would face the direction of Sunagakure, allowing it to serve as a frontline outpost should hostilities arise, thus providing a buffer against any assaults from Sunagakure. More importantly, it would grant the Leaf Village headquarters some leeway, affording them sufficient time to respond to any potential attacks from Sunagakure. Upon returning to the medical camp, Kakashi swiftly immersed himself in his daily tasks. He adeptly attended to various injuries and ailments, showcasing his exceptional medical skills and extensive experience. As the situation in the Land of Rain gradually stabilized, the number of injured began to decline, alleviating Kakashi's workload somewhat, though he maintained a high degree of focus and responsibility. However, he noticed that his usual companions, Shinosuke and Minato, were conspicuously absent. After a brief search, he discovered them tucked away in a quiet corner, engrossed in the ninjutsu notes of Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Aware of the invaluable nature of these notes, they aspired to absorb unique techniques and insights from them. Thus, they settled down, meticulously studying each page and leaving no detail overlooked. While they ceased to assist Kakashi directly, Shinosuke and Minato did not suspend their training. Shinosuke concentrated on mastering water and earth release techniques, and after extensive effort, he had become proficient in 2 water release techniques and 3 earth release techniques. Among them, the water release techniques, water surge and water barrier, had exponentially increased in potency, representing a significant improvement over his previous capabilities. Meanwhile, Minato focused on enhancing his physical reflexes and speed. Through relentless training, his foundational martial skills have become increasingly solid, each movement executed with precision and swiftness. Gradually, he has begun to exhibit the demeanor of a future 4th Hokage, evoking great anticipation for his future. Witnessing the remarkable progress of Ju and Minato, Orochimaru and Jiraiya felt immense satisfaction. Their confidence in Kakashi's teaching abilities grew, prompting them to entrust Ju and Minato entirely to him, while they took on a more hands-off approach, refraining from interfering in their training. Chapter 141, Little Rascals. Let us castrate them. Jiraiya and Orochimaru, surprisingly at ease, assumed the role of detached overseers, offloading all responsibilities of their 2 disciples onto Kakashi. This infuriated Kakashi, who vented his frustrations, branding the 2 of them as utterly shameless. As for Tsunade, her audacity was beyond measure, her thick skin rivaling that of a fortress. What is pride to her? For Tsunade, it seems like a mere trifle, something inconsequential. With a willing caretaker at hand, she would not let such an opportunity slip away easily. On this particular day, after concluding his rounds in the hospital, Kakashi was about to return to the medical camp. Upon reaching the door, he spotted Ju and Jiraiya standing outside, their faces swollen and bruised. They resembled errant children, dutifully facing the wall as if engaged in a moment of reflection. Thankfully, there was an awning above the lounge to shield them from the rain, otherwise, these 2 would have been drenched like drowned rats. As Kakashi entered the lounge, he casually hung his raincoat on the adjacent wall. Yet, before he could utter a word, he was abruptly met with Tsunade's furious voice. What are you laughing at? You have the same expression as your lecherous master. Minato, who had been smiling, suddenly froze, his expression turning awkward. He had no choice but to cast a pleading glance towards Kakashi, hoping for a reprieve. Kakashi regarded Tsunade and Minato with skepticism, internally questioning, what on earth happened to those 2? They look utterly dejected. They couldn't possibly have been caught peeping at the women's bathhouse by Tsunade, could they? Kakashi raised his cup, unable to restrain his curiosity. Lady Tsunade, what transgression have Ju and Jiraiya committed? Surely, it can't be that Jiraiya took Ju to spy on the women's bathhouse. At this, Tsunade's expression soured dramatically, akin to having tasted something vile. Observing the rapid shift in her demeanor, Kakashi halted, his heart racing with disbelief. Could they really have done that? He widened his eyes, incredulity washing over him as he regarded Tsunade and Minato. After a moment of hesitation, Minato reluctantly nodded, confirming Kakashi's fears. With a resounding thud, Kakashi slammed his palm onto the table, producing a thunderous sound that nearly sent the teacup flying from his grip. His countenance darkened, an intense aura of anger emanating from him. How could these 2 be so reckless, finding time amidst battle to engage in such scandalous behavior? Kakashi, in a fit of rage, bellowed, just castrate the 2 of them. With that, he turned and retrieved a sharp scalpel from a nearby surgical kit, gripping it tightly in his hand as he glared menacingly at Tsunade. The source of Kakashi's fury stemmed from the fact that the medical camp was predominantly staffed by female nurses, all under his supervision. Seeing this, Minato was taken aback and hurriedly intervened, blocking Kakashi's path. Brother Kakashi, please, do not act impulsively. The situation is not as you perceive it. Senior Shinjutsu has been diligently working these past few days, and I have been by his side. He had no opportunity to spy on the women's bath. Minato explained urgently. After Minato's clarification, Kakashi gradually comprehended the situation. It turned out that since the return of the formidable trio, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, to the Leaf Village, they had treated Kakashi's location as a private retreat. On that day, Shinjutsu and Jiraiya coincidentally crossed paths. Jiraiya, with a furtive demeanor, pulled Shinjutsu aside and mysteriously proposed. "Once this war concludes, how about I take you to some exciting places?" Shinjutsu's eyes sparkled with excitement at the suggestion, and he nodded eagerly in agreement. However, as they conspired, their conversation was unfortunately overheard by Tsunade, who was not one to be trifled with. Enraged, she immediately launched into a pursuit of Jiraiya and Shinjutsu. Upon learning of these events, Kakashi's anger began to dissipate. It was not a case of disruption on his territory, but rather an unexpected farce. With this understanding, he decided to let go of his grievances. Nevertheless, he harbored no fondness for the hot springs that Jiraiya and Shinjutsu had their eyes on. Without hesitation, he added those establishments to his blacklist, vowing never to patronize them again. At the dining table, Jiraiya and Shinjutsu sat with their heads bowed in silence. Their demeanor akin to those who realize their mistakes yet stubbornly refuse to amend their ways. Observing the injuries on their bodies, Orochimaru grasped the context of the situation. He found Tsunade's wrath towards Jiraiya and Shinjutsu rather amusing, for Jiraiya had always been somewhat unreliable, and Shinjutsu had unfortunately been led astray. Witnessing Tsunade's furious reprimand of them brought a secret delight to Orochimaru's heart. As for Tsunade, she deemed Jiraiya beyond redemption. No matter what was said, he would remain unchanged. Yet, she felt a mixture of anger and helplessness towards Shinjutsu. How could a boy of merely 10 years have adopted such unsavory habits? It was utterly bewildering. The mere thought sent Tsunade's blood pressure soaring, her chest tightening with frustration. She longed to storm over and punish those two scoundrels fiercely. However, with Shinjutsu now apprenticed to Orochimaru, perhaps under his tutelage, the boy's misguided notions could be thoroughly eradicated. With this thought, Tsunade's spirits lifted slightly. After dinner, Tsunade unceremoniously tossed her bowl towards Shoshuru with a resounding thud. Upon witnessing this, Shoshuru was about to protest, but Tsunade's piercing gaze rendered him mute, forcing him to swallow his words. Humph. With her arms crossed and brows furrowed, Tsunade's beautiful eyes glimmered with a hint of anger. It seemed that he was itching for a reprimand. In response to Tsunade's inquiry, Shoshuru donned a sycophantic smile, exclaiming, "No, no, sister. How could I? It is truly an honor to serve my beloved sister." With that, he swiftly snatched up Tsunade's bowl and, like a thief slipping away, dashed out of the room, fearing that lingering even a second longer would result in his reprimand. Humph, that brat needs a good scolding. Tsunade fumed as she watched Shoshuru's retreating figure. Her gaze then shifted to Jiraiya, her eyes sharpening further. "And you, Jiraiya? If I catch wind of you taking Shoshuru to those dubious places again, I will not let you off lightly. I shall crush your fish bladder." Under Tsunade's formidable aura, Jiraiya was so frightened that he hurriedly covered his head and fled the lounge, distancing himself from her. Observing Jiraiya's somewhat disheveled retreat, Minato couldn't help but chuckle, though he also felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, Jiraiya was his teacher, and witnessing him being scolded by Tsunade was indeed a loss of face. Nonetheless, Minato felt helpless. After all, he had ended up with such a boisterous and carefree mentor. After Orochimaru's departure, the lounge was left with only Tsunade and Kakashi. Tsunade reclined comfortably on the sofa, one hand lifting a cup of water to her lips for a delicate sip of the fragrant tea Kakashi had prepared. With the other hand, she casually reached into the deep valley of her ample bosom, as if it concealed some treasure. Sure enough, moments later, Tsunade retrieved a scroll from that profound crevice. The scroll appeared somewhat aged, perhaps due to its prolonged residence in her bosom, emanating a faint milky aroma. Tsunade tossed the fragrant scroll towards Kakashi as if discarding refuse. Surprised, Kakashi swiftly reached out to catch it. This was the summoning scroll for the Wetbone Forest. Observing the puzzled expression on Kakashi's face, Tsunade's lips curled into a slight smile as she explained, "Shoshuru has grown a lot under your care. Consider this a token of my gratitude." Chapter 142. Child. Your body is quite peculiar. Kakashi did not immediately unroll the summoning scroll for the Wetbone Forest, but instead pondered while holding his cup. Currently, the summoning beasts do not assist me significantly, yet they do provide some support for my medical ninjutsu. If there is any significant aid, it must be in relation to Sage Mode. I wonder how the Sage Mode of the 3 Great Sage Lands differs from the Sage transformation I acquired from the Uzumaki clan. Ah, by the way, Lady Tsunade, Jiraiya has learned Sage Mode from Mayaboka Mountain. Do you know the Sage Mode of the Wetbone Forest? This cough. I haven't had the opportunity to learn from the Great Snail Sage yet. Yes, I haven't had the chance. Tsunade lifted her cup, hastily taking a sip of water to mask her embarrassment. Oh, is that so? Observing the skeptical expression on Kakashi's face, she felt a twinge of shyness. Ahem. It was the Sage of Slugs who mentioned that my talent is somewhat lacking. If I were to forcefully pursue learning, it could be perilous. Is it truly just a lack of talent? Bang! Tsunade was thoroughly flustered. Are you annoying, or what? No talent. The Sage of Slugs explicitly stated I lack talent. What more is there to discuss? No issue. Kakashi quickly unrolled the scroll to examine it, using it to shield himself from Tsunade's murderous glare. I knew it. Although Tsunade has a fiery temper, she is certainly not the type to give up easily. It turns out she has no talent in this regard at all. Quite remarkable indeed. Summoning technique. Tsunade bit her finger, swiftly forming hand seals, and slammed her palm onto the table before her. Bang! A cloud of smoke erupted, revealing a slug the size of a palm atop the table. Lady Tsunade, may I inquire what you require? A soft, melodious voice echoed in the lounge. In the entire Wetbone Forest, there was only one Sage of Slugs. The slugs usually encountered were merely its split forms. The varying amounts of chakra would yield different sizes of these split forms. In the original manga, Sakura and Tsunade jointly performed the summoning technique, conjuring a body of the Sage of Slugs approximately 1/10 its true size. If one were to close their eyes and listen to the sound of the slugs without observing their appearance, they might assume they were a group of extraordinary beauties. However, it was merely a slug, a very large slug indeed. The moment it appeared, a long, slimy trail was left upon the surface of the table. Tsunade shot a furious glare at Kakashi. Don't think I can't see your stifled laughter just because you are hiding behind that scroll. She pointed at Kakashi and addressed the slug before her. I wish for this brat to sign a summoning contract with the Sage of Slugs, becoming a summoner for our Wetbone Forest. Furthermore, a defiant expression appeared on Tsunade's face. Let the Sage of Slugs examine him and see if he possesses the talent to learn the sage arts of the Wetbone Forest. That pesky little brat. Once you sign the summoning contract, I'll have the sage check if you have any aptitude for the sage arts. If not, then you will be facing dire consequences. Under Tsunade's deathly gaze, Kakashi reluctantly bit his finger and pressed it onto the summoning scroll. Of course, he had noticed Tsunade's predatory stare. Should he refuse to sign, he would undoubtedly be met with a barrage of fury. This scroll had been left over since the era of Hashirama Senju, and it was quite a relic. However, the slug had encountered the formidable Hashirama, rendering its healing abilities utterly useless, unable to keep pace with Hashirama's regenerative prowess. Lord Kakashi, please hold for a moment. The palm-sized slug exclaimed before vanishing in a puff of white smoke. Once the summoning contract was signed, the slug would return to the Wetbone Forest, employing reverse summoning to bring Kakashi and Tsunade into its realm. Soon enough, Tsunade and Kakashi transformed into white light and vanished from the lounge. In the next moment, the two individuals found themselves in the Wetbone Forest. This forest, regarded as one of the 3 sacred lands, bore no resemblance to what one might envision a holy place to be. Everywhere, one could see barren rocks and trees. The surviving trees were stripped down to mere trunks, entirely devoid of foliage. Within the caves, atop the treetops, and in the crevices of the rocks, countless living slugs filled the landscape. Upon witnessing this scene, Kiki Maple instinctively thought of sprinkling salt over the densely packed slugs. At the heart of the Wetbone Forest resided a gargantuan slug, the Slug Sage, from which all the slugs in the forest had originated. How enormous! Just how much salt would that require? Standing on the slimy ground, Kiki Maple gazed up at the colossal Slug Sage, instinctively curious about the amount of salt needed. Beside him, Tsunade, with a furrowed brow, delivered a swift thump to Kiki Maple's head. This is the Slug Sage. Could you show some respect? Is this my fault? Kiki Maple blinked innocently at Tsunade, wondering who wouldn't think of salt upon seeing a slug. Tsunade paused, recalling that her initial thought upon first encountering the Slug Sage had also been to sprinkle salt on it. Regaining her composure, she delivered another punch to Kiki Maple. As if to mask her own embarrassment, let us cease such thoughts. Observing Tsunade and Kiki Maple, the Slug Sage shifted its massive form, lowering its great head to regard the two. Oh, it's little Tsunade. Tsunade smiled back, though her expression betrayed a hint of guilt. "Hello, Slug Sage." The Slug Sage then turned its gaze to Kiki Maple. "Young one, I sense an extraordinary aura emanating from you, one that resonates with our very essence. Moreover, your body is peculiar, akin to a storm of lightning." Tsunade, confused, interrupted the Slug Sage. Sage, can you assess whether this little rascal has any aptitude for learning sage techniques?" "Certainly. I perceive that this child has already forged a spirit contract with the Wetbone Forest. I shall assist in his evaluation." "Child," the Slug Sage addressed Kiki Maple. "Are you prepared?" Tsunade immediately leaped back, crossing her arms, adopting a stance of eager anticipation. "Sage, oh my goodness." Kiki Maple had barely begun to inquire when the Slug Sage swallowed him whole. Enveloped in a viscous, slimy substance, Kiki Maple found himself momentarily bewildered. "Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do?"